On the first day of my rebirth in the starry desert, I became a living encyclopedia of plants. When the sandthorn fruits automatically jumped into the cloth bag, I realized that this body held a shocking secret. The top-ranked Lingji master on the federal wanted list was actually my past life. Chapter 1 Rebirth. On a scorching day in the summer of 1998, the asphalt road shone under the sun's heat, while almost bare trees lining the streets buzzed incessantly with cicadas. Liang Ying pushed her bicycle out through the main gate of Ronghui Company, reaching into her trouser pocket again. 180 yuan. This was the pension money after her father's fatal car accident. This was the sole income for the Liang family now. She and her mother would rely on this sum to get by this month. In an era when even the lowest paid worker earned over 100 yuan, 180 yuan was merely a fraction of other people's wages, not even enough for a family's monthly food expenses. With this small amount, it was impossible for the two women to have full stomachs, let alone the fact that Liang Ying still had school fees to worry about. Wiping away sweat from her forehead, Liang Ying thought today felt exceptionally hot. The TV forecast had mentioned a temperature of 38 degrees Celsius. Weather forecasts were always like this. The predicted 38 degrees could easily rise to 40 degrees in reality. Liang Ying, frail in stature, struggled as she mounted the dilapidated Phoenix brand bicycle left behind by her late father. It was the only valuable item left in their home, though it wasn't worth much either. She wobbled down the road towards the village. The tarmac road stretched wide and long without a single shade tree to block the blazing sunlight above her head, making Liang Ying feel faint and dizzy-eyed. Gritting her teeth, she pedaled hard against the heat. After riding for 2 hours, Liang Ying finally arrived back at her village and returned home. Her cheeks burned from sun exposure, and her patched clothing was drenched in sweat, feeling somewhat chilly when touched by the wind. Liang Ying felt even more dizzy as she stumbled inside the house. Throat parched, she grabbed the teapot on the table and gulped directly from its spout. The bitter taste of strong tea immediately hit her throat, causing her to choke and cough. Tai Meihua, iron plum flower, appeared seemingly from nowhere, hearing the commotion. Seeing Liang Ying holding the teapot, she erupted in anger. "You little rat, stealing my tea. Don't you know how expensive these leaves are? I don't even dare to drink them myself." She snatched the teapot from Liang Ying's hands and shook it violently. "Are you reincarnated as a cow or something? You drank more than half." Still ranting, Tai Meihua tucked the teapot under her arm and extended her hand imperiously toward Liang Ying. "Hand it over." Liang Ying stood there motionless, her head bowed. This angered Tai Meihua further, who slapped the back of Liang Ying's neck harshly. "Deadbeat child, give me the money. Don't think I don't know. You went downtown, right? You got your father's pension, didn't you? Quickly, hand over the money. What do you need with money? I'm still alive, so it's too soon for you to take charge of this house." Liang Ying remained rigid and defiant, glaring at Tai Meihua. Tai Meihua sniffed arrogantly, placing the teapot back onto the table. She then grabbed Liang Ying roughly with one hand and beat her back repeatedly with the other. Liang Ying dared not retaliate, covering her head with her arms, her headache worsening. With both hands working simultaneously, Tai Meihua flipped Liang Ying's pockets inside out until she found the 180 yuan. Their rice jar at home was already empty. Without this money, they'd truly starve. In panic, Liang Ying reached forward to grab the money back, but Tai Meihua thrust her forcefully aside. Liang Ying fell to the ground, hitting the back of her head sharply on the corner of the table. Tai Meihua didn't bother to check on Liang Ying lying prone on the floor. Waving the money triumphantly, she announced, "When I win some money playing mahjong, our family will have money. Just behave yourself and stop bringing bad luck to me." Snatching up the teapot once more and tucking it under her arm, Tai Meihua hesitated before pulling out a 5 yuan note and throwing it onto the table. "Go to Old Chin's place and buy 2 bottles of liquor. I'll be drinking tonight. I haven't touched alcohol for days and my mouth feels tasteless." With muttering complaints trailing behind her, Tai Meihua disappeared out the door. Liang Ying lay helplessly on the floor, eyes blankly staring toward the entrance, lost in thought. After what seemed like a long while, she felt a wet, cold sensation on the back of her head. She raised her hand to touch it, only to find it covered in blood, shocking her eyes painfully. Dizziness swept over her in waves, and she eventually lost consciousness. Liang Ying woke up once more lying in bed, thinking that perhaps Tai Meihua had come back out of a sudden conscience. Feeling a slight sense of comfort, she didn't rush to get up immediately. Her head still spinning, she lay there gazing at the blurry ceiling with unfocused eyes. Tai Meihua enjoyed drinking strong tea, savoring hot and spicy liquor, and gambling. Sometimes, Liang Ying considered herself lucky that Tai Meihua at least did not smoke. When her father first passed away, the company had given the family a considerable compensation payment. Tai Meihua squandered all of it within a short period. Ever since then, the two women relied solely on the 180 yuan monthly pension. Despite such difficulties, this situation did nothing to reform Tai Meihua's bad habits. The Liang family still had 2 mu of land. When Liang Ying's father first learned to drive and found a job at Ronghui Company in the city, he left the 2 mu of poor land behind. Too barren to rent out, and with Tai Meihua too lazy to work it, the land remained idle ever since. After Liang Ying's father passed away and the family lost its income, Liang Ying was too young and inexperienced to cultivate the land herself. Tai Meihua, remaining stubbornly indolent, refused to plant anything. Unable to rent or sell the land, it continued to sit unused. This month's living expenses were gone again. How would they get through the days? Feeling a lump rise in her throat, Liang Ying wanted to cry, but years of hardship had taught her to suppress such feelings. She'd learned that tears were utterly useless. Sniffing back her emotions, Liang Ying thought hard and concluded that they needed to use the land. Making money was secondary anyway. Even if they earned some, Tai Meihua would squander it quickly. The main issue was food. Their biggest problem right now was simply feeding themselves. There was no longer time for school. Liang Ying must focus on farming, starting by finding ways to fill her stomach. After lying in bed for a while, Liang Ying felt slightly better and slowly climbed out. The rice jar was empty, so she'd need to borrow some grain from Grandpa Li next door. She also had to buy the alcohol Tai Meihua demanded, or else her mother would cause endless trouble. Liang Ying massaged her temples. Having such an unambitious mother truly gave her headaches, yet no matter how much she complained, life had to go on. Squinting her eyes, they seemed clearer than before. As she instinctively glanced around the room, her eyes widened in shock, and her mouth gaped open in astonishment. She hadn't noticed when lying down earlier, but now it was clear something was wrong. The place where Liang Ying currently stood wasn't her Spartan home. It was somewhere completely unfamiliar. Though the room looked somewhat familiar, she was certain she had never seen it before in her life. Chapter 2. The Desert Star. Year 2067 of the star calendar, Hessel, the Desert Star, a small oasis somewhere. Liang Ying was currently residing in a little hut within a sand dune castle at the center of this small oasis. Liang Ying had been reborn, or more accurately, her soul had traveled through time and space. The body she now occupied also belonged to someone named Liang Ying, an orphan by name. After Liang Ying fainted that day, she quickly regained consciousness. During her slumber, she inherited the memories of the original owner of this body. In this era, Liang Ying was born into a military family. At the age of 8 months, while traveling with her mother, they were involved in a car accident. Her mother perished instantly, but miraculously, Liang Ying survived. Afterward, Liang Ying exhibited differences from other children. She cried and screamed more frequently, almost nonstop from morning to night. Her mother hailed from a reclusive family on a remote planet, where she met and fell in love with Liang Ying's father. The reclusive families were legendary in interstellar lore, rarely appearing in public view. Liang Ying's maternal grandmother had already passed away, and her maternal grandfather only appeared for her mother's wedding and funeral. However, after Liang Ying started showing changes, her grandfather unexpectedly reappeared and took her away. From then on, Liang Ying lived in seclusion with her grandfather in this oasis on Hessel. From her grandfather, Liang Ying learned that due to the trauma of the car accident, she awakened a special ability, a gift passed down through her mother's bloodline. This ability allowed her to communicate with plants and even control them. The family secretary referred to those who awakened this ability as spiritual botanists, which hadn't happened in over 500 years. Young Liang Ying couldn't yet control this ability. At such a tender age, hearing plants talk filled her ears with constant noise, unbearable cacophony, leading to her frequent cries and tantrums. Thus, her grandfather brought her to Hessel. Hessel is the desert star, with 70% of its surface covered in desert. With sparse vegetation, it suited the undisturbed growth of young Liang Ying. The power of spiritual botanists was highly mysterious, distinct from the popular mental powers or superhuman abilities found in the galaxy. Once awakened, this power became immensely potent, passed down through ancestry, untrainable and unchangeable. It could only be controlled. Her grandfather patiently taught Liang Ying. Now 17, Liang Ying had mastered full control over her abilities. If she didn't want to hear plant voices, she could shut them out. If she wished, she could make plants mature instantaneously. Each plant possessed its own spiritual essence, and spiritual botanists could enhance this essence. The higher the spiritual essence, the better the quality of the plant, and the greater its value. Last month, her grandfather passed away. He left behind a large sum of money and revealed information about her biological father, instructing her to find him on another planet. He repeatedly urged her to keep the secret of being a spiritual botanist hidden, even from her father. He taught her that among the superhumans in the galaxy, there were those with wood element powers. These people could stimulate plant growth using their mental abilities. If Liang Ying ever needed to explain her power to others, she should pretend it came from wood element superpowers. His idea was for Liang Ying to live as a wood element superhuman near her birth father, who could use his influence to ensure her safety and prosperity. Liang Ying didn't know why she switched bodies or what happened to the soul of the previous owner. Yet, with her strong survival instincts and adaptability, she quickly accepted her new identity and decided to take the place of the original owner and live well. Speaking of Liang Ying, she was like an indomitable little cockroach. She managed to survive with an iron mother like Iron Plum Blossom. So even though she was alone in this strange era and foreign place, without Iron Plum holding her back, she believed life shouldn't be worse than before. It can't be denied. Liang Ying was truly a cheerful and optimistic child, having never turned bad despite her challenging circumstances. She neither feared nor resorted to crying and screaming. This girl exuded strength and perseverance from deep within. Although her grandfather had left behind his final wishes, the current Liang Ying did not plan to fully follow them. Given the inner core of her new self, she was still somewhat apprehensive about meeting the relatives of the original body's owner, fearing that they might uncover her secret. The original Liang Ying left her prestigious father when she was less than 1 year old and no longer remembered any family members on his side, including the father himself, known only from stories told by her grandfather. This present Liang Ying did not plan to seek out her estranged father. First, she feared being exposed. Second, these high-ranking families seemed very far removed from her life. Let those legendary figures stay in legends. She was just a commoner content with her simple existence. Nevertheless, Liang Ying intended to leave the planet Hessel. After all, At 17 and still young, she longed to explore the outside world, as most young people do. The desert star was a barren place during the star calendar era. Both the former Liang Ying and the current one longed to leave this desert and embrace the broader universe. Liang Ying glanced at the sky through the small window on the wall of her room. The sun had already dipped low in the west, almost touching the horizon. This time of day was the best for people in the oasis to go out, with sunlight not as intense as at midday and temperatures not as cold as after nightfall. Liang Ying quickly changed into a long robe, which somewhat resembled the robes worn by Arabs in ancient times, complete with a hood. It was said that this style was better suited for walking in the desert, helping retain body moisture under the sun while also preventing heat stroke. After pondering for a moment, she took a scarf from the wardrobe and tied it around her face, though it wasn't necessary. As a newcomer who hadn't ventured outside much, she was afraid of bumping into acquaintances. Having the scarf on prevented others from noticing any unusual expressions on her face. Before leaving, Liang Ying spotted a pot of sea buckthorn tree near the door. She hesitated for a second, then retrieved a cloth bag from the wardrobe. With quick movements, she picked all the ripe sea buckthorns off the tree, carrying the full bag of fruit as she stepped out the door. Sea buckthorn was the most commonly consumed fruit by people in the desert. Drought-resistant and easy to grow, it thrived in the desert environment. The general taste of sea buckthorn leaned towards sour and astringent. However, the sea buckthorn tree at Liang Ying's home grew under the influence of her abilities, resulting in fruits that were both sweet and tangy, far tastier than the ordinary variety, and thus very popular in the market. As a result, the original Liang Ying often sold some of these fruits at the market, exchanging them for pocket money. Chapter 3. Communication Device. Liang Ying curiously widened her eyes and looked around. The streets were crowded with people. Those who spent day and night cooped up at home had almost all come out. Some were out to buy daily necessities, others just came out for a stroll to get some fresh air. The oasis where Liang Ying was located was very small. The outermost part of the oasis was an artificial greenbelt for wind prevention. Then there were fields cultivated by robots, and right in the middle was the sand dune castle where people lived. The sand dune castle was built with sand mixed with many high-tech materials, strong, heat-resistant, and protected against wind and sandworms. Sandworms are a special kind of creature in the desert, with hard shells, tender meat, and a taste somewhat like the 21st century crayfish. However, their size is as large as that of hundreds of crayfish combined. The residents of this oasis numbered less than 10,000, and the busiest street in the sand dune castle was only one, the Fanqing pedestrian street where Liang Ying now stood. Fanqing street wasn't long, but various shops lined up one after another, offering a complete range of goods so people could buy anything they needed here. The layout of Fanqing street was quite popularized. It not only contained shop after shop, but also a specific area designated for temporary stalls. Temporary stalls could sell anything, as long as a certain amount of stall tax was paid to the nearby administrator. Liang Ying walked around twice, memorizing the location of every shop on Fanqing street. The original Liang Ying had always sold sea buckthorn berries directly to fruit stores, which saved both time and fees spent on setting up a roadside stall. However, Liang Ying did not plan to do so. She intended to sell this bag of sea buckthorn berries to Hongxing Restaurant. Hongxing Restaurant was the only restaurant on Fanqing street, and also the only one in this oasis. Today happened to be a holiday. People who usually worked outside returned to the sand dune castle. As such, Fanqing street was particularly lively today, with plenty of customers at Hongxing Restaurant and queues already formed at the entrance. After observing for a while, Liang Ying went to the back door of Hongxing Restaurant. A fat man in chef attire answered her knock. True to expectation, the restaurant's back door was connected to the kitchen. The fat man was the head chef of Hongxing Restaurant. After hearing Liang Ying's purpose, he tasted a sea buckthorn berry she brought along and decisively decided to buy the entire bag of sea buckthorn berries, while also reminding her to deliver similar fruits to the restaurant in the future if available. Unexpectedly, selling these sea buckthorn berries earned more money, specifically a quarter more than when sold to the fruit store. Liang Ying silently gave herself a thumbs up in her heart, feeling a little proud. Look, she was better at making money than the original Liang Ying and could live a good life all by herself. Liang Ying carefully put away the Starcoins card. This interstellar bank card was issued by her grandfather earlier. It stored the money Liang Ying herself had saved, serving as her personal treasure trove. The money her grandfather left her was on a separate card, which was an S-grade gold card, with account information under S-grade confidentiality. Liang Ying's personal card was merely a regular debit card. Nevertheless, this too was money she had earned herself, so the meaning of the two cards was different. Looking at the long queue of people waiting to eat at Hongxing Restaurant, Liang Ying felt her stomach growling a bit. She couldn't afford eating at the restaurant, but there was a pancake shop not far ahead. Liang Ying approached and studied the menu for a while before buying a steamed bun stuffed with sandworm meat. It was slightly expensive, much more so than the nutrient agents sold in the food store next door. Liang Ying was tired of drinking nutrient agents at home. Upon smelling the aroma of the steamed bun, she took a big bite. It tasted great. One was a bit small, so let's go for another. Holding one steamed bun in each hand, Liang Ying strolled down the street while eating. She looked around, fascinated by everything. After wandering back and forth 3 times, she finished off the 2 buns. Liang Ying took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and hands. This child has always paid attention to personal hygiene because in her mind, poor hygiene equates to illness, leading to hospital visits for injections and medication. Being poor, there was no money for medical treatment or medication. so she must maintain good personal hygiene to prevent diseases from the root cause. As for the handkerchief, it was simply a piece of cloth cut from an old garment found in the wardrobe. The garment belonged to the previous occupant of her body when she was young. Now that she has grown up, it no longer fits. Her late grandfather was a nostalgic person who kept the old clothes. The handkerchief was treated using a household cleaning device. Water was most precious in the desert. Washing clothes with water would be an absolutely extravagant behavior. Each household in the desert equipped themselves with high-tech cleaning devices, which had dedicated cleaning programs for various things. Whether clothes or food, furniture or machines, all could be cleaned thoroughly. It even had a disinfection function, cleansing completely at the biological level. Liang Ying folded the handkerchief neatly and put it back in her pocket. She then turned into the corner store, Old Li Electronics Shop. The owner, Uncle Li, was a good friend of her grandfather and familiar with the original Liang Ying. After her grandfather's passing, he continued to take care of her. Before her grandfather passed away, he had custom-ordered a communication device for Liang Ying here. The shipment should be arriving in a few days. There were no customers in the shop. Only a tall, broad figure was busy among the shelves. This was the first time Liang Ying faced someone who knew the original owner of her body. She took a deep breath, trying to appear as natural as possible. Uncle Li, so busy? Have you eaten dinner yet? The figure turned around, revealing the weathered face of a middle-aged man, exactly as Liang Ying remembered Uncle Li. Uncle Li scrutinized Liang Ying for a moment, finally recognizing her, and laughed heartily. Xiaofeng, how come you're wearing a scarf when you came in? It took me a while to recognize you. I thought some mischievous kid was causing trouble. Liang Ying scratched her head awkwardly, coughed uneasily, and summoned the courage to pull down her scarf, showing Uncle Li an obedient smile. Uncle Li paused for a second upon seeing Liang Ying's pure smile, thinking to himself what a beautiful child she had grown into. It seemed like such a waste that she was stuck on this desert planet. Liang Ying felt a bit self-conscious under Uncle Li's gaze, blushed, and scratched her head again. Uncle Li, last time you said the communication device would arrive in a few days. I just wanted to check if it has arrived. Uncle Li nodded knowingly and retrieved a metal box from one of the shelves, placing it on the counter. Liang Ying watched curiously as Uncle Li opened the box, revealing a watch-type communicator that combined interstellar communication and interstellar internet functionality. Uncle Li helped Liang Ying put the communicator on her wrist, and then took out the manual to explain its features. He watched as Liang Ying experimented with the main functions of the communicator. Liang Ying carefully operated the communicator, too excited to contain herself. She felt like jumping up and cheering, her face turning red with excitement. This advanced communicator allowed her to communicate or send messages to anyone on any planet in the galaxy, as long as they also had a communicator receiving the signal. It also enabled access to the interstellar internet. There was a card slot where she could use her bank card, check account information instantly, and even make transfers or payments. Liang Ying hailed from a poor family in the late 1990s and had never even encountered the most primitive Earth networks or mobile phones. Now, facing the cutting-edge and complex interstellar communication technology, she was overwhelmed with excitement and joy. Chapter 4. Off to Masai. As night fell, the temperature dropped sharply, a unique meteorological change characteristic of the desert. The sand dune castle activated its protective shield, maintaining the ambient temperature at around 5 degrees Celsius and keeping the wind speed at approximately 4.7. Even so, there was no sign of human presence on the streets. All shops in Fanxing Street had closed their doors. During this time period, except for those with pressing matters, everyone would stay home and avoid going outside. Cities in the desert all come equipped with specialized protective shields designed to minimize the impact of natural disasters on civilians. Usually, these shields operate at only one-third capacity, fully activating only during large-scale insect infestations or major weather catastrophes. To elaborate, the city's protective shields are managed and maintained by the City Disaster Reduction Committee. The committee is an attractive department in the star calendar era, part of the National Civil Service, with many families hoping their children could land jobs there. It was already midnight, yet Liang Ying still couldn't fall asleep. She was simply too excited. Since returning from the streets, Liang Ying had logged onto the interstellar network and hadn't logged out for 6 hours straight. This can hardly be blamed on Liang Ying, who hasn't pulled an all-nighter surfing the web in this online era. 8 hours passed in the blink of an eye, and a warning sounded on the web page. The system's long-duration online reminder had been triggered, subsequently turning the entire screen red. Liang Ying had no choice but to log off the network. Taking a glance at the clock on the wall, she realized it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. Liang Ying tossed and turned in bed, wrapping herself in her blanket. After the excitement subsided, drowsiness washed over her, and she quickly drifted off to sleep. However, even in her slumber, she dreamed of continuing her explorations on the internet. After a few days of monotonous life, Liang Ying made a decision. She planned to go to Masai, another oasis located in Hessel. Masai occupies Hessel's largest expanse of oasis and is also the planet's largest city. According to information available on the network, Masai is a level 4 interstellar city with relatively advanced economic and cultural standards. Liang Ying set her sights on a school in Masai where pre-college preparatory classes were held. These classes specifically guided students planning to take university entrance exams. With very low registration thresholds, students just needed to pay the tuition fee to attend. Liang Ying wanted to leave Hessel. She carefully considered her options and decided that the best path forward was to attend college on other planets. Once she was accepted into a university elsewhere, the government would handle the paperwork, allowing her a legitimate exit from Hessel. Currently, Liang Ying's plan was to attend the preparatory classes in Masai and then decide whether to enroll in an agricultural school on another planet based on her learning outcomes. As a spiritual planting master and a disguised wood elemental, Liang Ying believed that agriculture-related work would be the most suitable field for her. Liang Ying shared her thoughts with Uncle Li from the appliance shop, and he strongly supported her decision. He advised her that a child's growth should ideally progress step by step, steadily grounding them in reality. Nonetheless, he reminded Liang Ying to contact her biological father after leaving Hessel. Uncle Li consulted acquaintances about Masai's situation, helping Liang Ying rent a room online and inquiring thoroughly about which schools in Masai provided the best preparatory classes. He even helped register her information and enroll her. Originally, he intended to pay for her space flyer ticket, but was firmly refused by Liang Ying. Liang Ying deeply appreciated Uncle Li. The money her grandfather left her was sufficient to cover her university expenses, so she couldn't accept any more favors from him. Moreover, she was 17 years old and capable of independently taking care of herself. From now on, she aimed to become a mature adult. Liang Ying's luggage was simple, a few sets of casual clothes, 2 bank cards, and 1 identification card. The identity card functioned much like the ID cards from the 20th century, storing all of Liang Ying's identity information. It would be essential for future college applications and purchasing tickets for interstellar ships. Before departing, Liang Ying presented the sea buckthorn tree to Uncle Li, handing over the house key as well, asking him to help look after it. To be honest, Liang Ying didn't feel a strong sense of belonging to this house. She'd only lived there a few days. In her heart, this place belonged to the original body owner and her grandfather, and she didn't wish to get too involved here. Oh yes, Liang Ying packed the household cleaning device from home, deciding to bring it along. This way, upon arriving in Masai, she wouldn't have to buy one, saving some living costs. The cleaning device was extraordinarily powerful and convenient, truly indispensable for life and travel in the desert. Finally, the day of departure arrived. The planetary space car's boarding point was located in the southern district of the Sand Dune Castle, reachable on foot in less than 40 minutes. Nevertheless, Uncle Li insisted on driving Liang Ying to the boarding point. After exchanging heartfelt farewells, Liang Ying waved goodbye to Uncle Li and boarded the space car bound for Masai. By the way, planetary cars only fly within the planet's atmosphere, resembling aircraft rather than vehicles from appearance. They might as well be called planetary planes. It was Liang Ying's first time ever riding a plane. Though somewhat nervous, the experience filled her with anticipation. After boarding the space car, Liang Ying found her seat, stowed her luggage, and followed the instructions of the flight attendant to fasten her seatbelt. With an unusually excited and eager heart, she experienced her first ever flight off the ground. The space car flew smoothly in the air, and one could hardly feel any turbulence. Due to the altitude restrictions, all that could be seen outside the window was clouds upon clouds. Liang Ying had hardly slept the night before because of her excitement, so not long after boarding, she fell asleep. 3 hours later, the space car arrived at the other end of the planet, Masai, where the flight attendant woke up Liang Ying. After disembarking, Liang Ying immediately saw someone in the waiting area at the arrival point, holding a big sign with the 2 large words, Liang Ying on it. The person who came to pick up Liang Ying was Uncle Li's nephew, Brother Xiao Li. His family also dealt in electrical appliances. He reportedly lived in the central district of Masai City, running an electrical appliance shop in a bustling area. Liang Ying quickly became familiar with Brother Xiao Li. As a businessman, he was very eloquent and kept talking non-stop along the way about Masai City, even informing Liang Ying of the location of public restrooms on certain roads. Brother Xiao Li drove his own truck, as cars in this era could all drive autonomously. Although they still traveled on land instead of flying in the air, their speed far surpassed that of the cars from the 20th century, likely faster than the high-speed trains popular in the 21st century by several times. Hessel has few oases and a small population, and Masai, its largest city, has a population of less than 1 million. The city's traffic conditions are excellent with no instances of congestion. The road network on the land surface is sufficient for automobile traffic, eliminating the need to build elevated transportation networks like those in other developed cities on other planets, saving the residents of Masai a significant amount of money. Brother Xiao Li set the driving route and activated the autonomous driving mode. He sat at the back chatting nonstop with Liang Ying. It was only after 40 minutes when they reached the destination that he finally stopped talking. Brother Xiao Li talked so much that Liang Ying silently wiped a bead of sweat from her forehead, finding it a bit hard to bear, even for someone as patient as her. Chapter 5. Expensive Ingredients. Liang Ying's rented apartment was very close to the tutoring class she had signed up for, taking less than 10 minutes to walk there. The house was fully furnished, ready for her to move in and start living immediately. Little brother Li sat in Liang Ying's room for a while. Seeing that Liang Ying looked exhausted, he figured she must be tired after just getting off the flying car, so he reluctantly bid farewell and left, not forgetting to earnestly remind Liang Ying to come over to his place for dinner the next day. After seeing little brother Li off, Liang Ying flung herself onto the couch. Living outside always felt strange. Even though she hadn't done any physical labor, just sitting in the car could make her feel tired. After lying down for a short while, Liang Ying got up. She had a slight case of obsessive-compulsive disorder and couldn't tolerate dirt or messiness. She quickly cleaned the room, hung her clothes in the wardrobe, took out the cleaner from her backpack, then dashed into the bathroom, turned on the light energy shower, and gave herself a thorough cleaning and disinfection. Speaking of which, most of the electrical appliances used by the citizens of Hessel were mostly related to light, almost all powered by light energy. Being in the desert, Light energy was inexhaustible and unlimited, impossible to use sparingly even if you tried. Thankfully, humans were smart enough to know how to adapt to and utilize their environment. After finishing the daily sanitation, Liang Ying couldn't sit still. She changed into a clean, neat robe, put on a veil, and went shopping. Maze certainly deserved its reputation as the largest city on Hessel Star. The protective shield stayed on 24 hours a day, with more energy than where she had previously lived in Sand Dune Fortress. Liang Ying stood on the street, closed her eyes, and took a moment to sense her surroundings. The temperature was maintained around 25 degrees Celsius, with wind speed ranging between 3 to 4 levels. The humidity was moderate, and the air quality excellent. Comfortable and pleasant, it was the ideal living environment for humans. It was now just after 2 in the afternoon, yet Maze's streets were bustling with people, cars flowing nonstop. In the city, traffic roads were strictly divided, with pedestrian paths and vehicle lanes clearly separated. The area where Liang Ying stood belonged to the residential district, where the sidewalks were more vibrant than the vehicle lanes. Standing at the intersection, she opened her communicator, pressed a few options, and initiated the interstellar positioning system. Soon, a panoramic map appeared on the virtual screen that popped up from her communicator. The map indicated her current location and marked all buildings, road names, and public bus routes within a 1,000-kilometer radius centered on her position, along with public transportation stops. Liang Ying studied the map for a while and decided to visit the nearest supermarket first to check it out and pick up some ingredients. University entrance exams occurred every July, but it was only the end of February now. She'd have to stay here for several months. To satisfy her cravings, Liang Ying decided to cook meals herself going forward. According to the map, to reach the nearest supermarket from her current location, she would need to take the underground shuttle bus at the crossroads to get across the street, then board bus number 12 and ride for 3 stops until getting off at Home Comfort Station. Afterward, she would need to walk 100 meters to reach the Home Comfort supermarket. Though the process seemed a little complicated, it was advantageous due to the fast speed of the buses and convenient transfers. It only took Liang Ying 15 minutes to arrive at the supermarket entrance. Supermarkets in the stellar era weren't your run-of-the-mill establishments. They were incredibly advanced and stocked with everything one needed. Liang Ying wandered around for more than 2 hours, like Grandma Lu visiting Grandview Garden. If it hadn't been for her stomach growling, she probably wouldn't have left. Liang Ying bought rice, flour, vegetables, fruits, sandworm meat, and various seasonings. At checkout, she paid from her personal fund, packed everything up at the store's entrance, and arranged free home delivery for purchases over 500 star coins. She then returned home with no burden, enjoying the convenience of not having to lug heavy shopping bags back home. Speaking of which, this single trip to the supermarket cost Liang Ying nearly 600 star coins. Mainly because fresh vegetables and fruits were particularly expensive, and even the price of rice and flour wasn't low. Only sandworm meat was relatively cheaper. After all, this was the desert. Technically, establishing a few sandworm breeding bases was no issue. Rumor had it that planet exports of sandworm meat accounted for a large part of Hessel's economic income. However, vegetables, fruits, and grains had become luxuries. With various flavor nutritional supplements available that could meet all human dietary needs, food grains were no longer an essential part of daily life. Liang Ying had taken nutrition pills when she lived in Sand Dune Fortress, but their taste had left her unimpressed, leading her to abandon them entirely in favor of regularly eating baked flatbread stuffed with sandworm meat. She hesitated for quite some time before purchasing items like rice and flour. Upon returning home about 10 minutes later, the supermarket's courier robot arrived right on schedule, delivering her goods. That was efficiency. The rented house came with a fully equipped kitchen set, understandable considering the monthly rent exceeded 1,000 blocks and ranked as middle-upper range in Maze. Uncle Lee had advised her to rent this place. If it hadn't been for its proximity to her tutoring center, Liang Ying wouldn't have rented such an expensive house. Right now, Liang Ying was somewhat glad she had listened to Uncle Lee's advice. Otherwise, buying new kitchen utensils would have cost additional money. Humming an out-of-tune melody, Liang Ying switched on the light energy stove and swiftly stir-fried a plate of Kung Pao sandworm cubes, then prepared a small pot of poached sandworm meat slices in water. Just as she finished the 2 dishes, the light energy rice cooker beeped, signaling that the rice was ready. After savoring this long-awaited delicious meal, Liang Ying licked her plates and bowls clean, then sprawled on the sofa with her bloated belly. There was no substitute for real food. Her stomach simply couldn't appreciate nutrient pills and such. After dinner, take 100 steps to live till 99. Liang Ying tidied up the kitchen and went to stroll in the residential area's greenbelt for digestion. She met a few old men and women there, chatting with them briefly so as to blend into the daily life of Maze's residents as soon as possible. She slept soundly without any dreams and woke up early the next day, refreshed after jogging in the residential area. Breakfast consisted of pancakes with vegetables, milk, and eggs, starting a new day of life in Maze. The tutoring class wouldn't start for another 8 days, so Liang Ying planned to immerse herself in the star network these few days, cramming the basic courses of this era. Unknowingly influenced by the abilities of a spirit plant master or not, Liang Ying definitely noticed a remarkable enhancement in her memory. She seemed to have developed photographic memory and read at a tremendous speed. In less than 3 hours, she went through all officially prescribed textbooks from kindergarten to junior high school, and every bit of content was engraved crystal clear in her mind. As promised, Liang Ying agreed to have lunch at little brother Lee's house today. Glancing at the time, she thought it was about right to set off and took 2 apples from the kitchen. These 2 apples were worth nearly 100 star coins, making them appropriate gifts while still causing her slight heartache. By the way, due to biological mutations in the stellar age, an apple was as large as a soccer ball. If not for the label on the supermarket shelves, Liang would have assumed this was a different variety of watermelon. Little brother Li's house was indeed located in a bustling downtown area. Rumor had it that their electrical appliances shop was just 2 streets away. Little brother Li's family members were equally outgoing, holding on to Liang and talking endlessly upon meeting her. Liang had a meal and chatted at their place before politely declining their invitation to dinner. By the time she left little brother Li's home, she felt a twinge of pain in her brain. Chapter 6. The Flower and Bird Market. It only took Liang 5 days to catch up on the basic knowledge, and at the same time, she finished reading all the materials related to taking the entrance exam for an agricultural university that she could find on the Star Network. Liang secretly gloated at herself a little, believing that she now completely had the knowledge level of a high school graduate and no longer felt any psychological burden in joining the college entrance exam tutoring classes. It's still good to have a smart brain. During these 5 days, Liang cooked her own meals every day, and when her ingredients ran out, she went to the supermarket again, which made her very uneasy about spending money. If this continued, she wouldn't even have to wait until the university exam. Her small savings would be spent. After much thought, Liang ultimately decided to grow vegetables and fruits by herself. Since she had the ability, she should use it fully. Pretending to be a wood-type elemental wasn't difficult since she had already memorized all the relevant information about them. There was no chance of being exposed. Therefore, Liang decided today to visit the flower and bird market on the outskirts of Massey City to buy seeds. Although supermarkets also sell vegetable and fruit seeds, the prices there are much higher. To buy both cheap and high-quality seeds, one must go to a specialized flower and bird market. The flower and bird market is located in the southern suburb of Massey, close to the anti-desertification greenbelt. A direct bus from downtown can get you there. Liang first took bus number 12 to the city center, then transferred to the direct shuttle, arriving after about an hour. Standing at the entrance of the flower and bird market, Liang shocked expression drew many curious stares from passers-by, who would occasionally laugh quietly as they walked by her side. This place was not just a flower and bird market. Its size rivaled that of a wildlife zoo in the 20th century. Liang calmed herself, carried her small cloth bag, and stood in front of the electronic signboard at the market entrance to study for a while. Of course, the positioning system on the communicator could also retrieve the internal layout of the flower and bird market, but the huge electronic signboard in front of her was more intuitive. Liang first turned towards the pet market and took a walk around, feeling as if she were visiting a zoo. After she'd seen enough, she then went to the floral market. In the desert, flowers were more expensive than grains. Those purely ornamental plants were status symbols for the rich. Here, a single pot of flowers might cost more than Liang's monthly food expenses. Liang admired flowers with names she knew and others she didn't know. Finally, she chose a relatively large store. After some bargaining with the owner, she bought the seeds she wanted at a slightly lower price than her mental estimate, along with a few bags of premium fertilizer and simple tools. Liang did not understand the scientific basis of plant master abilities, only feeling that plants needed sufficient nutrients to grow fast and well, even though plant masters didn't need to care about whether the soil was fertile or not when promoting plant growth. Similarly, she opted for free delivery services. Not having to carry the fertilizer home herself really felt good. Massey's community planning was much better than Dune Castle. Besides the public green belts in the neighborhood, each household owned a small patch of land in front of their house. Many people planted plants on their piece of land, mostly easy to grow and low-maintenance fruit trees. After all, fruits were luxury goods. Growing them at home allowed for free consumption, which was a kind of enjoyment. But the fruits of these easy-growing trees generally didn't taste too good. When Liang got home and received the goods, she immediately tilled the land in front of her house and fertilized it. Before she scattered the seeds, however, she had another thought. It should be said that there weren't so many wood element users walking around everywhere. Liang intended to use the plant master's ability to promote the growth of vegetables and fruits. The amount required for 3 meals a day was not negligible. If she planted them outside, the neighboring residents would discover that the vegetables in front of her house changed every day, which situation would likely frighten the neighbors. Liang pondered for a moment and opened her communicator to log into the Star Network, ordering several flower pots and paying through her online bank. The goods were quickly delivered from the flower and bird market by the same courier robot that delivered the fertilizer and seeds earlier. Yes, the Stargate era makes online shopping even more convenient. The reason Liang personally goes to places like supermarkets and markets is half curiosity and half habit. Liang planned to plant vegetables and fruits both outside and in the flower pots, using the outside planting as a cover to let the plants grow naturally. The flower pots will be kept indoors, where cooking would use the accelerated growth vegetables from the pots. With everything prepared, Liang promptly acted, moving the soil from the front yard into the flower pots and scattering the seeds inside immediately. On the night when Liang went to sleep, she dreamed that she saw the chive seeds sprout in the flower pots. When she woke up the next morning, sure enough, the chives in the pots had matured and could be cut to make dumplings. In the piece of land in front of her house, Liang planted fairy fruit, which looks like small tomatoes and can be used for cooking or eaten as fruit. Fairy fruits are perennial plants with a maturation period of 1 month in the first season. She also planted a pot of fairy fruit indoors, which bore fruit in just 1 day, something that definitely couldn't be seen by outsiders. Liang Ying sat happily on the couch, eating the fairy fruits. They were sour and sweet with a great taste, better than the apples sold in supermarkets, and far more nutritious than nutritional agents. When the fairy fruits outside matured, she would give some to Xiao Li and his family to taste. The vegetables Liang Ying chose were all seasonal plants. They grew, were eaten, and then were gone. With daily consumption, the seeds were used up very quickly. This time, she had learned her lesson and purchased seeds in batches from many online stores to avoid drawing attention due to the large quantity. Regardless of whether it was because the cultivated vegetables were of higher quality or if fresh vegetables were inherently better for the body than nutritional agents, Liang Ying felt this body was much more responsive now. Inverting on the floor was easy to achieve. Doing several flips in a row on the bed didn't cause dizziness. Her legs moved lightly and swiftly. Her morning jogging speed clearly increased, and completing 10 laps effortlessly was no problem. In short, everything was moving in a positive direction. Every day, Liang Ying was in a great mood, optimistically welcoming the sunrise and bidding farewell to the sunset. Chapter 7. Working to earn money. Liang Ying's pre-exam tutoring class lasted for 2 months, with classes every afternoon. The teacher would lecture continuously for 4 hours, and then spend an hour answering questions collectively. Of course, the teacher would allow students time to rest during the class. After all, humans have basic needs. The tutoring curriculum was simple for Liang Ying, who had no problem understanding the lessons right away. What was challenging were the extra assignments left by the teacher. Liang Ying spent about an hour each day just finishing them. Even so, Liang Ying still had plenty of free time every day. The previous Liang Ying had always been learning how to control her spirit plant master abilities from her grandfather and hadn't attended a regular school. The current Liang Ying wished to make up for the lost campus life that the original owner of this body missed out on. Recalling her experience studying in the countryside during the 20th century, Liang Ying realized that schools not only taught theoretical knowledge, but also included practical courses. She promptly logged onto the StarNet to look it up and sure enough, found some useful information. In this era, middle school curricula were divided into 3 parts: classroom theory, physical exercise, and practical education. There was no need to explain the classroom theory further. It simply involved listening to lectures in class and doing homework afterward. Physical exercises focused primarily on martial arts training, supplemented by recreational sports, aimed at improving the student's physical fitness. Practical education, on the other hand, consisted of 2 components: social practice and wilderness survival. Liang Ying remembered something about martial arts from her memories. Martial arts were known to be divided into 15 levels, which could be improved through appropriate training and advancement. Most common people were at levels 1 or 2. Athletes could reach levels 3 or 4, and level 5 martial arts were the minimum requirement for army recruitment. Those at level 6 and above were already considered skilled individuals, while those reaching level 9 or higher were extremely rare and usually worked in specialized professions. Levels 12 and above were considered masters, mythical figures and legends. For participants in the college entrance exam, the requirement was to be at least at level 2 martial arts, including level 2. Although Liang Ying hadn't undergone systematic martial arts training, her natural physical condition was already at level 2. With martial arts taken care of, what remained was the practical education component. Wilderness survival wasn't something Liang Ying dared to try yet. When it came to social practice, the first idea that popped into her mind was working part-time jobs. Enriching oneself through hard work. Liang Ying absolutely supported this. Money was something you can never have too much of. Moreover, she didn't want to touch the money her grandfather left behind as much as possible. She felt deep down that she should earn her own living. Where should she look for a part-time job? If she went to Brother Xiao Li's electronics shop, given his character, he'd definitely welcome her. But when it came to taking care of plants, Liang Ying could cheat using her spirit plant master abilities. However, facing high-tech electronics, she was completely helpless. How about finding a job related to plants? Plants were luxury items in Massey, and no store would dare hire a child like Liang Ying. Although she could intimidate others with her spirit plant master abilities, it carried the risk of exposing her powers. She racked her brains for days until she accidentally came across a recruitment post on the StarNet. A dessert shop in the Massey Central District was hiring part-time workers, working from 6 a.m. to 11 a.m. Liang Ying immediately sent an email to the shop and uploaded a photo of herself as required. The photo was taken after the fairy fruit plant had sprouted by her house, showing Liang Ying standing among lush green saplings with a sweet smile on her face, looking very likable. She quickly received a reply from the dessert shop, informing her to come for an interview at 8 a.m. the next day. The sun rises at 4 o'clock in the morning in Massey, and most people wake up relatively early. Nevertheless, there are fewer people who come out to eat desserts in the morning. During this time period, the shop received fewer customers, and they mainly wanted part-time workers to watch the store. Naturally, Liang Ying arrived at the dessert shop ahead of schedule, first purchasing a serving of almond pudding. As she ate, she waited for the manager to arrive. Through casual conversations with the staff on duty, Liang Ying briefly learned about the store situation. This shop only had one employee on duty in the morning. The previous part-time worker had quit and gone back to their hometown a few days earlier. To cover the gap temporarily, the store promoted an afternoon shift employee to fill in for the morning shift. Since the afternoon usually saw more customers, the requirements for afternoon shift employees were higher. They not only needed to serve guests, but also had dessert-making skills to ensure there wouldn't be any shortages during busy times. With one person being promoted to the morning shift, fewer hands were available for the afternoon, making it harder to handle the workload. This was why the manager was eager to recruit another part-time worker. The dessert shop manager was a young woman, reputedly from a wealthy family. She opened the dessert shop out of personal interest, never expecting it to become highly profitable. Gradually, she began investing more resources into the business. At 8 o'clock, the manager arrived at the shop. After inspecting the premises, she started interviewing Liang Ying. Casual conversation-like exchanges followed between them, and soon afterward, the manager decided on the spot to hire Liang Ying. Apparently, Liang Ying had made a good impression. The dessert shop was located in the bustling central district, a bit far from Liang Ying's place. It required transferring buses once, taking over half an hour to get there. The manager suggested that Liang Ying drive to work, which could save 20 minutes. After all, this was the Xinji era, a time of high-efficiency rapid development. How could one waste time commuting? Regarding the salary, the manager had initially hoped to hire a long-term worker. Upon hearing that Liang Ying would be taking the college entrance exam in July and could only work until the end of June, the manager harbored a slight dissatisfaction. This slightly affected the negotiation on salary, leading to a small reduction. In the end, they agreed on a monthly salary of 2,000 blocks. Liang Ying carefully weighed her options, comparing information from StarNet, and felt that 2,000 blocks per month was fairly satisfactory. After all, she only needed to work for half a day each day, primarily overseeing the store, a relatively leisurely and comfortable job. Besides, it was a short-term position, so demanding too much wouldn't be practical. As for driving, Liang Ying had already intended to take a driver's license test. Obtaining a driver's license here was rather easy, as all cars were equipped with autonomous driving systems. The driver's examination mainly tested traffic rules and basic driving operations. It was said that even 8-year-old children could pass. Having a driver's license would make things much more convenient. One could simply sign a contract at a car rental company to rent a vehicle, allowing her to go anywhere by herself, saving half the time compared to bus transfers. Car rentals in Massey were not expensive. Renting the most common 4-seat mass-market car for a month cost only 800 blocks, excluding maintenance fees. After studying the details, Liang Ying decided that renting the smallest 2-person car would suffice. 1 driving seat, 1 passenger seat removed, and converted into a cargo box for storage. Calculated this way, the car rental would only cost 350 blocks, charging expenses about less than 200 blocks per month, and routine maintenance costs less than 100 blocks per month. All in all, this turned out to be more economical than using public transportation. Public bus fares in Massey were not cheap. Since arriving here, Liang Ying had left home only a few times, yet her transportation costs had already exceeded 100 blocks. After signing the contract with the manager, Liang Ying directly headed to school for classes, eating lunch on the bus. Her meal was a pre-prepared sandworm meat sandwich. The smell of the sandwich drew curious glances from other passengers, but Liang Ying, seemingly oblivious due to her lack of sensitivity, paid no attention. Chapter 8. Star Chasing. To obtain her driver's license, Liang Ying didn't start work at the dessert shop until 3 days later. In just 3 days, she managed to complete all the procedures for obtaining her driver's license and renting a car, showing how efficient civil servants were in the interstellar age. Someone might ask, since there are autonomous driving systems now, why do people still need to take a driving test? Well, anything can happen. Even systems malfunction occasionally, though the probability is low. But if the autonomous system goes on strike one day, the car owner would have to drive manually. In fact, Liang Ying had been using manual driving for the first few days after getting her car. The sensation of speeding like the wind was thrilling, which explains why even in the interstellar era, many people still enjoy racing cars. Every day traveling along the same route with the same scenery outside the window, Liang Ying quickly got bored. She turned on the self-driving mode and played on the StarNet while sitting in the driver's seat. From then on, Liang Ying began living a life that revolved around home, school, and the dessert shop, working in the morning, attending classes in the afternoon, and freely spending evenings as she pleased. By the way, Liang Ying had recently become obsessed with a TV series. This TV drama mainly narrated the romance between the male and female protagonists, interspersed with mecha battles against alien monsters. The handsome men and beautiful women experienced tragic partings on the battlefield as they bravely charged into swarms of bugs to protect their homes and lovers. It truly brought tears to her eyes, and every night Liang Ying would turn on the TV on time, clutching a homemade handkerchief, crying for the protagonists while watching. One morning, 5 unexpected customers arrived at the dessert shop. Liang Ying hurriedly logged out of StarNet, picked up the menu, greeted the 5 individuals, served them their desserts, and then stood properly behind the counter. The 5 customers were rather excited and spoke loudly, and Liang Ying standing at the counter overheard their conversation clearly. It turns out these 5 patrons were all star chasers, whose families lived in the nearby neighborhood. They often gathered in this dessert shop for meetings. This time they were particularly excited because their shared idol, actor and singer Tian Jinjin, was coming to Hessel Planet. On March 14th, in Mars City of Hessel Star, an underground stadium capable of holding 10,000 people would host Tian Jinjin's personal concert. Many of Miss Tian's friends, who were also renowned idols across the stars, would perform on stage during the concert. It was rumored that the main reason Tian Jinjin returned to Hessel, this barren planet, was her love for sandworm meat. To savor the freshest sandworm meat, she decided to schedule the final stop of her interstellar tour concert right here in Hessel. Liang Ying thought the name, Tian Jinjin, sounded familiar. That evening, while watching TV, it was confirmed that the female supporting character in the show she had been chasing was named Tian Jinjin. Tian Jinjin's character in the series was a young noble woman who deeply loved the male protagonist. She made selfless sacrifices for him without expecting any reward. Though she ultimately failed to win his love and tragically died for him in battle. Her last moment where she closed her eyes with a smile in the male lead's arms caused Liang Ying to weep bitterly. Growing up poor, Liang Ying hadn't watched much television before, and even now, although she followed TV dramas, she stayed only at the stage of following shows without forming personal attachments to any idol, let alone becoming a dedicated fan. Initially, Liang Ying didn't pay much attention to this event. However, developments soon far exceeded her imagination. TV advertisements started bombarding repeatedly to build anticipation for the concert. In every street and alley of Mars City, electronic notice boards were hung everywhere, welcoming Tianjinjin to Hessel, wishing the concert success, and some fans flaunted their affection for their idol. Even the dessert shop joined in with zeal by introducing a new product said to be tailored according to Tianjinjin's tastes, welcoming her personally to visit the shop for a taste. Liang Ying felt confused and could not understand what everyone was doing. Thus she started to inadvertently keep an eye on Tianjinjin's news. Until one day, her classmate from tutoring mentioned Tianjinjin to her. It seemed that this classmate's uncle worked as security in the 10,000-person stadium, and on the day of the concert, he would be working. He might bring people inside, potentially even securing front-row seats with good luck. Suddenly, Liang Ying realized how serious this matter was. If she continued being so indifferent, would she appear too unsociable? After pondering over this potential situation for an entire night, Liang Ying finally decided to attend the concert. She politely declined her classmate's generous invitation and purchased the cheapest concert ticket online. It was located at the very back near the entrance and exit, extremely far from the idol. Still, it cost 120 credits, leaving Liang Ying physically and mentally pained for an entire day and night. March 14th arrived swiftly. For the first time, Liang Ying stepped into the 10,000-person stadium, jaw dropping wide for the entire evening. All around cameras targeted the temporary stage built in the center. Around the seating area, large screens broadcast live images from the stage, ensuring no matter where you were seated in the stadium, you could clearly see your idol. Liang Ying felt that the ticket price was worth it. The audience's voices were noisy, but headphones were installed at every seat in the stadium. As long as she wore them, the surrounding noise disappeared, yet the sounds from the stage became crystal clear. Although Liang Ying didn't recognize many of the stars who performed or understand their songs, she still got excited along with the audience around her and enthusiastically cheered with no restraint, her entire body bubbling with excitement. Some people shouted themselves hoarse, then pulled out a piece of special effect throat lozenges, and after sucking on it for a while, they were back to energetically waving their arms and shouting again. After the concert ended, Liang Ying drove home. Along the way, she encountered nothing but audience members coming out of the stadium. They all seemed to still be at the concert site, shouting loudly and laughing boisterously, prompting city security police to constantly patrol the streets. Liang Ying stayed excited throughout the night, unable to sleep when lying down in bed. It wasn't because she was thrilled to see the stars. Liang Ying simply loved the feeling of being at the concert venue and fell for the unrestrained extravagance. Chapter 9. Psionic Ability Testing. On March 20th, Liang Ying got up early from her bed. She had taken the day off from the store today. She was going to attend a psionic ability test. Enrollment in the Interstellar College entrance exam came with conditions. Either one had already obtained a high school diploma, or they possessed special abilities. Among these special abilities were included psionic abilities. The Hessel Planet psionic testing occurred on the 20th of each month and lasted for 3 days. It took place in the No. 2 reception hall of the Marseille municipal government. Liang Ying had prepared extensively for this psionic test. She had found reference materials online, read through related experience posts on various forums more than 10 times, and even conducted several mock tests at home based on others' testing content, passing them smoothly each time. Liang Ying had gone over every possible detail of the psionic ability test in her mind. This was directly tied to whether her university plan could be carried out smoothly, something that would influence her entire life. So it wasn't surprising that she thought about it so much. When Liang Ying arrived at the No. 2 reception hall of the city government, it was just past 9 o'clock. The psionic test started at 9:30. She registered with the receptionist at the entrance. 2 days prior, Liang Ying had booked an appointment for the psionic ability test via the official government website online. The receptionist held a reservation list and quickly located Liang Ying's name, making the procedure both fast and smooth. The light screen of the receptionist faced away from Liang Ying. Perhaps this young lady liked green plants, as there was a well-nourished clover placed beside the light screen. Liang Ying gave a slight nod to the clover. If someone wasn't paying close attention, they might have assumed she was nodding at the receptionist. The clover slightly trembled its leaves and subtly informed Liang Ying that 3 people were ahead of her in line. There were 4 rows of reclining chairs at the entrance of the hall. Less than 10 people were sitting sparsely, indicating that not all of them were here for the psionic ability test. Liang Ying sat down on the 3rd row, choosing a position where no one was seated on either side of her. After Liang Ying, a few more people came in intermittently. Apparently, for the purpose of beautifying the environment, the No. 2 reception hall had numerous potted plants. Next to a pillar ahead was a pot of saber-toothed chrysanthemum. Saber-toothed chrysanthemums are drought-resistant and suitable for desert planting. This particular chrysanthemum was growing well. Its thin, long leaves swayed with the wind as it eavesdropped on the conversation between 3 people sitting in the front row, then relayed the information to Liang Ying. These 3 people are brothers. The youngest of the 3 sitting in the middle is the one taking the test. He has the ability to manipulate flames. Speaking of which, according to the data Liang Ying had found, What was referred to as psionic abilities in the interstellar era was not akin to magic fiction or apocalypse novels. For instance, take the fire-based psionic tester whose conversation the saber-toothed chrysanthemum was eavesdropping on. He couldn't conjure flames out of nothing, but rather manipulate existing flames. Interstellar scientists believe that psionic abilities stemmed from mental power, being a byproduct of such strength. In fact, the star system Liang-Ying currently resided in belonged to the third-level civilization development level. Current scientific research achievements in physical combat techniques were relatively substantial, ranging from level 1 to 15, with corresponding training methods for each level. However, progress in understanding mental power advanced very slowly. It was possibly because mental power originated from the human brain, the most complex and mysterious organ of the human body. Due to limited knowledge about mental power, public understanding of psionic abilities remained only at an initial stage. When the clock struck 9:30, the psionic ability testing officially began. Following the registration order, the receptionist notified each tester one by one. One annoying point about the testing was that multiple groups couldn't be tested simultaneously. Only after one finished could the next person enter. The first tester entered the meeting room inside the hall with the receptionist. After approximately half an hour, he emerged, his face wearing a barely suppressed smile. He too was a wood-based psionic tester, evidently having passed successfully. The next two testers also completed their tests rather quickly, although the second person to go inside left looking very disheartened. The fire-based psionic tester overheard by the saber-toothed chrysanthemum was the third to enter. Upon exiting, he whispered something to his two older brothers. The taller brother lifted him up and spun him around 3 times, before the 3 laughing siblings departed the city government building. Liang-Ying entered the testing room, which was originally a conference room adapted for this purpose. Inside the room, 6 examiners sat in a row. Judging by their appearances, all were relatively elderly and should possess ample testing experience. A multitude of machines Liang-Ying didn't recognize were arranged throughout the room. On a cleaner table against the left wall were a set of petri dishes filled with culture medium. In the backmost dish among these stood a tiny sprout no larger than a thumbnail, newly hatched. This table seemed prepared for wood-type psionic testing. That little sprout must have been grown by the first tester. The clock ticked toward 9:30, and the testing formally commenced. The abilities of the wood-based psychics differed significantly from Liang-Ying's spirit plant master abilities. The principle behind the wood-based psychic ability to accelerate plant growth was to enhance the absorption of nutrients from the culture solution, thus shortening the plant's growth cycle. This ability only brought about quantitative changes, not qualitative improvements, meaning it did not alter the quality of the plant. The examiner took out a box of seeds and handed them to Liang-Ying. She perceived the quality of the seeds, selecting a medium-grade saber-toothed chrysanthemum seed from among them. Carefully using her fingernail, she peeled off the seed's outer coating and placed it into the nutrient solution. The seed was still sound asleep, as time slowly ticked by. Liang-Ying had looked up information beforehand. Typically, for wood-based psychics, germinating seeds took anywhere from 15 minutes to 1 hour. 20 minutes quietly passed before Liang-Ying began the process of awakening the seed. The freshly awakened seed seemed a bit groggy, so Liang-Ying guided it to absorb a small amount of the nutrient solution. A tiny sprout emerged at a visible speed, breaking through its shell. The task was complete in less than 25 minutes, roughly on par with the first wood-based psychic tester. One of the examiners used an instrument to scan the young saber-toothed chrysanthemum sprout. All the data indicated that the sprout was healthy. The 6 examiners exchanged approving nods, and the eldest looking among them informed Liang-Ying that she had passed the test and could go home. Liang-Ying couldn't suppress her smile, knowing she had concealed her spirit plant master abilities. In the future, she could disguise herself as a psychic in public and use her abilities appropriately. By the way, after the psychic tests were concluded, the results would be consolidated by the relevant government departments. The government would produce a badge for each psychic, which would be distributed directly to them the following month. It was rumored that these badges were unique, engraved with holographic codes. Scanning the holographic code with a communicator allowed one to check the public information of the badge on the interstellar network. The government explained this was an anti-counterfeiting measure, aimed at preventing individuals from impersonating psychics. Chapter 10. Rainy Season in the Desert. 2 months passed quickly, and the tutoring classes were about to end. Some students felt they hadn't learned enough this term and signed up for the next one, vowing to continue attending the tutoring sessions. Liang-Ying now had no pressure about the college entrance exam. The tutoring class had held a few mock exams, and she scored very well on all of them. Online, there were previous year's college entrance exam papers, and Liang-Ying worked through nearly 20 years' worth of them. Her scores were sufficient to meet the admission requirements for top interstellar universities. However, Liang-Ying didn't reveal her confidence in her abilities on her face. As time went by, her desk partner became increasingly nervous. For example, one day after the tutoring class ended, 2 classmates who were dating planned to go out. Her desk partner expressed disapproval, saying things like, "People who think only about romance all day will never pass the college entrance exam." This desk partner attended both the afternoon tutoring sessions and an evening session. One day, he invited Liang-Ying to study with him, but she declined because she was eager to go home and watch a TV series. Afterward, his expressions toward Liang-Ying carried more than a hint of frustration at her lack of diligence, which made Liang-Ying feel somewhat afraid. After the tutoring class finished, Liang-Ying didn't let herself slack off. She made a review plan and still insisted on studying 3 hours every afternoon. Liang-Ying always thought that deserts never rained, at least not where she was. She had never seen it rain since she came here. One day in May, Liang Ying woke up as usual according to her biological clock, and suddenly realized the sound of raindrops could be heard outside the window. Upon opening the door, she indeed found it raining. Upon closer inspection, the city's protective shield seemed to have weakened, emitting less than a tenth of its usual energy. So, it turns out deserts do rain. Inside the city, due to the reduced power of the protective shield, people didn't have to worry about heavy rains or lightning storms. After a while, the whole Moss city was buzzing with excitement. When people got up early and saw the rain, they couldn't help but get thrilled. It had been such a long dry spell. As it turned out, Hessel experienced 2 rainy seasons each year, one in May and one in October. But the rainy season in the desert was usually short, lasting only a few days before ending. Liang Ying was also delighted. It had been so long since she had last seen rain, and it truly was a rare sight. She opened the doors and windows, then grabbed a chair and sat inside near the door. The gentle breeze swept across her cheeks, bringing refreshing droplets into her house. Her clothes became slightly wet, yet it wasn't uncomfortable. It was even somewhat invigorating instead. Many people, dressed in swimsuits, ran out onto the streets, transforming the monotonous pathways into vibrant colors. They laughed and played, their bare feet stepping on the wet ground, occasionally splashing mud onto their bodies without caring. Rainwater is nature's most precious gift to the desert, and during the rainy season, the entire city takes a holiday. The rainy season has become a unique festival in Hessel, more important than spring festivals celebrated throughout the galaxy. Speaking of which, in the space age, Spring Festival has become an interstellar holiday, showcasing the pivotal role the Huaxia people played during humanity's expansion into the universe. Moss took a citywide holiday, including Liang Ying's part-time job at the dessert shop. It was paid vacation, sweeties. Breaking news. The Moss 10,000 people sports stadium swimming pool was free for public use. Brother Xiao Li sent a message to Liang Ying inviting her to come swimming together. His family's electronics store had closed for these few days, and with such a rare break, everyone wanted to enjoy themselves. Even her tutoring class desk partner messaged her, inviting her to the stadium's swimming pool. Liang Ying was quite surprised, thinking this studious student wouldn't take time out to play. She apologized to the desk partner via message and then agreed upon a time with Brother Xiao Li. Without further ado, Liang Ying ordered swimwear online, picking from several options until finally settling on a red and blue, slimming, modest full-coverage swimsuit that doubled as a tunic-style bikini. Since coming to Moss, her diet had consistently been excellent, occasionally indulging in desserts from her workplace. Liang Ying's daily food intake was significantly higher now than before, making her feel she must have gained weight and developed a small belly. In truth, she was overly worried. At 17, one's body is in the developmental stage, needing increased food intake for growth. The bulge she often mentioned was just bloating right after meals. It would flatten again once she walked around a bit. Besides, Liang Ying's physique far surpassed that of an ordinary person. With more potent energy stored within her, getting fat was simply impossible. These past few days, she'd witnessed plenty of people on the street wearing revealing outfits, some nearly unclothed, yet deep down, the young girl remained shy. This was her first time wearing swimwear, inevitably making her feel timid. When Liang Ying appeared by the poolside wearing her swimsuit and a small life buoy, her face flushed with shyness. Xiao Li, who was already in the water, was momentarily taken aback upon seeing her. Fortunately, although Liang Ying's swimsuit wasn't particularly eye-catching, it fit her very well and had its own charm. Seeing that Liang Ying was still standing on the edge of the pool, Xiao Li leaned over the side and called her over, asking, "Do you know how to swim?" Liang Ying shyly shook her head, and Xiao Li understood. He then became her impromptu swimming coach. After staying in the shallow area for a while, Liang Ying quickly grasped the basic techniques of swimming. After all, she was at level 2 in physical arts, so learning how to swim came easily to her. In just over 10 minutes, Liang Ying had abandoned her life buoy. Liang Ying found swimming to be quite an enjoyable activity, especially in the desert, where she could feel the drizzle while swimming, a unique experience. Unfortunately, the pool was overcrowded since it was open to the public for free, making it resemble dumplings in a pot. It was disappointing that there was no space to swim freely. Xiao Li mentioned that the sports center swimming pool usually opens twice a week to the public. If one liked swimming, they could go again, but tickets were prohibitively expensive, costing 50 star coins per hour per person. Hearing this, Liang Ying winced internally. Swimming in the desert was clearly a luxury only the wealthy could afford. The rainy season lasted only 4 days before coming to an end, and Moss City returned to its usual hustle and bustle as people went back to work. Liang Ying felt a bit of regret that the rainy season was so short. However, the fairy fruit tree in front of her house had grown healthier after being nourished by the natural rain. Looking at the ripe, red fairy fruits, Liang Ying's heart was filled with joy. Chapter 11. The car got scratched. These days, Liang Ying was very troubled. The Marseille's municipal government stipulated that every resident's water quota is fixed at 70 liters per month. No charge applies within the quota, but overconsumption requires a supplementary payment for water resources. Hessel is the star of the desert. Even with advanced science and technology, water resources remain the most precious asset. After all, no matter how advanced the technology becomes, scientists cannot conjure up substances out of nothing. In the space age, resources are still the most important part of social development. This month, Liang Ying's water consumption exceeded the limit because of the fairy fruit tree in front of her house. Originally, residents grew mostly drought-resistant varieties in front of their houses to save water. However, Liang Ying planted fairy fruits for her own indulgence, and she regularly watered them using a specially designed spray bottle made for arid areas. This spray bottle maximizes water utilization almost to 100%. With this method, watering consumed around 10 liters of water monthly. In this way, as long as Liang Ying paid attention to saving water in her daily life, such as eating more fruit and drinking less water each day, she wouldn't exceed the water limit. The last time it rained in Marseilles, Liang Ying found that the fairy fruit tree thrived after being washed by the rainwater. An idea struck her, so she changed the nozzle of the spray bottle to a different model, which had an outlet hole 10 times larger than the original one. As a result, the fairy fruit tree in front of her house did grow better than before, and the fruits were even bigger. But this also led to excessive water usage. By the time Liang Ying noticed, she only had less than 5 liters of water left available for use. Liang Ying worried as she looked at the water and electricity meter box at the entrance of her house. This morning, after breakfast, the reserve indicator on the water meter had already dropped to 300 milliliters. Once those 300 milliliters were used up and the gauge reached zero, the water pipes in her home would stop flowing water. It seemed that today she must go to the Water Resources Reserve Bureau to buy extra water quotas. Checking the price online, 1 liter of water costs 80 credits. Today is the 22nd, and there are 8 days left in this month. Based on her previous water consumption, Liang Ying needs at least 2 liters of water per day, so she needs to purchase 16 liters of water. That comes to a whopping 1,280 credits. A little person inside Liang Ying's heart cried while pounding its head. The water fee was incredibly expensive. To survive, people cannot live without water. While self-criticizing, Liang Ying got into her car and headed toward the Water Resources Reserve Bureau. The Water Resources Reserve Bureau is located in the eastern suburbs of Marseilles City. According to the urban planning of Marseilles, besides the municipal government, other relevant institutions of the local government are located in the east suburb, which greatly facilitates citizens in handling various procedures. There are also special buses running from the municipal government square and downtown directly to this area. Liang Ying drove her car into the spherical parking lot. The parking lot has 3 levels. The top floor is for staff parking, the bottom level is for public transport vehicles, and the middle floor is for public vehicle parking. The parking lot does not occupy much space, and there aren't many cars. On the second floor of the public parking zone, there were only 4 cars scattered about. In the space age, the efficiency of government agencies in handling affairs has generally increased. For the convenience of the public, many transactions can be processed directly online through the galactic network. However, to emphasize the importance of water resources, if citizens want to purchase additional water beyond the fixed quota, they have to personally visit the Water Resources Reserve Bureau to handle the procedure. The process was quick. Liang Ying purchased an additional 16 liters of water allowance and painfully paid more than 1,000 credits. Her personal small treasure trove originally contained more than 10,000 credits, and now it has dwindled by more than 1,000, leaving her with less than 9,000. Her rent is temporarily offset by her salary from working part-time jobs, and since she uses self-grown ingredients to cook, her daily meals cost next to nothing. Other miscellaneous expenses added together don't exceed 500, so calculated overall, her savings neither increase nor decrease significantly. The tuition fee for the agricultural university isn't high. According to information she checked online, she only needs to pay over 2,000 credits annually. However, her living expenses turn out to be higher than the tuition fees. Even in school, accommodation and food come at a cost. Liang Ying furrowed her delicate eyebrows tightly. The college entrance examination was drawing near. Right now, everything should prioritize passing the exam. Except for her early morning job at the dessert shop, she could not take on more part-time work. It looked like once she entered university, she would need to look for a part-time job. She hoped that finding work there wouldn't be too difficult. Although Liang Ying's memory and comprehension skills have improved significantly compared to before, surpassing normal individuals to some extent, what's tested in the college entrance exam isn't something that rote memorization can solve alone. Therefore, Liang Ying dared not let up on her studies. As the old saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Liang Ying came here in the early morning to pay the water fee and lost money, and on the return trip to retrieve her car, she discovered her car had been scratched. On the crossbar at the rear end of the car, there was a new friction mark approximately 30 centimeters long. Carefully examining the traces, the offending vehicle appeared to be a red one. Liang Ying was furious in her heart. Renting a car means any repair costs have to be borne by herself. One scratch like this might require a full recoloring of the car, and if she couldn't find the responsible party, she'd have to bear the expense herself. Liang Ying looked around. Apart from her car, there was only a black sports car in the parking lot. Without a doubt, the offending vehicle could not be that black sports car. Liang Ying silently cursed her bad luck and regretted not checking the almanac on the Star Network before heading out this morning to see if it advised against traveling. She inspected the car thoroughly, up, down, left, right, checking if there were any other collision marks apart from the scratch, and unexpectedly found a card attached to the windshield wiper. With curiosity, Liang Ying swiped the card on her communicator, and a few lines of information popped up on the virtual screen. This card was actually left by the offending party, along with a message. The gist of the message was that the person had accidentally collided with Liang Ying's car, apologized deeply for it, and was willing to compensate for all repair costs, as well as an additional amount equivalent to 1/10 of the repair fee as compensation for mental distress. All specific matters regarding compensation would be handled by his personal lawyer, so the owner was asked to contact Mr. XX lawyer directly at the communication number XXXXXX. With some doubts, Liang Ying called the number on the card. It turned out that the offender hadn't lied, it really was his lawyer. This was the first time Liang Ying encountered such a situation, but fortunately, the lawyer seemed like a good person. Thanks to his kind reminder, Liang Ying immediately drove to the repair shop, where the scratch was fixed on the spot. The lawyer even suggested a full inspection of Liang Ying's car. The cost for the repair shop was directly covered by the lawyer, and 1/10 of the compensation fee for mental distress was also transferred to Liang Ying. Finally, both the repair shop and Liang Ying filled out a few processing forms, leaving all official matters to be handled entirely by the lawyer. Afterward, this matter no longer had anything to do with Liang Ying. This entire incident was resolved on the same day. Chapter 12, Free Market. In the center of Masai City, there is a free market, open from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m., and from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Citizens can set up stalls here to sell vegetables, fruits, and cooked food they grow at home, without paying any fees. Outside the protective dome, night had fallen, while inside, the light balls floating in the sky emitted soft glows that illuminated the entire city. These light balls have been floating above the city, absorbing solar energy during the day and storing it for use. When the city's visibility drops to a certain level, the light balls will automatically turn on, glowing like miniature suns. To avoid disturbing the normal nighttime routine of citizens, 1/4 of the light balls are set to automatically shut off at 8 p.m., half at 10 p.m., and only 1/10 remain lit after midnight. By 4 a.m., all light balls will be turned off. Liang Ying drove to the free market. Since she had to work in the morning, she could only come during the evening hours. This was her 4th visit here. After losing money last time when paying water bills, Liang Ying decided to increase her income. After checking on the Star Network, she found out about this free market and immediately thought of selling fairy fruits here. Since fairy fruits had cost her financially, she felt they should also help her make money back. The first time Liang Ying came to the free market, the fairy fruits she brought included both those enhanced by her ability and those growing naturally by her house. After being inspected by the food detection device, the enhanced fruits were rated as either grade 1 or grade 2, while only a portion of the naturally grown ones reached grade 1 quality. The rest were just ordinary fairy fruits. Ordinary fairy fruits can be bought in supermarkets, so they don't fetch high prices. To ensure the quality of the fruits, all the fairy fruits Liang Ying now sells are grown using the abilities of a spirit plant master. The patch of fairy fruits growing naturally by her house is reserved for personal consumption. After parking, Liang Ying took 2 bags of fairy fruits to the inspection counter at the entrance of the market. She arrived early, so there weren't many people at the counter yet. Placing the fairy fruits onto the conveyor belt, she skillfully turned on the food detector, started the conveyor belt, and watched as each red, plump fruit was sent into the detector. A few seconds later, the fruits came out from the rear of the detection device, already automatically packed by the machine. Each package came with a label indicating the fruit's name, weight, grade, and recommended selling price. Liang Ying had picked 4 pounds of fruits today, and the machine packaged them according to a weight of 250 grams per pack, with a suggested selling price of 400 star coins per pack. Liang Ying had researched online. Fresh vegetables and fruits are priced according to their quality grades, with higher grade fruits costing increasingly more. For example, common fairy fruits sell for 80 star coins per pound, grade 1 fairy fruits for 200 star coins per pound, and grade 2 for 800 star coins per pound, which is considered a moderate price. Recently, Liang Ying has invested much effort into fairy fruits. Her control over using her ability to enhance these fruits has become more proficient, and the fruit grades have improved accordingly. All the fruits produced today were grade 2. Liang Ying put the pre-packed fairy fruits into a nearby free shopping cart, greeted the patrol officer maintaining order at the gate, and pushed the cart into the market. She arrived at an unoccupied stall where she neatly arranged the packages of fairy fruits. Over the previous 3 days, she had sold here too. She had observed that stalls in this area mainly sold graded fruits, grade 1 and grade 2, making her grade 2 fairy fruits less conspicuous. As time passed, more stalls began filling up. Liang Ying's neighboring stalls were occupied, some familiar faces and others new. On her left was an elderly man who sold 5 to 6 kinds of fruits, approximately 2 to 3 pounds each, of varying grades ranging from grade 1 to grade 2, sometimes even grade 3 depending on his luck. He was considered one of the major sellers of graded fruits at the free market. It was said that the old man surnamed Shun was a retired agronomy professor, quite well known throughout the galaxy. Currently, he serves as a specially invited environmental inspector for the Masai City government. From what Liang Ying understood, most of an environmental inspector's work involves roaming around various oases to ensure no individuals or companies are damaging the environment, recording changes in the natural environment of the city. Experts like Professor Shin do not need to work regularly unless difficult problems arise within the Environmental Inspection Committee that require their assistance. In summary, it is a very easy job with nearly no responsibilities. Professor Shun, bored at home, purchased a piece of farmland in the western suburbs of Masai City. According to Hessel government regulations, lands marked as farmland on the planet may only be used for agriculture and cannot be converted to other purposes. Moreover, users must annually submit a fixed quantity of crops to the government. Due to this regulation, most farmable land on the Hessel planet is managed by the government, ensuring the planet can self-sustain part of its food and vegetable needs every year. However, due to the very high profits of fresh fruits and vegetables, many people are still willing to rent or buy farmland. These people mostly work in agriculture themselves or hire people with agricultural skills to farm. Liang Ying had only been living in Masai for a few months, and short-term temporary residents do not have the qualifications to rent farmland. Moreover, farmland owners rarely hire short-term farm workers. Professor Shen noticed that the fairy fruits Liang Ying sold were of good quality, so he chatted with her a few times, and after a few days, they became familiar with each other. Upon learning that Liang Ying was a wood element ability user and wanted to attend an agricultural university, Professor Shen, who was also a wood element ability user and had friends in several agricultural universities, told Liang Ying to let him know once she received her admission notice. He could ask his friends in the university to take care of her. Liang Ying felt very lucky and took the opportunity to inquire about some of the better-ranked agricultural universities in the galaxy from Professor Shen. She also asked about a few questions regarding wood element ability users. Since she intended to pass herself off as a wood element ability user, she needed to fully understand the relevant situations, especially the differences in using wood element abilities versus spirit plant master abilities. Professor Shen had a great personality and was very patient with the questions Liang Ying raised, explaining them clearly. It seemed that Professor Shen hadn't encountered such a diligent student in a long time, leading to an outburst of professional ethics, pointing out even areas that Liang Ying hadn't considered. Liang Ying deeply felt that she benefited greatly. She learned many things she hadn't thought of before. Apparently, she would need to read more, observe more, and ask more questions in the future, rather than feeling satisfied just because she was stronger than before. Professor Shen suggested that Liang Ying train in physical techniques and mental power. Currently, science and technology haven't developed systematic methods to enhance abilities yet, but based on his experience, as physical techniques and mental power improve, abilities will automatically enhance. For instance, the higher the physical technique level, the longer the duration of using abilities will be extended, and the user's fatigue will be reduced. The higher the mental power, the better the effects achieved when using abilities. This was the first time Liang Ying had heard this information. Before, she hadn't taken physical techniques and mental power seriously. She thought physical techniques were merely about exercising the body to make it healthier and disease-free. Spirit plant abilities did not depend on mental power, so she believed there was no need for her to train mental power. From Professor Shen, Liang Ying realized that physical techniques and mental power weren't simply what she had imagined. Physical techniques and mental power influenced all aspects of human life. And in this era, those with poor physical techniques and weak mental power were almost considered useless. Chapter 13, The Mayor's Son. Professor Shen arrived a bit late tonight. He placed the pre-packaged fruits bag by bag on the stall and put up an electronic sign beside them. The sign displayed the account number for purchasing fruit, allowing customers to simply take the fruit and transfer the money to the account directly, a completely self-service shopping experience. The grade-level fruits were not cheap, so only people from wealthy families could afford them. Those who often came here to buy grade-level fruits generally knew Professor Shen. Even when he was not beside his stall, the buyers would conscientiously transfer the star coins to his account. Given Professor Shen's status, he did not care much about the money earned from selling goods, and others wouldn't offend him over such a trivial amount. After setting up the stall, Professor Shen hurried over to find Liang Ying. Seeing his mysterious look, Liang Ying found it amusing and thought this elder had the personality of a mischievous old child. Sitting beside Liang Ying, Professor Shen first glanced around, then seeing there were few people, he pulled her back and muttered something for a while before suddenly waving his hand and bringing out a paper book. "Girl, after observing you these past few days, I think you're a good person, and it seems we have an affinity. I'll give this book to you. Keep it safe. The content inside will be very helpful to you." Liang Ying was startled inside. In this era where ebooks are popular, paper books are quite rare. Seeing Professor Shen's serious expression, Liang Ying also solemnly accepted the book. Methods of Cultivating 100 Kinds of Star Sea Flora and Fauna. Author, Shen Jiguan. Under the urging of Professor Shen, Liang Ying immediately put the book into the waist bag she was carrying. "Girl, don't hide it from me. This book was written by my uncle. Back in the day, my uncle was a towering figure in interstellar agronomy, devoting his life to studying cultivation techniques. He spent decades traveling across the galaxy writing this book. Unfortunately, he fell victim to foul play in his later years, and this book that he worked tirelessly on never got published. The one I gave you is a private printing commissioned by myself. I just didn't want the hard work of my predecessor to be buried away. You must keep this book hidden from others. Don't let anyone see it. My uncle had powerful enemies, and we wouldn't want you to get dragged into trouble if they found out." As Professor Shen spoke, he couldn't help but sigh deeply, his face showing both anger and helplessness. Liang Ying silently nodded nearby, keeping Professor Shen's words in mind while resisting the urge to start imagining various dramatic soap opera-like scenarios in her head. Since coming to Marseille, this girl's quality of life had improved, and every night she locked onto TV channels watching numerous soap operas. Hearing Professor Shen's words, she recalled the drama-filled conflicts of rich family disputes and tales of love and revenge. Liang Ying didn't have many fruits, and within half an hour, her 8 packs of fairy fruits were sold out. Seeing another 3,000+ star coins added to her small treasury, Liang Ying smiled, her dimples appearing. After closing her stall, Liang Ying moved with Professor Shen to his stand. Professor Shen sold a variety of fruits, usually taking over an hour to sell them all. Bored with welcoming customers, he sat aside scrolling through the star net while Liang Ying saw this and conscientiously took over the job of welcoming customers. After seeing off an elderly customer, Liang Ying looked up to see 3 people walking straight toward her. Assuming they were also here to buy fruit, she greeted them with a smile. These 3 appeared slightly older than Liang Ying, all looking spirited and energetic, especially the one in the middle, whose demeanor clearly marked him as the center of the group. He was significantly taller than the other 2 and also more handsome, though his face carried a touch of sternness. Upon reaching the stall and glancing at the fruit laid out, the leader's brows slowly furrowed. Little girl, does this stall belong to you? The leader asked Liang. These three people were probably first-timers to the night market. Liang shook her head and pointed to the side where Professor Shun was. This is the stall owner. I'm just helping out. All our products are clearly priced. No cheating whether you're young or old. Just pick what you like and transfer the star coins to the account on the electronic sign. That man glanced at Professor Shun, still engrossed in the star net, confusion evident on his face. The two men beside him leaned in to whisper something in his ear, their words unclear, but only seeing that man shake his head repeatedly. Though Liang felt these three were odd, she didn't have time to care about other people's affairs. Since these three weren't here to buy anything, and with other customers approaching to buy fruit, she quickly turned to welcome the other guests. The three discussed among themselves by the stall for a good while. The leader continuously stared at Liang, until finally, it seemed the three reached a consensus and approached again. Little girl, do you have grade 4 fruits for sale? The leader asked Liang. Liang thought for a moment. She knew Professor Shun had sold grade 3 fruits, but she hadn't heard about grade 4 ones. No, we mainly have grades 1 and 2, occasionally some grade 3, but I haven't heard of grade 4. Liang noticed that although the man was listening to her, his eyes were fixed on Professor Shun. She figured out what he meant. If you want to buy grade 4 fruits, you'd better ask Professor Shun directly. Seeing how these three wanted to approach yet hesitated due to the fear of disturbing Professor Shun, Liang smiled faintly and called him over for them. Liang was still too naive. Others worried about offending Professor Shun by disturbing him, but it didn't even cross her mind. Perhaps because Professor Shun was always very kind to her, she simply didn't perceive any danger in interacting with him. Professor Shun logged out from the star net without paying attention to Liang and gave the three people a cold glance. Actually, he had noticed them earlier and recognized the young man leading the group. He just ignored them as if he was browsing the web continuously. Seeing Professor Shun look at them, the trio left Liang behind like loyal followers flocked to the side of Professor Shun. Just as the young leader was about to speak, Professor Shun raised a hand stopping him. You don't need to say anything. I know who you are and why you're here, but I'm afraid I can't help with this matter. You'd better find someone else. The three panicked upon hearing this. One of them, losing his temper instantly, shouted out loud. Old man, do you know who our master is? Him personally coming to seek you is already showing you great respect, so don't dare act insolently. Xiao Si, the young leader's expression changed immediately. Shut up, never be rude to an elder. Big brother. Xiao Si wanted to say more, but his friend had already covered his mouth. You, stop talking. You hot-tempered fool, keep your mouth shut for a while, don't ruin the big brother's affairs. Sir, my buddy has a straightforward temper and no tact. He doesn't mean anything bad, please forgive him. Though the leader apologized, Professor Shun's face darkened. He looked at Xiao Si, then disdainfully remarked towards the leader. Aren't you the second son of Mayor Masa? Your father and older brother would not dare talk to me this way. Chapter 14, The Mayor's Tearjerker Love Story. Among the three, the young man in front was none other than Luo Shuk, the second son of Mayor Masai. In terms of status, as the mayor's second son, usually people wouldn't hesitate to flatter and please him. No one dared to talk back. And regarding his personal abilities, he reached physical arts level 8 and mental power level 3 at just over 20 years old. Certainly not an interstellar genius, but a promising youth indeed, and everyone would look at him with admiration and heaps of praise. Luo'er's face was deathly pale. His dignity had been trampled upon, yet at this moment, since he needed something from the person before him, bursting out wasn't an option, nor was staying silent. His expression grew increasingly awkward. Liang watched the drama unfold with the curiosity of a bystander. Her ears were perked up while subtly glancing at Shun Professor and Luo'er out of the corner of her eye. All sorts of gossipy conjectures started bubbling up in her mind. So, this handsome guy was the mayor's son? From what she could tell about his character, he seemed decent enough, not angry despite how harshly the professor spoke. That spoke volumes about his upbringing. However, the two accompanying him weren't very impressive. These types reminded her of the useless side characters in TV dramas who end up causing trouble for the protagonists. Just now, Xiao Si's voice carried loud enough that many around began to notice the commotion. Some overheard what Shin Professor said and learned Luo'er's identity. Many began whispering and pointing fingers at the trio. People started quietly edging closer, hoping to eavesdrop on the drama unfolding. Liang quickly noticed that the crowd around the stall was growing larger while fewer were actually buying fruit. She caught their furtive glances toward this direction and thought arguing like this in public might not be a good idea. After considering it for a moment, she felt she should warn both Shin Professor and those three. With a couple of abrupt coughs, Liang successfully grabbed Shin Professor's and Luo'er's attention. Glancing around at the spectators, her face turned slightly awkward. Sir, we're in a public place here. You're blocking people from buying things. If there's nothing you plan on purchasing, perhaps. Liang Ying's words came off somewhat rude, clearly showing some favoritism towards Shin Professor, implicitly rebuking Luo'er's party. However, Luo'er, eager to find a graceful exit, seized her words as an excuse without much hesitation, even though they didn't taste better than Shin Professor's earlier remarks. The girl has a point. We've delayed the elder's business. We'll step aside. Elder, may you be magnanimous and not take offense with us young ones. For my rudeness today, I shall personally visit your residence another day with apologies. Apparently fearing more cutting remarks from Shun Professor, Luo'er took his leave immediately with his two underlings trailing after him. As Luo'er and his companions slinked away, Liang watched their disappearing backs with admiration and curiosity. Her gaze returned to Shin Professor. Professor Shun, who was that man? Shin Professor scoffed disdainfully. Who else? That's Lower Shook. Thinks he can lord it over all because his dad runs Masai City. Listen, girl, there's no need for you to fear such a person. Seeing Liang Ying's curious face, Shin Professor decided to use the opportunity to teach her a bit about life skills and proceeded to narrate some juicy gossips about the mayor of Masai. Let's say, Mr. Shook, mayor of Masai, originally a direct descendant of the famous interstellar Shook family, married a suitable noblewoman arranged by the family. Soon, they had a son. Later, during a banquet, Mr. Shook met a courtesan. Had he stopped at harmless play, no one would have said anything. But instead, Mr. Shook declared late-blooming love and wanted a divorce from his wife to marry the courtesan. Naturally, neither family approved, but Mr. Shook remained stubborn, leaving home and spending every day indulging with the courtesan in various high-class gatherings. Afterwards, rumors spread across the capital planet, saying the courtesan was pregnant, allegedly with a boy. Finally, unable to bear the gossip harassment, the first wife agreed to divorce Mr. Shook and return to her own family with their son. Mr. Shook got what he wanted and lived carefree for a while, but his unruly behavior made his family cast him out. An order arrived, and Mr. Shook was exiled to Hezel, a barren desert planet. That Lower Shook earlier was the son of the courtesan. On Hezel, few people knew about the scandalous history of Mayor Shook's family. Everyone assumed Luoer was the mayor's only son. Luoer himself, embarrassed by his mother's background, forbade anyone from calling him second master. What a dramatic soap opera. Liang Ying couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A flicker of cleverness passed through her eyes as she swept a glance over Shin Professor. She'd long suspected his background was extraordinary, and based on his familiarity with these intimate details of the mayor's family, it was clear he likely originated from high society, perhaps having resided in the capital city before. As for this Lower Shook, he seemed to have a bit of arrogance, but not to the extent that it was unbearable. Professor Shin's disdain for him probably stemmed from being influenced by his parents and ended up blaming the son. Girl, earlier Luoer asked you about level 4 fruits, and I didn't even let him finish his sentence. Do you know why? Professor Shin abruptly shifted the topic, his expression changing from gossiping just now to seriousness. Startled, Liang Ying paused for a moment before answering uncertainly. I don't know. Luoer must have been asking you about level 4 fruits too. Does it mean there's something special about level 4 fruits that they can't even be talked about? Girl, you must take to heart what this old man tells you today. In the future, if you ever come across a level 4 fruit, don't let anyone else know and eat it yourself. In our Federation, level 3 fruits are classified as strategic materials. In recent years, the Federation has experienced peace without war, so restrictions on level 3 fruits have loosened quite a bit, and ordinary people can even buy them at markets. But level 4 fruits? They cannot currently be cultivated using the Federation's agricultural technology. Yet their effects are incredibly astonishing. Rumor has it they can revive the dead or regrow white bones. Martial artists, regardless of how serious their injuries may be, can recover by eating level 4 fruits. And normal people who consume them undergo rebirth. They see an enormous enhancement in their natural talent. Wow, so powerful. Isn't it like those spiritual pills in novels? Can it also cleanse one's tendons and purify the marrow? Liang Ying, besides studying recently, had also read some online novels. She knew more than she did before. Being young with limited personal experience, when faced with things she didn't understand, her first instinct was to compare them to TV shows or novels she'd seen to help herself make sense of the information. Chapter 15, Exam Registration. Professor Shin glared. What novel? The stuff in novels is deceptive. Everything I've said is true. You remember, if one day you get a level 4 fruit, don't hesitate to eat it yourself. It will only benefit you and bring no harm. Seeing Professor Shin's serious expression, Liang Ying quickly nodded. But secretly, she was thinking that if the level 4 fruits were so good, how could they possibly fall into her hands? Professor Shin looked at Liang Ying's dismissive face and sighed softly. He truly valued this child, hoping she would achieve greater success in the future, even surpassing his own accomplishments. Though Professor Shun was old, it didn't mean his abilities had declined. He was a 9th level mental energy wood-type ability user with the highest mental energy rating on the Hessel planet. This was why he didn't care about Mayor Shu's family at all. When Professor Shin met Liang Ying for the first time, her talent had amazed him. A girl who was just 17 already had a 5th level mental energy rating. She was undoubtedly an interstellar prodigy, especially since she also had wood-type abilities. This child would definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. Because of the potential he saw in Liang Ying, Professor Shin made great efforts to guide her, not out of altruism or expecting gratitude, but purely due to his appreciation for her talent. Professor Shin noticed that Liang Ying's martial arts grade wasn't high, which concerned him as her body might not handle the burden when her mental energy increased. Thus, he strongly advised her to practice martial arts to improve her physical grade. As for level 4 fruits, their effects might not be as magical as rumored, but they would still greatly benefit someone like Liang Ying. Whether enhancing her martial arts skills or her mental energy, the barriers she encountered would be easier to break through compared to others. Speaking of level 4 fruits, the Federation currently couldn't produce them domestically. They mainly relied on imports from higher civilizations. Prices were controlled by the higher civilizations, causing significant economic pain for the Federation. Because of their high medicinal value, they occasionally appeared on the black market within the Federation, always sold at astronomical prices and creating fierce competition among powerful families who fought over them. However, though it was said the Federation couldn't grow level 4 fruits, this wasn't entirely accurate. High-level wood-type ability users or advanced agricultural scientists, if lucky, could indeed grow these fruits. But the probability was extremely low. Out of vast fields covering hundreds of acres of the same species, only one fruit might mutate into a level 4. In fact, Professor Shin once grew such a fruit himself, though it was on the richest soil on the capital planet. Back then, being young and inexperienced, he got too excited and let others know. Not only was the mutant tree taken away by government officials, but he was also detained for questioning because they wanted to uncover the technology behind it. However, the occurrence was merely nature's random marvel, and there was no real technology involved. He was questioned repeatedly about the same thing while locked in a dark room. Fortunately, thanks to his own prestigious status and some friends from the Agricultural Association stepping in, he was released. This incident left a deep impression on Professor Shin. Though there were elements of rivalry behind it, the root cause lay in his own lack of caution. Afterward, Professor Shin left the capital planet, choosing impoverished and arid Hessel to escape the scheming and politics. Come to think of it, the matter concerning Ruo Lushu also had ties to that past level 4 fruit incident. Just days ago, Mayor Shu personally sought him out, hoping to buy level 4 fruits, even just one. It turned out Ruo Lushu, a student in the 5th year of mech combat at Black Cannon Military Academy on the Nilva Star, suffered severe injuries during a school field training last year, leaving hidden problems after recovery. Recently, Ruo felt signs of an impending upgrade in his martial arts, yet he was stuck because of blocked tendons and meridians, unable to break through. Diagnosed by the school doctor, unless the hidden problem inside his body was resolved, his martial arts wouldn't progress further. Although Ruo was currently at an 8th level martial arts skill, which placed him among the top students. In the army, he was merely considered average. This information almost cut off Ruo's future prospects. Despite appearing pitiful, with Mayor Shu maintaining a humble stance, Professor Shin still firmly rejected the request. Firstly, Professor Shin simply did not have any level 4 fruits. The ones he grew back then were all confiscated by the government without even a single seed left to him. Even if he wanted to help Mayor Shu, there was nothing he could offer. Secondly, many questions surrounded Ruo's injury. How could a student participating in field exercises end up with severe injuries? Severe enough to leave long-term damage? Ruo, being the son of Mayor Ma Sai, and Professor Shin living in Ma Sai City, could not exclude the possibility that someone might use Ruo to test his intentions. Thus, regarding Ruo Lushu's issue, Professor Shin chose not to get involved. Since Liang Ying was too innocent, many things Professor Shin couldn't discuss with her in detail. He could only hint at them indirectly and remind her from the side. Girl, keep away from Ruo Lushu as much as possible. His family is too complicated, and you shouldn't get involved with him. Look what you're saying. He's a young master, and I'm just an ordinary person. Our paths will never cross. Besides, those kinds of rich masters are hard to deal with anyway, and I don't have the patience to handle them. After speaking these words, Liang Ying suddenly felt something odd. She hadn't noticed it before, but now she suddenly remembered that the name Ruo Lushu sounded familiar. A moment later, Liang Ying realized it was the person who crashed into her car a few days ago. To Liang Ying, Ruo Lushu was merely a fleeting episode in her life, an episode orchestrated by someone else, with her merely an observer. As the exam date approached, Liang Ying informed Professor Shun, and later stopped selling fruit at the free market. Except for her morning job at the dessert shop, which continued as usual, her afternoons and evenings were devoted entirely to preparing for the exams. On Ruo Lushu's side, however, he had not forgotten this little girl, Liang Ying. He sent people to investigate her, and had her followed for several days. In the end, they determined that her relationship with Professor Shin wasn't very close. The two were just strangers who happened to meet at the free market stall. Ultimately, Ruo abandoned his plan to use Liang Ying as leverage. By late June, Interstellar University exams entered the unified registration phase. Following the information notice from the Massey Education Bureau, Liang Ying promptly logged onto the StarNet registration website. After filling out her personal information, she had to select her preferences. Each candidate could choose 3 preferred universities, and for each university, 2 majors could be selected. Liang Ying's first choice was Longping Agricultural College on the Nilva Star, where she selected the Animal Husbandry Department as her first major and the Popular Agrimedicine Department as her second. Her second choice school was Confucius Humanities College on the same Nilva Star, selecting the Ancient Chinese Language Department as her first major and the Ancient Chinese History Department as her second. Her third choice was Black Cannon Military Academy, choosing the Mecha Department as her first major while leaving the second field blank. In reality, the only school Liang Ying truly wanted to attend was Longping Agricultural College. Her second choice stemmed purely from nostalgia for her past self, Confucius, the ancestor of all Chinese culture. And her third choice was influenced by TV dramas. The most trendy series at the time featured mechas. After filling out all the electronic forms carefully and checking them twice to ensure there were no errors, Liang Ying clicked Upload. A few days later, she received her admission ticket issued by the Massey Education Bureau, and then waited patiently for the exams to begin. Chapter 16, Taking the Exam. There were only 3 days left until the exam, and Liang Ying felt herself becoming increasingly nervous. She often found herself unconsciously sitting by the door, talking to her fairy fruit book. Though she wasn't even sure what she was saying, it was always a long string of chatter without much focus. Unable to focus on reading, Liang Ying changed into her sportswear and ran 10 laps around the neighborhood. Her clothes were drenched in sweat. After taking a warm water shower at home, she collapsed onto the couch, deeply inhaling and exhaling several times before feeling somewhat better. Finally, the day arrived. Liang Ying checked her backpack for anything missing, then drove to the 10,000 people stadium. The college entrance examination's temporary test site was set up in the 10,000 people stadium. Yesterday afternoon, it was open to students for 4 hours so they could familiarize themselves with the environment using their admission tickets. Rarely did the stadium's parking lot fill up with cars, but when Liang Ying arrived, the parking spaces had already extended to the 4th level. At the entrance, there was a bustling crowd of people, but parents accompanying their children to the exam were stopped outside this gate. They would wait under the sun while their children took the test. In front of her, a boy passed through the entrance, waving back at his anxious-looking parents outside, who nodded reassuringly. Then he confidently walked inside toward the examination room. Liang Ying took a deep breath, pulled out her admission ticket, and swiped it at the entrance. The barrier automatically opened. A red line scanned over her head as she stepped in for security check. On the ground within the stadium were arranged many white, giant egg-shaped pods. Liang Ying went to the one she had chosen yesterday and inserted her admission ticket into the slot on the eggshell. Her personal information appeared on the shell surface, prompting her for palm print verification. Liang Ying placed her palm on the eggshell. An electronic voice announced, "Information verified. Please enter, candidate." The large eggshell split vertically from the middle, allowing Liang Ying to bend down and enter. The shell closed immediately behind her. It was a completely enclosed individual space, fully monitored without any gaps, eliminating all possibilities of cheating. Liang Ying sat down on the couch inside. This couch really was as comfortable as they said on the star net, soft yet elastic. She couldn't help but run her hands over the sofa surface a few times. Could it be that some candidates in previous years fell asleep during the exam? This eggshell was truly cozy. To provide excellent testing environments for the candidates, these eggshells were crafted by the government at great expense, utilizing advanced technology and the latest materials. Even in the age of starships, immense exam pressure still resulted in various situations occurring among the candidates during the test. Comprehensive intelligent monitoring ensured any minor action or physical issue from the candidates was detected immediately by electronic surveillance systems and reported to patrol invigilators, ensuring swift handling. With 10 minutes left before the exam began, a virtual screen and keyboard popped up. Liang Ying followed the instructions displayed on the screen to operate and test if the system had any problems. If there were issues, she could press the call button on the eggshell for an invigilator to handle them on-site. After confirming the operation system was problem-free, Liang Ying looked at the time. 8 minutes remained. She stood up and moved to a vacant spot beside the pod to do a simple martial arts exercise routine. By the time she finished the martial arts exercises, 6 minutes had passed. Perspiration started forming on her forehead and body. The monitoring system detected the air changes, and both oxygen supply and moisture removal systems were automatically activated, creating a refreshing breeze within the small space. Liang Ying felt herself relaxing completely, standing with eyes closed enjoying the gentle breeze. This helped calm her mind, making it clearer than before. The countdown on the virtual screen ticked away minute by minute. When the official start of the exam began, Liang Ying systematically proceeded step by step according to the system prompts, each question appearing one after another as she quickly focused. Speaking of which, Liang Ying doing martial arts before the exam gave quite a fright to the teachers in the monitoring room. They'd seen students closing their eyes for rest before exams, those meditating cross-legged, and even ones nervously pacing back and forth, but never anyone practicing martial arts just moments before taking the test. Actually, turning the system on 10 minutes before the exam had a psychological element to it, as this moment before the big event is when the stress reaches its peak. In the stellar era, higher standards are required for talent selection, and university-bound students must have fully developed minds. Those who cannot handle such pressures are not suited to shoulder more responsibility in interstellar affairs. The morning consisted of 2 continuous exams with a 30-minute break in between. During the break, Liang Ying ate the fairy fruit she brought along, and then sat on the couch to cross her legs and go into a meditative state. This state of entering meditation was something she learned from yoga, rumored online to help train mental energy. In practice, though Liang Ying wasn't certain if her spirit power had improved, she did notice that letting her attention drift allowed her to refresh mentally, making it easier to concentrate afterward. After the morning exams were over, Liang Ying stepped out of the examination room and immediately spotted Xiao Ligu, who was waving at her from nearby. Xiao Ligu had already mentioned to her that during these 3 days of exams, both lunch and dinner would be at his home, so Liang Ying wouldn't have to worry about meal arrangements. Grateful for the family's kindness, Liang Ying didn't refuse. It saved her from having to cook herself. However, she still insisted on returning to her own place to rest in the evenings. Leaving her car in the parking lot, Liang Ying climbed into Xiao Liji's vehicle and followed him back home. There was a 2-hour break at noon, allowing her to take a short nap after lunch at Xiao Liji's house. 2 exams were scheduled for the afternoon as well. Having experienced the morning sessions, Liang Ying felt more comfortable inside the eggshell during the afternoon tests. During the half-hour break, she ate up all the remaining fairy fruits she had brought with her that morning. The 2.5 days passed quickly, and Liang Ying sat through 8 exams in total. Despite being mentally alert throughout the testing process, once the final exam was over, Liang Ying felt utterly exhausted. She drove home, fell onto her bed straight away, and dozed off. 10 days later, the exam results came out along with the admission score lines set by each university. Liang Ying checked her scores on her communicator device and compared them against the cutoff marks of the 3 universities she applied to. Her first choice school's 2 departments cutoffs were within her reach, as were those of her second choice university. However, She missed one subject requirement for her third-choice institution. The subject that failed to meet the Black Cannon Military Academy's Mecha Department requirement was basic physics. Liang Ying had never intended to join the Mecha Department anyway, so there was no sense of disappointment. 3 days later, Liang Ying received an acceptance letter from Longping Agricultural University's Animal Husbandry Department. Chapter 17. Traveling. The day after Liang Ying received the notification, she began to pack her luggage. She had already planned it out in her mind. University was starting at the end of September, which was still a month away. In that time, she decided she would travel extensively around Hessel. Over these past few months since her rebirth, she had stayed almost entirely in Marseille City, and she longed to see more of the world and gain some knowledge. Moreover, once she left Hessel, there was no telling when or even if she'd return. This place wasn't her true home, and once she went, she might never come back. Not taking the opportunity to explore before leaving would be a regret. A month was enough time to visit most of Hessel's major oasis zones. After selling fairy fruit in the free market, Liang Ying made a small profit, pushing her mini treasury beyond 50,000 star coins. As long as she didn't spend recklessly, this sum should suffice for her trip. Before departure, Liang Ying sent messages to acquaintances she knew, especially Xiaoli brother and Professor Shin, so they wouldn't worry. Liang Ying's baggage was still minimal. Besides a few sets of clothes and personal items, she also brought several packs of various seeds suitable for planting in the desert. Beyond these things, she transplanted one of the fairy fruit trees from outside her house into a flower pot, ensuring she'd have fresh fairy fruit to eat during her travels. For her first destination, Liang Ying chose Dharma City, a neighbor of Marseille's. Dharma was close to Marseille's, accessible either by planetary vehicle or by desert train. Since this was a vacation, how could she miss the scenery along the way? Liang Ying rejected the planetary vehicle and booked a seat on the desert train through Starnet. Between Marseille's and Dharma lay a small mine, a small sandworm breeding base, a grain and vegetable cultivation site, and a large scientific research institute. On normal days, people who worked at these 4 places would commute between the cities and bases via the desert train. After the train left the city, a transparent protective shield ensured its safety along with the tracks, shielding passengers from both weather and interference from plants and animals of the desert. From Marseille's to Dharma, the desert train ran every half hour, with nonstop direct journeys taking 2 hours total. During peak commuting times, each base dispatched a direct train every 5 minutes, ensuring convenience for workers heading to their jobs. Liang Ying had reserved a through ticket valid within the day for all departures from Marseille's to Dharma. This allowed her to stop mid-journey for sightseeing and continue her journey on subsequent trains. Seated aboard the swiftly moving train, Liang Ying gazed out the window. However, due to the speed, human eyes couldn't catch the outside views. Only white light streaks flashed across her vision. Upon boarding the desert train, Liang Ying was full of novelty and excitement. Suddenly struck by an idea, she glanced around at the other passengers and noticed no one was paying attention to her. Closing her eyes, she pretended to be resting, but secretly, she released her plant master ability. Bang! Liang Ying felt something hit her head, and before she could react, the train abruptly stopped. Startled passengers looked around, questioning what happened. Just seconds later, the train started again, slowly accelerating. An electronic voice from the train's control system announced, "Passengers, a sudden yellow alarm triggered by the protection shield caused the train to halt unexpectedly. System checks are now complete, the alarm has been cleared, and the train is continuing its journey. The desert train operation system apologizes for any inconvenience." With the system's explanation, the previously panicked passengers calmed down, and discussions erupted about the cause of the yellow alarm. Maybe the protection shield system just crapped out. Did the server run too long and overload? They probably need to reboot the servers. Overload? Buddy, don't joke around. It's what era do we live in now, where servers still overload? Perhaps a virus hacked into the system, or maybe a hacker attacked us. I saw on the news recently about a new type of electronic virus. Hacker attack seems more plausible. A virus couldn't be fixed that quickly. Nah, you're overthinking this. I think a desert creature must have crashed into the shield. Man, your imagination runs wild. What kind of creature can set off a yellow alarm? Is this Godzilla we're talking about? That's all movie stuff. Oh, please tell me it isn't some mutated beast. I ride this train to work every single day. Liang Ying listened to the chatter, feeling somewhat uneasy inside. That bang in her head moments ago, it was undoubtedly her plant master ability colliding with something. Given the timing, it seemed highly likely she had triggered the system alarm. That was too reckless just now. Fortunately, it only triggered a yellow alert, and she only experienced a brief headache. Otherwise, Liang Ying couldn't help but recall those disaster blockbusters she had seen on TV. She didn't dare to imagine further, feeling waves of fear coursing through her. She deeply reflected on her actions. In the midst of her reflection, Liang Ying gained a slight insight. The plant master ability seemed to have more uses than what was recorded in the family secretary's notes passed down by her grandfather. It was always believed that this ability only influenced plants, yet this time it triggered a yellow alarm, clearly affecting the protective shield as well. Though she realized this, Liang Ying's limited experience left her unsure where to start if she wanted to delve deeper. After all, she was still young. Once she realized her confusion, she spent some time worrying about it before setting it aside. Liang Ying no longer dared to recklessly test her abilities, and the rest of the train ride went smoothly. Soon enough, they arrived at the first research base. Carrying her bag and the fairy fruit tree pot, Liang Ying disembarked from the train. The station was built within the base itself. Exiting the station, there was an adjacent solar-powered vehicle self-service parking lot. For a certain deposit, visitors could rent these environmentally friendly solar cars to freely tour around the base and get their deposits back when they returned the vehicle. Liang Ying rented one of the cars, placed her belongings on the side seat, and drove around the research base. Many areas of the base were not open to the public, with only a few exhibition halls available for tourists to visit. Inside, one could buy cheap models of various high-tech items. Within less than an hour, Liang Ying finished touring the research base. After considering it, she left empty-handed and boarded the train heading to the next base. After all, these 4 bases were mainly workplaces, offering few areas for tourists to explore, mostly exhibition halls suitable for parents bringing their children to play and learn at the same time. Liang Ying stayed a little longer at the agricultural base, taking a few photos of the latest technological agricultural machinery inside the agricultural exhibition hall. Chapter 18, Vulcan Sand Crystal Mine City. Another novel finished. Liang Ying closed the current page, entered the search page, typed in the 2 characters, immortal cultivation, clicked search, and hundreds of pages of search results appeared. Liang Ying read through the summaries one by one, picked one with a high number of clicks, opened it, and after reading a few chapters, was captivated by the novel's content, fully immersing herself in its world. A few days ago, a popular TV series about immortal cultivation aired on television. After watching it, Liang Ying became obsessed with the genre and searched for similar novels online once the show ended. She had truly become another fine youth corrupted by TV dramas and web novels. By the way, Liang Ying is still traveling around Hessel. She is currently on the planet flyer from Dharma City to Vulcan City. Vulcan City, also known as the Sand Crystal City, houses the largest sand crystal mine on Hessel planet. It takes 4 hours on the planet flyer to get from Dharma to Vulcan. Liang Ying was engrossed in her reading when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. Turning her head, she saw that it was the flight attendant. It was lunchtime, and the attendant was pushing the food cart, distributing meals to passengers. There were both free meal packages and paid ones on the flyer. The free meals were naturally reheated frozen food. Neither the ingredients nor the taste would be good. For the paid option, passengers could register with the flight attendant, and the food would be freshly prepared in the flyer kitchen and then delivered. Despite the attendant's enthusiastic recommendation, Liang Ying still chose the free meal package. Disappointment shone clearly in the attendant's eyes as Liang Ying accepted the box. Opening it, she glanced inside. Free was free. In Liang Ying's view, this could not even be called a proper meal. It was just nutritional supplements mixed with fruit bits, and the fruits were of common quality. Liang Ying's palate had long been spoiled. After trying one bite, she couldn't go any further, reclosed the lid, and stored the boxed meal in her bag. Wasting food was shameful in any era. Liang Ying opened the luggage compartment under her seat, took out the potted fairy fruit tree covered with a bag, picked a few ripe fruits off the tree, and decided to have these fruits for lunch today. A little head stretched out from behind her. Liang Ying tilted her head slightly, realizing it was a child sitting behind her. Apparently noticing her action, the child stared at the bright red fruits on her table, his face full of envy. The child's mouth-watering look was almost dripping saliva. Liang Ying smiled and grabbed 4 fruits to give to him. The child reached out a hand but pulled it back, looking towards his mother seated beside him. His mother seemed to have just noticed her child's behavior and apologized to Liang Ying somewhat awkwardly. Sorry for disturbing you while you eat. Kids don't know better. Ignore him. The mother grabbed the child, pulling him back. With an expression filled with reluctance, the child gazed at the fairy fruits in Liang Ying's hand, tears welling up in his eyes. Don't worry about it, auntie. These are ones I grew myself. They're not worth much money. Let the younger brother try them. After the child's mother declined several times, and seeing her son on the verge of tears, she finally accepted the fruits from Liang Ying. Liang Ying casually patted the child's head, chatted with his mother for a bit more, and then continued browsing novels on the Starnet. This potted fairy fruit tree that Liang Ying carried with her was now being matured, using nutrient solutions emulating wood elemental abilities. After a few days of practice, Liang Ying's control became increasingly proficient. The fruits she matured did not reach premium grade. They were only slightly sweeter than ordinary fruits, so others eating them wouldn't notice anything unusual. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the flyer arrived in Vulcan City. Liang Ying went first to the pre-booked hotel to drop off her luggage and register. Seeing that there was still plenty of time, she grabbed her carry-on bag and headed out. Liang Ying had done extensive research beforehand for this trip, downloading travel guides from the Starnet, becoming thoroughly familiar with their contents. Based on the estimated time and the guide suggestions, she decided to visit the famous Vulcan Sand Crystal Plaza that afternoon. The Sand Crystal Plaza is located in the central area of Vulcan City. Leaving the hotel, Liang Ying walked down the street to the bus stop and got on the city tourist bus. The bus moved slowly, allowing passengers to admire the city scenery along the way, stopping at the commercial district before reaching the final destination, the Sand Crystal Plaza. The Sand Crystal Plaza was bustling with people, even more crowded than Liang Ying had anticipated. All around the plaza were places to eat, high-end hotels as well as small snack stalls taking up just one storefront. The air was permeated with the aroma of food. Liang Ying sniffed and thought, she was hungry. Eating only fairy fruits clearly wasn't enough to fill her stomach. Looking around, Liang Ying found a Rujiamo, Chinese-style hamburger shop. Running over, she saw they indeed sold sandworm Rujiamo, and immediately bought 2. There was a circle of stone benches outside the shop, and Liang Ying simply sat down on one of them to eat. Initially, she hadn't noticed, but when Liang Ying first sat down, she only felt that the bench was warm, assuming it was due to sunlight. However, as she sat longer, the bench underneath her became increasingly hot. Liang Ying curiously felt the stone bench, and only then realized that it was the bench itself generating heat. The surface of the stone bench was somewhat transparent, revealing a faint red glow inside. What makes the Sand Crystal Plaza unique is that many of its items are made from sand crystal stone. Liang Ying suddenly recalled this sentence from the travel guide she had read. These benches are most likely made by polishing sand crystal stone. Looking around, she saw there were thousands, if not tens of thousands, of such stone benches on the plaza larger than the mosque's 10,000-person stadium. Truly deserving of the name Sand Crystal City, where sand crystal stones seem to be used as freely as money. After finishing her meal, Liang Ying took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, tidied up her things, and then moved through the crowd toward the center of the plaza. The closer she got to the center of the Sand Crystal Plaza, the more she could feel the heat radiating from the ground. Like the benches, the ground here was also paved with sand crystal stone. Sand crystal stone is born in the desert and contains impure fire elemental energy. Over time, sand crystal stone undergoes purification, forming sand crystals which contain pure fire elemental energy. Vulcan City benefits from the sand crystal mine, so when the city was constructed, the outer ring of the central plaza was paved with sand crystal stone, while within a 500-meter radius of the plaza center, it was paved with sand crystal. Due to the constant emission of fire elemental energy from both sand crystal stone and sand crystal, the Sand Crystal Plaza is also known as the Flame Plaza. However, martial artists who practice body techniques prefer to call the Sand Crystal Plaza the Trial Plaza. This is because the closer one gets to the center of the plaza, the higher the heat emitted from the ground becomes. Especially within the central 500-meter radius, the energy emitted by sand crystals is hundreds of times stronger than that of the surrounding sand crystal stone, making it feel as though one is walking on flames. Since the construction of the plaza, martial artists practicing body techniques have been coming here continuously to test their cultivation achievements and challenge their perseverance. Chapter 19, Fire Vine Tree. As Liang Ying walked closer to the center of the square, the crowd gradually thinned out, and she distinctly felt the heat rising from under her feet getting increasingly intense. At a distance of 2 kilometers from the center, a light green line was painted on the ground. This was the reminder set up by the Vulcan City government for tourists. This light green line marked the point where the ground temperature reached 50 degrees Celsius, which was also the limit that a level 1 physical arts practitioner's body could endure. Taking this line as a boundary, the number of people decreased significantly inside it. When Liang Ying reached this dividing line, she realized that the center of the square was occupied by a tree. This was a fire vine tree. Its massive form towered between heaven and earth, its lush branches stretching out over 100 meters, as if they could touch the sky. Liang Ying was so astonished that her jaw dropped open. Professor Shin's 100 methods of star sea flora and fauna cultivation that she had been given contained information about the fire vine tree. The fire vine tree grows in sand crystal stones and is different from other tree species in that its roots absorb not water, but fire-based energy. Moreover, according to the book's description, it would take at least 10,000 years for the fire vine tree in the sand crystal square to grow into its current state. Not only that, Liang Ying felt an inexplicable attraction, as though the fire vine tree was calling to her, inviting her to come closer. After a brief moment of hesitation, Liang Ying decided to approach. Her body had already reached level 2 in physical arts, and over these past few months, she had also been following the training plan designed by the Star Network. Though she hadn't yet broken through to level 3, she believed she could push further ahead. Liang Ying didn't think she could make it all the way to the tree, but she'd go as far as she could, which itself would be a kind of cultivation. After observing the people ahead for a while, she carefully removed her sneakers, holding them in her hands. Shoes in the interstellar age were of good quality, but even so, they weren't meant to withstand roasting. Barefoot, Liang Ying tested the temperature of the ground ahead with her toes. As expected, it was much hotter than before, yet not unbearable. Since this was a trial, there was no running or hopping allowed. The sole of the foot must become accustomed to the temperature underfoot, allowing one to walk farther. Liang Ying moved very slowly, taking long intervals between each step. When she reached a yellow-green line, half an hour had already passed. This line was still 1,600 meters away from the center, meaning it took her half an hour just to cover 400 meters. This yellow-green line marked the boundary between level 2 and level 3 physical art practitioners, representing Liang Ying's current bodily limits. With her feet planted on the yellow-green line, Liang Ying glanced down at them. The searing heat beneath her made her question whether the soles of her feet might have been scorched. Rather than rushing forward, Liang Ying sat down cross-legged to adjust her breath. This technique she had learned from yoga videos on the Star Network helped her relax her mind and body, enabling her to sense the essence of the universe. Her body gradually adapted to the heat transmitted from the ground until the sensation became numb. The heat rose from below, spreading throughout her entire body. Liang Ying felt as if she was being roasted in a fire. Sweat streamed down her face, soaking her clothes entirely. Just when Liang Ying thought she might melt, a sudden burst of refreshing coolness surged from her abdomen, coursing through her limbs and joints. With a violent shiver, Liang Ying's body temperature returned to normal, and the ground beneath her no longer felt scorching as it had before. As she opened her eyes, a delighted smile spread across her face. Just as her body had reached its critical point, her plant spirit master abilities had automatically activated. She had never considered that her plant spirit master ability could also be applied to her own body, providing effects even more surprising than anticipated. Liang Ying stood up, adjusted her clothing, dried by the hot waves from the ground. then pulled her sweat-soaked hair back into a high ponytail with 2 flicks of her wrist, transforming droplets of moisture into steam that dissipated into the air. Speaking of which, because the plant spirit master abilities were so incredible, Liang Ying usually suppressed them completely. Normally, she wouldn't consciously use her abilities unless fully relaxed. In everyday situations, she definitely wouldn't dare to activate her plant spirit master powers on her own body. Having discovered this game-changing feature of her plant spirit master ability, Liang Ying stepped boldly onto the sand crystal stone path ahead. She tried to block her abilities initially, relying on her own endurance to advance, using her plant spirit master power only when her body could bear it no longer. It was akin to undergoing trials of fire and water, feeling roasted on the surface then cooled off with a dousing of cold water. Even walking this way, Liang Ying looked disheveled, her clothes dripping wet with sweat, strands of her hair clinging to her forehead and cheeks. Still, she managed to reach 500 meters away from the firevine tree, the line here turning deep green. Further ahead, the ground was no longer covered with mixed sand crystals, but with pure ones instead. In the distance, the surface of the ground emitted a crimson glow, as if flames were dancing on the ground, painting the sky above red with their reflection. Liang Ying stood on the dark green line, her gaze fixed on the towering firevine tree ahead. From this position, the calls became even clearer. The firevine tree was beckoning Liang Ying to come closer. The urgent and sincere calls of the firevine tree made Liang Ying sense a tinge of pleading within them. After pondering for just a few minutes, Liang Ying decided that she would walk up to the firevine tree and find out what it had to say. However, Liang Ying did not immediately move forward. 500 meters away lay the boundary for practitioners of level 6 physical arts, and far fewer people had managed to reach this point. If by true strength alone, Liang Ying could never have come this far. Those who crossed this line were theoretically considered to possess the potential of master physical artists. Behind the dark green line were thousands of people, but there were no more than 100 ahead. Even Liang Ying, who was barely a novice, could tell the dozens of individuals ahead exuded an aura different from those behind. They were undeniably masters among experts. The gazes of admiration and respect directed toward these elite figures made even Liang Ying feel their presence as weighty as Mount Tai. Having reached this point through cheating with her plant spirit master abilities left Liang Ying already feeling quite guilty. She hadn't missed the envious glance sent her way by someone standing nearby. After all, looking at her, anyone could tell she was under 20 years old. To achieve level 6 physical art proficiency before turning 20 might not make her a prodigy, but it certainly earned her the title of an elite. Walking further under everyone's watchful eyes would be nothing less than brazenly impersonating a master physical artist, a role Liang Ying wasn't bold enough to play. It would be better to wait until fewer people were around the square before proceeding. Glancing at her communicator, it was now a little past 5 in the afternoon, and the square was still bustling with people. Liang Ying simply sat down and crossed her legs to meditate. As her plant spirit master ability flowed through her body, continuously cleansing the flesh scorched by the flames, Liang Ying truly found herself sitting amidst both ice and fire. Chapter 20, A Leaf Blocking the View. When Liang Ying woke up again, she saw the starry night sky above her. There was no one behind her anymore, except for a dozen or so people sitting in meditation. On the other hand, there were still dozens of people cultivating on the sand crystal ahead. Those who stayed were naturally all skilled practitioners. She glanced at her communicator. It was already past 9 in the evening. No wonder most people had left. The Sand Crystal Plaza did not need streetlights, as the glow emitted by the sand crystals was sufficient to illuminate this area. In the distance, the lights in the restaurants surrounding the square were still on. The owners figured that after the remaining martial artists finished their cultivation, some of them might enter their establishments. This was an opportunity to make connections with potential future masters. Child, come over here. Don't be afraid, you can do it. The call from the firevine tree carried kindness, like an elder giving earnest advice to a junior, making Liang Ying feel unable to refuse. Liang Ying didn't rush into action, but waited quietly until midnight when more than half the people had departed. Only about 10 people remained throughout the square. Liang Ying's body trembled slightly as she dropped all barriers and fully unleashed her abilities as a plant spirit master. It was the first time she had let go entirely of her control. A flood of overwhelming information surged into her mind, instantly causing her head to throb painfully. Liang Ying gritted her teeth and endured the dizziness, striving to focus her attention. Every nook and cranny of the Sand Crystal Plaza was now completely exposed under her scrutiny. Once assured that everyone else was deeply immersed in their meditative states, she could act without being noticed. Liang Ying quickly retracted the excessive capabilities, focusing only on the firevine tree ahead. The ground covering the sand crystals 500 meters ahead was passable only through the use of her plant spirit powers. She focused entirely, enveloping her body with her abilities to fend off the searing heat radiating from the ground. Even so, every step she took left wet footprints. Despite cheating with her plant spirit power, it still took Liang Ying over an hour to traverse the 500 meters. In truth, it wasn't that her plant spirit power was insufficiently potent, but rather that her physical constitution was too weak to withstand the rapid alternations of fire and ice. The massive firevine tree radiated a pale green glow around it. As Liang Ying stepped into the light, she immediately felt refreshed as if caressed by a gentle breeze. Her previous feeling of intense heat dissipated, and it seemed as though every pore on her body opened up to breathe. Liang Ying recalled a word, bathed in spring breeze. Observing Liang Ying's relaxed expression, The fire vine tree swayed its branches gently while smiling. The rustling of leaves echoed continuously. Child, you finally come. I've been waiting for you for tens of thousands of years. Liang Ying looked at the fire vine tree with a face full of confusion. I know you have many questions in your heart, but my time is running out. My life is nearing its end. Fortunately, you've arrived just in time. End of life? Liang Ying became even more puzzled. This fire vine tree appeared lush and thriving, far from appearing close to death. Child, place your hand on me and see with your heart. Liang Ying obediently placed her hand on the trunk and subconsciously closed her eyes, realizing that each time she did, she could concentrate better and use her plant spirit powers effectively. Through the contact between her hand and the tree trunk, every part of the fire vine tree became crystal clear to her, from every root down below to the vein patterns in every leaf above. Moreover, Liang Ying seemed to have become somewhat merged with the fire vine tree. Not only could she see through its body, but she could also sense its vitality. Liang Ying sighed inwardly. It was indeed true that its vitality was rapidly declining, and in a few years, its life would come to an end. The fire vine tree was one of the top 10 strange trees in the galaxy, reputed to live for over 1,000,000 years and to endure as long as the galaxy itself. The fire vine tree before Liang Ying was nearly 1,000,000 years old, and for it, the coming few years of life were fleeting. However, inside the tree's body was a seed. Its child, formed with its essence of life, crystallized into fruit. The fire vine tree told Liang Ying of its history. Initially, it was merely a seed, drifting through the universe until it accidentally landed on the Hazel planet when it came into existence. This planet harbored boundless fire energy, providing nourishment for its growth and germination. As the fire vine tree grew, influenced by it, the internal fire energy within Hazel constantly accumulated and compressed, which began the generation of sand crystals. The fire vine tree explained that its growth couldn't proceed without the sand crystals, and the sand crystals could not exist without it. If it died, the sand crystal deposits on this planet would gradually diminish until they disappeared altogether. And when the sand crystals vanished, the fire energy stored within the Hazel planet would disperse across the whole globe, preventing any oasis from surviving, and no living being would be able to remain. The fire vine tree pleaded with Liang Ying to take its seed to the place underground where the sand crystal purity was the highest. Simply placing the seed there would ensure that, when the fire vine tree eventually died, the seed could sprout and grow aided by the high-purity sand crystals. This way, the fire vine tree's legacy could continue, sustaining the planet's vitality. You are a wise one, and I will follow your guidance without hesitation. Please tell me what I must do. Liang Ying agreed to the fire vine tree's request without hesitation, as if an innate instinct told her it was the right thing to do. The fire vine tree gave Liang Ying one of its leaves. This leaf has grown on me for tens of thousands of years. I have refined it using the fire of the sand crystals. Carry this leaf with you. It will cloak you in invisibility so no one can see you. A leaf blocking the view? This phrase came to Liang Ying's mind, though in this case, the blindness affected not the user, but others instead. Liang Ying touched the glossy green leaf. It felt like a leaf, yet not quite a leaf, capable of growing for 10,000 years without falling due to some mutation, surely. She wondered about the meaning of refining, as mentioned by the fire vine tree. Such knowledge was astonishing, yet deep down, she found it logical. Considering the fire vine tree had lived for nearly 1,000,000 years and understood the ways of the universe, Liang Ying voiced her inner doubt. Out of everyone, you chose me. Could you tell me why? Child, I know you have doubts, but there is no need to be afraid. According to the records passed down through my fire vine tree lineage, the power within you comes from the most primal force of the universe, a gift bestowed by the universe's God upon your race, and also the responsibility your kind must bear. And you, child, are the only person I've sensed in nearly 10,000 years who has awakened this ability. I can see into your heart just as you can perceive my essence. Though you are still young, your heart is strong and resolute. In the future, you may face many more trials, but I believe you will overcome them all. Chapter 21, The Origin Power. The night was deep and dark as Liang Ying sprinted toward the entrance of the mine in the east side of the city. Protected by the concealing effect of a 10,000-year-old green leaf, her figure merged with the shadows of the night, leaving no trace behind but for the gentle breeze that stirred up a cloud of dust. Huatung Tree had shared all it knew about the abilities of a spirit botanist from its inheritance. It turned out that spirit botanist ability was merely the term used by her grandfather's clan to describe this particular supernatural power, which should actually be called origin power. Communicating with plants and controlling their growth was just one of the ways to apply the origin power. Similar to the inheritance Huatung Tree possessed, the origin power also originated from an ancient race's legacy. Since Liang Ying was still too young and physically weak, even though she had awakened her ability, the inheritance of the origin power hadn't been activated yet. Huatung Tree taught Liang Ying how to use the method of the 10,000-year-old green leaf. The concealment effect of one leaf obscuring the eye could only be triggered by the origin power, meaning that no one else except Liang Ying could use it. In addition, Huatung Tree also taught Liang Ying another ability called assimilation, which was also one of the fundamental methods of using the origin power. It would allow Liang Ying to assimilate with substances around her. According to Huatung Tree, the concealment effect of one leaf obscuring the eye was derived from the use of the assimilation method. Huatung Tree wasn't a true inheritor of the origin power. Its ancestral inheritance contained very little information related to the application of the origin power. For this reason, Huatung Tree felt extremely regretful, believing that the methods of using the origin power it knew were but a tiny fraction. On the contrary, Liang Ying felt quite content. Paths are walked step by step, and growth must come incrementally. Greed isn't always a good thing. Integrating what she'd learned is more important than learning more. Deep inside, she had a strange feeling. Today, she'd learned part of the origin power from Huateng Tree. Perhaps someday, fate would lead her to learn other parts elsewhere. Although Huateng Tree mentioned some sort of trial, Liang Ying was fully aware of her own situation and did not feel overly proud due to possessing the origin power. She thought of herself as no great person, let alone someone capable of supporting the entire universe. Nevertheless, responsibility that needed to be taken could not be avoided. She dared not promise she would certainly achieve it, but she could assure that she would do her best. To avoid wasting time unnecessarily, after obtaining Huateng Tree's seed, Liang Ying planned to go directly to the place Huateng Tree had mentioned to properly store the seed. However, when Liang Ying had left the sand crystal square with the seed in hand, thanks to the protection provided by one leaf obscuring the eye, she forgot to check her surroundings using the origin power, thereby missing the group of people who almost brushed past her. Coincidentally, among them was someone she knew. To keep her whereabouts hidden, Liang Ying had no choice but to move on foot. Fortunately, the mine's entrance was within the city itself, so the trip didn't take too long. The entrance of the mine resembled that of a subway station, although it was marked with no unauthorized personnel. Workers at the mine had special electronic cards, through which they could punch in at the entrance and take the shuttle to reach the mining area underground. This entrance was constructed in the middle of the city for the convenience of the miners' commutes. Miners started work at 4:30, and this entrance would open at 4. Liang Ying checked her communicator. There were 20 minutes until 4. After observing the surroundings around the entrance, she noticed 2 vending machines on the left with 2 chairs next to them. Liang Ying walked over and sat down on the chairs. Even though it was before 4 o'clock, several miners dressed in their uniforms already waited near the entrance. They gathered in familiar groups, smoking and chatting idly. Hidden by her invisibility, Liang Ying boldly eavesdropped on their conversations, finding the experience fresh enough to make her giggle involuntarily. 2 miners sat on the other bench nearby, and from their words, it seemed a pure sand crystal deposit had been discovered in the deep mining area. These 2 men were responsible for surveying that zone and rushed early to work to quickly confirm the exact scope of the high-purity sand crystals. This sand crystal mine is the purest one discovered this year so far. Our team's bonus depends entirely on this discovery. Truly, as the old saying goes, fortune wheels turn. Last year, Lisan's team found an A-level mine, and they got a substantial year-end bonus, walking around with noses held high in pride. This time, we've discovered an S-grade sand crystal mine, better than what they found last year. Yesterday, I bumped into Lisan's group, and they immediately asked me about the S-level crystal. Just by hearing a few sentences, you could tell how envious they were. This year, we'll definitely drive them mad with jealousy. The 2 miners chuckled smugly, their faces practically glowing with self-satisfaction. Liang Ying couldn't help but chuckle along with them. Then she noticed those 2 miners kept glancing at her direction strangely. Quickly, she covered her mouth, realizing that while one leaf obscuring the eye only concealed her visually, it couldn't hide the sound of laughter. Liang Ying exhaled, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. She had been too careless. When doing this kind of sneaky work, even a moment of relaxation was dangerous. At exactly 4 o'clock, bang, the lights at the entrance flickered on all at once. The scattered workers lined up in front of the turnstiles as they waited to swipe their cards and enter. Fortunately, these workers weren't standing right next to each other. Liang Ying held her breath and positioned herself behind a worker who was bulkier than the rest, almost clinging to his back as she followed him through the turnstile. Liang Ying patted her chest, grateful that the turnstile used a card reader rather than infrared detection. Otherwise, even with the concealment of one leaf obscuring the eye, it would have been difficult to pass through this checkpoint. Following the workers into the underground mine, Liang Ying employed the same tactic of sticking close to others as she boarded the shuttle. She then invisibly sat down in the last row of seats. After about half an hour, the vehicle arrived at the mining area. The workers disembarked and headed towards the entrances of their designated shafts, descending into the mine to begin their day's work. Liang Ying got off the shuttle and moved to a secluded corner, releasing the origin power to scan the entire underground mining complex. A series of mine tunnels formed a complex map in her mind. Based on Huateng Tree's directions, Liang Ying mapped out a route closest to her final destination and calculated a complete path from the mine entrance to her target. After reviewing the plan carefully in her mind, she set out fully prepared. Chapter 22, Adventure in the Mine Cave, Part 1. In the waiting room at the entrance of H Mine, Zhang Wei changed into his protective suit, exchanged greetings with his colleagues, and walked towards the elevator that led to the mine shaft with a detection instrument on his back. Zhang Wei, wait for me, let's go down together. Colleague Wang Chang called out to Zhang Wei from behind, and the 2 of them happily entered the elevator. This new mining area was surveyed by their team, and the surveying of the new tunnels would also be carried out by their team. To accelerate the construction of the mine tunnel, the team adopted a shift system, working for 24 hours each day and resting for 48 hours before continuing their rotation. The elevator at the mouth of H Mine descended directly to 600 meters underground. This route had been newly opened, leading to the newly discovered S-class mining area. The S-class mining area was still in the exploration phase, and no mining had commenced yet. Zhang Wei and Wang Chang were responsible for today's exploration work. Within just a few seconds, the elevator arrived at 600 meters underground. Zhang Wei and Wang Chang exited the elevator, first retesting the exit area with the detection instruments to confirm that all values remained unchanged. Then they took out the blueprint to discuss their plans. On the blueprint, there was an area marked as H, representing the known area currently detected by Zhang Wei's team. Their task today was to expand this area. At the entrance to H zone, also the elevator exit, 8 routes extended inward. Zhang Wei and Wang Chang each took responsibility for 4 routes, with the goal of advancing each route by 100 meters today. After dividing the work, Zhang Wei picked up the instruments and entered the first mine tunnel on the left, while Wang Chang entered the first tunnel on the right. As Zhang Wei moved deeper into the cave, he continuously scanned various locations inside the cave with his instrument, constantly monitoring the changes in fire element energy. The greatest threat in sand crystal mines comes from the instability of fire element energy. Fire element energy exceeding human tolerance can cause harm to workers inside the mine tunnels. The job of a mine tunnel surveyor is to identify a relatively stable energy zone where the tunnel can be constructed, enabling workers to safely reach the mining point and work in a secure environment. The structure of the newly connected tunnels has not yet stabilized, and new energy explosion points could occur at any time. Working in such conditions, the job of a mine tunnel surveyor is extremely challenging and perilous. Born into a miner's family, both Zhang Wei's grandfather and father once worked as mine tunnel surveyors. Influenced by his family, he majored in mining studies in university and later followed in his father's footsteps to become a mine tunnel surveyor after graduation. Although the job carries a high risk, it offers a high salary and bonuses, making it a high-risk, high-reward industry among the class of laborers. Last month, Zhang Wei's wife gave birth to a daughter. Zhang Wei planned to continue working for another 2 years before applying for a transfer. With a complete family now, he didn't feel suited for this dangerous occupation anymore. He wanted to accumulate some savings so he could switch to a ground-based position. The interstellar government encourages families to raise children, offering subsidies every year, and schools in space don't cost much as basic education is free. Therefore, raising children isn't a burden. Thus, for Zhang Wei, who has already become a father, safety is more important than making money. The numbers on the detection instrument suddenly jumped, and the beep-beep alarm sounded. Zhang Wei checked the value. It showed the fire element energy had exceeded the threshold by 50%. Luckily, it was still within the yellow alert range, beyond the limits of healthy human tolerance, but not beyond the absolute limit. Zhang Wei sighed in relief, continuously moving the detector to determine the exact location of the energy burst point based on the changing displayed values. From his backpack, he took out a yellow warning sticker and attached it to the burst point. Later, technical personnel would come here and set up shielding devices at the burst point. These shielding devices can filter out excessive energy, monitor and stabilize the magnetic field of the burst point, thereby ensuring that this burst point no longer poses a threat. After handling the burst point, Zhang Wei continued forward. The work for the day had only just begun. Every meter advanced into the mine tunnel required intricate and detailed efforts. If all went smoothly, the 400 meters assigned for today might take until evening to complete. Zhang Wei's busy figure was already out of sight. It was only then that Liang Ying took several deep breaths after patting her chest. Along the way, she had been holding her breath, daring to breathe only small shallow breaths, fearing that Zhang Wei would notice her odd condition. Liang Ying looked at the yellow warning label left by Zhang Wei, placed her palm over it, and felt it. Indeed, the thickness of the crystal wall at this point did not exceed 2 meters. Liang Ying had just learned the ability to assimilate origin power from the firevine tree. To reach the destination designated by the firevine tree, she had to use this assimilation capability. However, with her current skill level, 2 meters was her limit, meaning she could only pass through such thin crystal walls. After selecting the position and assuming the right stance, Liang Ying released her origin power. Gradually, her body seemed to melt as it seeped into the crystal wall. After a while, on the other side of the crystal wall, her body slowly emerged until she was completely free from the wall, her translucent form solidifying once more. As soon as Liang Ying stepped away from the crystal wall, she sat on the ground, panting heavily, her large round eyes filled with wonder. This was her first time using assimilation, and the sensation of merging with the crystal was indescribable. She could feel the life force transmitted through the crystal, as though the crystals were alive. It was an extraordinarily fascinating experience. While passing through the center of the crystal wall, Liang Ying even had a strange thought. Would her body merge permanently with the wall if she stopped here, becoming one with the crystal forever? But this fleeting thought quickly disappeared from her mind. As a human, she wasn't ready to die yet. Such reckless ideas were best left unconsidered. Liang Ying rested only for a moment before standing up again. The final destination was still some distance away, so she needed to hurry. According to the firevine tree, the cavern where Liang Ying now found herself was an abandoned sandworm den. Legend had it that tens of thousands of years before the construction of Vulcan City, when the oasis had not yet formed, this desert was occupied by an ancient and massive sandworm population. The sandworms lived in underground dens, and their connected layers formed this vast subterranean cave system. Over time, the ancient sandworm population fragmented and migrated, leaving this underground cave system unused. Because it lay hundreds of meters below the surface, it remained untouched by surface winds and sands, preserving its structure to this day. When the ancient sandworms constructed their dens, they mixed in a secretion from their own glands, which rendered the cave undetectable by advanced human scientific instruments. This was why the cave had gone unnoticed by humans. Apparently, modern sandworms had already undergone mutations and could no longer produce this special secretion. Chapter 23, Adventure in the Mine Cave, Part 2. Although Huateng Tree had said there were no other creatures in these caves, Liang Ying still stood at her spot and released her fundamental energy, scanning the entire cave system before feeling reassured. This massive cave covered an area of hundreds of kilometers. Inside, apart from a few fossilized remains of sandworm corpses, there was nothing else. After confirming there was no danger, Liang Ying picked up her pace and began running through the cave system. Thankfully, her physical art skills had already surpassed level 2. Otherwise, she would have lacked the confidence to rely solely on her legs to reach her final destination. A day and night passed quickly, and out of the hundreds of kilometers, Liang Ying had barely run more than halfway. Exhausted and famished, she could no longer continue, so she found a relatively flat spot and sat down. In her backpack, she still had a few fairy fruits as snacks. Liang Ying pulled them out and ate them all at once. For her empty stomach, these fruits were like drops in the bucket, but they were better than nothing. Liang Ying felt somewhat regretful for acting too impulsively. She should have planned things out more carefully beforehand. Now, with her legs trembling and her stomach growling so much that it felt like her chest was touching her back, she was reluctant to turn back despite being halfway to her destination. Sigh, impulsiveness is not a good thing. For now, putting aside Liang Ying sitting cross-legged in the sandworm ruins, lamenting as she recovered her strength, in a mine tunnel just 100 meters away from the H mining area in the G mining zone, another group of unwelcome guests was secretly moving around. Big brother, are we on the right path? We've been walking for a whole day and night. Why haven't we reached the place yet? Suona was inherently impatient. Having stayed in this lightless mine tunnel for a day and night, he was bursting to vent his frustrations. Luo'er furrowed his brows even tighter. He didn't respond to Suona's question, but instead stopped to take out a map from his backpack and recheck their route. Hameda stood beside Luo'er, glancing at the map for a while, and then looking at Luo'er's slightly gloomy expression. He gave Suona, who was still grumbling incessantly, a meaningful glance. Big brother, don't bother about Suona, the idiot. He can't understand the map anyway. Throughout this journey, the energy readings on our detector have been increasing, indicating there's definitely high-purity sand crystal somewhere along this route. We're not lost. Hametu extended his hand to Luo'er, showing him the numerical readings on the detector. This tunnel is abandoned, so naturally finding high-purity sand crystals won't be easy. But if we're patient, we'll surely find it. Luo'er's expression finally improved slightly. He packed his bag again and, together with Hametu's brothers, continued exploring forward. Suona and Hametu were twin brothers whose mothers had some kinship with Luo'er's mother. The two families had close interactions on the Hessa planet, so naturally, these two brothers became Luo'er's subordinates from childhood. They were the two individuals following Luo'er that time at the free market. Suona was a 5th-level practitioner with only 1st-level mental power, whereas Hamedo, also a 5th-level practitioner, had already reached 3rd-level mental power. Both were classmates with Luo'er at the same military academy, though due to their lesser martial arts prowess, they weren't placed in the same class as him. Despite being twin brothers, the two had very different personalities. Suona was quick-tempered, often making rash statements or actions that angered Luo'er. Hametu, on the other hand, was cautious and acted as a mediator between Suona and Luo'er. Moreover, Hameda had a slight talent for cultivating spiritual power, which, though his martial arts level wasn't particularly high, surpassed Luo'er's progress in upgrading his own spiritual power. Especially after Luo'er's injury, when his martial arts and mental abilities stagnated, Hameda's spiritual power had already reached the peak of the 3rd level, ready to advance further as soon as the timing was right. What's more, Hametu was a fire elemental psychic ability wielder. Luo'er did not know this fact. Only Hameda's father knew about it. Even Hameda's mother and Suona were unaware of this secret. To keep it hidden, he even specially flew to another planet to participate in the psychic ability evaluation exam. After Luo'er's injury, he focused all his thoughts on finding a treatment, inadvertently ignoring Hameda's changes. As it turned out, among the 3-person small team, Hameda subtly showed signs of gaining control over the overall situation, often influencing Luo'er's decisions unintentionally. Just recently, there was a rumor that a newly discovered mining area in Vulcan had a patch of SS grade sand crystals, a phenomenon extremely rare and almost unheard of for nearly a century on Hessa. If Hametu, as a fire elemental ability wielder, could obtain the SS grade sand crystal, it would significantly aid in both upgrading his elemental abilities and his spiritual power. Hameda wasn't impulsive. Upon hearing the rumor, he first verified its authenticity under Luo'er's name, then made detailed plans before proceeding. To borrow Luo'er's strength, convincing him wasn't difficult. An excuse could easily be found. In the main family of the Shuku clan, there was a respected elder who was also a fire element psychic ability wielder and had significant influence within the family. If Luo'er could gain this elder's favor, a word from him within the main family could secure Luo'er some 4th-grade fruits, which were not easily obtainable but feasible with his backing. Luo'er's injury required treatment with these 4th-grade fruits to eliminate all potential hazards. Such fruits couldn't be found in Mayor Shuk's domain on Hessa, but the main family back in the capital star did have the resources to procure them. With the Shuku family's influence, they held special channels both within the military and the black market. Although acquiring these rare 4th-grade fruits wasn't easy, it wasn't impossible either. After Hamiatu's analysis, Luo'er indeed began to consider the idea. If he could get the SS grade sand crystals and win over the elder's affection, he might have a real chance at complete recovery. The idea came from Hametu, while the plan was jointly devised by Hametu and Luo'er. However, the map and tools were procured by Luo'er. In the surveying team responsible for the H mining area, there was an old miner who had leaked the news about the double S sand crystals. This seasoned veteran had decades of experience in exploration, and using his expertise, he had pinpointed the rough location of the double S sand crystals. Yet, instead of reporting it, he concealed the information and quietly spread the news through the black market in Hesse. Next year, this old miner would retire, unmarried and childless, living alone and wanting to save up more money for his later years. Using the power of Mayor Shuku on Hesse, Luoer managed to locate this old miner, buying the diagrams in his possession at a high price. This set the stage for the trio's expedition. Luoer and his companions arrived at the mining area on the same day as Liang Ying. That early morning, they departed from the five-star hotel near the Sand Crystal Plaza, narrowly missing Liang Ying on their way. Chapter 24, Adventure in the Mine Cave, Part 2. The underground cave has no distinction between day and night, and the StarNet signal cannot be detected. Fortunately, although the communicator is not working, it can still display time. Liang Ying spent nearly 3 days and nights to finally reach the place designated by the fire vine tree. Liang Ying looked at the sand crystal mine in front of her with wide eyes, unable to describe her feelings with words. She only felt that this was not just a sand crystal mine, but rather a pool of fire that was burning fiercely. Right at the center of the fiery pool, there was a 1 square meter sand crystal. This sand crystal was rich in energy, with visible flames occasionally leaping off its surface. It was here, at this exact spot, where Liang Ying needed to place the seed as indicated by the fire vine tree. Even though she had the protection of primordial force, Liang Ying still dared not step into the fiery pool. After much thought, she finally came up with a plan. For the final steps, ignoring her fatigue and hunger, Liang Ying returned to gather a few small pebbles from the cave's path earlier. Then, standing at the edge of the fiery pool, she threw the pebbles towards the central sand crystal one by one. Upon contact with the crystal's surface, the pebbles were instantly vaporized by the crystal's energy without leaving any traces behind. After 2 hours of this mechanical practice, Liang Ying reached the point where every single throw was accurate, hitting the sand crystal precisely. She then took out the fire vine tree seed and held it in her hand. Taking several deep breaths, she positioned herself and decisively let go. The green seed, roughly egg-sized, traced a beautiful arc through the air, landing accurately on the sand crystal. Through the primordial force, Liang Ying sensed the joyous resonance of the seed, as if a long-hungry infant had found its mother's milk. Greedily, the seed absorbed the energy emanating from the sand crystal. Within moments, the seed gradually merged into the crystal itself. From Liang Ying's vantage point, all she could see now was a green speck within the crystal. Liang Ying released her primordial force to check the condition of the seed. She found that after feeding on the energy, the young life form fell asleep, accumulating strength for its eventual germination in the future. On a certain day in the years ahead, when the fire vine tree above would perish, the genetic heritage hidden deep within this seed will awaken, germinate, and grow, replacing its predecessor and standing tall amidst the stars, bearing witness to the eons-long transformations of the universe. With a silent farewell to the seed, Liang Ying prepared to return along the same route. With the support of the primordial force, she should be able to safely return to the surface. However, just as Liang Ying began to walk away, she suddenly felt violent tremors beneath the cave ground. Luckily, due to the incorporation of special fluids from the sandworms, the shaking, though fierce, did not cause the cave to collapse. Liang Ying crouched down and gripped the cave wall tightly until the shaking subsided, feeling a wave of relief afterward. Had the cave not been so sturdy, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After staying still for a while, Liang Ying quickly turned around and ran back to the area of the fiery pool, confirming that the earthquake had not affected this region and that the seed was still sleeping peacefully inside the crystal. Before making any rash moves, Liang Ying extended her primordial force upward to scan the surrounding area. Indeed, some of the upper tunnels had collapsed due to the earthquake. Though unaffected, the quake spared no leniency toward the upper mining passages. However, most of the collapsed tunnels were already abandoned and unused, so casualties were minimal. Liang Ying sighed. The tunnel located left of the H mining zone she entered through was also among those affected. Although no one was inside at the time of the quake, the newly dug tunnel wasn't stable enough to resist the vibrations, resulting in a partial collapse. This setback thwarted her plans to return via the original route, compelling her to seek a new path back. At the explosion site, the trio took out parts from their backpacks and assembled a miniature excavation robot on the spot. After a few hours, they managed to dig a passage connecting the explosion site to the double S sand crystal area. Gazing at the vast expanse of double S sand crystals before them, Luo was eager, and Hammett was even more covetous. But harvesting the sand crystals proved to be an issue. Digging the crystals off the sand matrix with a shovel would be inefficient. Only specialized equipment could extract sand crystals properly. Unfortunately, such equipment was large in size, which made it impossible for Luo and his team to carry it in. So, they devised a quite unscrupulous solution, using energy bombs to explode the crystals loose. Through the black market, they obtained 4 energy bombs, which they brought for this mission. Taking out 4 cube-sized bombs from their bags, they carefully selected their placement locations and set the detonation times. Equipped with pre-prepared energy protective suits, the trio retreated to a corner without any consideration for the consequences and blew up the entire area, completely destroying the sand crystal patch. The underground explosion of the 4 energy bombs was bound to trigger a minor earthquake. To deal with the effects of the quake, Luo Urshu and his companions had brought their respective mechs. As soon as the earthquake began following the explosion, the three immediately activated their mechs and frantically loaded as many double-S sand crystals as they could into them. They wasted no resources in using their mech weapons to force their way out, carving a path from the mine tunnel straight to the surface. The moment Luo and his companions reached the surface, they disappeared without a trace, fleeing long before the mining zone police arrived. However, the repercussions of their actions continued to unfold. The use of thermal energy weapons intensified the earthquake's severity, causing even more cave-ins within the mine tunnels. Though there were no significant casualties, their behavior was extremely malicious. Luo Urshu and his companions' actions were calculated and planned by Hammett. Confident that no one would discover or associate them with this incident, they believed they had acted undetectably. However, Liang Ying, deep inside the sandworm cave, witnessed their subsequent actions through her primordial force and recognized their identities. Previously, while Liang Ying didn't have an excellent impression of Luo Urshu, it wasn't too bad either. But now, Luo and his companions had firmly landed themselves on her blacklist. Thanks to them, Liang Ying spent 4 days and nights underground before finally returning to the surface. By then, the mining area was still in disarray due to the earthquake. Liang Ying emerged not in the city, but somewhere in the desert outside of Vulcan City. It took Liang Ying another day to travel from the sand dunes back to her hotel. After nearly 10 days without sleep or food, upon reaching the hotel, Liang Ying first ordered a huge table of food to satisfy her hunger and then fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 25, Desert Baptism. Liang Ying slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and when she woke up again, her stomach was rumbling with hunger. Despite the pain, she ate a whole table full of food, patted her bloated belly, and slumped on the sofa, sighing again. The meals before and after sleeping had eaten up half of her travel fund. Vulcan was only the second stop in her travel plan, and the rest of her journey would likely require tightening her belt. After another day of rest in Vulcan to adjust her physical condition, Liang Ying said goodbye to the firevine tree and embarked on the next stage of her journey. All in all, the past few days in Vulcan were novel, exciting, and dangerous for Liang Ying, but also yielded rich rewards. She learned about the source force, acquired new skills, and obtained a 10,000-year-old green leaf from the firevine tree. These things opened a new door for her future life, allowing her to gain a deeper understanding of her own abilities and point her thinking in a more correct direction. Liang Ying described this segment of her journey as unscientific and unimaginable, yet it couldn't help but make one secretly grin. The only discordant part was the appearance of the Luo Urshu trio. After this experience, Liang Ying deeply realized how correct Professor Shin's evaluation of Luo Air was. In the future, she must definitely avoid people like that. Her 10-day stay in Vulcan far exceeded her planned time, so the subsequent journey had to become much tighter. It took her about 10 days to finish touring the other oasis sections of Hessel, bringing her to the final destination of her journey, the Endless Sand Sea. The Endless Sand Sea was not a city, but rather an actual sea of desert sand, another well-known place for physical arts cultivation across the interstellar regions of the Hessel planet. After the adventure in the Vulcan mine cave, Liang Ying faintly felt that her body had reached its peak condition, just like what the Star Net described, a critical state right before advancing to the next level of martial arts skills. Skill advancement usually requires a trigger. According to experiences posted online, this trigger is generally about exhausting one's peak physical stamina, pushing the body from one extreme to another. This scenario significantly increases the likelihood of breaking through one's current limit. To break through to the next level of her physical arts skill before returning to Marseille City, Liang Ying chose the Endless Sand Sea as her breakthrough location. To enter the Endless Sand Sea, one must first arrive at the Sand Sea base. The Sand Sea base was similar to the Dune Castle where Liang Ying stayed earlier. She first registered at the pre-booked hotel, then directly scheduled the entry time into the Sand Sea via the hotel, and subsequently went out to prepare for entering the Sand Sea. The Endless Sand Sea is part of Hessel's largest desert directly exposed to sunlight, without any protective shield covering it. Therefore, personal protection measures are essential to enter it. When she arrived at the biggest outdoor gear mall in the base, Liang Ying bought a set of robes suitable for the Sand Sea environment. The robes she wore originally were only appropriate for cities under a protective shield. The new robes had superior functionality. Besides sweat prevention and UV protection, they could automatically regulate temperature. When the human body exceeded 40 degrees Celsius, the robe would automatically begin cooling to prevent heat stroke. The design of the new robe was uniform, an unsightly gray color, covering from head to toe. Its sleeves extended beyond the fingertips. It made no distinction between male and female, but differentiated size based on body type, small, medium, or large. Aesthetics were secondary, with function being paramount. Liang Ying, a 17-year-old teenage girl, was physically healthy and of standard build, standing slightly above average at almost 1.7 meters tall. She chose a medium-sized robe, which fit perfectly in length but was slightly baggy. Anyway, since no one could recognize her once she put it on, whether it looked good or not really didn't matter. In addition to the new robe, special desert boots were required. Under the sun's blazing heat, the sand temperatures could reach 70 or 80 degrees Celsius, making ordinary shoes unusable. Only these specially made desert boots could withstand the high-temperature friction of the sand and protect her legs and feet from being scalded. Gloves, masks, and sunglasses specific to desert conditions were also necessary. One needed to be fully geared up before entering the Endless Sand Sea. No part of the body could endure the direct exposure to such high temperatures, necessitating comprehensive protection. Every 10 kilometers within the Sand Sea, there was a service station where one could replenish nutrients and water, thus extra preparation wasn't needed. There were many people who had booked appointments to enter the Sand Sea. Liang Ying's appointment was for noon the next day. After having lunch ahead of time, Liang Ying changed into her full set of gear and headed to the entrance registration window of the Sand Sea. The staff handed Liang Ying a declaration form, stating that once inside the Sand Sea, her life and death were solely her responsibility, and the base would assume no liability. Each person entering the Sand Sea had to sign this declaration form. However, over the more than 10 years of the establishment of the Sand Sea base, there had been no casualties reported. The various safety measures at the base were quite well prepared. Every 10 kilometers, service stations were fully staffed, with even large surgical medical devices available. Moreover, every 4 hours, the service station staff would patrol in desert ambulances, ensuring that anyone needing help would be rescued as long as they weren't already dead upon discovery. Liang Ying signed her name on the declaration form without hesitation. The staff collected the document and handed Liang Ying a defensive pin. This pin functioned as an alarm device. If the user felt unable to continue, they could press the button on the pin, which would create a small magnetic shield around the person, protecting them from direct sunlight, while simultaneously alerting the service station staff to come for rescue. After securing the pin on her chest, Liang Ying once again checked her equipment. Once everything was confirmed ready, she entered the endless Sand Sea. The endless Sand Sea endured sunlight for 18 hours each day, making it feel like an endless sea of fire rather than sand to Liang Ying. By midday, the temperature in the desert reached its peak, with nearly 100 degrees Celsius heat emanating from the ground around her. Even wearing the full set of protective gear, Liang Ying still felt as though she were surrounded by flames. The air she breathed in seemed transformed into fire itself, subjecting her body inside and out to a fiery baptism. Liang Ying, who started out at noon, couldn't hold out until nightfall. She had passed only 4 service stations before she gave up. Right before losing consciousness, she managed to activate the pin, then collapsed motionless into the sand. The service station staff arrived swiftly with the desert ambulance. After a preliminary diagnosis, it turned out that Liang Ying had merely fainted due to exhaustion with no other injuries. They transported her back to the service station and placed her in a nutrient chamber. Her severely fatigued body quickly absorbed the nutrient fluid from the chamber. With this replenishment, her body rapidly recovered, waking up just 2 hours later. Since all visitors to the Sand Sea were martial artists, every service station was equipped with physical arts detectors. Liang Ying directly tested herself at the station and indeed found that her physical skills had advanced to level 3. Liang Ying cleared all her expenses by swiping her card at the service station. Her travel fund was now overdrawn by over 2,000 credits. It was true, high-quality services came with high prices. The total cost for her experience in the endless Sand Sea exceeded 6,000 star coins. Still, despite the higher expenses in the Sand Sea, the results were worth it. Chapter 26. Farewell to Hessel. Returning to Moss City, Liang Ying had a new appreciation. Moss was ultimately Hessel's largest city, and its modernization and standardized management surpassed that of any other city. With 1 week left before school started, Liang Ying sorted through the local specialties she brought back as gifts from her trip. Some were for classmates she met in the tutoring program. These were sent via urban courier. The rest, she decided to deliver personally, both as gifts and farewells. After contacting Uncle Li, Liang Ying packed up the items, slung her backpack on, and set off again. Upon returning to the Castle of Dunes, Liang Ying felt an inexplicable emotion welling up inside her. This was where the original owner and her grandfather lived, and also her first stop when she arrived in this star system. It was both strange and familiar, intimate yet frightening. Perhaps it was the sentiment known as nostalgic apprehension. Following the streets etched in her memory, Liang Ying arrived at the familiar house, where Uncle Li was already waiting outside. Girl. Uncle Li looked her over from head to toe, sizing her up carefully. You've gotten fatter, taller, and your complexion is rosier than before. Life has treated you well over these few months. You can take care of yourself, which puts my mind at ease. Liang Ying blushed slightly and touched her face, noticing herself getting heavier during these months. She could eat, drink, and sleep soundly, and her living situation had vastly improved compared to the previous owner. Uncle Li opened the door, and they entered the house. Liang Ying looked around at the familiar furnishings, her eyes becoming moist, as a wave of emotion swept over her. The house bore no signs of habitation, but was spotless, indicating that Uncle Li had regularly come by to clean. Liang Ying wiped her nose, brushing away the faint sadness in her heart. Uncle Li, I won't be coming back for years while I'm in school. You should find someone to rent this place out. It's a waste to leave it empty. You don't need to give me the rent. You can keep it as compensation for looking after the house. Uncle Li stared at Liang Ying for a moment, sighed, and placed his hand on her head, rubbing it affectionately. Why are you thinking so much? The house is fine with me keeping an eye on it. If you really want it rented out, that's okay too. I'll pay you quarterly. On this point, you must listen to me. You're still a student, and this rent can serve as a steady income. When you're alone out there, having a little extra money can help you get by. Knowing that Uncle Li insisted against taking rent, Liang Ying did not press further. Saying more would make them feel distant. She gave him a brief account of what had happened over these months, spent dinner at Uncle Li's house that evening, and slept overnight at her own home. Early the next morning, Liang Ying left the Castle of Dunes and returned to Moss. Before departing, Uncle Li couldn't help reminding her to stay in touch and mentioned reaching out to her biological father. Liang Ying promised to contact her father when the opportunity arose. Only then did Uncle Li let her board the flying car. On the day she returned to Moss, Liang Ying visited Professor Shun with local specialties. She received an educational session from Professor Shun all afternoon and had dinner at his house before leaving. Later, Liang Ying went to the dessert shop with her gifts, visiting the manager and former colleagues. Though she only worked here for a few months, their quiet care and consideration for her were evident. She remembered and appreciated everything good they had done for her. Finally, Liang Ying visited brother Xiao Li's family, whose care had made her time in Moss unforgettable, making them the people she most cherished. On her last night in Moss, Liang Ying sat in front of her house door, feeling the gentle breeze, eating fairy fruits, and counting stars. The night sky of Moss, seen through the transparent protective dome, sparkled in the distance, bright and ethereal. Reflecting on her experiences over these past months, the loneliness of the Castle of Dunes, the hustle and bustle of Moss, the busy tutoring classes, the leisure of temporary work, the unexpected rainy season, and the adventure on Vulcan, her journey had eventually culminated in the trial amidst endless deserts. In just a few short months, she experienced more than her 17 years in her previous life. All these scenes passed before her eyes like flashes, eventually merging into the tranquility of the starry night. No matter where she might be in the future, she would never forget Hessel, where Liang Ying began her new life, the starting point of her journey into interstellar living. From the desert star Hessel to the Academy star Nerva, it took 3 days and 2 nights by interstellar spacecraft to arrive. Liang Ying boarded the civilian interstellar ship of the Interstellar Transport Company, and as a common citizen, she naturally purchased an economy-class ticket. Liang Ying boarded the spaceship alone. Coincidentally, among those in her tutoring class, she was the only one who applied to a school on the Nerva planet. Nerva was a renowned academic planet across the galaxy, hosting universities that ranked among the best throughout the interstellar community, so students from impoverished regions like Hessel rarely managed to get accepted there. The agricultural school Liang Ying applied to was not a popular major in interstellar circles, and even fewer students from Hessel desired to study such a field. Liang Ying's admission owed somewhat to her niche choice and low application numbers, increasing the acceptance rate. This civilian spaceship could accommodate 8,000 people, as an overnight stay was required for the long-distance interstellar flight. The luxury cabins were private single rooms, rumored to even have their own bathrooms. The economy cabins, however, consisted of small compartments with 8 passengers each. The seats were foldable, transforming into small beds when lowered, but the space was very limited, with 1 bathroom shared among the 8 passengers. This was much better than the sleeper trains of the 20th century, which had only 1 restroom shared by an entire carriage. Liang Ying wasn't picky. She brought only a few sets of clothes and some pre-made boxed meals. After placing her belongings in the box under the seat, she sat down and fastened her seatbelt. There was still half an hour before the spaceship's departure, and passengers were still boarding. Liang Ying fiddled around with the buttons on the armrest, trying to figure out their functions. Liang Ying's luck wasn't too great. The other 7 passengers in her compartment were all men. Among them was a middle-aged bald man who, after putting his luggage away, immediately took off his shoes and lay down on his seat. This man clearly hadn't washed his feet in days, and a pungent smell soon permeated the compartment. The small compartment didn't have a door, which made Liang Ying feel a little better. At least it wasn't an enclosed space. However, the smell of foot odor was unbearable, making Liang Ying almost vomit up her breakfast. The other passengers couldn't take it either, complaining angrily to the man and shouting for the stewardess. A boy who looked like a student seemed familiar with the ship's equipment. He casually pressed a nearby yellow button, and the 4 air vents at the top of the compartment started rotating at full power. Liang Ying instantly felt much more comfortable. The foot odor was no longer as noticeable. The stewardess arrived with a bottle of specially made perfume, spraying it a few times on the man's feet with a puff-puff. A faint and pleasant floral fragrance replaced the stench. The stewardess apologized and mentioned that if there were any problems, they could press the green button next to them to call her. She then checked whether everyone's luggage boxes were securely closed and left only after confirming everything was fine. Liang Ying was quite curious about the student-like older boy and wanted to strike up a conversation, but as soon as he sat down, he put on headphones and fell asleep. Feeling helpless, Liang Ying also put on her headphones, opened a virtual screen, and selected a movie she hadn't seen before to pass the time. Chapter 27, Zhang Xiaoming. Liang Ying stared speechlessly at the view outside the spaceship window. Hessel compared to Nerva is purely a rural place. She suddenly remembered what an online chat friend had said on the Star Network, and she couldn't help but nod. Sister, it's time to disembark. Zhang Xiaoming looked strangely at the stunned Liang Ying, tilting his head and pulling on Liang Ying's sleeve. Liang Ying snapped back to reality, closed her gaping mouth, and blushed while rubbing Zhang Xiaoming's head. Zhang Xiaoming was someone Liang Ying met just 2 days ago in the spaceship's leisure cabin. Liang Ying had brought homemade boxed meals, and in order not to pollute the air in the compartment, she always took her meal to the leisure cabin during mealtimes. Liang Ying, who never lacked for fruit, used a few fairy fruits to easily win over Zhang Xiaoming. Liang Ying adjusted her backpack slightly behind her, holding Zhang Xiaoming's little hand with one hand, both of them standing by the window waiting for the spacecraft's door to open. Behind them stood a tall, stern middle-aged man, whom Xiaoming called Uncle Qing. After introducing himself, Uncle Qing revealed he was both the Zhang family's butler and Xiaoming's personal mentor. From the moment Liang Ying first saw Zhang Xiaoming, she noticed his uniqueness. At only 8 years old, This child had exceptionally good spiritual potential, already reaching the third level of spiritual power at such a young age. His talent surpassed even hers. Due to her intrinsic energy force, Liang Ying's five senses were several times more sensitive than those of ordinary people. Not only did she perceive Zhang Xiaoming's spiritual potential, but she also discovered that he had suffered internal injuries, with burns in his internal organs leaving behind latent problems. This was also one of the reasons why Liang Ying decided to approach Zhang Xiaoming. After engaging him in some small talk under the temptation of fruits, Liang Ying confirmed that the situation was roughly as she had guessed. Under the pretense of a vacation, the Zhang family had brought Zhang Xiaoming to the Hessel planet. Unaware of the details, Zhang Xiaoming followed his so-called mentor into the endless sand sea. Although both emerged safely from the desert, Zhang Xiaoming's internal organs had been left with hidden injuries. In the universe, there were not many children like Zhang Xiaoming who were so young yet possessed high spiritual potential, but there were enough that they weren't exactly rare. However, those who truly managed to grow up successfully were as rare as phoenix feathers or unicorn horns. The main reason was that overly high spiritual talent was not necessarily advantageous. If one's physical combat skills could not keep up with the growth of spiritual power, it would put a strain on the body. Especially for children, rapid increase in spiritual levels often led to premature death. The Zhang family likely made the decision out of good intentions, wanting to use the experience in the endless sand sea to improve Zhang Xiaoming's physical condition. Ideally, if this experience helped stimulate him to break through from physical combat level 1 to level 2, it would give him more time to develop smoothly. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Zhang Xiaoming had reached the peak of level 1 but failed to break through, a classic case of overpressuring growth, which destabilized his physical state and left hidden injuries. Thinking of this, Liang Ying paused in her stroking of Xiaoming's head, her eyes somewhat dimming. Her own situation was very similar to Xiaoming's. Her spiritual power level far exceeded her physical combat level, but due to her intrinsic energy force acting as a protective barrier, her body gained special attributes, thus sparing her from the damage caused by excessively high spiritual power. Compared to the child before her, Liang Ying felt extraordinarily lucky. No family pushed her to grow rapidly, allowing her to freely choose her own way of life. Maybe out of empathy, Liang Ying felt more intimacy and sympathy toward Zhang Xiaoming. Looking back at Uncle Qing, wearing a neatly pressed butler uniform, it seemed the Zhang family was not an ordinary one. Judging by this Uncle Qing's demeanor, he was certainly no ordinary butler and mentor. They must have ways to treat Xiaoming's injuries. The hatch opened, and fresh air flowed into the ship, dissipating the stuffiness of many days. Zhang Xiaoming covered his mouth and coughed softly twice. Uncle Qing immediately picked him up anxiously, and Liang Ying couldn't help but furrow her brows. It seemed clear that the hidden injuries in Xiaoming's internal organs hadn't cleared, especially concentrated in his lungs. Casually placing her hand on Xiaoming's stomach, Liang Ying subtly released her intrinsic energy force into Xiaoming's body, nurturing his internal organs. However, considering Xiaoming's young age, Liang Ying wasn't sure how much her intrinsic energy could affect him, nor dared she send too much energy into him. She could only hope to alleviate the boy's pain. As for Zhang Xiaoming, he felt quite comfortable. The dull ache that occasionally surfaced disappeared again. 2 days prior, in the leisure cabin, when Zhang Xiaoming first encountered Liang Ying, he felt a strange attraction emanating from her. Originally feeling unwell, whenever he stayed close to Liang Ying, his discomfort lessened. So, for these 2 days, Zhang Xiaoming had clung closely to Liang Ying. Even Uncle Qing's attempts to pry him away were in vain. However, being still a child with limited language expression abilities, all Uncle Qing thought was that Zhang Xiaoming was merely throwing a tantrum and didn't suspect anything else. Although Zhang Xiaoming was usually very playful, he knew well how to read the adults around him. Seeing Uncle Qing's displeased face, he pouted, cuddled against him, and spoke in a soft, sweet voice. Uncle Qing, I'm thirsty. I want to drink honey water. Ever since bringing Xiaoming out of the endless sand sea, Uncle Qing hadn't been able to relax. He was constantly blaming himself for his carelessness. As a butler from the main branch of the Zhang family, Uncle Qing was more aware than anyone of the Zhang's attitude toward Xiaoming, especially given the complications surrounding his origins. The future remained uncertain. Uncle Qing had raised Zhang Xiaoming ever since he was an infant. He knew that although the boy could be mischievous, at heart he was obedient. Being both Xiaoming's mentor and guardian, Uncle Qing was fully aware of his talents. Even as an illegitimate child who must remain in the shadows, Zhang Xiaoming's abilities were no less impressive than those of the legitimate heirs in the family. With proper cultivation, he had the potential to earn the family's recognition one day. With this in mind, Uncle Qing secretly resolved to contact the head of the Zhang household upon returning. There was no time to waste in treating Xiaoming. Even if it meant deploying his own covert resources, Uncle Qing would persuade the patriarch to take the matter seriously. All good things must come to an end. With the crowd disembarking from the spaceship, Liang Ying was about to part ways with her young friend, Zhang Xiaoming. Zhang Xiaoming clung tearfully to Liang Ying's hand, refusing to let go. Uncle Qing helplessly asked for Liang Ying's contact information and verified her school's address, promising to bring Xiaoming to visit her at the first opportunity. Only after gaining her assurance did Xiaoming reluctantly let Liang Ying leave. Liang Ying stood by the customs checkpoint, waving goodbye to Zhang Xiaoming, when she noticed 2 bodyguards escorting a well-dressed woman approaching Uncle Qing and the others. The middle woman frowned impatiently, yet there was an unmistakable resemblance between her and Xiaoming. She was likely Zhang Xiaoming's mother, whose identity had always been kept secret. Chapter 28, New Student Registration. Airships came and went in the sky, shuttles rising and descending on the ground. The busy nervous spaceport had a daily throughput dozens of times greater than Hessel's. The square in front of the port was filled with flying cars and transport vehicles, with electronic virtual screens flashing in the air. Liang Ying stood on the square with her luggage, her gaze sweeping over the electronic screens one by one. Finally, she spotted the name, Longping Agricultural College. According to the orientation guidebook, each university would send dedicated transport aircrafts to the spaceport to pick up new students. Longping's transport aircraft made 2 round trips daily, departing when full and offering free service. Of course, students were free to arrange their own registration if they preferred, as this was not enforced by the school. Longping Agricultural College's transport vehicle was docked at position 7, with 2 tables set up in front of it, and 4 people sitting behind them responsible for welcoming students. Compared to other universities' bustling crowds before massive transport planes, there were far fewer people at Longping. It was often said online about university life. Freshmen are easily persuaded in their first year. Sophomores are semi-strangers who are easy to assign tasks. Juniors are slick and know the ropes. Seniors focus on finding their way out. The people responsible for picking up new students from all universities were sophomores. They would sit by the tables all day, enduring wind and sun without subsidies, acting as though they were getting a good deal and being enthusiastically excited about it. Tong Hui was an ordinary staff member of the student union at Longping Agricultural College. The term staff meant someone who does tasks. Thus, he was assigned to the spaceport to welcome new students. Tong Hui noticed a pretty girl approaching from afar. Staring intently, he realized that the girl kept looking at the 4 of them. His eyes lit up, and he called out from a distance, "Sister, are you here to register? You must be a Longping student, right?" With his loud voice, this shout drew attention from nearby people. Liang Ying felt awkward, her lips twitching slightly as she faced her senior's enthusiasm, but nodded hesitantly. Tong Hui quickly moved his fingers, logging into the star network to check the list of new students. The senior originally sitting next to Tong Hui suddenly jumped up, running like a yes man to Liang Ying's side, pretending to help carry her luggage. Behind the table, the 2 remaining individuals could only lament their misfortune with sorrowful expressions, regretting that they hadn't acted fast enough to get ahead of Tong Hui and the other. After sitting there for half a day, they had only picked up 8 new students so far, and Liang Ying was the only female among them. "What's your major, sister? What's your name?" "Livestock Breeding Department, Liang Ying." Liang Ying politely declined the senior's offer of help. Her luggage contained just a few sets of clothes, so it wasn't heavy at all. Tong Hui efficiently registered Liang Ying and personally led her onto the transport ship, introducing her to the registration process while walking. Their team was responsible for transport vessel registration, whereas academic enrollment happened in the school's 10,000-person auditorium. Once Liang Ying arrived at the school, she would need to register there to officially start her studies. "Sister, you're in livestock breeding? This major has very few admissions now. Do you like keeping small animals? Students aren't allowed to keep pets in dormitories. If you find it inconvenient, you can rent a place near campus. That way, you won't have to pay accommodation fees." Tong Hui blabbered on with enthusiasm, completely ignoring Liang Ying's troubled expression. In fact, Tong Hui had misunderstood. He assumed that Liang Ying had chosen livestock breeding because of her interest in raising pets, whereas Liang Ying was actually interested in traditional animal husbandry. To clarify, Longping Agricultural College taught traditional livestock farming, not the popular subjects of contemporary livestock farming. Due to the transformation brought by interstellar technology, current agricultural practices differ greatly from traditional methods. Advanced scientific equipment, scientific management processes, and the widespread use of agricultural robots have changed farming to a predominantly machine-based system with human assistance. With the participation of professional agricultural robots in planting and animal husbandry, humans have been liberated from the labor-intensive aspects of agriculture, allowing more energy to be devoted to species improvement research, which falls under life genetic sciences. Therefore, fewer people nowadays choose to study traditional livestock farming. The focus of traditional livestock farming has shifted from farmland to pet breeding, making pet keeping within households a high-consumption activity. Most graduates from livestock breeding departments go into the pet industry, which is more lucrative than traditional animal husbandry. Thus, Tong Hui's misunderstanding of Liang Ying was understandable. Only students like Liang Ying, who were reminiscent of old-school ways, would still take interest in traditional livestock farming. Liang Ying didn't know how to explain herself to Tong Hui. After thinking for a while, she decided against it altogether. Since the senior wasn't in the same grade as her, they probably wouldn't meet again much anyway. The interplanetary transport aircraft was different from the planetary flycars, not just a little smaller in size. The transport aircraft had fewer seats, but more space inside, presumably used more for transporting goods than passengers during normal times. Technologically speaking, planetary flycars were the evolved version of aviation planes, while transport aircrafts were the evolved version of helicopters. By noon, the transport aircraft returned to school, and in half a day, including Liang Ying, they had only picked up 18 students. It was known beforehand that few people would take entrance exams for an agricultural college, but it was unexpected that so few would enroll. In stark contrast, the neighboring Black Cannon Military Academy's number of new students far exceeded theirs. Not only were their transport aircraft larger, but their student count also outnumbered them nearly 100-fold. After less than 2 hours of flight, the transport aircraft arrived at Longping Agricultural College. Liang Ying disembarked with the others, and the senior in charge of receiving them led them to the grand auditorium for registration. The grand auditorium was lively, Approximately 100 new students were present for registration. It appeared that most students' families attending the agricultural college were relatively wealthy, as most chose to come directly to the school for enrollment on their own. There were 4 reception desks, and the students lined up orderly. The seniors were highly efficient, causing the queue to move swiftly. Before long, it was Liang Ying's turn. "Are you a special admittee?" The senior handling the registration looked at Liang Ying's records and glanced curiously at her. "A wood-type mutant ability user?" Liang Ying pulled out a green badge clipped to her pocket and handed it over. The student received the badge carefully, inspecting and feeling it thoroughly. Those nearby who heard their conversation also leaned over curiously, glancing alternately between the badge and Liang Ying. Liang Ying felt somewhat speechless. Mutant ability users were indeed still rare commodities, and she would have to pay more attention in this aspect going forward. Finally, amidst everyone's gaze, Liang Ying completed her admission procedures. The senior in charge took out a dark green card and handed it to Liang Ying. "Your dormitory is in Villa number 1 in Zone S. That's the dedicated dormitory for specially admitted students, with its own administrator. Take this card to find the administrator, and he will arrange the rest for you." "Villa?" Liang Ying frowned, unprepared financially to stay in a villa. "Excuse me, senior, how much does the school charge for staying in a villa?" Chapter 29, Luxurious New Dormitory. Liang Ying carried her luggage, stood on a flying board, and held the control lever with one hand while clutching the room card in the other. The fast-moving flying board stirred up the wind, which caressed her high ponytail. A bright green leaf was attached to her ponytail, swaying in the breeze. Although exuding youthfulness from head to toe, Liang Ying's facial expression looked bizarre. She thought about what the reception senior had said. Longping exempted all tuition and accommodation fees for special recruits. It suited Liang Ying's intentions perfectly, and she would dreamily laugh happily, even in her sleep. Liang Ying wanted to laugh 3 times aloud to express her mood, but decided against it, as being too ostentatious, enduring until her face twisted strangely. Speaking of the convenience of the flying board, you could log into the campus network to make reservations, and the average waiting time did not exceed 2 minutes. Equipped with a comprehensive campus map, you could directly input the destination for automatic navigation. Small in size, it barely occupied any space. Passengers just had to stand on the board while holding the control rod. It was simple yet practical. The first 3 days of school offered free use, after which monthly or weekly passes could be purchased at reasonable prices, cheaper and more convenient than inter-campus buses. Destination, Villa number 1, S area, arrived. The electronic voice sounded, and within 10 minutes, Liang Ying flew to the S area. S area consisted of connected villas, one row being teacher dormitories, the other for wealthy students. Only Villa number 1 stood alone as a 3-story villa, specifically designed for gifted students. Liang Ying dismounted from her flying board with her luggage. Automatic return program activated. With a whoosh, the flying board flew away on its own. Standing before the villa and looking upward, Liang Ying admired the luxurious appearance with a smile before opening the door. As soon as she entered, a middle-aged man approached her. "Hello, are you student Liang Ying? I'm Louis, the administrator of Villa number 1. The registration office has already sent me your information." A half-blood butler wearing formal uniform, a villa reminiscent of the ones where affluent families reside in TV dramas, alongside very costly-looking furniture in the extra-large living room beside. Such high-end equipment indeed. Liang Ying secretly praised internally, an unprecedented feeling like a chicken unexpectedly fallen into a phoenix's nest surfaced. Apart from the living room on the ground floor of Villa number 1, there are 2 martial arts training rooms, 1 meditation room, and 1 shared kitchen. However, the current residents here don't eat inside the villa. Though the kitchen tools are complete, they have never been used. Louis led Liang Ying upstairs, introducing the situation of the villa, but probably Liang Ying hadn't listened to a word. On the 2nd floor live the 3rd and 4th year students, and on the 3rd floor, the 1st and 2nd year students. There are 8 rooms on each floor. The 2nd floor is fully occupied, while your room, Liang Ying, is on the 3rd floor, where currently 4 rooms are vacant, so you may choose any one. The mirror on the wall was massive, with patterns that seemed to resemble classical European-style engravings. Was the chandelier on the ceiling made of pure crystal? And how about the corridor's wall lamps using traditional Chinese lantern style? Liang Ying's eyes darted everywhere, finding them insufficient. This year, we heard that only 2 new students were given special recruitment status, which is fewer than previous years. Currently, among the 2nd years, for students are specially recruited, 3 from the 3rd year, and 5 from the 4th year. Liang Ying has come early, whereas the other specially recruited student hasn't reported yet, though I heard. The portrait hanging beside the staircase. How does it look so real? Aren't these people dressed in the same student uniforms as those in the Longping Agricultural Institute? Conscientious butler Mr. Lewis apparently noticed that Liang Ying was staring at the portrait next to the staircase, kindly explaining. These portraits belong to former able-bodied students who once lived in this villa. Among them, 3/4 chose to serve the Federation after graduation, contributing to our Federation's development by assuming important roles within the federal government. As for the remaining quarter, although they don't work in the federal government, they still hold significant positions within the agricultural and economic sectors of our Federation. The proud expression on Lewis' face immediately made Liang Ying feel a sudden increase in pressure on her shoulders. Lewis opened all 4 empty rooms, and Liang Ying selected one at the edge. That room, besides having a balcony, also had a small side window. A single bed was right beside the wall near the window, allowing leisurely reading by the window or stargazing at night while lying in bed. Undeniably, this luxurious villa combined with Oriental and Western elements pleased Liang Ying deeply. Her hidden romantic emotions deep inside were greatly satisfied. After placing her luggage down, Liang Ying followed Louis to register her fingerprints in the security system. From now on, entering the villa and her room could be done simply by scanning her fingerprint at the entrance. Louis then explained the rules and daily precautions of Villa Number 1 to Liang Ying, then left downstairs to leave space for her. Liang Ying closed the door and walked back to the sofa, flopping down and looking around. This was where she would live for the next 4 years, her temporary home. Suddenly remembering something, Liang Ying got up from the sofa and ran into the bathroom, inspecting all the various fixtures there, before bursting out laughing. Ah, this shower uses water. Finally, I can take a water bath again. Speaking of which, water is a precious resource on Hessel planet, and since the interstellar era began, Liang Ying hadn't had a single water bath. Although solar-powered showers were more scientifically clean, killing all bacteria without a trace, psychologically it still felt off. Old-fashioned as it may seem, one simply must bathe with water. Liang Ying burst into laughter 3 times, quickly grabbed fresh clothes from her luggage, and went back into the bathroom to enjoy a thorough shower under the gushing water. The only regret was that there was no bathtub. She couldn't soak in a pedal bath. Thinking about this, Liang Ying chuckled softly to herself, feeling quite pleased, but also somewhat ashamed for losing herself in the moment like this. After putting on new clothes, she threw the dirty ones into the built-in processor in the bathroom wall. 5 minutes later, a ding signaled that her dirty clothes had been cleaned. Liang Ying took out her now dry and fresh clothes, along with those in her backpack, placing them all into the wardrobe. The wardrobe, not too large nor too small, had a few scattered desert robes and several sets of sportswear hanging inside, making the empty space look pitiful. Liang Ying scratched her head awkwardly. She really needed to go out and buy some new clothes. On Hessel planet, daily wear mostly consisted of desert robes, but Nerva was a green planet, and wearing a robe here would be quite strange. There were still 3 days before school officially started. These 3 days would be perfect for shopping trips and exploring the area near the school. Liang Ying immediately logged onto the StarNet to look up information and plan her shopping route. On Tuesday, she'd go to Qingdao and stay there for 2 days, trying to spare time for writing whenever possible. If updates are scarce, please bear with her. Chapter 30, The New Classmate. Bang, 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 thud, thud, thud. Liang Ying pulled the pillow above her head tightly with both hands, trying to block her ears from closing. The carefully selected pillow twisted and distorted the inkwash classical Chinese pattern on it. Unfortunately, all of her struggling was in vain. She stayed up late watching TV dramas until 2 in the morning, and then was woken up by the noise at 6 in the morning and couldn't fall back asleep. Liang Ying struggled on her deathbed for a long time on her comfortable bed before finally getting up helplessly, staring at her dark circles. After reflecting for a while that she shouldn't have stayed up late watching TV, she entered the bathroom feeling listless and brushed her teeth. After tidying up her personal hygiene, Liang Ying went downstairs to the kitchen to make breakfast. There was milk, eggs, and cereal bread left over from yesterday's campus supermarket trip inside the fridge. She poured a glass of milk, made 2 sunny-side-up eggs, and placed 2 slices of bread into the toaster. A new day began simply with a plain breakfast. With 2 pop sounds, the toast was done. Liang Ying turned around holding the fragrant, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside toast slices, ready to begin the great cause of eating breakfast, only to suddenly notice that the plate holding the fried eggs on the dining table was empty, and beside it sat an unfamiliar mixed-race handsome man. Liang Ying stood there, holding the plate with the toast slices in both hands, glaring at the mixed-race handsome man before her. In her heart, she had already guessed where the 2 fried eggs had gone. The egg-stealing handsome man. "Did you eat my fried eggs?" The handsome mixed-race man froze for a moment, then touched his right corner of his mouth following Liang Ying's exposed gaze. Seeing the tiny speck of yellow stain on his fingertips, the handsome man instantly blushed to the neck. The handsome man coughed uneasily, trying to cover up his embarrassment and remove evidence. He picked up the clean napkin prepared on the dining table by Liang Ying and wiped his mouth, then feigned calmness and looked puzzled at Liang Ying. "Aren't you the cook here?" "Cook?" Liang Ying's lips twitched uncontrollably a couple of times. Though her clothes were somewhat casual, she didn't think she looked anything like a cook. "This gentleman, I've just moved into this villa 3 days ago. There's no cook here. And certainly, there is no maid either." Seeing Liang Ying frowning more deeply, the handsome man became nervous. "But there's a butler here. If there's a butler, wouldn't there be a maid too? And without a maid, who would clean the rooms, not to mention the cook? Who would prepare the meals without a cook?" "Mr. Lewis isn't a butler, he's an administrator. The administrator of a university dormitory is fundamentally different from the kind of butler you're talking about." Liang Ying couldn't help but criticize. The tone of the handsome man carried doubt as well as murmurs. Liang Ying understood. This guy was definitely not a senior student. Most likely another newly arrived peer with special abilities, probably from a wealthy family background who'd never lived alone before. Liang Ying, who had learned to be self-reliant since childhood, highly valued the ability of independence. She always held a rather negative impression towards the young masters and misses in television dramas who relied entirely on others. Even if she found herself facing such a handsome man, her fundamental life attitude couldn't be shaken. Liang Ying put down the plate in her hand and solemnly looked at Mr. Handsome. "Classmate, are you also a new student? Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Liang Ying. I'm studying animal husbandry. What about you?" "Xiaoyu, Agricultural Machinery Department. Xiaoyu felt defeated inside. Normally he was a very domineering person, so why was he acting like this today? Wasn't it just because some girl caught him in an awkward position? Heroes also have their shortcoming moments. As the saying goes, this is called being a tiger brought low and bullied by dogs. Xiaoyu classmate, do you know how much the fried eggs you ate just now cost? The campus supermarket clearly marked the price of each fresh egg at 38 star coins. Not counting the cost of frying oil and seasoning, the total cost for 2 fried eggs is more than 76 star coins. You may not fully understand what 76 star coins mean. For me, it means that to afford 2 fried eggs tomorrow, I need to find a part-time job paying more than 2,000 star coins per month. Actually, I can't afford to have 2 fried eggs every day, so... Perhaps still irritable from being woken up earlier, Liang Ying completely entered lecture mode. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu only heard the one headache turn into 2 big headaches, wishing desperately to pull out 2,000 star coins from his wallet and throw it on Liang Ying's face. But he had rushed out of home this time, underprepared, and except for his clothing, he hadn't brought anything else, including wallets or star coin cards. Even his commonly used communicator was left at home to avoid family tracking. Now, the communicator on his wrist was swapped with 2 sets of clothes from an interstellar vagabond halfway through his journey. Speaking of which, under these circumstances, the fact that Xiaoyu had managed to arrive alive on the Nirva planet was truly a miracle. Mr. Xiao, I don't want the food I've worked hard to buy disappearing mysteriously. Please be more considerate. And also, Liang Ying had shifted from lecture mode into grumble mode, though she hadn't yet realized how increasingly bizarre her speech was becoming, while Mr. Xiaoyu had already zoned out completely. Xiaoyu had just arrived at Villa Number 1. As a martial arts expert, he hadn't practiced his morning routine these days, but the habit instilled in him since childhood made both his heart and hands itchy. He barely spared time for a detailed conversation with the administrator Lewis and immediately rushed to the martial arts training room on the first floor. After completing a set of advanced martial arts exercises, Xiaoyu vented all the emotions from leaving home. Sweating profusely, he returned to his room for a shower, but soon his stomach began rumbling with hunger. With no money to go out for a meal, he stealthily entered the kitchen where he found freshly cooked sunny-side-up eggs sizzling on the table, their yolks still runny. 2 sunny-side-up eggs were not enough to fill his bottomless stomach. Xiaoyu felt as if he could devour an entire sambu bowl in one gulp at that moment. His eyes lingered on the 2 toasted bread slices Liang Ying had just placed on the dining table, their golden aroma teasing his saliva glands. He gulped audibly and picked up the glass next to him, drinking it dry without hesitation. Oh, this must have been Liang Ying's milk. Liang Ying finally paused, glaring at the empty glass in Xiaoyu's hand before glancing at his slightly bewildered expression. She suddenly became speechless and utterly powerless. Realizing his faux pas late, Xiaoyu awkwardly stared at the empty glass in his hand, then glanced sheepishly at Liang Ying. And thus, these two stood facing each other awkwardly in the kitchen, eyeing each other strangely in an eerie silence. Chapter 31, Ultra S Destructive Power. The sudden bang-bang, knocking on the door startled everyone as Administrator Lewis pushed open the kitchen door and walked in. His face was devoid of any emotion, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could have crushed mosquitoes. Liang Ying blinked a few times, her mind racing to review her actions over the past 2 days. It seemed she hadn't done anything to upset Lewis. Glancing at Xiaoyu seated by the dining table, she suddenly understood. Sure enough, Xiao student, room number 1 physical training room has been severely damaged, and the system has determined it beyond repair. Lewis's expression grew darker and more serious as he continued. According to the system's surveillance, the alarm in the training room was destroyed by you, and you also. Liang Ying's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets as she stared intently at Xiaoyu, observing him from head to toe, left to right, again and again. This new classmate turns out to be someone with extraordinary destructive power exceeding S level? Someone who could destroy a training room manually to the point it can't be repaired automatically? As far as Liang Ying knew, the 2 physical training rooms in Villa Number 1 were equipped with the most advanced facilities suitable for even those proficient in 8th or 9th grade martial arts. This was top-tier configuration for an ordinary agricultural university. Liang Ying looked at this suspect martial arts master, who had just stealthily eaten 2 fried eggs moments ago, confusion mixed with shock. After some delay, she recalled the noise that woke her up earlier in the morning. Could it really be that this sound originated from the destruction of the training room? Absolutely terrifying incident. A martial arts master appeared in the agricultural college. Just now, Xiaoyu, the classmate, mentioned something about being part of the agriculture machinery department. Did operating modern agriculture machinery require such high levels of martial arts now? Wasn't this supposed to be the mech suit division from a military academy instead? Considering the special circumstances of Villa Number 1, there has never been an instance of students destroying training rooms before. As the administrator, I must report this matter to the school leadership. How it will be handled will be decided by the school authorities. Does Xiaoyu student have anything else to add? Xiaoyu maintained a facade of calmness on his face, but inside, he was full of resentment. If only it weren't for hiding his identity, he wouldn't have come to this agricultural college. Wasn't it said that this villa possessed the best equipment among the dormitories? So why doesn't it even come with maids? And why can the physical training room not withstand a simple test? All he did was conduct a few sets of fundamental physical training movements. It wasn't intentional to cause damage. And yet, even the high-class training room couldn't bear the load? Administrator Liu, I happen to need to handle a private matter with the principal. Let me accompany you. Recalling the long discourse given by Liang Ying just then, wasn't all that about money? He would now go get some funds. Administrator Liu, please don't worry. I'll take full responsibility for the costs of rebuilding the training room. Also regarding this person, Liang Ying. Looking at the perplexed gaze directed at her by Xiao Yu, Liang Ying felt a twitch in the corner of her mouth. To have eaten her 2 fried eggs without remembering her name, what a loss. Liang Ying, I'll pay for your breakfast. I am someone who never owes others money. In addition, your food won't mysteriously disappear anymore. If it does one day, it absolutely has nothing to do with me. Xiao Yu's words were spoken with great sincerity, but Liang Ying found herself feeling slightly uneasy upon hearing them. Louis watched the young man named Xiao Yu standing before him, his brows furrowing tighter into a nearly straight line. Xiao Yu, my position is as an administrator of the villa, not a butler. Xiao Yu still looked utterly confused, seemingly unable to understand the difference between an administrator and a butler. Liang Ying finally understood. This was clearly a naive young master. However, this person did possess a somewhat adorable trait, appearing not unreasonable either, merely needing some more refinement. Liang Ying suddenly looked forward to life ahead with more anticipation. Xiao Yu followed Louis away, and Liang Ying once again prepared her own breakfast. Although she felt pity for wasting ingredients, she shouldn't neglect taking care of herself. After finishing her meal and tidying up the kitchen, Liang Ying went outside the villa to the little flower bed to stroll and digest. At the end of September, the campus of the Narrow Planet at 6:30 a.m. welcomed the rising sun. A light autumn breeze brushed past, swirling and dropping leaves through the air. The lush green grass and vibrant trees made Longping's autumn arrive later than Liang Ying's memory suggested. Narwa is known as the Star of Academies, where 70% of the planet is occupied by various universities, while the remaining 30% mainly consists of research institutes. Longping Agricultural College is located in the rhododendron city of the Narrow Star, alongside 2 other interstellar famous universities in Rhododendron City, Black Classic Military Academy and Rhododendron University. Rhododendron City also boasts Narwa's largest farm, the Emerald Green Farm, and the Federal 9th Mech Suit Research Institute. Due to its geographical advantages, every student at Longping has the opportunity to intern at the Emerald Green Farm. Black Classic Military Academy's Mech Suit Department always ranks within the top 10 in the Star Realm for centuries. And Rhododendron University, supported by Rhododendron Municipal Government Policies and Investments, sees comprehensive development across all departments. Its overall strength cannot be underestimated. For nearly 50 years, its ranking has steadily climbed. It was rumored last year it even entered the top 20 rankings for comprehensive universities. Longping, Black Classic, and Rhododendron universities each had their unique features, existing in a relationship devoid of competition. Together, they formed a strong triangular alliance. This bond of friendship among the 3 universities stretched back over 100 years, and many times they joined forces to suppress rival institutions. It was said that Emerald Green Farm became Narwa's largest farm due to the collaborative efforts of these 3 universities, and the Federal 9th Mech Suit Research Institute chose Rhododendron City as its base because of the shared influence of the trio. Although Rhododendron City wasn't the governmental center of Narwa, it was one of the most economically advanced cities on the planet, with recent trends pointing towards it becoming the top economic hub of Narwa. After finishing her walk, Liang Ying returned to the villa. The villa was quiet. Louis and the others hadn't returned yet, and the other seniors were either absent or still asleep. She envied those who could sleep soundly amidst the noise. Liang Ying's physical arts training was originally scheduled from 4 to 6 in the afternoon, but today, standing outside training room number 1, Liang Ying winced so hard it hurt her teeth. What kind of destructive power would lead to this devastation? Liang Ying covered her face, unable to bear looking at it. This was indeed an unbearable sight. The door was skewed, barely hanging by its upper right corner. Looking inside, the floor was deeply sunken in the middle, the walls fractured with cracks spreading like spider webs. The ceiling above had broken into chunks, exposing electrical wires sparking intermittently. Furthermore, various exercise equipment lay toppled in disarray, some high-tech devices made from cutting-edge materials contorted into grotesque shapes. Various components Liang Ying couldn't name littered the floor. A chill suddenly swept over her, prompting Liang Ying to reconsider whether her earlier attitude toward Xiao Yu had been too arrogant. Perhaps she should mend fences with him, hoping he wasn't someone who held grudges like herself. Chapter 32, Another New Classmate. After a moment of silence for the devastation in training room number 1, Liang Ying decisively turned and entered training room number 2. Training room number 1 would have to be rebuilt, but when it would be ready was uncertain. Today, with only one training room available, being the first to act was critical. Liang Ying wanted to finish today's training plan, so she wouldn't have to compete with her seniors for the use of the room. Without guidance from professional instructors, Liang Ying's current training routine still came from searches on the star web. She was now at level 3 in physical techniques, which meant the difficulty of her training had doubled. She had only recently started this new plan, and many movements were still difficult for her to execute properly. This resulted in her needing more time. Even under optimal conditions, it would take her about 2 hours. After completing her physical training, Liang Ying returned upstairs to her room to shower. The joints that felt sore a few days ago felt a bit looser today, a sign of progress. During the early phase of changing her training routine, it wasn't easy to avoid overtraining, as that could easily lead to muscle strains. Particularly since Liang Ying didn't have a coach guiding her, overburdening her body could leave potential risks secondary to more serious issues, like if an accident occurred during training and no one was there to rescue her. In such cases, it might even cost her life without anyone realizing it. There was a post on the Star Web where the forum user detailed various training accidents. Among these, someone had mistakenly injured themselves doing an exercise, leading to their muscles seizing up. Since no one was around to administer emergency aid, and because they were temporarily paralyzed, this person tragically suffocated themselves. Liang Ying took this story as a grave warning. Being accustomed to living alone, she paid close attention to any possible dangers while training solo. No matter what, life is precious and cannot be treated lightly. Over the past couple of days, Liang Ying had explored the commercial area around Longping University. Today, she planned to go to the university town to look for part-time work opportunities. Dujian University Town was jointly developed by Longping University, Haidian University, and Dujian University, located in the middle area connecting all three universities. It was convenient for students to travel between campuses, and its large size made it the most commonly visited place for academic exchanges. Liang Ying changed into a set of casual clothes she bought the other day and slung a small backpack over her shoulder before heading downstairs. It was almost 9, and the sounds of her senior classmates gradually waking up began filling the villa. Although Liang Ying had lived in Villa Number 1 for 2 days, either by chance or otherwise, she hadn't met the so-called seniors yet. Up until now, she didn't recognize any of her fellow dorm mates. Truly, she had heard their voices but never seen their faces. Bright sunlight poured through the wide windows into the living room, inadvertently lifting Liang Ying's spirits. She skipped down the stairs with a bounce, her neck-length ponytail swaying, strands of hair fluttering. Louis still hadn't returned, apparently either because the principal hadn't woken up yet, or because Xiaoyu had caused too much trouble. Of course, it might be both. Liang Ying snickered inwardly, amused. She passed her fingerprint at the door, and with a click, the villa gates automatically opened. Just as Liang Ying took a few steps forward, she stopped abruptly, seeing another, awkwardly cute, handsome youth standing outside the villa. Was this one of the seniors? No, the seniors could have walked right in, whereas this guy looked confused, clearly stumped by the door. Classmate, are you also this year's specially admitted student? Liang Ying noticed the 2 large suitcases next to the boyish-looking youth. This certainly wasn't a visit, meaning he was likely also this year's freshman, just like her. But Louis said there were only 2 specially admitted students this year, one being Liang Ying herself, and the other the aggressive youth named Xiaoyu. Now another awkward-looking handsome boy showed up. Was it a school error, or did Louis remember wrong? Zheng Haiqing quietly appraised the young girl in front of him. Inexpensive clothing, unpolished features, a somewhat messy hairstyle not tied back neatly, casual, and somewhat rude speech. Subconsciously shaking his head inside, he gave her a barely passing score of 4 points out of 10. Only her facial features and figure were moderately presentable, adding an extra point each. Liang Ying tilted her head curiously, completely unaware that Zheng Haiqing had already judged her upon their first meeting, only giving her a score of 4. Hello classmate, I'm this year's specially admitted student, freshly arrived from the registration desk. The welcoming senior mentioned that this villa has a dedicated administrator. Could you please help me call the administrator? Thanks. Zheng Haiqing was brought up with strict family discipline, and thus his words and actions always followed a certain etiquette, his face usually stern. Still, his private tutors taught him how to interact politely with others. After judging Liang Ying with only 4 points, he tried to lower his tone as much as possible, striving for his voice to sound friendlier. Liang Ying blinked, extending her right hand naturally. Hello classmate, my name is Liang Ying. I'm from the animal husbandry department, and also this year's freshman. Zheng Haiqing glanced at Liang Ying's outstretched right hand, his expression somewhat awkward. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly shook her hand, just a brief touch before pulling away. I'm Zheng Haiqing, from the Agricultural Automation Department. Please take care of me in the future. Zheng Haiqing's gesture was so quick that Liang Ying almost thought she had imagined it. Although she found his demeanor a bit peculiar, she wasn't someone who dwelled on small details and quickly dismissed the odd feeling. Zheng classmate, there was an incident in the villa this morning. Mr. Lewis went to the principal to deal with it and hasn't returned yet. Would you like to come in and wait in the living room for a while? Zheng Haiqing resisted the urge to wipe his hand with a handkerchief, glanced at the rising sun, and nodded emotionlessly at Liang Ying. Since that's the case, I'll follow your suggestion. He bent down to pick up his luggage, and Liang Ying hurried to help him. Their hands nearly touched again, but Zheng Haiqing's reaction was too swift, making Liang Ying doubt once more whether she had seen correctly. Suppressing the words that would have refused her help, Zheng Haiqing hid his personal quirks and made an effort to relax his face, trying to appear more natural. Liang classmate, do you happen to know how long Mr. Lewis will be gone? I'm not sure either. This morning's issue seems a bit complicated, and apparently something unprecedented has happened without any precedent. When Mr. Lewis left, he said he didn't know how the situation would be resolved either, so all we can do is wait patiently. Recalling the trouble caused by Xiaoyu, Liang Ying couldn't help but flash a mischievous grin. After helping Zheng Haiqing place his luggage next to the sofa, Liang Ying remembered she had things to do today and looked around before picking up the remote control beside the fireplace. You can watch some TV. The channels are quite complete here. News, dramas, movies, and more. It'll pass the time faster. The train back home from Qingdao is scheduled for tonight, so there won't be an update tonight. There might not be one tomorrow morning either, but I'll aim to restore updates tomorrow evening. Chapter 33, New Classmates Gossip. Liang Ying spent the entire day in University City, eyeing 2 stores. One was called Two Bookstore, a place to drink tea, taste tea, and read books. The environment in the store was great, and the boss lady was nice too. Working there was quite relaxing. The main tasks were to look after the store, serve tea when customers arrived, and occasionally add water. Liang Ying was very interested in this store, but unfortunately, It didn't need any temporary workers at the moment. The other one was called Fresh Products Store, which mainly sold cakes and desserts made on the same day. It accepted pre-orders and deliveries. There were no tables or chairs for dine-in, and the main customer group was students from the 3 campuses who ordered online for delivery by employees. Liang Ying had experience working part-time at Massey Dessert Shop, so this store seemed relatively relevant. However, they were only hiring delivery personnel and did not consider newly enrolled freshmen at the moment. Besides these 2 stores, some shops were recruiting counter staff, but the required working hours were too long for freshmen. A few private home-cooked restaurants also recruited waiters, but their schedules didn't suit Liang Ying, and the work was too tiring. This result left Liang Ying utterly frustrated. Helplessly, she went to the supermarket in University City and bought a pile of flour, preparing to go back and make noodles herself. She decided that next week, every meal would consist of noodles just to get by. University City supermarkets offered free delivery regardless of purchase amount, a service that made Liang Ying feel much more comfortable, improving her mood slightly. Back at Villa Number 1, Louis was tidying up the living room. Liang Ying looked around but didn't see the violent handsome youth nor the cute-looking young man, feeling a bit disappointed inside. Liang Ying thought since all 3 were this year's freshmen, they should naturally know each other better and help out with each other more. Hearing a sound, Louis realized Liang Ying had returned and immediately approached with an apologetic face to deliver a message. Unfortunately, the number 1 physical training room will be temporarily unavailable. The school will send someone over tomorrow to rebuild it, and all equipment inside will be replaced. The principal guarantees to all students of Villa Number 1 that the new equipment will be the most advanced in the Federation, and similar accidents will definitely not happen again. Please rest assured using them. The reconstruction period is about 1 week. During this week, we'll trouble all students to adjust your training plans. The number 2 physical training room will be open 24 hours a day. Please understand and cooperate with each other. Liang Ying wasn't an extreme physical trainer. Adjustments could easily be made. It's fine. I'm not a professional physical combatant, so the usage timing can coordinate with others. Pausing temporarily for a week is also okay. Let others set the times first, and any free time slots count as mine. Louis looked very grateful. This villa currently housed 15 students, though a few classmates didn't use the training rooms. Generally, each physical training session wouldn't last less than 2 hours, so 1 training room was indeed insufficient. Moreover, psychics usually had a high opinion of themselves and received special treatment in many areas. For example, schools allocated them specific accommodations, making them concede was often quite troublesome. Liang Ying, however, being such an accommodating psychic student with no airs, was rare indeed. Although the unexpected damage to the training facilities wasn't Louis's responsibility, conflicts might arise among students during the following 1-week reconstruction period. If poorly coordinated, these issues would become Louis's responsibilities. Being the manager of S District Villa Number 1 meant good pay and sounded impressive. Currently, Louis didn't want to lose this job. With Liang Ying's cooperation, the subsequent arrangements became easier. Louis felt relieved, and he started chatting casually with Liang Ying, even specially squeezing a glass of fresh fruit juice for her. Liang Ying, having run around all day, was glad to enjoy Louis's service. She thanked him and held the juice casually, sitting on the sofa in the living room to chat idly with Louis. Didn't the school punish Xiaoyu for breaking the training room? How could they not? All the funds for rebuilding the training room are coming from him, including the purchase of new equipment. Louis leaned close mysteriously and whispered into Liang Ying's ear. Little Liang, let me tell you, the identity of this Xiao classmate is likely unusual. You'd better be careful not to offend him. Even though we live in the Federation, some aristocratic families are still best not offended. Louis wiggled his eyebrows and gave Liang Ying a knowing look. Liang Ying indeed understood. Without Louis reminding her, she had already noticed that Xiaoyu came from an extraordinary family background. Likewise, Zheng Haiqing, another classmate, probably had a complicated family background. By the way, last time you said there were only 2 special admission students this year, yet now including me, there are already 3 freshmen in the villa. Was that a mistake on your part? Liang Ying remembered this matter. There's no way, I wouldn't make such a mistake. Louis paused for a moment, his expression somewhat strange. Originally, only those with special abilities were eligible for special admissions. You and Zheng Haiqing are both wood-type psychics. This year's freshmen originally had only you and Zheng Haiqing as the psychics, so naturally, you 2 were the only ones admitted under the special quota. Xiaoyu? He was specially approved by the principal yesterday on the grounds of martial arts expertise. His martial arts level wasn't specified in the data I received, but judging by how he managed to wreck the training room, it's likely that his martial arts rank is above 9. Liang Ying gulped down a large mouthful of juice, astonished inside. A 9th-level martial artist, she was only at the 3rd level. The gap seemed insurmountable. She wasn't sure if she'd ever reach the 9th level in her lifetime. Just as Liang Ying finished her juice, the doorbell rang. It was the supermarket delivery person arriving. The delivery person brought 2 batches of items. One was the flour and food Liang Ying purchased, and the other was an online order from classmate Zheng Haiqing. Louis called Zheng Haiqing via the villa's internal communication system to come down and collect his package while Liang Ying deliberately slowed down checking her goods and signing off on them. She took her time until she could see Zheng Haiqing open the package and start inspecting his order. The new high-quality snow-white bed sheets, duvet covers, clothes, gloves, all were of premium white material. Liang Ying sneakily glanced at the price on the order form, where the number had 4 more zeros than what she would pay. After signing off, Zheng Haiqing politely said goodbye to both Louis and Liang Ying before heading upstairs with his purchases. Liang Ying was momentarily stunned by the figure she had seen, her jaw hanging open in disbelief until Zhang Haiqing went upstairs ahead of her. Louis glanced at Liang Ying knowingly, stepped closer to her, and whispered conspiratorially, "He isn't simple either. Surname Zhang, and studying in the agricultural college. He must have some connection to that particular Zhang family." The Zhang family? The largest agricultural family in the Federation, the one that owns 4 agricultural planets? Sorry for posting late today. Updates will return to normal starting tomorrow morning with 2 updates, one in the morning and one in the evening. Chapter 34, Be Mine. Liang Ying placed the ingredients she had bought into the kitchen. While lamenting her shrinking private savings, she started kneading dough to make noodles. Ever since her martial arts skills improved, everything became easier. For instance, kneading dough now only took her less than 10 minutes, and with deft wrist and finger movements, fresh pulled noodles were ready within 20 minutes without any fatigue. Spotting Louis standing dazed at the kitchen doorway, she invited him to share her meal. Surprisingly, he accepted. In an even more gloomy mood, Liang Ying boiled the noodles, added 2 eggs, sprinkled some green onions and leafy vegetables, and put in a bit of salt, finishing off the dinner for the night. Louis ate the steaming noodles in his bowl, still not fully recovered from his astonishment. Students who cooked these days were rare, let alone someone as proficient as Liang Ying. And it tasted amazing too. Biting into the sunny-side-up egg, it was fragrant and perfectly cooked. Contrary to Louis, Liang Ying felt no taste in her own noodles. Inviting Louis over didn't hurt too much, but the fridge only had 1 egg left, few vegetables remained, and though plenty of seasonings were purchased today, it was impossible to always eat plain boiled noodles. Being still in the phase of physical growth, Liang Ying needed nutritional supplements from fruits and vegetables. There's a balcony in the room. Why not grow some potted vegetables and fruits there? All residents here are psionically gifted, so even if others see it, they wouldn't find it strange. What should be planted? The fairy fruit doesn't fit Duan City's climate, and taste got boring. How about something else? Liang Ying got lost in thoughts about what to plant next, barely noticing someone had stood before her. Xiao Yu observed Liang Ying's lack of reaction, then frowned at Louis. Louis, who was enjoying his noodles thoroughly, suddenly felt a chill down his back. Xiao Yu's expression flashed through his mind, making him hesitate only briefly before he hastily finished the noodles, discarded the chopsticks, and fled. As a monitor, the first skill is reading students' expressions, tailoring your approach to each situation to achieve smoothness in all directions. Although leaving like this felt somewhat unfair to little Liang, Louis believed Liang Ying's good nature wouldn't lead to conflicts with violent Xiao Yu, so it was wise to leave ahead of time, removing himself from potential trouble. Xiao Yu scratched his head, seeing that Liang Ying still hadn't noticed him, and lightly tapped on the table with his fingers. Very gently, his force was just right, and didn't damage the table at all. After the principal's earnest advice earlier today and the practical experience at midnight, Xiao Yu had completely understood the gap between the so-called advanced technology here and the advanced technology he had been familiar with previously. A civilization gap of thousands of years certainly couldn't be bridged by making do. What's wrong? Liang Ying swallowed another bite of noodle, looking up confusedly at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu appeared slightly different from when she'd seen him earlier, but when asked specifically what had changed, Liang Ying couldn't quite say. Somehow, the feeling was just subtle. Can I have a bowl of noodles? Seeing the handsome youth blush and seem somewhat embarrassed, Liang Ying desperately wanted to tell him she wasn't running a noodle shop and certainly wasn't a chef. However, recalling her previous conversation with Louis, she instinctively swallowed her rejection. With resignation, she prepared another serving of noodles, along with the last egg in the fridge, and Liang Ying felt that today must be her unlucky day. Oh well, maybe this will dispel disasters. There was no faking it. Xiao Yu devoured 3 big bowls, even eating the breakfast Liang Ying had planned for tomorrow. Not a speck of freshly made noodles was left. Though upset, Liang Ying conscientiously cleaned up the plates and tidied the kitchen. Finally, Xiao Yu realized he should do something, stood by the sink, grabbed a bowl silently, and began rinsing it with water. While wiping the table, Liang Ying curiously watched Xiao Yu's actions. Oh dear, the water was splashing everywhere, wastefully used, and the bowl seemed hardly clean despite the volume. Oh dear again, there was a strange sound. It's the bowl cracking. Unable to endure further, Liang Ying spoke. Xiao student, let me wash them instead. Although these bowls and chopsticks are provided by the school for the villa, breaking them all and replacing would be troublesome. She pushed Xiao Yu aside from the sink, discarding her cloth, and deftly washed the dishes and utensils, tidying up the stove until the kitchen regained its original neatness and shine. Drying her hands, Liang Ying turned around and immediately saw Xiao Yu nodding at her approvingly, with an expression that seemed exactly like a boss satisfied with a diligent employee's hard work. Unable to suppress a twitch of her lips, Liang Ying eventually heard Xiao Yu speak. You've done a good job. The food is a bit simple, but still edible. I think you're the only decent one in this villa. From now on, work for me and be my person, and I won't let you down. Xiao Yu said this quite naturally, with a sense of, I am doing you a favor by using you. This guy has fallen back into his young master mode again, Liang Ying commented inwardly. However, she wasn't angry. Some people have lived their lives in privileged environments and are unaware of the lives and mental states of ordinary people, so they end up speaking and acting like Xiao Yu. But it's clear that Xiao Yu isn't a bad kid. He doesn't intentionally make things difficult for Liang Ying. He's just a little too self-centered and thinks too highly of himself, taking his own thoughts as given. Arguing with someone like him would be futile, yet trying to reason with him could help him more easily accept reality, understand others' thoughts, and realize his situation. Cough. Liang Ying gathered her thoughts and prepared to deliver a long speech, hoping to correct Xiao Yu's skewed mindset. Xiao classmate, you're a first-year student this year, and so am I. We're both special admission students. Including Zheng Haiqing, Longping University only admitted 3 special admission students this year. As classmates, we should love and help each other. So if you're hungry, I'm willing to cook you a meal out of classmate affection. I don't know what your home life is like or how many servants you used to have attending to you. But as for me, I'm just an ordinary student who only wants to be a student. Servants and such? No thanks. Of course, I don't look down on jobs like that. Everyone has their own aspirations. We live in the federal society, which advocates equality for all. Although it's only theoretical, and I know there's no true equality in real life. But I, as a person without grand ambitions, just want to be a simple farmer, hoping that after graduation I can find a place where I can do some farming. So, I don't intend to rely on any families, nor do I plan to seek support from people with connections. In summary, Longping University is a top-tier school within the Federation, and incidents of unjust bullying among students shouldn't happen here. My temper is straightforward, and I won't start trouble without reason, so there's no need to worry about being bullied at school. I also think you're not the type to nitpick over trivial matters, so there's no need to cause problems over meals, right? Chapter 35, Partnering Up. Although Xiao Yu didn't fully understand Liang Ying's words, he shook his head to express his thoughts. It doesn't matter if you don't want to do the work for me. It's not a big deal, and I won't cause trouble over this. Xiao Yu felt a bit frustrated inside. According to the education he received growing up, Liang Ying's rejection indicated that his leadership charisma was insufficient. Failing to attract her as a subordinate meant his failure in both personality and ability, rather than an issue on Liang Ying's side. Liang Ying, however, let out a sigh of relief. With Xiao Yu's reassurance, she finally had real peace of mind. After calming down, Liang Ying looked at the somewhat confused Xiao Yu and felt a little sympathy welling up inside her. Going from luxury to simplicity is harder than the reverse. Transitioning from being a young master to an ordinary person indeed required some time to adapt. Xiao Yu, in the future, you should watch more TV dramas and read more online novels. Although the content is fictional, you can still learn some ways of dealing with people and situations. Or maybe through the characters, you could gain some lessons. It wouldn't be bad. Liang Ying took on the posture of a counseling teacher akin to Tang Monk, relaunching her lecturing mode. For instance, when talking to others in the future, you need to pay attention to your approach. After all, this is the Federal University. That, attitude of superiority will likely annoy others. Xiao Yu frowned, and his facial expression resembled someone suffering from constipation. Cough. Even handsome youth's distorted features can deform. Liang Ying silently rolled her eyes at this. But the food in the school cafeteria really tastes awful, and nutritional supplements are even worse. Xiao Yu thought for a long time before finally uttering these words. This caused Liang Ying to agree without hesitation, which was probably a shared sentiment among all students. Liang Ying poured herself a glass of purified water, drinking sip by sip, while propping her head up and thinking for a while. If we're just talking about meals, then why don't we partner up from now on? What does partner up mean? Xiao Yu obviously didn't understand. It means we split costs for meals. Normally, we each contribute money towards the ingredients and eat together, but since you can't cook, you can cover more of the dish costs, and since I can cook, I'll cover less. Then we'll have our meals together. Liang Ying thought this idea was quite good. She couldn't find a part-time job temporarily and was exactly worried about the high cost of ingredients. If Xiao Yu could share the burden, there would be no need for her to economize excessively. Is this acceptable? Do you agree to partner up? I think it's a good idea to partner up. What do you think? Liang Ying looked brightly at Xiao Yu, her stance very clear. Xiao Yu didn't fully grasp the difference between this kind of partnering and having Liang Ying serve him before, but as long as it could solve the meal problem, he was willing to agree to any condition. And thus, the partnership between Liang Ying and Xiao Yu was established. They discussed further. Since Xiao Yu insisted on eating better quality food, they ultimately decided that all ingredients would be purchased with Xiao Yu's money, while Liang Ying would take charge of menu planning and cooking. Liang Ying felt she'd struck gold, even though she wasn't particularly fond of taking such advantages. Had Liang Ying planned the menu based on her financial situation, they wouldn't be able to enjoy great meals. Aware that she was benefiting greatly at Xiao Yu's expense, her attitude toward him improved, and she became more thoughtful about menu planning. Liang Ying immediately opened her communicator and logged into the supermarket website in the university district, scrolling through the ingredient options one by one, thinking about the menu while consulting Xiao Yu and noting his flavor preferences. The gloomy mood she had earlier dissipated entirely, leaving a smile on her face, revealing the dimples near her mouth. Xiao Yu's lips slightly curled upward as he sat aside, nodding in agreement with Liang Ying's words. Seeing that the time wasn't too late, Liang Ying placed an order for a large quantity of ingredients right then and there, while Xiao Yu paid easily. Soon after, the supermarket delivery person arrived with the items. Excitedly checking the goods and signing off on them, Liang Ying bounced around the boxes, her green leaf-top ponytail swaying back and forth. Watching Liang Ying's busy figure, the smile on Xiao Yu's lips never faded. He opened his newly set-up bank account and checked the balance, mentally calculating how long the expenditure could last, then seriously considering whether to take out more funds for additional earnings. Looking at the pile of ingredients, Liang Ying suddenly felt hungry again, just as Xiao Yu hadn't eaten enough earlier. Without delay, Liang Ying fried 4 dishes and steamed a pot of rice, and the two of them indulged in a hearty meal. With vegetables, meat, and rice, it was what Liang Ying considered a normal meal. Slouching in a chair, patting her slightly bulging stomach, Liang Ying felt completely satisfied. After savoring the moment, Liang Ying got up to clean the kitchen thoroughly. Xiao Yu wrinkled his brow. Why isn't there a housekeeping robot here? Even with today's technological level in the Federation, although housekeeping robots aren't yet widely used in every household, middle-class families can already afford them. Is the federal government monopolizing technology and intentionally raising prices to make excessive profits? Liang Ying thought for a while. I've never used a housekeeping robot, but you can buy them on the StarNet. The prices listed aren't overly exaggerated either. I know why there's no housekeeping robot in the school dormitory. It's because the school encourages students to do things themselves. Anyway, there isn't much we have to do by ourselves. Laundry can be handled by the machines in the room. It would be great if we could have an automatic dishwasher in the kitchen. That would save some effort. But since the kitchen isn't used by many people, just me, it wouldn't be fair to ask the school to provide one just for me. After listening to Liang Ying for a while, Xiao Yu returned to his room. Liang Ying had a habit of walking around after meals to aid digestion. She cleaned up the kitchen and took a walk around the villa before coming back. After taking a shower upon returning to her room, Liang Ying sat on a chair by the windowsill with a cup of purified water. She sipped it slowly while counting the stars outside, feeling extremely comfortable. School was starting tomorrow, and Liang Ying felt a mix of anticipation, anxiety, and excitement inside. Leaving Hessel for Nerwa had subtly changed her mindset, making her look forward to life a little more without even realizing it. Hessel held too many memories of the previous owner, but Nerwa was a fresh start. It was as if, from now on, everything ahead would truly belong to Liang Ying herself. From this point onward, she would live and work hard for herself. A sound came from the next room, where Xiao Yu lived. This classmate was probably practicing martial arts again. Opposite Liang Ying's room lived Zheng Haiqing, who stayed quietly in his room all day as if no one was there. In reality, Zheng Haiqing spent his time meditating. Liang Ying smirked slightly at first, and then reflected on her unethical behavior. Peeping at the handsome neighbor with primal energy is indeed quite useful. Chapter 36, Military Training. The first-year university curriculum primarily consisted of general courses. A class of 100 or so students from the same grade would sit in a large lecture hall, each desk equipped with a virtual screen that could broadcast the teacher's lecture on the podium up close. Each class lasted 1.5 hours, 1 hour of teaching and half an hour for answering questions. In Liang Ying's animal husbandry department, aside from 2 specialized courses, the rest were all general courses. Every time there was a large class, after she sat down, Xiao Yu naturally sat beside her, and although Zheng Haiqing wasn't directly next to them, he was only 1 seat away. Due to the reverence for psionics users, the other classmates did not sit near them, so the 3 occupied an entire row by themselves. Xiao Yu occasionally chatted with Liang Ying, while Zheng Haiqing completely immersed himself in his own world. The 3 people, each of different styles, quietly sitting in one row, gave off a rather strange vibe. Liang Ying glanced to her left. Xiao Yu was dozing off with a pair of cool sunglasses on. She turned to look at Zheng Haiqing on her right, who was a seat away. He had a furrowed brow as if lost in thought, but his hands kept fidgeting with the white gloves he wore. Liang Ying giggled silently. It was just because he was overly particular about cleanliness. Why must he be so shy? Mr. Zheng seemed to care very much about the impression he gave others, hiding even such a little cleanliness habit, fearing it being discovered. The more he tried to hide, the more attention it drew. Most of the big class likely already noticed this. The first week of the freshman course arrangement contained little study content. Mainly, various teachers appeared in rotation, giving students a brief introduction. In reality, this was an opportunity for the school to let students get to know each other, since in the second week all new students would head to the training planet for a month-long military training. Freshman military training is mandatory across all universities. The selected planets are usually resource planets newly discovered in interstellar space, where the main tasks revolve around resource exploration. The military training for freshmen from the 3 universities in the Duwan City area took place jointly, with specially appointed trainers coming from the Federal Army. Every student's activity on the training planet was scheduled and supervised by these trainers. Generally speaking, the tasks assigned by schools to students weren't too difficult. After all, the purpose of military training wasn't to torment students, but rather to allow them to grow during the process. The Federation had enjoyed peace for several decades, with people living in comfort. However, on the other side of the Federation was an empire, another level, 3 civilization star system. Mentioning the tradition of military training at Federation universities traces back to a war 50 years ago between the Mengfei star system of the Federation and the AUS Empire star system. Since both star systems were at the level 3 civilization stage, their economic, technological, and military development levels were similar, leading to a prolonged battle that could only have one outcome: mutual destruction. At the most intense period of warfare, the higher civilization Littelian star system intervened to stop the conflict escalation, ultimately resulting in the Federation and the Empire signing a century-long peace treaty. Time flew swiftly. Over 50 years had passed, and the pain caused by the war had gradually faded from people's memories. The newborns of the Federation grew up under the umbrella of peace. Yet, how long would the peace last after the expiry of the treaty? Would the war return? These 100 years provided an opportunity for the Federation and the Empire to develop further. Hence, within this century, the Federation government was doing everything possible to strengthen national power and nurture talent, preparing for any potential wars after a century. Perhaps due to Hesel's remoteness, Liang Ying didn't understand many details about the enmity between the Federation and the Empire until arriving at Nerwa. From the news programs aired on the planetary television channels in Nerwa, occasional mentions of the Empire surfaced. In recent years, it was rumored that the Federation and the Empire often had skirmishes over minor issues in border regions, though there were also instances of cooperation between the two systems reported, with people coexisting peacefully. However, the galaxy was vast. Numerous happenings occurring daily throughout its expanse demanded attention. With the 100-year peace treaty in place, the public remained less concerned about the relationship between the two star systems. Consequently, media coverage dwindled. Occasionally, TV movies reflecting past war periods would air, yet with generally low ratings, such types of programs decreased over time. The military training tradition aimed to ensure the future of the galactic system did not forget the 100-year pact and stayed vigilant. A week flew by, and the month-long military training was just around the corner. Because the school notified students not to bring luggage and prepared all necessary supplies beforehand, students simply needed to show up. After careful consideration, Liang Ying secretly brought along a bag of seeds. Resource planets were typically backward, with undeveloped resources, making food availability uncertain. Bringing vegetable and fruit seeds felt like a modest insurance measure. Since the freshmen from the three universities were departing together, the assembly point was set at the square of the university town. Following the designated location in the notice, Liang Ying found the assembly area for the animal husbandry department. The drill instructors had already arrived earlier. When Liang Ying got there, it was still 10 minutes before the scheduled assembly time, yet the square was already packed with people. It seemed that the freshmen were relatively punctual. Although the assembly time hadn't come yet, those who had gathered were talking in small clusters, but subtly, everyone's expressions appeared somewhat serious. Liang Ying had heard that some junior high schools and senior high schools also offered military training courses, but she had not attended an interstellar high school and therefore had no experience with what military training actually entailed. When the time came, the drill instructors gave a sharp whistle, and the entire square became quiet. Then they began to count off heads, organize ranks, and lay down the rules. Next came the grouping phase. According to their departments and assigned tasks, all students were divided into 9-person teams, each composed of 3 members from each of the 3 schools. Because their respective departments were different, Liang Ying, Xiaoyu, and Zheng Haiqing were split up into 3 separate groups. Liang Ying's group was assigned the task of finding 3 types of plants that could be eaten directly. On the resource planet, this was one of the most basic and common assignments. The 2 other students in her group from Longping Agricultural University shared the same department as her, so their mission content was identical, meaning that altogether, the team needed to find 9 types of plants that could be eaten directly. In Liang Ying's group, one of the Black Classic Military Academy freshmen was a water-type psionics user. The Military Academy student's task was the most direct. They were to protect their teammates during the military training period. The 3 teammates from Duwon City University were from the Geological Surveying Department, including a ground-type psionics user. Their task was to draw up detailed maps of the areas they would tread on during their military training. Apparently, this kind of grouping arrangement was carefully considered by the 3 schools involved. Chapter 37. Cheating on Mental Power Testing. Resource planet Chakna was discovered 4 years ago by an interstellar drift ship fleet. From Nerva to Chakna, a military transport ship only takes 3 days. Military transport ships are not like ordinary civilian interstellar spaceships. The comfort level is much worse. The cramped sleeping pods, barely large enough for 1 person, only allow 1 position inside. There are 3 meals provided daily that consist only of nutritional meals, which are half nutrient solution and half fresh food, similar to what you'd find in a school cafeteria. Strict rest schedules don't permit anyone to deviate. Most students seem able to adapt to these conditions, with only a few complaints from some individuals. At night, everyone goes into their sleeping pod, waking up promptly at 6 in the morning. Liang Ying had insomnia on the first day. The sleep pod felt a bit oppressive, though she herself was rather excited and didn't fall asleep until the wee hours of the morning. Getting out of bed the next day left her feeling slightly miserable. Apart from 1 hour of free activity during each mealtime, all other daytime hours were scheduled full by the drill sergeants, making the time pass quite shangxia. During lunch on the second day, Xiaoyu came to find Liang Ying. On the transport ship, Liang Ying did not dare to make any special requests, so after comforting her fellow sufferer with a few words, she sent him away. Interestingly, Zheng Haiqing seemed more active than he was in Longping, often staying with people from other schools who appeared to be acquaintances from before. During the day, both the recreational and training cabins were open all day, and every group took turns using them. With the sergeants leading their team, they studied wilderness survival knowledge in the training cabin while also discussing points of note regarding the Chakna planet. There were over 1,000 people from the 3 schools, so within the 3 days, each squad could only use the facilities once. Most of the time, the various squads utilized the empty corners of the transport cabin, making the most of limited space. They practiced military posture, cue formations, physical technique movements, and learned military boxing, among other things. Though these 3 days weren't entirely comfortable, Liang Ying thought it was somewhat fresh. Youngsters tend to have a little zeal, and looking at the instructors dressed in crisp military uniforms, she couldn't help but think, they're so handsome. In comparison, the male classmates paled significantly. After 3 days of interaction, Liang Ying thought that the others in her group were quite easy to get along with. Her 9-member team consisted of only 3 girls: Lu Ping, from Longping like her, and Fiona from Hadian Military Academy. Lu Ping had mental power grade 3 and physical technique grade 3, and was a very cute girl who shared similar temperament with Liang Ying. Over 3 days, the two became inseparable friends. Fiona was a water-type abnormal ability user, possessing mental power grade 4 and physical technique grade 6. She was of mixed heritage, with long golden hair that flowed past her shoulders. Her facial features were strikingly beautiful, and her body figure perfectly curvaceous. She was a standard definition of a stellar beauty. It's a real waste to have such a beautiful woman join the army. Surely the men at the military academy would turn into wolves for her. Another member of the team, a soil-type abnormal ability user named Zhang Dongdi from Duan University, had mental power grade 4 and physical technique grade 3. Tall and solid in build, his appearance suited his elemental type well. However, his personality was gentle, speaking softly like a scholar from ancient times. Another student from Longping in their team was a boy named Zhao Gang, with mental power grade 3 and physical technique grade 4. Handsome with thick eyebrows and large eyes, he exuded manliness. He also took good care of Liang Ying and Lu Ping, grabbing seats for them during meals. On the afternoon of the third day aboard the transport ship, all the students underwent physical tests. The military would adjust the task plans based on the physical data of the students. Previously, Liang Ying had only participated in a simple physical test during college entrance exam registration, where she was rated as having physical technique grade 2, with her mental power not measured. Later, Professor Shen reminded her about her mental power. Liang Ying vaguely knew that her mental power was improving faster than others, and it would be better if no one found out. According to Professor Shen's estimate, Liang Ying should already have reached mental power grade 5 by then. After Liang Ying's physical technique level improved, she sensed a change in her mental power too, as if breaking through some kind of barrier. But she didn't know whether this breakthrough was just a small one within her grade or if it advanced her to the next grade. After interacting with her teammates over these 3 days, Liang Ying realized that university freshmen generally had mental power levels between grades 3 and 4, with physical technique levels also around grades 3 to 4. Only the military academy students showed slightly higher physical technique levels. Liang Ying worried a bit that if her mental power was tested at grade 6, it might cause problems. After completing the physical technique test, Liang Ying deliberately slowed down her movements, lingering at the back of the mental power testing line. Watching the mental power detector ahead for a moment, and noticing the busy instructors, Liang Ying made a decision. As the student in front of her put on the mental power detector helmet, the instructor beside turned on the machine. Lights began to flash on the helmet. At the same moment, Liang Ying released her primordial force towards the helmet. A while later, the lights stopped, signaling the end of the detection. The instructor recorded the data result, mental power grade 3. Everything was normal. The mental power detector couldn't sense primordial force. The testing line was moving forward as each student completed their test, and it was now Zhang Dongdi's turn. Liang Ying had prepared herself as well. Zhang Dongdi put on the helmet, and the lights began to flash. This time, the primordial force Liang Ying released didn't stretch towards the helmet, but instead covered the space between Zhang Dongdi and the helmet. After a moment of flashing, the lights stopped, signaling the end of the detection. Mental power grade 2. Zhang Dongdi was utterly shocked. The instructor glanced at his original records, furrowed his brows, exchanged a few words with another instructor, then restarted the detection device, and had Zhang Dongdi step back onto the platform for retesting. During the second detection, Liang Ying did not interfere, and the result came out normal, mental power grade 4. Zhang Dongdi patted his chest, sighing in relief. It had given him quite a scare. Only someone with brain injuries would experience mental power regression, and he had always been in good health. It really worked. Primordial force could block mental power detection without affecting the person being tested. From over 30 people away, Liang Ying apologized softly to Zhang Dongdi from the back. Finally, it was Liang Ying's turn. Although she had used Zhang Dongdi as an experiment, it had been too rushed, leaving her still a little uneasy inside. She put on the helmet and immediately felt a very familiar energy released from it, guiding her to release her own mental power together. A few seconds after the lights turned on, Liang Ying used her primordial force to isolate the energy emitted by the helmet, causing the lights to persist for a moment before stopping. Detection result, mental power grade 5. There was a ripple of commotion in the room. Liang Ying felt a tinge of regret. Her mastery of primordial force wasn't yet proficient, and she had originally intended to keep the reading at grade 4. Chapter 38, an Imperialite? What's wrong today? This detection device was just replaced last month. It can't be broken already, can it? Or maybe someone from the military supply department tampered with it. The instructor mumbled his complaints quietly, and then restarted the detector before letting Liang Ying try again. Liang Ying took a breath. The results of 2 consecutive tests couldn't differ too much. After the light display, the result remained at level 5. There was some commotion among the instructors. After a short discussion, the instructor in charge of Liang Ying's group reported the result to their superiors. Standing nearby, Liang Ying heard whispers around her and felt somewhat complicated. A mental power level of 5 wasn't that outrageous, was it? Nearly half of the freshman psionic students had reached mental power level 4, and occasionally producing a level 5 individual was certainly possible. Seeing the noise, an instructor barked an order, and the hall quieted down. The instructor in charge of Liang Ying's group came over to congratulate her, and then took out an electronic form for Liang Ying to fill out. It mainly investigated how Liang Ying usually trained, when her last upgrade was, and possibly when this next one could happen. As Liang Ying filled out the form, she felt uneasy, worriedly thinking, surely they wouldn't drag her off for human experiments just because of a level 5, right? There were so many people with a level 4. Liang Ying racked her brains on how to answer the questions when suddenly, another burst of commotion erupted around her. This time it was even louder than when she caused the stir earlier. It was actually Xiaoyu. How could she have forgotten about this violent, yet handsome teenager? Xiaoyu's test results were announced. Mental power level 5, martial arts level 12. The hall was like a pot of boiling water, as all the instructors crowded around Xiaoyu, who was surrounded by them. They probably retested everything. Glancing left and right, Liang Ying realized no one was paying attention to her anymore. All eyes now focused solely on Xiaoyu. She breathed a sigh of relief, no longer caring much about the form, filling it in hastily with some made-up answers. In comparison to Xiaoyu, Liang Ying didn't seem like a genius anymore. Seizing the opportunity, she sneaked into the crowd discreetly, hoping everyone would forget about her after this. The situation had once gotten out of hand, but the instructors were well-trained soldiers who quickly restored order. Testing continued, and those who had been tested were allowed to leave and freely use the relaxation cabin or the training cabin. Liang Ying went to the training cabin since there were fewer people there compared to the relaxation cabin. After doing a set of equipment exercises and breaking a sweat, she found herself unable to take a shower, yet since it wasn't bedtime yet. Furrowing her brows, Liang Ying felt uncomfortable with the stickiness on her skin, but there was nothing she could do about it. She needed to adapt. The training cabin was being used in shifts, and it wasn't proper for Liang Ying to hog the equipment indefinitely, so she eventually headed to the relaxation cabin instead. The relaxation cabin was packed with people, naturally discussing what happened during the testing earlier. This year our Dujin city produced 2 students with a mental power of level 5. Unfortunately both are under Long Ping's tutelage. If properly nurtured at the Black Scriptures Military Academy, they might even break through to level 6 mental power. I heard anyone above level 6 can directly ascend to become a school-level officer. Long Ping really struck gold this year, and not just once but twice. That male student has martial arts at level 12 already, master level. I always thought martial art masters were legendary figures. Today seeing one feels complicated. He seems different from what I imagined. That guy is quite good looking. He doesn't seem like someone practicing martial arts. I wonder which family he comes from, judging by his demeanor. He doesn't seem to be an ordinary person. Ahem, let me tell you something secretly. This information I obtained by eavesdropping. Don't mention it to anyone else. You're such a chatterbox, just hurry up and say it. What inside information? Be quieter, will you? We don't want others hearing us. Hurry up, you're killing me with suspense. I heard that the male isn't a Federation native. He seems to have connections with somewhere. Somewhere? Could it be the Empire? No way, such a powerful person turns out to be an Imperialite. What's he doing in our Federation then? Spy. He wouldn't be a spy, would he? Based on my reasoning, it's highly likely the upper echelons of the Federation have a secret operation with the Empire. Secret operation? Isn't that too obvious? His identity only became exposed a few days after entering school. Tisk, stop whispering so loudly. I told you, I only eavesdropped. How could you call that exposed? Eavesdropped? Who did you eavesdrop on? You're not fabricating this out of jealousy, are you? Why would I be jealous of him? Don't believe me then. Never mind talking to you. Don't be mad. Quickly tell me, who did you eavesdrop on, knowing something so confidential? Humph, you forgot that my older brother is the president of the student union under Long Ping. The night before we left, my brother and father were talking in the study with the door open, and I just happened to pass by, and overheard. You just happened to pass by? More like you intentionally eavesdropped. Eavesdropping had become second nature to Liang Ying by now. Her innate power enveloped the entire relaxation cabin. Not a single word escaped her. Liang Ying pouted slightly, frowning as she glanced toward a corner of the relaxation cabin. There were 4 people sitting there, one of whom she recognized, Zheng Haiqing. Zheng Haiqing was also whispering to someone beside him. As one of the 3 specially admitted students this year at Long Ping, and sharing the same villa, and even the same floor, with Xiaoyu, their rooms only 3 meters apart, his words carried more weight. Zheng Haiqing also suspected Xiaoyu of being an Imperialite. His suspicion wasn't based on rumors, but on observations from Xiaoyu's everyday behavior and decision-making style. Liang Ying lowered her head deep in thought. In fact, Liang Ying also felt Xiaoyu's daily habits were quite different from those of Federation citizens. They somewhat resembled the conduct described online about Imperialites, yet at the same time, she noticed many differences. It seemed to her that Xiaoyu didn't belong either to Mengfei Federal or a US Empire. Could he be Litlian? It should be unlikely, right? Litlia is a level 4 civilization, while the Federation is merely level 3. Would a young master from a level 4 civilization come to a level 3-1 for university? That would be rather implausible. People usually aim higher. The gap between level 3 and level 4 civilizations spans millennia of development. Unfortunately, Liang Ying had no materials to analyze or compare, so it was impossible to confirm whether Xiaoyu was indeed Litlian. Chapter 39, Change of Instructors. After finishing their meal, Liang Ying received a notice instructing everyone in her group to gather in the captain's quarters after eating. Liang Ying assumed this gathering was probably related to the results of the previous tests. Then, inside the captain's quarters, Liang Ying and her group met their new instructor. The original instructor responsible for their group had been temporarily reassigned, so the military had sent 2 new instructors to take his place. All the instructors hired for this military training were at level 9 in physical combat skills. Liang Ying's new instructors, however, were at level 11. Moreover, from their appearance, it was clear they were older than the other instructors. There was more gravitas in their facial expressions, suggesting they likely had richer practical combat experience than the others. Liang Ying understood that these 2 new instructors were probably sent by the school and the military to protect her. She wondered if those higher up would also send someone to protect Xiaoyu. No. Xiaoyu himself was already at level 12 in physical combat skills and could completely protect himself. Even if someone was sent by the authorities to join him, it wouldn't be for protection but rather for surveillance. One of the new instructors was named Chun Yong, and the other was Chien Yi. Privately, Chien Yi called Chun Yong captain. They were from the 4th Marine Division's vanguard camp of the Federation. During their last mission, both had been injured, so this time, their superiors assigned them as instructors for the students, partly for recovery and partly for preparation. If their injuries couldn't be fully cured, then afterward they would need professional care. After sending off the students, Chun Yong and Chien Yi remained in the captain's quarters. The captain, who shared some acquaintance with Chun Yong, took his tools and went out on patrol, leaving the space for the two of them. Chien Yi raised an eyebrow, looking pleased. Captain, our informants found out someone discovered red ruby fruit in China. If we can find the red ruby fruit this time, we can treat our wounds. The red ruby fruit is the fruit of a 4th level plant. Consuming it can heal internal injuries and restore the 5 organs and 6 viscera. Chun Yong's expression was solemn. He curved his fingers and tapped on the desk. Red ruby fruit. It's a good thing. Have we obtained the map yet? Chien Yi's smile froze slightly. That person doesn't remember the exact location anymore. They only recall it being somewhere in a large canyon within the Luguang mountain range. It turned out that just recently, a group of mercenaries emerged from the Luguang mountain range. Before, in the forest, they encountered a small wave of beasts, and their team had been scattered. One of the men was found by a rescue team. When he woke up, he said he had discovered the red ruby fruit. However, due to a severe head injury and confused memory, his account wasn't entirely clear. Later, after psychological treatment, this man recalled part of his experience after becoming separated from the group. Whether it was bad luck or fortune, he initially fell into a canyon while trying to escape the wave of beasts. Fortunately, there were no large predators in that valley, so he didn't end up as a beast's meal. While searching for an exit, he accidentally spotted a red ruby fruit tree growing on the cliff face of a mountain. Delighted, the man immediately started climbing the cliff to pick the fruit. However, a giant bird suddenly flew in and startled him almost to death, causing him to realize there was a huge bird's nest next to the red ruby fruit tree. Even though the red ruby fruit was desirable, it came with significant risk. This man immediately ran away in panic and ended up blindly entering a cave. Afterward, while groping around in the dark cave, he surprisingly managed to find the exit. When standing outside at the cave entrance, overwhelmed with joy, he failed to notice the softening ground beneath his feet. As a result, he rolled all the way down the mountain, subsequently losing consciousness. Miraculously, the rescue team eventually found him. It was rumored that he had been unconscious for several days and would have lost his life without medical attention. This story was narrated by the man himself after recovering. It sounded intriguing. Some believed it, others doubted it. Some were interested, while most showed little curiosity. Those uninterested commented that if the man claimed to have found the red ruby fruit, he should provide evidence. Unfortunately, he hadn't even managed to pick any fruits before being scared off by the giant bird. On the other hand, those interested were driven mainly by their desire for the red ruby fruit itself. Is what that guy said credible? Chun Yong frowned. The red ruby fruit was too tempting and might attract many unexpected bigwigs. They needed to ensure it was worth wading into such murky waters. The methods used by second brother, regardless of whether that guy wants to or not, he will only tell the truth. Thinking about another good brother from the team, second brother, Chien Yi's eyes became somewhat complicated. Second brother, originally named Zhang Qingguang, was a psychic. His abilities were very special and referred to as mental force abilities, which allowed him to examine a person's brain memories. Allegedly, once upgraded, he could control a person's brain as well. This kind of psychic ability is extremely dangerous, and any psychics like second brother will be recruited by the government as soon as they're discovered. Fortunately, Zhang Qingguang came from a prestigious family, the Zhangs, so his situation was better than that of other psychics. Although he still served in the army, he had some degree of freedom. If China really has the red ruby fruit, we must get it. I've spent my whole life practicing skills, and I don't want to just become useless, Captain. Chien Yi's eyes flashed with determination. Achieving level 11 in physical combat wasn't something attainable through talent alone. Only those who have walked this path knew how much sweat and pain they had endured. You don't need to persuade me. If we can get the red ruby fruit, I won't give up either. However, the red ruby fruit isn't easy to find. The Luguang mountain range is too vast, and the guy didn't even give us an approximate location for that canyon. We'll have to choose our starting point carefully when we go into the mountains. What about these students? Captain, are we really going to babysit them? Won't that hinder our mission? Chun Yong thought for a long while, massaging his knotted eyebrows. We'll deal with the students however necessary. Second brother used his connections to assign us this task so we could conveniently go to China. We can't let him lose face. He still needs to report back upstairs. Besides, this might just be our opportunity. That female student with level 5 mental power is a wood element psychic. If utilized well, her abilities may help us find the red ruby fruit. Since the authorities have instructed us to provide special protection for her, we'll do a good job protecting her. At this moment, Liang Ying still didn't know that her fate for the next month had already been decided by others. The military had just distributed everyone's field equipment packages, and she was checking her supplies, trying on the reserve uniform, camouflage fatigues, that had just been issued. Chapter 40, Landing at the Base. After 4 years of exploration, the Federation had established 3 major bases on Chakna. The first base was near the Luguang Mountains, the second base was located in the Chuna Plains, and the third base was by the Fifi Coast. According to the customs of the resource planet, the discoverer gets to name the discovery site. This time, The freshmen from the 3 universities in Duan City would be dispersed among the 3 bases. It was the unified enrollment period for interstellar universities and also the unified military training period for freshmen. Many universities had chosen Chakna as their military training site. Therefore, apart from the university students from Duan City, there were students from other schools at the 3 bases. Liang Ying's team's mission location was in the Lugong Mountains. After the transport ship arrived above the first base, they boarded a landing craft and left the transport ship. A total of 30 teams landed similarly at the first base. The aerial port of the first base was even simpler than the one in Marseilles, with much less space, making it a challenge for the landing craft drivers. Liang Ying sat inside the landing craft's box compartment, wearing camouflage and fastened by a safety belt. Her left hand tightly gripped the vertical rod beside her, while her right firmly held the overhead horizontal bar. After a short but intense collision and shaking, the landing craft screeched to a stop, leaving a not-so-long groove on the landing point. Unfastening the safety belt, she grabbed her field pack from the luggage hold and slung it over her shoulder, performing the actions quickly and proficiently. These military tactical movements had been practiced countless times in various corners of the transport ship during the last 3 days under the guidance of the instructor. Lu Ping looked a little pale, and she stumbled slightly when disembarking. Liang Ying quickly caught her, and Lu Ping covered her mouth as she heaved a few dry retches. Chen Yong stood nearby, and Qian Yi was shouting commands to gather the troops. Liang Ying whispered a few words of comfort to Lu Ping, and both quickly lined up. The aerial port of the first base suddenly gained more than 300 people, making it look like a crowded marketplace. After forming ranks and shouting slogans, the group jogged away from the port. As soon as they stepped onto the soil of the first base, they were immediately set upon a 100-kilometer forced march. 2 hours later, over 300 people reached the temporary accommodation at the first base. The school had rented an entire hotel. Most of its previous guests were interstellar mercenaries. The facilities inside were simple yet sufficient for the students' military training needs. Because of the time constraints, the instructors first divided the students into rooms, allowing them an hour of free time before descending to the lobby for lunch. There would be a training session that afternoon. The rooms were 3-person ones, each containing 3 beds, a table and chair, with no additional furniture. Fortunately, each room came equipped with a bathroom. Unlike the shared facilities aboard the transport ship, where they had stayed only 3 days, this place would be home for an entire month. Inside the bathroom was a vanity, a toilet, and a shower, separated by a semi-transparent curtain. Being able to take a shower felt amazing. With ample time, the 3 girls took turns bathing and changed into clean uniforms. Unfortunately, there was no cleaning machine available here, so they had to wash their dirty clothes by hand. It didn't bother Liang Ying too much since she was used to washing her own clothes, but Lu Ping and Fiona found it difficult. They remembered how much better their conditions had been during middle school military training, and in the age of interstellar travel, how many actually wash clothes by hand anymore? Since the room didn't have a balcony, they could only hang the wash clothes outside the window. Because the planet Chakna was still in its exploration phase, the construction of the bases wasn't perfect and the energy supply was insufficient, many advanced instruments and machinery couldn't function or were restricted in use. The backward conditions of the first base made Liang Ying feel as if she'd returned to the 20th century. She personally felt a nostalgic fondness for these conditions, though the other students couldn't quite share her sentiment. After having lunch, the students drilled in the parking lot all afternoon. That evening, they were informed they would rest at the first base for 3 days. In the mornings, they would train with the instructor, and the afternoons and evenings were reserved for free time. This free time was given to let the students prepare for the completion of their military training tasks. Liang Ying and Lu Ping had decided to go sightseeing around town, inviting Fiona along as well. Perhaps because she attended a military academy, Fiona seemed aloof despite being generally a nice person. During the trip on the transport ship, Fiona had been rather indifferent to others. Liang Ying thought that this invitation would also be rejected, but surprisingly, Fiona agreed without hesitation. When Liang Ying, Lu Ping, and Fiona went downstairs, they met Zhao Gang. Upon hearing about the plan, Zhao Gang instantly put aside what he was doing and insisted on accompanying them. Later, as the 4 were standing outside the hotel, Zhang Dondi showed up. Thus, the number of people going shopping became 5. First, Liang Ying and Zhang Dondi both bought a paper map. The starnet coverage on the Chakna planet was incomplete. It was still better in the first base, but once they entered the Lugong Mountains, there was no guarantee they could still connect to the starnet. Thus, a paper map was indispensable. Moreover, the starnet updates for the latest version of the Chakna map were not as fast as those from the local vendors. Lu Ping purchased a few local specialties from the Lugong Mountains as gifts for when she returned home later. Fiona, however, went into a store that sold weapons, spending quite a while before buying a dagger. In order to preserve Chakna's natural environment as much as possible, the Federation had imposed strict regulations on the types of weapons explorers could use here. Large-scale destructive weapons were completely banned, and even the power of energy guns was restricted. Hence, most mercenaries entering the forest carried energy guns along with a few handy cold weapons. Students like Liang Ying, without gun licenses, were not allowed to carry energy guns. Only 3 students from Black Cannon Military Academy and 2 instructors in their group brought weapons. Liang Ying did consider whether to buy a cold weapon for self-defense, but since she had no training in using such weapons, she worried about accidentally hurting herself or her teammates instead. Additionally, these cold weapons were more like pieces of art, and their prices were not cheap. In the end, she decided against it. But at night, Just before sleeping, Fiona insisted on giving the dagger to Liang Ying and gave her some pointers on how to properly use it. It was then that Liang Ying realized that Fiona had actually bought the dagger for her from the very beginning, making her feel both surprised and honored. In fact, the marching bags prepared by the military for the students already contained all the basic necessities. Any preparation they made themselves mainly involved purchasing small, convenient personal items, like sunscreen or mosquito repellent, and so on. Chapter 41, The Night Before Departure. Due to insufficient energy supply and power rationing, at 10 o'clock in the evening, most areas of the first base fell into darkness, with only a few places still shining brightly like daytime. Among these were the government office building and dormitories of the base, the most luxurious and high-end hotel of the base, as well as the Mercenaries Guild and the base bar. The bar at midnight is where the interstellar adventurers gather. In the first base, those stationed soldiers without missions, mercenaries returning from their tasks, and people who are about to embark on missions all like coming here. The pretty bartender bubble occasionally complains or boasts to the busy bartender behind the counter, exchanging information with both familiar and unfamiliar people. Chen Yong and Qian Yi have spent 2 consecutive evenings at the bar, watching the various comings and goings of people, hearing them mention the red grapes every now and then, but it always remains that little bit of known information. Clues for finding the red grapes remain stagnant. Tonight, they had an appointment with Old Sabah to meet here. Old Sabah was a retired veteran soldier and is now the president of the Mercenaries Guild of the first base. He has some connection to the original discovery of Chukna and has been striving on this land of Chukna even before the base was established. Old Sabah once dealt with Chun Yong's grandfather and has been the biggest help for the two of them this time in Chukna. Old Sabah has a scar on his face, running diagonally upwards from the corner of his right eye into his hairline. It's a deep and somewhat eerie scar. In the age of interstellar travel, removing such a scar is very simple. No surgery is needed. One just needs to apply a few special repair fluids. But he did not, choosing instead to keep the scar. Scars are the pride of men, natural medals for soldiers. Old Sabah arrived late, with a somewhat unpleasant look on his face. Chen Yong exchanged glances with Qian Yi, and the two of them escorted Old Sabah inside. Qian Yi pulled out a lighter and lit a cigar, respectfully offering it to Old Sabah. Old Sabah took the cigar gratefully, taking a deep puff, his expression improving significantly. President. Chen Yong hesitated to speak. Old Sabah patted Chen Yong's shoulder. Here you don't need to call me president, call me Uncle Old. Your grandpa is doing fine. Qian Yi acted as a waiter nearby, ears perked up listening to Chen Yong and Old Sabah reminiscing about old times, his eyes gleaming under the dim yellow lights of the bar. The closer the relationship between Old Sabah and them grew, the greater their hope would be for what they wanted. I know why you two came to Luguang this time, but the matter is somewhat complicated. Ever since that news spread, quite a number of new faces have shown up in the first base. Some among them have complicated backgrounds. There are people even I don't dare to cross, let alone you two young greenhorns. Remember, under no circumstances should you let anyone know that you are also after that thing. By keeping it a secret, you'll increase your chances of obtaining it. Old Sabah thought back to the group he had entertained earlier, feeling slightly annoyed. Several young lords of noble families had come alone to Chukna, and without the word of their elders, Old Sabah wouldn't pay them any mind. Having wandered the stars for decades, when had Old Sabah ever compromised himself to endure nonsense from so-called young masters? Watch out, if he doesn't give those young whippersnappers a taste of hardship, then he isn't the Old Sabah of Luguang. Uncle Old is correct. In a couple of days, we'll be heading into the woods with our students, but we currently don't have a single clue on which direction to head towards. Please, Uncle Old, give us some guidance. Old Sabah closed his eyes in deep contemplation for a while before finally making a decision, deciding to share the most valuable information he'd analyzed over many years of experience with Chun Yong and Qian Yi. While Chun Yong and Qian Yi were busy gathering information, the students led by Liang Ying weren't idle either. Like most areas of the base, the power supply at the inn where Liang Ying and her companion stayed was only provided between 7 o'clock in the evening and 10 o'clock. Liang Ying and her friends didn't initially notice this notice when they first arrived, so on the first night, they blindly organized their things in the dark. On the second day, after consulting with the inn staff, they went to the commercial district. In the commercial district, many methods can be found to solve emergency energy problems, such as lighting sticks that can charge using solar energy, glowing sands that emit weak fluorescence without consuming energy, etc. Of course, rechargeable batteries can also be purchased, which serve a much broader purpose as they can not only power lighting devices, but also drive other appliances. Lu Ping bought a lot of small bottles of glowing sand, colorful ones that created poor lighting effects, but a romantic atmosphere. Fiona bought 2 modified solar energy bars that could control the power size through a switch, emitting light at low power and serving as an electric shock weapon at high power. Liang Ying first bought a charging light stick, and later, as they browsed through the flower and bird area, they found lantern fruit on sale there, thus buying a pot of bearing lantern fruit tree and 2 bags of seeds. Lantern fruit, a small potted fruit tree. The fruits are transparent and non-edible, containing fluorescent components in the juice, glowing at night, and providing better lighting than the glowing sand. A mature lantern fruit tree cannot be placed in a traveling bag, so it was left in the inn's room for lighting, providing illumination for nighttime bathroom trips. The seeds, on the other hand, were carried along just in case. At 10 o'clock at night, the lights in the inn were turned off, and the entire building went dark before gradually lighting up again. Each room emitted varying intensities of light through their windows. The Lugang mountain region had little temperature difference between day and night, and even during autumn nights, it wasn't particularly cold. The two small windows in the room were open, and the clothes hanging outside had already been brought in. A gentle breeze flowed into the room, cool and comfortable, causing the lantern fruit on the windowsill to sway softly with the wind. Its warm glow gently illuminated the interior of the room. Liang Ying folded the map she had studied for half the day, placing it carefully into her travel bag. After drinking a glass of lukewarm water, she climbed into bed under the thin blanket and tapped her wrist communicator, logging onto the base's local network. She planned to watch an episode of a TV drama to ease herself into a sleepy mood. Fiona stood by the window, using the soft glow of the lantern fruit to clean her personal weapon. The light fell softly on her usually cold and stunning face, giving her an unexpected gentleness. Lu Ping was still in the bathroom washing up. She always took her time, which matched her gentle personality perfectly. The countertop in the bathroom was covered with glowing sand that she had bought. Do you think we should enter the Lugang Mountains via which route? Fiona suddenly spoke without looking up, her focus entirely on the energy gun in her hands as she continued to wipe it down. Liang Ying paused for a moment, instinctively glancing around the room. With only Fiona and Liang Ying in the room and Lu Ping still inside the bathroom, Liang Ying finally confirmed that Fiona was speaking to her. After some thought, Liang Ying responded, I hope the team can enter the mountain from entrance 6. Chapter 42, Entering the Lugang. Over the past 2 days, Liang Ying has been carefully studying the map of the Lugang mountain range whenever she has free time. The currently explored areas form a curved ladle shape, with the handle extending from the east and slanting westward before bending southwest. The Lugang mountain range itself is located in the southeast direction of the Zakner continent. This means that entering the forest from the west leads to more explored areas, while entry from the east results in fewer known regions. The west is safer, while the east is dangerous. In the west, one essentially follows the lead of others, whereas in the east, there are greater opportunities. The school's assignment only sets a goal but no prerequisites. It does not specify where one must begin or limit students to completing their tasks within uncharted areas. Liang Ying mentioned that entry number 6 is located in the middle of the western side, making this route relatively safer. However, Liang Ying chose entry number 6 not solely out of safety considerations, though safety was part of her reasoning. From the very first moment of landing on Zakner planet, Liang Ying felt an aura emanating from the Lugang mountain range, as if the entire mountain range was alive and welcoming her arrival. Among numerous such presences, a few were especially powerful, so powerful that Liang Ying dared not act recklessly. Among them was another presence whose strength fluctuated intermittently. This particular presence called out to her strongly, much like when she encountered the fire vine tree before. Its call, irresistible. Route leading to exit number 6 was the closest to that particular presence. Fiona did not fully agree with Liang Ying's choice. Their team consisted of 3 psychic ability users and 2 instructors nearing master level in physical arts, placing them among the top performing teams in this year's freshman military training group. Their selection should not be conservative. They should challenge themselves with difficulty. Fiona's eyes brightened momentarily, and her lips moved slightly as if wanting to say something, but soon her gaze dimmed again. She recalled the final notification from the academy received aboard the transport ship during the last evening. The task for these 3 military school students was simply to protect their teammates, especially Liang Ying. The safer the area the team chose, the easier their mission would be completed. However, Fiona also received an additional instruction in the notification. The academy hoped she could get along well with Liang Ying, and if the situation allowed, she could explore whether Liang Ying might be interested in transferring to the Black Classic Military Academy. Liang Ying propped her head and gazed at Fiona, waiting for her next words, but after half a day of waiting, she realized Fiona wasn't paying attention to her anymore. Before dawn broke the next day, the team had gathered downstairs. 30 teams were all set to enter the Lugang Mountains that day, with entrances determined through temporary discussions among the instructors. To avoid too many people gathering in one place, no more than 5 teams would enter through the same entrance. Most of the teams selected the western entrances for safety reasons, with only a handful opting for eastern entrances. Because Liang Ying's team had 3 psychics, they were quite the center of attention. Disappointed looks surfaced among some students when Chun Yong announced entrance number 5. Liang Ying paid no heed to the expressions on others' faces. Instead, she was recalling the route for entrance number 5, frowning slightly. It was too far from the place she wanted to go. It seemed this trip into the mountains wouldn't allow her to see what she sought. Although Liang Ying also wished to encounter that mysterious object sooner, ensuring personal safety still came first. If necessary, she would just plan another visit to Zakner later. The team arrived at entrance number 5, which could also be called exit number 5. Leaving here meant stepping out of the base protection shield and walking straight onto the path into the Lugang mountain range. Instructor Qian Yi was registering and obtaining their turn number at the guard station. Since they arrived earlier, they were in the 4th group. Mostly mercenaries typically leave around this time. They travel in groups, riding flying motorcycles. The places they intend to reach can be far away, necessitating reliable transportation. Flying motorcycles are lightweight, adaptable to various terrains, and are excellent tools for exploration and adventure. Still, since Liang Ying's group was participating in military training, no vehicle was provided. This was a time to hone their willpower, perseverance, and physical endurance. Interstellar mercenaries, mainly composed of veterans, have strict requirements for membership, maintain discipline akin to military forces, and play a significant role during planetary exploration and development. They are respected throughout the galaxy. Liang Ying's group stood in formation on the side, as mercenaries occasionally passed by them. These mercenaries smiled upon seeing the students, their eyes filled with understanding. Another autumn, college freshman military training begins. These kids are in for some tough times. One cannot truly be considered an adult without undergoing military training. Some easily embarrassed classmates turned red under the pointing and whispering of the mercenaries. Liang Ying, too, lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Only 3 teams chose entrance number 5. After entering, they ran through a short distance to the forest fringe on the edge of the mountain range. Here, the 3 teams parted ways, each heading in a different direction. Liang Ying's team had pretty good luck, finding an edible plant, a fruit tree, soon after entering the forest. The team stopped in front of the tree laden with fruit. Liang Ying took out her instrument to test and record various data points about the fruit tree. Lu Ping brought out a specialized camera and took photos of the fruit tree from every angle, archiving the pictures afterward. Zhao Gang picked a few fruits as samples and used special equipment to process and preserve them. The 3 members from the Agriculture College worked tirelessly, while the 3 from Duan University also stayed busy recording the topographical and geological data of the surrounding area for future use when they would create maps after leaving. The instructors and the 3 students from Black Classic Military Academy took responsibility for guarding against any birds or beasts that might disturb their work. By the time all this was completed, half a day had passed, and Chunyong announced everyone could rest on site and have a meal. There were no delicacies during missions. Everything was nutritional supplements. The nutritional agents everyone carried were issued by the military, more concentrated than the regular ones and utterly tasteless. To Liang Ying, it felt like drinking thickened lukewarm water. After eating, the march continued until nearly nighttime without spotting another edible plant. Before night fell, they needed to find a place suitable for camping. Being the first day, they hadn't ventured too far, so they quickly located a campsite. Chunyong chose one beside a small pool, where 2 mercenary teams also decided to stay for the night. Each person had their own marching tent. Liang Ying took out a cube-sized object from her marching bag, pressed the bump on its surface, and tossed it toward the chosen spot. The marching tent inflated automatically, taking its form. She stepped down on the metallic stakes at each corner, anchoring them into the soil, thereby setting up the single-person marching tent. At night, the guards were arranged so that the 2 instructors each took half the night, while the 9 students were divided into groups of 3 to accompany the watch. Liang Ying, Lu Ping, and Fiona, the 3 female students, formed the first group. Chapter 43, The Fish's Gift. Qian Yi spent the first half of the night, sitting around a bonfire with 3 female students, including Liang Ying. He threw something into the fire pile. It made a tist sound as the bonfire flared up briefly before calming down again. A strange scent filled the air. Liang Ying guessed that this was used to mask the smell of people and repel wild beasts. Qian Yi looked down at his communicator, fiddling with it. They weren't too far from base yet, so the star network signal could still be received, albeit weakly, with interruptions. Fiona stared absently at the bonfire, lost in thought. Lu Ping had already fallen asleep, quietly leaning on Liang Ying while yawning. She seemed to have dozed off. Liang Ying looked up at the night sky, counting stars and contemplating their current location. In her ear were faint whispers, night watchmen from other camping groups talking softly among themselves, the nearby grass complaining incessantly about how hot, so hot, and even the distant trees snoring lightly in their sleep. Deep in the pond lived a school of fish, all now slumbering peacefully. Suddenly, a playful little fish opened its eyes, gently flicked its colorful tail, and cautiously glanced left and right. Seeing that its parents and siblings were all asleep, the little fish pouted slightly, then darted upwards through the water, surfacing to blow some bubbles towards Liang Ying. Liang Ying couldn't help but smile. The colorful fish swam back and forth, flaunting itself gracefully. Then, it swam back deep into the pond. This was her treasure trove. Picking carefully through the stones shimmering with rainbow hues on the bottom, the little fish finally selected one, which she took into her mouth. Reaching the surface again, the fish spat out water and the stone onto the grass by the pond edge. The bonfire crackled loudly, but no one noticed the commotion except Liang Ying. Quietly lifting Lu Ping's head, Liang Ying pushed her over to Fiona, then slowly got up and walked towards the pond. Qian Yi glanced up at her, furrowed his brow, and returned to tinkering with the communicator. Pretending to wash her hands by the pond, Liang Ying thanked the little fish silently, picked up the multicolored pebble secretly, and put it into her military backpack. When she sat back down by the bonfire, Liang Ying met Qian Yi's slightly annoyed gaze. He probably thought she was being overly troublesome. Time passed idly as they spaced out. When it came time for the students to switch shifts, Qian Yi woke up each of the 3 male students from Duan University. With that, Liang Ying and the others were free to return to their tents to sleep. The single-person military tents were small, only able to accommodate 1 sleeping bag. Crawling into her sleeping bag, Liang Ying found herself unable to fall asleep immediately due to the confined feeling. She heard noises outside, seemingly an invitation for Qian Yi to drink with other campers. After refusing for a bit, he eventually followed them. On the bonfire side remained the 3 boys, whispering and muttering complaints among themselves. Before dawn broke the next day, everyone was awakened. Liang Ying wriggled a few times in her warm sleeping bag before finally crawling out. A new day had begun. Their team was making its way through the Lugong Mountains, with Chunyong and Qian Yi entirely deciding their direction. Whether it was good luck or the result of their extensive experience, within less than 10 days of trekking through the forest, they had discovered 6 types of edible plants. Despite how hard the journey had been, Everyone was delighted because there were just 3 more discoveries left before they completed their mission. Only the 3 students from Duwon University were somewhat dissatisfied. They'd been operating in known areas all along. If they could create a map of unknown regions, they'd stand a chance to achieve higher evaluations and scores after the training concluded. But as the students eagerly focused on completing their tasks, Chen Yong and Qian Yi became increasingly worried internally. Their route was planned according to the final clues provided by old Saba, yet they hadn't located the legendary canyon yet. Once the students finished their tasks, they'd have to turn back, leaving Chen Yong and Qian Yi's main objective unfulfilled. Though nothing unusual showed outwardly, Chen Yong and Qian Yi had privately discussed the matter many times. None of the other students had noticed any changes in the instructors, except Liang Ying, who had inadvertently eavesdropped thanks to her stealthy listening skills. On a certain night when Liang Ying suddenly woke up, she unexpectedly overheard part of their conversation, learning about red grapefruit. And then she remembered what Professor Shun had once told her. However, she ultimately shook her head. It was too dangerous and wouldn't be worth it. Finally, on the 13th day, Liang Ying's group arrived on a hilltop where they discovered the 9th type of plant that could be directly consumed. Amongst a patch of tender green grass adorned with occasional pinkish-purple flowers lay this edible plant, known for having some medicinal value. The students were thrilled. Their team had finished their task ahead of schedule. After collecting data and samples of this plant, they would be able to make their way back and leave the area behind. The 3 students from Duwon University were also satisfied. Since the day before yesterday, their route had deviated from the known areas. In these 3 days, they collected data sufficient to outline dozens of kilometers worth of unknown regions, and this might earn them an A+ in their military training evaluation. At the same time, Chen Yong and Qian Yi were also excited. From this hillside, looking across to the other side, was another slope, and next to it lay a small canyon. Chen Yong and Qian Yi exchanged a glance without revealing any emotion, instructing the 3 students from the military academy to stay put while the 2 of them went to investigate nearby. Liang Ying was busy collecting data and did not notice that Chen Yong and Qian Yi had already left. It wasn't until their task was completed that they realized only 9 students remained on this hillside. The instructors had been gone for a long time, leaving the students with no choice but to rest and wait on the spot. Liang Ying leaned against a tree, eyes closed as if recuperating. In reality, she released her innate power, which covered the entire hill and then drifted towards the opposite slope. She found Chen Yong and Qian Yi perched on a prominent rock on the other slope. They appeared to be confirming whether this canyon was the legendary one. Suddenly, Liang Ying furrowed her brow. Her attention had originally been on observing Chen Yong and Qian Yi, but suddenly a dangerous aura emanated from beneath this hillside. It was a lion-tiger hybrid patrolling its territory, and the hill where Liang Ying and the others were located was within its domain. Quietly, Liang Ying channeled her innate power, causing the weeds and trees on the slope to grow instantly, forming a barrier line on the hillside. The lion-tiger hybrid sauntered leisurely through its territory, tilting its head to look at the dense thorns ahead before turning around and choosing another route to continue its patrol. As the lion-tiger hybrid walked far away, Liang Ying let out a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off her forehead. In her haste, she had consumed too much of her innate power, and she realized fatigue could still set in. Chapter 44, Detachment. Chen Yong and Qian Yi finally returned, and under the students' confused gazes, they led 9 students, including Liang Ying, to a cave. This cave is something Qian Coach and I just prepared. You guys will stay here for the next few days. It's part of the military training, and the transport ship will come to pick us up after it's over. Before the transport ship arrives, you still need to continue with full military training. Chen Yong looked very serious and gave no room for the students to argue. At this moment, Qian Yi pushed a massive boulder to the entrance of the cave. This rock is for blocking the cave entrance. The 3 from Black Classic Military Academy can give it a try. With the combined strength of 3 people at 6th level martial arts, you should be able to push it. 2 male students from Black Classic Military Academy, Jack Peng and Lu Ziwan, exchanged a challenging glance, rolled up their sleeves, and stepped forward confidently. Fiona squinted her eyes, thought for a while, and then walked over as well. With their 6 palms pressing tightly against the stone wall, the massive boulder didn't budge even an inch. Humph. Each generation of Black Classic Military Academy gets worse than the last. Aren't you 3 supposed to be 6th level martial artists? Or were you faking it? Qian Yi mocked them disdainfully. Even Chen Yong frowned, shaking his head continuously at Fiona and the others. Their faces instantly turned pale. Even Fiona became more serious. 3 loud roars rang out, one of which was a girl's voice. With their united efforts, the massive boulder finally moved. Once it started moving, pushing it further wasn't hard anymore, and they successfully placed it at the cave entrance. Chen Yong nodded seriously. All right, you will stay in this cave. During the day, you can move the boulder aside, but remember, once night falls, you must block the entrance with it. There are many wild beasts in the jungle that hunt for food at night. If you forget to block the entrance and get eaten by wild animals, the military takes no responsibility. Also, do not wander too far from the cave. This area is unknown, and none of us know what dangers might lurk nearby. You have enough drinking water and nutrients, so staying quietly inside the cave won't pose any danger. We will come back for you in 10 days. The students glanced at each other, all seeing confusion and dissatisfaction in each other's eyes. Given how advanced the Star Network was, everyone had reviewed past military training records before this began, and there was no mention of such a trial in those records. Coach, if military training requires complete tasks, shouldn't the school notify every one of us beforehand about everything? That content was never mentioned. Zhang Dongdi bluntly voiced the doubts lingering in everyone's hearts. Humph. Qianyi snorted in contempt. His mind was entirely on searching for the red tide fruit, wanting nothing more than to immediately enter the canyon for a search. He didn't feel like dealing with these students right now. Chen Yong remained steady, realizing that whether or not they found the red tide fruit, they needed to uphold their authority as instructors. Have you forgotten the original purpose of Federal University military training? A month-long training program aims to temper the willpower and qualities of the students. Missions are secondary. Only 13 days have passed. Do you think you can just breeze through the remaining time at the base? Our absence for 10 days is precisely intended to train your ability to survive independently in the wilds. Don't tell me you won't be able to endure without coaches in the Luguang Mountains. Chen Yong spoke increasingly sternly, releasing slight pressure unconsciously. Already being at 11th level martial arts, he towered far above the strongest student present, who was only at 6th level. The enormous disparity in levels meant these students couldn't withstand his pressure. The students' expressions worsened gradually, though Chen Yong released only a hint of his pressure, making them already feel chest discomfort and dizziness. Liang Ying felt relatively less affected, having the elemental power protecting her. Her physical and spiritual affinity far exceeded ordinary people, so the great induced pressure didn't harm her. Nonetheless, she still harbored some heaviness in her heart, instinctively sensing the danger emanating from Chen Yong. After a moment's contemplation, Liang Ying said, "Since the coach has stated this, let's follow accordingly. This is military training after all." Knowing it was futile trying to keep Chen Yong and Qian Yi, she decided silently letting them go was safer. Considering the 9 students together wouldn't be able to defeat them due to the vast difference in levels, if Chen Yong and Qian Yi got serious, their force would only be equivalent to tickling them. Fiona had remained silent throughout, watching as the 2 instructors packed their belongings into their marching bags, ready to leave. She suddenly stepped forward to stop them, intending to say something. Liang Ying, seeing this as a poor decision, hurriedly ran over to pull Fiona back, shaking her head as a sign. Fiona stared at Liang Ying for a while and ultimately said nothing. Chen Yong and Qian Yi left. The remaining students felt somewhat at a loss, looking at each other uncertainly, unsure of what to do. Liang Ying had known beforehand that Chen Yong and Qian Yi had their own plans, so she wasn't particularly surprised when they suddenly left. Pulling out a lighting stick from the marching bag for illumination, she was the first to step inside the cave. Chen Yong and his partner had been quite considerate. This cave was carefully excavated. The walls were smooth so there wouldn't be any bumps or knocks, and the spacious area allowed all 9 of them to even fight inside if they wanted to. Liang Ying carefully examined the cave and chose a place to settle in for the next 10 days. She waved to Lu Ping to come over, and the 2 of them put down their marching bags and set up the tent together. The mission was already completed, leaving everyone free of psychological burdens. After arranging their own spots, they sat idly on the ground, lost in thought. Perhaps still not accustomed to this atmosphere, the mountain cave remained eerily quiet with no one speaking. Liang Ying stuck the lighting rod into the ground and spaced out for a while before standing up to take some things from her marching bag. She took out a water crystal, concentrated drinking water, tore open the packaging, and threw it onto the soil in the middle. 1 water crystal could dissolve into 1 cubic meter of pure water. As the water slowly seeped into the soil, Liang Ying promptly tossed a nutrient pellet, a concentrated plant growth medium, into the water. After the water and the growth medium were fully absorbed into the soil, Liang Ying dug a few small pits in the moist earth and dropped the lantern fruit seeds into them. Under the curious gazes of her classmates, Liang Ying placed her palm on the ground and channeled her innate power. The seeds began to take root and sprout, slowly growing into a tree, then blossoming and bearing fruit. The freshly matured lantern fruits emitted a soft glow, adding a touch of natural light to the dark cave. So this is a wood-type ability, promoting plant growth? Zhang Dongdi couldn't help but ask. Liang Ying smiled and nodded. A few people circled around the newly grown lantern fruit tree. Being the first time witnessing the deployment of a wood-type ability, everyone was filled with wonder. Chapter 45, Cave Life. From sprouting to flowering and fruiting, the whole process took a little over an hour. Isn't it too fast? Zhao Gang wondered internally. As an agriculture college student, he naturally had great interest in wood elemental abilities. Although he himself didn't possess any abilities, there were records on the Star Network about wood-based powers. Compared to those, Liang Ying's plant growth speed seemed unusually fast. Liang Ying smiled mysteriously without answering Zhao Gang's question. Fiona, make the soil wetter. I lost 1 water crystal. If my water runs out, we'll have to rely on you. Fiona raised an eyebrow with a smile that transformed her cold beauty into something brighter. A few boys nearby stared blankly at her transformation. Fiona placed her hands on the damp ground, and the originally dark-colored earth grew wetter and darker. Suddenly squatting down, Fiona's eyes brightened more. Zhang Dongdi seemed to sense something unusual as well and also squatted down, pressing his hand against the ground. The area where the lantern fruit was growing became increasingly black, soft, full of moisture and rich in nutrients. Whether or not it was an illusion, the glow emanating from the fruit seemed brighter. Liang Ying, Fiona, and Zhang Dongdi exchanged glances, all 3 showing signs of joy in their eyes. The Luguang Mountains are indeed quite unique, remarked Zhang Dongdi thoughtfully. You've noticed the difference too. This Luguang range is truly a treasure land. Liang Ying sincerely admired it. What's going on? Can one of the three prodigies explain this? Urged Zhao Gang, confused and anxious for answers. Fiona picked up some soil and rubbed it between her fingers. The environment here is perfect for plant growth, even amplifying the effects of elemental abilities. So, Liang Ying can accelerate the growth of the lantern fruit faster, and both Dongdi and I perceive water and earth much more sensitively than before. Our results are significantly stronger now. Indeed, the natural environment of these mountains is exceptional, nurturing many amazing plants and animals. During our journey, I've observed that most of the plants here are classified at a certain quality grade, including quite a few second-tier plants. There might even be natural third-tier plants in some areas. Added Liang Ying. Since arriving on Chuckner Planet, Liang Ying had felt the powerful energy contained within this land. Chuckner's pristine environment had nurtured so many vigorous plants and animals in Lugong Mountain, as well as whatever was calling to her. Lugong Mountain was a legitimate treasure trove. When she heard Chun Yong mention red grapefruit, Liang Ying hadn't doubted its existence. It was entirely plausible for fourth-tier plants to exist in this energy-rich mountain range. Only 4 years of development, but if anyone wants to invest, they should consider Chuckner, particularly developing the Lugong range. It definitely has profit potential. This astute statement by Zhang Dongdi elicited chuckles from the group. However, Liang Ying and Fiona both understood this wasn't just banter. Lugong Mountain truly deserved investment due to its potential. Sitting around the lantern fruit plants, they chatted casually, dissipating previous awkwardness. Having traveled together for over 10 days, everyone felt comfortable conversing easily. Since the cave lighting was dim, after staying inside for a while, they went outside. Relaxed, each person found a cleaner spot near the cave entrance to sunbathe. Around noon, they consumed nutritional supplements then returned to nap in the cave. The previous couple of weeks had been exhausting, making it impossible to take naps. Now relaxing, Liang Ying fell asleep the moment she slipped into her sleeping bag. She woke up due to continuous tapping sounds. Getting up and tidying up, she stepped out of the tent and realized she was the only one left in the cave. Everyone else was gathered outside the cave where Lu Ping was directing Jack Peng and Lu Ziyuan to chisel away at the mountain wall next to them. Holding their energy guns, the two level 6 corporeal techniques students shot at the rocks on the cliff face, quickly creating a square meter-sized cavern. Then others joined in and spent an hour fashioning a small pool inside the cave, though it still lacked water. Lu Ping pulled Liang Ying and Fiona inside the small cavern, proudly pointing to the newly made pool. This will be our bathing spot in the future. It's been over 10 days since our last shower. I've already pushed myself to the limit. Another 10 days without bathing, and I won't be able to bear it. You guys said using elemental abilities could double the effectiveness here, right? With Fiona around, there's no need to worry about running out of water. Hey, if only we could stretch a piece of fabric across the cave opening as a screen. Fortunately, we have Liang Ying. Can you grow some dense plants at the cave entrance to cover it? It turned out that Lu Ping hadn't slept at all during midday. Instead, after contemplating beside the lantern fruit for a long time, she came up with this idea for bathing conveniently. As night fell, Liang Ying and the other two girls entered the adjacent small cave with freshly laundered camouflage uniforms. They managed to fill up the pool using only a quarter of their water crystal reserves. Fiona took out an energy bar and placed it in the water, and soon enough, the entire pool became warm. After over 10 days of dirtiness, they finally had the chance to bathe, and the three girls lingered in the water as if reluctant to leave. Lu Ping lay sprawled on the edge of the pool, sighing contentedly. Liang Ying reclined by the side, her eyes closed as she imagined herself soaking in a hot spring, while Fiona maintained her vigilance, her eyes fixated on the entrance hidden by bushes. After washing themselves and donning clean uniforms, the girls felt an immediate ease throughout their bodies. Using the remaining water, they washed their dirty clothes, making do with what was left. While the girls were busy tending to personal hygiene, the boys weren't idle either. The cool night breeze carried the heavy dew through the mountain forest, and some students collected dry branches to make 2 bonfires inside the cave. Others spread animal repellent powder around the perimeter of the cave. 2 male military academy students stood guard outside the 2 caves, keeping watch. Liang Ying and her friends emerged from the smaller cave holding their washed clothes. In the bright moonlight, stirred by the gentle breeze that swayed the leaves and cast mottled shadows of the moon on the ground, they could hear the crickets chirping and smelled the fresh aroma of trees and flowers. Liang Ying found herself smiling unconsciously. Although tough, this training life revealed a unique beauty. Everyone then retreated into the main cave, using large rocks to seal the entrance while scattering more animal repellent around it. Exhausted after these past 10 days, the classmates quickly drifted off into deep sleep. Inside the spacious cave, the lantern fruits emitted a soft glow, accompanied by faint snores reverberating lightly within the cave. Chapter 46, Meeting an Old Acquaintance. Life in the cave had passed by for 6 days. During these 6 days, Liang Ying and her group explored all areas within about 1 kilometer around the cave. As Liang Ying, Fiona, and Zhang Dongdi had predicted, the natural conditions of the Luguang mountain range harbored countless treasures. They discovered a new type of plant that could not be eaten but contained some toxins in its leaves that could paralyze a creature's nerves for a certain period of time, which was effective on both humans and animals. There was also a type of tree where the dead branches contained some unknown flammable elements, making them burn exceptionally well, somewhat like a natural torch. Of course, these dead branches needed careful preservation, otherwise, they might cause a fire. Forest fires were not good things. Luckily, there weren't many such trees around. After searching the vicinity, only a few had been found. On this day at noon, After finishing their morning patrol, everyone rested in the cave. Liang Ying had just climbed into her sleeping bag when she got out again. About 3 to 4 kilometers away from here, a group of people was heading towards the cave. Among this group, there were 3 familiar faces, Roll Shuke and his buddies. Roll's team consisted of 12 people, most of whom had higher physical arts rankings than Liang Ying's group. They seemed to also be searching for something as they made their way. Liang Ying suddenly became wide awake, taking out the dagger given to her by Fiona from her marching bag. During these idle days, Fiona had taught Liang Ying several simple knife-fighting techniques. While playing with the dagger and listening to Roll's group's conversation, Liang Ying's mood grew increasingly heavy. They were also looking for the canyon, specifically for the red grapefruit fruit. The disadvantage of the cave's location became apparent. It was too close to the canyon, increasing the likelihood that those searching for the red grapefruit would pass by their location. When Roll's group was about 300 to 400 meters away from the cave, Fiona and Zhang Dongdi became alert. Both being level 4 in mental power, they covered a wider area than the others. Someone is coming, Zhang Dongdi warned the others. We don't know who or why. Call the others over. Everyone should be more vigilant. Everyone gathered at the cave entrance. Jake Peng and Lu Ziyuan stood on the outer perimeter. Liang Ying and Lu Ping were surrounded in the center, while Fiona stood beside Liang Ying. The 3 students from the military academy stood closest to the giant stone blocking the entrance. Liang Ying held Lu Ping's hand while the other reached for the dagger tucked behind her waist. Roll Shuke and his group had already noticed the 9 people led by Liang Ying and guessed that they were students participating in military training. However, they did not change their route and continued heading toward Liang Ying's group. Brother, do these students know where that thing is? Sonnet asked, furrowing his brows. They definitely wouldn't know, Hammett replied to Sonnet's question. If they knew where it was, would they still be staying here? If they don't know, then why are we going over there? Idiot, didn't I say there are only 9 students over there? Students usually participate in military training under the guidance of instructors. Don't you find it strange where their instructors have gone? This was said by another young man in their group. Who are you calling idiot? You're the idiot. If the instructors aren't present, is that necessarily a problem? Maybe they went elsewhere to explore. They'll probably return soon. Didn't we agree that our mission needs to remain secret? All the instructors are military personnel, so walking right up to them like this will only reveal our movements to the army. It doesn't matter much to you mercenaries, but we 3 brothers hope to join the military in the future. Leaving a bad impression with the military now will affect our future prospects. Sonnet's barrage of complaints caused several members of the team to grow slightly annoyed. As it turned out, Roll and his 2 companions had hired a mercenary team to escort them into the mountains. Hammett shot Sonnet a glare. Why do you have so much to say? Brother said to take a look, so we take a look. Following brother won't lead us astray. Surprisingly, Hammett flattered Roll Shuke, making their relationship appear increasingly bizarre. Even though mentally prepared, when Roll and his group appeared before them, Liang Ying's group still felt momentarily startled. Once again, due to the great disparity in ranks, the oppressive aura emanating from the opposing group made them uncomfortable. Upon encountering each other, Roll's group displayed no restraint in their pressure, unlike Qin Yong. Seeing the opposite side, the 3 from the Hadian Military Academy exchanged glances. Roll Shuke was a student at Hadian Military Academy and had become semi-famous due to an injury incident. Though Fiona and her group were freshmen, they had heard of some rumors in school. Clearly, they had already recognized Roll. But since his intentions were unclear, they decided to pretend they did not recognize him for now. Which one of you is the captain? Roll Shuke asked directly. The 9 of Liang Ying exchanged looks. Ultimately, Jake Peng nodded at the group and took a small step forward. Hello, we are all freshmen at this year's Dujian City University, here to participate in military training. Jake Peng replied politely, which was a stark contrast to his usually ostentatious and spiky-headed image. Roll Shuke glanced at the 9 people opposite him and felt a bit strange inside. The girl standing among them seemed familiar, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Hammett focused on the 3 students standing in the front row and judged from their strength that they were probably students of Hadian Military Academy. Where are your instructors? We don't know either. The instructor said he wanted to test our independent survival skills in the wild, so he left us here and said he would come back after a few days. He also said it was a task arranged by the school. Jake Peng responded naturally, with a touch of grievance and complaint in his tone, making them appear like a group of pitiable kids harassed by the school, unintentionally lowering the other side's guard. Liang Ying kept her head down, staring at her toes, hoping Roll Shuke wouldn't recognize her and that they would leave after asking their questions. So you mean your instructor didn't tell you where they were going? Jake Peng shook his head and put on an innocent look. Hammett chuckled softly, his expression kind and affable. We're just passing by here. You don't need to be afraid. By the way, did you pass through a canyon on your way here? We agreed to meet our friends there, but now we're a bit lost. Jake Peng shook his head again, looking completely puzzled. Hammett's gaze shifted from Jake Peng's face to the others, carefully examining each one. Chapter 47, Camping with Wolves. Liang Ying felt extremely frustrated because it was already dark outside, and in addition to the 9 of them in the cave, there were now 12 more people. And these 12 were absolutely unwelcome intruders. Liang Ying glanced at her side. Lu Ping seemed to have an incredibly carefree attitude, chatting enthusiastically with the newcomers. Sighing deeply out of frustration, Liang Ying decided to simply enter her single-person tent early. She strapped a dagger to her calf, then lay down on her sleeping bag fully clothed, propping her head on her arm as she reflected on the events of the afternoon. After Luo Urch's group had finished asking questions, they hadn't left. Hammett used the excuse of the late hour to propose borrowing a night's stay from them. The group of 9 that included Liang Ying deliberated for quite a while, but ultimately didn't dare refuse them. They had no choice but to tidy up their belongings in the cave and give half of the cave space over to Luo Erchu and his companions to stay in. Liang Ying was inwardly criticizing this decision the whole time. What nonsense, saying it was too late when it was barely past noon. Plus, why was the cave so large? If Chun Yong and Qian had made the cave smaller, leaving no extra room, Luo Erchu's group wouldn't have been able to make such demands. These 12 people took up more than half of the cave, and worse still, upon discovering the pool beside the small adjacent cave, Hammett and his crew just went ahead and claimed it without even a word of notification. Now they were taking turns soaking in it. On top of this, Jack Bing and 5 other boys were tasked with keeping watch through the night. Truth be told, the mercenaries in Luo Erchu's group were quite seasoned and much more experienced than the group of 9 led by Liang Ying. The massive rock prepared by Chun Yong and Qian was completely ridiculed by the mercenaries. The mercenaries pointed out that blocking the entrance to a cave like this with stones could be potentially dangerous. Stones wouldn't seal the door entirely since gaps would need to be left for ventilation, which meant if someone smoked outside the cave's entrance, those inside could suffocate. At the insistence of the mercenaries, the cave's entrance wasn't blocked that evening, necessitating nightly patrols due to the open entrance. Although Luo Erchu's team regularly rotated their guards every night, Liang Ying's group also had to contribute members. Fortunately, Hammett showed some consideration toward the female students, not adding Liang Ying, Lu Ping, or Fiona to the list of night watch personnel. When the mercenaries mentioned the possibility of someone smoking outside the entrance, although the 9 students thought it made sense, they still felt somewhat uneasy. After all, they were only university students, here to participate in military training rather than a military exercise, and they certainly hadn't considered hypothetical enemies, let alone anyone trying to smoke them out. This was probably due to the simple thought processes of students in peacetime. In reality, Liang Ying's group had forgotten, or perhaps never realized, one crucial point. Every new discovery during the exploration of a resource planet not only brings prestige, but also government rewards. Fame and profit are the breeding grounds for evil intentions, and fighting over resource discovery rights on resource planets is a common occurrence. Of course, the Federation is a country ruled by law, and going too far will result in legal consequences. But there will always be people willing to take risks for fame and profit, selling their consciences. Previously, the data and samples collected by Liang Ying's group were actually considered new discoveries. Handing them over to the government earned them some star coin rewards, while handing them over to the school resulted in credits. Liang Ying's group was lucky not to have encountered any ill-intentioned teams, so they never thought that what they held could attract jealousy and competition from others. Their wariness of Luo Erchu's group mainly stemmed from their fear of strength, not considering the possibility of them seizing their mission results. Of course, Luo Erchu's group had no intention of stealing Liang Ying's things. What they sought was something even rarer. Liang Ying's worries primarily stemmed from impressions left by Luo Erchu and 2 others in the past. Back in Hesluo, those 3 went to great lengths to acquire S-class sand crystals, disregarding any potential harm or injuries to others, destroying everything in sight to achieve their goal. This time, they were clearly here for a purpose, and Liang Ying didn't think they'd suddenly change their ways. Judging by how they treated the group of 9 that included Liang Ying, authoritatively and without room for argument, they clearly didn't view Liang Ying's group seriously. With this realization, Liang Ying sat up abruptly, pulled 2 small bottles from her duffel bag, and placed them in the outer pocket of the pack. These bottles contained a liquid collected just a few days ago, capable of causing nerve paralysis. Sharing the same mountain cave with Luo Erchu's team meant Liang Ying couldn't sleep most of the night, staying vigilant about both the cave's interior and exterior. Fortunately, after one restless night, Luo Erchu and his team left early the next morning. Luo Erchu's group originally hoped to glean some information from these 9 students, though they weren't counting on these students for all their plans. After observing them closely and attempting to get information overnight, they concluded that Jack Bing wasn't lying, and the 2 instructors who left their students behind showed no signs of returning soon. Therefore, it wasn't necessary to waste time here anymore. After Luo Air and the others left, everyone couldn't help but sigh in relief. Everyone seemed a little lethargic, as no one had slept well last night. The 6 boys who took turns on watch not only missed sleep, but also had to fend off endless questioning, exhausting them both mentally and physically. The 3 girls were in no better shape. Even Lu Ping, who appeared carefree, kept covering her mouth to stifle yawns. Seeing this situation, they briefly discussed it and decided to block the cave entrance with a massive rock, sprinkling animal-repelling powder around before collectively climbing into their sleeping bags for some much-needed rest. Ying Liang's sleep was far from peaceful. Her mind restless and plagued by nightmares. She suddenly opened her eyes, heart pounding rapidly, as if something unpleasant had happened. Sure enough, just a few seconds later, the ground began to shake, progressing from mild tremors to severe quakes within a breath's time. Liang Ying instantly became fully awake. With a quick flip, she sprang up, grabbing her duffel bag and rushing out of the tent. Everyone was now awake. The ground underfoot was shaking more and more violently, making it harder to stay steady, and more rocks were falling from the roof and walls of the mountain cave. Quickly push the stone aside. Everyone leave the cave. Zhang Dongdi shouted loudly. All realized what needed to be done, and rushed to the cave entrance to help push the boulder. Strength in numbers paid off, and just before the mountain cave collapsed entirely, all 9 people managed to escape. The ground shaking came as suddenly as it went away. Looking at the rubble-filled cave and the trenches scattered across the surface outside, everyone understood that they had just experienced an earthquake. Chapter 48, Returning Injured. Zhang Dongdi's hand pressed against the ground, his expression growing increasingly angry. This isn't a naturally occurring earthquake, it's man-made. Someone is causing destruction in the Luguang Mountains. Are these people even aware of their actions? Why must someone always destroy the environment? Can't humans just live in harmony with nature? Lu Ping was furious. In the space age, technology had advanced significantly, but humanity did not place it above nature. Instead, they came to realize even more clearly the importance of living harmoniously with the natural environment. Everyone was angry, and there was also a deep sense of unease in their hearts. They glanced at the collapsed cave. The location of the destruction wasn't far from where they were. Liang Ying suddenly remembered what the old mercenary from Roar's team had said, that this forest hid deadly danger. It was something they hadn't encountered or been fully aware of yet. Someone is coming. Fiona issued a warning. Having strived for excellence as a soldier all this time, her vigilance was much higher than that of ordinary people. She spotted Chen Yong and Qian Yi earlier than Zhang Dongdi did. Actually, Liang Ying noticed them even sooner, but to avoid standing out too much, she chose to wait. Without systematic mental training or guidance from professionals, Liang Ying couldn't maintain the balance well, and so fell slightly behind. It's the instructor. Someone's injured, Fiona added. As soon as she finished speaking, Chen Yong and Qian Yi appeared in their line of sight. Qian Yi was covered in blood, seemingly grievously wounded, while Chen Yong supported him, his own clothes smeared with blood as well. They couldn't tell whether some of it belonged to him. Among the 9 eyes of Liang Ying's group, there were questions, but no one spoke first. They may have been freshmen at university, but they weren't children. What are you all standing here for? Chen Yong showed no sign of explaining why they were injured. Instead, he expressed dissatisfaction with the students' behavior. The 9 people stepped aside to reveal the collapsed cave behind them. A minor earthquake just happened here, and the cave collapsed. Luckily, we reacted quickly. There wasn't enough time to rescue supplies, though a few marching bags were pulled out. This time it was Zhang Dongdi who stepped forward. Among the students, both the school and military placed greater emphasis on psionics, and among those present, he was the only male psionic. Chen Yong looked at the cave thoughtfully. Their operation had originally been going smoothly. Not only did they manage to locate the correct canyon by sheer luck, but they also found the legendary red raisin fruit tree and the giant bird they were looking for. They lay in ambush for 4 days and nights, finally waiting until the perfect moment when the bird left to hunt for food. However, no plan survives first contact with reality. Though they guarded against the bird, they didn't expect 2 unexpected groups. One was an alliance mercenary group, and the other was from the AUS Empire. Just like Chen Yong, they were lurking in the shadows waiting for their chance. Once the 3 groups met, fighting broke out instantly. Being outnumbered made Chen Yong and his partner obviously at a disadvantage. Thankfully, the enemy numbers weren't overwhelming either. Both Chen Yong and Qian Yi were battle-hardened soldiers and skilled teammates whose coordination and experience surpassed those of the other 2 factions. That's why they managed to avoid annihilation. Since the 3 parties were evenly matched and unable to decide a victor easily, Chen Yong devised a plan to form a temporary alliance with one of the other mercenary teams. After all, they were all members of the alliance, whereas the AUS Empire represented an enemy to everyone else. Better to benefit someone within the alliance than allow victory to fall into imperial hands. It was due to Chen Yong's strategic thinking that he managed to rise to the rank of captain in the army at such a young age. His strength was not solely derived from combat skills, but from his practical application of strategies and tactics. Otherwise, how could someone like Qian Yi, with the same 11th level martial arts grade as him, sincerely consider him a brother? In the end, thanks to Chen Yong's planning, the Alliance mercenaries and the AUS Empire operatives destroyed each other. But they paid a heavy price as well. Both men suffered injuries from the enemy's explosive suicides, especially Qian Yi, who sustained serious internal organ damage. If he didn't receive immediate medical attention, he likely wouldn't survive long. Chen Yong looked back at Qian Yi, who was leaning against his shoulder and unconscious. In his current state, Qian Yi couldn't continue traveling. They needed to stop and treat his wounds first. The forest isn't safe now. Clear out the cave, remove the rubble, and we'll make do here tonight. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Chen Yong decided immediately. Liang Ying and the others exchanged glances. Although they didn't entirely agree with the instructor's decision, they recognized that the instructor was more experienced and therefore accepted his choice. They began clearing the collapsed cave. Chen Yong laid the unconscious Qian Yi down on a flat piece of land, examined his wounds, and then took out powder and bandages to treat the external injuries. Qian Yi's entire body was riddled with cuts, so he ended up being wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Seeing Qian Yi lying there battered and broken, Chen Yong frowned deeply. External wounds were easy to treat, but internal injuries were troublesome. Qian Yi already had pre-existing health issues. Now that his internal organs were damaged, even in the space age where medical technology was highly developed, there were still some ailments beyond treatment. Chen Yong cast a gloomy glance at the busy students nearby, but paused when his gaze swept over Liang Ying, an idea forming in his mind. In the canyon earlier, the Imperial operatives had chosen to self-detonate as soon as they realized the situation was turning against them. Chen Yong and Qian Yi only managed to escape before the explosion occurred. Everything else was out of their control. And even before that, when the 3 teams were locked in a standoff, none of them dared to approach or pick the red raisin fruit. This time, Chun Yong and Qian Yi nearly risked their lives, merely standing beneath the red raisin fruit tree for a brief look, not managing to pluck a single fruit. Now, all the enemies were dead. The red raisin fruit tree grew on a steep cliff face, likely undamaged by the explosion caused by the martial artist's suicide. The opportunity was now ripe, since they originally came here for the red raisin fruits. With Qian Yi critically injured, it was clear only the red raisin fruits could save him. However, if Chun Yong went to retrieve the red raisin fruits, he would have no choice but to leave Qian Yi behind, and he wasn't confident the students could adequately take care of him. Moreover, despite returning battered and bloodied, the students hadn't protested yet, likely intimidated by him, a grade 11 martial artist. If he left Qian Yi behind, unconscious, who could guarantee these students would remain obedient in his absence? Chun Yong's gaze lingered on Liang Ying for a long while, so long that her supposedly calm hands began to tremble. Liang Ying noticed Chun Yong focusing his attention on her almost immediately. Facing a grade 11 martial artist compared to her own lowly grade 3, she felt like being pierced by countless sharp eyes. She imagined herself as a small mouse caught in the sights of a deadly snake, with no chance of escape. Sure enough, Chun Yong approached and stood directly in front of her. I've discovered a new plant species along with Instructor Qian. I need you to accompany me to collect samples. The rest of you stay behind and continue clearing the cave. Make sure you take good care of Instructor Qian. I only have time to write this much today because something unexpected came up. Don't worry, I'll resume updates tomorrow morning. Chapter 49, finally obtaining the red grapefruit. Everyone was momentarily stunned by Chun Yong's words and soon felt that this matter wasn't very reliable. Among the 3 students from the agricultural college present, the only male student, Zhao Gang, stepped forward. Instead of me accompanying the instructor, I can also perform data collection and sample collection. My physical combat rank is higher than Liang Ying's, and I move faster than her. Chun Yong firmly shook his head with a darkened face, exuding an ominous aura like snow and wind were coming, and his words carried a profound sense of non-negotiability. Liang Ying will go, you stay. Chun Yong's strong attitude made the students present feel displeased. Since the moment Liang Ying was stared at by him, she had been pondering what Chun Yong's plan was, and now she started to understand. Chun Yong intended to use Liang Ying as a hostage. It was clear that Chun Yong had something he needed to leave for, likely worried about Qian Yi who would be left behind, as well as intending to restrain the students, so he found an excuse to have Liang Ying accompany him. Liang Ying has the highest mental power ranking among the students, drawing attention from both the school and the military, making her position somewhat special among the students. If anything happened to Liang Ying, the 3 students from Haitian Military Academy tasked with protecting their teammates would be deemed a failure in their military training mission. Furthermore, since Liang Ying held part of the previously collected data, the remaining 2 students from Longping University, regardless of whether it was to complete their task or protect their alumni, would need to consider Liang Ying's safety more carefully. Of course, using Liang Ying as leverage might have a lesser effect on Duwan's 3 students, but with students from Haitian and Longping universities present, they were outnumbered. Consequently, there were fewer opportunities for rash actions. Besides, although Liang Ying's mental power rank was high, her martial arts skills were only at level 3, so Chun Yong was not worried at all about her pulling any tricks. Hence, after evaluating these students, he found Liang Ying the most suitable to serve as leverage. Chun Yong glanced at the weakened Qian Yi, feeling that things shouldn't get too strained with the students. After some thought, he said to Zhao Gang, as a male student, you should contribute more. Stay behind to clean up the cave and collect data. These tasks Liang Ying can handle well. Although Chun Yong said this, judging from his concerned look toward Qian Yi, everyone began to suspect his true intentions. Fiona had been frowning silently. She glanced at Lu Ping standing beside Liang Ying, and her eyes flickered. Instructor, why don't we have Lu Ping follow you instead? Liang Ying could stay here and help us. Fiona intentionally swept her gaze over a slightly dazed Lu Ping, showing a bit of impatience on her face. Lu Ping is too frail, and it would be better if she stayed by your side. Liang Ying is surely more useful. Lu Ping blinked her watery big eyes and quickly understood Fiona's underlying meaning. Turning around, she looked at Chun Yong with an aggrieved expression. Then I'll go with the instructor. Anyway, I can't really help much here. Lu Ping appeared indeed to be the weakest among the 3 girls, her baby face giving her an air of innocence, and her soft-spoken mannerisms often led others to mistake her as lazy. But after several days of interaction, Fiona had long seen through her inner nature. Take for instance when they encountered Luoer's group. On the surface, Lu Ping seemed naive and overly trusting of strangers, cheerfully conversing with unfamiliar people. In reality, she was skillfully extracting information from them and reducing their guard, demonstrating her cleverness and strategy. During the journey, Lu Ping had built the best relationship with Liang Ying. Naturally, she didn't want Liang Ying to be in danger. Plus, she thought Liang Ying's personality was a bit dull, probably unable to deal with the instructor. Moreover, Liang Ying was more important to the school, and if anything happened to her, they would all be in trouble. In fact, Lu Ping's thoughts were rather simple. She didn't really think following the instructor would bring life-threatening dangers. At most, she might suffer some humiliation. She believed that her own wit would keep her from angering the instructor, so she courageously stood up, willing to replace Liang Ying. Chun Yong's expression was unpleasant. He saw people more clearly than Fiona did, and this girl, seemingly the weakest among the 3, was actually the one with the most cunning of the trio. He certainly didn't want to take such a hassle along with him, delaying his important matters. Liang Ying will go with me. This time, Chun Yong was too tired to explain further. Lu Ping moved her mouth, wanting to try one more time. but Liang Ying sensed that Chen Yong might have reached his limit. If he decided to act against them, with just one slap, he could kill all 9 of them. They couldn't ignore the disparity in strength. Liang Ying smiled and said, "Then I'll go." The instructor must have his reasons for saying this. "You all stay here and work hard on cleaning the cave. Ideally, you should already have cleaned it by the time I return. We'll be back soon. Take care of Instructor Qian." Chen Yong left a brief statement before hastily walking off with Liang Ying. The remaining students discussed somberly for a while and then accelerated their actions to clean out the cave. Liang Ying was originally walking behind Chen Yong, but how could she keep up with his pace? After not long, Chen Yong, growing impatient, grabbed Liang Ying's waist belt and lifted her into his hand. With the strides of an 11th level martial artist, he sprinted off madly towards the canyon. Liang Ying was hanging headfirst in his grasp. Ignoring the discomfort, she only prayed that her pants waistband was sturdy enough. Chen Yong raced along swiftly. In no time, both had entered the canyon and arrived beneath the red grapefruit tree. Chen Yong threw Liang Ying to the ground. Even with her usually calm temperament, Liang Ying grew angry, glaring furiously at Chen Yong. Chen Yong didn't even glance at Liang Ying sitting on the ground as he climbed the cliff face using both hands and feet with great agility. A while later, he leapt down directly from above. Liang Ying watched helplessly as Chen Yong held a bunch of red grapefruits, each intuitively known by her to be of 4th grade quality. Chen Yong stored most of the fruits inside a storage box within his luggage pack, leaving only 2 in his hand. He quickly took a bite out of one, finishing it in just a few chews. Only 1 fruit remained in his possession. Then, Chen Yong performed an action entirely unexpected by Liang Ying. He casually tossed the last red grapefruit straight into her mouth. Caught off guard, Liang Ying's astonished gasp allowed Chen Yong's precisely controlled throw to guide the fruit past her throat and directly into her stomach. Liang Ying coughed while clutching her chest, finding it uncomfortable swallowing the fruit whole, particularly with a burning sensation around her throat. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, but when the pain subsided slightly, she cast a pitiful gaze toward Chen Yong. The 4th grade red grapefruit had already slipped into her belly, and she hadn't even gotten the chance to taste it. At this moment, Liang Ying suddenly felt a chilling sense of danger from behind. Instinctively leaning forward, a searing streak of light zipped past her head. With a loud boom, the rocks behind Liang Ying crumbled to dust. Chapter 50, Escape, Part 1. Hand over the fruit. The man holding the energy gun glanced at the bare red grapefruit tree atop the cliff, and his expression turned sour. This time, they had come in 3 groups. One of them lost contact not long ago, and their last message before disappearing was that they found the target object. The target tree was there, but the target fruit was missing, definitely related to the 2 people in front of them. The disappearance of that team was likely also tied to these 2. Liang Ying lay on the ground, too terrified to move, or rather, she couldn't move at all. There were 4 people from the enemy group, each having a physical art level higher than Liang Ying's. Some of them might even be as strong as Chen Yong. They exuded more menacing vibes than Chen Yong, making Liang Ying instinctively feel they were even more dangerous than Chen Yong. Chen Yong wasn't faring much better than Liang Ying either. The leader of the opposing side was stronger in physical combat than he was. Chen Yong had also been injured earlier, so all he could do was manchang resist under the oppressive aura from the other side. Fortunately, all the fruits had already been picked by him. Out of caution for the safety of the fruit, the other party didn't dare to shoot directly or attack recklessly. This actually made the bag of fruit on his back an invaluable life-saving talisman. Despite being clearly weaker, the opposing party did not act rashly. Instantly, Liang Ying understood the reason. Various thoughts raced through her mind. Their first shot earlier was meant as a warning, not to kill her. Since they hadn't seen Chen Yong pick the fruit, they weren't sure who had it. So as long as the fruit wasn't found on her, she still stood a chance to survive. If they knew she didn't have it, they'd probably obliterate her with 1 shot. However, among the 6 people present, Liang Ying was the weakest. She'd naturally be their primary target. But since she didn't have the fruit, she couldn't even use it as leverage. She sneakily glanced at Chen Yong with the corner of her eye, realizing he probably wouldn't help her in this crucial moment. Liang Ying didn't believe that relying on Chen Yong would save her. Her insight was correct. Chen Yong was preoccupied enough with his own situation. He cared nothing for Liang Ying's life. In fact, he might be thinking about how to use Liang Ying as a way to escape himself. At first, 3 of the 4 guns pointed towards Chen Yong, while the 4th pointed at Liang Ying. Sure enough, the young man pointing his weapon at Liang Ying approached her step by step. Liang Ying's heartbeat accelerated, unable to move. Fortunately, her intrinsic power was still functional, and she subtly gathered it around the green leaf in her ponytail. After considering every possibility, she decided that if necessary, she would risk activating the fire vine leaf. Even though the fire vine leaf could make others blind to her presence, it wouldn't truly make her invisible. However, in the instant she disappeared, Liang Ying believed that no matter how experienced the enemies were, they would momentarily hesitate. In that brief moment of hesitation, Liang Ying could take action. As long as she moved away from her current position while maintaining invisibility, no matter how powerful the enemy was, they wouldn't be able to find her. This plan rested all her hopes for escaping on her intrinsic power, and timing the activation of the firevine leaf was absolutely key. Young girl, you don't want to die so young, right? Hand over the fruit obediently, and we'll let you go. A man with his gun pointed at Liang Ying suddenly said. He tried to smile to make himself appear kinder, which instead twisted his face, causing Liang Ying cold sweat and chills down her spine. She felt sweat drip from her forehead to the tip of her nose. bit her lips, and finally managed to say through great effort, "What fruit? Fruits are everywhere here. Which one are you talking about?" "Humph, little girl, your tongue is sharp. Still daring to bluff us in this situation? Do you think we're too gentle? That we like to spare women?" The man pushed the muzzle of his gun against Liang Ying's forehead. Liang Ying felt an icy chill spreading through her head into her body, making her tremble uncontrollably. Liang Ying was full of vertigo, feeling close to tears. Her body seemed almost out of control, and she could only bite her lip tightly to stop herself from going mad. Seeing Liang Ying completely defenseless, they chose her without hesitation, leaving Qin Yong to watch them torment her without doing anything. In Qin Yong's view, keeping silent was already helping Liang Ying. At least he didn't expose the fact that Liang Ying didn't have the fruit. With determined eyes, Liang Ying glared at the man holding the gun, looking utterly pitiful. Her pitiable appearance seemed to amuse the man. "Oh, that's right, you can't move right now." Liang Ying felt the pressure ease slightly. "If you don't want me to put a hole in your face, throw the bag on your back over here." Liang Ying gave the man a hateful look, which elicited a light chuckle from him. Under his scornful gaze, she slowly and laboriously reached towards her back. The three people opposite had been focusing on Qin Yong all along, but with Liang Ying's slight movement, part of their attention inevitably shifted. From the corners of their eyes, they subtly glanced at the military backpack behind Ying, because there was a 50% chance that it contained their target object for this mission. These three teams were from the EUS Empire, employed by a prominent figure within the Empire to infiltrate the federal Chakner planet, their objective being to locate the rumored red grapefruit. They all knew how precious the red grapefruit was, compounded by the identity of their employer, leaving them no option but to return with their prize. Liang Ying brought the military pack to the front and said to the man, "I've no strength left. You come over and take it yourself." The man furrowed his brows, about to step forward, when he was stopped by someone beside him. "Don't play tricks. Take the fruit out of the bag yourself." Clearly, this person considered more than the man, worrying that there might be something unexpected inside his bag, suspecting her compliance to be a trap. Realizing this instantly, the man harshly pushed the gun barrel against Liang's forehead, leaving a bruise on her skin. "Behave yourself. Take the thing out yourself." Liang Ying, looking down, felt around inside the bag with her hands. It seemed like she touched something, causing her movement to pause momentarily. At this moment, the four opposite couldn't help but focus entirely on Liang Ying's hand. Her movements were very slow, and the eyeballs of everyone present moved in accordance with her actions. The opportunity has come. The long-awaited moment Qin Yong had been waiting for finally arrived. Just as Liang Ying's hand was leaving the bag, the four's attention was diverted. Qin Yong made his move. It was lethal right away. Energy bullets, whose destructive power equaled that of small bombs, flew toward the opposite direction, while he himself turned and ran. Liang Ying's awaited opportunity also came. She had been paying attention to Qin Yong all along, waiting for his move. Only after Qin Yong made his move would her chance arise. Chapter 51, Escape, Part 2. When the attention of the four people across was focused on Liang Ying, Qin Yong made his move. When Qin Yong moved, the attention of the four people switched to him. However, one person still split half of his attention between Liang Ying. Then, Liang Ying made her move. While her hand was still inside the military bag, she opened the cap of the bottle in her hand. She swiftly threw the bottle at the men across, simultaneously activating her elemental power and igniting the fire vine leaves. The bottle drew an arc in the air before landing on a man's collar, spilling its liquid which soaked the corner of his clothes, then turned into a puff of smoke. That man had been staring at Liang Ying all along, but became distracted by Qin Yong's movement. The energy bombs thrown by Qin Yong were too dangerous for him to ignore. He prepared to dodge, but then sensed Liang Ying's action. Filled with anger, he immediately decided to kill Liang Ying first. Then he discovered that Liang Ying had vanished. No figure, no trace. It was as if she had never existed from the very beginning. The man was shocked beyond words. There was no ability in the galaxy capable of making someone disappear completely. Only technology could do that. Was it some new high-tech gadget from the Federation? As the man smelled the smoke coming from his body, his movements and thoughts paused for a second. The bottle thrown by Liang Ying contained precisely the same kind of neurotoxin she had collected earlier. Unfortunately, this man's strength was far too great. The vial of venom could only make him stiffen momentarily. Although it was just a moment, it was enough to set Liang Ying free. Rolling quickly on the ground, she retreated rapidly from their circle and hid behind a boulder. The energy bomb Qin Yong threw did not explode as expected. One of the three unknown figures somehow pulled out a container and caught the bomb before it detonated, causing it to explode harmlessly within the confines of the container. A bright orb expanded briefly inside the container, affected by its restraints, and dissipated instantly, leaving only a pile of ashes. Having smuggled themselves from the Empire to the Federation to seize the red grapefruit, they must have brought many useful tools with them. Even Qin Yong's most destructive weapon was easily countered. All these events unfolded in a mere few breaths, and the situation at the scene was reversed. Qin Yong fled, chased by the four individuals. Liang Ying had gone into hiding. Mysterious as Liang Ying's disappearance was, the four could naturally focus all their attention on Qin Yong. Though Qin Yong got a head start by running, the other four were strong and continuously fired shots to harass him. Running and dodging bullets exhausted him greatly. Liang Ying dared not move from behind the stone because she noticed two more groups approaching the canyon. Qin Yong would meet them at the canyon entrance, leading to another chaotic battle. And since this canyon had only one entrance, escaping would require taking the same route as Qin Yong. Sure enough, Qin Yong encountered Luo Erluo's group first. Just as they locked eyes, another group arrived alongside the four pursuers. Four parties convened, Qin Yong being the weakest party yet holding the greatest chance. He directly took out the box containing the red grapefruit and threatened to self-destruct should anyone attack. Since all the red grapefruit was in his hands, the other three sides dared not move for fear of losing everything. Liang Ying stayed hidden inside the canyon, observing the scenario at the canyon entrance. She'd never experienced such a massive confrontation before, so she felt anxious and scared, despite having access to her elemental powers, unsure whether or how she should intervene. Liang Ying worried that the conflict wouldn't erupt at the canyon entrance. If they continued in stalemate, there would be no way for her to get out while staying hidden. Simultaneously, she feared they might engage in battle. High-level clashes could cause significant collateral damage, potentially endangering even those inside the canyon. Regardless of what Liang Ying thought inside the canyon, everyone at the entrance harbored their own intentions. Among the three factions surrounding Qin Yong were individuals stronger than him, who obviously weren't satisfied being held hostage by him. Moreover, maintaining the current standoff wasn't beneficial either. More people would soon arrive after hearing the commotion. Qin Yong was also contemplating fast. Prolonged deadlock was clearly most disadvantageous for him. Having to monitor over a dozen people would eventually drain his concentration. If the stakes, red grapefruits, were taken, he would likely become the first casualty on sight. Qin Yong wanted to break the deadlock, and others didn't want to prolong it either. Then, some people acted, and it wasn't just one but several. Since multiple people attacked simultaneously, and there was only one box containing the red grapefruits, Qin Yong decisively tossed the box toward one of the hands reaching for it, and rapidly retreated. That hand was closest and naturally grabbed the box. Immediately, the others redirected their attacks, plunging the scene into chaos. Although Qin Yong had thrown the box out, how could the others be sure that he only had this one box? Thus, from each of the three groups, a few individuals broke off to continue pursuing Qin Yong. It was still the same scene of Qin Yong fleeing with others chasing him. Only now the number of people trailing behind him had decreased by nearly half. At this moment, Liang Ying's mind was in utter turmoil. A few experts had started fighting at the canyon entrance. As she'd feared, the clashes between these high-level fighters weren't subtle at all, especially when they were well-equipped. Energy beams crisscrossed the canyon mouth, tearing apart everything they touched. Countless plants and trees were destroyed in the chaos. Despite being at some distance from the battlefield, Liang Ying could feel wave after wave of tremors beneath her feet, with rocks dislodging from the surrounding cliffs as a result of the skirmish. Worse still, energy beams occasionally overshot their targets, landing deep inside the valley. Liang Ying nervously darted around, trying to avoid the incoming attacks. Her physical combat level was low, and her skills paled in comparison to those outside, making her appear even more clumsy than those caught in the middle of the battle. The worst misfortune came when an errant energy bomb, seemingly launched by someone unknown, veered off its intended target and hurtled into the canyon. Liang Ying's hair stood on end as she helplessly watched the bomb trace a graceful arc through the air before crashing into a protruding boulder on the canyon cliff. Liang Ying possessed no means to contain the explosion within a container. She merely managed to flee toward a safer location before realizing, to her dismay, that her inferior physical abilities would never allow her to outrun the speed of the bomb's detonation. The cliffside shattered violently, spewing countless rocks into the air. Boulders tumbled down the mountain. Amidst the thunderous noise, Liang Ying felt the ground tremble beneath her. Debris rolled chaotically around her, while an enormous dark shadow loomed above. Acting purely on instinct, she crouched down and clasped her head. Chapter 52, Wilderness Survival. Liang Ying woke up from the pain. Her right hand had been cut by a rock, leaving a wound more than 10 centimeters long. The flesh was torn, and blood flowed down her arm to her face and body. The wound on her right hand was the most severe, but apart from that, she also had countless abrasions all over her body. Liang Ying moved her body slightly, and released her primal force to check the surroundings. The entire canyon was in shambles. That energy bomb caused massive destruction. The trees within the canyon were knocked down in large numbers, and the grass and plants around were turned to ash by the explosion. Even the red grapefruit tree on the cliffside suffered damage. Its trunk snapped, and the soil at its root was blasted into a large hole, causing the whole tree along with its roots to fall off the cliff. Liang Ying sighed inwardly, relieved that those people had already left. The area surrounding the canyon was not much better either. Almost nothing remained as it was originally. Liang Ying felt around for her military bag beside her and retrieved some bandages and medicine to treat her wounds. Fortunately, she always carried this bag with her. Otherwise, she would not know how to survive alone in the wilderness. The injury on her right hand was quite serious. Liang Ying endured the pain while cleaning the wound and sprinkled hemostatic powder on it, a process so painful that she almost wanted to bang her head against a rock. Gritting her teeth, she managed to wrap the bandage around the wound despite the inconvenience caused by her injured right hand and her inefficient left one. It took a lot of time and effort to finally get it done. After tidying up her military bag, Liang Ying checked what was inside and calculated how these items could be used to increase her chances of survival in the Rugong Mountains. Liang Ying didn't know how long she had been unconscious. The communicator on her wrist was smashed by a rock. She wanted to leave the canyon as soon as possible, fearing someone might come here again. Staying put was far too dangerous. This canyon was indeed a trouble-prone place, and leaving as early as possible was the most important thing to do. Holding onto the rocks, Liang Ying limped toward the exit. When she passed the red grapefruit tree, she paused for a moment. The tree had suffered heavy injuries and was close to dying, yet part of its root system still retained some vitality. Liang Ying collected that portion of the root system and placed it in a sample storage box. After exiting the canyon, Liang Ying released her primal force to observe the surroundings. From there, she could sneak a peek at Fiona's cave from afar. But there was no one left. The cave had been cleared out completely, and no one was around anymore. Liang Ying's control over her primal force was limited, so she couldn't see beyond a certain distance. She worried about Lu Ping and Fiona's safety, not knowing where they had gone, or whether Chen Yong and Qian Yi were still with them. Liang Ying frowned, and then gave herself a self-deprecating smile. With her current predicament, worrying about others seemed frivolous. After staying in place for a short moment, Liang Ying turned and ran in the opposite direction. She detected that someone was approaching from another direction. Only after running 10 kilometers did Liang Ying stop, leaning against a tree, breathing heavily as she sat on the ground. She had always thought she had trained hard in martial arts and believed third-level physical training was sufficient for her. However, the reality showed a stark contrast to her ideal expectations. Speaking of this mountain forest, how many people who were currently in the Rugong Mountains had weaker physical skills than her? None. None at all. Entering the Rugong Mountains required at least third-level physical training as a basic requirement. Look at the current situation. Even third-level physical practitioners here were no different from ants on the ground, only depending on whether someone was willing to step on you or not. At this point, Liang Ying sincerely realized how inadequate her physical training was. She deeply reflected and vowed that if she could make it out alive from this forest, she would work harder on her physical conditioning. Though the healing medicines prepared for students by the military weren't the best, they were certainly not bad. Just moments after applying them, Liang Ying felt a warm itch around her wounds, especially the smaller ones on her body, which began to scab over. Liang Ying rested on the ground for a while before getting up and proceeding in another direction. The sun was nearly setting, and she needed to quickly find a place to stay for the night. Caves were difficult to locate, and Liang Ying lacked the ability to carve one out. In the end, she chose a tall, sturdy tree, with thick branches that were both high and strong enough. Fortunately, during the military training, the instructors taught everyone survival skills in the wilderness. Also, thanks to interstellar high technology, various compression techniques allowed her to carry all necessary supplies in just one military bag. Gathering some wild fruits nearby as dinner, Liang Ying ate her fill, drank some water, climbed the tree, and sat on a branch strong enough to bear her weight. Leaning against the tree trunk, she pulled out a rope and tied herself to the tree to avoid falling off during sleep. After thinking further about anything else that needed doing, Liang Ying realized she had forgotten an essential step. Quickly, she grabbed a bottle of animal repellent from her military bag and sprinkled it around the tree. Even in the tree, there was no guarantee of being safe from wild animals. Snakes and insects in nature could climb trees, and Liang Ying feared snakes more than anything. By the time she finished her preparations, it was already pitch dark. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, its pale light casting over the forest where insect calls echoed incessantly. Liang Ying adjusted the dagger that was originally strapped to her calf, moving it higher to bind it around her thigh for easier access. Thanks to Fiona's foresight, this dagger was now Liang Ying's only weapon. Her right arm throbbed with sharp pain, a side effect of the medication. Her body felt like it was burning in some places and itching in others, making her feel as if she were roasted alive, unable to move despite her restless mind. Closing her eyes briefly, Liang Ying shivered slightly as the mountain breeze blew through the forest, cooling the air. She realized that she might run a fever soon and quickly swallowed a pill from her bag as a precaution. Sure enough, Liang Ying's temperature began to rise during the night. The infection from her wounds had caused a fever. Fortunately, the quality of the pills provided by the military was reliable, ensuring she wouldn't slip into unconsciousness permanently. In the haze of her fever-induced delirium, her consciousness blurred. Vaguely, she could sense something happening inside her body. Comforting greenish auras seemed to emanate from all directions of the forest, flowing toward her. These comforting energies shimmered with green light as they entered her body, soothing her muscles and tissues. The spot on her back pressed against the tree trunk felt particularly cool, gradually dissipating the heat within her body and giving her immense relief. This cool sensation flowed down through her body and reached her injured right hand, the hottest part of her entire body. As the refreshing energy touched the wound beneath her bandage, the healing process sped up. When Liang Ying woke up at dawn, her fever had subsided, leaving her feeling significantly better. Most of the smaller wounds on her body had almost disappeared, leaving only faint scars, while the deep gash on her right hand had scabbed over. New daybreak marked a fresh start in her survival ordeal. Chapter 53, The Bud of the Water Lily. These past few days, Liang Ying had been constantly on the move, heading towards the northeast. The incident involving the red grapefruit wouldn't be so easily resolved. There had been such a huge commotion in the canyon at the time that those who had come for the red grapefruit would definitely know about it. For a while, the influence of the red grapefruit would continue to expand, and with time passing, no one knew how the situation might evolve. Because of Chun Yang's selfishness, Liang Ying was dragged into it. However, fortunately, she wasn't deeply involved, and as her abilities were among the weakest, those who had seen her could easily overlook or forget her. Thus, Liang Ying dared not go back to find Chen Yong, nor dare to return to Fiona and the others. She hoped that over time, things would settle down, and her brief appearance would be forgotten by people. To be honest, Liang Ying truly felt wronged. The matter of the red grapefruit had nothing to do with her, and she hadn't even spied on it. Yet, she ended up being implicated, wandering alone in the forest. Liang Ying's only solace came from the fruit Chen Yong had thrown her, which she had hastily swallowed. At the time, She hadn't noticed any effect, but over these past few days, Liang Ying began to feel the efficacy of the red grapefruit. Perhaps the more nutritious something was, the harder it was to digest. As each day passed, the medicinal properties of the red grapefruit were gradually being absorbed by Liang Ying's body. The scars left by the explosion gradually disappeared, and even the long scar on her right arm was slowly fading, believing it wouldn't take long before it vanished completely. Since she had decided she couldn't go back, then why not check out that thing? That thing which had been calling her since she first stepped onto the land of Chakna. Originally, she thought she wouldn't have the chance, but now that she was all alone, there was nothing stopping her. Deep within the Rugong mountain range, StarNet signals couldn't reach, and Chakna planet didn't yet have man-made satellites. Without real-time surveillance, whatever happened here, as long as the parties involved kept quiet, no one would ever know. This was also why people dared to compete and grab things within the Rugong mountain range. It was also the reason imperial people smuggled themselves here, and why Chen Yong and Qian Yi dared to disregard their students' lives for personal matters. Liang Ying was a child with self-awareness. She realized if it weren't for her origin power, she'd have no way to travel alone in the wilderness. Now that she was alone, she fully unleashed her origin power. Where to go and how to go relied entirely on her origin power. Liang Ying essentially had little combat ability. She used her origin power to scout ahead and altered her route whenever danger was detected. What you can't defeat, you can endure. To avoid wild beasts and certain unknown strange plants, Liang Ying continually changed her direction. There were less than 10 days left until the end of military training. In a month, the school and military would send a spaceship to retrieve them. Those who completed their tasks and returned early could wait at the base. If not everyone returned, search teams would be sent into the forest. By then, if Liang Ying wanted to continue studying at Longping, she had to ensure she was found by the rescue team. In this case, Liang Ying had to find that thing before the rescuers arrived. The deeper into the forest she went, the more difficult the journey became. There were no roads here, not even signs of other people having been here. Liang Ying had to crawl across steep slopes using both hands and feet, roll up her pants and wade through streams, and occasionally swim across deep rivulets while carrying her backpack nude after removing her clothes. Fortunately, she had learned a bit of swimming beforehand, and luckily, she was alone. After 5 days, Liang Ying reached the edge of a ravine. Looking down at a hand-sized hole beneath her feet, Liang Ying silently considered whether she should descend through it or not. From afar, the summoning had merely been an atmosphere, but now, as she got closer, Liang Ying could clearly hear calls emanating from the hole beneath her feet. After a moment of silence, Liang Ying decided to descend. Having come so far, she couldn't give up halfway. The opening was too small for ordinary people to squeeze through, but Liang Ying wasn't ordinary. She possessed the origin power. The assimilation capability of her origin power, which she had used in Hessel's sand crystal mines, wasn't hard to use again. Placing her 2 palms flat on the ground, Liang Ying's body slowly faded away, melting into the soil beneath her feet, reappearing in an underground cave just on the other side of the entrance. As Liang Ying had checked, the tiny hole above indeed connected to an underground cavern. Pitch black, without any light, Liang Ying did not dare to illuminate her surroundings for fear of disturbing creatures in the cave. Although unable to see with her eyes, she could see with her origin power. An untouched cavern where both stalactites and stalagmites stood in their natural state. The sights inside were marvels of nature's craftsmanship. There were sounds of dripping water creating small pits in rocks and gurgling streams. Liang Ying followed the sound of flowing water underfoot until she arrived at a water pool inside the cave. On the water pool floated 2 lotus leaves, with a purple lotus reaching out from between them. The lotus was still in bud, standing upright and solitary. Liang Ying gently stroked the lotus with her origin power, and the purple lotus swayed as if thanking her, though there was no wind. Liang Ying had already confirmed that it was this lotus that had called her here. The little lotus began to confide in Liang Ying. It turned out that this water lily had been asleep in the pool of the cavern for tens of thousands of years. According to the natural laws, she should have continued her slumber until growing mature enough to flower and bear fruit. But just recently, a gap had appeared in the otherwise sealed cavern, the very small hole through which Liang Ying entered. Foreign impurities had mixed into the cavern, altering the internal environment and waking up the young water lily prematurely. After awakening, the little water lily would soon flower and bear fruit. But since she wasn't fully grown, flowering and fruiting early would consume all her vitality. When the fruit was finally born, her main body would die, and the fruit itself would be malnourished, too weak to sprout and grow. How can I help you? Liang Ying asked. As long as the gap is sealed, the environment inside the cavern will automatically repair and improve, allowing me to fall back into sleep. The little water lily replied. Without hesitation, Liang Ying agreed, then inquired about how to seal the gap. The method given by the little water lily was simple. As long as Liang Ying dived into the pool and dug up a piece of mud from the bottom near the roots of the water lily, she could smear it over the gap to seal it. Liang Ying thought that this military training trip was truly eventful. She had already gone swimming, and now she was about to dive. She had swum before, but diving was her first time. In a clumsy scramble, she submerged herself underwater, struggling with great effort to finally dig out a lump of mud from the bottom of the pool. Climbing out of the pool, Liang Ying carefully stored the mud, but did not immediately proceed to seal the gap. There was still one question in her mind that she needed the little water lily to answer. Chapter 54, The Gold and Silver Fish. You've discovered it. Beneath the pool lies a massive crystal vein, but this vein is not yet mature. I exist alongside this vein. If I die, the vein will wither before reaching maturity. Is the superior natural environment of the Luguang mountain range compared to other planets also related to you? All things in the universe coexist and influence each other. My presence here has given rise to this crystal vein, and because the vein is here, the local natural environment must be affected, spreading its benefits from near to far, benefiting the entire planet. I understand. I'll go seal the gap above. Please protect this planet well. Please wait. Once you leave here, you won't be able to return. As a token of gratitude for your help, I'd like to give you something. Ah, there's a gift? That's great. It makes all the trouble Liang Ying went through to come and help worthwhile. Liang Ying followed the little lotus's instructions and scooped 2 small fish out of the pool. These 2 little fish were only an inch or so long, each having a line running horizontally from head to tail across their midsections. One was a golden line, the other silver. These 2 small fish were the gift the little lotus gave to Liang Ying. These gold and silver fish are my symbiotic beings. They have always lived in this pool. Take them with you and take good care of them. In the distant future, you will need their help. Listening to the little lotus's words, Liang Ying felt a sense of movement in her heart. She said, in the distant future, you will need their help, not might, or perhaps might. The little lotus's words seemed to hold deeper meaning. Liang Ying wanted to voice her doubts to the little lotus, but she heard her farewell instead. Go, our connection ends here. Do not linger over this place, forget about it. The little lotus's words held a mysterious power. Liang Ying nodded, placing the box containing the gold and silver fish into her backpack, then bade farewell to the little lotus and returned along the same path. As Liang Ying exited the cave, she suddenly stepped from darkness into the sunlight, her eyes stinging from the brightness. The warm sunlight dispersed the coldness from her body, and Liang Ying seemed to awaken from a daze, brushing the corner of her eye where a single unexplained tear hung on her fingertip. Using her innate energy to scan the surrounding environment, finding no danger, Liang Ying immediately took out the mud from the bottom of the pool from her bag, preparing to repair the cave entrance. Opening the box that contained the pool bottom mud, she began pouring the mud around the edges of the cave entrance. Liang Ying's plan was to start patching up from the sides and gradually move towards the center, but something strange happened. The pool bottom mud suddenly acted as though it had come alive, sliding itself from the box directly to the mouth of the cave. The previously soft mud swelled up and instantly sealed the cave entrance. Staring at this miraculous sight, Liang Ying couldn't resist poking the spot with her finger. Where there once was a small hole, there was now no sign of it. The ground had become indistinguishable from the surrounding area, as if the opening had never been there at all. Liang Ying marveled deeply at the wonders of cosmic life. Recalling the 2 fish in her bag, she opened her backpack, took out the box, and examined it against the sun. This box was used for storing samples and had excellent airtightness, so there was no worry about the pool water spilling out. Inside the box, the 2 gold and silver fish swam back and forth, seemingly sensing Liang Ying's gaze, turning their tails toward her and blowing a bubble in her direction. Unable to suppress her joy, Liang Ying smiled, thinking even if they were just little pets, they still brought happiness to her spirit. Worth it. There were still 2 days left until the end of the military training, plus 1 day needed for the school to count the numbers and arrange the rescue team. Altogether, she had 3 days left, and Liang Ying had to return within these 3 days to a place not far from the canyon where the incident occurred. To save time, Liang Ying rushed her journey, resting only 3 hours every night, dedicating the rest of her time to running. Finally, late one night, Liang Ying arrived at the large tree where she had once slept. The continuous travel was exhausting, and Liang Ying looked extremely disheveled at the moment. But there was no time to consider this. Liang Ying swiftly climbed the large tree and tied herself to the familiar branch with practiced ease, leaning against the sturdy and reassuring trunk to fall soundly asleep. 10 kilometers away from the tree where Liang Ying rested, a rescue team was driving a small jungle mech in her direction. Liang Ying was incredibly tired and almost fell asleep as soon as she relaxed. However, when the rescue team reached beneath her tree, she woke up immediately. What the rescuers saw was a female student in terrible condition. Her clothes were torn, her face filthy, her hair resembling a bird's nest, and her staring at them with wide eyes full of fright. Li Hao chuckled. As a rescuer, he knew he shouldn't laugh, but he couldn't help himself. Ying Liang looked just like a little kitten that had just crawled out of a sewer in his eyes. Feeling someone nudge him from behind, Li Hao quickly straightened up and called out to Liang Ying. Liang Ying, classmate, are you Liang Ying from Longping Agriculture College? Instinctively, Liang Ying nodded her head. Don't be afraid. We are the rescuers from the first base. Can you come down from the tree by yourself now? If not, we can go up and get you. Liang Ying nodded again, then shook her head and began undoing the rope on her body. Her movements were a bit slow since she was still in a state of fatigue. It took her a few minutes to descend from the tree before collapsing onto the ground. The rescue team felt that Liang Ying's condition wasn't good, so one member immediately approached her for a basic checkup. They found that she had no injuries, just some mental exhaustion. After confirming Liang Ying's identity, Li Hao stayed to wait with her for the shuttle boat, while the other members continued forward. This year there were more students stranded in Luguang compared to previous years. Li Hao originally intended to have a small chat with Liang Ying, hoping it would help relax her spirit, but Liang Ying had only slept for a few minutes, and was already both tired and sleepy. She had no energy left for conversation. Liang Ying leaned against the big tree, closing her eyes, leaving Li Hao no choice but to silently stand guard nearby. In less than 10 minutes, the shuttle boat arrived. The efficiency of everyone in the Starship era was incredibly high. Still half asleep, Liang Ying dazedly followed the others onto the shuttle boat, instantly dozing off as soon as she sat down. She was too exhausted to care about what happened around her. When Liang Ying finally woke up after a long sleep, she realized she wasn't on the shuttle boat anymore. Instead, she was in a room resembling a hospital ward, with her military bag nowhere to be seen. Chapter 55, Investigation. Liang Ying carefully examined the room she was in. There was a bed, a desk, and a dusty instrument next to it which seemed to be medical equipment. There was a 90% chance that this was a hospital ward. Liang Ying glanced at her dirty camouflage uniform and sighed with relief. She then noticed a neatly folded set of clean clothes at the foot of the bed, and suddenly felt uncomfortable all over. She jumped up, grabbed the clean uniform, and rushed into the attached bathroom, thoroughly cleaning herself from head to toe several times. She even inspected the crevices of her nails several times, ensuring there was not a trace of dirt before putting on the clean clothes. Throwing the dirty uniform into the cleaning processor, Liang Ying muttered, "The hospitals here are more advanced than hotels. No need for patients to wash their own clothes. Indeed, patients receive better treatment than guests." After tidying up her personal hygiene, Liang Ying sat quietly in the room for a while, thinking to herself that she shouldn't be too passive. Thus, she decided to take a look outside. Liang Ying stepped out of the door and looked left and right down the corridor. Arrows on the walls indicated directions, leading her to a lobby. In the lobby, there were scattered groups of people, many of whom were soldiers, and others were students like Liang Ying, dressed in camouflage uniforms. Several people noticed Liang Ying, and a soldier approached her with a document in hand. "Student Liang Ying, you're awake. How do you feel? Are you feeling any discomfort in your body?" Liang Ying shook her head. "I feel much better after a nap. Could you please tell me where I am, and where are my other classmates?" "Don't worry, I know you have a lot of questions. Let's sit down and talk slowly." Liang Ying followed the soldier and sat in an unoccupied corner of the hall. The soldier flipped through the documents in his hands and began questioning Liang Ying as if they were chatting. It turned out that this was the newly built ward of the first base hospital, temporarily requisitioned by the military. For some reason, an accident had occurred in the Lugang Mountains several days ago, causing casualties and also involving other people in the forest at the time, including innocent mercenaries and students participating in military training. Liang Ying was one of those involved. Of course, the soldier did not explicitly mention the certain reason, and Liang Ying didn't ask either. Both of them knew well that it was the red grapefruit incident. On this floor, everyone was a student who had been trapped in the forest, while other civilians were dispersed across different floors. Next came Liang Ying's recounting of her experience in the Lugang Mountains. Starting from when she entered the forest with her squad, she recounted everything truthfully until accompanying Chun Yong to collect samples. Liang Ying speculated that Fiona and the others were fine. Otherwise, the soldier wouldn't be so calm and amiable. Therefore, regarding what happened before parting ways with her classmates, Liang Ying chose to tell the truth. From then on, Liang Ying began to feign ignorance. She said she only remembered following Coach Chun to a canyon. The rest of the events afterward, she could not recall. She vaguely remembered that a massive explosion might have occurred, which probably affected her, causing her to wake up alone in the canyon without sight of Coach Chun. Afterward, being lost and with her communication device broken, she had no choice but to hide nearby until the rescue team found her. What Liang Ying narrated was largely true, except for omitting the part about her consuming a red grapefruit and finding the little water lily. Under no circumstances could the incident with the little water lily be disclosed, nor did the school or the military have leads to uncover it. As for her consuming a red grapefruit, only she and Chun Yong knew about it. Liang Ying wasn't sure if Chun Yong would mention this event, so she chose the conservative excuse of memory fragment loss. Given the explosion, experiencing short-term memory loss due to its impact wouldn't be surprising. Liang Ying's experiences in the Lugang Mountains could be divided into 3 parts. The first part was before she parted ways with Chun Yong. This portion was verifiable by her classmates. The second part concerned the time spent with Chun Yong, requiring his confirmation. The third part covered the days she spent alone in the mountains, during which her word alone was authoritative. Liang Ying started by telling the truth, then used amnesia as an excuse to leave the questions for Chun Yong, simplifying the final part. The most crucial segment of Liang Ying's experiences was the second part. It was also the section the military was most interested in, and the one Liang Ying was most worried about. Therefore, she chose not to assume responsibility and avoided answering questions related to the second part. Thus, regardless of how Chun Yong described the events in the canyon, Liang Ying's statements could not corroborate his claims, effectively handing over the initiative to Chun Yong. Liang Ying's thought was that if Chun Yong was dead, there would be no way to verify anything, and whatever the truth might be, it would dissipate with the wind. If Chun Yong were alive, it would be like granting him a favor and relieving herself from explaining the entire process to the military. Why didn't Liang Ying betray Chun Yong and expose his actions in the canyon to save herself from being implicated? The reason was that Liang Ying owed her survival in the struggle to the invisibility granted by the fire vine leaves on her head. This was something she would never tell anyone. At the time when she became invisible, Chun Yong had already run away and probably did not see her turn invisible. How should she explain this to the military? That problem was left for Chun Yong, who as a coach should have protected his students. Liang Ying positioned her role in the red grapefruit incident as nothing more than an uninvolved passerby. In fact, even if you included the accidental consumption of a red grapefruit, her involvement in the event barely amounted to being more than just another insignificant bystander. The reason Chun Yong fed her the red grapefruit was never explained to Liang Ying at the time, but there was an 80% likelihood it was to bribe her, with the remaining 20% suggesting he intended to implicate her instead, all ultimately aimed at winning her over. Since she had eaten the fruit, Liang Ying didn't mind playing the part of someone who had been bribed. Of course, it would be best if Chen Yong could believe she genuinely suffered from memory loss. The soldier questioning Liang Ying was highly experienced, repeating the same questions in different ways many times over. Luckily for Liang Ying, she had enjoyed a good sleep and was now refreshed and full of energy, which made answering these inquiries effortless. I've basically understood your situation. You don't need to worry. Your classmates are still staying at the hotel where you stayed upon arrival. There is one thing I need to mention. Because of your memory issues, after reviewing your case, the military may send a doctor to examine you further. We hope you can cooperate when that happens. Liang Ying nodded. All of this was within her expectations. The soldier seemed pleased with Liang Ying's cooperation and smiled. All right, we'll conclude the inquiry here for now. If you're free, you can come with me to retrieve your marching bag. Please don't misunderstand. To prevent biological contamination, everyone coming out of the mountains must undergo this check, and everything they carry must also be subjected to medical inspections. Chapter 56, Interrogation. The soldier provided an explanation, giving a reasonable excuse for the military to take away Liang Ying's backpack. Regardless of what Liang Ying thought, she could only accept this reason. Following the soldier into a separate room, Liang Ying took a look at the furnishings in the room and quietly lowered her gaze to glance at her own toes. This room didn't feel like an inspection room, but more like a conference room, or perhaps an interrogation room. Liang Ying and the soldier sat on opposite sides of the table. If there were a lamp on the table shining on Liang Ying's face, it would have looked exactly like a scene from one of those police drama shows where suspects are interrogated. Don't worry, everything's fine. We just have a few more questions for you. It wasn't convenient outside. This room was originally a ward, but was temporarily converted into a meeting room. It's a bit simple. The soldier's tone was extremely kind and friendly, and the atmosphere in the room seemed to ease slightly. Liang Ying remained silent, raising her head to glance at the wall above her opposite side. The red dot on the surveillance camera was flashing. Someone pushed the door open and walked in holding Liang Ying's backpack. He placed the bag on the table and took out its contents, laying them one by one on the table. The things you brought back have already been inspected, but we need you to explain the origin of 2 items. This person naturally sat down on the chair next to the soldier, obviously ready to participate in the interrogation. Liang Ying glanced at the 2 boxes closest to her. One contained roots of the red raisin tree, and the other contained gold and silver fish. Liang Ying, looking somewhat puzzled, pointed to a box and said, "This contains the root of the red raisin tree. When I woke up in the canyon, I saw that tree. It probably won't survive, but this root system can be transplanted and try to grow. There's no guarantee it will succeed." Then she pointed to the other box and continued, "These 2 fish I found in a small stream near the canyon. They were so beautiful and cute that I caught them to take home and raise." Liang Ying looked up and asked the man sitting beside the soldier, "Is there any problem with these 2 items?" The man stared at Liang Ying for a while before answering, "There's no issue with these 2 items, but I remember during military training, the instructor said anything collected from the mountain forest belonged to us personally, so when I collected them, I didn't give it much thought. If these 2 items are problematic, I am willing to give up ownership." Liang Ying gave up very decisively, leaving both people across from her momentarily speechless as they thought. Liang Ying's unexpected straightforwardness made the 2 soldiers feel somewhat awkward, almost as if they had taken advantage of her, making the young girl suffer a great loss. They conferred for a moment, and then the man replied, "These 2 fish don't have any special issues. You can take them home and raise them yourself. However, the root of the red raisin tree is too valuable. As a student of the agricultural college, you should understand the military's decision here. All we require is to retain the root of the red raisin tree." Liang Ying nodded indifferently, though internally, she was quite pleased. In order not to let anyone notice her mental fluctuations, she had used her primal energy to isolate her brainwaves before the man entered the room. With such a rudimentary interrogation room, there should be no brainwave detector available, right? In fact, this interrogation was something Liang Ying had anticipated. Everything else in the backpack was recorded as sampling data, except for these 2 boxes which were not part of the plan. Liang Ying knew she wouldn't be able to keep the root of the red raisin tree, and she never intended to keep it secretly. The red raisin tree was far too precious. She understood the danger of possessing something so valuable. As for the pair of gold and silver fish, they were what Liang Ying truly wanted. Apart from being the farewell gift from Little Water Lily, the deep meaning in her words alone prompted Liang Ying to find a way to keep them. Earlier, Liang Ying adopted a resolute attitude of giving up both items partly to test the official stance. She didn't expect the 2 men to be so conscientious that they actually offered the gold and silver fish to her directly. This turn of events caused Liang Ying to harbor some suspicion, making her stare at the fish in the box for a long time. Could it be that the 2 fish Little Water Lily gave her were really just ordinary goldfish? After obtaining Liang Ying's verbal promise, the man left for a while and returned with a document, a declaration of abandonment of ownership. Liang Ying read through the content of the declaration and then signed it. Liang Ying thought everything was proceeding according to her plans, but little did she know that in the monitoring room on the other end of the monitor, another conversation was taking place. 3 people were seated in front of the monitor in the control room, observing the images on the display while exchanging their opinions. Sun Ken adjusted his decorative glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. Interstellar medicine had eradicated nearsightedness and focused his eyes on the display, carefully observing every move of the female student. "I always feel like this student isn't telling the whole truth. She must be hiding something. I also have that feeling, and I think the problem might lie with that pair of fish." Although the tests show they belong to the gold and silver fish species, I still feel like they're different from ordinary gold and silver fish. Unfortunately, conditions on the Chukna planet are limited, and we can't conduct a more detailed examination on these two fish. Alright, just two fish anyway. No matter how precious they are, they cannot compare to the red grapefruit tree root. The girl has already given up the most important thing, so let her keep a little memory. This girl has had quite enough bad luck. A simple military training became such an ordeal. It's too despicable for soldiers to use students as scapegoats. It really disgraces us soldiers. The mistakes made by our military department should be taken responsibility for by the military itself. Don't do things too absolutely. The three looked at each other, acknowledging the last one's view by silence. Still, the person in the middle shook his head regretfully, muttering what a pity. If Liang Ying heard this conversation among the three, she would definitely be shocked. Their analysis is already close to the truth. It's indeed unwise to underestimate people in the army, those who bear the responsibility to protect their country, for they are not easy to fool. Liang Ying retrieved her military bag, finding no difference compared to the original except for the absence of the box containing the red grapefruit tree root. Mentally speaking, she didn't feel any loss. Word spread that the personnel sent by the military to examine Liang Ying's physical condition had arrived, so she followed the soldier to the medical examination room. However, there were two individuals in the room this time, one dressed in a white uniform coat, and the other wearing a suit, neither looking like a doctor at all. Chapter 57, Huaqingdu. Liang Ying glanced at the middle-aged man in a suit, standing before her. Compared to the soldiers around him, this man seemed much more refined, and, most importantly, lacked the characteristic sternness of military personnel. Liang Ying silently guessed the identity of the middle-aged man, figuring it shouldn't be related to the government. Instead, he was likely sent by the school. Huaqingdu looked amusingly at Liang Ying's cautious eyes and secretly praised her internally. What a spirited young girl. Student Liang Ying, I am the dean of students at Longping Agricultural College, the one who gave a speech during the opening ceremony. Liang Ying greeted him politely, but felt a bit awkward inside. She hadn't really paid attention to who spoke at the opening ceremony and naturally didn't recognize the dean. Thinking that the dean of students had personally come, she realized how much the school valued them as students. Congratulations, Huaqingdu suddenly said. Liang Ying felt utterly confused, as did the other people present. They all had no idea what he was congratulating about. Didn't you take the mental force test after returning? You haven't noticed that your mental power level has increased again. If I'm not mistaken, your current mental power level is already at level 6. Liang Ying's heart suddenly sank. The fact that the dean could see through her mental power level indicated his own level was above hers, possibly 2 ranks higher. A bit frightened, Liang Ying realized how naive and overly simplistic her thinking had been. When she altered the test results on the spaceship, she never imagined that even though she might fool machines, she wouldn't be able to fool people. Recalling her behavior then, she understood just how inappropriate it was. Thankfully, there was no one on the ship with a mental force stronger than hers back then. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to explain herself, leading to unimaginable consequences. Seeing Liang Ying's pale face, Huaqingdu consoled her saying, "You probably broke through the mental barrier when the explosion happened, turning a disaster into a blessing. Since breaking through under dangerous conditions may lead to unstable mental force, it would be good if the doctor examined you. If there are no lingering effects, then resting for a while will stabilize it." Liang Ying could only agree nodding to undergo the examination. This time, she dared not tamper with anything privately. Throughout the checkup, Huaqingdu accompanied her continuously, supervising the doctor's procedures and discussing the test results with the doctor. Liang Ying meekly allowed the doctor to conduct tests, appearing like a well-behaved child. In the end, 2 copies of the test results were produced. One stayed archived at the military department, and the other was taken by Huaqingdu. Liang Ying curiously peeked at the document in Huaqingdu's hands. He patted her head lightly. "Don't worry. There's nothing wrong with your body. It's very healthy. It seems the explosion affected you and upgraded your mental force, which automatically repaired the brain injury. Although you lost some memories, this also brought you benefits. Overall, the benefits outweigh the losses. Therefore, you shouldn't dwell too much on the amnesia." After comforting Liang Ying, Huaqingdu spoke to the nearby soldiers and doctors. "I will come again tonight and discuss personally with Major Jian. This matter, starting from now, is no longer related to student Liang Ying. I will take her back to school. On behalf of our school leaders, I want to thank everyone from the military side who took care of Liang Ying." Upon hearing this, Liang Ying's mind immediately became sunny. The dean was truly a savior. Regardless of what plans the school had for her, being under their surveillance would still be far more comfortable than being monitored by the military. "Student Liang, do you need to go back and pack up?" Huaqingdu asked. "No need." Liang Ying placed the duffel bag beside her on her back. "Just this one bag. There's nothing else." "That's fine. Let's go then." Huaqingdu nodded towards the others present, and then led Liang Ying out. Liang Ying didn't dare to look back at the expressions of those left behind, but snickered secretly in her heart. Although Huaqingdu always appeared kind and spoke in a consultative manner, his original purpose remained unchanged, to take Liang Ying away from here. Even though the military personnel didn't obstruct them, they certainly weren't pleased. They felt somewhat discontented, feeling something was left undone. But indeed, the military had no reason to keep Liang Ying any longer. Plus, since they had obtained the roots of the red grapefruit tree, the leaders above should be satisfied with this result. With complicated glances from the military personnel, Liang Ying waved her sleeve and followed Huaqingdu away. The two entered a driverless taxi, set the destination, and sat together in the back seat. Huaqingdu observed Liang Ying carefully from all sides, and his mysterious smile gave an unsettling feeling. Liang Ying inspected her clothes, but found no visible dirt, leaving her increasingly puzzled. What teacher? Is there something wrong with my clothes? Hua Qingdu chuckled softly, his expression unusually kind. No, I was just very curious. I heard a lot about you from Grandpa Shen on the StarNet before, and I originally thought that in person, you'd be more mature. Now, I see that after all, you're still just a teenage girl. Liang Ying wasn't sure if he was praising her or mocking her, so she asked cautiously. So teacher Hua knows Grandpa Shen? Grandpa Shen was my graduate school mentor, but after he retired, he forbade us, his students, from calling him teacher anymore. So now I can only address him as Shun Lao. Hua Qingdu's expression turned serious. A teacher for one day is a father for life. I will always respect Shun Lao as a father. Since he entrusted me to take care of you, I'll treat you like my own daughter. No matter what problems you encounter in the future, you can come to me, and I will do my best to help you. But don't become overly confident because of this. I'm equally strict with my own daughter. Spoiled daughters just ruin families. I also don't want to be let down by my own child in the future. Hua Qingdu's face was solemn, but Liang Ying found him surprisingly approachable instead. The people who genuinely cared about her would take the time to be strict with her, while those whose words sounded nice might not be fully trustworthy. This was Liang Ying's principle in assessing people. After some thought, Liang Ying voiced out her current biggest concern. Teacher Hua, Grandpa Shen once warned me not to let others know about my mental power level. But now, could there be any trouble? Hua Qingdu sighed. Grandpa Shen overthought this issue. After the incident that happened to him back then, Shen Lao always assumes the worst and has little trust in the federal government. Actually, it all depends on how the parties involved handle the situation. If handled appropriately, the benefits we obtain far outweigh any potential disadvantages. Chapter 58, Returning to the Team. Hua Qingdu brought Liang Ying to the inn and left her there. He had other matters to deal with, so he let Liang Ying return to her original team on her own. Liang Ying walked alone into the hotel she had stayed at a month ago. This simple little inn now gave her a strong sense of comfort and warmth. As Liang Ying crossed the lobby toward the staircase, she suddenly heard someone calling her name from behind. Liang Ying, is that you? She turned around and saw Jieka Peng and Liu Ziyuan from Black Cannon Military Academy. What a coincidence. Liang Ying, it really is you. You're safe. That's wonderful. You don't know how much we've been worrying about you. Jieka Peng rambled on endlessly about Fiona being worried sick every day, staying in the inn for fear of missing her information. Lu Ping searching for news from other instructors daily, and Zhao Gang being silent all day as if others owed him money. Liang Ying smiled. Although they hadn't known each other long, their camaraderie through adversity was genuine. She patted Jieka Peng's shoulder to indicate she was fine, then bounded up the stairs with excitement, running straight to the door of the room, which she pushed open loudly. Inside the room, Lu Ping was folding clothes, and Fiona was in her classic pose, leaning by the window cleaning her gun. Both of them were surprised when they saw Liang Ying standing at the doorway before rushing in. Without hesitation, they dropped what they were holding and moved to support her, but ended up falling together onto the bed. The three rolled around on the bed. Realizing their situation, Fiona and Lu Ping didn't hesitate to tickle Liang Ying, who burst out laughing uncontrollably, almost shedding tears from her laughter. After some time, the room quieted down, and the three began asking each other about the events that occurred after they parted ways. Naturally, Liang Ying still told the same version of events that she recounted at the hospital to the military authorities, while Fiona's experiences were something Liang Ying was hearing for the first time, listening very attentively. Apparently, after Liang Ying left with Chen Yong that day, not long after, they heard an explosion. They quickly decided that the cave was too close to the blast point, making it unsafe, and thus unanimously agreed to move location. 2 male students from Black Cannon Military Academy were responsible for carrying the stretcher, while others cleared a path and kept watch. Qian Yi remained unconscious throughout and unable to voice his opinions or cause any disturbances. It was also their good luck that not far away, they encountered another training squad, among whom were familiar classmates. After listening to their report, the instructor from the other team immediately used an emergency communicator via a military channel to contact superiors. Subsequently, upon receiving the message, the base sent out a small landing craft and took both squads of students and wounded back together. Qian Yi was naturally taken under military supervision, while the students who returned early were sent back to the current inn. Later, soldiers came over, interviewed the students one by one, and registered them. Afterward, they were allowed free movement within the base area but forbidden from re-entering the mountains. Fiona and the others had waited anxiously for nearly 10 days inside the base without knowing exactly what had happened in the mountains and worried about Liang Ying's safety. Qian Yi had disappeared after being taken away by the military, and though new instructors arrived, they were clueless about the matter, giving no useful information. The 2 squads that returned early included theirs, and compared to Fiona and her group's restless worry, the other squad sighed all day since their mission was only 80% complete, leaving 20% blank. This year's military training results would surely not receive an A evaluation. Strangely, just the second day after Fiona's group returned to the base, the army announced the closure of the Lugong Mountains. From that day on, it was exit only, no entry permitted. Additionally, curfew was implemented in the base. Streets were cleared after 8 in the evening. Fiona and the others felt something big must have happened, but without means to investigate further, they could only endure days of curiosity. Liang Ying touched her chin thoughtfully, pretending to be mysterious. In my opinion, this probably has something to do with Instructor Chun and Instructor Qian. If there's no way to gather more information, it means the military's confidentiality measures are solid. It's better if we stay out of it. Less trouble finds us without warning. Fiona and Lu Ping exchanged glances, realizing they'd worried because of Liang Ying, but with her back now, they naturally preferred not to involve themselves further. Liang Ying's suggestion was unanimously accepted. She immediately raised her hand again and suggested, "Ladies, I know you've been bored here in the base, but I've just come back. So could you ladies please show me around? I need to buy some gifts to bring back home." Fiona slapped Liang Ying's head playfully to express her discontent, yet her face revealed a smile. Lu Ping pointed her finger at Liang Ying's forehead gently, shaking her head while smiling. Liang Ying understood that these two had agreed to go shopping with her. She touched her forehead and then her head, feeling deeply moved inside. This was what they called seeing true feelings in times of difficulty. The three discussed briefly, then headed out onto the streets. In reality, Liang Ying didn't need to buy any gifts. She didn't have many friends left to whom she could give something, and her best friends were now by her side. She just needed a reason to walk around, to experience the difference between the marketplace and the mountain forest, and to help herself move on from those memories. The business district still had the same few shops as before, unchanged after a month, but the hearts of the shoppers were different, making everything seem different. The trio walked into a store selling ornaments. The items were all handcrafted by the owner, showcasing some unique local characteristics. Seeing that Fiona seemed interested in a bone bracelet, Liang Ying suggested that each of them buy one, to serve as a memento of their military training journey. Upon revisiting the business district, Liang Ying discovered quite a few interesting shops. One tea shop, in particular, caught her attention. Inside, Liang Ying found something remarkable. The natural environment of Lugong Mountain was perfect, so naturally, there were no shortage of tea plants growing there. This tea shop sold wild tea picked from the Lugong Mountains, with every leaf personally selected and harvested by the owner. Although Liang Ying wasn't skilled at tasting tea or discerning its quality, due to her past experiences, she harbored a strange fondness for tea, which led her into this shop. Tea leaves lose their life when separated from the tea plant, unlike the plant itself, which could speak to Liang Ying. However, Liang Ying sensed another kind of vitality in certain leaves, as though these leaves were still alive. This discovery fascinated her, so she carefully selected the leaves that were still alive. Since the tea was locally sourced and wild, it was very affordable. Liang Ying, after much deliberation, decided to buy all the tea that was still alive. Chapter 59, Living Tea. Not all teas are alive, and the ones Liang Ying picked out totaled only a little over 4 gene. She initially wanted Fiona and Lu Ping to buy some as well, but they showed absolutely no interest in tea. It was in vain that Liang Ying had specially asked the boss to brew them a few cups for tasting. Ultimately, they gave it the evaluation of having a strange taste. On the contrary, after drinking it, the shop owner kept saying how good it was and praised Liang Ying repeatedly for her excellent choice in tea. The tea that Liang Ying bought was truly the best of the best. The owner was a very honest person who felt a shared interest with Liang Ying and found it rare for young people nowadays to be so fond of tea. So, he simply offered an overall 20% discount to Liang Ying. With the newly purchased, living, tea on her back, Liang Ying's heart was filled with joy, affirming that going out indeed was the right decision. After buying what satisfied her, Liang Ying began to mull over ideas again. She thought of sending each of the elders in Hessel a small package upon returning home. Old Uncle Li and Professor Shun were indispensable, also giving one to Brother Xiao Li's family, and even sending one to the sweet shop. In the evening, after having dinner early at the inn, Liang Ying was tidying up her military backpack when she suddenly noticed the dagger inside. During their time in the mountains, this dagger had been her sole weapon. Since she did not encounter any personal danger, the dagger was mostly used to cut obstructive dry branches and to sever twigs when picking fruits. Precisely because of this, Liang Ying developed an attachment to the dagger. It was an exceptionally practical tool, providing her with additional psychological security. Liang Ying held the dagger in hand with a hint of regret as she approached Fiona. "This dagger is no longer useful to me. I'll give it back to you. Luckily, you gave it to me initially, and it helped me a great deal in the mountains." Fiona shook her head and pushed the dagger back. "Once given to you, it's yours now. I don't need it." While shaking the highly polished energy gun in her hand, "I've got this." Looking at the weapon in Fiona's hand, which was far superior to her own, Liang Ying gladly accepted Fiona's goodwill and considered it as owing her a favor, resolving to find a way to repay her later. Before the lights went out, Fiona and Lu Ping's communicators received a notice from the school. Tomorrow afternoon, they would gather at the entrance of the inn to set off back to Narua. Liang Ying's communicator was damaged in the explosion. Although there were stores selling communication equipment in the commercial district here, the prices were relatively high. Liang Ying decided to wait until she returned home to address this issue. With smooth sailing, the spaceship safely arrived in Narua. Everyone dispersed at the University City Square in the center of Dujian City, each returning to their respective schools. Feeling exhausted and looking disheveled, everyone wanted to return early for a thorough cleaning. They then agreed to have a gathering in University City the next day before parting ways. The 3 schools all gave the students a day off to recuperate before officially resuming classes the day after. Liang Ying called a taxi that carried inter-school flying boards back to Villa Number 1. After briefly greeting Louis, she rushed straight back to her room. Both the neighboring houses were quietly empty, as neither Xiao Yu nor Zheng Haiqing had returned yet. Liang Ying thoroughly washed herself in the bathroom and threw all the clothes worn during the military training into the cleaning processor. She changed into a set of clean casual clothes and comfortably flung herself onto the bed, hugging a pillow and falling asleep. When she woke up, it was already evening. Rubbing her growling stomach, Liang Ying went downstairs and cooked 2 large bowls of egg and vegetable noodles for herself. These ingredients were still from a month ago when Xiaoyu bought them. Thanks to the advanced technology of the Star era, the refrigerator's preservation function has become even more powerful. After eating her fill and drinking enough water, she reclined in a chair and sighed for a while about how wonderful campus life really is. In between, Louis came by once and chatted with Liang Ying about the military training situation, informing her that those 2 neighbors wouldn't be staying at the villa tonight. Liang Ying returned to her room upstairs, took everything out of the military backpack, cleaned it thoroughly in the cleaning processor, and finally stored both the backpack and camouflage uniform away in the wardrobe. Everything left over from the military training belonged to the students. It could serve as a souvenir, or they could use it in the future. Placing the box containing the silver and gold fish on the windowsill, these 2 little fish proved to be quite resilient, staying unscathed in the sample box for all these days, demonstrating their tenacious vitality. Liang Ying gazed at the box, played a bit of staring contest with the 2 little fish, and planned to buy them a fish tank when going to University City tomorrow. There were quite a number of samples brought back from this military training session, so Liang Ying reorganized them. Classes would resume in 2 days, and all the data and samples collected must be submitted for evaluation. Military training evaluations were conducted in groups of 3. The trio was evaluated together as a unit. Naturally, Liang Ying would be evaluated along with Lu Ping and Zhao Gang. They too had data and samples brought back. Therefore, before the scores were out, these 3 formed a single unit, none of them dispensable. This was likely the school's test of the students' collaborative abilities. Liang Ying wanted to contact Lu Ping and Zhao Gang to discuss the submission of the task. Unexpectedly, her finger pressed on her wrist, only then realizing that her communicator was broken. Tomorrow, I must go check out a communications equipment store. It's truly inconvenient without a communicator. Liang Ying's original communicator was custom-made through Uncle Li. She found it very convenient to use. With the communicator broken, Liang Ying felt deeply upset and thought about asking the store tomorrow if it could be repaired. If possible, she would just repair it instead of buying a new one. After finishing tidying up her belongings, Liang Ying moved a chair to the balcony, sipping freshly brewed tea while counting stars, enjoying herself leisurely. The tea liquor made from living tea is somewhat different from ordinary drinking water. Liang Ying could feel an extremely faint energy dispersing inside her body, and frequent consumption would definitely benefit her health. This girl has a rather carefree mind. Things like Qin Yonghong and other incidents had all been forgotten by her. The next morning, Liang Ying left home early. First, she went to the communications equipment shop, letting the owner inspect the damaged communicator. As expected, it could be fixed, and the owner even said that this custom-made communicator was better than ordinary ones available in the market. He also suggested replacing the damaged parts rather than purchasing a new one. After waiting for 10 minutes, Liang Ying got her repaired communicator back. With the communicator restored, she immediately sent out several messages with a few taps of her finger. She received replies within seconds. Leaving the equipment shop, Liang Ying headed to a sundry store and bought a simple transparent fish tank, leaving her address to have it delivered directly to the villa. Seeing the time, there was still a bit before the gathering, so Liang Ying walked to the Tushuguan tea house to drink tea and read books. Of course, Liang Ying didn't come here to drink tea or read books. Last time she visited this shop, she noticed some retail small jars for storing tea on display inside. Having excellent tea in hand, Liang Ying wanted to buy a few elegant tea jars so that the gifts would be of high quality. The tea jars were made of common materials but had a refined design, making their price reasonable. Liang Ying purchased more than 20 small jars and 2 large ones at once. She also asked the owner to deliver them to the villa. Chapter 60, Squad Dinner Gathering. Just as Liang Ying stepped out of the entrance of Tu bookstore, her communicator rang. It was Lu Ping requesting a call. She tapped to open the virtual screen, and Lu Ping's large headshot filled the entire screen. Beautiful lady, what brings you to call? Liang Ying raised her eyebrows teasingly. With her movement, the green leaves on her ponytail bounced lightly in a lively rhythm. Haha, beautiful lady, the gathering location has changed. Classmate Zhang set a private room at Qing Shui Zhai, Pure Water Hermitage. We'll start at 11 o'clock. You just need to mention Zhang's name once we get there. Zhang Dongdi. How did he pop up? And how did this guy end up joining our beauty trio gathering? The previous day, before they left, Liang Ying, Fiona, and Lu Ping had arranged among themselves for the meetup, without including any of their male squad mates. Who knows how the news of the gathering leaked? Lu Ping secretly stuck out her tongue, looking a little embarrassed. Well, since our male compatriots are enthusiastically participating, we can't suppress their enthusiasm. They're all brothers and sisters who've suffered hardships together. Let's allow them to join. Little one, I know it's you who leaked the information from your expression. Them? Besides Zhang Dongdi, who else is coming? Cough. All the other male compatriots are coming too. Isn't it great? All members of our squad will be gathered. What started as a beauty gathering will now turn into a squad gathering. Hurrah! Liang Ying laughed. Alright, then it's settled. I'm already at the university town, and I'll be heading over soon. Don't be late because you're taking too long to fix yourself up. I wouldn't dream of it, Lu Ping pouted. By the way, I've told them that it will be an AA system, and everyone will share the dining cost equally. No one is allowed to throw money around and treat others to dinner. As girls, we need to be treated as equals to the boys, and we must not let them look down on us. Do you have enough pocket money for this? If not, I can lend you some, and you can pay me back double later. Haha, you don't need to worry about that. I have my own personal savings account. However, we shouldn't waste too much either. Everyone is a student, so extravagant spending should be strictly forbidden. This suggestion is following the government's call to avoid wastefulness, of course. Leader's instruction received. Lu Ping saluted mockingly on the screen. After laughing and giggling for a while, Liang Ying ended her call with Lu Ping and dialed Fiona. On screen, Fiona's casual attire made Liang Ying take notice. The usually cold and aloof beauty looked even more enchanting with a touch of everyday life vibe added. What are you dumbfoundedly smiling about? Did you just contact me so I could see your silly face? Fiona curled her lips, giving a seductive glance that seemed to zap Liang Ying through the screen. Liang Ying touched her forehead and feigned fainting. Lady, couldn't you be any more mesmerizing? I'm not interested in women-only stuff. Oh, are you asking for a beating? Fiona waved her fists on the screen, and for some reason due to the video angle, this action appeared somewhat adorable, as if Fiona deliberately chose this angle. Liang Ying shuddered all over, shaking off goosebumps covering the ground, reminding herself that a cold and gorgeous beauty should preserve her image. Fiona was almost reaching Qing Shui Zhai, so Liang Ying quickened her pace. They agreed to meet at the entrance. Speaking of which, Liang Ying had taken notice of this Qing Shui Zhai restaurant before. On one hand, its name stood out. Despite being a restaurant, it insists on naming itself Pure Water, making it hard for anyone familiar with the meaning behind these two characters to still feel hungry. On the other hand, this restaurant was extraordinarily successful, doing extremely good business. It was said only VIP customers could book in advance, and regular customers would eat if there were available seats or return the next day otherwise. And Qing Shui Zhai's VIP cards weren't something that money could buy. You couldn't purchase them. The restaurant only gave them away without selling them, and only those who met specific conditions were qualified to enjoy their VIP services. A rumor on Duan City Social Forum claimed the real boss of Qing Shui Zhai possessed extraordinary status. Old Zhang's ability to reserve a spot at Qing Shui Zhai sufficiently showed that student Zhang Dongdi was certainly not of ordinary origin, but clearly no commoner. So this time they'd ride on old Zhang's success, finally having the chance to taste the food inside Qing Shui Zhai. This was exactly an opportunity to discover why this place remained so exclusive. Reuniting with Fiona at the entrance, both entered Qing Shui Zhai. A greeting attendant dressed in a purple cheongsam approached them to guide the way. Once inside the door, Liang Ying understood 3/10 of why Qing Shui Zhai was so exclusive about selecting its guests. Judging by the store's interior decoration alone, it embodied a vintage Chinese style. Dark red wooden floors, gray stone brick walls, exquisitely carved antique shelves dividing the hall into independent spaces. On the shelves sat various antiques, ancient porcelain, yellowed old books, classical purple clay teaware, natural jade carvings, and more. If all these decorative items were genuine, their prices would not merely be described as high, they'd be priceless treasures. However, Liang Ying guessed that these items should all be replicas. No matter how wealthy the owner was, they wouldn't display so many genuine antiques outside where guests could accidentally break them, causing enormous losses for both parties. Regardless, even if these decorations were fakes, their prices wouldn't be ordinary either. Artisan crafts themselves could be very expensive. Qing Shui Zhai's decoration had been meticulously crafted. In one corner stood a flowing incense platform, with a delicate fragrance cascading down like a waterfall into a small water channel that meandered throughout the store, producing a soft trickling sound full of charm. What an elegant stream of fragrance. To witness such decoration in the interstellar age was commendable. It deserved praise just for its love of antiquity. Following the usher to the back of the shop, the staff lifted a bamboo curtain, revealing another world behind it. The backyard of Qing Shui Zhai actually housed an independent 3-story building in the retro Chinese style. Liang Ying felt herself naive as she never would have imagined such a view from the exterior. This spatial utilization was incredibly clever. Zhang Dongdi had booked the private room on the left side of the second floor of this small building. The usher only brought people to the entrance, after which the service was taken over by the exclusive server assigned to this particular room. This was the first time Liang Ying experienced such service, with someone guiding you as you walk, someone pushing the door for you, and someone lifting the curtain for you. She couldn't help but silently marvel at how lucrative the service industry truly was. Liang Ying and Fiona arrived earliest. The server brought up some drinks, letting them sip while waiting for the others. Liang Ying took a sip of a yellow-colored drink, apparently a juice made by blending several fruits together. It hadn't been diluted with nutritional liquid. It was genuinely pure, natural fruit juice. Liang Ying began to feel slightly worried inside. Initially, Liang Ying thought their group dinner for 9 people would cost around 10,000 at most, averaging out to a little over 1,000 per person. She could accept that. But judging by the current situation, this meal was definitely going to cost more than expected. Alas, her heart ached. Her petty savings were about to shrink again. Chapter 61, Virtual Mecca. Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi walked in one after the other. Zhang Dongdi acted as if he owned the place, attentively attending to the 3 beauties. Lu Ping wasn't being polite at all, commanding her classmate Zhang around like a drill sergeant. Liang Ying winked at Fiona, glancing back and forth between Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi. These two were definitely up to something. Zhao Chunxing and Wu Hongru arrived together. They were also Zhang Dongdi's classmates. During military training, they were always huddled together. In the squad, they would remain quiet and follow others' commands. After entering the private room, the two still kept quiet, but occasionally helped out Zhang Dongdi, who was busy serving everyone. Next to arrive was Zhao Gang. Jake Peng and Lu Ziyuan were the last ones to come, and the two were still arguing when they walked in. Your move just now was obviously a foul, and the coach is biased. I've long noticed that he favors you more. Jake Peng complained loudly. Humph, The coach favors me because he loves talented people. He sees that I have more potential than you, and naturally praises me more often. Lu Ziyuan retorted without hesitation. Ugh, how could you have more potential than me? I don't see it at all. Clearly, I'm smarter and quicker, so it should be me with more potential. Jake Peng, ever thick-skinned, argued back. Ha ha ha, you're nothing but a straight-laced fool. How can you match my adaptability? I apply theories and tactics practically during simulations, and every time we go head-to-head, I beat you until you're on your knees wetting yourself. Facts already prove that I'm the future pillar of the Federal Army while you are nothing more than the stepping stone under my feet. Accept your destiny, young man. Whoa, no one had realized before that Lu Ziyuan's eloquence was this good, or that his face was equally as thick as Jake Peng's. Enraged, Jake Peng lunged at Lu Ziyuan, but the other guys quickly stepped in, forming two groups to restrain them, holding them back while trying to reason with them. Lu Ping laughed so hard she fell onto Liang Ying's shoulder. Liang Ying covered her mouth, trying to stifle her laughter. Fiona rested her chin on her hand, pretending not to notice these two embarrassing individuals. The dignified image of Black Sword Military Academy has been ruined by both of you. Once everyone was there, the group made some noise for a bit, then the waiter came in to take their orders. Of the 9 people present, only Zhang Dongdi and Lu Ping had eaten here before, so the menu was left for them to choose from. Brother Zhang, order more fancy dishes. My stomach is really empty right now. Don't hold back on us. Jake Peng had shifted his attention to food. With one hand wiping the sweat off his forehead, the other was flipping through the menu carefully, studying it as if gazing at its beautiful pictures alone could fill his belly. Sitting beside him, Lu Ziyuan guzzled down large gulps of fruit juice, stealing glances at the menu in Jake Peng's hands whenever possible, clearly quite concerned about the quality of today's lunch. What did you two do this morning to get this hungry? Liang Ying couldn't help but ask curiously. They probably went for some mech combat training. Operating a mech consumes the most energy. It's no wonder they're starving like wolves. Fiona, answered Liang Ying. Hearing Fiona's words, Jake Peng nodded wildly, yet kept his eyes glued to the menu. Letting go of his glass, Lu Ziyuan said, both of us are members of the mech combat club downtown. Luckily, Coach Han had free time this morning, so we asked him to give us some pointers. Perhaps realizing that Liang Ying might not be familiar with the club, he added, Coach Han is a retired officer and now a special instructor at the club. His classes are extremely popular, and his schedule is always packed. The mech combat club sounded impressive. Liang Ying felt curious and somewhat envious. Lu Ziyuan glanced at Fiona and said to Liang Ying, she's pretty close to Coach Han, another member of the club. Rumor has it that whenever she shows up, he somehow always manages to make time. Lu Ziyuan looked at Fiona, his eyes burning with intense curiosity. Liang Ying caught the implication, giving Fiona a dry chuckle and shooting her a glance filled with mischief that Fiona couldn't pretend not to notice. Fiona gave Liang Ying's head an unsparing smack, saying irritably, stop daydreaming. He's my uncle, my mom's youngest brother. Hearing this, Liang Ying became deflated. Lu Ziyuan, however, grew even more excited, and Jake Peng finally tore his eyes away from the menu to lean closer as well. Beautiful lady, can you help us cut a line or something? Not asking for much, just half a day per week will do. Fiona glanced sideways at the two boys, giving a slight nod. It's a yes. Jake Peng and Lu Ziyuan cheered, high-fiving each other. Having half a day of personal guidance from Coach Han every week meant that becoming a mech elite was within their grasp. Miss, when I make it big, you'll be credited with top honors. These guys really had thick skin. Fiona rolled her eyes and ignored them completely. Mechas, Liang Ying envied them in her heart. She wondered if she would ever have the chance to pilot a mecha one day. Zhao Gang, who had been listening to their conversation, seemed to have figured out Liang Ying's thoughts and poured cold water on her idea. Longping's livestock program focuses mainly on ancient breeding methods, emphasizing natural growth and reproduction. You probably won't get to use agricultural mechas. That was true. It was precisely because Longping's livestock program valued natural breeding that reminded Liang Ying of the methods she once used back in the 20th century on Earth, which was why she had chosen this field of study. It appeared as though she was destined to be disconnected from advanced technology. The school not teaching you doesn't mean you can't use mechas, Fiona suddenly said. The StarNet has a virtual mecha club, just like an online game without any age restrictions. You could try logging in there first. If you really like playing with mechas, you could also join the University Cities Club. As long as you pay the membership fee, you can join. The club rents out practical combat mechas for a deposit, and they even have professional coaches to guide you. It's quite convenient. Since the dishes would take some time to arrive, Liang Ying immediately asked Fiona to teach her how to log into the virtual mecha club. This sparked interest among the others, who then took out their communicators and logged onto the StarNet. It was only at this moment that Liang Ying realized everyone in the room except for her already had accounts in the virtual mecha club. In fact, children in the Federation were allowed to freely access this platform after turning 12. Liang Ying created a new account and added the others as friends. They all agreed to go on the platform together later in the evening to play a team battle game, while simultaneously helping the newcomer acclimate. After a while, the food began arriving. The chefs of Pure Water Restaurant did have their standards. You could tell by watching everyone else in the private room enthusiastically grabbing at the dishes. Only Liang Ying thought the taste was mediocre, mainly because the cooking methods for these dishes felt somewhat different from what she remembered, leaving her unable to adapt right away. Moreover, with the virtual mecha fresh on her mind, Liang Ying couldn't wait to give it a try. Chapter 62, Meeting Zhang Xiaoming again. The private room at Qing Shui Zhai was bustling with activity. The food had already been served in 2 rounds, yet everyone still felt that it wasn't enough. Especially Jake Peng, who patted his slightly bulging stomach and complained that he was only 80% full. Speaking of gatherings in the space age, alcohol has become obsolete and is no longer served. Why? Because for people with body skills above level 3, their physical fitness is good and their metabolism fast. Drinking alcohol tastes the same as drinking plain water. Liang Ying felt she drunk too much juice and shyly got up to use the restroom. Lu Ping followed her from behind. Once out of the private room, Liang Ying found there was a separate restroom outside each private room. It was lit with incense and swept very clean. After coming out of the restroom, Liang Ying had just taken a couple of steps when suddenly a small figure collided into her arms. Caught by surprise, she couldn't dodge, and the sudden pause made Lu Ping bump into her back. Upon close inspection, Liang Ying saw it was a boy around 7 or 8 years old. His nose was red, and his eyes brimmed with tears. Liang Ying started to feel uneasy. Could she have harmed the child? Master, Uncle Qing has taught you many times not to run in the corridor. Now look, you've bumped into someone. Quickly apologize to this miss. A young man stood not far from the little boy. He wore a butler's uniform, giving Liang Ying a feeling of familiarity. Liang Ying's sister? Are you Liang Ying's sister? The little boy suddenly cried out. Liang Ying found his voice familiar too. She scrutinized him carefully, pressing down on his shoulders. Xiaoming, are you Zhang Xiaoming? Zhang Xiaoming immediately wiped away his tears and broke into a smile. He hugged Liang Ying's legs and shook them, then complained pitifully. Liang Ying's sister, I've missed you so much. You haven't come to my house, but I said I would come see you. Liang Ying patted Xiaoming's head and squatted down to look at him face to face. Sister didn't mean to not visit you. It's just I've been busy. I've undergone military training for a month and just returned yesterday. See, I encountered you right after I came back. Isn't that coincidental? Zhang Xiaoming seemed somewhat puzzled but appeared to understand that Liang Ying hadn't come because she was occupied. Standing up, Liang Ying took a closer look at the young man following behind Zhang Xiaoming. She determined that she had never seen him before, but the expression on the young man's face was quite serious. Thus, she turned to ask Zhang Xiaoming, how come you're alone? Where's Uncle Qing? Hasn't he been with you? Zhang Xiaoming shook his head, his face showing some melancholy, his eyebrows furrowed. Liang Ying looked questioningly at the young man, who finally stepped forward to introduce himself. Hello, my name is Zhang Jianqun. Uncle Qing currently has something to deal with and can't be here, so I'm temporarily looking after the master. May I ask who you are, miss? Hello, my name is Liang Ying. A month ago, I met Xiaoming on an interstellar spaceship. We've just crossed paths briefly. This man named Zhang Jianqun probably worked for the Zhang family too. However, although he was younger than Uncle Qing, his attitude was even more serious and conscientious. His gestures and mannerisms revealed a kind of innate nobility. It seemed his position within the Zhang family might be higher than Uncle Qing's. Liang Ying described her encounter lightly. She and the Zhang Xiaoming family had only crossed paths once. Technically, they were strangers met by chance. She felt sympathy for Zhang Xiaoming based on one fleeting thought. There was no need to get overly entangled. She shouldn't cause suspicion among the adults that she harbored ulterior motives. Seemingly understanding Liang Ying's implication, Zhang Jianqun nodded gently at her and reached out to take Zhang Xiaoming off her legs. Zhang Xiaoming appeared to be a bit afraid of Zhang Jianqun, clearly not as lively and noisy as he was with Uncle Qing, his mouth pouting almost touching the sky. Lu Ping pushed Liang Ying gently from behind to hurry her along. Instinctively, Liang Ying wanted to pat Xiaoming's head, but seeing Zhang Jianqun's slightly furrowed brows, she retracted her hand. Xiaoming, sister has other things to do now. I'll come see you another time if there's an opportunity. Liang Ying verbally gave an empty promise, but Zhang Xiaoming believed her earnestly, seriously looking at Liang Ying. Then sister must come see me. Xiaoming will wait for you. Liang Ying felt a slight twinge of guilt in her heart. She had become a person who deceived children into believing her empty words. Lu Ping nudged Liang Ying back into their private room. In the corridor, Zhang Jianqun still seemed to be saying something while holding Zhang Xiaoming's hand. Both their expressions looked less than ideal, seemingly like Zhang Jianqun was scolding Zhang Xiaoming. Liang Ying did not eavesdrop on their conversation because she thought her connection with Zhang Xiaoming should end here. Even though she sympathized with Zhang Xiaoming, his family was too complicated. Liang Ying didn't think she had any business in others' household affairs. You actually know that family? They have quite a few troubles, so it's better to minimize contact with such people. Lu Ping suddenly spoke up from behind, surprising Liang Ying slightly. Lu Ping's tone seemed to indicate she was very familiar with the Zhang family. You also know them? Any gossip to share? Women love gossip, and young women love it just as much. Speaking about other scandals can be done for 3 days and nights without getting tired of it. Lu Ping raised an eyebrow with a mischievous smile. This is insider information. Why should I tell you for free? Give me some benefit first. Hey, spill the beans already. Liang Ying lightly patted Lu Ping's back and glanced at Zhang Dongdi. Don't think I can't guess where you got your gossip from. Liang Ying rolled her eyes as if she understood something. They're both surnamed Zhang. Could they be part of the same family? Lu Ping nudged Liang Ying in the waist under the table and leaned close to whisper into her ear. That person is from a branch of the Zhang family, holding an important position in the military. He's quite favored by his main family, and his wife was introduced by his uncles. They even have 2 sons. But who would have known that this guy kept a mistress outside, almost 20 years younger than him? That illegitimate child we saw earlier in the corridor was hers. The kid was only a few months old when the woman took him to confront the main family. There was quite a commotion before the head of their family intervened and settled things secretly, saying he'd get promoted again after a few more years in his current position. The Zhang family helped fix things with his wife's family too. However, the situation made the main family of Zhang lose face as well. They set a condition. The mistress and the child must never appear on the capital star. It said that the woman has been restless these past few years, counting on her son's talent to cause all sorts of trouble. But recently, her antics have caused problems for the child. It seems his body sustained injuries and became very hard to treat. Tell me, what kind of mother is this? If she tortures herself, that's one thing, but why involve a child? She truly doesn't deserve to be called a mother. Chapter 63, The Red Grape Effect, Part 1. Although Liang Ying and Lu Ping spoke in hushed tones, the people in the room were all trained in martial arts. Their hearing was sharper than average. Not long after, Liang and Lu realized everyone else was awkwardly staring at them. Lu Ping stuck her tongue out sheepishly at Zhang's classmate whose face didn't look too good, while Liang Ying sat up straight, feigning seriousness. On this side of the room, there was a cheerful reunion atmosphere, but in the private room just next to theirs, it was an entirely different story. Zhang Qingyi stood respectfully behind Su Qianfei, his eyes focused on the man opposite, Zhang Lingsong, with mixed feelings in his heart. Su Qianfei and Zhang Lingsong faced each other in silence. One pair of eyes glared coldly, devoid of emotion. The other blazed with anger, as if it could burn everything around it. Were these two truly in love once? Perhaps they were. Their meeting during more prosperous times had sparked real passion, but was it really love? No one knew for sure now, and the past couldn't be revisited. If they had ever truly loved each other, life and reality had worn it down completely. As responsibilities mounted and youth faded with time, every argument only degenerated into baseless quarrels. Su Qianfei's selfishness may have stemmed from love or personal gain. Maybe both once upon a time because they were interconnected within her back then. What about Zhang Lingsong? Perhaps none of it had anything to do with love or benefit. It was just that he'd been pressed by family obligations until he suffocated, looking for a place where he could breathe freely. Alas, that place turned out not to be pure, but instead brought him even more burdens and stress. Su Qianfei's existence might once have represented a bit of dignity Zhang Lingsong retained outside the family. But over time, this shred of dignity had transformed into shame, making him appear ridiculous to the rest of the family. Perhaps this time Su Qianfei was genuinely desperate. Once a woman decides to go all in, she stops caring about others' opinions or situations. Thus, Zhang Lingsong lost this silent battle by being the first to break the silence. But this didn't mean the result would change. This is the best we can get from them this time. They won't compromise further, and your tantrums will achieve nothing. At these words, Su Qianfei's angry expression twisted with rage. Tantrums? Zhang Lingsong, can you get any more shameless? I am Xiao Ming's mother, and you are his father. Are you going to let them keep bullying us like this? You refuse to take responsibility as a father, and when I try to fight for our son, you accuse me of acting unreasonably. Zhang Lingsong, do you feel no shame? Do you feel no guilt over all the years I've endured for you? How did you guarantee things to my mother back then? Sure, my mother passed away many years ago, but she's still watching from heaven. Zhang Lingsong, you're such a despicable person who doesn't keep your promises. I misjudged you back then. Zhang Lingsong's face darkened further. It was hard to believe that these harsh words came from the same person who once spoke softly and gently. After venting her anger, Su Qianfei began sobbing uncontrollably, covering her face with her hands. The noise level in the room decreased slightly, but the crying continued to irritate everyone present. Over these years, I, Zhang Lingsong, have never wronged you. As for what happened back then, you and your late mother know the truth better than anyone. Don't think I don't know just because I haven't brought it up before. Your widowed mother had more ulterior motives than you. If she hadn't deliberately schemed, I, Zhang Lingsong, would never have met a woman from the Su family. Su Qianfei froze mid-sob, seemingly shocked by the revelation in Zhang Lingsong's words, forgetting to argue back for a moment. Regarding Xiao Ming's situation now, you understand the reasons better than anyone. You bear more responsibility for it than anyone else. You call me despicable, but tell me, what have you done right? Back when Xiao Ming was only a few months old, you tossed him around recklessly. He was already frail due to his nature. How close he came to dying because of you. Were it not for my efforts in recent years gathering nourishments to strengthen his constitution, he'd have perished under your care long ago. Zhang Lingsong, having spent many years holding high rank in the military, unleashed his fury, and Su Qianfei, just an ordinary person, could hardly withstand his overpowering presence. She remained frozen in place, covering her mouth, staring dumbfounded at Zhang Lingsong. I don't care how you found out about the red grapes. While saying this, Zhang Lingsong's gaze still flicked briefly toward Zhang Qingyi, standing behind Su Qianfei. Instantly, Zhang Qingyi felt as if a bucket of ice-cold water had been poured over him from head to toe. With just one glance, Zhang Qingyi understood. Zhang Lingsong had seen through him. He had lost his qualifications to be raised as young Master Ming, and only one path awaited him, returning to his own family to accept punishment. Zhang Qingyi had been responsible for taking care of Zhang Xiaoming since he was only a few months old, personally handling his every need and raising him. Naturally, this formed a personal bond between them that went beyond their master-servant roles. Speaking of which, the cause of the turmoil in the Zhang household was indirectly related to Liang Ying. It all started with the discovery of the red grapefruit in Chakna. The federal army had long controlled Qinyong, so naturally, any mature red grapefruits in his possession were handed over. The federal government entrusted a box of red grapefruits from Qinyong to the Gene Science Academy. After thorough research and processing by scientists, the medicinal properties of the red grapefruit were maximized, leading to the creation of a small batch of injection agents better suited for human absorption. Given the extremely limited quantity, the government and military kept the news confidential, privately distributing the drug. With the Zhang families standing on capital star and Zhang Lingsong's rank in the military, Zhang Lingsong obtained 2 vials of the agent. One he kept for himself as an emergency reserve, while the other was intended for his eldest son's martial arts breakthrough. Though stationed on Nerva, Zhang Qingyi hailed from the main branch of the Zhang family and had informants on capital star. Upon hearing about this, he immediately thought of Zhang Xiaoming. With this agent, Zhang Xiaoming's physical ailments could be fully cured. Since Zhang Qingyi was just a steward and couldn't make requests directly, he secretly relayed this information to Su Qianfei. Su Qianfei, of course, seized the opportunity, dialing Zhang Lingsong without hesitation and laying out her demands. As a result, Zhang Lingsong personally flew to Nerva. Su Qianfei, thinking her wish was within reach, booked a private room at Qin Shui Zhai to welcome Zhang Lingsong. However, events unfolded into the current predicament. I've discussed it with Huiwan and Su'er. Su'er is willing to part with half a vial for Xiaoming. However, Huijuan's patience has its limits, so your side must also compromise. Xiaoming will return to Capital Star with me the day after tomorrow, where Huiwan will take good care of him. From then on, you'll live alone on Nerva and no longer need to worry about Xiaoming. Chapter 64 The Red Grape Effect Middle. Lunch dragged on for almost 3 hours before Liang Ying and her group finally finished eating and drinking. They called the waiter to bring the bill. When the waiter announced the number in the last line of the bill, everyone at the table was shocked speechless, except Zhang Dongdi, who had already known it mentally. 9 people had eaten over 100,000 star coins. After averaging, each person needed to pay nearly 20,000. Liang Ying really wanted to bang her head against the wall. After this meal, there was only over $1,000 left in her private small treasure trove. Since they had agreed beforehand to go Dutch, Liang Ying could only painfully transfer the money away. Looking at the total amount displayed on her account, she counted again. It was still a 4-digit number starting with 1, making her feel like crying without tears. Thinking about it recently, she had indeed spent quite a bit of money, buying tea leaves, repairing communicators, and not finding part-time work since school started. So the treasure trove was only going out and not coming in. The numbers were decreasing and not increasing, and within just over a month of school starting, it would be emptied. Among these 9 people in this room, Liang Ying was probably the poorest one. Although others were also surprised, they hadn't reached the point of pain yet. Liang Ying silently exclaimed that she had been tricked. For her, the dishes at Qing Shui Zhai were just mediocre, but she had spent a large sum of money on them, far worse than dining with classmate Xiao Yu at the villa. After the group paid and came out, the first few people had just walked out of the door, while those behind were still slowly moving out when suddenly there was a loud noise in the corridor, followed by a shaking sensation in the building they were in. Everyone got scared. Back in the Lugang Mountain Range's cave, an explosion caused an earthquake, and now, although the feeling underfoot wasn't as intense as then, it still startled them. Those skilled in martial arts directly leaped from the railing of the corridor down to the ground floor, and the remaining ones weren't slow either. All 9 bypassed the stairs, jumping directly from the 2nd floor. Upon landing on solid ground, everyone realized it was just that small building that was shaking. However, for a 3-story building to shake like this, even if it wasn't at the level of bomb destruction, it certainly was due to some high-level experts engaging in combat. Everyone was still puzzledly staring at the building, when a sharp female voice broke out. A woman's fierce and resentful scream echoed throughout the entire building. Subsequently, there was the heart-rending cry of a child, mixed with the reprimanding sounds of a man. This uproar drew the attention of people nearby. Onlookers gathered from the rooms of the 3-story building, where those initially dining inside rushed out to watch the commotion. Zhang Lingsong, I slapped you once, and you want to kill me. All right. I understand clearly today that my son Xiaoming and I are a pair of pitiful mother and son. Zhang Lingsong, I'd rather die today than let you take Xiaoming away. You want to kill me? Fine, just slap me to death. Is there no law in the Federation anymore? Are you allowed to kill anyone you want? Zhang Lingsong, I'm going to sue you. Do military officers get to ignore the law? Liang Ying looked up helplessly toward a certain room on the 2nd floor. The sound came from that room. There were several fist-sized holes on the door of that room, looking like damage caused by punches and kicks. It was evident that an intense fight took place inside. Zhang Lingsong angrily strode out of the room, his face iron gray as he led the way ahead, causing passersby to move aside. Liang Ying felt a chill run through her body. The aura of authority emitted by Zhang Lingsong heavily pressed down on those around him, forcing the originally curious spectators to lower their heads. When Zhang Lingsong passed Zhang Dongdi, he seemed to hesitate slightly. Liang Ying heard him mutter softly, while Zhang Dongdi maintained eye contact as though they were strangers. Secretly, Liang Ying began speculating in her mind. Judging by the look, Zhang Dongdi and Zhang Lingsong must have originated from different factions. This made sense. Zhang Dongdi belonged to the main family lineage, whereas Zhang Lingsong was merely from a branch family lineage. With someone influential emerging from the branch family, naturally, the main family would harbor mixed feelings of both love and hatred. However, Zhang Dongdi daring to completely ignore his elder relative from the family showed that the rift between Zhang Lingsong and the main family wasn't a secret. Zhang Lingsong had disappeared, and then more people emerged from that room. First to come out were Zhang Qingyi and Su Qianfei. Zhang Qingyi's face was pale, and his figure seemed somewhat unstable, which made Liang Ying acutely realize that he had sustained serious injuries. Su Qianfei had 2 bright red palm prints on each side of her face, her makeup smeared from crying, and her once proud hairstyle now disheveled. Behind them, Zhang Jianchun held Xiao Ming in his arms. Zhang Jianchun's expression remained relatively calm, with eyes fixed on the 2 individuals in front. Xiao Ming sniffled quietly in Zhang Jianxun's embrace, seemingly tired from crying. His eyes squinted shut, as if he was falling asleep. Zhang Qingyi hurriedly weaved through the crowd with his head bowed, appearing completely oblivious to the surrounding situation. It was Su Qianfei who, upon noticing the onlookers, raised her head and resumed her usual haughty demeanor. Nevertheless, her current appearance was less than ideal. She looked more like a village woman after a fit of rage. As Zhang Jianxun passed by Liang Ying while carrying Xiao Ming, he gently adjusted the child onto his shoulder with an arm. Liang Ying understood the gesture. It would do perfectly. After dining together and witnessing the melodramatic ending, Liang Ying bade farewell to the others and returned to the villa. The custom-ordered tea canisters from the tea bookstore had already been delivered, so Liang Ying meticulously divided the tea into the cans, filling 2 large ones first, and then placing the remainder into smaller ones. The fish tank she had ordered also arrived, and Liang Ying carefully transferred the gold and silver fish, along with the water in their box, into the tank. The tank was quite spacious, making the 2 little fish appear solitary and pitiful inside. Liang Ying thought for a moment and retrieved a few aquatic plant seeds, dropping them directly into the water. Placing her palm against the tank, the seeds soon began to sprout and grow, forming clusters of emerald green water plants within. The 2 small fish seemed fascinated by the changes in their environment, joyfully darting and playing between the underwater grasses. Occasionally, they turned around and blew bubbles at Liang Ying. Liang Ying chuckled happily as she watched the playful fish, brewed herself a cup of tea, and sat on the balcony, basking in the sunlight just before it set behind the hills. That night, when Liang Ying prepared for bed, she unexpectedly found a colorful stone on her bed. After some thought, she remembered its origin. It was the adorable little fish that had gifted her this during the first night in Lugang. How could she have forgotten about it? Fortunately, through all the mishaps, the stone remained intact. Liang Ying immediately treasured the colorful stone, wiping it clean and admiring it for a while. Glancing at the fish tank on the windowsill, she casually dropped the stone into the water. The gold and silver fish appeared highly interested in the beautifully colored stone. The 2 fish swam around it curiously, inspecting it from all sides. The fish with the golden line even nibbled on it once before the pair began circling the stone in delight. Chapter 65, Red Grapefruit Effect, Part 2. Liang Ying sighed and stared at her piggy bank account. With more than 1,000 yuan, it wasn't even enough to cover a month's living expenses. Although with Zhao Yu around, she didn't have to pay for meals. Only put in effort after school started, there weren't many places where she would need money. However, the feeling of having an empty pocket was very unpleasant. Who could guarantee there wouldn't be a day when money would be urgently needed? Only with some savings could one live at ease. In the evening, Liang Ying was cooking noodles in the kitchen while pondering the problem of making money, as Zhao Yu had yet to return. The fridge only contained some leftover ingredients from a month ago. If Zhao Yu did not come back in a few days, Liang Ying would run out of food. Whoosh! Liang Ying felt a shadow fly over her head, like something touched her hair. She finally snapped out of her daze, only to find Zhao Yu standing right before her. Zhao Yu looked mischievously at Liang Ying, holding between his 2 fingers a green leaf that he swung around. Liang Ying looked familiar with that leaf. It should be the flame vine leaf that should be stuck in her ponytail. Liang Ying gave Zhao Yu a glare, snatching the green leaf and placing it back on her head. You're back, have you eaten? Yes, but I'm still hungry. Give me a bowl too. Zhao Yu sat down at the dining table without hesitation, staring at the back of Liang Ying's head for a moment. Why do you stick a leaf on your head? I heard that in ancient times this was the mark of someone selling themselves. Liang Ying hesitated slightly at this comment and replied irritably. In ancient times, those who sold themselves would place grass. I've got a leaf. They are fundamentally different, alright. I can't see the difference. Other girls wear very delicate and pretty hair clips. Aren't you too poor to buy them? So, you just picked a random leaf from the grass downstairs. Zhao Yu expressed his doubt fully, his gaze scanning Liang Ying up and down as if trying to discern how poor she might be. His eyes even carried a hint of sympathy. Though Zhao Yu's words were unintentional and merely curious banter, Liang Ying felt exposed in a weak spot. She had agonized all day and couldn't come up with any way to make money. Appropriate part-time jobs weren't easy to find either. Thinking about the over 1,000 yuan in her account made her utterly disheartened. Seeing Liang Ying looking somewhat unhappy, Zhao Yu kindly said, if you're really short on cash, I could hire you again as my maid. The salary is quite high. I promise you'll be satisfied. Ah. Liang Ying suddenly pointed at Zhao Yu. You keep bringing this up. I've already said I won't be a maid. Oh, it's all because of you that I'm annoyed. How dare you say I'm poor? I have so many treasures, and let me tell you, for this single leaf on my head, I wouldn't sell it for 1 billion yuan. Liang Ying felt rather upset inside. In truth, she had many skills to earn money, but she couldn't reveal them. Her primal power was extremely useful. If she could just produce some rare plants, sell a bit of it, she'd never have to worry about eating or living for life. However, she couldn't do that. In the space age, what secrets were there? If her primal power was revealed, her most probable outcome would be to end up in a gene research institute as an experiment subject. 1 leaf? What's valuable about it? Who would buy? Oh, don't you understand performance art? Can you grasp personal style? Liang Ying waved her hand, pretending to sigh helplessly. Forget it. You're like a piece of wood. Talking to you about these things is purely wasting time. How could you understand an artist's loneliness? While Liang Ying was joking around with Zhao Yu and talking nonsense, she ate her noodles. Zheng Haiqing stood outside the kitchen doorway clutching 2 invitations, hesitating whether it would be rude to walk in and disturb the people inside. Zhao Yu had noticed Zheng Haiqing waiting outside the door and found it annoying to see him standing there, like he was spying. Zhao Yu simply shouted loudly toward the door. Zheng Haiqing, is there something you need? Zheng Haiqing blushed slightly at being called, embarrassedly pushed the door open, and nodded towards both Liang Ying and Zhao Yu sitting inside. He then directly handed over the invitations. In a few days, it's my birthday. My family will hold a small party. Here's the invitation. If you have time that day, I hope you both could come. A classmate's birthday party? Liang Ying immediately lit up with excitement. Back in her days, Liang Ying once attended school in the countryside. Though classmates used to hang out, her impoverished background left her largely friendless, and thus no one ever invited her to their home. At that time, Liang Ying always envied others. Most classmates went visiting each other's houses. Rumors were that the adults in these homes usually prepared delicious snacks to treat the children. Every time Liang Ying eavesdropped on others' conversations, her mouth watered uncontrollably. Of course, today's Liang Ying wouldn't drool anymore, but being invited by a classmate to their house was still a pleasant feeling. Liang Ying nodded without hesitation, and Zhao Yu, who had originally been uninterested, also gave a reluctant nod after seeing Liang Ying's decision. Zheng Haiqing, having completed the task entrusted to him by his family, turned around and left after leaving the 2 invitations. The entire process involved no extra movements beyond placing down the invitations. Liang Ying opened the invitation for a look. The date was set for the weekend a week later, and the venue would be in Duan City, albeit a bit far from the school. After making an agreement with Zhao Yu to go together, they could save on the money for one less taxi ride. Liang Ying mused internally that since she was attending a classmate's birthday party, she definitely needed to bring a present. Given her dire financial state, the only thing of value she could give away were those tea leaves. She thus decided to simply present 2 small jars of living tea. As for Zhao Yu, he was lost in his own thoughts as he stared at Liang Ying for a long while. Then suddenly, he said, "If you're this broke, do you even have a dress to wear? You'll be laughed at if you show up in casual clothes." Liang Ying shot Zhao a disdainful glance. "Dumb, I may not have a formal gown, but I've got my school uniform, don't I? Since we're from the same school, wearing the school uniform is fine." Ah, so she'd already thought about that. Zhao Yu couldn't help but inwardly sigh. "Well, then I'll wear the school uniform too, just like you. Good buddy, you're all about brotherhood." Liang Ying gave Zhao Yu's shoulder a strong pat, her expression radiating camaraderie that made Zhao Yu's lips involuntarily twitch a little. With Zhao Yu back, Liang Ying's eating problem was temporarily taken care of, yet the issue of earning money continued to bother her. Not until 3 days later did Liang Ying unexpectedly receive a joint notice from the military and the school. Chapter 66, Compensation. Liang Ying sat stiffly on the sofa, secretly fidgeting with her fingers while pretending to be calm as she stared at her toes. In reality, she had been giggling uncontrollably for several days. 2 days ago, she suddenly received a joint notification from the military and the school. The content was roughly that the military would send someone to Longping to discuss subsequent matters concerning the red grapefruit tree roots with her. Meanwhile, the school had the duty to supervise the discussion. Hence, both parties agreed on a time to hold a meeting where Liang Ying, as the main party involved, must be present. After receiving this joint notice, Liang Ying also received a communication from Hua Qingdu. They discussed privately over the Star Network, focusing on this upcoming negotiation with the military. Through the information provided by Hua Qingdu, Liang Ying immediately grasped the key point. The red grapefruit tree roots were alive. Even though currently there was only one red grapefruit tree, Liang Ying believed that with the Federation's technological capabilities, using this single tree as a base, scientists could grow more red grapefruits. This was equivalent to the Federation mastering the cultivation of a tier 4 fruit. The value of this was incalculable and would enhance the Federation's strength in many areas. First and foremost, it would boost the Federation's medical standards because the red grapefruit is not only a tier 4 fruit, but also has significant medicinal properties. If the Federation can supply more tier 4 fruits to the military, not only will the chances of wounded soldiers recovering increase, but the overall quality of the army will also improve. If, one day, tier 4 fruits become widespread in the Federation, then the overall quality of its citizens would improve. Patients, pregnant women, newborn children, all these groups could benefit. In Hua Qingdu's words, the successful cultivation of the red grapefruit tree was a milestone achievement with profound significance for the Federation's development in various aspects. Such a landmark event would undoubtedly have the government announce the results to the public as one of their achievements. All events and individuals related to this red grapefruit tree would necessarily be heavily promoted and reported on. As the discoverer of the red grapefruit tree roots, Liang Ying's name would surely be mentioned. This time, the military sent people to negotiate, mainly to confirm what role Liang Ying should play in this matter. Liang Ying, as an innocent party who got dragged into the red grapefruit incident, unexpectedly became the greatest contributor. However, due to various reasons, mainly because Liang Ying had already voluntarily abandoned ownership of the red grapefruit tree root, her name would not hold an important position in this matter. Nevertheless, when Liang Ying signed the abandonment document, she was almost forced under military pressure without any room for negotiation. As a result, the military obtained ownership of the tree roots without any effort or cost. To sum up, the way the military handled the situation was extremely improper. If this point was exposed, it might lead to public resentment towards the military. Regardless of what Liang Ying actually thought when signing, the fact that the military pressured her into compliance violated Federation laws. Therefore, before making the details of the red grapefruit public, the military needed to fill in the gaps regarding the transfer of ownership to compensate for any potential errors in the handling process beforehand. Since Liang Ying is now a student at Longping, the school has the responsibility to protect the interests of its students. Hence, representatives from Longping would also participate in the negotiations between the military and Liang Ying. Hua Qingdu, as the head counselor, is one of the participants representing the school. According to what Hua Qingdu said, Longping considered this an excellent opportunity. For the Federation to promote red grapefruit cultivation, they would first need to identify suitable testing units for preliminary trials before large-scale planting could be implemented once the technology matures. The earlier the planting occurs, the greater the benefits. Longping aimed to secure the spot among the first trial sites for red grapefruit planting. Longping itself is the leading agricultural school in the Federation, so considering the tree roots were submitted by its own students during a school-organized military training course, it is well qualified to participate in the early stages of red grapefruit cultivation. To finalize this matter, Longping was sure to negotiate fiercely with the military. Hua Qingdu contacted Liang Ying for two purposes: to clarify the ins and outs of the situation and to seek her opinion about how she intended to handle the matter. Liang Ying did not desire much. All she lacked was money. She couldn't think of other conditions offhand. After consulting with Hua Qingdu, she entrusted the school with full authority to act on her behalf, leaving all negotiations entirely in the hands of the school. Thus, today's discussions transformed into Longping's representatives haggling with the military, while Liang Ying sat idly by to observe. Back and forth at the negotiating table, the atmosphere was not particularly tense. After all, everyone's interests did not conflict. It was merely one side wanting to gain more, while the other wished to spend less. Frankly speaking, this was simply a deal, albeit one of substantial value. Liang Ying rested on the couch in the waiting area, still attentively focused on the proceedings at the negotiation table. As Liang Ying listened to the price quoted by the school, her heart raced with excitement. Then, hearing the number proposed by the military made her heart beat even faster. The figures from both sides kept getting closer and were finally settled on a specific number: 30 million star coins. The final deal was 30 million star coins. Liang Ying stood up from the sofa in excitement, struggling to suppress her joy while forcing herself not to scream out loud. After all, the negotiation wasn't over yet. They were now discussing what Longping would gain from this matter. Unable to contain herself, she spun around 3 times on the spot before finally calming down and sitting back on the couch. She forced herself to keep a straight face, though her constantly wriggling fingers betrayed her excitement. Perhaps some might say that compared to the true value of the red grapefruit tree roots, 30 million star coins were merely a drop in the ocean, a huge loss. However, for Liang Ying, 30 million was already an astronomical figure, far exceeding her expectations. This young girl was still someone who could be easily satisfied. Actually, the rest of the negotiation no longer concerned Liang Ying, but as the party involved, the school needed her presence. Her demeanor was meant to show her support for the school's demands. Longping had indeed prepared thoroughly for this negotiation. They specially sent several skilled negotiators, ultimately succeeding in becoming one of the first trial planting units for the red grapefruits and obtaining the privilege of priority seedling distribution. Everyone was pleased. The military resolved its concerns, Longping secured the cultivation rights for red grapefruits, and Liang Ying solved her financial crisis. Moreover, as long as she didn't spend recklessly, 30 million star coins would last her a lifetime of stability. Chapter 67, Birthday Party, Part 1. First, wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival. Enjoy lots of delicious food. The military worked with astonishing efficiency. The supplementary agreement was signed, and the next day, Liang Ying's account had increased by 30 million star coins. The military probably feared delays, worried that if Liang Ying changed her mind, it would cause trouble. Liang Ying was thrilled and enjoyed good dreams all night. Thoughts about working hard for money were all thrown to the back of her mind. Now with money and a great mood, Liang Ying decided to splurge once. She ordered online from the Starnet a bunch of meat, fish, seafood, and the freshest vegetables, prepared a full table of dishes, and invited Xiaoyu to have a hearty meal. Liang Ying did not deliberately hide or show off about receiving the money from the military department. Naturally, Xiaoyu and Louis, who dealt with her daily, found out. Others she did not specially notify. In no time, it was Zheng Haicheng's birthday. Liang Ying bought packaging boxes online, packed 2 small tin boxes of tea leaves, still wearing her school uniform, and set off towards Zheng's residence in Nerve with Xiaoyu. Speaking of classmate Xiaoyu, he was truly a remarkable person. When he first arrived in Longping, he seemed like a beggar prince but quickly turned into a real prince-like figure. However, his background remained a mystery. Even Liang Ying, who ate with him every day, didn't know much. Only a few days after the official classes started post-military training, rumors spread around the campus that someone had organized the Prince Yu Guard team. Xiaoyu had already become a campus idol with countless fans lining up. Liang Ying glanced at Xiaoyu sitting in the front passenger seat. From the side, he really did look handsome. This man, without speaking, exuded an aristocratic aura, unfortunately ruined as soon as he opened his mouth. A dumb cute prince, almost. The flying car they rode in belonged to Xiaoyu. Like most young people, Xiaoyu enjoyed driving himself to experience the thrill of high-speed rides. Liang Ying dared not sit in the front seat of the flying car, and under Xiaoyu's somewhat disdainful gaze, she sat in the rear seat, voluntarily buckling up her safety belt. Safety comes first, above vanity or pride. Speaking of which, Liang Ying's Hessel driver's license was a C-class permit, which meant she couldn't drive a flying car. She could only operate ground vehicles. To pilot an air vehicle, one needed to obtain a B-class license. And to work as a mech driver, one required an A-level driver's license. It was rumored that Xiaoyu had obtained his driver's license when he purchased the flying car. Judging by his skillful handling of the vehicle, continuously overtaking cars one by one, moving freely through the sky like a bird. It was evident that this guy had likely practiced quite a bit back home. Liang Ying sat at the back holding tightly onto the safety handles, too frightened to let go. Her eyes gazed out of the window, seeing everything outside turn blurry. Rushing backward so quickly, she lost track of where she was within a blink. What was supposed to be a 40-minute ride took only 20 minutes. Xiao Yu's skills were excellent. Although fast, he kept the speed within legal limits, as no traffic police intercepted them in midair. Liang Ying shakily unfastened her seatbelt, getting out weak-kneed. Seeing Xiao Yu standing calmly nearby, she directly clung to his arm, draping herself over him to avoid falling due to her weak legs. The welcoming butler from the Zheng family examined their invitations, then looked at the student uniforms they wore. He realized these two were Zheng Haicheng's classmates. Liang Ying handed over her packaged gift, while Xiao Yu took out a finely crafted box. The butler courteously accepted the gifts without placing too much emphasis on them. The old butler signaled behind him, whereupon a younger butler came forward, leading Liang Ying and Xiao Yu inside. Zheng Haicheng briefly greeted the two politely before heading off to attend to others, reminding them to relax and help themselves. Liang Ying observed the lavishly dressed guests in the luxurious hall, feeling both curious and slightly disheartened. This greatly differed from her imagined version of a student's birthday party, making her feel somewhat out of place, regretting coming here. Xiao Yu adapted better than Liang Ying, pulling her towards the corner of the buffet area. Liang Ying, always rather carefree, soon adjusted her mindset. Since she was here, might as well fill her stomach first. The two hid in the corner, eating heartily, paying no heed to curious glances from those around. Xiao Yu ate a lot, but with grace, showing signs of good upbringing. Influenced by him, Liang Ying imitated his mannerisms, eating more refinedly. Zheng Haicheng came with his father to find Xiao Yu and Liang Ying. At that moment, he saw Liang Ying finishing a piece of cake, while Xiao Yu held a glass of red wine in one hand and munched on an apple with the other. Liang Ying had been maintaining her innate power, observing the crowd around her. From afar, she noticed Zheng Haicheng leading a group toward them and quickly nudged Xiao Yu, pulling out a handkerchief to clean her mouth and hands. Xiao Yu finished off his apple in a few bites, setting aside his wine glass, then seemingly produced a white handkerchief from nowhere to clean himself as well. Zheng Haicheng introduced both sides briefly. Courteous compliments were exchanged. Despite her discomfort internally, Liang Ying acted according to the scenes she'd seen on TV, putting up a front. Initially, Liang Ying thought the Zheng family had come for Xiao Yu, but unexpectedly, Zheng father's gaze lingered more on her. Comrade Liang has recently contributed greatly to the Federation. So young yet uninterested in material wealth, truly admirable. Only then did Liang Ying understand. It was about the red grapefruit again. Upon reflection, it made sense. The Zheng family was one of the top agricultural households in the Federation, owning 4 agricultural planets. With their influence in this area, the Federation would surely include the Zheng family in their list for promoting red grapefruit cultivation. Liang Ying politely downplayed her role, emphasizing that it was mainly due to luck and crediting the military and scientists for the success of growing the red grapefruit roots. After exchanging a few words, the Zheng family left, leaving Liang Ying and Xiao Yu exchanging puzzled glances. Both felt that the Zheng family's attitude was somewhat odd. There seemed to be an ulterior motive behind Zheng Haicheng inviting them to his birthday banquet. Liang Ying, always keen on her instincts, noticed that Zheng father's conversation revolved around her, hinting at a subtle tone of testing. On the other hand, Zheng father appeared to harbor a certain disdain for Xiao Yu. Though he didn't say anything verbally, subtle details in his posture and expressions revealed his distaste for Xiao Yu. Suddenly, Liang Ying recalled overhearing Zheng Haicheng talking with a friend during their military training journey. Back then, Zheng Haicheng had expressed prejudice against Xiao Yu. Could it be that the Zheng family suspected Xiao Yu to be an imperialist, so they wanted to keep their distance? Then why invite them both to their home as guests? It became clear, the Zheng family likely only intended to invite Liang Ying alone. But doing so outright might not look good, especially given that her relationship with Zheng Haicheng wasn't nearly as close as it was with Xiao Yu. To avoid drawing others' attention, the Zheng family decided to invite both of them. Chapter 68, Birthday Banquet, Part 2. Still starting with the Mid-Autumn Festival greetings, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival all day long. May you be happy every day. Here's the main text. Through the attitudes of Mr. Zheng and his son, Liang Ying thought a lot. Ever since she met Hua Qingdu, he had brainwashed her a few times, and this child has now begun to learn how to analyze problems when they arise. Liang Ying felt a bit depressed, but as they had only been there for a short while, it wouldn't be good to leave immediately. She lost her appetite and decided to pull Xiao Yu upstairs to a room. The Zheng family, in preparation for the banquet, deliberately emptied out the rooms on the second floor of the mansion, reserved for guests to rest temporarily if needed. The butlers informed the guests of this convenience upon leading them in. After finding an unoccupied guest room, Liang Ying slumped into the sofa as soon as she entered, completely dejected. Xiao Yu glanced at the gloomy Liang Ying, reached out to ruffle her hair, and flicked the green leaf tied in her ponytail with his fingers. Annoyed, Liang Ying swatted at him, venting her frustration, which marginally improved her mood. However, just after they'd been in the room for a short while, a knock came at the door. It was Zheng Haicheng and his second brother. After another round of introductions and polite chatter, Zheng Haicheng exchanged a glance with his second brother and found an excuse to take Xiao Yu away. Xiao Yu arched his handsome eyebrows, declined Zheng Haicheng's offer politely, and made it clear that he would not leave Liang Ying's side. Liang Ying could tell that Zheng Urge had something he wanted to say privately. She thought it was better to let the other party express their purpose directly rather than making herself waste time guessing and risking any misunderstanding about her intentions. Glancing towards the balcony attached to the guest room, Liang Ying gave Xiaoyu a subtle hint with her eyes. Furrowing his brows, Xiaoyu complied nonetheless, dragging Zheng Haiqing out to the balcony. Between the room and the balcony was a transparent sliding door. When closed, it blocked sound but still allowed for visibility of what was happening inside. Unwillingly standing stiff-faced, Xiaoyu frowned. Zheng Haiqing looked down at his right hand, which Xiaoyu had touched earlier. Trying hard to suppress the urge to wash his hands, he quietly rubbed his right hand with his left, hoping this gesture alone would clean it sufficiently. Inside the room, Zheng's second brother got straight to the point, frankly explaining the Zheng family's thoughts to Liang Ying. Liang Ying inwardly rolled her eyes. Did she look so easy to deceive? Actually, the Zheng family's intentions were fairly straightforward. They believed Liang Ying had been shortchanged in the matter of submitting the red grapefruit tree root, and they were willing to stand up for her, helping her secure another round of compensation. Zheng's second brother spoke grandiosely, presenting a perfect image of indignation over Liang Ying's mistreatment by the military, repeatedly condemning the military for being too shameless. The more Liang Ying listened, the more awkward she felt. Hadn't the Zheng family perhaps heard that she was from the remote planet Hezel, and therefore assumed her to be a country girl who would believe whatever others told her, considering her extremely naive and easily manipulable? While Zheng's second brother continued his incessant persuasion, Liang Ying was pondering how best to clearly express her meaning without offending the Zheng family. Since she planned to work in agriculture in the future and wished to establish herself in the agricultural field, it would be best not to offend a family like the Zhengs who held significant sway in the agricultural world. Since the Zheng family viewed her as a country girl, she decided to simply play the part fully. Finally, after Zheng's second brother finished talking, he looked expectantly at Liang Ying, waiting for her to nod so that the Zheng family could begin its operations. To his disappointment, what Liang Ying said instead portrayed her as a very content simpleton, deeply grateful to the government and military. At first, when the school intended to negotiate on behalf of Liang Ying, merely one communication from Hua Qingdu was enough to make her agree, leading the Zheng family to think her easily influenced. They thought they could effortlessly persuade her. But unexpectedly, Liang Ying remained firmly resolved in trusting the school and military. In the Zheng family's eyes, 30 million didn't even cover a year's worth of expenses for their mansion, yet this unsophisticated young person thought it would last her a lifetime. By now, Zheng's second brother was growing anxious, shouting things like, "Do you even know the value of the red grapefruit?" Very calmly, Liang Ying answered, "I do know the value of the red grapefruit. I'm at least a student of Longping Agricultural College and understand these basics. But why does that have anything to do with me?" If the military was willing to spend 30 million to buy a box of roots, she was willing to sell. The transaction was already over. It no longer concerned her, and she certainly wouldn't bother with after-sales services. No matter how much Zheng's second brother tried to persuade her, Liang Ying remained unmoved. After all, the 30 million had already entered her account, and she considered it sufficient. Case closed. Having failed to achieve their goal, though Liang Ying always maintained a pleasant smile, Zheng's second brother could not really retaliate against her. Eventually, they regretfully departed. The intent behind inviting Liang Ying had become clear. Since cooperation wasn't possible, they might as well end it there. Liang Ying promptly bid farewell to Zheng Haiqing, and leaving early, she pulled Xiaoyu along. Xiaoyu kept glancing at the dispirited Liang Ying. Once in the car, instead of heading back to school directly, he drove to a parking lot near the spaceport. This parking lot was very unique, shaped like a cylindrical building. The inside was entirely empty, and the walls were made of special mirror-like material that allowed viewing outwards while preventing outsiders from seeing in. The walls on all sides seemed transparent as if they did not exist, with flying cars hovering mid-air, appearing as though freely floating in space, an incredibly breathtaking sight. Liang Ying gazed out the window at the scenery in amazement, deeply impressed. The parking lot was very close to the spaceport's entrance and exit. From here, one could clearly see the spaceships and landing craft coming and going in the port. Xiaoyu cast a smug glance at the astonished Liang Ying, then pressed a button. The top of the flying car slowly opened. Above was the cosmos, dotted with twinkling stars. It felt as though those inside the car were placed right within the universe, the surrounding vehicles shrinking and fading into mere specks of cosmic dust. In this moment, Liang Ying's state of mind shifted. The vastness of the universe and the distance between stars diminished human worries and selfishness into insignificance. In an instant, Liang Ying felt a subtle change in her body. Primordial power emanated from Liang Ying, spreading outward around her, as if it were attempting to break through the heavens and soar into the universe. When it reached the transparent walls of the parking lot, the flow of primordial energy paused momentarily. Liang Ying unconsciously activated the assimilation ability of the primordial power. As a result, the primordial energy effortlessly breached the wall's obstruction, continuing its expansion into the world beyond. Liang Ying had never seen so far before. The entire spaceport now lay within her vision. The immense spaceport was bustling with people everywhere. Spaceships arrived. Some went to inspect the machinery, operating equipment to dock and undock spacecraft. Passengers disembarked with backpacks, heading to baggage areas to wait for their luggage to be delivered. Some held up electronic signs at the passenger exits. Others enthusiastically waved to family or friends they hadn't seen in a long time, and some joyfully embraced. Others, meanwhile, said tearful goodbyes to family or friends. Chapter 69, Breakthrough. Thank you for the mooncakes. Although mid-autumn festival has passed, everyone should still have a happy day every day. At the Nerva airport, not only passenger spaceships were docked, but commercial spaceships as well. Cargo ships full of goods arrived at the port, and the staff operated unloading machines to move box after box into the warehouses, while others took notes. Some people sat resting in the back, discussing what gift they should give to a colleague who was getting married the day after tomorrow. Liang Ying's vision did not stop here. She kept looking further. Following the road she came from, Liang Ying saw the current scene of Duanju City, and even many familiar faces. Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi were sitting on the campus grass, talking and laughing happily. Her gaze continued to wander, and Liang Ying saw another familiar person, Fiona. Fiona was speaking with an unfamiliar teenage boy in her home, and they seemed very close. The boy spoke, and Fiona listened attentively, appearing slightly shy. This was truly a rare scene. Was this boy Fiona's sweetheart? Xiao Yu, while observing Liang Ying who had entered the meditative state, also paid attention to the surrounding movements. He had long discovered Liang Ying's astonishing mental potential, but never expected that by just bringing her to see the airport once, she would find the opportunity for a breakthrough. It was most taboo to interrupt someone during their breakthrough since interruptions could result in injuries 9 times out of 10 when breaking through. Especially for those with mental abilities. Minor cases could lead to damage of mental strength. Major cases could possibly result in insanity. Liang Ying's unexpected breakthrough forced Xiao Yu to act as her temporary bodyguard and protect her. Speaking of which, this girl advanced to level 6 after enduring an explosion in Luguang Mountains. It had been merely days, and now simply viewing some scenery was going to prompt another breakthrough? Xiao Yu sighed about Liang Ying's truly impressive mental talent. He then thought about how their federal civilization was only at tier 3, so such rapid advancement might seem somewhat alarming. With his brows furrowed and staring at Liang Ying, Xiao Yu instinctively rubbed his belly and made a quiet decision. To keep satisfying his desire for food, he needed to secretly assist Liang Ying from behind. After approximately 2 hours, Liang Ying finally awoke, and upon seeing Xiao Yu silently watching her, she immediately felt flustered, unsure of how to explain herself. How reckless. You don't say a word before entering a breakthrough state. Do you know how dangerous that is? Fortunately, Master was with you today, otherwise, you couldn't be so foolish in the future, understood? Xiao Yu scolded Liang Ying frankly. She froze momentarily before regaining composure, inwardly sighing in relief, but then thought about what Xiao Yu mentioned, a breakthrough. Could it be that her mental strength had broken through again? Xiao Yu didn't care what Liang Ying was pondering and immediately activated the flying car to return to school. Since both had eaten their fill at the banquet, there was no need for Liang Ying to cook, and each returned to their own room to rest. After returning to his room, Xiao Yu pulled out a strangely shaped communicator from somewhere, dialed a familiar number, and proceeded to issue a series of arrangements and instructions. On Liang Ying's side, she directly opened the communicator on her wrist, called Hua Qingdu, and informed him that her mental power might have broken through once again. Hua Qingdu was surprised yet overjoyed when hearing Liang Ying's news and asked her to come to his office tomorrow where he wanted to personally inspect her mental condition. The next day, after class ended, Liang Ying went to Hua Qingdu's office. Upon seeing Liang Ying, Hua Qingdu's eyes lit up. Yesterday, he still doubted somewhat what Liang Ying said on the StarNet, but now, after confirming her in person that her mental strength indeed broke through, he became more certain about Liang Ying's innate talent for mental power. As a mentor, he genuinely felt content finding yet another talented student. Hua Qingdu understood Liang Ying's concerns, comforted her a bit, then informed her of his plans. In 4 years of university, freshman and sophomore years focus primarily on foundational courses, while junior and senior years concentrate mainly on specialized subjects. Hua Qingdu initially planned to serve as her professional tutor starting in her junior year, intending to provide her detailed guidance, then on cultivating her mental force and psionic powers. However, things don't always go as planned. Within a short period, Liang Ying continuously broke through mental barriers to upgrade, thus her innate talent couldn't remain concealed any longer. And given such extraordinary potential, it should be properly nurtured, keeping it hidden equated to waste. So, Hua Qingdu intended to inform the school leaders immediately to take on the role as Liang Ying's personal tutor earlier than planned, beginning right away with hands-on tutoring in her cultivation practices. Liang Ying intuitively trusted Hua Qingdu, hence agreed with his proposal on the spot. Hua Qingdu then asked about how Liang Ying was recently doing. After some hesitation, Liang Ying shared the invitation by Zheng Haicheng to attend his birthday party, even picking and sharing some of what her second brother Zheng said with Hua Qingdu. You were right to refuse the Zheng family. The Federation has only recently succeeded in cultivating red raisin fruit, and the number of seedlings available for outside planting is limited. The Zheng family probably wants to use your matter to pressure the military, aiming to secure more seedlings. You'd better not get involved in this matter anymore. The interest disputes within are too complicated. As a student, if you get mixed up in it, you'll only be used. You're young now. You should focus on learning and practicing, improving your own abilities. Only when you become strong enough in the future can you protect what you have. Once again, Liang Ying received earnest guidance, which she humbly accepted, reflecting on it carefully. Few people had taught her like this from childhood, so Liang Ying naturally cherished such opportunities. And just like that, Hua Qingdu became Liang Ying's mentor. This did not need to be kept secret, but it wasn't publicized either. The only change was that Liang Ying would almost every other day visit the principal's office and stay there for at least 2 hours. Hua Qingdu not only guided Liang Ying in her mental strength cultivation, but also arranged professional personnel to create a personalized martial arts training plan for her. From then on, Liang Ying's daily life became even more fulfilling. With targeted martial arts exercises, Liang Ying was almost exhausted to death every day, which was a world apart from her previous lackadaisical state. Now, with her mentor as support, Liang Ying no longer lived in constant fear of being taken for human experimentation as before. As long as she guarded the secret of her source power, everything else was irrelevant. After studying under Hua Qingdu, Liang Ying gained a deeper understanding of the cultivation status of the federal populace. Possibly due to the increasingly favorable environment in the Federation and balanced development across all fields, the entire society was steadily progressing forward, and the cultivation level of the federal populace had significantly improved. There were several times more people at levels 5 to 9 in mental strength compared to earlier years, and the number of master-level cultivators above level 9 had more than doubled. Martial arts masters were even more numerous, with their numbers increasing exponentially since they were easier to cultivate than mental powers. It was precisely because of these changes that Hua Qingdu believed Professor Shun was overly pessimistic and worried too much. In recent years, many geniuses like Liang Ying had emerged in the Federation, with their numbers showing an upward trend, so there was absolutely no need for Liang Ying to worry about exposing her talent. Chapter 70. Reunion with Chun Yong. With both financial stability and mentorship, Liang Ying was living a comfortable and fulfilling life. No longer worried about money, her training plan was now professionally designed, enabling her to focus entirely on her improvement. Liang Ying's progress was very rapid. Her mental strength level stabilized at 7, and her martial arts skills had also advanced to the 4th level. Currently, only some of the school's main leaders knew Liang Ying's mental strength rating. Among Longping University's students, their mental strength typically ranged from level 3 to 4. In higher grades, a portion reached levels 5 or 6. The faculty members were slightly stronger than the students, mostly at levels 4 to 5, while most professional mentors were at levels 6 to 7. Only a few high-level mentors had achieved levels 8 or 9, and it seemed only the principal and the dean had surpassed level 10. Only those whose mental strength exceeded Liang Ying's by at least 2 levels could detect her true abilities. Unless subjected to machine testing, Liang Ying could keep her mental strength rating confidential. Besides intensive training, Liang Ying had recently been logging onto the virtual mech combat platform every night. She allocated 2/3 of the time she previously spent watching TV shows and reading novels to playing mech games instead. In the virtual network, primordial force could not be used. This was the first time Liang Ying realized there was something primordial force couldn't influence. At the beginning, Liang Ying joined Fiona's team for a few group battles, but soon realized that her skills were far behind theirs. In mixed team battles, she contributed nothing, barely understanding their operations or tactics. After one battle, she learned practically nothing. Also, since she did not play any significant role in these team battles, even though her team emerged victorious, her points remained at 0. After reflecting on her situation, Liang Ying decided to start from basic operation lessons and train alone for a while. The novice guide consisted of 10 stages, focusing on teaching beginners fundamental operations. A virtual coach explained the operational methods, followed by beginners sparring against a program-controlled mech. Each match would have a system rating, and scoring above 90% allowed access to the next stage. Passing all 10 stages, beginners could enter the lowest F zone in the free combat hall for duels. One could either choose opponents from the battle roster or accept system matches. It took Liang Ying 3 days to finish the beginner guidance. The girl showed considerable patience, repeating each phase many times until she scored a perfect 100 in each round before moving on. Liang Ying's persistence was ridiculed as a waste of time by Fiona. The StarNet mech platform leaned more towards gaming. To gain real, effective training on virtual platforms, one must use specialized military and academic-grade virtual cabins. Such cabins can simulate actual cockpit conditions, making this type of training more effective. The StarNet mech platform, however, simply satisfies enthusiast curiosities and has become a subcategory of online gaming. After finishing the novice guidance, Liang Ying entered the F zone to embark on solo practice. Frankly speaking, she really lacked talent for matches. Out of 3 matches, she lost 2 and tied 1. And although her score finally broke the 0 mark, it plummeted into negative numbers, getting deeper into debt with every loss. That day, Liang Ying lost 6 consecutive matches by 10 o'clock at night. With an early class the next morning, she reluctantly logged off, still eager to continue. Surprisingly, she didn't care about winning or losing. As a beginner, learning something from every match was what mattered most. This attitude made her more determined to improve, engaging enthusiastically in her daily practice. Speaking of which, the rating system of the virtual mech platform was quite fair, dividing the grading standards into technical and tactical categories. Even though Liang Ying always accumulated negative scores, she wasn't at the bottom. Her ranking in the F zone constantly fluctuated around the middle, with many others still performing worse than her. Liang Ying took off her communicator and placed it on her bedside table, ready to take a quick shower and go to bed after changing into her pajamas. Suddenly, a familiar presence rushed toward her direction, prompting Liang Ying to instantly stand up alert. This presence belonged to an acquaintance who should have stayed away, an old acquaintance whom she wished never to see again. That person was none other than Chun Yong, the one responsible for involving Liang Ying in the red grapefruit incident. Frowning, Liang Ying noticed that Chun Yong's path suggested a 90% chance he was heading directly for her. Zheng Haiqing in the opposite room had already gone to sleep, but Xiaoyu was still practicing martial arts next door. Knowing Xiaoyu was nearby, Liang Ying felt less concerned. Within minutes, Chun Yong had reached the villa downstairs and concealed himself among the flower beds. seemingly waiting for an opportune moment. In the darkness, Qin Yong used the flower bed to conceal his figure while keeping his eyes on a room on the third floor of the villa. This trip to Longping was risky for him. According to his agreement with the military, he should not have appeared in front of Liang Ying again. But deep down, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. Intuitively, there was something about that young girl that left him unsettled and unable to let go. That's why he took the opportunity during his transfer near this planet, boarding a smuggler's ship to come here. Qin Yong patiently waited until the entire villa was shrouded in darkness. After waiting another half hour, he leapt up to the balcony on the third floor. Carefully opening the sliding door of the balcony, he slipped inside and quietly closed it behind him. He moved through the thick Wadite curtains and glanced toward the small bed by the wall. However, an unexpected scene greeted him. The girl who should have been asleep was sitting at her desk, calm and composed, with a communicator and a cup of hot tea beside her hand. A soft glowing lantern fruit on the table illuminated the room. The girl's face exuded tranquility, showing no sign of fear or panic, clearly indicating she had anticipated his arrival. In an instant, Qin Yong contemplated eliminating her, but Liang Ying moved even faster. She had already foreseen his reaction. Liang Ying wagged her finger playfully. Don't make any sudden moves, alright? Didn't you do your homework before coming? You should know who lives next door to me. His martial arts skills are even better than yours. Her tone turned somewhat teasing. Oh, and right before you came up here, I sent him a message via the communicator. He'll be over in 10 minutes to see me. So, we've only got 10 minutes to talk. Hurry up and tell me what you want to say. Oh, by the way, she continued casually. 10 minutes might be enough for you to kill me, but it's definitely not enough for you to escape from here. So, I suggest we just have a civilized conversation. Chapter 71, Taking Action. Qin Yong was once again shocked. The light in the neighboring room had turned on. When exactly did the light in the neighboring room turn on? How had he not noticed at all? But just a few seconds later, Qin Yong felt as if he were sitting in a freezer, breaking out in a cold sweat. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. He had experienced this feeling many times before, always when encountering unknown dangers on the battlefield. This was naturally Liang Ying's doing. She used her primeval power to isolate her room from the outside world. People outside couldn't perceive what was happening inside the room, and people inside, except for Liang Ying herself, also couldn't know what was happening outside. So, Qin Yong hadn't noticed the changes in the neighboring room where Xiaoyu resided. Of course, Xiaoyu also wouldn't have heard the sounds inside her room. Only Liang Ying herself could see that Xiaoyu had just been woken up by her communication message and was complaining while getting dressed. Liang Ying secretly smiled to herself, then began thinking about how she could persuade Qin Yong to leave and abandon the idea of eliminating her. Likewise, she only had 10 minutes. Actually, I don't quite understand why you insist on coming after me, but let's clear things up so we won't keep worrying. Since you're not saying anything, I'll start first. I don't know how you've negotiated with the military side, seeing you standing here fine. This matter should have been resolved satisfactorily. You must have heard about my amnesia. Whether you believe it or not, whether others believe it or not, whoever asks me will get the same answer. I don't remember. So, you really don't need to worry. No one will know what you've done in Rugong. Also, regarding my submission of the red grapefruit tree roots, you probably found out about that already. In fact, I was able to discover the tree roots thanks to your good fortune. So, I'm quite grateful to you for giving me a substantial amount of money unexpectedly. As you can see, I not only do not resent you, but rather thank you deeply. I haven't caused you any trouble, so why make everyone's life difficult? Qin Yong snorted with an ashen face. Never thought you, little girl, would be such a smooth talker. You look honest enough, but you're crafty too. You sound convincing now, but who knows if you'll change your mind and say something else later? Liang Ying put away her playful smile and looked earnestly at Qin Yong. Coach Chun, I understand you are a soldier accustomed to solving problems with force, but you are still a citizen of the Federation bound by its laws. Killing civilians for personal gain is not something a soldier should do. Moreover, if you think carefully, killing me won't bring you any benefit and will only get you into trouble. Is there any point in doing something that's not worth it? Qin Yong was internally struggling. Originally, he didn't plan to necessarily kill Liang Ying, but merely wanted to investigate. However, Liang Ying's performance took him by surprise, making him feel somewhat at a loss. If Liang Ying knew Qin Yong's thoughts, she might want to kill herself. Thinking she played a clever trick and gained the upper hand. In reality, she had miscalculated and raised his guard. This child was still inexperienced, needing to learn many things. However, though Qin Yong harbored murderous intentions toward Liang Ying, he was still hesitant. Liang Ying was right. Killing her would indeed cause more trouble. The room temporarily fell silent. Qin Yong was contemplating while Liang Ying anxiously held her breath, using her primeval power to closely monitor Qin Yong. If she detected Qin Yong emitting any intent to kill, she would activate the green leaves on her head to become invisible. Knock knock knock. The knocking on the door made Liang Ying's heart leap into her throat, but at the same time, she also felt some relief. My neighbor next door seems impatient, arriving before the 10 minutes are up. You're running out of time. Anyway, you won't be able to kill me, so go ahead and leave. We'll stay out of each other's way and consider ourselves strangers. Hopefully, we'll never need to meet again. Liang Ying waited for Qin Yong to leave, but Qin Yong just stared at Liang Ying without moving. Liang Ying's sense of crisis became even stronger. Knock 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 knock. The knocking grew more urgent, revealing the impatience of the person outside the door. Qin Yong dared not move, and neither did Liang Ying. Secretly, she withdrew the primeval power surrounding the room, so the people outside could detect the noise within. She concentrated all her primeval power between herself and Qin Yong, forming a wall-like barrier. She hoped it could hold off an attack by Chen Yong if he acted. Liang Ying had only ever used the primeval power to block instrument detection, never experimenting with whether it could resist attacks. This was the first time Liang Ying had thought of using her primeval power this way, but she didn't know if it would be effective. Suddenly, the airflow around Chen Yong changed. Liang Ying immediately widened her eyes. She sensed his intent to kill. Chen Yong's movements were very fast, but Liang Ying's reaction wasn't slow either. However, the gap in martial arts levels caused a minuscule time difference in their movements. This difference was so small that it didn't allow for even a blink, yet it was enough for a martial arts expert to kill someone. Still, there was someone faster than Chen Yong. The person outside the door had an even higher martial arts level than Chen Yong. With a bang, fist met fist. Liang Ying, being too close, was sent flying by the shockwave and landed on the soft bed. In the blink of an eye, Chen Yong and Xiao Yu had already exchanged several blows. Liang Ying, lying on the bed, struggled to breathe under the oppressive pressure from the two combatants. She managed to turn her head towards them, but only saw blurs and shadows, completely unable to make out their movements. After a few exchanges, Chen Yong gauged the extent of his opponent's abilities and realized he truly couldn't defeat him. He threw out a feint and dashed towards the balcony. The sliding glass door shattered into pieces as Chen Yong broke through it and jumped off the balcony. Xiao Yu, unwilling to let him escape, leaped after him, and they quickly vanished into the night. Such a commotion could not fail to trigger the villa's alarm system. A shrill beep-beep pierced the air. Liang Ying massaged her forehead, catching her breath, then paused before grabbing the nightgown beside the bed and hastily putting it on. She also made sure to mess up the covers and pillows to look as though she had just been startled awake. Earlier, while waiting for Chen Yong, she had remained in casual clothes. Wearing her nightgown, Liang Ying stepped over the shards scattered across the floor and leaned on the balcony railing, gazing into the night. There was no moon or stars tonight, making the sky pitch black. Normally, one wouldn't be able to see anything through the thick darkness, but Liang Ying could clearly see everything happening far away. Xiao Yu continued chasing Chen Yong. Chen Yong's shoes seemed equipped with some advanced propulsion device that doubled his speed, yet he still couldn't shake off Xiao Yu, who appeared entirely relaxed and seemingly hadn't exerted himself fully. A wave of fear washed over Liang Ying. Just moments ago, she had had no chance to activate the firevine leaves. If Xiao Yu hadn't intervened in time, she would already have become another casualty at Chen Yong's hands. Chapter 72, Confrontation. Louis arrived first. He was wearing a nightgown and holding an energy gun. After glancing at the violently damaged door, he saw Liang Ying standing on the balcony. Liang Ying, don't stand on the balcony. Come to a safe place. Louis looked serious and cautious, and Liang Ying obediently returned inside. Xiao Yu has chased them out. Louis nodded. I understand. I've already informed the security office, and the footage from the monitors has been sent over. You don't need to worry. We will wait here, and the security team will handle it. Liang Ying nodded and sat down in a chair dejectedly, gazing absent-mindedly at her toes. Louis carefully checked every corner of the room with his weapon. Only then did he sit beside Liang Ying to keep her company. Don't be afraid. Xiao Yu will be fine. About what happened tonight. Understanding that Louis wanted to know exactly how it all unfolded, Liang Ying pretended she knew nothing. I don't know either. I was already asleep, and I woke up because of the noise. I just saw two silhouettes jumping off the balcony. The second one seemed to be Xiao Yu. Listening to Liang Ying's explanation, Louis's expression grew increasingly solemn. Someone had sneaked into a student's room without setting off the alarm in the villa. Fortunately, Liang Ying lived next to Xiao Yu, who was an expert in martial arts. Otherwise, as the supervisor, Louis might have lost his job if something had happened. Don't overthink this. The villa has round-the-clock surveillance. Once the security checks the recordings, we'll know what happened. Liang Ying nodded, lowering her head for a moment before tapping her communicator to reach Hua Qingdu. She had hoped to persuade Chen Yong herself, but things went awry, alarming the school authorities. Thus, she presumed the subsequent handling would likely require Hua Qingdu's intervention. It took a while for the communication line to connect, and a sleepy Hua Qingdu responded with evident irritation. Apologetically smiling, Liang Ying briefly explained the evening's events. Hua Qingdu was truly considerate to her. After all, her care was entrusted by others. Yet the troubles Liang Ying caused her were probably more than even her own daughter could cause. Understood. I will contact the security office immediately and take care of the rest. Protect your safety. You shouldn't sleep alone tonight. Stay with the administrator. Upon hearing about Liang Ying being attacked, Hua Qingdu was restless and ended the call before heading straight to the security office. With Louis accompanying her, Liang Ying didn't have long to wait until two security guards arrived from the security department. Given that Liang Ying's room door was damaged, Louis simply brought her to the administrator's restroom to rest, while the two guards stood watch outside the door. Because of the commotion, the other residents in the villa also woke up. Louis left to reassure everyone else. Lying on a spacious couch, Liang Ying closed her eyes as if she had fallen asleep. At the moment, in a barren wasteland at the outskirts of Dujin City, an earth-shattering battle was taking place. The combatants were both formidable experts whose movements were far too fast for the human eye to track, resulting in only vague shadows darting about. These were none other than Xiao Yu and Chen Yong. In just a few minutes, the two men had already exchanged dozens of blows, and Chen Yong gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Chen Yong now deeply regretted this decision. His exploration of Liang Ying's place had been done with minimal gear, without a single weapon or equipment he usually relied on. Moreover, although he had indeed learned that Liang Ying's neighbor was a martial arts expert, he underestimated this so-called expert, presuming any student's fighting experience and skills could not compare with those of a seasoned military veteran like himself. This led him to neglect the threat posed by this neighboring martial artist. However, once they began fighting, Chen Yong realized his mistake. This person was certainly no ordinary student. Having graduated from a military academy, Chen Yong knew that even students there wouldn't match the combat level displayed by this opponent, whose attacks were lethal, striking directly at vital points without hesitation, a level capable enough to qualify for joining the Federal Special Forces. After all, in a battle between martial artists, especially those of similar ranks, one's own capabilities determined half of the win probability, while experience and technique accounted for the other half. Previously, due to injuries, Chen Yong would have never dared to confront someone ranked higher than him. However, after consuming the red raisin fruit, his wounds healed, and his realm advanced. Although he hadn't yet broken through to level 12, he was at the pinnacle of level 11, leading to his carelessness. Bang, 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 3 consecutive punches came swiftly. Chen Yong barely managed to block the first 2, but the last punch landed directly on his chest. Spit. A mouthful of blood splashed out as Chen Yong suffered a severe wound. Who the hell are you? Your boxing style is not commonly seen in the Federation. Who are you? Chen Yong asked with a dark face, his voice trembling with suppressed anger. Xiao Yu disdainfully snorted and completely ignored Chen Yong's question, launching another attack without delay. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged another dozen blows. Chen Yong could feel several more ribs breaking, 2 of which had pierced into his lungs, making it increasingly difficult to breathe. As physical combat practitioners advanced through the levels of martial arts cultivation, their physical capabilities improved. After breaking through level 9 of physical combat, their bodies underwent some fundamental changes. Therefore, high-level martial artists were no longer ordinary people. They could not be judged by the same standards as normal humans. Nevertheless, even with improved physical abilities, they were still human. As humans, they had limits. And as humans, they could die? Chen Yong felt a wave of sadness sweep over him. Could it be that he would die today at the hands of some young punk? Then what was the point of all his previous struggles and efforts? Why did he even bother looking for red grapefruit to heal his injuries? Despair clouded Chen Yong's mind, but after all, he was a soldier who had experienced life and death battles. He would never willingly give up so easily. Supporting his chest, Chen Yong panted heavily, while stealthily fiddling with something button-sized in his hand. This was the military's latest miniature bomb, and Chen Yong had only managed to procure one through connections. Originally planning to save it for an emergency, it seemed he would have to use it now. Seizing a brief opening, Chen Yong hurled the mini-bomb without hesitation and immediately fled in the opposite direction. This was the only chance he would get. If it failed, he would meet his fate. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes as he watched Chen Yong run far away. He chose not to pursue further, but instead took out a strange communicator, dialed a number, and spoke a few words. Glancing at the 5-meter-wide crater left by the explosion on the ground, a look of complete disdain flashed through his elegant eyes. Xiao Yu let out a cold snort and turned to look behind him. A few minutes later, 5 security officers from Longping finally arrived. Too slow. Xiao Yu was extremely dissatisfied with the response time of the security team. The city of Dujian had been too peaceful for too long, leaving its inhabitants utterly devoid of any sense of crisis. Chapter 73, Chen Yong's death. Xiao Yu was returning to the school with one of the guards, while the remaining 4 guards continued searching for Chen Yong based on the traces left at the scene. Liang Ying sighed in relief as she lay in bed, knowing Xiao Yu was strong, but worry still lingered in her heart. The incident drew the attention of the school and implicated the security of Duan City. The police arrived. With surveillance footage available, they quickly identified Chen Yong's identity, which also caught the military's attention. Both Liang Ying and Xiao Yu were questioned, and for Liang Ying's safety, the school temporarily assigned 2 security personnel to protect her. Speaking of Chen Yong after his escape, he disregarded his severe injuries and rushed toward a narrow alley near the nearest spaceport. After taking several twists and turns, he entered a small building. He walked through a dim corridor and knocked on a door. Silently, the door opened, and Chen Yong slipped inside. The person inside frowned at the sight of Chen Yong. "You're injured? Don't cause me trouble. I don't help people clean up messes." Chen Yong remained silent, holding his chest, and took out a black card from his pocket, handing it over. This person examined the card, scanning it with an energy wand. His face gradually shifted from disapproval to excitement, though he still muttered, "Bad luck." With the card in hand, this person entered another room, coming back shortly with a medical kit. "Deal with your own stuff. Get on the ship in half an hour." Setting down the medical kit, this person put on a coat and left. Within the next half hour, they needed to prepare false identity papers and tickets for Chen Yong. Chen Yong watched as this person left, and then opened the medical kit to tend to his wounds. This injury wasn't light. Though it wouldn't leave a long-term problem, full recovery would take time. Enduring the pain, Chen Yong hated Liang Ying and Xiao Yu deeply, vowing silently that someday he would take revenge on them, no matter whether it was against Xiao Yu or Liang Ying. He must eliminate them himself to assuage his hatred. Because of his injuries and hatred, Chen Yong's vigilance relaxed unconsciously. As he schemed how to kill Liang Ying and Xiao Yu, he failed to notice the sudden appearance of a round black hole behind him. This black hole emerged silently, becoming more visible, as a pitch-black figure stepped out from it. Chen Yong was wrapping his wound with one hand while using the other to open his communicator, intending to contact his people to have them arrange for cleanup operations for him. Just before the communicator buzzed a few times without dialing through, Chen Yong glared angrily at it, silently cursing the poor signal. In the quiet room, the dark shadow stood silently behind Chen Yong, slowly raising an energy gun toward his back of the head. There was a soft puff, and unaware of any danger, Chunyong fell lifeless to the ground. The shadow approached and checked Chunyong's head, confirming his brain had been completely destroyed and dead. Then, setting aside the corpse, the shadow picked up the communicator and dialed a number. Xiaoyu lay on his bed, head propped up by his arms, reflecting on what happened that night. Yes, he deliberately let Chunyong go. Being just an ordinary student, killing someone would be too troublesome, so he only severely wounded Chunyong, letting others handle the rest for him. Indeed, it didn't take long before his communicator rang. After confirming Chunyong's death, Xiaoyu prepared to sleep guilt-free. On the bed, Xiaoyu pondered how he could exploit Liang Ying into repaying him for her owed favor. He thought privately that the girl was truly too naive. If not for him, how could she survive? She now owed him her life. Before dawn, Chunyong's body was discovered in a trash bin by patrolling police officers. The scene investigation indicated that he had been killed after an argument and then dumped. The focus of the police and military investigation had shifted away from Liang Ying to other directions. It turned out that according to the military records, Chunyong should have been recuperating on a planet not far from Nirwa, ready to embark on another mission. There was no official record of his entry or exit. Therefore, he must have come via an underground smuggling ship, and the person who killed him was likely part of an underground smuggling gang. In the end, thanks to joint efforts between the police and the military in tracking down Chunyong's movements, they dismantled a long-hidden smuggling group in the Nirwa spaceport, and the military disciplined a few officers for accepting private bribes. When news of Chunyong's death reached Longping, Liang Ying breathed a sigh of relief, yet felt somewhat confused. This was the first time someone she knew died, and this person's death had some connection to her. In response to Liang Ying's melancholy, Xiaoyu expressed his disdain openly. You're really beyond saving. That guy wanted to kill you. If he didn't die, then you would have lived under his shadow, constantly worrying if he'd show up in front of you again. Your life would have been in his hands from that point onward. I don't have the time to accompany you every day, and the school-assigned guards can't follow you forever either. So now that the guy is dead, you should be secretly happy about it. After hearing the news, Hua Qingdu also consoled Liang Ying while expressing relief. I never expected Chunyong to be so ruthless. Fortunately, he was killed by the smuggling group. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chunyong is a soldier. Why did he insist on killing me? Liang Ying finally asked the question that had been bothering her the most. Liang Ying, have you ever heard the old saying, don't belittle the poor young man? It roughly means that one shouldn't look down on someone just because they are young. This saying can also be interpreted in another way. Don't give young people opportunities to grow. With your talent, there's an 80% chance you'll become a mental force master in the future. By then, your strength won't be weaker than Chunyong's, and might even surpass him. And since he offended you now, he naturally worried whether you'd take revenge when you grew stronger. To avoid leaving himself any future trouble, he chose to act first while you still lack the ability to protect yourself, essentially removing a potential enemy in the future for himself. This is also what I want to remind you to pay attention to. Although you don't need to keep your abilities secret, you absolutely mustn't let pride get the better of you. Moreover, you mustn't easily make enemies with others. For those who value you, your potential is like a safeguard, but for those who might become your enemies, it's like a death warrant. One learns from one's mistakes. Through the ordeal with Chunyong, Liang Ying suffered a loss, but gained insight as well. Though their feud started without much clarity, it ultimately taught Liang Ying invaluable lessons in human relations, benefiting her for the rest of her life. Chapter 74, Relatives Attack. Chunyong's situation made Liang Ying feel even more acutely her own weakness. When the gap in ability is too large, even with life-saving methods, one can't always have a chance to use them. This was probably what it meant for absolute strength to crush all plots and tricks. Liang Ying became more serious about her training. However, she also understood the principle that haste makes waste. She couldn't rush things and risk injuring her body. Zhang Xiaoming's example was a vivid reminder of that. Below level 9, the attack methods for mental energy were singular, releasing pressure to affect the opponent's mental state. Above level 9, mental energy could transform into physical form to attack. Liang Ying's current mental energy level was 7, so she could only learn to release pressure. Still, this was rare. Liang Ying was still exploring how to control her mental energy and was far from being able to use it freely. Liang Ying's physical combat skills were still guided by professional coaches who planned out her practice systematically. One day, Xiaoyu happened to see her and gave her a good scolding. According to Xiaoyu, the training plan custom-made for Liang Ying by the coach was garbage. Although she could improve following that plan, the progress would be as slow as a snail. Liang Ying's eyes immediately lit up. After all, the person before her was undoubtedly an expert. That evening, there were 4 plates of seafood stew added to the dinner table. Xiaoyu's appetite was something Liang Ying already knew well. To win him over naturally required serving his favorite food. And shamefully moved he was, Xiaoyu personally replanned a new training regimen for Liang Ying. The next day, Liang Ying took this plan to the coach for advice. The coach was much more discerning than Liang Ying and promptly updated her training plan while taking Xiaoyu's document to study and refer to. With suggestions from both Xiaoyu and the coach, Liang Ying spent a large sum of money buying a recovery pod and a bunch of recovery fluids. Every day after finishing physical combat training, exhausted like a dog, with her whole body sore and aching, she would climb into the recovery pod and soak in recovery fluid for an hour, emerging refreshed and lively again. Living a life of pain intertwined with joy, in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. The weather gradually turned cold, marking the beginning of winter, but people didn't seem to dress any warmer. Clothes made from high-tech materials in the space age provided excellent warmth. On the street, there were still girls wearing ultra-short skirts, teenagers playing basketball in short vests, and only school uniforms had changed to their winter version. The white windbreaker-style coat with a vertical collar highlighted the graceful posture of the young boys and girls. Liang Ying really liked this style of windbreaker, feeling as if wearing it gave her the air of a great swordsman. Perhaps because of the low physical arts level leading to quick upgrades, or perhaps due to the significant effects of Xiao Yu's training plan, Liang Ying leveled up once more and was now at level 5 in physical arts. 3 days later would be the Federal Founding Day, with 10 days off given to all citizens of the Federal Galaxy System. At the same time, to celebrate Liang Ying's upgrade in physical arts, Lu Ping invited Liang Ying and Fiona on a trip to the capital planet. Zhang Dongdi had to return to his main family on the capital planet during the holidays, and Lu Ping suggested that they three hitch a ride with him. A special spacecraft dedicated for use by the Zhang family could apply for a special route and go directly through interstellar jump points, taking just 1 day to travel from Nerva to the capital planet. Riding on the Zhang family ship saved money and was fast. Plus, with such a rare opportunity, Liang Ying was full of curiosity about the capital planet, so she readily agreed. But plans often fail to keep up with changes, and their travel plan, along with her initially good mood, was disrupted by an unexpected arrival. In the principal's office, He Chengdu was sitting opposite an unfamiliar young man, while the principal sat behind a desk. Sunlight filtered through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a large shadow before the principal. The first thing that caught Liang Ying's eyes upon entering was this slightly eerie scene. After the principal's explanation, the reason for summoning Liang Ying to the principal's office was due to the stranger's request to meet her. According to the youth's introduction, he was named Tang Hong, apparently Liang Ying's relative and the son of her mother's older brother, meaning Liang Ying should call him second cousin. Of course, the mother referred to here was her stepmother. Second cousin. The title felt strange and awkward. Tang Hong faintly moved his lips without acknowledgement, his lukewarm attitude making him appear more like fulfilling a routine task. And indeed, he had been commissioned to pick up Liang Ying. Tang Hong was a third-year student at Black Cannon Military Academy. Since this founding day holiday required him to return to the capital planet, Liang Ying's father entrusted him to bring her home together. Liang Ying was a bit dazed. The news was too sudden. About her father, about going home, she hadn't thought of these matters before. It's rather abrupt. I haven't received contact from my father. It was understandable for Liang Ying to doubt Tang Hong, given how sudden his appearance and request were. She was completely unprepared. The so-called father was a stranger, and this second cousin before her was also a stranger. Tang Hong looked at Liang Ying with an expressionless face. My identity has already been confirmed by the principal and Mr. Hua. As for the matter of bringing you home, it seems your uncle decided this suddenly, hence the tight schedule. Right now, your uncle is commanding troops in battle and can't reach out to you personally. So, you'll have to bear with it. If it's inconvenient to contact me, then it must be convenient to contact you, Liang Ying thought sarcastically. All right, let me connect you with my aunt. She can explain. No need, Liang Ying said helplessly. She had never met her biological father, let alone this stepmother, who wouldn't carry much weight explaining things either. Truthfully, Liang Ying didn't want to go back to the family on the capital planet. The people there were all strangers to her. Besides, her blood-related father wasn't even home. Leaving her alone to deal with her stepmother and the children from the latter marriage would just feel like asking for trouble. Moreover, looking at the aloof attitude of her second cousin Tang Hong, it seemed likely that her stepmother might not welcome her back at all. Liang Ying didn't want to go, which left Tang Hong feeling slightly frustrated for failing the family task. The principal remained silent, watching the drama unfold, while only Hu Qing sighed and pulled Liang Ying aside to offer some advice. You're still young. It's impossible for you to live independently outside the family. In the matter with Chun Yong last time, if it weren't for your father's intervention, the military wouldn't have let you off so easily. Remember what I've told you before. Right now, you need the protection of the family. You're no longer a child. Don't act impulsively. At this, Liang Ying recalled that her father was a big figure in the military. That probably explained why someone was sent to find her so suddenly. It might have something to do with the incident involving Chun Yong and the red date fruits. Given that, she realized she'd have to steel herself and meet those family members. Chapter 75, Heading to the Capital Planet. Although she couldn't leave with Lu Ping and Fiona, at least her destination was still the capital planet. Liang Ying chatted with Lu Ping and Fiona on the Star Network for a long time. The original travel plan had fallen through, but there were 10 days of vacation. Liang Ying thought it was impossible to stay at home all 10 days without going out. So she agreed with Lu Ping that if she got the chance to go out, she would contact them. At that point, they would act as tour guides and take Liang Ying around the capital planet. On the night before departure, Liang Ying was restless in her room, even forgetting about the tea she usually enjoyed savoring slowly. The hot tea turned into cold tea. A pair of little fish swam back and forth in the fish tank on the table. Their bubble eyes followed Liang Ying's movements, and the two little fish seemed helplessly to shake their heads and blew several bubbles while hugging a colorful stone. As if sharing a telepathic connection, Liang Ying suddenly stopped in front of the table, gazing at the gold and silver fish in the fish tank for a moment, then picked up the tank and went next door. I'm going to the capital planet for the National Day celebration. I'll leave these two fish here with you. Please feed them once a day. They don't eat much, just half a slice of bread a day. Remember to tear the bread into tiny pieces. Otherwise, when the breadcrumbs soak in water, they'll swell and the fish won't be able to swallow them. Xiao Yu stared at the two gold and silver fish for a long time, his expression slightly twisting. You feed them breadcrumbs? Xiao Yu's face was full of disbelief. Yes, always breadcrumbs. They like it a lot, Liang Ying answered confidently. Xiao Yu stood there speechless for a moment before muttering quietly. It's a miracle they haven't starved to death. Liang Ying immediately glared at Xiao Yu. Don't you dare feed them anything else. I really like them. If you end up killing them, I'll fight you. Xiao Yu didn't know what to say, feeling very sorry for the two fish. The owner doesn't know better, so you'll have to put up with this temporarily. The two little fish seemed to possess some sort of intelligence, actually nodding towards Xiao Yu in the water, then leaving behind 2 trails of bubbles as they leisurely swam to the 7-color stone, rested against it. Xiao Yu's mouth twitched for quite a while as he faced away from Liang Ying before regaining composure. Liang Ying looked around Xiao Yu's room. A boy's room is truly uninteresting. There's already a physical training room downstairs, yet there's another set of equipment inside his own room. With heavy thoughts, Liang Ying sat on one of the devices, pulling the mechanical arms with weak energy, but failed to move them. Xiao Yu helplessly walked over and adjusted the gravity ratio of the machine. Liang Ying tried using some force again, and this time managed to pull it. Sigh, do you think it's too late for me to change my mind? I don't want to go back home. Actually, I shouldn't even use the word back. I've never even been to that place anyway. Is it really my home? I really don't want to go. With every pull of the mechanical arm, Liang Ying said a sentence, her movements soft and lackadaisical. Of course, this was due to the gravity ratio adjustment Xiao Yu made, but it certainly gave off an impression of a dispirited youth with artistic tendencies, making Xiao Yu feel teeth-grinding discomfort just by watching. If you don't want to go, don't. Can they force you? No choice but to go, the mentor said. Liang Ying repeated what Mr. Hua Qingdu had told her, then continued to sigh. Sigh, I haven't met him yet, but I've already received his care. If he asks me to go, I can't refuse him. Sigh, sigh, sigh. Tell me, what kind of person is he? He's also a soldier. Right now, I really don't have a good impression of soldiers. You see, Liang Ying talked endlessly about all her imaginings regarding her father. In short, she felt extremely reluctant and anxious about meeting him, worrying about all sorts of things which caused her severe insomnia. Xiao Yu found Liang Ying being somewhat irrational and unreasonable, but there was something amusing about her behavior. Fortunately, Liang Ying continued to talk to herself without caring whether Xiao Yu was paying attention or not. She probably just wanted an outlet to vent her emotions. Thus, Xiao Yu had no choice but to climb onto the apparatus himself, exercising while listening to Liang Ying's chatter. Liang Ying kept talking until well past midnight, only then yawning and rubbing her eyes as she returned to her room to sleep. After closing the door, Xiao Yu took out the strange communicator again. Protect her secretly for 24 hours. Only intervene if her life is in danger. Report to me once a day. Shutting down the communicator, Xiao Yu fixed his sharp gaze on the fish tank on the table. The 2 small fish seemed to have fallen asleep, lying against the colorful stone, their bubble eyes closed tightly, occasionally letting out a single bubble after a long pause. This girl has quite a few interesting things. Ha ha, this is getting more and more entertaining. Though extremely unwilling, Liang Ying still woke up early in the morning, tidied her luggage, and waited at the villa's entrance. Tang Hong arrived on time. Liang Ying boarded his flying car, and the two drove toward the aerial port. The Tang family also held a position in the federal military, otherwise Liang Ying's father wouldn't have married another Tang daughter. This time, Tang Hong was returning to the capital planet on the Tang family's private spaceship. Registered with a military number, Tang family spacecraft could use a military-only route, which was much shorter than the transportation route used by the Zhang family. Dear, is this really proper usage of power? Liang Ying couldn't help but mentally critique when she heard about it. The Tang family's private spaceship wasn't very large. Inside, apart from the crew restroom, there were only 6 individual cabins. The twin beds in the single rooms came with simple equipment, similar to a general-purpose small military transport vessel. Liang Ying internally appraised the facilities on board and concluded it wasn't extravagant like those belonging to a tycoon. You can take the second cabin for rest. Don't wander around the ship. We should arrive at the capital planet around 2 in the afternoon. Tang Hong said these words before entering the first cabin himself. Liang Ying obediently entered the second cabin, set down her luggage, and stood idly in the room. With no way to practice martial arts, she simply logged into the Star Network virtual mech platform and started gaming. Liang Ying was still doing solo training in Zone F. As time passed, her combat experience accumulated, as did her ranking. According to the rules of Zone F, once you entered the top 100 across all zones, you could apply to enter Zone E. Liang Ying had now climbed to over 200th place. It took her more than 2 months to move up from over 6,000th to 200th, a speed that was quite fast, but not fast enough to call her a prodigy. She owed much of her improvement to her repeated practice of basic tactical moves, growing stronger after every defeat. While playing games, Liang Ying also made some online friends. After encountering the same opponents several times during battle, they eventually struck up conversations. Having friends to learn from and encourage each other accelerated Liang Ying's progress. A group of friends had agreed to enter the top 100 next month and then together move on to Zone E. So, these days, Liang Ying was even more enthusiastic about gaming. Chapter 76, Meeting the Stepmom. After sparring with some online acquaintances and soloing in a dozen or so battles, Liang Ying checked her rankings to find she had advanced another few spots. Satisfied, she logged out of the Star Network. It was almost 2 o'clock. Liang Ying took out a nutritional supplement and forced herself to eat it before tidying up her luggage and waiting for Tang Hong's call. Feeling the speed and tilt of the spaceship changing, Liang Ying quickly fastened herself into the safety chair. She almost forgot, When the spaceship landed, there would be intense friction and collision, requiring all passengers to be buckled in their seats. Luckily, these precautions were taught during military training. When the spacecraft finally stopped moving, Liang Ying unbuckled her seatbelt, grabbed her backpack, and didn't wait for Tang Hong to come get her. She just exited on her own. Tang Hong, having no luggage, came lightly out of his room. After giving Liang Ying a once-over, he nodded briefly and led her downstairs. Liang Ying's lips twitched slightly. This second cousin clearly also harbored a devious side. His earlier behavior clearly seemed like an inspection for signs of damage on Liang Ying, which meant he intentionally hadn't reminded her about things to pay attention to while flying. The capital star's volume is 35 times that of the Nerva star and 80 times that of Hessel star. Liang Ying still remembered how observing the bustling scene at Nerva's spaceport had awestruck her back then. Now standing at the capital star's spaceport, Liang Ying couldn't help but feel like she used to be someone confined by narrow horizons. Walking ahead, Tang Hong glanced sideways at Liang Ying behind him. Seeing her mouth open wide and eyes staring in awe, like a villager entering the city, he silently looked down on her. There wasn't enough time to marvel at the magnificence of the capital star's spaceport before Liang Ying was hurriedly pushed to board the Tang family's private aerial car. Go to Auntie's house first, then return home. Even though this self-driving aerial car came with a dedicated chauffeur, it was the style required by prestigious families. Upon receiving orders, the driver started the vehicle, and the extended car soared gracefully into the sky, smoothly joining the stream of traffic. The backseat space of the flycar wasn't small, equipped with 2 rows of opposing seats, and even a wine cabinet in the middle. Tang Hong deftly retrieved a bottle of red wine from the cabinet, poured himself a glass, and began to leisurely sip it. Liang Ying looked at Tang Hong, then over at the 2 men sitting opposite her. Dressed in black, wearing sunglasses, with energy guns hanging at their waists, communication devices clipped onto their ears instead of their hands. They were textbook bodyguards. Is the security in the capital star not good? Liang Ying felt a bit suspicious. Tang Hong shot Liang Ying a glance, turned his head away disdainfully, as if too bothered to explain. Liang Ying raised an eyebrow. Did he really need to act so superior? Isn't bringing bodyguards when going outside normally because of danger? Could it be coolness? Seems TV dramas portray it exactly this way. When young lords and ladies from prestigious families go out, they absolutely must bring lackeys and bodyguards, which are known as essential components. Silently criticizing Tang Hong's ostentation, Liang Ying decided not to expose her provincial nature and instead turned to admiring the scenery outside the window. Of course, at the speed of the flycar, Liang Ying couldn't clearly make out the outside scenery, just vague outlines, but she could always use her source power to see. According to Tang Hong, Liang Ying's family lived in capital star's Xiangji City. Xiangji City was built along the Landuo River, the largest river on the capital star, where the Federation's first military district, the Xiangji Military District, was located. Both the Liang and Tang families resided inside this military compound. The aerial car traveled for more than an hour and entered a well-landscaped residential area. Feeling the lush greenery around her, Liang Ying's body and mind felt relaxed. At the same time, she realized this must be what Tang Hong referred to as the Xiangji Military District. Indeed, the flycar eventually came to a stop in front of a 3-story villa. Tang Hong urged Liang Ying to get out of the car while staying seated himself, merely opening the communication device to call Liang Ying's stepmom. Auntie, I've already brought the person here. I've completed Uncle's assigned task. Please tell him later. I have other things to do, so I won't enter. The person is right at the entrance. You can come out to pick her up yourself. After hanging up, the car door shut tightly while Liang Ying stared dumbfounded, and then it gracefully returned to the sky and flew away without leaving a trace of smoke or dust. Standing on the green space in front of the villa for a moment, Liang Ying decisively labeled her second cousin as irresponsible. With her bag on her back, Liang Ying hesitated for a moment, noticing that no one was coming out of the villa to meet her. She sighed inwardly. After all, she didn't expect anyone to welcome her either. Liang Ying walked to the door herself and pressed the doorbell. In the Star Age, doorbells don't produce sound. Instead, they directly transmit signals to designated people. With Liang father's position, the house definitely employed guards, meaning the signal should be routed through the guard on duty. A while later, there was a click, and the main door of the villa opened. A young woman stood in the doorway. You must be Liang Ying, child. You've finally come. I've been waiting with your younger siblings for such a long time. It turned out the stepmother had opened the door. Her words sounded warm enough, but there was still an undertone of impatience in her expression that she couldn't fully conceal. Standing next to the stepmother was a young man in military uniform. Given his age, this person certainly wasn't Liang Ying's father, and considering how he stood behind the stepmother with a protective stance, it wasn't hard to deduce that he was one of the guards. The stepmother warmly grabbed Liang Ying's hand and forcefully pulled her into the house. Liang Ying's lips twitched several times before she eventually called out Annie. Neither the current Liang Ying nor the original owner could easily call this woman mom. Liang Ying's stepmother, also known as Tang Jiting, paused for a moment upon hearing this form of address, but then let out a subtle sigh of relief, her smile growing brighter as she patted Liang Ying's hand. It's fine. Annie knows you're not used to it yet. In the future, just call me Aunt Tang. Liang Ying would soon turn 18, while Tang Jiting was barely over 30. To suddenly have a girl close to 20 calling her mom wasn't something Tang Jiting truly wanted. Since Liang Ying had already called her aunt, the title couldn't be criticized anymore. If Liang father disapproved, it could only mean Liang Ying lacked propriety. Feeling somewhat awkward, Liang Ying stepped inside the villa. In the living room sat two identical children drinking juice. Upon seeing Liang Ying and Tang Jiting walk in, they quickly dropped their cups and ran straight to cling onto Tang Jiting's thighs, one on each leg. Mom! Mom! The two 7- or 8-year-old children tilted their heads and furtively stared at Liang Ying, their big eyes brimming with curiosity. Tian, Lei, get off. Can't you see we have guests? Call her sister. Tang Jiting affectionately patted the two kids' heads and introduced them to Liang Ying. This is Tian, and this is Lei. They're twins, your brother and sister. Chapter 77, Tang Family. Thank you to book friends Shani and Dark Paradise for the rewards. Thanks for everyone's support. Outsiders, Liang Ying sighed inwardly. The two children were quite adorable, with big black eyes that resembled Liang Ying a little. Perhaps they took after their father from the Liang family. After hesitating for a long time, the two kids eventually called her sister. Liang Ying readily responded. As she reached out her hand, she saw the children flinch slightly, so she retracted her hand. Tang Jiting seemed not to notice this scene. She patted the two children, telling them to go play by themselves. She then led Liang Ying upstairs in the villa. The first floor is the living room and dining room. The second floor is my bedroom and your father's, along with his gym, and the third floor is where the children live and where the guest rooms are. Since you came so suddenly, there wasn't enough time to specially prepare a room for you, so Auntie hastily cleaned up one of the guest rooms for you. Don't blame Auntie for neglecting you, okay? Liang Ying shook her head. Auntie, don't be too formal. I'll only stay for a few days anyway, and I still need to return to school after the holidays. There's no need to specially prepare a room for me. That would be too wasteful. This guest room is fine. You're such an understanding child. Much better than the two rascals, Tian and Lulu. You don't know how often they cause trouble. I'm almost driven mad. Tang Jiting continued on and on, complaining verbally, yet the smile on her face was unmistakable. She was obviously showing off. Liang Ying smiled, listening patiently as Tang Jiting boasted about the antics of the twins. Hey, look at all the things I've said. You must be tired after just arriving. I won't disturb you anymore. You can rest well, and before dinner, I'll send someone to call you. Don't feel restricted. If there's anything you need, just let me know, and treat this place as if it were your own home. Treat this place as if it were your own home. But deep down, Liang Ying knew it would never truly be her home. After seeing Tang Jiting off, Liang Ying immediately slumped onto the sofa, as if exhausted. It was fake to say she wasn't disappointed, but she couldn't blame anyone else. No one could easily accept a stranger as family overnight. Not even Liang Ying herself could do that, so she had no right to expect others to manage it either. After daydreaming for a while, Liang Ying stood up and unpacked her luggage, taking out the tea leaves she'd prepared as gifts and placing them aside. With nothing left to occupy her hands, she decided to log on to StarNet to play some mech games. She kept track of the time. Seeing that it was almost 5 o'clock, Liang Ying exited the game and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Then, she changed into clean leisure wear. Liang Ying moved quickly. She finished tidying up precisely at 5 o'clock. Not knowing when Tang Jiting and the others would have dinner, Liang Ying started feeling restless sitting indoors. After a moment, she left the room and thought of going for a walk downstairs in the villa. But just as Liang Ying passed through the living room, she was stopped by a maid in the house. Miss, the family will start dinner at 6 o'clock. If you go out now, you might miss mealtime, and furthermore, the elder brother of the mistress and several cousins will also come over for dinner tonight. I'll just walk around outside the door, I won't go far. Tonight, are the Tangs coming over for dinner? Yes, mistress instructed us to add a few more dishes earlier because Uncle Tang and several cousins haven't visited for a long time. Mistress said they need to be properly entertained. I understand, thank you for letting me know. By the way, where are mistress, young master, and miss? At this time, mistress should be in the study, and young master and miss are there as well. From 3 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. each afternoon is their study time. Their private tutor is teaching right now, and mistress always accompanies them during lessons. Oh, I see. How old are Tian and Lulu? It seems they are nearly at school age. They are 7 years old now. They should have attended the military zone elementary school already, but mistress didn't want to send them away yet, so she kept them an extra year. Next year, when they turn 8, they will start school. The maid seemed amiable and talkative, so Liang Ying gave up her plan to stroll outdoors and instead decided to learn more about both the Liang and Tang families from the maid. Miss, it's getting late. We should begin preparing dinner soon, or it will be too late, and mistress will get upset. Aunt Lu, let me help you. I used to live alone, and I always cooked for myself. I can assist you. Despite Aunt Lu's protests, Liang Ying followed her into the kitchen and began helping her wash vegetables and chop ingredients while chatting idly. Of course, she also realized this behavior might cause Aunt Lu trouble, so as soon as the meals were nearly ready, she returned to her own room. After taking another bath to rinse off the oily cooking smells, Liang Ying checked the time, then paused to think, packing 2 cans of tea leaves neatly. Liang Ying sat in a corner of the balcony, resting her chin on her hand. As the sun set, it scattered a golden glow across the sky. Evergreen trees filled the military district, swaying gently under the reddish-gold sunset. Though it was already winter, the scenery before her eyes remained lush and full of vitality, devoid of any desolation. Although the winter here was not cold, it still lacked some of the special charm that came with the season. Liang Ying couldn't help but sigh. From Hessel to Nerwa and then to Capital Star, there were fewer and fewer familiar sights in her memory. Liang Ying could feel herself becoming more and more integrated into interstellar life, and the 17 years she had spent in another century seemed farther away than ever. Flycars occasionally passed overhead, making almost no noise and leaving no exhaust or dust behind, keeping the air fresh and pleasant. The higher the level of civilization, the deeper humanity's understanding of itself and nature grew, fostering a growing harmony between humans and their environment. 4 extended flycars approached from a distance, silently landing outside the Liang family's gate. Bodyguards got out of the first and last cars, scanning the surroundings before opening the doors of the 2 middle vehicles. A middle-aged man and an 18 or 19-year-old girl stepped out of the second car, while 2 young men emerged from the third, one of whom was Tang Hong, who had left Liang Ying here. Liang Ying twitched the corner of her mouth slightly. Everyone, isn't this being a bit too theatrical? This is the military residential area. Who are you trying to guard against? Tang Jiting's brother Tang Qinwei, her eldest cousin Tang Yin, second cousin Tang Hong, and older cousin Tang Mi. All members of the Tang uncle's family were present except for the aunt, who wasn't on the capital star. It was said that Aunt Tang was a genetic scientist and had been working on a project elsewhere recently, unable to take leave during the National Day due to its tight schedule. Uncle Tang Qinwei held a key position in the military, though he wasn't stationed in the 1st Military Zone, which was why the Tangs didn't live in the Xiangji Military District. Eldest cousin Tang Yin had just joined the army, having been mischievous in childhood and struggling with studies as a teenager, causing much trouble. He was sent by Tang Qinwei to serve in the military and now worked on a spaceship, wandering through space most of the year, only returning home for National Day. Second cousin Tang Hong, a 3rd-year student at Black Cannon Military Academy, reportedly shared a similar personality with Uncle Tang Qinwei, making him even more favored than his elder cousin. It seemed like he was being groomed as the successor. Chapter 78, The First Dinner. The atmosphere at the dinner table in the Liang family was quite bizarre. Liang Ying kept her eyes on her nose and ate quietly, savoring the food in front of her. There was no way this atmosphere could be pleasant. She hadn't even seen her estranged father yet, but instead found herself dining with his new wife's whole family first. The Tang siblings sat on one side, Liang Ying and Tian Lulu on the other. Right in the middle were Tang Jiting and her brother. Liang Ying couldn't help but suspect that this wasn't the Liang family villa. It should have been the Tang family villa. As the hostess, Tang Jiting tried to ease the tension by starting conversations. Little Ying, your cousin grew up in the capital star and knows the place well. If you want to go shopping, ask her to accompany you. Before Tang Jiting finished speaking, Tang Mi, the Tang family's young lady, cut in. Aunt, I have a few class reunions scheduled these days, elementary school, middle school, university, and they are all booked full. How can I have time to accompany my cousin shopping? Liang Ying also thought it meaningless, shaking her head. No need, Aunt Tang. Don't worry about it. I've already made plans with some university classmates who happen to be on vacation in the capital star too. I'll meet them then. Cousin, Tang Mi, beautiful with her almond-shaped eyes shimmering as she looked at people, exuding a classic beauty, said apologetically, sorry, I don't have the time to keep you company. Liang Ying gave an indifferent smile. Tang Jiting felt somewhat awkward, and after a while, started talking to Tang Qinwei again. Oh, in a few days, it's old Liang's birthday. It's fortunate he'll be home for it. There will be a banquet organized for him at the main residence. Brother, if you're free, do come. And Xiao Yan, Xiao Hong, Xiaomi, since you're all here in the capital star this time, you should attend together. Understood. When will the deputy commander return? Mentioning his own brother-in-law, Tang Qinwei didn't dare to be casual. Liang Ying's father held much higher rank and status in the military than he did. The day after tomorrow. We contacted him the other day, and he said he'd be back by then. This time, he'll get a whole week off to rest at home. When talking about her husband with pride, Tang Jiting's smile seemed more sincere. So her old man was actually a deputy commander? Sounded impressive. Liang Ying perked her ears, listening intently, secretly pondering. Was it the old man's birthday? In that case, she needed to send something. Would those few jars of tea suffice? Little Ying, come with us to the main residence later. You've never been there before. This will be a good chance to get acquainted with everyone in the family. Main residence? Luani mentioned it before, right? The Liang family was a large clan, with all the patriarchs residing in the main residence, while descendants lived separately in various places, forming their own families. However, during holidays or special occasions, prominent offspring would still be called to the main residence. It was rumored that being recognized by the main residence was a great honor for the offspring. Liang Ying nodded. Since her dad planned to celebrate his birthday at the main residence, naturally she'd follow along. Anyways, her plan for this visit home was simple. Do as others say and aim to act obediently, quietly staying out of trouble. While Liang Ying's thoughts had wandered far away, the Tang family returned their topic to her. Cousin, I heard that someone attacked you not long ago, but in the end, you were fine while the attacker died. Pretty lucky, huh? That person was reputedly very skilled, a serving soldier in the army. Liang Ying frowned, sensing Tang Yan's tone of mockery, which made her feel deeply uncomfortable. If you do wrong, you should be ready to take responsibility. I'm not exactly sure how that man died, but I can only say that it was what he deserved. By the way, he was from the Federation Army, Big Brother Tang. Are all military personnel like this, willing to kill innocents just for personal gain? Would they even hurt civilians? Liang Ying retaliated without hesitation. Everyone except for the twins involuntarily frowned at her question, implying dissatisfaction with the soldiers. Most members of both the Liang and Tang families were serving in the military. Liang Ying's counter-question revealed discontent towards soldiers, making everyone slightly uneasy. Tang Yin raised an eyebrow. He initially thought Liang Ying was quiet and might be easy to bully. Her sudden outburst, however, aroused some of his interest. Cousin, you shouldn't speak like that. With millions of people in the Federation Army, you can't judge the whole group based on one bad apple. Tang Yin then sent her a flirtatious wink. Didn't the ancients say that a big forest holds all kinds of birds? I dare not comment on others, but your big brother here is absolutely a good guy. Liang Ying almost wanted to vomit blood. Was this person actually flirting with her? Judging from his current behavior, he must have been worse when he was younger. Back then, he was a little hoodlum, and now he was a petty soldier. Speechless, she simply lowered her head to eat, completely ignoring Tang Yan's winks and smirks. The atmosphere at the table grew stranger. The three Tang siblings opposite looked at Liang Ying as if seeing her for the first time. They kept glancing at her, their interest growing significantly compared to the start. Ultimately, it was Tang Jiting who couldn't bear the silence any longer. Xiaoying, as long as you're alright, we won't talk about those unpleasant things. What kind of dishes do you like? Tell Andy, and I'll have Aunt Lu make them for you. There's everything in Capital Star, so don't hesitate to ask. I won't hesitate, but I'm not picky. Andy's kindness is much appreciated. Then, Xiaoying, since you're going shopping with your classmates, Andy will give you some pocket money. Buy whatever you like. Liang Ying paused mid-motion while picking up a dish, then nodded and accepted. It wasn't because Liang Ying loved money. Rather, she thought it necessary to appropriately accept Tang Jiting's goodwill. If she opposed everything her stepmother suggested, people might think she was deliberately against Tang Jiting. To be honest, Liang Ying hadn't intended to harbor hostility toward Tang Jiting. She hadn't planned to delve deeply into the Liang family either. But blood ties were unavoidable, and she could only gradually come to terms with it. Therefore, unnecessary misunderstandings or conflicts weren't worth pursuing. Seeing Liang Ying accept the money, Tang Jiting clearly sighed in relief and her attitude became more natural. As an old saying goes, if something can be solved with money, it's not a problem. That was likely the shared mindset of wealthy people. After an uneasy dinner, Tang Jiting went to the study with Tang Qinwei to talk, leaving the three Tang siblings playing with Tian Tian and Lulu in the living room. Liang Ying didn't want to be a third wheel and returned to her room directly. Since her new father wouldn't be back until the day after tomorrow, she had time tomorrow. Liang Ying opened her communicator and called Lu Ping and Fiona. After chatting for a while, they arranged to go shopping early the next morning. Turning off the communicator, Liang Ying didn't log onto the Star Network, but instead switched on the TV to watch local news. To understand a place, watching local news was key. Living in Capital Star, Liang Ying felt it was important to know more about what was happening in every corner here. Chapter 79, The Sky Star. Thanks to the book friends Yun of Lu Shui and Dark Paradise for their rewards. Thank you all for your support. If someone asks what is the largest building in the Federation, then the answer can be summed up in 4 words, the Sky Star. Above the most prosperous central district of the Capital Star, there floats a massive sphere. This sphere is the largest independent structure in the Federation, known as the Sky Star. People named it after celestial stars, which clearly shows how vast its size is. The Sky Star is a combined commercial and amusement area. The lower half of the huge sphere is completely filled with water where people can swim and play around. At the center of the water lies a bustling commercial zone, complete with various shopping streets, and an integrated leisure area featuring dining and entertainment. There's also the 8-star hotel at the very core, a dreamy place people aspire to spend 1,000 gold coins per night. Liang Ying stood on the main street of the central district, looking up at the enormous spherical structure in the sky. She was lost for any other words but amazement. Someone tapped her shoulder. It was Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi who had arrived. You actually got here earlier than us, and we came 10 minutes early. Lu Ping affectionately placed her hand on Liang Ying's shoulder, gazing up together towards the sky. How does it feel? Quite shocking, right? Back when I was a little kid, the first time I saw this ball, I even had nightmares while sleeping. Huh? Liang Ying burst out laughing without reservation. Really? You were so timid back then. You don't know that I was always bold. It just happened that during those days, I secretly watched a disaster movie on Starnet. In it, a planet exploded and everyone on the planet died. Later, whenever I saw this ball, I remembered that disaster movie. As a result, in my dreams, this ball would explode. When Lu Ping said this, Liang Ying couldn't help but imagine the scenario, and indeed, she realized it would be a nightmare. If the Sky Star were to explode given its volume, it would absolutely cause a major catastrophe. Ah, stop saying that. You're going to make me have nightmares too. Talking about you watching disaster movies at such a young age, wouldn't that affect your psychological development? Liang Ying pretended to be serious, using both hands to straighten Lu Ping's head, staring into her eyes for a long time. Hey, don't talk about it. Looking at you being crazy every day, might as well say that you went wrong from childhood, leaving behind some aftermath. Lu Ping screamed as she jumped onto Liang Ying. Ah, bad girl, dare call me crazy? Watch out, sister's going to properly educate you. The two girls wrestled together, laughing and playing noisily, while Zhang Dongdi stood aside, holding Lu Ping's handbag, watching the two girls and smiling. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared and separated Liang Ying and Lu Ping. Are you two crazy? This is in the middle of the street, under the broad daylight, fighting wildly. What kind of decorum is this? Truly indecent. Fiona feigned shaking her head, but the smile at the corner of her mouth grew bigger. Liang Ying and Lu Ping looked at each other, and then they both pounced, hugging Fiona. After a while of laughter and play, Liang Ying noticed that Fiona wasn't alone. There was a tall boy standing behind her. Liang Ying had caught a fleeting glimpse of this person once before. This is Joey, my boyfriend. Fiona generously introduced Joey to everyone, and then introduced everyone to Joey respectively. Everyone shook hands harmoniously, thus getting acquainted. But compared to Fiona's generosity, Joey seemed slightly shy, a very cute big boy. The group of 5 boarded the free shuttle landing craft, flying from the land to the air, reaching the entrance of the Sky Star. At the entrance plaza, everyone split into 2 groups. The two boys were not interested in shopping and planned to go to the surfboard platform, whereas the three girls went shopping on their own, saving the boys from following them and ruining the mood by complaining. The Sky Star was so massive that to facilitate the public's enjoyment inside, there were free public shuttles available, along with self-service flying taxis. Wealthier families could drive their private flying cars up, though they would need to pay a very expensive toll. The three girls called a self-service flying taxi, with Lu Ping responsible for setting the route, starting their Sky Star tour. They planned to use a whole day to cover the entire commercial street of the Sky Star. Speaking of which, martial arts abilities aren't very helpful in the Star Age. A single mall is as large as a small town, so poor physical stamina really makes touring impossible. Luckily, the three of them didn't have this problem. After half a day of shopping, they bought many bags worth of items, clothes, snacks, cushions, etc., all kinds of things, buying anything they liked. Thanks to the good financial status of these three families, money wasn't an issue for them. Liang Ying now had money too. Before leaving, Tang Jiding gave her a card. Although she didn't know how much money was on it, it probably wasn't little. Still, Liang Ying was habitual in using her own account, reserving the one provided by her stepmom for later. At noon, the three of them found a buffet restaurant and sent messages to the two boys. Not long after, the two boys arrived. The boys had a great morning. Water still lingered in their hair, clearly showing they hadn't had enough fun yet. The five gathered around a round table, conversing while eating. Liang Ying ate a lot, because she was very happy. Eating with friends was far more pleasant than dining with the Tang family. When one's mood is good, they naturally eat more. Her gaze passed through the transparent glass window, towards the outside. The exquisite high-tech buildings seemed surrounded by an ocean, with artificially created waves making ripples on the sea surface as people wearing colorful swimwear played in the water. In the distance, the waves were larger, dotted with sails from those setting out for adventures, alongside figures rising and falling with the waves. These artificial waves here were nearly indistinguishable from natural ones at sea. Further away on the horizon stood the protective shield of the Sky Star. Outside this transparent shield floated white clouds, occasionally visited by birds that would land curiously on it before flying away again. From the ground, the Sky Star looked like a small planet. Yet when viewed from inside, it resembled a sea floating in the sky, with a castle also floating amidst the sea. For the 10 days of the National Day holiday, there was a fireworks display every evening at the Sky Star. It was said that the Sky Star at night displayed an entirely different beauty compared to daytime. Unfortunately, Liang Ying had to return today, or else they could have spent the night at the 8-star hotel. After having dinner at the Sky Star, Liang Ying bid her friends a reluctant farewell. She sent the things she bought back home via express delivery and then called a taxi to fly back to Xiangji Military District. When she returned to the villa, it was already past 10 p.m. Tang Jiding had already gone to bed with her children, leaving only Aunt Lu and the guards waiting for her. Tired from a day of play, Liang Ying bade Aunt Lu and the others good night before returning to her room and climbing into bed. That night, Liang Ying had a wonderful dream. In her dream, she was flying in the sky, sitting atop the Sky Star, swinging her legs as she overlooked the scenery below. Chapter 80. Father. When Liang Ying saw Liang Tao for the first time, she felt a bit disheartened because he didn't look anything like the father in her memory. Now, sitting in Liang Tao's study, facing each other, Liang Ying was quietly observing him while he was also secretly scrutinizing Liang Ying. The more she looked, the less she thought this Liang Tao resembled her real father. Yet, there was undeniable blood relation between him and this body of Liang Ying's. No matter what she felt inside, she had to accept this reality. Similarly, Liang Tao was also searching for old memories on Liang Ying's face. One's first love during youth is always unforgettable, especially one's wife. Regardless of how time changes, the love from those young and innocent days remains vividly in memory. The sound, appearance, and laughter of that person often flash before your eyes, making you sigh at how wonderful it would be if time could stand still forever. Unfortunately, apart from having a skin tone as pale as his beloved's, Liang Ying's facial features more closely resembled her biological father, Liang Tao. Liang Tao felt somewhat disappointed and melancholic, but he was a stern military man. Family sentiments were never his top priority. Have you been getting used to living here these few days? Does Aunt Tang treat you well? Liang Tao did not force Liang Ying to call Tang Jiding mom, which relaxed Liang Ying considerably. It's pretty good. Aunt Tang takes care of me well. She gave me a card for my pocket money, but I actually have my own funds, so I haven't touched the money on the card. Liang Ying placed the bank card Tang Jiding gave her on the desk, and Liang Tao briefly glanced at the purple crystal card before indicating that Liang Ying should take it back. Since she gave it to you, keep it and use it. Without hesitation, Liang Ying put the purple crystal card back into her pocket. This card, given by Tang Jiding, contained 1 million in cash along with another 1 million credit limit. Do you have any plans for the future? Liang Tao looked seriously at Liang Ying. After pondering for a moment, Liang Ying answered, I want to finish my studies at Longping first. After graduation, I'll buy a farm, and I'd like to run it myself. Seeing Liang Tao frown, it seemed that he didn't fully approve of her idea. Did you choose agronomy because of your wood-type ESP ability? It's partially due to ESP, but I really do like this major. I enjoy dealing with flowers, grass, and trees. After a pause, Liang Tao asked, what level is your mental power now? Level 7, physical combat level 5. Have you considered joining the military? Inside, Liang Ying sighed. It was indeed the topic Liang Tao wanted to discuss. This question had been asked before by Fiona during military training. Apparently, it was an additional task assigned to Fiona by the Black Cannon Military Academy. Not really. I'm a bit lazy and probably unsuited for being a soldier. I've talked with your mentor, and he said your mental force talent is exceptional. You broke through to level 7 at 18 years old, and as long as nothing unexpected happens, you will definitely surpass level 9 in the future. Liang Ying nodded. Hu Qing had also told her this. Federal armies have very generous policies towards those with over level 9 mental force who wish to serve. Have you heard of this? Yes, I learned a bit about it from classmates participating in military training last year. Do you know why people with level 9 mental force can directly join the captain selection process? No. Mental force training reaches a significant turning point at level 9. Below level 9, it is almost useless, with little effect on subduing enemies. However, once you reach above level 9, the quality of mental force undergoes a transformative change. Telekinesis is the most distinctive ability of advanced mental force practitioners. 2 decades ago, federal military researchers developed a mechanical neuron. Anything equipped with this mechanical neuron can be manipulated by individuals with high-level mental force, causing a major revolution in the military. You must understand, with this kind of mechanical neuron, personnel casualties can be greatly reduced. That's why the military is eager to recruit high-level mental force practitioners. Mechanical neurons? This was truly news to her. She hadn't come across this term online either. Apparently, this was classified information within the Federation. Liang Ying felt somewhat helpless. If Liang Tao was willing to divulge such military secrets, it was obvious that he highly wished for her to join the military. Still, Liang Ying honestly didn't think herself suited for a military career. To put it bluntly, she was rather laid back. Military life simply wasn't appropriate for her. But isn't this a peaceful period right now? Liang Ying appeared extremely conflicted, and Liang Tao silently stared at her for a while before finally sighing. If you don't wish to become a soldier, then we'll set this aside for now. You're still young. It might be fine to do something else and enrich your life experiences. That made her feel much better. As long as she wasn't forced into the army, she felt relieved, her expression easing. Forget about the mechanical neuron thing as if you never heard of it. Liang Ying vigorously nodded a few times. Liang Tao took out a box from the drawer of his desk, opened it, and placed it in front of Liang Ying. This necklace is made of energy crystal stone. It can automatically deploy a protective shield effective within a 1-meter radius, resisting damage from 3 small bomb explosions. You've had quite a lot of troubles around you since you were young. Keep it with you from now on and don't take it off unless necessary. I hear you're also training in physical combat, which is great. Keep it up. If you need anything or have questions, feel free to come to me. If you can't reach me, find my secretary officer. I've already told him this. Liang Ying kept nodding in agreement. Fortunately, Liang Tao asked her to find his secretary officer instead of Tang Jiding, saving her from much awkwardness. The day after tomorrow, everyone will go to the main house together. Don't be afraid. The elders over there are relatively kind. They have long been looking forward to your return, and this time they also want to use this opportunity to meet you and introduce you to several families that are close friends with the Liang family. This should count as your first appearance before the noble houses of the capital star. Prepare well ahead of time. For the formal gown, you can discuss with Aunt Tang. Let her offer some advice. All right, Liang Ying agreed immediately. Although she wasn't particularly interested in these banquets hosted by noble houses, she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of strangers. My aunt and I will be hosting guests the day after tomorrow, so we may not be able to attend to you. I'll let my secretary follow you. If you encounter something you don't know how to deal with, ask him. Liang Tao thought for a moment and added, let's do this. Tomorrow, call him over and introduce the staff situation at the main house to you first. Anyway, there will be many people coming next time, and you must pay attention to your words and actions. Chapter 81, Doubt. Thank you to all the book friends who sent me mooncakes. Although Mid-Autumn Festival has passed, delicious mooncakes are always welcome. Liang Ying was sitting on the sofa in her room, her eyes fixed on the virtual 3D TV in front of her, but her gaze was unfocused, obviously lost in thought. Liang Tao is actually close to 50 years old, but he has physical techniques at level 14 and mental power at level 11. His constitution far surpasses that of ordinary people, and he looks only around 30 years old, even younger than Tang Jiding, who is just over 30. But Liang Tao has spent several decades in the military, and the aura of authority and the killing intent around him can't be concealed. A man like this deserves people's respect and admiration, but he isn't the kind of father Liang Ying wants in her heart. To be honest, Liang Tao thinks a lot for Liang Ying, even reminding her about minor details and considering them for her, caring more about her than Tang Jiding, her stepmother. However, Liang Ying finds it hard to feel close to him. If they didn't share blood ties, Liang Ying would probably greatly respect this deputy commander of the 1st Military District. Anyway, don't think too much about it. Since things have come to this, one must make peace with them. Let's go along naturally with the relationship between the Liang family and the Tang family. What belongs to her is hers. What doesn't belong to her isn't something she should force or covet. As the ancients say, a gentleman's friendship is as bland as water. Liang Ying decided to maintain a polite relationship with the Liang family. Dealing with the relationship with the Liang family was manageable, but what truly worried Liang Ying was the fact that Liang Tao had been persuading her to join the military. Liang Ying was lost in thought when the television showed news of the security minister of OS Empire visiting the Federation. Yesterday, the security minister of the OS Empire visited the Capital Star Military Exhibition Center and met with senior military officials from the Federation to conduct in-depth discussions on military cooperation between the 2 star systems. Suddenly, Liang Ying sat up, turned on the Stellar Network news channel, and searched for posts related to the military cooperation between the Empire and the Federation. After quickly skimming through, most of these were official announcements reposted by other websites, with only a few personal posts. These individually posted opinions usually contradicted the official stance, known colloquially as conspiracy theories. What caught Liang Ying's attention wasn't the ideological leanings of the posts, but rather several mentions of some local residents holding demonstrations, which occurred not in the Federation but in the Empire. Liang Ying opened the communicator and linked a call with Fiona. Are you free to talk now? There's something I want to ask you about. I'm free now, go ahead. What difficulties have you encountered? That time you asked me if I was interested in switching majors to attend a military academy. Is it because the military recently urgently needs mentally capable individuals? Did your family also advise you to switch to a military academy? Father hopes I'll join the military in the future, though he hasn't forced me. He still respects my choice, so I wanted to learn more about recent trends within the military. You're right. In the past few years, the recruitment of students with mental capabilities in all major military academies in the Federation has increased significantly compared to before. I can't tell you the specific reasons, but it does have something to do with the direction of technological research by the military department over these years. It seems that Fiona knows some internal information. That makes sense. Fiona's parents are military scientific researchers, and they might even be involved in the study of mechanical neurons, so it's no surprise that she knows something about this area. I see. It's due to the direction of scientific research. That's good. You know, I'm a bit scared, fearing that it's because the military department is expanding recruitment in preparation for war. Fiona laughed loudly. Coward, there's no way it's so easy to start a war. The peace treaty between the Federation and the Empire has only gone half its duration. If there's going to be a war, it won't happen until after another 50 years. That's good then. War is not a good thing. I just want to be a small farmer in peaceful times and live a safe life. Ah. Liang Ying also laughed, feeling foolish for being silly, overthinking things after reading some materials. She truly was a coward. After ending the communication with Fiona, Liang Ying lay down on the bed watching TV. News segments kept looping on the station, making her sigh inwardly. The capital planet is the capital planet, with a political atmosphere thick enough that local channels broadcast nothing but news all day long. After finishing her conversation with Liang Ying, Fiona sat in silence for a while, not knowing why. Possibly influenced by Liang Ying, she inexplicably felt a bit worried. So she stood up and went to her parents' room. Mom, how long will you and Dad be staying in the Empire this time? Her mother pulled Fiona over and sat her beside her, smiling and saying, We'll be back in less than 3 months. We'll go with the security minister of the Empire, spend 2 months exchanging ideas, plus travel time. A full calculation won't take more than 3 months. Fiona leaned into her mother's arms, a bit gloomy, as her father put down his materials and smiled gently at the two of them. Hey, is my daughter going to miss us so much? It's rare that our little tomboy now looks like a delicate princess, her father said cheerfully. Dad, you always say I have no heart or feelings. Now that I'm worried about you too, you still criticize me for being too tender. Anyway, whatever I do, it's always wrong. I'm not talking to Dad anymore. Fiona pouted, pretending to be angry. Her mother playfully tapped her father. Don't make Nana mad. Let's ignore your father, and we'll have our private chat. How are things going with Joey? You look unhappy. Did he upset you? With his hands holding the documents as if studying intently, the father was actually eavesdropping on the conversation between Fiona and her mother. Mom, Joey's so honest. How could he dare upset me? But he's way too trustworthy. The last time, his cousin came to see him, and he just left me to hang out with his cousin. I was furious. Upon hearing this, the eavesdropping father immediately raised his eyebrows and eyes, furious that Joey dared to treat his daughter poorly. Humph. He would find an excuse later to teach Joey a lesson. Mom, don't you and Dad go punishing him. My boyfriend should be disciplined by me alone. Don't take advantage of the fact that he's a graduate student in your lab. If I want to punish Joey, I'll do it myself. Dad, did you hear that? No bullying Joey behind my back. The father nodded eagerly in agreement, but secretly had already made a different decision. Joey is such a good boy, but I don't like his cousin either. He seems dishonest. I must remind Joey about this guy later. The mother frowned, clearly disliking Joey's cousin. I don't like Joey's cousin either. He always gets Joey into trouble and often asks him for money. A grown man doesn't even have a proper job. It's like he's living off Joey. I'll have to find an opportunity to give him a taste of something unpleasant, to let him know he can't keep bullying Joey like this. Chapter 82, Birthday Banquet. Alan was the Secretary General for Liang Tao. The two had been comrades in arms in the past, and Alan had followed Liang Tao ever since. With their decades-long friendship, they became partners closer than brothers. Alan had witnessed the romance between Liang Tao and Liang Ying's mother, so he paid particular attention to Liang Ying. Early in the morning, Alan came to the Liang residence with Qian Ning. Xiao Ying, this is Qian Ning from the Secretariat. He has been learning under my guidance all these years. This time, let him follow you, and it's a good opportunity to test what he has learned. The guy has a distant family connection with me. If he does anything wrong, feel free to tell me without hesitation. Alan introduced Qian Ning to Liang Ying, assigning him to teach Liang Ying how to handle matters related to the main residence. Qian Ning would also accompany her when she visited the main house the next day, meaning that Qian Ning would be Liang Ying's personal assistant over the next couple of days. In that case, I'll leave it in your hands, Secretary Qian. Thank you, Uncle Alan, for your consideration. Alan affectionately patted Liang Ying on the head. Don't hesitate with your uncle. I am a friend of your mom. Don't think of me as an outsider. Liang Ying nodded obediently. After instructing Qian Ning on what needed to be done, Alan headed to Liang Tao's study. Meanwhile, Qianning stayed behind to explain various details about the banquet the following day. Qianning took out a reading tablet, displaying holographic images to introduce the key members of the Liang family, as well as important figures from other families attending the banquet. The next day was Liang Tao's birthday banquet. As the designated successor of the military-political old family, the Liangs, not only would people from the Liang and Tang families attend, but representatives from all the major families on the capital planet would also come to celebrate. Some of these families were friendly with the Liangs both openly and secretly, while others were allies in public but adversaries in private. The Federation was a democratic, legal, and civilized country where open disputes among powerful families could not harm the Federation's interests. Even if underhanded methods were used, such actions must remain covert. Exposure would require accountability to the public. Liang Ying had an excellent memory, remembering everything Qianning mentioned after hearing it just once. However, Qianning reminded her that the next day was Liang Tao's birthday, making him the main guest. Although Liang Ying was his unexpected daughter, she would receive attention as part of the celebration. Nevertheless, her presence was more incidental rather than central, so there was no need for her to be overly nervous. She just needed to respond appropriately without making mistakes, and she didn't need to perform exceptionally well or draw excessive attention to herself. Standing out too much might even backfire. The main residence of the Liang family was located on the west side of the capital planet, a 2-hour drive by air car from Xiangji Military District. Built along the mountainside, stretching from the base up to the peak, the estate consisted of cliffs and platforms sculpted by machines, with layers of buildings constructed according to the natural slope of the mountain, creating a truly impressive sight. Walking across the vast area would be exhausting, so air cars landed at the summit's docking platform, where ground vehicles waited to transport visitors inside the estate. Liang Ying accompanied Liang Tao to pay respects to several senior relatives of the Liang family. She behaved politely but kept a proper distance, showing respect without inviting further inquiries. Soon after, Liang Tao sent her away and remained behind to explain things to the elders. Once outside the room, Liang Ying felt a sigh of relief, appreciating Liang Tao more for sparing her additional pressure. Qianning, who had been waiting outside the door, quickly joined Liang Ying and suggested that she go to the entrance to greet the guests. In the past, because Tian Tian and Lilu were too young, Jia Tingting was the sole person responsible for welcoming the guests. Now that Liang Ying had returned, being the eldest daughter of Liang Tao, she naturally took her place alongside Jia Tingting to entertain the guests. Liang Ying's presence inexplicably made Jia Tingting slightly uneasy, prompting her to become even warmer and friendlier towards the visitors. Standing beside Jia Tingting, Liang Ying exuded composure. She welcomed the arriving guests with courteous greetings but refrained from any unnecessary conversation. No matter how Jia Tingting introduced her to the guests, she only smiled gently in response. Liang Ying left an impression of polite indifference, which surprised some guests who had heard news in advance, especially those who had expected to witness drama within the Liang family. Her calm demeanor subdued any such anticipation. There was one minor incident during the banquet, however. A group of children playing together accidentally trampled on the flowers in the flower bed in front of the main building. Among them were kids brought by guests and some from the Liang family, including Tian Tian and Lilu. Perhaps fearing reprimands from the adults, the twins led a group of children to find Liang Ying. At the time, Liang Ying was resting idly in the garden and could only helplessly shake her head. She instructed Qianning to take the children to Jia Tingting to resolve the issue. Truthfully, Liang Ying could easily solve the problem herself. In the eyes of outsiders, with her wood elemental ability, she could simply restore the damaged flowers if she wished. However, both Liang Tao and Qianning had advised her against drawing too much attention to herself during the banquet. If all the mischievous kids were from the Liang family, the matter might have been easier to handle. But many of them belonged to other prominent families. Never trust children to keep secrets. Even if they might get scolded by their parents and swear never to tell, the immaturity of their psychology makes it impossible for them to do so. This banquet brought together many distinguished families. If Liang Ying had used her special abilities here and it became widely known, then rumors afterward would be hard to control. Some might think she was deliberately showing off her abilities to elevate her status. Others could suspect that this incident was planned by her, or even worse, claim that she intentionally displayed her powers as a warning to Tang Jiding, and so on. Therefore, Liang Ying must not take this responsibility. In reality, children trampling on the flower bed wasn't a big deal. The main residence of the Liang family, surrounded by mountains full of lush vegetation, certainly had professional horticulturists taking care of the gardens. With such an important banquet today, the horticulturist responsible for beautifying the estate would have prepared well in advance. Moreover, it was most appropriate for Tang Jiding to handle this situation. Liang Tao was the future head of the Liang family, and she, as the future head's wife, should easily manage such minor problems. Otherwise, all those years of marriage to Liang Tao would be for nothing. Liang Ying sat in the garden for a little longer before getting up and walking to the flower bed mentioned by the children. Sure enough, within less than 10 minutes, the horticulturist had already restored the beautiful flower bed to its original state. Tang Jiding stood nearby, surrounded by a group of children, supervising the work of the horticulturist while consoling the troublemaking kids. Seeing Liang Ying approach, Tang Jiding gave her a slight nod without asking why she didn't act directly. Liang Ying nodded back silently, observing the horticulturist tending to the flower bed without explaining why she refused to help the children. Chapter 83, Liang Tao's Thoughts. Thanks to book friend Poppage for the tip. Liang Tao's study walls were covered with medals, and the bookshelves were filled with books and trophies. These were all the honors he had received since he started school. On the desk was a holographic electronic photo album. The virtual images automatically changed every so often, but no matter how they changed, there were only two pictures. One was the twins' full moon portrait, and the other was a family portrait of 4 people. At this moment, however, Liang Tao was looking at the virtual screen of his communicator on his wrist. A holographic image of a beautiful woman smiled back at him. Their first love had been sweet but short-lived, evoking feelings of deep affection mingled with pain when never remembered. Knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door broke the silence, and Liang Tao closed his eyes briefly before shutting off the communicator. Come in. It was Secretary Allen who entered. Brother Tao, the main house has requested a private meeting with young Miss Ng. Do we agree or refuse? No need. I'll give Uncle a call later. The main house will probably not give up that easily. It's not just about little Ying's talents. Don't forget, she has grown up and is now at an age where alliances through marriage are considered. She's also your daughter. Many families might have her on their minds. Years ago, I promised her that I would never use our daughter. Now, I still won't agree to the family arranging a marriage for Ng. She grew up outside and has no sense of belonging to the Liang family. She isn't suited to be a marital alliance candidate. Unwillingly going into it could lead to trouble. Moreover, must today's Liang family really sacrifice personal happiness for family interests? I know you've always opposed family marriages, but this is the tradition of noble houses, unfortunately. I understand your concern. As for what others do within the Liang family, I don't care, but it can't happen to Ng. I'll explain this to Uncle. He wouldn't refuse me this much respect. That's good to hear. Do you think I would still act rashly like when I was young? Haha, I'm not young anymore. Even after decades of making mistakes, if I didn't learn, then I'd truly have lived for nothing. I'm just worried about the relationship between you and Ng. She seems like a determined child to me, so the plans of the main house will probably fail. Oh, by the way, intelligence on that boy living next to Ng came in. We've confirmed that this youth named Xiaoyu isn't from the AUS Empire, but we haven't yet uncovered his exact identity. If he's not from AUS, then he can only be someone sent from higher-ups. This is somewhat troublesome. Have the people observing keep their distance and avoid alarming him. Also, ensure they do not offend him. Safeguarding Ying's safety comes first. Probing his intentions comes second. If he is someone sent down from above, should we inform the foreign ministry side? If the visitor has malicious intent, it could escalate into a federal issue. Only the foreign ministry can handle such matters involving those from higher levels. You arrange it. I need to personally meet with the foreign minister. Having people sent down from above isn't trivial. The foreign ministry should be informed immediately. I'll consult with him on how best to handle the situation without involving Ng further. Haha, little Ng, she's truly a trouble magnet. From such a young age, she has already gotten herself into so many issues, luckily with you as her father to help clean up the mess. Liang Tao remained silent for a long time, seemingly recalling something far in the past. Suddenly, he frowned. When Ng was little, Liang Tao glanced at Alan. He thought of Liang Ying's abnormal conditions when she was young, and the words her grandfather had once spoken. Words even Alan, who had followed him for decades, did not know. At the time, shortly after Mother Liang passed away, grandfather had taken Liang Ying away. Everyone in the family and around Liang Tao assumed that grandfather, grieving over the loss of his beloved daughter, took his granddaughter out of sorrow, never imagining the problem lay with Liang Ying herself. Never mind, Ng has grown up already. Let her do what she wants. Because of a promise made to his beloved years before, Liang Tao decided to indulge Liang Ying, doing everything in his power to protect her and grant her the maximum freedom possible. Knock knock knock. The knocking at the door resounded again, and this time, it was Liang Ying who entered. Dad, are there any arrangements for the next few days? If nothing is happening at home, I want to go stay at Skystar with some classmates. I heard they have celebrations there at night. Having returned from the main residence with nothing else to do, Liang Ying didn't want to be stuck indoors. There are no other matters at home. If you wish to go out and play with your classmates, you may. Remember to be safe and stay in touch with the family if anything happens. Thanks, Dad. See you later, Uncle Alan. Liang Ying stepped out of the study, quietly cheering inside. Once back in her room, Liang Ying immediately connected with Lu Ping and Fiona via StarNet. The three of them chatted for quite a while, agreeing to spend 2 nights together at Skystar. Booking the hotel would be handled by Lu Ping, leaving Liang Ying and Fiona only needing to show up. The Starlight Hotel, the most luxurious 8-star hotel in Skystar, was definitely where Liang Ying and her friends would stay. Booking a room during founding day was particularly difficult, especially at the Skystar hotels. Whether or not they could secure a reservation at the Starlight Hotel depended entirely on Lu Ping's abilities. That evening, as Liang Ying finished packing her things and prepared to go to bed, Tang Jiting suddenly came to see her. Tang Jiting, wearing an expensive temperature-regulated sleeping gown, walked into the temporary guest room assigned to Liang Ying. She glanced around the unchanged room, her gaze pausing briefly on the backpack sitting on the chair before pulling Liang Ying to sit by the bed. Her eyes flicked over Liang Ying's plain pajamas, and though her eyebrows barely twitched, a smile quickly masked her expression as she patted Liang Ying's hand. Just now, your father told me you're going to stay at Skystar with your classmates for 2 days. By coincidence, Tian and Lulu have also been pestering us to go there these past few days, so I thought, why not all of us go together for a few days? This is your first time back home and your first visit to the capital star, and there are many things you don't understand. As your aunt, it's my responsibility to take care of you. You shouldn't always rely on your classmates. Tang Jiting's eyes sparkled, and her expression turned slightly awkward. There are some things I didn't originally want to bring up, but since I'm your father's wife and you're his daughter, it would be wrong of me not to warn you about certain matters. Liang Ying looked down at her fingers held tightly in Tang Jiting's hand, her gaze flashing. Auntie, if you have something to say, just say it outright. I'm already grown up. I won't act rebelliously or run away from home, and I certainly won't do anything that would make you or father feel heartbroken. Chapter 84. Tang Jiting's thoughts. Annie didn't mean it that way. Don't take it to heart. What Annie is actually saying is, you need to pay more attention to your daily behavior and attire. Before, others didn't know you were a daughter of the Liang family, but now you're back. At home, it's nothing much, but outside, people look at you as if you were a daughter of the Liang family, and they judge you based on the standard of a Liang family daughter. So, Tang Jiting talked about Liang Ying's speech and behavior, down to her clothing choices. The overall message conveyed was this. In the past, Liang Ying was just a village girl who nobody cared much about, but now that she was part of the Liang family, she needed to meet their standards for improvement. For her demeanor, what was once casual should now be elevated with the grace of a young noblewoman. For her dress, what was once simple and unadorned should now prioritize brands and image. Liang Ying listened and nodded along. No matter what, since Tang Jiting had brought it up, she would agree first. The specifics could be dealt with later. In fact, Liang Ying's feelings were somewhat complicated. Tang Jiting's suggestions couldn't be dismissed entirely as malicious. Given her status, there were indeed certain situations where these things mattered. Otherwise, she'd be ridiculed. However, she didn't believe Tang Jiting spoke out of pure goodwill either. Some of Tang Jiting's words deserved careful scrutiny. If Liang Ying blindly accepted them all, there was no guarantee she wouldn't turn into an annoying gold-digging brat. Recalling scenes from those family drama TV shows or online novels involving family feuds, Liang Ying instantly understood Tang Jiting's ulterior motives. This must be what they called flattery to harm. Sigh, why bother? Wouldn't it be better if everyone just lived peacefully without stepping on each other's toes? No matter what Tang Jiting said, Liang Ying agreed with every word. She simply wasn't interested in arguing with Tang Jiting. Anyway, she'd be returning to school when the holidays were over, and surely Tang Jiting wouldn't have time to come check on her there. There's no rush. These habits can be adjusted gradually. If money becomes an issue, let me know. We, the Liang family, aren't short on cash. Don't allow outsiders to underestimate us Liangs. Tomorrow, we will go to Sky Star together. You and father will also go. Come to think of it, our family hasn't gone on holiday together for a long time. I've already booked a suite at the Starlight Hotel. Poor child, you've suffered on some lower-class planets in the past. Now, this is a good chance for you to see more of the world. Finally, Tang Jiting left, leaving Liang Ying feeling quite frustrated. She stared blankly for a while before quickly reaching out to Lu Ping and Fiona. After leaving Liang Ying's room, Tang Jiting paused for a moment in the corridor before heading over to check on the twin children. The twins hadn't yet started sleeping in separate rooms. The two little ones were already fast asleep in bed. With affectionate eyes, Tang Jiting tucked them in before sitting by their bedside for a moment before departing. Tang Jiting hadn't planned any harm for Liang Ying. Her intention was merely to keep control over Liang Ying. After all, she was the future madam of the Liang family and must possess the capability to oversee the entire household. The sudden decision to visit Sky Star as a whole family wasn't made lightly by Tang Jiting. Even in the space age, there were gossip magazines and nosy journalists around. While their main focus was usually celebrities, sometimes they targeted political and military figures as well. When Liang Ying's identity wasn't disclosed, whatever she did was purely her own affair. But now, her presence had become a weak point for Liang Tao, which might be used by the Liang family's opponents. Take this case, for example, it was Liang Ying's first return to the Liang residence, her first trip to Capital Planet. If she went to Sky Star alone with her classmates, someone might twist it into something like, the eldest daughter of the deputy commander of the 1st Military District returned home, but only stayed for a few days before moving to a hotel. This phrasing could lead to misunderstandings. People might mistakenly assume the miss of the Liang family quarreled with stepmother Tang Jiting and ran away, or Tang Jiting showed hostility toward her stepdaughter and kicked her out of the house. Tang Jiting certainly didn't want such kinds of rumors spreading around. So, she wanted to project a loving family image first, showing everyone the harmonious and happy life of the 5 of them. To put it bluntly, the possibility of gossipy news arising now exists. To counter this, Tang Jiting intended to establish her reputation as a caring mother within public opinion, letting people believe that she treated even her late husband's child fairly. For the sake of maintaining her public image, Tang Jiting had already prepared and begun her plan. Unaware of the reasons behind her actions, Liang Ying could only sulkily cooperate. The Liang family reserved suites for their stay. One for Tang Jiting and Liang Tao, one for the twins, and another just for Liang Ying. Originally, Liang Ying had planned to share a large suite with Lu Ping and Fiona so they could host a sister chat at night. Now, that plan was ruined. She had originally hoped to go swimming with Lu Ping during the day, but Tang Jiting insisted on dragging her shopping instead. After only half a day of shopping, Tang Jiting had already bought a pile of clothes. Most of them were purchased by Tang Jiting insisting on buying for Liang Ying. At first, Liang Ying said there was no need to waste money, but later, she simply stopped talking. At noon, Tang Jiting took Liang Ying and the twins to dine at the hotel, and halfway through the meal, Liang Ying noticed something strange. It seemed as though someone was secretly taking photos of them. She alerted Tang Jiting, but Tang Jiting didn't seem to care and told Liang Ying not to worry about it. In the afternoon, they returned to the hotel room, where Tang Jiting urged Liang Ying to change into one of the new dresses they had just purchased. The two, mother and daughter, then jointly faced an interview with journalists. Only then did Liang Ying understand Tang Jiting's intentions, but she couldn't leave in front of strangers and had no choice but to reluctantly cooperate with Tang Jiting. Old Liang is just always so busy. He promised to take a break and spend time with the family, yet he ended up handling official business again. I have to come alone with the 3 children. Tian and Lei must study every afternoon, even while playing outside. They can't neglect their homework. Little Ying has just come home, so I naturally need to pay extra attention to her. I treat Little Ying as if she were my own daughter. Our family of 4 gets along very well. Liang Ying listened to Tang Jiting skillfully exchanging answers with the reporters and saw the false smile on her face. Her own expression began to stiffen, feeling both exhausted and annoyed inside. The 10-day vacation flew by. This time, there was no need to hitch a ride with the Tang family. Liang Tao dispatched a spaceship specifically to send Liang Ying back to Nerve. Back in her room at the villa, Liang Ying immediately collapsed on the couch, too tired to move. Although the 10 days passed quickly, it felt incredibly exhausting. Throughout the holiday, apart from spending one day with Lu Ping and others on the second day, she hadn't experienced much freedom for the rest of the days. Liang Ying felt that she hadn't enjoyed a real vacation. This was more tiring than completing 10 consecutive days of high-intensity martial arts training. Along with Liang Ying returning was also a large amount of luggage, filled with clothes that Tang Jiting had bought for her. But Liang Ying was so tired that she didn't even want to look at them. Initially, Tang Jiting also wanted to assign a nanny to accompany her back to school, pretending it was to care for her, but in reality, it would be to monitor her. Liang Ying flatly refused, and even went to find Liang Tao. Though she might cooperate with Tang Jiting, it didn't mean she would let herself be controlled by her entirely. Her cooperation came with limits. Though Liang Ying didn't know what Liang Tao said to Tang Jiting, in the end, Tang Jiting finally quieted down when Liang Ying left. Chapter 85, The Fattened Gold and Silver Fish. Thanks to the book friend, Zhuangming's Meow, for the reward. Liang Ying was holding a cup of hot tea, standing on the balcony, gazing up at the starry night sky, dotted with shining stars. Yet her gaze was lost in a daze, as if it had not landed on the heavens but traveled back through time to long, long ago. Tai Meihua. This name had become unfamiliar. Liang Ying thought she had almost forgotten her. But now when she thought about it, her appearance and the words she spoke were vividly remembered. Tai Meihua used to mistreat Liang Ying with beatings that occurred as frequently as daily meals. Back then, young Liang Ying deeply resented Tai Meihua, especially after being beaten, crying secretly behind others' backs each time, wanting to run away from home. However, Liang Ying ultimately never did run away from home. She endured Tai Meihua, even taking on family burdens at a young age. As time passed, their roles reversed at home. Liang Ying ended up taking care of Tai Meihua. Though Liang Ying hated Tai Meihua, she also tolerated her. Thinking about it, deep down this child still kept a trace of longing for her home. Those once beautiful and warm memories of family were the roots of such desire. Tai Meihua was her mother, the only family Liang Ying ever had, and because of her, Liang Ying came to this interstellar world. Now, thinking about Tai Meihua, there was no longer hatred in Liang Ying's heart. Instead, there was only an undercurrent of sadness. This sadness was somewhat inexplicable. A cold winter wind blew by. Though the sleepwear she wore was temperature-controlled, Liang Ying felt some chill. Gazing distantly at the unreachable stars, Liang Ying could only feel vast and boundless space without a trace of home. That layer of sorrow spread within her heart as emotion. At this moment, Liang Ying felt loneliness. This loneliness made her miss the person who once beat and scolded her, and even for a moment, she very much wanted to go back to the past, to return to that small village, even if it meant continuing to lack enough food or proper clothing. Xiaoyu had just finished a training session and came out after taking a shower, wiping his hair while picking up a metal box on the table. Inside the box were small crystal stones, about the size of grains of rice. Xiaoyu grabbed a handful of the crystals and lightly sprinkled them into the fish tank on the table. The little stones sank slowly into the water. 2 fish swimming over wagged their tails and heads excitedly, zeroing in on the targets and devouring the stones one by one with joy. Xiaoyu stared at the 2 little fish for a while, then suddenly heard some movement outside. It seemed like someone was sighing on the neighboring balcony. Bang! Something landed on Liang Ying's head and bounced off. Turning around bewilderedly, she immediately saw Xiaoyu on the next balcony, throwing something at her. Liang Ying quickly realized what happened and bent down to look for what Xiaoyu tossed over, finding a few glittering crystal stones on the floor of the balcony. Mr. Xiao, you're really extravagant. You treat crystal stones like rocks to throw at people? Liang Ying feigned deep regret, hitting her chest a few times before gathering the crystal stones one by one. She turned and went to Xiaoyu's room. Xiaoyu didn't move when he saw Liang Ying come in. He remained standing near the fish tank, occasionally dropping a crystal stone inside, watching the 2 little fish compete for it. Liang Ying quickly noticed Xiaoyu's actions and approached out of curiosity, staring at the 2 little fish for a long while. Are you kidding? They actually eat crystal stones. How incredibly extravagant. You're so generous. I wonder if eating crystal stones causes any issues. Would they get gallstones or something? Xiaoyu gave Liang Ying a disdainful look, full of contempt. Wasting valuable resources. These 2 fish staying with you is truly wasteful. Why don't you sell them to me? No. Liang Ying hugged the fish tank tightly as if guarding against Xiaoyu trying to snatch it, then seriously said, they are souvenirs I brought back from Chuckner, mementos of military training. How many times do we have military training in life? Such precious memorabilia should be cherished forever. They embody all my memories of the military training, and I absolutely will not sell them. Not even for an entire planet. Miserly. Liang Ying's mouth twitched. After all, these gold and silver fish were gifts from Xia Shui Lian along with her cryptic prophecy related to Liang Ying herself, so there was no way she'd give the fish to anyone. Xiao Yu looked at the fish in the tank with great reluctance, then suddenly had an idea. If you treasure these fish too much, then in the future, when they lay eggs, can you sell me a few of their eggs? Liang Ying's interest was piqued upon hearing this. She carefully examined the two fish. Are these two actually male and female paired? I've always doubted that part. The fish eggs wouldn't be a problem, however many you want, they're yours. Liang Ying confidently patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, and then her eyes grew distant. Strange. How come these two seem fatter than before? Could they possibly eat themselves fat in just 10 days? Liang Ying turned her head to look at the crystal grains in Xiao Yu's hand, her eyes filled with suspicion and reproach. Xiao Yu didn't hesitate to pat Liang Ying's head. Only now did you notice. It was all because of the breadcrumbs you gave them before, which caused malnutrition and stunted their growth. Luckily, I've been feeding them crystal stones for these past few days. If you kept on feeding them breadcrumbs, they wouldn't have grown much even if they hadn't starved. So they're growing up, let me thank Master Xiao on their behalf. Liang Ying chuckled a few times. Suddenly an idea popped into her mind. Master Xiao, let's make a deal. Since you want their eggs, these two fish are the biological parents of those eggs. If you're going to take away their children, you need to compensate them a bit, right? Money? That won't be necessary since they don't need it. How about this? Let their meals from now on be your responsibility. You said they need crystal stones, then you'll provide that in the future. Liang Ying had a cunning merchant's look as she stared at Xiao Yu, while Xiao Yu helplessly twitched his lips. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? You're not exactly poor, are you? Great friend, you really know me. Liang Ying patted Xiao Yu's shoulder, entirely without any sense of shame after being called stingy. This is also fighting for the benefits of these two little fishes. Feeding them crystal stones every day is such an extravagantly rich behavior that it will break my heart. I absolutely can't keep doing it. And if I'm reluctant to spend money, causing these two to fall back into malnutrition, it may affect the quality of their eggs. I truly admire your way of thinking. Then in the future, I'll take care of them. Just place them in my room, and when they lay the eggs, I'll return them to you. No way. I've gotten used to having them around me, so it's better to keep them in my room. It might just be a bit of trouble for Master Xiao to walk a few more steps to feed them in my room. Liang Ying and Xiao Yu chatted happily for quite some time, before Liang Ying went back to her room smiling, hugging the fish tank. The feeling of having a friend is so great. All previous loneliness disappeared, and now she could sleep well again. Chapter 86, Dire News. Not even a month after Founding Day, New Year's Day was approaching, and barely over a month after that would be the Spring Festival. Liang Ying had asked Qianning beforehand, and learned that Liang Tao had recently gone to the outer star domains for military training and wouldn't have time to return home for about half a year. Thus, Liang Ying left a message for Tang Jitting on the Star Network, informing her that she had other arrangements and wouldn't return to the capital star for New Year's Day, and possibly wouldn't be able to return to the capital star even a month later for the Spring Festival. A few days later, Liang Ying received a reply from Tang Jitting, which roughly meant there was nothing urgent at home and she should focus on her studies. In short, it implied that she didn't need to return to the capital star. Perhaps due to the influence of tradition, not being able to return home for the Spring Festival made Liang Ying feel a little regretful. But with Liang Tao not at home, she absolutely didn't want to go back and deal with Tang Jitting. The regret would simply remain as such. During this time, Liang Ying dedicated most of her thoughts to studying and exercising. Time flew by quickly, and the first semester of university life was about to end, which meant final exams were imminent. In the first semester of freshman year, there were many foundational courses, and most of them were public courses. As exams approached, the classes had already concluded, professors highlighted key points, and afterward students were responsible for reviewing on their own before taking the exam a week later. Liang Ying had an excellent memory and a good understanding ability, so although her final scores weren't in the top 3 of the class, all of her grades could still be considered excellent. Because Liang Ying already had a personal mentor, apart from participating in open course exams at school, her mentor Hua Qingdu would also set questions for her. Liang Ying was now at level 5 in physical arts and level 7 in mental strength, both of which had standard criteria and did not require exams. However, since Liang Ying was also a wood element user and elemental abilities did not have levels, an additional exam was necessary. Ever since beginning her studies under Hua Qingdu, Liang Ying had gained more insight into wood element abilities. Previously, Liang Ying always believed that she didn't have wood element abilities, but merely mimicked them using primal force. However, after delving deeper and reflecting upon it, Liang Ying thought that wood element abilities were probably just one aspect of primal force abilities. In other words, she did possess wood element abilities, or that it was one of the capabilities she had. This way, Liang Ying no longer had to worry about people uncovering her deception. Rather, she needed to control this ability well and just correlate the manifestation of her element with her level of mental strength. Hua Qingdu gave Liang Ying 2 questions. One was to make a seed sprout within 10 minutes without the use of growth solution. The other was to make the seed grow from sprouting to maturity within 10 minutes with the use of growth solution. Liang Ying had practiced these countless times privately, completing both questions within 7 to 8 minutes, much to Hua Qingdu's delight. It was holiday season, and because Liang Ying wasn't returning home for the new year, Hua Qingdu simply devised an intensive training plan for her, leveraging the Spring Festival break to help strengthen her skills. Moreover, the Hua family resided on Nirwa Star, so Hua Qingdu invited Liang Ying to spend New Year's Eve at his house. In Liang Ying's mind, Spring Festival should still be spent together with family, and it seemed inappropriate for her, an outsider, to disturb the Hua family. Therefore, she politely declined Hui Qingdu's invitation. Besides Liang Ying, another person who wasn't going home for the Spring Festival this year was Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu originally ran away from home, and while some of his followers had caught up with him, the issues back home remained unresolved, so he wasn't going home either. As a result, only Liang Ying and Xiao Yu remained in the villa. Even Lu Yi had gone home for the holidays. Since they already ate together every day, Liang Ying found that there was little difference between holidays and non-holidays. Her days were occupied entirely by various training regimens. At the same time, Liang Ying felt quite comforted inside. Spending New Year's Eve with Xiao Yu was better than returning to the capital star. On this day, after finishing her martial arts training, Liang Ying lay inside the healing tank, soaking in nutrients, simultaneously logging onto the star network to browse the news. Suddenly, the title of a post caught Liang Ying's attention. A few seconds later, posts with the same title flooded out, taking over the entire news channel. The federal delegation visiting the Ost Empire was attacked by local extremist armed forces, leaving all members dead. Liang Ying's eyes widened instantly. She remembered Fiona mentioning that both of her parents had joined the delegation for this trip to the Ost Empire. Maybe this wasn't true. The Star Network occasionally spreads all sorts of bizarre rumors. Doubting its veracity, Liang Ying immediately wanted to turn on the TV for confirmation. But she forgot that she was lying in the healing tank, and one of the taboos of using the healing tank was, don't get up during use, as this can suddenly interrupt nutrient absorption, causing harm to the body. When Liang Ying stood up too quickly and abruptly, she began to feel a dull pain in her right leg mere seconds after leaving the nutrient solution, as if her leg had cramp. Clutching her teeth and collapsing to the ground, she waited for the initial wave of dull pain to subside from the cramp before immediately sending a distress signal to Xiao Yu. Upon seeing Liang Ying's distress message, Xiao Yu muttered "idiot" under his breath. Realizing Liang Ying couldn't move at the moment, he decided to jump in through the balcony rather than have her open the door for him. As Xiao Yu leapt in through the balcony, Liang Ying wanted to throw a few barbs his way, but when she remembered that she was lying on the ground unable to move, she ended up mentally berating herself instead. Xiao Yu first inspected Liang Ying's right leg. It's lucky that no bones are hurt, just a cramp. A massage will do. Xiao Yu pressed a few spots on Liang Ying's leg, and she immediately felt less pain, though it still wasn't strong enough to bear weight. Amazing, Xiao Yi, was what you just did that legendary point striking? Xiao Yu looked at Liang Ying helplessly. How can you be so clumsy? You got a muscle cramp from soaking in nutrient solution. With one swift movement, Xiao Yu lifted Liang Ying into a bridal carry, which made her instinctively hold tightly onto his neck out of surprise. Xiao Yu then placed Liang Ying on the bed and began massaging her leg gently. Liang Ying alternated between feeling pain and comfort where Xiao Yu was pressing on her leg. After a while, she felt strength returning to her leg, a sign that her blood circulation had resumed properly. Liang Ying gave Xiao Yu a thumbs up. Still, Xiao Yi is the best. A few touches and the pain's gone. I didn't know you also know how to massage. Can you teach me someday? If one day you get a cramp too, I'll return the favor. Xiao Yu shot Liang Ying a glare, applying a bit more force, causing Liang Ying to scream like a slaughtered pig. Once her leg was better, Liang Ying remembered what she intended to do earlier. She sat up in bed and turned on the TV. Reality was always cruel. All channels on the TV were broadcasting urgent news reports about the federal delegation visiting the Ost Empire indeed having an accident. At present, the federal embassy has sent people to the scene of the incident for verification. The federal government is preparing to send a special envoy to the empire. Our station will continue to report on the developments of this situation. Chapter 87. Reunion with Fiona. Liang Ying turned off the communicator and lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling absent-mindedly. It turned out that the galaxy was not entirely at peace. Internal conflicts within the Ao's empire had been ceaseless, with anti-government forces occupying 1/5 of the empire's territory. Coincidentally, the areas controlled by these anti-government forces were precisely the star regions bordering the empire and the Federation. This suicide attack originated from an extremist faction among the anti-government forces, using extremely cruel methods. They exploited local civilians, disguising themselves as ordinary people to mingle with the crowd, eventually succeeding in their mission. Since this collaboration mainly focused on military exchanges, most of the delegation members sent by the Federation were military personnel, the majority being researchers from the military department. Fiona's parents were both senior researchers in the military department, and they were both part of the visiting delegation. Just now, Liang Ying finally managed to contact Fiona and learned that Fiona was no longer in Nerva, but waiting in the capital planet to join the Federation's second investigative envoy heading towards the Empire. Thinking about Fiona's red swollen eyes, Liang Ying felt a sense of unreality. This was Liang Ying's first time truly feeling the consequences of a suicide attack. Why would they target people from the Federation? Although there were also deaths from the Empire side on the victim list, it was clear that the majority of the victims were from the Federation. There was an 80% likelihood that this suicide attack was aimed at the Federation citizens. Fiona went to the Ao's empire, making her unreachable by Liang Ying, who could only leave daily messages on the StarNet, reminding her to take care of herself, while also asking for updates regarding the investigation progress. Fiona's boyfriend, Xiao Yi, accompanied her to the empire, and with him around taking care of her, Liang Ying felt more at ease. Liang Ying's impression of Xiao Yi was favorable. The warm-hearted older brother type suited Fiona well. Not long after, news tracked the end of the investigation, confirming all the Federation delegation members dead. The extremist armed group declared responsibility for the attack. Both the Federation and the Empire decided to join forces in combating the extremist armed molecules. The federal military reacted quickly, sending fleets soon to the border star regions to jointly launch military strikes against anti-government organizations with the Imperial Army. Subsequently, various news reports kept coming in. How many anti-government armed molecules were captured by the combined forces in a certain star region, how an extremist organization on a certain star was dismantled, and so forth. With the changing battlefield situation, combat zones shifted constantly. Anti-government organizations in the Empire's border areas kept relocating their bases, gradually narrowing the battlefield toward the Federation's borders. A month later, extremist armed fugitives appeared on the Federation's borders. Following that, sporadic small-scale battles occasionally occurred in the border regions, merely last stands from the anti-government armed molecules. However, like cockroaches, these extremists persisted, continuing to harass the borders. That year's Spring Festival was spent amidst national mourning. To commemorate those who perished in the attack, the government canceled most entertainment activities, making even the New Year's Eve gala feel somewhat more subdued. Fiona was still in the Empire and hadn't returned yet. After eating dinner with Xiaoyu, Liang Ying watched part of the New Year's Eve gala together. Everyone's mood was less than ideal, so once the gala concluded, they headed straight to bed. Perhaps because this war, which should have ended shortly, dragged on too long, dissenting voices began to emerge within the Federation calling for peace. Right after the attack initially happened, some organizations held parades condemning the extremists. Now, new organizations started holding anti-war protests. This Spring Festival holiday ended under an unexpected atmosphere as schools reopened. Liang Ying never expected that on the first day of school after the break, she would encounter student-organized anti-war marches. The first 3 days of the new semester were reserved for student registration. Fiona had already returned from the Empire to Nerva. Early in the morning, Liang Ying registered for the semester and then hurried to meet Fiona in University City. In the private room of Top Bookshop Tea House, Liang Ying and Fiona sat opposite each other. It had only been a little over a month since their last meeting, but Fiona seemed like an entirely different person. The once radiant beauty now looked thin and gaunt, with her prominent features standing out more starkly. Liang Ying wasn't sure how to console her and could only sit silently alongside her. Just then, an anti-war march passed by the window. About 100 people participated, the sparse and scattered parade not very impactful, yet still impossible to ignore. Fiona gazed at the protest outside the window and gave a self-mocking laugh. These fools. Liang Ying's expression became heavy as she noticed a flicker of spirit returning to Fiona's eyes. What do you plan to do moving forward? Plans? Continue my studies. Fiona's expression suddenly grew sharper. After I graduate from the military academy, I will apply to join the army dedicated to eradicating the extremist factions. Liang Ying sighed inwardly, having foreseen Fiona's potential decision. How is your family coping? If there's anything you need me to help with, just say so. It's fine. The pension has already been dispersed. It's enough for both Grandma and me to live on comfortably for several lifetimes. Liang Ying felt that Fiona's mental state was not good, which was understandable, but if it continued like this, it would have an impact on Fiona's health. Fiona, no matter what, life must go on. You still have your grandmother. You need to cheer up. Whether you want revenge or not is something for later. You're still a student. Don't let this destroy you. Fiona stared straight at Liang Ying and suddenly smiled. I'd actually like to bide my time and plan my revenge, but all of you keep trying to persuade me. It feels like the idea of enduring hardship has turned into something negative. Fiona. Liang Ying was a little worried she might misunderstand. Fiona waved her hand as if regaining some of her former carefree attitude. Don't worry, I understand what you mean. Let's just say I've gone through my rebellious phase. The sentence you said is my favorite. No matter what, life must go on. Liang Ying took a sip of hot tea, still looking at Fiona with eyes filled with concern. Relax, I won't mistreat myself. As you said, I need to live well. Every day should be filled with happiness, and then I'll catch those crazy extremists one by one. Today this article will go VIP, and the next chapter released will be a VIP chapter. Chapter 88, Pain. Fiona said there were other things to attend to at school, so she didn't stay long before leaving. Liang Ying sat silently in her place, gazing out the window. Her gaze lingered on the sky outside for a long time. Fiona had changed. She used to be cool and elegant with an inherent gentleness that Liang Ying admired the most. But now Fiona's mindset had changed. Her former gentleness had turned into a thorn. Although the thorn could protect her, it seemed to prevent her from being hurt again. Yet this same thorn pierced her heart, hurting others as much as it hurt herself. Liang Ying hoped Fiona would return to her old self. She really wanted to help her. The primordial force could see faraway places. Liang Ying knew that as her abilities improved, her control over the primordial force would get better and her vision would expand further. So, would there come a day when her gaze could traverse the vast expanse of the universe and explore the stars? A sudden wave of anticipation and eagerness rose in Liang Ying's heart. If she could do this right now, spanning distances measured in light years, see what those extremists on the border were doing, then help the army eliminate them. Or, look even farther, seeing what the people of the AUS Empire were up to, hearing what those in the imperial government were saying. Wouldn't that reveal the truth behind the events? Wouldn't it expose the reality of this war? Liang Ying retracted her gaze from the sky, landing on the teacup in her hand. The tea water inside was clear, 2 leaves floating gracefully in the water, releasing a fresh aroma. Tushiguan's tea was excellent. Though not alive, like the ones Liang Ying bought, it was still among the best of ordinary teas. She took a sip of the hot tea, feeling a warm flow entering her stomach, as if dispersing the coldness within her body. Suddenly, Liang Ying felt absurd about what she'd been pondering. What had she been thinking about, seeing through the stars? Was she delusional enough to consider herself a universal deity? She must have overestimated herself. Liang Ying immediately mocked herself, realizing how unrealistic her previous thoughts had been. It was indeed a flight of fancy. As Liang Ying returned her thoughts to reality, she no longer paid attention to those chaotic thoughts, but instead reflected on what practical actions she could take to help Fiona. Perhaps because she was too worried about Fiona, Liang Ying dreamt again that night after falling asleep. It was as though Liang Ying was flying through the air, arriving at Fiona's window, hovering over her bedside. Fiona was already asleep, but she wasn't sleeping peacefully. Her eyebrows were knitted tightly, sweat trickling down her forehead, her lips pursed tightly, her hands balled into fists. Liang Ying wanted to help her, but she didn't know how, pacing anxiously around Fiona several times. Fiona's breathing became increasingly heavy, looking very distressed. Liang Ying frantically turned circles, suddenly noticing a pot of lantern fruit on the windowsill. After the military training ended, Liang Ying brought back many seeds of lantern fruit. Fiona and Lu Ping loved the soft glow emitted by the lantern fruit, so Liang Ying had cultivated 2 more pots for them, each receiving 1. This pot of lantern fruit should be the one Liang Ying grew. Plants nurtured by her using the primordial force had stronger vitality than ordinary plants. However, Fiona's pot of lantern fruit had yellowed leaves. Some fruits had begun to rot, and the soil in the pot had almost cracked into chunks. Clearly, this pot of lantern fruit hadn't been taken care of for a long time and might have already withered if it were just an ordinary lantern fruit. Liang Ying looked at Fiona, who was trapped in a nightmare, then at the near-dead lantern fruit. She activated the primordial force, channeling it into the lantern fruit. In the silent night, the entire pot of lantern fruit began to change visibly. The cracked soil seemed to meet sweet rain, becoming soft and damp. The dry leaves of the lantern fruit tree fell off, the ripe fruits dropped, and the dried bark naturally peeled off, revealing tender green shoots. New branches replaced the dead ones. The transformation of the lantern fruit tree wasn't finished yet. The newly grown tree continued to grow. Long branches drooped, extending from the windowsill to the bedside, with newly formed lantern fruits appearing amidst the leaves. More than a dozen lantern fruits emitted soft lights, scattering across Fiona's face like twinkling stars. Unknowingly influenced, Fiona suddenly woke up. She wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a few deep breaths. Fiona soon noticed the points of light at the bedside. The suddenly enlarged lantern fruit seemed reborn, shining brilliantly in Fiona's eyes. Fiona stared blankly at the lantern fruit, suddenly hugging the tree and bursting into tears. After a long while, Fiona probably cried herself out. She wiped the tears from her face and gave the lantern fruit a faint smile. Having vented her emotions, her heart felt much lighter. Sleepiness washed over her, and shortly after lying down on the pillow, Fiona fell asleep again. This time, Fiona's sleeping face appeared much more peaceful than before. Although traces of tears remained on her face, her expression relaxed significantly. Liang Ying stayed in Fiona's room for a while longer before leaving with reassurance. The dream did not end as it left Fiona's room. Liang Ying stood on the rooftop, gazing at the pitch-black night sky. Suddenly, the dream soared into the sky, cutting through the night wind and passing through layers of clouds, rushing toward the direction where stars were located. The dream passed through countless cloud layers, about to pierce through the dark clouds to see those eternally shining stars, when suddenly it paused. Then the vision within the dream began to blur. Unwilling to give up, the dream attempted several more times. But every time it reached the same spot, it couldn't move forward any further. If forced ahead, the vision would become hazy. Liang Ying understood that this was already her current limit. The dream faded away, leaving Liang Ying feeling regretful as she drifted into a deep sleep. However, Liang Ying didn't know that, though the dream had not succeeded in breaking through, it had brought her abilities to the highest level they could currently achieve. If one were to assign levels to the primordial force, Liang Ying, who was originally at level 2, was now at the peak of level 2, just awaiting an opportune moment to break through. Not long after Liang Ying fell asleep, Xiaoyu suddenly woke up from his slumber. He furrowed his brows, glancing in Liang Ying's direction through the wall, muttering something under his breath as if troubled by something. Xiaoyu had been awakened by the change in Liang Ying's energy. Recently, Xiaoyu had finally reached the pinnacle of the 12th rank in physical martial arts, on the brink of breaking through. His organs and nerves were in a state of heightened excitement, making him highly sensitive to even the smallest changes in his surroundings. Although Xiaoyu could not sense the primordial force, he did feel that Liang Ying's body had undergone some transformation. However, he couldn't clearly determine exactly what had changed. Scratching his head, Xiaoyu couldn't help but wonder. Now that he was awake, he struggled to fall back asleep. Thinking about the recent changes in the Federation and the Empire, he decided to take out his specially made communicator and connect with his subordinates, issuing a series of commands. Chapter 89, Situation. Recently, there have been claims that the so-called anti-government armed forces of the Empire are actually armed groups supported by the AUS Empire government. Their aim is to eliminate opposition forces, primarily targeting important members of the AUS Empire's opposition party. Recently, a rumor has been circulating on the Star Network. It suggests that the extremists of AUS Empire's anti-government organization who attacked the Federation's visiting delegation were actually acting under the orders of the AUS Empire government. Because most members of the visiting delegation were high-ranking scientific researchers from the Federation military. The purpose of the AUS Empire government was to weaken our Federation's military scientific research capabilities through this action. In recent days, rumors have once again spread on the Star Network. It claims that the supposed deaths of all members of the visiting delegation were fabricated by the anti-government armed forces. In reality, all the scientists in the delegation had already been detained beforehand by the U.S. empire government. It is widely known that over the past 2 decades, the Federation's military technology has developed rapidly, drawing significant attention from the empire government. Prior to this, the head of the Empire Security Department visited the Federation, with the real intention being to gather intelligence on the core content of Federation military technology and its key researchers. The rumor further claims that the currently detained Federation military researchers are confined in a military base. The Empire government is forcing them to reconstruct technology, stealing Federation military research achievements in an attempt to catch up with Federation's military technological advancements within a short period. Another rumor spreading on the Star Network claims that the reason why the U.S. empire government can detain the members of the visiting delegation without being discovered is due to traitors within the delegation's security team. A few military personnel betrayed and joined the U.S. empire government. 2 days ago at the federal border, our military personnel clashed with extremist armed elements from the U.S. empire. The battle lasted nearly 2 hours. On our side, no one died but 3 were lightly injured. From the extremist armed group, 4 died and 10 were captured. Yesterday, the citizens of Capital Star spontaneously organized an anti-war demonstration. During the march, some participants came into conflict with bystanders. Before the situation escalated, the situation was brought under control by the patrol police. Fortunately, no damage occurred. Today, the federal government issued another statement, asking the public not to believe in rumors. The century-long peace treaty requires the maintenance of both the Federation and Empire populations. In recent months, the combined forces of the Federation and Empire have achieved great success in their efforts to combat extremist armed organizations. Lately, various conspiracy theories have surfaced on the Star Network. We urge the public to exercise critical judgment and not fall for certain individuals' biased statements. Click. The television screen flickered off. Liang Ying stood up from the sofa, feeling slightly oppressed. She walked out to the balcony and took a few deep breaths of fresh air. Time flies so quickly. It seemed like just a few months had passed. These months, Liang Ying's life had been quite peaceful, learning, training, and occasional gatherings. Basically, her time had been spent at school. She could count the number of times she left campus using only her fingers. After the attack on the visiting delegation, the voice of the Federation domestic environment had shifted from previous harmony. All sorts of novel opinions frequently emerged. Previously, people rarely cared about things related to the military. Now, the military channel on the Star Network had become the second most active section. Of course, the most active section remains the entertainment and celebrity board. When Liang Ying first saw a conspiracy theory on the Star Network, she got quite a shock and immediately contacted Fiona. Fiona, however, was much calmer and consoled her instead. Later, it was Zhao Yu who truly enlightened Liang Ying. Grandpa Zhao was Grandpa Zhao. He had a much broader perspective than Liang Ying, who grew up in a farming family. According to Zhao Yu's analysis, something suspicious happened during the previous attack on the visiting delegation. Why would U.S. Empire's anti-government armed forces attack the Federation? Their enemies are the U.S. Empire government. They should be courting the Federation for support, not foolishly making enemies with the Federation. Doing this would mean creating 2 enemies instantly, completely isolating themselves in this star domain. Could they not think of this? The behavior of the anti-government organization was too abnormal, and abnormal behaviors must have hidden motives. The Federation government isn't stupid either. Citizens may be naive, but military political high-level figures won't be. The Federation previously sent 4 batches of investigators to find the truth. According to insider information, besides the official investigation teams, the Federation secretly assigned a dedicated investigation team to look for clues undercover, hearing that a part of them still remain in the Empire continuing their investigations. Then came the various versions of speculations and rumors recently spreading on the Star Network. Carefully analyzing these so-called conspiracy theories, the posts were released sequentially, the contents interrelated. They built logically step by step with very strong theoretical reasoning and were extremely persuasive. Posts with such massive influence are impossible for an individual to create. Such well-organized dissemination of information necessarily involves a team orchestrating behind the scenes. Xiao Yu believed that the organization responsible for creating these posts most likely was the Federation government. The Federation government must have uncovered some leads. Otherwise, they wouldn't keep sending people to the Empire one after another. If the truth were as previously disclosed, there would be no need to continue wasting manpower and resources on investigations. However, the clues discovered by the Federation may only be fragments of evidence without uncovering the real proof, so they can't publicly confront the Empire. Or perhaps, the Federation has already obtained the evidence but chooses not to disclose it. The abduction of dozens of military scientists, if openly condemned, would essentially amount to a direct declaration of war between the 2 countries. The Federation society is currently in a stage of rapid development, and war would undoubtedly hinder its progress. On the other hand, over the past 20 years, the Empire's development has been sluggish, internal contradictions continuously intensifying, with frequent uprisings. A war might instead unite various factions against an external threat. Thus, the Federation does not want a war, while the Empire's stance remains thought-provoking. Therefore, even if the Federation learns that the attack was orchestrated by the Empire government, they cannot reveal the truth publicly. But with so many high-ranking military scientists now under the control of the Empire, the Federation will not accept this loss easily. Hence, the Federation government quietly spreads news. First, it serves as a warning to the Empire, telling them not to think their actions are foolproof and that they should curb their arrogance. Secondly, it hopes to throw the Empire into disarray, allowing the Federation agents covertly operating within the Empire to find more clues, ideally rescuing those scientists. Reflecting on it, these near-true messages originating from the Federation would surely draw the attention of the Empire when they see them. There is a high probability they will take action, whether by enhancing security measures or relocating the scientists' locations. The more actions they take, the easier it becomes to expose them. Moreover, as long as the Empire has not yet mastered the technology in those scientists' hands, they won't harm them. After all, with such great efforts invested, they must seek equivalent returns. Chapter 90. Change. It was said that Liang Ying had just listened to classmate Xiao Yu's analysis at the time, and found it very reasonable. She hurried onto the Star Network to find Fiona. This was good news, indicating Fiona's parents were likely still alive. After Liang Ying talked excitedly for a while, she noticed Fiona's face was somewhat pale and didn't look particularly happy. Liang Ying suddenly realized something. Regardless of how much sense Xiao Yu's analysis made, it was after all just conjecture. What if he was wrong? Wouldn't this make Fiona suffer false hope, or perhaps even a second bout of sadness? Liang Ying realized how rash she had been. However, what Fiona said next put her half at ease. You've always kept track of these things, thank you. I've seen it on the Star Network too, and I've asked some people around. But they all say it's someone spreading rumors, and tell me not to believe it. So you. Liang Ying suddenly noticed something was off with Fiona's expression. An idea popped into her head. Do you want to go to the Empire and investigate the leads yourself? Fiona stayed silent for a long time, then nodded. If I don't go there myself, I can't let go. Ying, I really hope this is true. Liang Ying stared at Fiona for a long time. I understand. Take care of yourself, and if there's anything you need my help with, just ask. There are probably many things you should prepare. I have quite a bit of money saved up. Liang Ying continued speaking until she couldn't go on anymore. Fiona going alone to the Empire was like committing suicide, but if she wasn't allowed to go, her future life wouldn't be peaceful either. Thank you, among those who know about this. Only you haven't tried to persuade me to give up. I haven't regretted befriending you. Fiona's eyes sparkled with a light not seen in a long time. Finally, someone stood on her side. Finally, someone supported her. To be honest, I originally wanted to advise you not to go, but seeing your state now, this isn't something that can last forever. Let's just see if it works by letting you try. Liang Ying sighed helplessly. When do you plan to leave, and how are preparations coming along? Fiona told Liang Ying about her plan. Liang Ying was an amateur, having never worked as a detective nor a spy. She didn't know whether Fiona's preparations were appropriate, and could only silently pray nothing would happen to her. Standing on the balcony, Liang Ying sighed, counting down with her fingers. Nearly a month had passed since Fiona set out for the Empire. She wondered how Fiona was doing now and whether the investigation was proceeding smoothly. In the end, Fiona wasn't alone. Her boyfriend, Joey, went with her. It was rumored that Joey was Fiona's parents' student, and their relationship had already been approved by Fiona's parents. Because of this incident, Liang Ying developed an even better impression of Joey. To avoid exposing their whereabouts, Fiona agreed with Liang Ying to anonymously send messages at the end of each month. Of course, the message content was coded in a cipher which Fiona had dictated to Liang Ying directly, so it was memorized in her head. Now it was the end of the month. If Fiona hadn't run into any trouble, she should hear from her in the next few days. Suddenly, voices from the corridor outside the door were heard. Liang Ying immediately utilized her innate powers to spy discreetly. It was Xiao Yu and Zheng Haiqing. Speaking of Xiao Yu and Zheng Haiqing, no one knew what had gotten into them. The two seemed to detest each other intensely, and rather than exchanging pleasantries when they saw each other, they just shot dirty looks instead. Especially Zheng Haiqing. It seemed like he was dragging Xiao Yu into something. Every time Liang Ying encountered Zheng Haiqing alongside Xiao Yu, she noticed his demeanor becoming increasingly strange, almost as if he couldn't stand her either. Zheng Haiqing and Xiao Yu were arguing again. The cause related to rumors spread on the Star Network. Since the so-called conspiracy theory broke on the Star Network, a significant portion of the Federation's citizens acknowledged these speculations. Consequently, more residents within the Federation harbored animosity toward the Empire. Especially on university campuses, a substantial number of students believed these conspiracy theories. Perhaps due to higher-than-average IQs, they might find truths easier. Therefore, many students harbored resentment towards the Empire. Zheng Haiqing had consistently believed Xiao Yu was from the AUS Empire, and was convinced he must belong to the AUS Empire aristocracy. After the Star Network rumors surfaced, he specially confronted Xiao Yu once, but unfortunately, Mr. Xiao gave him no attention, resulting in a growing tension between them, leading to the present situation. This time, no one knew exactly what caused the conflict, but Zheng Haiqing was again mocking Xiao Yu for being from the AUS Empire. Xiao Yu was simply too lazy to argue and directly yelled "Get out of the way," releasing pressure toward Zheng Haiqing. Zheng Haiqing's martial arts skills weren't even as good as Liang Ying's. He couldn't withstand Xiao Yu's pressure, swaying a few times before falling to the ground. Lying there, Zheng Haiqing stared daggers at Xiao Yu, as if trying to puncture several holes through Xiao Yu with his glare alone. Xiao Yu snorted, not even sparing a glance at Zheng Haiqing. He took a step to the side and walked away directly. Xiao Yu's figure disappeared at the door, and Zheng Haiqing loosened his tightly bitten lips. A faint trace of fresh red blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Liang Ying shook her head. She had no intention of mediating because she believed women shouldn't randomly intervene in conflicts between two men. Besides, the misunderstanding between Xiao Yu and Zheng Haiqing was entirely Zheng Haiqing's own fault. Time flowed like water, and Liang Ying received Fiona's message indicating everything was fine. It seemed that since things were proceeding smoothly, Fiona's message contained quite a lot of information. Upon arriving at the Empire, she and Joey immediately contacted Federation agents. During this month of relentless searching, they made significant progress. They even captured an Empire agent who confirmed that the attack was indeed orchestrated by the Empire. Most of the Federation's military scientists were still alive. Liang Ying could sense that Fiona must be feeling very happy now. As long as her parents were still alive, there was hope for rescuing them all. Upon receiving Fiona's message, only half of Liang Ying's worry subsided. Subsequently, life became busier with final exams approaching. This semester had been somewhat dull, and Liang Ying's training progress was limited. Her martial arts skills had reached the peak of level 5, but her mental power remained stuck at level 7. After the exams came a 2-month summer vacation. Liang Tao was still on a mission and wouldn't have time to return to the capital star these 2 months. Liang Ying didn't want to go back either, so she applied to become an intern at the Green Emerald Farm. Through cooperation agreements, Longping arranged interns to Green Emerald every summer. All students from freshmen to seniors were eligible to apply. The spots were ultimately limited, with most going to juniors and seniors. Liang Ying secured a spot through a favor from Huo Qingdu. Moreover, Xiao Yu finally returned home for the summer break. However, before he left, he told Liang Ying that he would definitely come back. Chapter 91, Farm Life, Part 1. Green Emerald Farm is located to the east of Longping Agricultural College. It takes less than an hour to get there by inter-school flying car from Longping. This year, over 50 interns from Longping are coming to Green Emerald, and among them, only Liang Ying is a first-year student. Consequently, while riding the inter-school flying car, Liang Ying couldn't avoid being teased by her senior students. They didn't know Liang Ying personally, yet university students could quickly get familiar with each other. After a few jokes, everyone soon became acquainted. Green Emerald Farm utilizes both high-tech planting techniques and manual cultivation methods, subdividing the entire farm into dozens of departments. The largest areas are the tech planting zone and the breeding zone, which are fully automated with the most advanced high-tech equipment. Workers mainly oversee and record data, then submit the collected data to researchers, who will conduct data analysis for improving management procedures and customizing plans. The Automation Management Department is the largest department at Longping in terms of scale, boasting rich teaching resources. It also recruits the most students annually. Out of this year's over 50 students, more than 30 are from the Automation Management Department, while the others come from various different departments. When the group of students got off the inter-school bus, farm staff were already waiting on the side. The students automatically lined up, waiting for the staff to assign tasks. Students, welcome to Green Emerald Farm. We hope you have a pleasant holiday here. I am the head of the automated planting zone. First, we'll divide everyone into groups. Judging by everyone's departments, the largest number of students comes from the Automation Management Department. Please stand on the right side of the line if you're from Automation Management. Otherwise, please move to the left. The student queue became temporarily disordered but quickly reorganized and quieted down again. After counting the number of people in the right line, the head of the automated planting zone nodded, as if satisfied. Automation Management Department students, please follow me. We'll proceed to the automation area for detailed arrangements. Other students, please wait for my colleagues to give further instructions. Swish swish, over half the students left, leaving fewer than 20 students behind, with 4 remaining farm staff members present. After a short discussion among the 4 staff members, they referred to the intern list to ensure all students except those from the Automation Management Department were accounted for. So next, we'll call out names. Students whose names are called, please step forward. 6 students were called for the first round and followed 1 staff member away. Then another 5 students went with a different staff member, followed by another group of 5 with another guide. In the end, only 3 students, including Liang Ying, remained. 3 students, please come with me. The last staff member took Liang Ying and the 2 others to a flying vehicle. Let me explain. Liang Ying, your major is animal husbandry, and this time, your internship is assigned to the silkworm breeding zone. It's close, so I'll take you there first. Don't worry, the other 2, I'll personally escort you to your respective assignment sites. Oh, by the way, my name is Ding Hai. I am the manager responsible for your internships here, dealing with administrative matters. If you need anything or have ideas during your time on the farm, feel free to contact me. After driving for about 15 minutes, the flying car arrived at the silkworm breeding zone. As the vehicle landed, a middle-aged man came forward to greet them. Little Hai, what brings you to our area? Uncle Free, I'm dropping off the interns. This is classmate Liang Ying, and here are her student records. Liang Ying classmate, this is Ding Maoshan, the director of the silkworm breeding zone. He will be your technical advisor for this internship, responsible for teaching you silkworm farming techniques. Any technical questions can be directed to him. Uncle Free, I still need to drop off the other 2 students, so I won't stay long. If there's anything, please contact me. I'm handing Liang Ying over to you now. Take care of her. Got it, I understand. Stop nagging and leave quickly. As Ding Maoshan watched the flying car depart, he looked at Liang Ying with a smile. So, Liang Ying, let me see your records. You're already doing an internship in your first year. Liang Ying smiled back. I'll be in second year when school starts again. Ho ho, that's true. Your courses probably don't specifically teach silkworm farming, so it doesn't matter what year you are, everyone is starting fresh as complete beginners. Liang Ying scratched her head awkwardly. To be honest, she wasn't entirely clueless about silkworm farming. Back in her old village, she had raised silkworms and even made some money when she turned them into the village, which was a rare occasion where she ate a full meal. However, She wondered whether the silkworms in the space age would differ much from those in the 20th century. Ho ho, no need to feel embarrassed. Students should learn new things they don't know. Ding Maoshan was a cheerful man who always wore a smile on his face, making people feel as if they were basking in a warm spring breeze. Liang Ying felt her spirits lift. The environment at Green Emerald was even better than at Longping, and being immersed in nature made her feel as if her body and mind had merged with the earth and sky. The heaviness of the past few months disappeared, and Liang Ying relaxed, allowing her intrinsic force to wander freely between heaven and earth. Her stagnant spiritual energy seemed to have loosened just a little. Since this is your first internship, you don't need to do overly specialized work. Start with the most basic tasks. Okay, Liang Ying replied without hesitation, now feeling energized all over. Raising silkworms starts with recognizing mulberry trees. From tomorrow morning, you'll start at 4 o'clock, joining the mulberry picking group on the back mountain to collect mulberry leaves. Once you've learned how to identify mulberry leaves, you can go to the silkworm rearing room to select a few silkworm eggs, and then learn from the rearing group, starting with hatching. Hearing Ding Maoshan's detailed instructions, Liang Ying became increasingly excited about her upcoming internship life. The back mountain he referred to as a genuine large mountain located right in the center of Green Emerald. The entire mountain maintained its natural ecosystem cycle. No one was allowed to disturb the environment inside, and any collection within the mountain had to be applied for ahead of time and could only proceed after approval. Though it meant waking up very early in the morning, Liang Ying was entirely willing, especially enjoying the task of entering the mountain to gather mulberry leaves. Others might not have noticed, but with her intrinsic force, every morning Liang Ying saw a large cloud of mist hovering atop the mountain, enveloping everything in soft fog. Standing amidst the mist, she felt her pores open fully, from body to soul. Everything felt refreshed and comfortable. Liang Ying thought there must be some meaning behind this layer of mist. It seemed to resonate with her intrinsic force, but no information about it could be found in any scientific database. With her excellent memory, Liang Ying spent a week successfully completing the mulberry identification stage, earning the qualification to advance to learning silkworm rearing. However, upon entering the silkworm rearing room and seeing the rows of vibrant silkworm eggs, Liang Ying again deeply sensed the differences between the space age and the 20th century. Were these truly silkworm eggs? Could their size rival that of chicken eggs? Chapter 92, Farm Life, Part 2. Know why silk remains the most expensive material in the galaxy after tens of thousands of years. Because the silkworm is a completely metamorphosed, spitting insect among polylectic ectothermic animals. To this day, their entire breeding process cannot be fully automated, leading to consistently limited output and sky-high prices. Ding Maoshan nodded approvingly, looking at Liang Ying with delight. Good job. You did your research beforehand, didn't you? That's the spirit. When you don't know something, go learn it. Liang Ying chuckled a few times, then hurriedly rubbed her face with her hand. It seemed that under Ding Maoshan's influence, she had recently taken to laughing hee-hee for no reason. Alright, go inside and pick 4 silkworm eggs. Think about the key points I've mentioned to you. Try selecting those that are easier to hatch. Liang Ying nodded confidently and walked into the silkworm nursery. The silkworm nursery was maintained at 25 degrees Celsius, with neat rows of purple-red silkworm eggs. Inside each egg, a circle of black ring-like objects could be seen faintly moving. Liang Ying walked around the nursery, choosing 3 eggs but hesitating over one more. This particular egg was noticeably smaller than the others, and its black ring structure inside barely moved at all, indicating very weak vitality. However, Liang Ying felt an unusual kind of vitality emanating from this egg. A faint mist resided within, thinner than the morning fog on the back mountain, which was not present in the other eggs. After pondering for a moment, Liang Ying ultimately decided to choose this egg. She was eager to understand the difference between this type of mist and regular fog. Liang Ying noted down the serial numbers of the 4 selected eggs and informed Ding Maoshan. Ding entered the nursery, took out the eggs Liang Ying had chosen, placed them in a thermostatic box, and handed them over to her. I will help you register in the system. From now on, these 4 silkworm eggs belong to you. A gift for your internship here at the farm. Whether or not they can hatch into ant silkworms, whether or not the silkworms will spin silk, and what quality of silk they will produce, it's all up to how well you raise them. Your upcoming internship tasks aside from joining the mulberry picking team early in the morning also include taking care of these 4 little treasures. Bring them to the farm in the thermostatic box during the day and take them back home with you in the afternoon when you return to school. Remember to keep observation journals. After Liang Ying left, Ding Maoshan talked with the nursery staff for a while. When did the silkworm egg with code number 5385 arrive? I'll check. Code number 5385. Ah, found it. This egg has been here for over a month already. Actually, it's the one the picking team found last month on the back mountain. We all thought it might be a wild silkworm's egg. After discussion, our group decided to try cultivating this wild variety, so we put it together with the domesticated silkworm eggs. However, it doesn't seem adapted to the environment in the silkworm nursery. It hasn't hatched after over a month, and its activity level has been steadily decreasing. We discussed this egg specifically at last week's department meeting. Everyone thought if it hadn't hatched within 2 weeks, we should discard it. Unexpectedly, the intern chose it for this round. No problem. Since this wild silkworm egg was close to failure anyway, giving it to the intern won't make any difference. Record everything and upload it to the system. With these 4 little treasures, Liang Ying's internship life became much more vibrant. For the smallest egg, Liang Ying gave it the name Xiao Hei Dan, Little Black Egg. Xiao Heidan was more fragile than the other 3 eggs. Since it emitted the same misty energy as observed on the back mountain, Liang Ying would take Xiao Heidan out of the thermostatic box and place it in her pocket every time she went mulberry picking. Because of the low temperature in the morning, Liang Ying would envelop Xiao Heidan with her primordial power. Liang Ying's idea was simple. She hoped Xiao Heidan could absorb the mountain mists to grow stronger. With no better method available, she could only do what she could, hoping silently that Xiao Heidan would instinctively eat the fog. Speaking of favoritism, Liang Ying really doted on Xiao Heidan. She would bring him along for walks in the morning and give him special massages in the evening. These special massages involved holding Xiao Heidan in her hand and using her primordial power to sense his life force. On the first time Liang Ying held Xiao Heidan, she felt a peculiar sensation, as though she could feel the pulsation of Xiao Heidan, responding to her presence by changing its rhythm. As the frequency of these special massages increased, Liang Ying noticed Xiao Heidan's pulse strengthening and the faint mist inside the eggshell growing denser. 10 days passed, and the other 3 silkworm eggs hatched as expected, but Xiao Heidan remained completely still. Helpless, Liang Ying procured another thermostatic box exclusively for Xiao Heidan. Newly hatched silkworm larvae were even more delicate, demanding even more careful care. Liang Ying felt like she had been upgraded to a full-time nanny. She was more diligent than when attending to Xiao Yu. Every night, Liang Ying massaged little black egg with deep melancholy, talking to it as if in a monologue. The only positive sign was that the mist inside little black egg indeed grew thicker. After 6 more days, little black egg finally showed signs of hatching. Liang Ying stared at it for half a day until it emerged from the eggshell and devoured it entirely. Unable to resist, Liang Ying remarked how much longer this one took to emerge compared to the other silkworms. Little black egg hatched into a little black thread, adorned with glossy black fur. It appeared smaller than the other 3 larvae, but Liang Ying could feel its vitality exceeding theirs. Little black thread also ate more than the others, which caused Liang Ying to double her morning mulberry picking quota. This naturally sparked curiosity among her fellow mulberry pickers. Knowing that little black thread was different from ordinary domesticated silkworms, Liang Ying avoided revealing it and came up with an excuse to deflect their questions. Time flew by quickly in a flurry of busy yet fulfilling days, and before she knew it, another month had passed. Fiona's secret message arrived on schedule. Fiona reported that their operation was proceeding smoothly, having roughly pinpointed the location where people were being held captive. They were preparing a rescue plan, and once the timing was right, the Federation's covert special forces would act to save them. Of course, in order to maintain secrecy, Fiona didn't disclose the detailed situation to Liang Ying. Upon receiving Fiona's message, Liang Ying felt a bit more relieved. The confidence radiating through Fiona's words reassured her. Believing fully in Fiona, Liang Ying firmly trusted they would succeed in rescuing everyone. Now, all of Liang Ying's focus was on the young silkworms, especially little black thread, into which she had invested so much effort. Thinking that the morning fog on the back mountain benefited little black thread's growth, she started taking it along when she went to pick mulberries every day. As evidenced by its growing strength despite Liang Ying's daily handling, little black thread was clearly faring better than the other 3. What Liang Ying looked forward to most now was the moment when the 4 silkworms reached their 5th and star stage and began spinning silk. However, a bizarre letter disrupted Liang Ying's tranquil life. The sender was someone she didn't recognize, but the content used Fiona's secret code, and it was a distress signal. Chapter 93. Seeking help. Liang Ying stood on the balcony, her head raised to gaze at the sky. Her eyes pierced through layer upon layer of clouds, as if she wanted to see the other side of the distant starry expanse. That was the world of the AUS Empire. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't see it. Thus, Liang Ying decided to go to the AUS Empire. To go to the AUS Empire, many preparations were needed. The first thing to determine was where to look for Fiona's whereabouts. After much deliberation, Liang Ying finally dialed Qian Ning's communication line. Secretary Qian, it's been a long time since we last met. I have something that might bother you and could involve military secrets. I wonder if it's convenient or not. Qian Ning was in the middle of executing a task when he received Liang Ying's call request, which already surprised him. When Liang Ying mentioned that it involved military secrets, he became even more curious. However, this mission was led by Liang Tao. If Liang Ying's request was indeed troublesome, then it would be better to consult with Liang Tao first. It has really been a long time. From the last National Founding Day holiday until now, it's been half a year. I didn't expect that you still remember me. It makes me happy that little Ing can think of me when there is something. You tell me your problem first. Even if I don't have the authority to solve it for you, isn't there still Deputy Commander Liang? Liang Ying smiled sheepishly. She felt somewhat ungrateful. Except for asking twice during vacations whether Liang Tao would return to the capital star, she hadn't contacted him ever since. She also hadn't been in touch with Qian Ning and Alan who were close to Liang Tao. Now she had approached them only to ask for help, which was truly improper. I know father is always busy and I don't want to disturb him. But this time, among the people I know, only he can help me, so? You, little Ing, don't need to be polite. As the daughter of the deputy commander, if your daughter has troubles, it should naturally be the responsibility of the father to resolve. Here's the matter. I have a good friend who is. Liang Ying recounted Fiona's story. I know it would be very troublesome to inquire about internal information regarding federal agents, and it might involve many people, so I abandoned this route directly. Now, I have 3 messages sent to me. Based on these 3 messages, if we can locate the sender's position, the military should have such technology, right? Qian paused for a moment. The military does have such technology, but are you planning to go to the AUS Empire to find your friend? Yes, Liang Ying's attitude was resolute. I intend to find her. Although I cannot completely confirm that the last rescue message was sent by her, only she and I know the code. Even if it wasn't her, it must have something to do with her. If I don't go and investigate this once, I just won't feel at ease. Littling, you are a good child who values loyalty and friendship. However, have you carefully analyzed whether this incident might be a trap targeting your friend, or perhaps even one aimed at you? Liang Ying understood what Qian meant. She was no longer a secret as Liang Tao's daughter. Liang Tao was the deputy commander of the Federal 1st Military District. Regardless of whether Liang Ying herself was talented or not, her background already determined that she was valuable for abduction purposes. Still, regardless of the intentions of the opposing party, the fact that they got hold of Fiona's code proved that Fiona had already been exposed. Regrettably, her connection with Fiona was merely one way, meaning Liang Ying had no way to feed back her own situation to Fiona. No matter if Fiona had already fallen into the hands of the Empire, she was currently in danger. Liang Ying simply couldn't remain indifferent and just wait around. Secretary Qian, no matter what, I must go to the AUS Empire. If they are coming for me, then all the more reason why I should go. Qian Ning realized that Liang Ying's resolve was firm. He thought that he'd better inform Liang Tao of this matter first. Well, determining the location of the person sending the message requires using military technical personnel, and I don't have the authority to do so. Let me consult the deputy commander first and hear his decision. Alright, Liang Ying knew that this matter would definitely have to pass through Liang Tao's review first. She had never intended to sneak off to the Empire without informing Liang Tao anyway. Liang Ying wasn't that foolish. Without assistance from others, she wouldn't even know how to reach the Empire. If she truly intended to rescue someone, ignoring Liang's powerful backup was like asking for death. After concluding her call with Qian Ning, Liang Ying planned to buy some equipment. However, lacking experience, she didn't know what to purchase. Fortunately, Fiona had previously mentioned the items she had prepared. Therefore, Liang Ying placed an order for a full set based on Fiona's prior preparation. On the other side, after ending the call, Qian Ning immediately went to Liang Tao. After hearing Qian Ning's words, Liang Tao remained silent for a moment, contemplating, then gave an order. Bring me the complete file of Little Ying's friend, including her parents' files. In addition, tell the leader of the technical team to personally meet with Little Ying and help her find the sender's address. I'll owe him a favor. Deputy Commander, you agree with Little Ying going to the Empire? That's very dangerous. Little Ying is just an ordinary student. Liang Tao glanced at a worried Qian Ning. As my daughter, she can't be an ordinary student forever. Secretary Allen had been standing behind Liang Tao, and now he furrowed his brow but first looked at Qian Ning. You go ahead and take care of the few things Deputy Commander just mentioned. Qian Ning immediately accepted the order and left, leaving only Liang Tao and Allen in the room. Brother Tao, what do you think? Letting Little Ying go alone. If she wants to go alone, let her. It will be easier to expose her identity if we send people to secretly protect her. You help her arrange something reliable so she can pass safely. Her success isn't the priority. It wouldn't hurt for her to learn a lesson or two so she won't act impulsively in the future. I understand. Allen's frown didn't ease. This AUS Empire matter is extremely difficult. Despite dragging on for half a year, it still hasn't been resolved. Are you planning to get involved? There's no such thing as getting involved or not. The AUS Empire has acted recklessly this time. To even attempt this sort of deed shows how much they're hoping the Federation swallows the loss in silence. They haven't considered that kidnapping military scientists from the Federation already infringes upon its core interests. Under any circumstances, the Federation cannot quietly bear this grudge. If Little Ying gets involved in this matter, some people may think it's your command. Should they use this to make trouble for the first military zone? In matters like this, if there's still internal strife, don't they see through the Empire's tricks? Anyone who makes things difficult for us in this situation doesn't need to remain in the military department. Allen could tell Liang Tao had already made up his mind and stopped dissuading him. Instead, he began contemplating how best to assist Liang Ying and ensure her safety. Help me contact the director of the Intelligence Bureau and let him know I have an urgent matter to ask for his assistance. Liang Tao added after pondering for a while. Chapter 94, Departure Preparation. Liang Ying was anxiously waiting for a reply from Liang Tao. Unexpectedly, Liang Tao's efficiency far exceeded her expectations. The personnel from the technical department of the military directly reached out to her. This time, Liang Ying personally experienced the latest reconnaissance technology from the Federation's military department. It took only 2 hours for the technicians to pinpoint the sender's location. The 3 messages came from 3 locations, all within the Austin Empire star domain, but from 2 different planets. Upon receiving the addresses, Liang Ying expressed immense admiration and respect for the military technicians. With the destination in hand, preparations for the journey had to be accelerated. First were the 4 silkworms. Liang Ying didn't know how long she'd be away from the Empire this time, so she couldn't just leave the 4 babies unattended. It was easy enough with the 3 regular silkworms. Liang Ying took them to the farm and entrusted Ding Maoshan with their care. However, deciding where to place He Xiaoxian required more thought. Given that He Xiaoxian very much liked the back mountain, one morning, while gathering mulberry leaves, Liang Ying secretly left He Xiaoxian in the mulberry grove, silently praying that it could adapt to life in the wild. Liang Ying also had to cut her internship at Green Emerald Farm short. She informed both Ding Maoshan and Ding Hai and completed the formalities proving the end of her internship. Since Liang Ying only handed over 3 regular silkworms to Ding Maoshan, He assumed that He Shaoxian hadn't hatched yet. Moreover, Liang Ying's 3 regular silkworms were well fed and close to spinning their cocoons. Therefore, Ding Maoshan gave her an A on her internship evaluation. Liang Ying was quite happy with her A-. After all, she ended her internship early. With this grade, applying for future internships would be easier. She definitely had to inform Professor Hua Qingdu about her trip to the Austin Empire. If school resumed before she returned, the professor could register her and help arrange a long leave on her behalf. Given her trust in Hua Qingdu, Liang Ying explained everything to him and sought his advice. Hua Qingdu did not fully agree with Liang Ying's decision to go to the empire. However, since Liang Ying's father didn't oppose it, neither could he insist otherwise. Moreover, considering that Liang Ying's cultivation skills stagnated last semester, Hua Qingdu felt perhaps this was an opportunity. Higher levels of cultivation made breakthroughs harder, and thus high-level cultivators would usually undergo training rather than merely exercising in training rooms. If the trip to the empire brought some gains, it might become the catalyst for Liang Ying's breakthrough. There was another reason Liang Ying approached Hua Qingdu. Teacher, hasn't Longping's red grapefruit orchard already produced fruit? Could you help me purchase a few red grapefruits? This trip to the empire is dangerous, and I want to carry some just in case. Hua Qingdu gave Liang Ying an exasperated look. So this is the main reason you came to see me, isn't it? If it wasn't for these fruits, would you have sneaked off to the empire without telling me? It can't be like that. Without your guidance, I wouldn't dare to go. Am I going to rescue people or commit suicide? Alright, I can help you get a few red grapefruits, though I can't guarantee more than 2 or 3. But you should know that there aren't many left right now, and you'll probably have to spend quite a bit. No problem, I've got money. Teacher, you don't need to worry about saving it for me. Well then, come back in 2 days. I can't promise much, but I'm confident I can get you 2 or 3 fruits. With Hua Qingdu's assurance, Liang Ying relaxed. Back in her room, she began organizing her equipment and preparing for the journey. Something seemed missing. Liang Ying racked her brain until she finally remembered. The items lacked a reliable weapon she was familiar with using. Energy guns and daggers were things Liang Ying had never truly used before. This trip to the empire would likely present danger, so she needed a weapon she truly could use. To address this, Liang Ying specifically visited a weapons specialty store. After wandering around for quite some time, she eventually selected her weapon, a lightweight crossbow. While watching the shop attendant demonstrate various weapon usage methods, Liang Ying favored this particular lightweight crossbow. This model differed from standard military crossbows. It was simplified, making it smaller and easier to carry around, perfectly suited for beginners. Liang Ying felt that its operation reminded her of the slingshot she played with as a child. During those chirpy sparrow seasons, she once hit numerous sparrows with her slingshot, feeding her small belly. With a convenient weapon in hand, Liang Ying felt even more confident. Professor Hua Qingdu managed to procure 4 raw red grapefruits for her. Typically, processing these fruits enhances their effects, but the purification techniques for red grapefruit extract are currently controlled by the Military Research Institute. Obtaining injections would be troublesome, take too long, and I suspect you don't have the patience for that. Fortunately, the oral fruit still performs adequately. The effect takes a bit longer, generally kicking in a day or 2 after consumption. The 4 red grapefruits were packed in a special insulated box, and the school charged Liang Ying 5 million credits. It was said to be a reasonable price. Liang Ying didn't feel pain for spending the money. At this stage, red grapefruits were in high demand but short supply. After pondering, she believed 4 should be enough. The main reason Liang Ying brought the red grapefruits was her concern for Fiona, especially considering there was also Joey involved. If they were captured, it was highly likely their bodies would suffer damage. Consuming a red grapefruit was the easiest way to recover. With the light crossbow as a weapon, red grapefruits as emergency medication, 3 destination addresses, and other miscellaneous items, these were all the things Liang Ying could prepare for herself. Before leaving, Liang Ying specially visited Fiona's grandmother. The elderly lady thought Fiona was merely attending a military academy internship, so she had no suspicion why Fiona hadn't been in touch with her. Liang Ying chatted with the elderly woman for a while, leaving 2 cans of tea. While accompanying the elder in drinking juice, she secretly added 1 red grapefruit into the drink. The elder was just an ordinary person over 80 years old, and Liang Ying didn't want her not to be around when Fiona returned. Thus, she used one of the red grapefruits outside her original plan. The night before departure, Liang Ying took out a bottle of crystal grains that Xiao Yu left behind and poured the entire bottle into the fish tank. You 2 eat slowly, don't gobble up all these stones at once. For now, there won't be anyone feeding you, so take care and hang on until either Xiao Yu or I return. Muttering to herself, Liang Ying seemed to be instructing the 2 carefree little fish, a gold and a silver one responding with some bubbles from the water. The next morning, Liang Ying first put on a specially made protective suit, then a hoodie casual outfit. She looked herself over in front of the mirror from both sides, then took down the fire vine from her hair and tied it around her neck with a rope. Then she picked up her luggage and embarked on the journey to the Empire. Chapter 95, The Pretender. Based on Alan's guidance, Liang Ying arrived at the Neva spaceport and stood at the staff entrance, sending a message to Alan. Soon after, a man came out. What are you doing standing here? Alan told me to wait here. The man nodded. Follow me. You can call me Uncle Eagle. Your identity is my niece, who because of curiosity wants to travel to Vanistar, but as your family elders disapprove, they didn't give you money. So, you ran away secretly to seek refuge with me. Liang Ying listened attentively, nodding and memorizing every word Uncle Eagle said. According to Alan's previous introduction, This Uncle Eagle was the captain of a small military transport ship whose fleet was just passing by Neva for supplies, and he could take Liang Ying along for a ride. Vanastar was located at the edge of the Federation, being the safest planet closest to the OS Empire, with a military base established there. Due to its geographical location, many mercenary groups also had a presence there. From Neva to Vanna, an ordinary civilian spaceship would take over 10 days to arrive, while the military transport ship only needed 4 days. During these 4 days on the transport ship, Liang Ying did nothing but train her body and listen to Uncle Eagle's introductions about Vanastar. Because it was so dull, Liang Ying even left several messages for Xiao Yu, though this guy hadn't returned yet. The 4 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the transport ship safely arrived at Vanastar. Liang Ying, dressed in plain casual clothes, wore a hat that covered her eyebrows and eyes as she disembarked alone. The transport ship still had a mission, so Uncle Eagle could only see her off here. Following the address Alan gave her, Liang Ying reached an abandoned space station. The original station had been completely destroyed after suffering from a star storm, and after lying idle for years, it almost turned into a garbage dump. Jumping around in the garbage piles, Liang Ying eventually found the remains of the guardhouse of the old space station. While the upper floors of the guard tower were only ruins now, the 2 lowest levels were still standing firmly. Approaching the guard tower, a strong, unpleasant smell wafted towards her. Liang Ying quickly pulled up her collar tightly, put on protective glasses, a black mask, and a pair of protective gloves. Fully armored, not an inch of skin remained exposed. Crossing the door of the building, Liang Ying first saw a huge metal pot sitting right in the center of the lobby. Beneath the metal pot, a pile of firewood burned vigorously, causing the strange green liquid inside to boil. Steam filled the hallway with heat. The foul odor she smelled earlier originated from here. As a student at the agricultural college, Liang Ying identified the liquid as being made from plants effective against wild animals. She had once read in some online documents that on remote areas of certain planets far from cities and without protective shields, people would prepare animal repellent soup to ward off wild beasts and avoid attacks. Since no one was visible, Liang Ying hesitated briefly at the doorway before continuing inward. She followed the hallway past room after room. The doors were all closed tight, with only small windows open at the tops, too high for Liang Ying to peek through even when she stood on tiptoe. No matter, she decided. Using her innate abilities silently, Liang Ying walked slowly down the corridor, neither too fast nor too slow, making no sound, seemingly undetected by the occupants in those rooms. The person she sought wasn't on the first floor. Liang Ying tiptoed cautiously along the corridor, walking past more than a dozen occupied rooms. Reaching the stairwell, she suddenly paused, leaning against the wall to take deep breaths. It turned out that in her earlier anxiety, Liang Ying had unconsciously held her breath, which caused her chest discomfort. But since she dared not remove her mask, she could only catch her breath through it. After calming down, Liang Ying ascended the stairs to the second floor. The smell seemed slightly milder on the second floor, and the originally white walls weren't corroded as badly as on the first floor. There was less debris underfoot, making Liang Ying feel a bit better. There were only 4 rooms occupied on the second floor, and the person Liang Ying was looking for was in the third one. Raising her hand, she lightly knocked on the door. An aged voice called from inside. "Do you have no hands? Can't you push the door and come in yourself?" Liang Ying felt somewhat taken aback, growing more uneasy. Carefully pushing the door open, Liang Ying saw deep inside the room an elderly man with snow-white hair. On the table in front of the old man was a metal basin full of what appeared to be animal bones. Both hands busy, the old man was happily gnawing away at them. Is this really the person Alan mentioned? Liang Ying couldn't help but doubt the scruffy-looking elder, but she immediately dismissed this thought. With the flow of her innate power, Liang Ying sensed a vigorous vitality within the old man, a vigor that was quite inconsistent with his frail exterior. This precisely indicated that this was indeed the person she was seeking. The painter was the code name given to him by the Federal Bureau of Agents. No one knew his real name, nor had anyone ever seen his true face. The only thing people knew was that his legend had existed for over 30 years. The painter was the most legendary impersonator in the interstellar world. Filmmakers from the Federation even created many works based on him as their prototype, and a few movies about him won awards across the galaxy. Once, there was a TV series called The Painter, its content also based on his story. Liang Ying had followed it religiously, not missing a single episode when it aired. She remembered the opening line from The Painter. The painter is a genius who can disguise himself as any kind of person. Finally, the old man finished gnawing on the bone in his hand. He wiped his oily, blackened hands on the clothes he wore, then squinted at Liang Ying with a look of disdain. Upon seeing her, his expression changed abruptly, and he emitted an eerie chuckle. Liang Ying felt a little awkward, but quickly figured out why the old man was laughing at her. With a sigh of helplessness, she removed her face mask, protective goggles, and hat, revealing her true appearance. The old man's eyes darted around, his gaze scanning Liang Ying's features repeatedly. "What's your name, and what brings you here?" Liang Ying did not answer his question directly, but instead said what Alan had taught her. "Alan sent me. He said you know what to do, and I shouldn't say anything more." "Humph. This Alan again, really persistent." The old man muttered irritably, but Liang Ying didn't respond. She simply looked down at her own toes and stood silently. Her lack of reaction seemed to bore the old man, and his muttering ceased. From somewhere, he produced a wooden box, waving it in Liang Ying's direction. "All right, stop standing there like a fool. Sit on the chair over there. You're too tall, blocking the way. Finish up quickly and get out. Don't take up my space. My place doesn't welcome young girls spending the night." Chapter 96, Transformation. Close your eyes. The artist was standing in front of Liang Ying, holding a piece of transparent animal skin. Liang Ying glanced at the animal skin and quickly identified it as the skin of a pippy beast. The skin of a pippy beast is soft and gel-like, breathable, and is the best material for making masks. It is said that a good pippy beast mask can be worn on the face for a year without causing an allergic reaction if never removed. However, pippy beasts have extremely high requirements for their living environment, which makes their population very scarce. To protect them, the Federation listed them as second-level rare protected animals and established pippy beast nature reserves on certain planets. Therefore, pippy beast skins can only be obtained on the Federation's black market, where the price is said to remain high. The artist actually spared no expense using pippy beast skin to make her a mask. It seemed Liang Tao and Alan had paid a hefty price. Satisfied, Liang Ying closed her eyes and let the artist fiddle with her face. The pippy beast skin felt cool against her cheeks. With her eyes closed, she felt the artist kneading and pinching different parts of her face through the beast skin. In no time, Liang Ying noticed her skin growing warmer along with the pippy beast skin. After quite some time, the artist finally stopped. All right, it's ready. Don't open your eyes yet. Wait until your face cools down before checking the effect. Out of curiosity, Liang Ying couldn't help but sneak a look at her own face with her elemental power. The sight nearly made her scream. It turned out that during the process when pippy beast skin fused with human skin, the temperature would rise, turning the skin red. Meanwhile, the pippy beast skin became even redder. As the temperature cooled, the skin color would return to normal, and the pippy beast skin would turn back to colorless and transparent. So at that moment, Liang Ying's face looked like it was covered in blood, terrifyingly red. Luckily, she already knew about this characteristic of the pippy beast skin. Otherwise, she might have assumed the artist was intentionally harming her. Even though she knew it was normal, Liang Ying couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. She gritted her teeth for over an hour until the artist finally announced it was safe to open her eyes. When Liang Ying opened her eyes, the originally pretty young woman had transformed into an ordinary girl with a plain appearance. One of those faces that easily blends into the crowd. This was a face that would not leave a lasting impression. Out of curiosity, Liang Ying touched her cheek and found that the texture felt just like real skin, with completely normal sensations. If she hadn't personally experienced the mask application, she would never have guessed she was wearing a mask. While Liang Ying was marveling at the transformation, she didn't notice that the artist had moved behind her. Suddenly, a sly laugh came from behind. Before Liang Ying could react to what happened, there were crunching sounds, followed by strands of hair falling onto the ground. The artist had cut Liang Ying's hair. Though Liang Ying wasn't overly concerned with her looks, she still flinched slightly seeing how decisively the artist handled the scissors. A few minutes later, Liang Ying found herself with a short bob. Glancing at the still giggling artist, she walked to the lone mirror in the room to take a look. Was this a boy or a girl? She now looked like a plain tomboy with an average appearance. Fortunately, Liang Ying had a decent figure. Otherwise, people might have thought she was a boy. As Liang Ying was standing in front of the mirror appreciating her new look, the artist brought another package over. From inside, he pulled out an identity card and a set of clothes and tossed them in front of Liang Ying. This is your ID card. Wear these clothes underneath. If you get caught because you didn't follow my advice, don't come complaining to me. Liang Ying picked up the identity card to take a closer look. The photo matched her current face exactly, with her name still being Liang Ying, gender still female. However, her birthplace had been changed to one of the Empire's planets. It was an identity card for the AUS Empire. Liang Ying also examined the clothing. It was a nude-colored, high-elasticity body-hugging outfit. Silently, Liang Ying packed the clothes and identity card into her backpack, glanced back at the artist who was still staring at her intently, and respectfully bowed. The artist appeared startled by Liang Ying's seriousness, impatiently waving his hand. Hurry up and go. There's no room prepared for you here. In 2 hours, it will be dark. If you can't make it back to the base before nightfall, you'll have to spend the night outside in the wilderness. Let me remind you, a young girl like you spending the night alone in the wild will become nothing more than food for the beasts. Go quick. Don't linger here. Thank you, master. Goodbye. Without saying anything else, Liang Ying turned around and exited the room, gently closing the door behind her before quietly descending the stairs once more. However, this time, luck was not on Liang Ying's side. Many people were gathered in the hallway on the first floor, boasting and showing off. Liang Ying took out her mask, goggles, hat, and gloves, fully equipped herself again, and proceeded down the corridor pretending to be just another unremarkable individual. At first, the people in the corridor didn't notice Liang Ying, or they were confused by her casual demeanor and didn't react for a moment, until someone whistled, bringing everyone back to their senses. Is this girl new? Nice figure. Liang Ying saw the people behind her pointing and whispering. Her heart began to race as a sense of danger surged through her, causing her to bolt without a second thought. This girl is running. Catch her. Several people chased after Liang Ying, but it was too late. They hadn't even gotten close before she had already dashed through the hall and out of the guard tower. Liang Ying did not let up for a moment, unleashing her elemental powers as she leaped between piles of garbage, moving effortlessly through them. She quickly vanished from sight. Liang Ying kept running until those from the guard tower finally gave up pursuing her. Back at the guard tower, the men who had run out to chase Liang Ying cursed as they returned inside. Where did that girl come from? Who saw her enter the building? We should have been alerted earlier so we could get ready. Yeah, it's been ages since a woman came around here. I've been on the verge of exploding with frustration, and now she slips away. It seems to me like she might have come from upstairs. Maybe she's visiting one of the guys on the second floor. The way she was all covered up, She's probably there to see the old man. So what if she is? Those upstairs never bother with our business anyway, and we're plenty enough to take care of ourselves. That's not exactly true. Don't forget what that old man does. If she came to see him, she's probably not much to look at. What do looks matter if she's got the right curves? Liang Ying heard every single word these men said, and immediately her face turned pale with anger. In the guard tower hall, the metal pot still emitted steam. As these men passed the large pot, the liquid inside suddenly boiled more violently, splashing some of its contents onto the ground. Damn it! Did that chemist add something crazy again? That burns like hell. None of the men escaped unscathed. Wherever the green liquid touched their skin, it quickly rotted and formed pus, while their clothes were eaten away, leaving huge holes where the substance landed. Chapter 97. Bao Taitao. After turning on the communicator to determine her current coordinates, Liang Ying entered the destination's coordinates and determined the direction she needed to go. Liang Ying took a metal box from her backpack, pressed a button on it, and dropped it onto the ground. With a clicking sound, the metal box automatically unfolded into a flying skateboard. This item, recommended by Fiona, was indeed very convenient. This simple flying skateboard was easy to carry but had some functions omitted. It could only be manually controlled and couldn't drive automatically. Being at the peak of level 5 in martial arts skills, Liang Ying found handling this kind of skateboard quite easy. She stood firmly on the board with both feet, controlling its direction with her front foot and speed with her back foot. With a swift motion, she lifted off the ground. After getting used to it for a while, she began accelerating. Like an arrow released from a bowstring, Liang Ying darted across the wilderness on the skateboard. An hour or so later on the skateboard, the sky gradually grew darker. Finally, Liang Ying arrived at the nearest base. Liang Ying checked into a small inn, where she ate something casually. She would spend the night there and head to the next base the following day. The night passed without incident. Liang Ying got up early the next morning. First, she put on the set of clothes given to her by the artist, then layered on a protective suit, and finally wore a casual outfit over them. After all the trouble of putting on 3 sets of clothing, fortunately, these clothes could automatically adjust body temperature, or she might have suffocated. The clothes given by the artist were truly unique. After wearing them, Liang Ying's figure appeared drastically slimmer, her chest significantly reduced, and her hips smaller as well, making her thin and long like a stick. After glancing at the mirror, Liang Ying felt she had transformed into an 18 or 19-year-old unremarkable girl, someone easily forgotten after a single glance. Though the breakfast at the inn didn't taste good, Liang Ying still forced herself to eat until she was full. Then, she boarded the first public flying car to another base. This base was much larger than the previous one. Following the address provided by Alan, Liang Ying quickly located her destination. It was the back alley of the Yatuso Mercenary Guild building. Looking around, Liang Ying couldn't help but sigh. Regardless of where you were, back alleys always paled in comparison to main streets. She pressed the doorbell mounted on the wall, and with a hiss, communication was established. Who? I'm from the Capital Star. Who referred you? Ellen. Come in. There was a snap, and the door opened automatically. Liang Ying moved forward cautiously, entering sideways. With another snap, the door locked itself automatically behind her. Inside the door was a grove of small trees, with just a winding path leading deeper inside the woods. Liang Ying released her primal force, observing her surroundings carefully while walking along the path. At the end of the path was an open iron gate. Leading the way with her primal force, Liang Ying pushed the gate and stepped inside. Behind the gate stood 2 people who had been whispering. Upon seeing Liang Ying, they looked her over curiously. At that moment, a young man ran over, pointing at Liang Ying and said, "Follow me." "Xiaozhang, where does this girl come from? Why have I never seen her before? Are you bringing your girlfriend in secretly again for illicit reasons?" Xiaozhang rolled his eyes. "Don't talk nonsense. This is Bao Taitao's person. Don't say anything reckless. Bao Taitao has an explosive temper, and I can't afford to offend him." Liang Ying politely smiled and followed Xiaozhang toward the building. Xiaozhang led Liang Ying to a room on the 4th floor. After knocking on the door, he announced, "Bao Taitao, the person you're looking for has arrived." He didn't wait for any reaction from inside the room, simply pointing at the door before leaving. Finally, the door opened, revealing a stunning beauty, which greatly differed from Liang Ying's previous assumptions. Is Bao Taitao here? I came to find him." Liang Ying's voice was soft, causing the opposite beautiful woman to burst into girlish laughter. The beauty covered her mouth with bright red nails, giggling and winking flirtatiously at Liang Ying while sizing her up thoroughly. "Hey, it's a girl. At first glance, I thought you were a boy. I was wondering when Bao Taitao changed his tastes, but you're still a sister. Though this appearance, and the figure, even the landing deck of the airport isn't much better." Speechless, Liang Ying lowered her head, expressionless as she stared at the tips of her own shoes. In situations like this, she really didn't know what expression she should have. The beauty chuckled alone for a while, noticed that the girl in front of her wasn't participating, lost interest, stopped laughing, and shouted inside the room, "Bao Taitao, a girl wants to see you. Come take a look quickly." After shouting inside, the beauty pulled Liang Ying into the room with one hand. "Hurry in, don't be shy. Bao Taitao is a good person." Bao Taitao sat on the couch in the room, furrowing his brows and not moving. His small eyes scanned Liang Ying up and down a few times before he turned to the tall beauty beside him. "Xiaowei, I'm good here. You can leave now." Xiaowei glanced at Liang Ying, then looked at Bao Taitao. She hesitated with her feet, but ultimately couldn't bear the disdainful gaze from Bao Taitao. With great reluctance, she flicked her eyebrows and left. "What's your name?" Liang Ying lifted her head, looking at Bao Taitao with confusion. Alan told me the rules. We don't ask the names of visitors, and they aren't allowed to tell others their own name. Not bad, teachable. Bao Taitao nodded at Liang Ying and pulled out a room card, handing it over to her. You'll stay next to me. Here's the room card. We leave tonight, so you just stay in the room during the day and don't go out. The journey will take 8 days. Meals are on you. If you haven't brought any nutrition supplements, you can have Xiao Zhang buy them for you right now. During those 8 days, you're only allowed to move around inside your cabin. Don't cause me any trouble. If you wander around and get discovered by others, you'll be kicked off the spaceship halfway through, and don't blame me for not stepping in to help you. Bao Taitao alternated between threats and assurances, mostly aiming to prevent Liang Ying from causing trouble aboard the ship. Liang Ying wasn't someone who enjoyed causing chaos, nor did she have difficulty enduring solitude. 8 days would not be a hard stretch for her. Liang Ying had prepared enough nutrition pills. However, since they didn't taste very good, she also brought many seeds, some edible, and others that might prove useful later on. Liang Ying slept all day in her room, recharging her energy. When Bao Taitao came to call her, she was fully prepared. Bao Taitao was the squad leader of a team of 18 at the Yatuso Mercenary Guild. This time, their mission was to escort a shipment of goods to the Empire, and Liang Ying would hitch a ride on the cargo ship to sneak into the Empire. A dark moonlit night did nothing to affect the departure of space vessels. The aerial port of the base wasn't very busy, with only a few spaceships landing and taking off. Their spaceship was mixed among them, slowly departing from the Vanna planet. Chapter 98, The Empire's Slums. Thank you, book friend, I am Tianjin for your pink vote. These few sentences are not within the word count for payment. OS Empire, Langxian Star. The first rays of morning sunlight fell upon the windowsill, birds hopping from branch to branch outside, chirping without cease. A new day had begun. Langxian Star was a slum planet. Due to various reasons that caused species mutation on the planet, the natural environment became harsh and unsuitable for human habitation. There was a saying popular in the galaxy. If you want to know how the poor live, come to the OS Empire's slum planets. What were slums? Liang Ying didn't understand until she arrived here. Slum residents couldn't even afford nutritional supplements, and there were actually things worse tasting than these nutrients. The main food source here came from wild grains grown naturally in uninhabited areas. This was because they had no arable land, nor could they afford crop seeds. Wildly growing grains certainly did not equate to healthier or more nutritious foods, even though pesticides weren't used, nor fertilizers applied. The tough wilderness environment of the slum planets had long caused mutations in both wildlife and plants. Genetically modified crops were bred by scientists to make them more suitable for human consumption. Due to the severe natural conditions, the flavor of the wild grains grown here was bizarre and rough, difficult to swallow, and remained hard to digest after simple processing. But these grains growing in the wilderness didn't cost anything to harvest, which is why they were preferred by people living in slum areas, gradually becoming the staple food of slum planets. It could be said that the things consumed by people on slum planets mainly originated from the wild. Their lifestyle reminded Liang Ying somewhat of images from her memories, but also differed significantly. At least on Earth in the 20th century, there hadn't been biological mutations yet, and things growing in the wild weren't this unpleasant to eat. After living here for 4 days, Liang Ying deeply felt the disparity between the Federation and the Empire regarding wealth and poverty. In the Federation, the desert planet Hessel had similarly adverse natural conditions with little arable land, leading to technological backwardness. Yet, those living there hadn't fallen into being classified as slum residents. Compared to Hessel, Liang Ying thought that the conditions on Langxian Star were slightly better, but the living standards of the people seemed far behind galactic civilization by an entire era. Even so, Langxian Star, already a slum planet, was still divided into several large districts where the differences between rich and poor among these districts were still glaring. Thus, even slum planets had their affluent areas and their poorer zones. Liang Ying now lived in Sanlongli, which belonged to the latter. The affordable snack shop downstairs opened its business early. The young assistant had just finished cleaning up and went to help the boss, responding occasionally to the boss lady's calls to assist with other trivial tasks. People who worked outside had already left home, some bringing breakfast to eat at the construction sites, while others preferred spending a few OS coins to have a warm meal at the snack shop. Although the breakfast served at the snack shop wasn't very palatable, it was hard for Liang Ying to swallow it and would cause digestive issues afterward. Sanlongli was located in a relatively bustling part of the slum district. At least people on this street ate enough and drank enough and didn't need to struggle every day for 3 meals. However, the peace and prosperity of Sanlongli came at a price. A few young men were strolling toward this direction from around the corner. Their clothes hung loosely on them, with strange patterns tattooed on their exposed arms. Anyway, Liang Ying couldn't recognize what those patterns meant, only finding them strangely twisted, neither beautiful nor meaningful. These youths were the runners for the Xiaohao Gang. Xiaohao Gang was the largest black society organization in the slum areas, controlling most major streets. Runners were what the gang called their junior members responsible for miscellaneous errands. They slowly approached the entrance of the snack shop. Customers inside glanced up briefly before returning to silently chewing their breakfasts with blank expressions. The apprentice looked up and nudged the boss busy frying dough nearby. The boss scowled at him, ready to reprimand the young helper, but his gaze caught the figures standing by the door. The boss immediately dropped what he was doing, ran over to them with a servile smile plastered across his face. He exchanged a few fawning words and then turned to call out to the boss lady, who brought out a few portions of breakfast and handed them over cautiously. The young hoodlums unceremoniously accepted the food, opened the bags on the spot for a quick check. Apparently satisfied with the amount, their faces softened slightly. Seeing the runner's good mood, the boss quickly seized the opportunity, pulling out a few OS coins from his pocket, bowing respectfully as he held them out to the leading runner. The lead legger took the OS coins and counted them, finding the amount correct, which made him even more satisfied with the snack shop owner's attitude. He waved his hand and left with his underlings in tow. Judging by their direction, they seemed to be heading to the next shop. Only then did Liang Ying realize that today was the day for collecting protection fees. Her brief voyeurism ended there. Liang Ying had already finished washing up, and she had something very important to do today. After 4 days of secret observation and eavesdropping, Liang Ying discovered traces of Fiona's past residence here. From people's conversations, it could be inferred that Fiona had lived here for a not-so-short period, but she had left over a month ago. Based on the conversation between the leader of the Xiaohel gang and one of his trusted subordinates, Liang Ying determined that Fiona had sought out the members of the Xiaohel gang, likely entrusting them with investigating several individuals. By peeking into the secret files locked in the gang leader's safe, Liang Ying uncovered the results of the investigation. The individuals on the list were not only associated with anti-government organizations, but also had private connections with certain nobles within the empire. Based on past experience, the leader of the Xiaohel gang speculated that these individuals were probably arms dealers who obtained advanced weapons from the nobility and then sold them to anti-government groups. When the Xiaohel gang investigated these individuals, whether they alerted them or not, all the people on Fiona's list either died or disappeared without a trace. The members of the gang thoroughly searched Langxian Star, but found nothing. Either all these individuals had perished, or those still alive had already left Langxian Star. After learning about the results of the Xiaohel gang's investigation, Fiona left Langxian Star, her destination unknown. Liang Ying had 3 locations from the Federation military's records, the earliest being Sanlongli in Langxian Star's slums. Thus, Fiona's movements matched the places where the messages were sent from. She most likely proceeded to the other 2 locations after leaving here. After figuring all this out, Liang Ying felt it was time for her to leave Langxian Star as well. However, before doing so, she needed to acquire some OS coins first. Before coming to the Empire, Liang Ying had prepared 1 million OS coins. Initially, when Liang Ying arrived in the Empire, she disembarked from Bag Taiatu's transport ship and transferred onto several spaceships before reaching Langxian Star. To save time, Liang Ying opted for the most expensive flights. After making several trips, her initial stash of 1 million OS coins was nearly depleted. Chapter 99, Wasteland Flower Seeds. Liang Ying put her backpack on, went downstairs to check out, and the innkeeper of the homestay reluctantly saw her off at the door. "Girl, if you come to Langxian Star again, come stay with us. As a regular customer, I'll give you a 20% discount." Liang Ying smiled and nodded, waving goodbye. "Sure, with the innkeeper saying this, every time I come to Langxian Star, I will stay here." The equipment of this homestay was very simple, but the rooms were clean, and the innkeeper's family was very amiable. Fiona stayed here before. As she passed by the snack shop, the apprentice happened to be looking down the street. Liang Ying waved at him too. Although the food in the snack shop wasn't tasty, Liang Ying had eaten 2 meals there. When Fiona lived here, she would come for breakfast every day. Liang Ying guessed her real purpose must have been to gather information. Liang Ying left the slum area towards the wilderness. Along the way, she encountered several groups of people going hunting. Probably noticing that Liang Ying ventured into the wilderness alone, someone soon started tailing her. With the help of her primordial force for guidance, Liang Ying cleverly lost them all. Throughout the journey, she tried to avoid large wild beasts as much as possible. If there were solitary beasts moving not too fast ahead on the path, Liang Ying deliberately moved closer to encounter them. Liang Ying was practicing hunting and trying to get used to using a light crossbow and an energy gun. She was consciously accumulating combat experience. Close to noon, Liang Ying hunted down a mutated wild boar. It took a lot of effort to kill this mutated boar. She shot arrows from the light crossbow for quite a while, but realized that the mutated boar's skin was too thick. The bolts could not penetrate it. Then she changed her plan and aimed directly at the boar's eyes, but once blinded, the boar's fighting capability paradoxically increased. It relied on its nose to determine Liang Ying's position. Its speed became faster than before, and its strength also increased. Underestimating the strength and fighting habits of the mutated boar, Liang Ying decisively pulled out the energy gun and fired at the boar's head. Without its head, the mutated boar fell to the ground, kicking its forelegs a few times before it died. Liang Ying reminded herself again not to underestimate any interstellar creature. It was just lunchtime. Since arriving in the Empire, Liang Ying hadn't properly eaten a meal yet, always relying on nutrient agents for sustenance. Now, staring at the pile of pork on the ground, her mouth watered almost uncontrollably. Liang Ying had seen rural people slaughter pigs before. During festivals when villagers killed pigs, she would run over and watch from afar. Sometimes, if the families were kind-hearted, they'd sneak her some pig offal. She remembered the oldest villagers saying that the best meat from a pig came from a small piece on the neck. Looking at the remaining body of the wild boar, Liang Ying noted that the aim of the energy gun was perfect. The entire pig's head was blown to pieces, and the neck part was scorched, giving off the smell of burnt protein. Fortunately, the neck part was not completely charred. Liang Ying took out her dagger, cut off the uncharred parts of the pig neck meat, touched it with her fingers. It was still hot. What a well-aimed shot. The meat was perfectly cooked, saving her the need to start a fire to roast it. Once the pork cooled a bit, Liang Ying tore off a small piece to taste. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a fragrant flavor that was both aromatic and chewy. exhibiting a special aroma unique to pork, making it incredibly delicious even without seasonings. Who would have thought that the meat of the mutated wild boar would be so delectable? It was even better than genetically improved pork. Liang Ying quickly ate up that piece of meat, and then cut a few more slices with her dagger. However, unfortunately, the texture of the meat from other parts of the boar wasn't nearly as good, lacking the fragrance, and feeling dry like wood when chewed, with a sour and bitter taste upon eating. Indeed, as the older people had said, the only edible part of this mutated boar was around the neck. Satisfied with her full stomach, Liang Ying used her dagger to slice off a few bloody chunks of pork and wrap them in leaves from the mutated tree. This kind of mutated tree leaf has a very special scent, which can cover the bloodiness of the pork and repel insect pests. Liang Ying arrived in front of a large mountain, took a few pieces of pork, and placed them separately in different spots not far apart. After finishing, she sprayed a layer of odor eliminator on herself and walked towards a cliffside on the mountain. Stopping at a certain distance from the cliff, Liang Ying hid in the grass and watched as a mutated vulture flew down from the cliffside, followed by another. Seeing the two mutated vultures land near the pork and peck at the chunks, Liang Ying immediately ran towards the cliffside. Exerting all the martial arts skills she had learned, she quickly climbed up the cliff. This cliffside was vast, with a few rare species of plants growing there. This trip into the wasteland was solely for their seeds. It was inconvenient to carry fully grown plants, but since Liang Ying possessed primordial force, carrying the seeds would be the most convenient method. After communicating with the plants, Liang Ying received their permission and carefully collected a few of their seeds, preserving them with caution. Liang Ying had just obtained what she wanted and was preparing to leave when suddenly something small hit her on the head. A baby mutated vulture had fallen out of its nest right onto her head. Carefully, Liang Ying lifted the little mutated vulture off her head and looked at it amusingly as it opened its mouth and screamed loudly. This little thing was quite likable. She'd heard that baby mutated vultures could fetch a high price in the market. Mutated bird beasts were hard to domesticate, but their young were easily tamed. Some people liked buying these babies as pets, while others raised them as combat assistants. And since birds could fly, they usually cost more than beasts. Liang Ying shook her head. Taking this little one was too dangerous. The vulture parents eating meat down below would definitely not want her to take their child. Liang Ying admitted she didn't have the ability to fight both adult mutated vultures simultaneously. Besides, since this little thing had fallen onto her head, it must mean they had some connection, so she felt even more compelled not to take it away. Wild beasts should live freely in the wild. The vulture's nest was above her. Liang Ying stepped on the cliff wall, holding onto the tree trunk with one hand, and climbed up. Inside the nest, there were 4 other baby vultures, all gaping curiously at Liang Ying, who suddenly appeared. Liang Ying couldn't help but smile as she gently placed the little vulture back into the nest. Estimating the time, the 2 adult vultures below probably had almost finished eating and were about to return to the nest. Liang Ying quickly descended from the cliff and hurried toward the slums. Liang Ying's reserved spaceship was set to depart at 4 p.m. There were no fast spaceships in the slum area, so she had to first take an ordinary spaceship to Damastar, where she would transfer. Damastar was the nearest transfer star to the poor planet and housed the second-largest transfer port in the empire. The Dama black market was also well known throughout the empire. It was rumored that some imperial nobles supported it from behind. Though called a black market, its management scale was similar to that of formal markets, only without business licenses and taxes. Chapter 100, Dama Black Market. The Dama planet belongs exclusively to the noble GI's family of the empire. 20 years ago, the head of the GI's family gave Damastar as a birthday gift to his grandson Andro. Since then, Andro GI's has become the sole owner of Damastar. And 20 years later today, Andro GI's has become Lord Andro. Lord Andro is an iron-fisted figure in the empire. In his youth, he served in the army and rose to become a general on the basis of military merit. After being ennobled, he secretly maintained an enormous private army. Therefore, even the imperial royal family must give him due respect. It was rumored that Lord Andro's funds for maintaining his private army came from Damastar, particularly its black market, where annual protection fees constituted over half of Lord Andro's total income. Dama's black market operates openly and unabashedly, spanning an area equivalent to 3 cities. Rumor had it that the black market even had an online store listed on the Star Network. The black market has its own distinct management regulations. There are no restrictions on qualifications for buyers or sellers, nor any limitations on the types of goods traded. It features both free trade markets and auctions hosted by the organizers. Small-scale auctions occur daily, allowing anyone to participate. The auction host does not take responsibility for assessing the quality of the goods. Thus, the small-scale auctions at the black market turn into gambling affairs. Experts come here to search for rare items at bargain prices, while more adventurous individuals gamble on their luck to find treasures. In short, one might either buy something invaluable for a low price or waste an astronomical sum on a fake. Liang Ying did not wish to stay on Damastar for too long. She looked up the schedules and prices of the fast spacecrafts and decided to leave on the evening flight that day, avoiding the need to spend the night on Dama. The small daily auctions take place from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. It was almost 8 a.m., leaving Liang Ying with 3 hours to prepare. She found a clock in not far from the black market and booked a room for 3 hours. Liang Ying took a brief nap in her room. When she woke up, it was already past 9:30 a.m. She took a shower and consumed a tube of nutritional agent. With everything ready, she prepared to cultivate the plants. Liang Ying pulled out the seeds she collected on Langxian Star from her backpack and picked out one seed of the seven-star flower and one of the azure grass. The seven-star flower blooms every early autumn, dividing into 7 petals, each of a different color. Hence, people also call it the rainbow flower. An ancient legend relates to the seven-star flower, saying that men and women blessed by it will love each other for life, until old age. As a result, young girls adore it, and even noble ladies like to keep it in their bedrooms. However, the seven-star flower is very delicate and hard to nurture to the blooming stage, highlighting its rarity, which keeps its price high. During its bud phase, a single pot of the seven-star flower can sell for over 30,000 oscoins. Azure grass, similarly a decorative plant, doesn't bloom but emits a unique fragrance all year round. This scent stimulates estrogen secretion, beautifying skin and curing diseases when frequently encountered. The azure grass resembles its name. Its entire body is deep blue, and its liquid is also blue. Consumed in moderate amounts, it can detoxify and beautify the body, and using it as a face mask can whiten and remove spots. The azure grass is also difficult to grow artificially, so people can only occasionally spot it in barren wastelands. Hence, skincare products containing the azure grass as an ingredient cost an exorbitant amount. A single pot of mature azure grass can be sold for over 500,000 oscoins. Based on what Liang Ying had overheard, there would be quite a few rare plants up for auction at noon today, none of which were azure grass or the seven-star flower. This avoided conflicts with others and allowed her to piggyback off the event. Moreover, some of the plants up for auction today were extremely rare, estimated to fetch over 1 million oscoins per pot. This way, selling 2 pots for several tens of thousands wouldn't attract too much attention. Liang Ying took out 2 petri dishes, diluted concentrated growth solution in them, and placed the 2 seeds inside separately. As the primal force flowed, the seeds sprouted and grew rapidly within the blink of an eye. The seven-star flower produced a flower bud and stopped growing, whereas the azure grass continued growing until it reached its vigorous period. Securing the 2 petri dishes and packing them in black cloth bags, Liang Ying left the inn with her luggage in the black bag. Wasting no more time, she headed straight for the black market to register the 2 plants for auction. The black market's administrators were fairly meticulous. Their credibility within the black market was essential. One could understand why. Had the black market managers engaged in corruption, no one would return to do business with them again. At the registration desk of the black market, the staff locked the 2 plants in transparent password boxes in front of Liang Ying. Numbers marked each box, with Liang Ying setting the passwords herself. Then, they handed her a customized transmitter. Each transmitter has a fixed number, and this number also serves as the identity code for both buyers and sellers. According to the rules of the black market auction, after the auction concludes, the seller can use the transmitter to send the password to the buyer. Only after the buyer confirms the password is correct will the organizers transfer the payment to the seller. This method effectively prevents the black market managers from secretly replacing the goods. Furthermore, the organizers appraised Liang Ying's 2 plants at 500,000 oscoins. Thus, she could participate in the auction using her transmitter within a limit of 500,000 oscoins. If she wished to access higher funds, she would need to deposit a certain percentage of collateral with the organizers. Finally, upon a successful transaction, the organizers charge 5% of the total amount as a handling fee. Meanwhile, in the free trade market, both buyers and sellers only need to pay 1,000 oscoins to gain unrestricted access. There was still some time before the auction began, so Liang Ying took her transmitter and went to the seed market first, where she purchased several plant seeds at extremely low prices. The seeds Liang Ying selected were all plant species unique to the empire, but rare in the Federation. She planned to keep them for study or collection when she returned home in the future. Liang Ying wandered through the free trade market several times, appearing as though she couldn't decide what to buy. In reality, while her body was here, her attention was focused on the ongoing auction. Today seemed unusual. Several batches of rare plants had been brought for auction. There were ornamental flowers as well as highly effective medicinal herbs, as if a particular farm had experienced an extraordinary bountiful harvest. Among these treasures, Liang Ying's 2 plants appeared utterly inconspicuous. It was almost 11 o'clock, and Liang Ying entered the auction hall. Her seat was in the general area. Only sellers with transactions exceeding 1 million oscoins could enter the VIP section, and the private booths were exclusively reserved for nobles. To ensure fairness in the auction and protect the privacy of the buyers, each seat was visually partitioned by opaque screens. When Liang Ying sat down in her designated position, it felt as if she had stepped into a black hole. Everything around her was pitch black. Pressing the button beside her chair, the black curtain in front of her vanished, transforming into a large holographic screen displaying the scene on the auction stage. The sensation was peculiar, akin to sitting alone in a movie theater designed for just one person. Chapter 101: An Acquaintance. Lalisa could barely contain her excitement as she gazed at the holographic screen in front of her. On it was a 3D image of a 7-star flower, and she was certain that it was not only a genuine specimen, but also one with its buds about to bloom. Mentioning the 7-star flower, Lalisa mentally sighed, thinking about bad luck. Last year, she had acquired a pot of beautifully blooming 7-star flowers and invited a group of her close girlfriends for tea and flower appreciation. However, on the day of the event, the flowers suddenly withered, causing her considerable embarrassment. Later, after consulting experts, she found out that the seller had used a secret drug to extend the blooming period by 3 days at the cost of killing the entire plant after it wilted. Due to this incident, Lalisa was mocked for an entire autumn season among the high society ladies in the capital. Afterward, she spent significant time studying the 7-star flower, determined to find an opportunity to restore her honor. It was precisely because of this determination that when she heard about today's auction at the Dama black market where rare plants were being sold, Lalisa immediately took her family's private spaceship, performing continuous hyperspace jumps to arrive at Dama as quickly as possible. And indeed, her efforts weren't in vain. There were 7-star flowers available today. Rare as 7-star flowers were, those about to bloom were even rarer, and Lalisa was determined to acquire this particular one. Lalisa smirked confidently. Since it was only a small auction today, there shouldn't be any buyers wealthier or higher in status than her. Securing this 7-star flower would face no obstacle. After finishing her appraisal of the 7-star flower, Lalisa glanced over some other items, noting that her luck was truly good. She saw over a dozen rare plants, which usually didn't appear often. Had this been a monthly large auction instead of a smaller one, there would surely have been numerous dignitaries attending, leading to much higher bidding prices. Relieved at her good fortune, Lalisa selected a few more things she wanted to purchase. The auction officially began, and Lalisa absent-mindedly bid on a few items until it was time for the 7-star flower. She became serious instantly. After a few rounds of bidding, only one person remained bidding against Lalisa. Lalisa felt slightly irritated. Who was this fool daring to compete with her? As the price exceeded 30,000 credits, the competitor still hadn't backed down, causing Lalisa's expression to darken. With only 2 people bidding, the price skyrocketed faster, yet neither side intended to let go. When the price passed $500,000, Lalisa started doubting the other party's intentions. Linga, find out who this person is. A man standing behind Lalisa replied with a nod, making a few communication calls and receiving the answer soon. Miss, it's Miss Dingwei. She also came to Dama today. Her again, deliberately going against me once more. Hearing this name ignited a furious blaze inside Lalisa. She tapped furiously on the communicator, raising the price directly to 1,000,000 credits. The live bidding shown on the holoscreen finally stopped, resting at 1,000,000 credits. 30 seconds later, the auction was complete. Lalisa exhaled a sigh of relief, but then her earpiece-style communicator suddenly buzzed. The communication link opened a virtual light panel in front of Lalisa, showing a beautiful woman on the screen. Lalisa, is that really you? The beautiful woman on the screen seemed delighted. I mean, who would have guessed that such a big spender would actually pay 1,000,000 just for a 7-star flower? But knowing it's you, Lalisa, it doesn't seem so strange anymore. The beauty holding an elegant ivory fan giggled delicately while covering her mouth. Lalisa's complexion darkened further. Is 1,000,000 that much? Last month, I spent 1,000,000 on a dress, and yesterday, feeling it wasn't my style, I casually gifted it to one of my maids. Oh, how could I forget? Your family, the Dings, advocate frugality and saving every penny. Speaking of which, isn't your fan looking a little old? Looks like you've been using it since last year. It's even turning yellow at the handle. Upon hearing this, Dingwei's smile faltered slightly, but she didn't appear embarrassed. She neatly folded her ivory fan with natural grace and adopted an expression of slight melancholy instead. Ah, Lalisa, I originally intended to present this 7-star flower as a gift for Prince Bert's birthday next month. Now that you've snatched it away with such a high price. Prince Bert loves flowers. He will undoubtedly be upset if he finds out that he has missed the chance to acquire such a rare bloom. At the mention of Prince Bert by Dingwei, Lalisa hated her even more, becoming more convinced that paying a high price for the 7-star flower was absolutely the right move. Prince Bert was known for his handsome appearance and gentle demeanor, highly praised within the imperial noble circle, considered the ideal marriage prospect for young ladies. In the capital star, countless women admired Prince Bert and aspired to marry him. Among these noble women were Lalisa and Dingwei. Lalisa had been embarrassed in front of everyone due to the 7-star flower incident, and Dingwei had intentionally reported it to Prince Bert. Known for his love of flowers, Prince Bert reprimanded Lalisa harshly for her wastefulness. This long-standing resentment caused Lalisa to place Dingwei on her list of romantic rivals. Now, hearing that Dingwei intended to use the 7-star flower to charm Prince Bert fueled her determination not to appear inferior. Truly a coincidence. I also intended to gift this flower to Prince Bert as a birthday present. This way he won't feel sad. Dingwei narrowed her eyes. Then you'd better get experts to properly examine the flower. Don't let there be any issues that upset Prince Bert again. That's none of your concern. The flower is already mine, and I'll naturally ensure it gets proper care. Is that so? You talk a good game. Remember last time. Before Dingwei could continue, Lalisa cut her off. All right, you're tired of repeating the same old stories. Why do you meddle so much? You should worry more about yourself. What are you going to wear to Prince Bert's birthday banquet next month? Surely not the same outfit from last time. If you're short on clothing, just let me know. I'm approachable and enjoy doing charity work. My wardrobe is overflowing, and I'm planning to clear out some clothes I don't fancy anymore. If you need them, I can give them to you, free of charge. Before Lalisa finished her sentence, she saw Dingwei coldly huff and cut off the communication link. After laughing heartily, a feeling of unease crept into Lalisa's heart. She quickly urged her attendants to complete the necessary procedures and bring the flower to the experts for another evaluation. Meanwhile, Liang Ying, the original owner of the 7-star flower, sat in her seat, frowning deeply. It was too similar, eerily similar. Lalisa looked strikingly like someone in Liang Ying's memory. Chapter 102, Marquis Andro. It so happened that as Liang Ying watched the price of the 7-star flower skyrocket and eventually sell for 1,000,000, she inwardly rejoiced at her substantial profit. At the same time, she became curious about the person who had purchased the flower. In the face of the elemental force, the visual barrier separating the auction hall was like nothing at all, allowing Liang Ying unimpeded access to see the scenes inside a few boxes upstairs. Liang Ying naturally overheard the conversation between Lily Sa and Ding Wei. Lily Sa's conversation with Ding Wei did not interest Liang Ying. What truly startled her was Lily Sa's appearance. Lily Sa looked too much like Fiona's boyfriend, Joey. If it weren't for the significant difference in demeanor between Lily Sa and Joey, Liang Ying would have suspected that Lily Sa was actually Joey in disguise. Suddenly, a chill of unease washed over Liang Ying, drenching her back in cold sweat within moments. The resemblance between the two was so uncanny that even a fool wouldn't believe there was no connection between them. Liang Ying's mind suddenly became cluttered, snippets of things she had previously seen flooding back into her thoughts, as if searching for any clue or perhaps trying to convince herself to trust Joey. Fortunately, Liang Ying wasn't particularly close to Joey, so his influence on her emotions was limited. She quickly suppressed her jumbled thoughts, but found herself more worried about Fiona's safety. Both of Liang Ying's plants had finished their auctions, and without waiting for the entire auction to end, she promptly processed the transaction. Coincidentally, both the 7 Stars flower and the azure grass were purchased by Lily Sa, totaling a sum of 1,800,000 Osborne coins. After deducting 9,000 to be handed over to the black market, Liang Ying received an anonymous Osborne coin card worth 1,710,000. Having completed all procedures, Liang Ying didn't leave immediately. Instead, she found a place to sit down, appearing to rest to those around her. After Lily Sa obtained the password and unlocked the safe, she retrieved the 2 plants and summoned 2 plant experts for immediate appraisal. Lily Sa instructed her attendants to pack the 2 cultivation dishes properly. Transporting the plants this way was better than leaving them in pots. Once back at the capital planet, she planned to find 2 beautiful flower pots to replant them in. As the items being auctioned afterward weren't of interest to Lily Sa, she left early. Exiting the box, Lily Sa covered her mouth and yawned. To attend the auction, she had risen quite early today. She needed to sleep earlier tonight. It was perfect timing to try out the newly purchased azure grass, using it as a mask before bedtime. Linga, ask if Uncle is here. If he is, I will go see him before heading back. If he's not, then please arrange for the spaceship to return me to the capital star. Linga replied affirmatively and made several calls. Miss, Marquis is currently inspecting the black market. If you want to see him, he's available right now. Lily Sa frowned slightly. All right, let's go see him now. She had merely asked out of courtesy, assuming her perpetually busy uncle wouldn't be in Dama. Frankly, she didn't want to meet her strict Marquis uncle. Each encounter left her incredibly frightened. Had she known this, she might have refrained from saying anything extra. Lily Sa unwillingly walked into Marquis Andro's office, head bowed, accompanied by her attendant. Liang Ying's vision also followed Lily Sa all the way into Marquis Andro's office. Marquis Andro was nearing 50 years old, but appeared to be only 20-something. However, his frosty demeanor and faint bloodthirsty aura ensured no one would mistake him for a naive youth. Speaking of which, Marquis Andro bore some resemblance in temperament to her father, Liang Tao. While Liang Tao exuded a steely determination mixed with stability, Andro projected an iron-blooded dominance. Instinctively, Liang Ying sensed an extremely dangerous aura from Marquis Andro. Despite knowing deep down that he wouldn't detect her elemental forces spying, Liang Ying couldn't help but proceed with utmost caution, even unconsciously slowing her breathing. The conversation between Marquis Andro and Lily Sa was insignificant, yet a file in Marquis Andro's hands captured Liang Ying's attention. This seemed to be intelligence, written in code. Liang Ying had no knowledge of how to decrypt spy ciphers, but she noticed that Andro highlighted a few words. From this, she could infer that the document related to an extremist organization. Perhaps Lily Sa's sudden appearance had interrupted Andro's full decryption of the intelligence in his hands, so it hadn't been dealt with yet. Likely, he never dreamed anyone could sneak a peek at the information in his possession. Liang Ying silently memorized the contents of the intelligence. Then, Liang Ying reviewed everything else in Marquis Andro's room, hoping to uncover some useful leads. Unfortunately, Andro was clearly cautious. Beyond what she already observed, there was nothing else in his study to pique Liang Ying's interest. Suddenly, a comforting aura emanated from Marquis Andro's chest, drawing Liang Ying's attention. It was a necklace hanging around his neck, its pendant seeming oddly familiar to her. As Liang Ying attempted to envelop the pendant with her elemental force for a closer inspection, an overwhelming sense of danger struck her. Acting purely on instinct, she immediately retracted her power, which vanished without a trace in an instant. Liang Ying widened her eyes, patted her chest, and took several deep breaths. Just moments ago, an invisible pressure had surged from Andro, seemingly aimed directly at her. It was too dangerous. This was the first time her use of elemental force had nearly been detected. Marquis Andro truly lived up to his nickname, Killer Star, defying conventional judgment. In fact, Liang Ying had never been on a real battlefield or survived in life-and-death situations. Thus, she was unaware that those who had experienced such peril possessed an almost instinctive perception of danger. Marquis Andro hadn't actually sensed Liang Ying's elemental force. However, when her focus zeroed in on his chest, his instincts warned him of potential danger, prompting him to instinctively release his intimidating presence. Once Liang Ying regained her composure, she stood up and quickly left. This place was too dangerous. It was better to leave as soon as possible. Through pure instinct, Marquis Andro had thwarted Liang Ying's probing, while she had narrowly avoided disaster thanks to her own instincts. Unfortunately, Miss Lily Sa and her attendants ended up as collateral victims. Andro's sudden release of pressure caught Lily Sa completely off guard. Fortunately, Linga standing behind her instantly reacted, shielding her from harm. While Lily Sa merely felt a suffocating sensation in her chest, Linga sustained internal injuries, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. After exiting the black market, Liang Ying headed straight to the Dama transit port, purchasing an expensive ticket for the evening's express spaceship. She then waited in the lounge until it was time to board and leave. Chapter 103, Escape from Dama. It seems the Imperial people truly know how to enjoy themselves. A ticket for a fast spaceship costs as much as 60 million Ashen credits. In the waiting hall of the transit port, there was a dedicated lounge. The luxurious decoration was secondary, but it even provided free drinks and food for passengers to enjoy. Just the price of these drinks and food amounted to tens of thousands. This was pure extravagance. Liang Ying was reclining on a plush single-person sofa, tapping into the star network on her communicator while lost in thought. The wealth gap in the Ashen Empire weighed heavily on one's mood, and the opulence of the upper echelons was so extravagant that words failed to describe it. Fast spaceships existed in the Empire, but not in the Federation. Using fast spaceships came at such a cost that the word expensive couldn't properly convey it. The principle behind fast spaceships wasn't actually hard to grasp. Constantly jumping through space shortened the journey and reduced travel time. To achieve constant jumps, a sufficient number of jump points had to be established first. Establishing these points required vast quantities of rare materials and energy, and keeping them operational demanded continuous consumption of large amounts of energy. Additionally, each passage through a jump point subjected the spaceship to immense spatial pressure and strain. To prevent ships from disintegrating during jumps, only very rare metallic materials mixed with valuable biological materials could be used for their construction. Typically, these materials needed to meet military standards. Fast spaceships also required regular maintenance and reinforcement, another enormous expense. Rumor had it that the Ashen Empire spent 30 years' worth of fiscal revenue constructing its fast spaceship network across interstellar space. This meant that over the 50-plus years since the war, the Empire had invested more than half of its resources into building jump points and fast spaceships. And it was said that after the fast spaceship facilities were built, the income from ticket sales still couldn't cover the operational costs. Every year, the Empire continued to allocate more than half of its fiscal revenue just to sustain operations of the fast spaceship network, losing money in the process. Yet in reality, only a small group of wealthy individuals in the Empire could afford to use fast spaceships. The Ashen Empire's fast spaceship network disregarded the interests of the majority to satisfy the needs of a few noble classes. But the Imperial citizens didn't care about this imbalance. Instead, they felt proud of it. Because the Empire had fast spaceships, and the Federation did not. For the Federation, they possessed the technological ability to construct fast spaceships, but chose not to waste money on them. The federal government preferred using resources on projects benefiting more people. As boarding time approached, Liang Ying stood near the boarding gate with her luggage, somewhat anxious, looking around occasionally, thinking about being the first to board once the gates opened. Perhaps it was because Liang Ying startled Andro Marquis earlier in the day, because after nightfall, the transit port suddenly started conducting temporary checks, requiring all passengers to show proof of identity. Those responsible for checking were members of Andro Marquis' security team. These people weren't ordinary guards. They exuded a bloodthirsty aura that normal security personnel shouldn't have. Liang Ying suspected that the so-called security team was, in fact, the Marquis' private army. Although Liang Ying had an ID card, it was fake, and she wasn't sure if it could fool the security team, as they were much harder to deceive than regular security personnel. The security team had already finished checking the main hall and was moving room by room towards this area. Finally, boarding time arrived, and Liang Ying was the first to clear security and board the ship. There weren't many passengers on the fast spaceship. In total, there were only 4 people aboard hers. Besides Liang Ying, who looked like a student, the other 3 seemed to be businessmen. Liang Ying didn't relax after boarding the spaceship because the security team intended to conduct checks on board as well. Sitting in the spacious and comfortable seat, Liang Ying closed her eyes pretending to nap, not daring to project her primordial power for fear of being discovered. She could only strain her ears to eavesdrop. "Officer, isn't it late to have you work so hard? Has something major happened?" It was a steward from the spaceship trying to learn some information. "Didn't we check upon boarding? Why are we checking again? We're paying passengers taking the fast spaceship, yet your inefficiency is wasting our time." This was a passenger, complaining loudly as he rummaged through his belongings for identification. Liang Ying seemed to be woken up by the noise, blinking dazedly, as if she hadn't fully comprehended the situation yet. "Check your ID card. Hurry up." Upon hearing the prompt, Liang Ying appeared not to understand immediately, slowly rising from her seat to search her luggage. At that moment, Liang Ying looked like an entirely harmless young girl. Meanwhile, the security team's attention was drawn to another person on the ship. That male passenger remained completely still, showing no response to the security team's urging. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Hand over your ID card right now, or this ship will never leave." The male passenger didn't even glance at the person speaking to him, but instead opened his communicator to make a call. "You." The security team member was far from patient. Seeing the male passenger act arrogantly and showing no respect, they wanted to teach him a lesson. However, they were stopped by the next sentence he uttered. "Captain Jack, I've already boarded the fast spaceship. Doing business with you is indeed smooth, and I hope we can continue our cooperation in the future. By the way, have Dama's anti-government forces infiltrated or something? Our spaceship is about to take off." Yet suddenly more people came on board to conduct checks. "I'm riding on a fast spaceship, yet members of Dama's anti-government forces can just infiltrate it too. Has Dama's public order deteriorated so much? You know how businessmen prioritize their personal safety. After all, Earning more money means nothing if you don't live long enough to spend it, right? A few members of the security team turned pale when they saw the man on the virtual screen. It was none other than Captain Jack, who was the head of the security team. He had once been an attendant to the Marquis and remained one of the Marquis's most trusted men. Sure enough, Jack gave them all a severe scolding, essentially saying that they should have simply checked among regular passengers without disturbing the fast spaceship travelers. Deflated, the security team quickly left. Liang Ying ostentatiously waved her ID card in front of them as they departed, though they barely paid attention to her insignificant presence anymore. Liang Ying was relieved she'd escaped notice again this time, while simultaneously keeping an eye on the male passenger who apparently maintained ties with the head of Andro Marquis security team. She didn't miss the brief gleam of sharp intelligence flashing in his eyes either. Also, after the security team had gone, the same male passenger sneered disdainfully as he watched their retreating backs. At the same moment, security team Captain Jack was actually in Andro Marquis' office. Every detail of the communication the male passenger had made earlier hadn't escaped the Marquis' keen observation. Jack cautiously studied the expressionless Marquis, feeling increasingly uneasy. Chapter 104. A Terrifying Night. OS Empire, Mayville Star. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning. There was no one on the streets. In the silent night, the sounds of wild cats and dogs fighting over food could be heard from time to time, and occasionally rats would scurry across the street. Mark Fane was hiding in a dark corner, unconsciously tightening his clothes. In the deep night of early autumn, despite wearing a constant temperature garment, the cold still seeped through to his bones. Mark Fane had been lying in wait in this corner for 3 days and nights. According to intelligence, that person was bound to appear tonight. Thinking about his colleagues who had suddenly disappeared made Mark's body tremble with fear. He must capture that person this time. On OS Empire's territory, the federal agent had to act cautiously. To avoid exposure and not to alarm the prey prematurely, Mark had been holding out alone here. Physical fatigue could be eliminated by drugs, but the pain in the heart could only be soothed by the head of the enemy. Clyde arrived under the cover of night, his tall figure flickering in and out of sight. He pressed down the wide-brimmed hat on his head and scanned the entrance of the alley. His gaze seemed indifferent, as if it was just accidentally glancing at various corners. He has finally come. Mark Fane's inner self began to boil with excitement, yet his body stiffened. The more crucial this moment was, the less he should show any signs of being caught off guard. Calmness upon calmness, his right hand slowly slid over his clothing, pulling out a button transmitter from his pocket and pinching it between 2 fingers, ready to press the button when the figure ahead was in the best position to notify his colleagues waiting behind to take action. Clyde looked down, the broad brim of his hat casting a shadow over his face, hiding his look of disdainful mockery. This wasn't an ordinary hat. It was a specially made hat with shielding effects. People couldn't see his features clearly, even advanced detection instruments couldn't determine his appearance. Because of this high-tech hat, Jack Fane and his colleagues passed by him several times, but never knew his identity. A gust of night wind blew by, lifting a corner of Clyde's coat. He raised his hand, forming a fist to cover his mouth, as if coughing twice. Mark Fane couldn't help but shiver. Each encounter with this figure always resulted in his cunning escape. Every move of this person seemed purposeful. Past experiences told Mark that now was the time to make a move, or the current layout would fail again. However, just as Mark was about to press the button he held between his fingers, something unexpected happened. A black shadow flew towards Clyde straight from the sky. It was a black short arrow with a sharp tip that emitted a cold, luminous glow even in the darkness. Instinctively, Clyde dodged to the side while his hand that had been covering his mouth opened, revealing a small flashbang in his palm. Exposed. This thought flashed through Mark Fane's mind. Without hesitation, he swallowed the button transmitter in his hand. This special transmitter would dissolve in stomach acid once it reached the stomach, leaving no trace. All Mark could think about now was ensuring he wouldn't implicate other colleagues, even at the cost of his life. The flashbang exploded in the air, and Mark hid in the corner where a trash can shielded his body, enveloping him in shadows. Although he hadn't been discovered yet, Mark didn't hold much hope. In this situation, it was only a matter of time before the opponent found him. Mark silently prayed that his colleagues, after discovering the exposure, would immediately withdraw and not risk their lives trying to rescue him. The dark street corner was as bright as daylight. Clyde carefully observed his surroundings, alert as the short arrow had appeared too suddenly for him to spot its origin. Preventing another surprise attack while pressing his ear communicator to command his subordinates for support, Clyde knew today was originally set up as a trap. Therefore, his subordinates were already stationed not far from here. As soon as Clyde issued his command, many footsteps echoed on the street. Among the chaotic sounds, whoosh, whoosh, 2 light sounds rang out, and 2 dark shadows suddenly flew through the air, greatly changing the previously composed countenance of Clyde. 2 arrows were fired in quick succession, so brazen and unrestrained, clearly disregarding him. Clyde's face turned ashen. Based on the trajectory and direction of the flying arrows, Clyde roughly judged where the opponent might be hiding. Send 8 men to that small building. Search inch by inch, dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find this person. With slightly narrowed eyes, Clyde's gaze was fixed on a nearby 2-story building, knowing now that the general location was settled. For the intricate plan within this night's scheme, he meticulously arranged everything. For miles around, there were checkpoints manned by his people. Unless the opponent could transform into a fly to escape, as long as they were human, there was no way they would escape. Some of the men went to grab the intruder, while the rest surrounded Clyde in the middle, protecting his safety. However, It seemed as though their opponent truly had no regard for their life. 2 more arrows were fired from the small building. The group responsible for capturing had already reached the entrance of the building. Since there were other residents inside, they couldn't use infrared detection equipment and had to search house by house. 2 people guarded the exits. The remaining 6 split into 2 groups and started searching room by room in opposite directions. Mark Fane was still hiding in the corner. Since the flashbang went off, he had maintained the same posture without moving a single inch. Yet, his mind harbored a new doubt. Short arrow ambush was not part of their plan, nor should it be an impromptu idea from a colleague. So who exactly was this? How convenient that they appeared at just the right moment, stopping him from notifying his colleagues and saving him in the process. Seeing that Clyde's men arrived so quickly, Mark instantly realized that Clyde had set up a trap all along, probably intended to deal with Mark's group. Mark was very close to the group led by Clyde, but remained temporarily safe for now. This was likely the effect of being hidden in plain sight. Clyde would never expect someone to hide successfully under such bright conditions. A glint of boredom flashed through Clyde's eyes. He thought tonight's operation would have been somewhat exciting, but instead it turned out to be all bark and no bite. Having such stupid opponents was utterly boring. Whiz whiz whiz. Suddenly 3 short arrows flew toward Clyde from a distant street. His eyes widened in surprise. Wasn't there just one person involved tonight? The 3 arrows were effortlessly evaded by Clyde, and a lean tall figure appeared at the street corner, followed by another volley of arrows being fired. The figure shot while retreating step by step. Chase them all down. Don't let a single one get away tonight. This raised Clyde's interest. Watching the shadows swiftly escape into the distance, he gestured to stop the sidekick attempting to shoot. Capture alive, prepare tranquilizer guns. Clyde extended his hand, and his subordinate promptly handed over a tranquilizer gun loaded with a dart. Clyde held the gun tightly, squinting one eye while keeping the other on the fleeing shadow. With a puff sound, the tranquilizer needle shot out. The shadow had impeccable luck. At the exact moment the tranquilizer needle was shot, it vanished around the corner, diving into a pitch-black alleyway. Watching the shadow about to disappear into the darkness, Clyde also began running, leading his subordinates in pursuit and simultaneously tossing another flashbang ahead. The shadow showed remarkable agility, flipping and jumping several times before entering the adjacent slum area, leaving behind only a hooded black silhouette for Clyde and his followers. Clyde narrowed his eyes. Everyone disperse according to combat formations, form teams per street, and perform a net-style search. Capture the intruder at all costs. As Clyde commanded his team to cast the net wide and capture their target, his earpiece communicator flashed. Sir, we couldn't find our target inside the building. We've thoroughly searched every floor, including the rooftop terrace, with no suspicious individuals found. Could they have moved? The mission to capture within the small building ended in failure. Clyde's mood was sour, and his expression under the flashbang light appeared twisted and deformed. Without hesitation, he connected with the backup outside and revised the original plan. Quickly tighten the perimeter, searching street by street towards my location. Any suspicious persons encountered must be apprehended first. Clyde and his crew had already left the earlier street corner. As an experienced federal agent skilled in operating behind enemy lines for years, Mark Fane seized the opportunity immediately, turning from the corner and leaping into the greenbelt beside the residential area, where concealment would be even harder than in the previous spot. Mark concealed himself in the grass, watching the surroundings carefully through the gaps in the grass and silently calculating potential escape routes. This was a slum district in Mayville Star. Although Mayville wasn't a poverty-stricken planet, it still housed many poor citizens, and quite a number at that. What the slums lacked most was spaciousness. Narrow alleyways crisscrossed here, connecting all the rooms, making it highly suitable for hiding, yet challenging for escaping. As for the surrounding greenbelt, it hardly deserved its name anymore. It was filled with wild weeds, making it ideal for concealment, but due to its limited size, it wasn't suited for escape either. After pondering repeatedly, the only method of escape was enduring till dawn when Clyde wouldn't dare conduct such overt searches. Then, they could devise a plan to leave. To endure the night, Mark needed to enter a private residence and pose as a resident of the area. Staying outside risked certain discovery sooner or later. Mark glanced at the nearest house to the greenbelt. It was a bungalow, with its door firmly locked and the windows equipped with old-fashioned slide bolts instead of locks. Inside, black cloth was used as makeshift curtains, leaving the room pitch black and obscuring any trace. The racket outside hadn't prompted anyone in the house to turn on the lights. Clearly, it was an astute household. Mark Fane gave a slight shake to his legs to lower his posture, ready to cross the grass and climb into the house through the window. Suddenly, he felt a weight settle on one shoulder, and his heart sank as if submerged in water. A soft voice barely audible sounded behind Mark. I'm Liang Ying, follow me. Chapter 105, The Agents in the Yellow Light District. Mark Finn followed behind Liang Ying as they walked through a maze of alleyways, not once encountering anyone from Clyde's group. Each time a searching party was about to appear ahead, Liang Ying always managed to find an unoccupied alley first. The journey went smoothly, and the hope within Mark Finn, who had almost given up on escaping, flared up again. At the same time, his gaze towards Liang Ying became increasingly complicated. Liang Ying's name wasn't unfamiliar to Mark. Their superiors had already sent a message that Liang Tao, the deputy army commander's daughter, would be visiting the empire and asked for their help in protecting her. They were aware of when Liang Ying entered the country. However, after so many days passed without contact, along with the multitude of other work responsibilities, they harbored some resentment about suddenly being tasked to welcome the daughter of a leader. so no one paid much attention when Liang didn't show up. However, Liang appeared quite conveniently. Even though Mark still had a shred of doubt, he was 80% sure that the girl walking in front of him was indeed the daughter of Deputy Commander Liang. Suddenly, Liang stopped her steady leading pace. People were coming down several nearby alleys, and someone was also approaching from behind. They were at the edge of the closing circle. As time passed, the search net laid by Clyde continued to tighten, reducing their range of freedom more and more before they could escape. Furrowing her brow, Liang thought for a moment, then looked back at Mark Finn, pointing to the rooftop of a nearby house. With a quiet leap, she landed softly on it, lying down immediately to stay hidden. Without hesitation, Mark mimicked her movements, climbing onto the roof next to her, lying down beside her quietly. In no time, 5 groups of pursuers met there, exchanging a few words before continuing on planned routes. The encircling net tightened further. In reality, the rooftop was an excellent hiding place. Due to the absence of satellite surveillance in the slum area, the space above them was a blind spot. But Liang and Mark couldn't move even a bit due to the poor quality construction materials used in the roofs in the slums. Any movement risked noise that might give away their position. Mark glanced at the now empty street, then at Liang who remained motionless. She turned her head to send him a calming glance, forcing him to suppress any lingering suspicions as he quietly waited. After a short period, 3 more groups passed by this area, and when the third group disappeared, Liang silently jumped off the roof, made a quick gesture to Mark, and started running down the alley. Mark's doubts flickered briefly but did not linger long under the current situation. He swiftly leaped down the roof and chased after Liang into the distance. Once they passed through here, Liang and Mark had effectively escaped the encirclement and needed to quickly return to the main base of the federal agents under cover of night. Once daylight broke, neither would Clyde have convenience to conduct large-scale searches, nor would they have convenience to hide. Leading Mark through streets and narrow lanes, Liang soon arrived at the boundary between the poor district and the wealthy area, the yellow light district. Here there was no surveillance, yet it thrived. An air of decadence hung over it all. People in the slums were impoverished, willing to do anything for money. The rich believed money could buy anything they desired. Thus the yellow light district emerged, where the poor sold everything they could acquire, and the rich indulged themselves in consuming or purchasing whatever their imaginations conjured up. It was around 4 o'clock in the morning, less than an hour before the sun would rise, and the start of a new day. Despite this, the streets of the yellow light district were lined with parked vehicles, lights glimmering in reds and greens, sounds of laughter floating out every now and then. On the street, pedestrians embracing passed by frequently. Some vomited from intoxication, while others indulged publicly. The night in the yellow light district was livelier than its days, and its residents led nocturnal lives. Liang halted her steps, pulling her hood further up over her head and looking back at Mark. Upon stepping onto the streets of the yellow light district, Mark Fun's heart finally returned to normal. The yellow light district, dirty as it may seem to most people, was the safest place for federal agents. Here, Liang no longer needed to guide them. Mark was far more familiar with this territory, able to navigate through it even with eyes closed. Now, it was Liang Ying's turn to follow Mark as he led her into a 24-hour convenience store. Inside the store, a customer browsed the items. One employee restocked shelves, another stood behind the cash register. The automatic door opened with a clang sound, and Mark and Liang entered the convenience store. The 2 clerks glanced at Mark, who gave an almost imperceptible nod. The clerks then silently watched as Mark led Liang into the warehouse area. The store's warehouse was spacious, filled with stacks of boxed goods. Mark pressed the light switch on the wall a few times. Liang noticed it was 3 quick presses followed by 2 more, and then a section stacked with boxes moved aside automatically. Below was a 3-meter square space, and Liang followed Mark as they jumped down. She looked up curiously as the ceiling floor closed seamlessly back into place. Mark placed his index finger on a slightly indented spot on the wall. Liang thought she heard a faint sound, noticing very fine needles extending from the indentation, pricking Mark's finger before retracting back into the wall. Next, Mark asked Liang to also place her finger there. Similarly, hers was pricked as well. Not long after, a side wall in the chamber slowly slid open, revealing a winding and deep passage. Liang understood now. Those tiny needles had collected their DNA for identity verification before allowing them access through the passage. It was such a clever design. The indentation would be unnoticeable unless one already knew about it. Mark pulled out a compact flying board from his coat and hesitated as he glanced at Liang. I only brought one of these. How about I go first and come back for you? This compact flying board was similar to the one Liang had used initially on Vanistar. She rummaged through her backpack and took out her own flying board. I know how to use this one. I'll just follow you. Mark didn't say anything further, swiftly stepping onto the flying board and maneuvering it into the passageway. Liang followed closely behind. The twisting and turning passage occasionally presented forks, but following Mark ensured that there was no risk of taking the wrong route. After traveling a considerable distance, Mark and Liang finally landed on a platform. They stowed their flying boards, and suddenly, a wall beside the platform opened. 2 people emerged from inside. Chapter 106, Upgrade. The federal agents are quite impressive, managing to set up an underground agency on one of the Empire's planets. Of course, this was largely due to the chaotic living conditions of the middle and lower classes in the Empire, which left plenty of loopholes for the agents to exploit. Given the constraints, Mark only carried a tracker and a transmitter with him. The tracker allowed the agency to keep track of Mark's location at all times, while the transmitter was prepared for operational signals. Other surveillance equipment couldn't be brought along for fear of being discovered. Therefore, aside from Mark Fine and Liang Ying who were right there in the situation, no one else knew what was happening on site. After Mark swallowed the transmitter, the signal disappeared entirely on the agency's end, indicating the operation that night. Later, the signal representing Mark remained active, and its position gradually drew closer to the base. They were both worried about Mark's safety, but also relieved that he hadn't been exposed yet. Naturally, the convenience store on the surface had a monitoring system. When Mark appeared with Liang Ying on the street of the convenience store, the agents below ground saw them. In fact, upon entering the monitored range, Mark quietly sent out a signal. Without connecting any communication device, just a few simple gestures let the agents at the display terminal understand his meaning. Thus, by the time Liang Ying entered the convenience store, the people underground already knew her identity. This is why, when they were in the underground warehouse space, Mark had Liang Ying undergo a DNA test to further confirm her identity. The two leaders of the agency came out to greet them. Mark followed the director to report on the night's situation, while the deputy director stayed behind to receive Liang Ying. Deputy Director Ning Hao curiously examined Liang Ying. According to Mark's hints, it was Liang Ying who saved him, and she indirectly saved other colleagues from the agency too. There's a saying, accompanying the crown prince to study. When the agency received the notice from their superiors, everyone learned that the daughter of the deputy commander of the 1st Military District of the Federation was coming, giving them a premonition akin to playing house with a princess. However, Liang Ying's appearance was too unexpected to describe with mere astonishment or excitement. This daughter of the deputy commander seemed not to have come to the empire for entertainment, and furthermore, she seemed to have some secrets. Ning Hao's gaze, Liang Ying could feel it, but she was very tired and only wanted to rest for a moment. Director Ning, is there anywhere here I can rest? I haven't slept for 3 days, and I'm exhausted now. Could we discuss matters after I've rested? Ning Hao was surprised. 3 days without sleep? Mark had also been lying in wait for 3 days. Could Liang Ying have known about their mission from the beginning? Although he really wanted to know what exactly was going on immediately, he ultimately restrained himself. The underground agency had comprehensive facilities. In addition to office rooms, there were many small rooms for agents to rest in. Since it was safer than other places, almost every agent had their own room here. Of course, there were also spare rooms for emergency use. Ning Hao led Liang Ying to an unused resting room, equipped with cleaning processors, a separate bathroom, and shower. This resting room isn't monitored, so you can use it with peace of mind. Good, her privacy was secured. Liang Ying nodded, satisfied. Not having to share personal hygiene items with others made Liang Ying much more comfortable. After putting down her backpack, she dashed into the bathroom for a hot shower, relaxing both body and mind. However, the mask on her face wasn't removed. After taking a shower, Liang Ying wore the snug-fitting clothes given to her by the artist after cleaning them, then put on a protective suit. Just as she was about to crawl into bed for a good sleep, the door suddenly knocked. Liang Ying quickly slipped on her casual wear and opened the door. Ning Hao stood outside, holding a steaming tray of food. This is freshly cooked rice and vegetables, prepared today. I thought that after 3 days of enduring, you must have been relying on nutritional supplements to survive. Eating fresh food would be better for your health. Thank you. Liang Ying gratefully accepted the tray. Honestly, she really wanted to eat some warm, normal food, but since she'd just arrived and the agents weren't her nannies, she didn't bring it up. After Ning Hao placed the food down and left, Liang Ying ate a hearty meal. Regardless of the taste, just the feeling was enough to touch her deeply. She felt that all her hard work wasn't wasted, that she hadn't rescued the wrong person. Although her actions might have been a bit reckless, the results were worth it. After enjoying a satisfying meal, Liang Ying climbed into the warm bed and fell soundly asleep. Speaking of 5 days ago, Liang Ying came from Dama to Meiwei, originally planning to secretly investigate for a while. Unexpectedly, on the first day, she overheard a major conspiracy, a plan by the local anti-government armed group to trap federal agents. In order to figure out the situation, Liang Ying had been keeping an eye on Clyde and his gang, learning when and where they were going to strike. Alan had previously told her about the federal agents' contact information, but Liang Ying was concerned that she wouldn't be trusted if she suddenly showed up. Thus, she chose to help the federal agents from the shadows, waiting for the right moment to reveal herself. This is why Mark Fine spent 3 days and 3 nights lying in wait, and so did Liang Ying, hiding in a small building across the street. For someone like Liang Ying without any surveillance experience or mental stimulants, staying awake and focused for 3 days and 3 nights was incredibly grueling. Before Clyde appeared, Liang Ying was almost unable to stay awake anymore. Fortunately, the primal force was continuously released around her, allowing her to intervene just in time and save Mark and the agent team. Using a lightweight crossbow to shoot short arrows, she drew Clyde's attention. With fire vine leaves on her person, Liang Ying confidently walked past Clyde's men, then revealed herself to shoot arrows, successfully splitting Clyde's subordinates and even leading Clyde away. Speaking of which, when Clyde shot that tranquilizer needle at her, it gave her quite a fright. Again, she marveled at the power of her primal force, allowing her to foresee the opponent's actions every time and manage to evade them each time. Surely this would count as a great achievement, meaning the agency should now willingly help her more. Collaborating with the agency, finding Fiona's trail would become easier. After a good night's rest, Liang Ying woke up feeling refreshed, her mood significantly better. Her spirit power and martial arts skills had leveled up, probably due to overexerting herself while focusing intensely before. Both her physical strength and spirit power were pushed to their breaking points. Martial arts level 6, spirit power level 8. She was one step closer to level 9 in spirit power. Not only that, but Liang Ying also felt that the range of her primal force perception seemed to have expanded slightly. Now, Liang Ying could not only clearly see everything above and below ground in this city, but also detect parts of the airspace above. For example, the spaceships and cruisers approaching the atmosphere, ready to enter this planet. Chapter 107, Clyde Manny. This is the portrait of that person. I once saw this man on a fast ship from Dama to Mayville. He seemed to have business dealings with Lord Andro. Also, I don't know if the Special Services Bureau can help me look up someone for me. His name is Joey. He used to be a student of Fiona's parents and was very close to them. Fiona came to the OS Empire with him. However, before this, I met Lalisa Gias briefly and found out that she looked extremely similar to Joey. I'm somewhat worried inside. As Liang Ying spoke, she frowned. The person who set up a trap to catch the Federation special agents was that male passenger who caused trouble for the security team on the fast ship. The face shielding hat he wore had no effect on Liang Ying. At the time, Ning Hao took the portrait of the person that Liang Ying had just drawn, and his expression grew increasingly solemn. Can you confirm that the person in question is this one? There will be no mistake. It's this person. Liang Ying, could you tell me how you encountered this person? It's not that I don't trust you, but with regard to the identity of this person, we must proceed with caution. Liang Ying was curious inside. Ning Hao clearly already recognized this person, and the identity of this person was likely quite unusual. When deciding to cooperate with the Special Services Bureau, Liang Ying had already prepared her excuse. There were no high-ranking individuals in terms of mental energy in the Special Services Agency, so she could make good use of her mental energy. Director Ning, regarding my circumstances, shouldn't you already know? I've reached the 8th level of mental energy now and can perceive many things that you all cannot detect. Moreover, I've been consistently receiving guidance from my mentor at the university and am rather skilled at using mental energy. Even though that person had a shielding device, I could still sense his aura and can affirmatively confirm that he is indeed this person in the portrait. Ning Hao furrowed his brows even more tightly, seemingly bearing a heavy heart. After a moment of silence, he sighed deeply. Never would I have thought it would be him. The person in the portrait is named Clyde Manny. Ning Hao slowly began recounting the story about Clyde. The Manny family originally traded tobacco goods. Clyde's father excelled in business operations, and over 2 decades ago, he was granted a title by the current emperor of the empire, elevating the Manny family from merchants to new, emerging nobility. The title emperor gave to old Manny was Baron, and in the future, Clyde would be able to inherit the Viscount title. Back then, the Manny family sacrificed considerably to acquire this title. It was said that initially, the Manny family was only supposed to receive the Viscount title, and old Manny intended to pass the title to his son. However, Clyde somehow got in touch with an individual from the royal family, and the final decree came down as Baron. Based on later analyses by the Federal Intelligence Bureau, Clyde likely formed an alliance with the mother of the third prince, which is now the Empress. Hence, currently, Clyde and the third prince are known to maintain a very close relationship. At the time, Clyde was already over 20 years old and had studied at several prestigious universities within the empire, earning dual degrees in business management and psychology. Afterwards, he took over the family affairs, and Manny Baron almost entrusted all of the family's business to Clyde for management. Nevertheless, Clyde's status and position within the OS Empire did not originate from the Manny family. Now, at over 40 years old, Clyde holds numerous followers within the empire and has an influence transcending the Manny family. Within the OS Empire, newly emerging smaller noble families cannot fully integrate with the old noble families. The older aristocracy looks down upon the upstart origins of the new noble class, while the newer nobles despise the conservatism of the old ones. Due to their importance in sustaining the imperial authority, both factions had to coexist under pressure from the royal family. However, the old nobility controls military power and owns vast planetary territories. Living extravagantly and flaunting wealth, they rely on their seniority and often don't show respect even to certain members of the royal family. This situation led the royal family to grow increasingly dissatisfied with the old nobility. As conflicts arose between the old and new nobility, the royal family tilted more towards the side of the newer nobility. In this process, a new group emerged in the empire. Most of its members consisted of elite figures among the newer nobility, with some enlightened individuals from the older noble clans also included. They explicitly opposed the decadent lifestyle of the old nobility, advocating that the nobility should contribute more effort to improving people's livelihoods and remain absolutely loyal to the monarchy. They proposed that the nobility should act as tools for the emperor, responsible for sharing his concerns and comforting the populace. As time passed, this new wave of thought grew stronger, gaining consistent approval from the empire's commoners and the royal family. Simultaneously, in recent years, they even suggested that the nobility reduce their private armies and diminish their territorial control. These suggestions caused significant reactions within the empire, and rumors spread that the emperor personally received the leaders of this group and accepted their proposals. The Federation defines this group as the Royalist Reform Youth faction, and there has always been a subtle positive sentiment toward this group. Clyde Manny is one of the founders of this group and continues to hold a very important position and influence within the organization. Viscount Manny is still alive, so Clyde doesn't yet have a noble title, but he frequently enters and exits the royal household. In fact, just a few years ago, upon the recommendation of the Empress, Clyde was appointed as one of the tutors for the third prince. Due to his identity as a teacher to a prince, people often respectfully refer to him as Master. Rumors suggest that even when facing powerful nobles, Clyde never bends his knee in submission. He's even had disputes with several influential old nobles, including Lord Andro of the JIS family. It's truly hard to imagine that such a reformist figure would actually have ties with anti-government organizations. No wonder Director Ning found it hard to believe. Liang Ying herself felt deeply moved after hearing about Clyde. But as moving as it may be, there are many two-faced people in this world, and one more person like Clyde wouldn't make much difference. Moreover, based on Clyde's demeanor that night, he certainly didn't come across as someone upright. Director Ning, I know it's difficult for you to accept, but I can say with absolute certainty that this person is who you're trying to capture. Also, could you tell me why your bureau has been tracking him? During our joint operation to eradicate extremists, we once captured a high-ranking member of an anti-government armed organization. Through him, we learned the truth behind the attack, but unfortunately, he suffered severe injuries and passed away not long after. Following that, our agents conducted a series of investigations into the matter, confirming what he had said before his death. We also further controlled some individuals involved in the attacks. Using these people, we hoped to track down key figures, one of whom was the mysterious individual from that evening, namely Clyde. We had previously set up a trap specifically to catch him, but somehow things went wrong, allowing him to escape first. Everyone involved in the operation disappeared without a trace, including your friend Fiona. Chapter 108, Checking In. Compared to Clyde Manny, Liang Ying was more worried about Joey. The resemblance was so striking that it was hard to believe the two were unrelated. Lily's Jis is an imperial aristocrat. If Joey has ties to her, then, could Joey be a spy for the Empire embedded in the Federation? Director Ning, I hope the agents can investigate Joey's case as soon as possible. I'm concerned that if he is indeed a spy. Regarding Joey, intelligence once investigated his background before. All personnel involved in military research projects with strict confidentiality undergo scrutiny from the Intelligence Bureau. I reviewed his files. He should be an orphan with unknown parents, left at the orphanage doorstep when he was only a month old and raised there ever since. Due to excellent academic performance, he relied on charitable donations for orphans and made his way through university, later entering the Military Research Institute. Previously, he came to the Empire together with Fiona and disappeared alongside her. The Federation never suspected him. The situation you mentioned is indeed worth investigating further. If he truly has ties to the Empire, then he would be a deeply entrenched nail planted by the Empire within the Federation. Perhaps once the seed of doubt is planted, one's judgment tends to view everything through a colored lens, and past events become laden with suspicion. Liang Ying even began to suspect whether the person who encouraged Fiona to come to the Empire was Joey. Could this have been part of another conspiracy? What role exactly did Joey play in the attack incident and the disappearance incident? Numerous questions swirled in Liang Ying's mind, and all these questions pointed to one gap. It seemed that after searching for so many days in the Empire, she had finally found the crux of the matter. Until now, Liang Ying believed that Fiona was not in mortal danger because she knew that Fiona was the most important leverage the Empire used to compel her parents' cooperation. For the sake of the technology Fiona's parents possessed, the Empire wouldn't easily kill Fiona. Precisely because she understood this point, Liang Ying patiently pieced together clues step by step. Her goal wasn't merely to save Fiona's life, but to secure the freedom of their entire family. With the innate power at her disposal, Liang Ying could compensate for shortcomings in the agent's work. The agents specialize in specific areas. Some situations they handle are more perceptive than Liang Ying. Moreover, the agents' large numbers allow them to investigate over a wider range, while Liang Ying needs to remain within a certain distance of the target to see anything. Therefore, she needed to collaborate with the Bureau. Director Ning, I'd like a list of suspects, the places where the agency believes the Empire might be hiding people. I want to go there and see if I can uncover some clues. Ning Hao understood. With Liang Ying's current level of mental force, she could be considered an expert, capable of detecting clues that the agents couldn't perceive. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint tinge of regret filled Ning Hao's heart. High-level psychics have always been rare talents, and intelligence and espionage work involves dangerous missions day in and day out. Naturally, the Federation doesn't want to risk its valuable resources, so special agents are usually elite physical combatants. Alright, I'll prepare that list for you. Additionally, I'll arrange for a safer identity and means for you to access these places. Thus, Liang Ying temporarily moved into the underground agent base. The underground agency had a small, makeshift cafeteria where staff not on external missions ate. Liang Ying came here daily for meals, and quickly became familiar with other workers. Without the airs of a wealthy miss, Liang Ying was more like a friendly neighbor, earning much goodwill from the workers. She often encountered Mark every day. Because of the failed mission last time, Mark was currently resting, waiting for the heat outside to die down before taking on new assignments. Due to her life-saving favor, Mark was very kind to Liang Ying, frequently setting aside good dishes for her. If Mark weren't already married with a daughter around Liang Ying's age, quite a few people might think he was courting her. Thankfully I met you, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived that night. Mark often reflected with such gratitude, even though his determination was clear back then, willing to sacrifice himself to protect his colleagues. But living was something anyone wanted given the chance. Mark had been a field agent for over 20 years, rarely seeing his family, yet enduring another few years until he accumulated 30 years of service, he could request a transfer back to the Federation for a steadier lifestyle. These last few years were especially critical. Achieving a few major successes would solidify a higher position, but the prerequisite was surviving to return home. Hence, Mark held great appreciation for Liang Ying. A few days later, Ning Hao brought the list. Liang Ying glanced over it. Several locations linked to radical organizations appeared, including Andro-Marquis planet territory, along with planets controlled by influential figures of the royal family and a few princes' personal fiefs. At the very bottom of the list, clearly added separately, were a few planets controlled by Clyde Manny, as well as those held by key members of the new faction. It will take more time to investigate Joey and Clyde. After all, since they have hidden so deeply, their actions won't be easily exposed. Especially Clyde, because he handles the Manny family's business. Almost all the nobles in the Empire have dealings with him. Therefore, we can't jump to conclusions based solely on their interactions. We need more concrete evidence. However, now that we have a direction, the investigation will proceed faster. Since you're going to these places, I want Mark to be responsible for your protection. Although it seems like you don't need his protection, he is an experienced old agent who is more skilled than you. Moreover, you've already cooperated before, so I believe you'll work together smoothly in the future. Liang Ying had no objections to this arrangement. With the list in hand, she was ready to get to work and at least cover every location mentioned. The Empire needs a large place to clone federal technology and settle those scientists. The environment in a space station is unstable and not safe enough, and resource supply is troublesome too. Therefore, the Empire can only settle the scientists on a planet, and the scale won't be small. As long as they're not floating in space, there's a high possibility that Liang Ying could see them. Ning Hao prepared a new identity for Liang Ying, the daughter of a middle-ranking noble family, taking a star journey after graduating from high school. She was traveling leisurely to see the sights, but once she returned home, her family would arrange a marriage alliance for her. Thus, anything she did beforehand would be tacitly supported by her family. For this purpose, Ning Hao provided Liang Ying with a modified small shuttlecraft. It could operate autonomously, be piloted manually by one person, and was limited to 2 passengers. Additionally, it came equipped with a separate resting cabin. Mark happened to be skilled at piloting the shuttlecraft. While on board, he served as the pilot, and upon landing, he became her live-in butler. To disguise his identity, Mark disguised himself as an elderly man. The pair set out, presenting the appearance of a young lady accompanied by her old butler. And thus, Liang Ying and Mark embarked on their mission to scout locations within the Empire. Chapter 109, Elder Liang is coming. The reconnaissance mission was not difficult. Basically, after staying on a planet for a day or two, Liang Ying could see through the entire planet from underground to sky. Sometimes, when encountering smaller planets, she only needed half a day to complete the task. Upon arriving at their destinations, they conducted reconnaissance and basically did not interact with the locals. As a result, they left no traces, and very few people even noticed the presence of such a noble lady who had once visited their planet. Moreover, since Liang Ying now had a noble identity, she received preferential treatment when handling entry procedures on various planets, and never encountered anyone who made things difficult for her. Their landing craft also bore the family emblem of the nobility, and no one caused them trouble along the way. In short, thanks to her noble identity, they continuously enjoyed noble privileges, proceeding smoothly throughout the journey. Within less than half a month, they inspected over a dozen planets. Unfortunately, they found no suspicious places, but occasionally picked up some information related to the Federation. Liang Ying always recorded these pieces of information and handed them over to Mark, who would translate them into intelligence reports sent to the Special Agent Bureau. According to feedback from the Special Agent Bureau, most of this intelligence turned out to be correct. The remaining unverified portions were also crucial. In any case, they hoped Liang Ying could gather more of such intelligence. Liang Ying was pleased with the response from the Special Agent Bureau. The greater the role she played, the more they valued her. Therefore, her words carried more weight. After all, the right to speak must be earned through strength. They managed to cover all the locations on the list within less than a month. Regrettably, they still found nothing. The investigation results from the Special Agent Bureau also came out. Clyde Manny hid deeply, and the Federation didn't uncover much information about him. There were only indications that he participated in arms deals. This news was something Liang Ying first overheard, which was later verified by the Special Agent Bureau. As for Joey, more details were uncovered. Surprisingly, it involved an unexpected feud among noble families. Joey, whose real name should be Joey Geese, was actually the illegitimate son of Devin Geese, who was the cousin of the Count Andro. Devin Geese was a well-known playboy and rogue in the austere empire. Before marriage, he had countless lovers. Afterward, his philandering ways continued, leading to innumerable scandals and illegitimate children. However, Devin eventually married a fiercely possessive woman. Not only was she jealous, but she also controlled everything tightly. None of the women Devin associated with fared well. His illegitimate children also never gained familial acknowledgement, and many of them quietly disappeared without a trace. Joey's biological mother was also a noble woman, nearly 10 years younger than Devin, with lifestyle habits just as questionable. She had already become somewhat notorious in the noble circles when she was still a young girl. Joey's mother bore Devin 2 sons. Joey had an older brother 6 years his senior. These 2 children had been raised by their mother. It wasn't until later when the mother decided to remarry. Since the 2 illegitimate sons couldn't join her new family, and going back to their biological father wasn't possible either, the woman somehow arranged for the 2 boys to be sent to the Federation, abandoning them separately in different orphanages. Joey's biological brother, Carrie, was adopted by someone else at the age of 12 in the orphanage. This boy seemed to have memories from his early childhood, and after reaching adulthood, he actually tracked down Joey. They decided to acknowledge each other as cousins rather than brothers after realizing the adoptive family might feel uncomfortable. Outsiders did not know that they were full brothers. Apart from his blood brother Carrie, Joey hadn't come into contact with anyone suspicious growing up. Carrie's adoptive parents were teachers with good reputations. Logically speaking, Carrie should not have had the chance to meet with anyone suspicious either. However, the orphanage where Carrie once lived had gone bankrupt, and most of its staff passed away. Thus, there was no verifiable evidence of Carrie's developmental history during that time. After Joey and Fiona entered the Empire, Carrie also disappeared in the Federation. Agents suspected that he might have returned to the Empire as well. Based on whether Joey and Carrie were spies for the Empire, the Special Agent Bureau had not found direct evidence, but the likelihood was significant. Nevertheless, according to messages from the Federation's spies, neither Joey nor Carrie appeared within the Geese family, as if both vanished into thin air. Time was limited, and they were within the Empire's territory. The fact that the Special Agent Bureau could find this much information was already quite remarkable. If it were so easy to find damning evidence, these individuals wouldn't have been so important. Thinking about it thoroughly, Liang Ying concluded that one more place deserved examination: the border planets under anti-government militia control. Since the anti-government militias were essentially manipulated by the imperial government, it was highly likely that the kidnapped scientists were hidden there. However, this possibility might be smaller. With frequent border conflicts happening now, even if the Empire's army fakes something, the Federation's forces are still present. With the Federation's army around, the Empire could not make overly audacious moves at the border. But nothing in the world is absolute. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is the safest. The imperial government being audacious was not unprecedented either. As Liang Ying pondered whether to visit the Empire's borders, the Special Agent Bureau sent her another surprising piece of news. Her father, Liang Tao, was coming to the austere Empire. Liang Tao, the deputy commander of the 1st Military District of the Federation, had arrived here with a delegation as both a courtesy return visit for last year's trip by the Empire's security minister to the Federation and to discuss further collaboration in cracking down on extremist armed forces along their shared borders. Liang Ying immediately panicked and instructed Mark to turn the landing craft back toward the main base of the Special Agent Bureau in Maryville. How could Liang Tao come to the Empire? In such a sensitive time, what if the Empire hesitates no longer and attempts to assassinate him? The value of Liang Tao lay not only in his position as a deputy commander, but also because he himself was one of the top-tier experts in the Federation, 14th level martial arts skills, and 11th level mental strength. He almost reached the limit that human beings in a third-class civilization could achieve. Combined with the mechanical neuron technology mastered by the Federation, his individual combat capability could rival an entire division of troops. Losing Liang Tao would be like losing an entire legion for the Federation. Moreover, cultivating an ultimate master was far more difficult than organizing a whole legion. This blow to the Federation army would be akin to having an arm severed, and the Empire would undoubtedly love to witness such an outcome. Liang Tao was undoubtedly a sweet and succulent bait. Could the Empire possibly resist the temptation and refrain from making a move? Since the attack incident occurred, Liang Ying had developed a high awareness of how reckless the imperial government could be. During these days wandering around various places in the Empire, she gained a deeper understanding of the current situation within the Empire and realized its internal contradictions were severe enough to impede national development. Liang Ying instinctively felt that the Empire would definitely not miss this opportunity to strike back and boost the morale of its own people. Chapter 110. I will protect him. Because of the distance from their current location to Mayway, in order to get back as quickly as possible, Liang Ying and Mark piloted the landing craft to the nearest airport, purchased tickets for a fast spaceship, and checked the landing craft as baggage. However, they didn't expect that an originally smooth journey would encounter a hiccup right here. The planet where Liang Ying and Mark currently resided was rather remote. The airport they were at was quite shabby and had a relatively small throughput. One might think that this place shouldn't have been allocated for the fast spaceship route. However, due to an uninhabited primitive planet nearby, which was perfect for hunting and recreation, it was later bought by a minor noble who built a vacation villa there. For convenience, the minor noble bribed the high-ups of the Imperial Aviation Authority and forced them to include the area in the construction list of the fast spaceship routes. Nevertheless, the geographical position of this star region was not ideal, with few residents and even fewer traveling merchants. The local government's revenue was insufficient, so the operation of the airport could only be maintained through governmental subsidies. The somewhat dilapidated airport merely kept its machinery running. The staff had gone 6 months without pay. As a result, the workers went on strike. Liang Ying hadn't anticipated such a situation and didn't know what to do. Mark, having lived in the Empire for many years, had encountered all sorts of similar situations before. Using her intrinsic power, Liang Ying eavesdropped on the negotiation between the worker representatives and the airport leadership, thus learning that the reason for the strike was not just due to the delayed salaries. Because the airport was extremely poor, several rounds of layoffs had occurred, leaving the entire port with only about a dozen employees. Not only were these workers not being paid, but they also had to handle multiple tasks simultaneously, while the 24-hour operation of the airport further increased the workers' pressure. Just 2 days ago, a severe accident happened in the cargo loading area, resulting in 1 fatality and 2 injuries. However, the authorities cited worker violations of the operations manual as the reason to refuse compensation and medical expenses. In reality, the overwork imposed on the workers was due to the authorities' demands. Outraged by the authorities' behavior, the workers rebelled, causing the strike. Helplessly waiting for half a day at the airport, the good news eventually came when a temporary agreement was reached between the center leader and the worker representatives, allowing the airport to resume operations. Liang Ying and Mark boarded the spaceship in time. The news of Liang Tao coming to the empire had already made Liang Ying feel uneasy. With the added experience of the strike at the airport, her mood became even heavier. Speaking of which, most of the planets Liang Ying had recently visited were located in prosperous star systems. Developmental disparities between different star systems and among regions within the same planet created stark wealth gaps upon wealth gaps. Liang Ying grew more disdainful toward the empire, while simultaneously feeling fortunate that she wasn't reborn into the imperial system. Due to Liang Tao's impending visit to the empire, the Special Services Department had become busier than usual. No one noticed Liang Ying and Mark's return. There were only 2 personnel on duty in the underground headquarters. Everyone else had been deployed elsewhere. By midnight, less than half of the people had returned. Fortunately, Ning Hao was also back. After 2 exhausting days outside, Ning Hao was very tired, but he remained patient when facing Liang Ying. Little Ying, the matter regarding Commandant Liang's visit to the empire has been basically settled. The media will likely start extensive coverage within the next day or 2. I understand your concerns about Commandant Liang's safety, and we special agents share the same worry. But more than worry, we admire him deeply. Director Ning, my father, Commandant Liang. Is this trip to the empire about investigating the attack incident? Given the current secret actions of the empire, I don't believe the Federation will continue military cooperation with the empire. Your intuition is sharp. This time, Commandant Liang's main purpose is to uncover the truth behind the attack incident and rescue the trapped scientists. You must understand, given Commandant Liang's status, the empire will certainly allocate substantial forces to deal with his arrival. Whether under the guise of protection or covertly preparing defenses, a significant number of the empire's top experts will be gathered around Commandant Liang. This will influence the empire's hidden forces, thereby reducing the resistance our operatives face during investigations, greatly assisting in our progress. You mean, Commandant Liang openly attracts the empire's attention and restrains their crucial forces, while the Special Services Department secretly focuses on uncovering the truth and the scientists' whereabouts. Exactly, Commandant Liang disregards personal safety, using himself as bait to restrain the empire. This not only provides cover for our agents' investigations, but also allows our operatives access to some highly sensitive places. Commandant Liang truly embodies the spirit of the federal military. He's a heroic role model for all of us. But this is too dangerous. What if the empire hesitates and retaliates? Ning Hao looked at Liang Ying with calm eyes. Before he could say anything, Liang Ying felt a wave of shame wash over her. Which of the agents wasn't engaged in perilous missions? And as the deputy commander, shouldn't Liang Tao lead by example? Leaders were respected not because of their noble status, but because of their accomplishments. Director Ning, I know as a soldier, Commandant Liang has his responsibilities. But I am genuinely worried. The state of the empire I've witnessed these past few days makes me feel certain that they'll target him. Of course, you might think I'm being childish, lacking your kind of responsibility and courage. Xiaoying, as Commandant Liang's daughter, it's understandable that you're more concerned about him. At the same time, you need to understand that the federal government agreed to Commandant Liang's visit not to send him to die, but because they trust his ability and believe he can resolve this crisis for the Federation. Liang Ying fell silent. She hadn't expected to be so worried after hearing again about Liang Tao's impending arrival to the empire. Perhaps part of her understood deep down that one reason Liang Tao was coming was for her. Liang Ying felt a strange sensation, her emotions mixed, tinged with a bit of touching sentiment. The federal government has high expectations for this trip. It's been half a year since the attack incident occurred, and we're still no closer to solving it on the Federation's side. Our misjudgment of the Empire's ambitions has left the Federation at a disadvantage. To turn things around, we can only rely on Commandant Liang. Personally, I believe that with Commandant Liang directing operations this time, we will certainly resolve this matter thoroughly. Ning Hao's trust in Liang Tao deeply moved Liang Ying. After a long silence, Liang Ying made her decision. Director Ning, please arrange for me to join Commandant Liang's visiting delegation. I want to join the team and stay by Commandant Liang's side to protect him. Chapter 111. Changing the image. Liang Ying lay in the cramped rest cabin, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling of the ship's cabin. In order to quietly join up with Liang Tao's delegation, Ning Hao brought a team and accompanied Liang Ying in a medium-sized landing pod to an outpost space station on the border of the Empire. Tomorrow, the warship fleet of the delegation would pass through the boundary between the Federation and the Empire before heading towards another border planet where the welcoming party from the Empire would greet them. The visiting delegation would stop at this space station for half an hour to resupply. To ensure the safety of the Federation delegation, the surrounding space had been cleared by the Empire, and Liang Ying and the others were currently hiding here, waiting to sneak into the group as they passed. She would see Liang Tao tomorrow, and there was an inexplicable excitement within her that seemed difficult to control, more so than when she first met Liang Tao. Liang Ying was still naive when it came to social intricacies, but since knowing Liang Tao was coming to the Empire, a sentiment of father-daughter affection had sprouted and grown within her, leaving her flustered and unsure how to deal with it. Maintaining a distant and calm relationship with the Liang family might be impossible moving forward. Thinking about how Liang Tao was willing to come to the Empire for her, despite his personal risks, even if he wasn't her biological father, the familial bond couldn't be ignored. But thinking about her stepmother back on the capital planet, her heart welled with frustration. Liang Ying's thoughts churned wildly, and she barely slept all night, until finally, she understood clearly, no matter if it were her biological father or her stepmother, current developments were positive. At least she could have more hope in her father now. The next morning, A group of battleships bearing the emblem of the Federation entered the space station, and in an unobserved corner, a landing shuttle quietly slipped into one of them. Because the warships would soon reach the welcoming planet, Liang Ying did not go to see Liang Tao first, but instead headed to the personal room prepared for her. Liang Ying put down her luggage, rushed into the bathroom for a quick shower, and then stood before the mirror lightly massaging her face with her fingertips. After around half an hour, her face turned red, looking rather alarming. Tonguing her cheek playfully like it was some kind of mischief, Liang Ying peeled off the mask that had already started shedding, revealing her rosy complexion beneath. Not having taken off her mask for nearly a month, upon seeing her original appearance again, Liang Ying felt somewhat out of sync, used to looking at that unremarkable face for such a long time that she had almost forgotten what she really looked like. Upon realizing it had been nearly a month without properly washing her face, Liang Ying suddenly felt a bit awkward. She carefully cleaned her skin for a while before changing into clean clothes. Turning several circles before the mirror, Liang Ying felt something was different compared to before. Perhaps she had slimmed down, her hair was shorter, giving her an added air of vigor that wasn't present earlier. After leaving the room, Liang Ying went to find Liang Tao. Liang Tao was busy working. He glanced at Liang Ying and nodded. Secretary General Allen was also occupied, so Liang Ying found herself a seat to wait patiently. Qian Ning arrived with 2 female soldiers. Little Ying, these are Secretaries Xiao Li and Xiao Wang from the Secretariat. You're expected to attend the upcoming welcoming ceremony, and they will help you redesign your image. During our stay in the Empire, they will always be by your side, both protecting you and assisting you with trivial matters. That's wonderful. Thank you in advance, Miss Secretaries. I hope we can work well together in the future. Liang Ying exhaled in relief. Since she was officially accompanying Liang Tao now, various ceremonial occasions required her presence, and her usual casual attire wouldn't be appropriate for formal settings. This was exactly why she wanted someone to manage her public image, and the 2 female secretaries fit perfectly. The 2 secretaries took Liang Ying to another cabin. The 4 walls were all filled with closets, and in the center stood a 3D projector. Liang Ying had seen these projectors in clothing stores before. If you stood inside, it would create a life-sized holographic projection of yourself, useful when trying clothes on as it allows a full 360-degree view of the effect. So her father cared about appearances too. Liang Ying watched with sparkling eyes, brimming with anticipation. Xiao Li pressed a button on the wall, and the closets opened automatically, revealing neatly hung clothes inside. Liang Ying blinked at the rows of clothes hanging in the 4 large wardrobes. Smiling, Xiao Zhang explained, this wardrobe contains all the official military uniforms of Commander Liang. As a soldier, his attire isn't much varied, and usually, the other 3 wardrobes were left empty. Now, they contain your clothing. We've got everything from casual loungewear to formal gowns. After receiving news that you'd be arriving, Commander Liang entrusted me and Xiao Li with your arrangements. We temporarily ordered these clothes online and arranged for the military department to send them over with a dedicated spacecraft. Fortunately, it arrived just in time. Liang Ying felt a bit embarrassed, her cheeks slightly red. Occupying 3 out of the 4 wardrobes and using the military department's transport ship was truly sorry for all the trouble, Liang Ying said, feeling somewhat sheepish. Xiao Li smiled gently. This is only appropriate. You are now a member of the visiting delegation, representing the image of the Federation. Especially in the US Empire, those aristocrats put great emphasis on appearance and attire. You mustn't feel inferior. Appearing a bit haughty wouldn't hurt either. Liang Ying thought about it and agreed with Xiao Li. In the Empire, class distinctions were severe, and politeness could be seen as servility. Courtesy should exist, but humility wasn't necessary. The Federation didn't need to defer to the Empire. I'm participating in this kind of event for the first time. I hope the 2 of you can help me more, tell me what I should do, and remind me when needed, Liang Ying said earnestly. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang exchanged glances, and both broke into smiles. It was just as Qian Ning had said. Commander Liang's daughter didn't have any diva attitudes, and was easy to get along with. This made their upcoming work much easier. Come on, we've picked out a few gowns for you. Try them on so we can finalize what you'll wear during the welcoming ceremony. After you change, we'll also do your hair, and we can discuss details while we're working. Obediently, Liang Ying allowed herself to be manipulated by the 2 female secretaries, attentively memorizing their instructions and asking for clarifications when there were things she didn't understand. This busy period lasted over 2 hours before everything was finally done. Liang Ying turned several rounds under the holographic projector until the 2 female secretaries nodded in satisfaction. Liang Ying looked at her own reflection and her mood soared. Which girl doesn't love beauty? The young lady stood gracefully in the center of the room, wearing a pink knee-length gown, with a brooch on her chest crafted from white feathers and pearls, a short necklace of lilac crystals around her neck, light makeup on her face, and a few twinkling stars adorning her playful short hair. Chapter 112, Father and Daughter. Liang Ying placed the item in her hand on the table, gently pushed it forward, and looked around nervously, as if feeling very embarrassed. Dad, you should wear this close to your body all the time. Don't take it off, even when you sleep. Liang Tao glanced at the thing on the table, and the corner of his mouth seemed to twitch slightly, but due to its small movement, it was hard to tell whether that was a smile. Liang Tao silently stared at the green leaf on the table, thinking how peculiar his daughter's tastes were. But after a moment of silence, he directly picked up the firevine leaf and wore it inside his clothes where no one could see it. That's right. Liang Ying had given the firevine leaf to Liang Tao. With it, if there was ever any danger, she could trigger the leaf to make him invisible. Liang Ying hesitated for a while, then decided it would be wise to remind her father. Dad, did Grandpa tell you why he took me away back then? Upon hearing Liang Ying bring up this topic, Liang Tao's eyes dimmed. He mentioned it briefly, but never gave many specifics. Anyway, it was for your good, so that you can grow up healthy. Do you blame your father for not taking care of you when you were young? As he spoke the last sentence, Liang Tao's expression turned somewhat melancholic, as if reminiscing about those days, when his wife had just passed away and their daughter had been taken away, leaving only him in the house. Dad, I don't mean it like that. Actually, I was just going to say, it doesn't matter anyway, except that my constitution is a little different from ordinary people, which is why Grandpa took me away to raise me. You know I have wood-based powers, but actually besides that, I also have some other abilities, though they're not particularly useful. Ugh, I'm having trouble putting it into words. Liang Ying feared her father might misunderstand, so she tried her best to explain, but she dared not reveal all the truths regarding the origin force, and could only vaguely hint at things, not knowing herself how to proceed further. Liang Tao smiled lightly upon seeing Liang Ying's efforts. This was truly rare. Previously, Liang Ying had never seen him laugh, not even during their first meeting when she thought he might be pleased. Truly, hardships brought genuine emotions out. Dad, I'm having trouble expressing myself clearly. In short, the leaf I've given you isn't an ordinary leaf. It might not seem useful normally, but during dangerous times, it can come in handy, although only I can activate it. From now on, I'll try to stay by your side. As long as the distance isn't too far, I will still be able to sense it. Oh, this leaf is so powerful. It's the first time I've heard of leaves having special functions. Before Liang Tao could finish speaking, he noticed something odd. His office desk was cleaned every day, and he himself loved cleanliness. The surface of the table was polished until it shone so brightly that reflections of figures sitting by it were usually visible. But now, there was not a single reflection on the table. Only the glaring light from the room's lamps illuminated the surface, making it appear blindingly bright. For a moment, Liang Tao lost his composure, but quickly recovered, feeling both helpless and indulgent towards Liang Ying's mischievous grin. Liang Ying unkindly activated the firevine leaf suddenly, seeing her father caught in an embarrassing situation, which made her feel oddly lighter-hearted. Thinking she'd merely smirked inwardly, in reality, her facial expressions had already betrayed her. Dad, look in the mirror. No need for Liang Ying to remind him. Liang Tao was about to find a mirror anyway. Standing up and walking over to the mirror, Liang Tao had mentally prepared himself, but still couldn't help being startled. He was a tall man, yet not even a single strand of hair appeared in the mirror. Invisibility. The revelation shocked Liang Tao, and immediately reminded him of another incident. Xiaoying, wasn't it thanks to this leaf that you managed to escape from the soldier who threatened you during military training? It's great that Dad figured it out so fast. This firevine leaf can make someone invisible, preventing others from seeing or detecting them with instruments. However, the person is still present, so we must continue to hide when necessary, but the element of surprise increases our chances of success. As she went on, Liang Ying noticed Liang Tao taking off the firevine leaf again. Xiaoying, this thing is great for self-defense, but you should keep it yourself. Though I know you've leveled up recently, you're still far behind me in skill. You'd benefit more from it than I would. Besides, only you can activate it, meaning it belongs only to you. Dad, please keep it on. Their target is you, and I'm just an accessory. You're more important in crucial moments. Besides, I'm not fully giving this to you. You'll give it back when we leave the Empire. It won't work from far away. Liang Ying insisted that Liang Tao were the firevine leaf. The risks he bore were too great. Though she was his daughter, she was insignificant to the Federation. The Empire wouldn't be foolish enough to harm her when it could directly attack Liang Tao. It made no sense to waste energy on her. Unable to persuade Liang Ying otherwise, Liang Tao reluctantly put the firevine leaf back on and repeatedly reminded her to prioritize her own safety over his in case of danger. Dad, don't worry. I know what to do, and I won't be a burden to you, Liang Ying solemnly promised. She had originally come to the Empire to save Fiona, but now saving her friend also meant protecting her family at all costs. She would never let the Empire succeed again. The welcoming ceremony was fairly simple. It wasn't a state leader's visit, so there were military honors, but no national ceremonies. Liang Ying followed quietly behind Liang Tao, flanked by two female secretaries, maintaining impeccable manners. At the same time, she continuously expanded her origin force, keeping nearly 100 kilometers under surveillance. The welcoming ceremony was broadcast live on both the Federation and Imperial Star networks. In such a public setting, it was impossible for the Empire to make a move. After the brief welcome ceremony concluded, Liang Tao held talks with the officials who had greeted him from the Empire. Since these were not formal closed-door negotiations, numerous media representatives were present. As a result, the discussions mainly revolved around polite pleasantries, offering little substance. Soon after the talks ended, Liang Ying's group prepared to head toward the capital planet, the focus of this visit. However, joining them on their journey was the Empire's welcoming fleet, officially labeled as escort, though in reality, it served as surveillance. Of course, this was entirely expected. Visiting Federation officials would also receive similar treatment. To facilitate communication between the fleets of the two nations, the Empire dispatched liaison officers to every Federation warship, assigning 6 liaison officers cum receptionists specifically to the flagship Liang Tao boarded. These individuals became the primary focus of federal surveillance. There was an ever-present fear that they might tamper with something on the warships, a concern heightened by past instances where some might consider suicidal attacks unthinkable. Since the attack incident, Although the Federation and the Empire ostensibly maintained normal relations on the surface, they were essentially completely hostile behind the scenes. Thus, utmost caution must be taken to prevent the Empire from creating any incidents involving radical spy operatives or radical suicide bombers. Chapter 113 Conspiracy? Temporary Office of the Empire Liaison Officer on the main battleship. Bog, did you send out the file I just handed over to you? Did they reply? Cyril, sorry, I was busy with something else just now. Your file hasn't been sent out yet. Would you mind waiting a little longer? Cyril suddenly slammed his hand on the table. How do you handle things? I gave you the document an hour ago, and I'm anxiously waiting for their response here. You haven't even sent it out yet. Are you looking down on us liaison officers, thinking our office is too small and not wanting to work here? Bog also became angry, pushing all the files on the desk to the ground. Don't threaten me like that. I've put up with you for long enough. Don't think I'm afraid of you. I've been doing my job well, and you can't frame me for that. You should be doing your own work. What kind of thing is it asking me to send your file? I'm not your subordinate. You have no right to order me. You're just a nouveau riche, and you dare to speak to me in such a tone. You are the nouveau riche. Our family is now noble, personally bestowed a title by His Majesty the Emperor. It's not certain whether your family will still be considered nobility later. You begged for a way in to join this reception team. Isn't it just because you wanted to see some merit to preserve your family's rank? Cyril became speechless due to being hit at a vulnerable point. Humph, wasn't the file you just mentioned intended only for your own people? As for your family's network of contacts, who doesn't know about it? Bog glared at Cyril with undisguised contempt. You don't forget our mission this time. By delaying sending the file, you're obstructing the task. I will definitely report this to our superiors. If there's any problem with this mission, you'll bear full responsibility. Can you write reports but I can't? The superiors may trust me more than you. Why must you go near Miss Liang just because you want to? This sort of assignment should be appointed by higher-ups. What are the two of you talking about? Finally, another Empire liaison officer in the room could hold himself back no longer. Humph, this guy Cyrus suggested to the higher-ups, saying Liang Tao's daughter is young and innocent, easy to open her heart to. So he proposed approaching Liang Tao's daughter, using it as a chance to get into Liang Tao's circle. He sent the application file to their family from higher-up circles, trying to secretly obtain authorization. You're reading my file content. Of course, if you didn't send your own files and instead asked others to do it for you, didn't you think others would look through the contents? Peeking into file contents violates work regulations. That regulation applies to confidential level documents, but there's nothing marked confidential on the document you gave me. Cyril, is what Bog said true? Did you really submit a report to the upper level suggesting our side send someone close to Mr. Liang's daughter? So what if I did? This idea originally came from me. It makes sense that I bring it up with the higher authorities. Then let me tell you both not to argue anymore. The higher-ups have already given this command and selected the person for this task. Neither of you come anywhere near the people chosen. What do you mean? We didn't know that higher-ups had issued this kind of command. Both Bog and Cyril were surprised. Just the two of you. One a nouveau riche petty noble, the other whose family's titles are nearly gone. Would the higher-ups let you two know such confidential matters? Fine. You're not any better off than the two of us. Just tell us what exactly is going on. How do you know? How am I supposed to know? Humph. It's none of your business how I found out. This person looked a bit upset, as it seemed his source of information was somewhat improper. All right, stop asking how I found out. Hurry up and tell us exactly what the higher-ups assigned tasks are. You two idiots, haven't you noticed someone behaving abnormally recently? Haven't you felt the leader showing special favoritism toward a couple of people recently? What? Do you mean them two? The faces of Bog and Cyril became extremely unpleasant. So it was those two, all along. That explains everything. Meanwhile, the two individuals under discussion sat directly across from Liang Ying, lavishing attention on her. Nothing that happened in every corner of the battleship escaped Liang Ying's notice, not even when she slept. She continuously monitored the movements of the Imperial liaison officers. Therefore, everything said by the three liaison officers in the temporary office was heard word for word by Liang Ying. Liang Ying felt a bit annoyed. The quality of personnel from the Imperial upper ranks varies greatly. Who was responsible for this reception, sending such two noble brats to approach her? That was too disrespectful. Liang Ying's eyes flickered slightly, and her gaze swept past the two people opposite her. Their hair was greasy and their faces powdered to an unnatural pallor, resembling something akin to a hanging ghost. Their neatly combed hair gleamed with oil, while their eyebrows, eyes, and lips were caked in makeup. Such heavy cosmetics on grown men was nothing short of nauseating. Liang Ying was barely containing her patience. She felt like the Empire didn't send these two here to allure her, but rather to disgust her. Xiao Li slightly lowered his head, noticing Liang Ying's evident impatience, and stepped forward, leaning close to whisper in her ear, "Miss, it's time for your studies." The general specifically instructed that your education must not be neglected because of this visit to the Empire. That's right. How could I have forgotten? Liang Ying sighed in relief, finally saved. I'm sorry, gentlemen, but I must take my leave. Liang Ying stood up as though unburdened. If Xiao Li hadn't intervened, she might have lost control and erupted. Even so, her mood remained sour. Liang Ying had taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around again, looking down at the two Imperial liaison officers from a height. Gentlemen, you are liaison officers sent over by the Empire. Always staying in the leisure cabin and avoiding work. Aren't you worried that other liaison officers will grow dissatisfied with you? The two, who had been boastfully showcasing their supposed talents, froze momentarily. Initially intending to say something to detain Liang Ying, Her words struck them as somehow off-key. In their excitement earlier, they'd let themselves get carried away, but now, calming down, they noticed something peculiar about the expression on Liang Ying's face. These two were typical playboys from the imperial nobility. Although not particularly intelligent, they were quite adept at reading people's moods. Upon carefully recalling Liang Ying's reactions during their conversation, they detected her underlying dissatisfaction. Both drew out their embroidered handkerchiefs and wiped the sweat from their foreheads, exchanging glances. They both knew their mission had failed. Chapter 114, The Imperial Capital Planet. Meanwhile, Liang Ying had already returned to her cabin with Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang by her side. With no outsiders present, Liang Ying relaxed greatly, casually slipping off her high heels and plopping down into the sofa. The Empire is simply too disrespectful, sending only 2 people to ingratiate themselves with me. What do they think of me? It infuriates me. Liang Ying puffed out her cheeks in frustration. Xiao Zhang giggled. That's enough, it's the last time. You won't have to deal with them after this. I can't help but feel the imperial folk deliberately humiliated me. If they truly wanted to get close, they should have sent some handsome men, ideally, ones who could pass as idols. Are all the men in the Empire like that, neither man nor woman, scaring people to death? Xiao Li couldn't help but laugh a little, then reminded Liang Ying. The purpose of these 2 from the Empire trying to approach you is definitely not for flattery. Rather, it's to use them to test you. They probably just want to assess your temperament and personality before genuinely sending someone important. Oh, so that's why I thought using the beautiful man strategy was far from appropriate here. They really should have stormed out immediately. Giving those pretentious fellows no face whatsoever would have suited me well. Those 2 had spent over an hour mutually praising each other in front of her, truly stirring up Liang Ying's anger. This wasn't for nothing. Since the Empire wants to use these 2 to test you, we can instead exploit this event in reverse. When we reach the capital planet, and if more imperial figures approach you, we can bring up this incident, saying it's because of these 2 that you've become repulsed by the Empire's aristocratic youth. By then, whether you choose to leave without hesitation or simply refuse to meet altogether will be entirely up to you. Liang Ying raised her eyebrows and thought about it for a moment. So, this can work too. Letting the Empire trip over their own stones. But wouldn't this irritate those spoiled sons? Maybe they try harder to change my impression of them, leading to even more harassment directed at me. They're bound to bother you either way. Adding an even more makes no difference. However, if you treat them harshly, we could claim, even such people you were patient enough to speak with for over an hour, so your anger isn't your fault. It's theirs for being inadequate. With this excuse, you can act more freely on the capital planet, and even if you make mistakes, it's fine. After all, the capital planet is where the real battlefield lies. Enduring for now will lead to bigger advantages. Why wouldn't you? Liang Ying learned a lot and nodded. Although I still don't fully understand, it feels pretty effective. You're amazing. I've never considered things this deeply. You're truly thinking ahead. Impressive. Not understanding is okay. You'll see when the time comes. Alright, we've chatted long enough. We must truly start learning now. Before we reach the capital planet, there's still much you need to know. Due to the numerous jump points within the Empire's jurisdiction and their intention to show off, the delegation almost continuously leaped through hyperspace. Thankfully, the escorting ships of Liang Tao's entourage were all warships, making them immune to the pressure brought on by frequent jumps. The delegation quickly arrived at the Mingzhu spaceport, which was the largest military spaceport of the Empire. Here, the accompanying warships would dock while the delegation members boarded the main ship, escorted under the wings of the Imperial fleet on its solo journey toward the capital planet. With more personnel aboard the main ship, the Empire's receiving officials reorganized, swapping out 6 new individuals. The original 6 responsible for communication duties on the main ship were reassigned to other Imperial warships. As the distance to the capital star grew shorter, Liang Ying found herself increasingly anxious. She had a premonition that more serious matters awaited her upon arrival. One morning, the main ship finally reached the upper atmosphere of the capital planet. Since Liang Tao's itinerary had been made public long beforehand, throngs of citizens from the imperial capital stood early on the streets, awaiting the grand sight of numerous warships appearing in the skies. Liang Ying stood neatly dressed behind Liang Tao, who was still discussing military affairs with Alan. As the main ship penetrated the thick atmosphere of the capital planet, Liang Ying's innate force surged towards their intended landing spot. What immense pressure! Among the Empire's welcoming delegation were nearly a dozen Grandmaster-level experts. Their physical combat and mental prowess far exceeded hers by several tiers, mostly above the 12th tier in body techniques and the 9th tier in mental strength. Were it not for her intrinsic power, Liang Ying would have been unable to discern their levels. Liang Ying gently furrowed her brows, then relaxed them again. There was nothing wrong with the Empire's arrangement. Although the capabilities of these dozen or so individuals were terrifying, they still fell slightly short compared to Liang Tao. On the Federation side, apart from Liang Tao, the other senior officials accompanying him also possessed formidable abilities. If one were to compare, the Federation's delegation was slightly superior. Moreover, given Liang Tao's status, if the Empire had not dispatched Grandmaster-level individuals to welcome him, it would have appeared disrespectful. Finally, the main ship landed at the first military district of the capital planet. The warship's hatch slowly opened as the visiting group members stepped off the vessel, placing their feet on Imperial soil. Due to her position, Liang Ying did not follow directly behind Liang Tao, but walked behind the visiting group's senior officials and ahead of the ordinary members. This distance allowed her to maintain her full effectiveness without interference. In reality, The moment the Federation's main ship's hatch opened, Liang Ying felt the oppressive aura emanating from the Empire's welcoming personnel. In response, the Federation's senior officers stood firm, countering this pressure while simultaneously shielding the ordinary members from harm. They then redirected their own counterpressure back toward the Empire's side. Thankfully, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang had informed her about situations like these beforehand. When the two countries' military contingents met, there was always some posturing involved, a subtle contest beneath a calm surface. While there would be no overt confrontation, both sides sought to gain an edge over the other. If one side were perceived as weaker, it would put them at a disadvantage during future treaty negotiations. This might be considered an unspoken rule. Walking just behind the senior officials, Liang Ying experienced the exchange more vividly than those further back among the ordinary members. It deepened her admiration for the elite officer's skill. Such exchanges left no room for ordinary individuals to intervene. Yet, these senior officers executed their actions with such precision that it showcased their mastery over energy manipulation. Remembering the lesson she learned from Lord Andalo, Liang Ying refrained from displaying excessive arrogance. Her intrinsic power quietly enveloped the area, prepared for any unexpected incidents without specifically targeting anyone from the Empire's side. The landing reception ceremony was brief, involving little more than mutual nods. The highest-ranking official sent by the Empire was a Viscount Lieutenant General who would serve as Liang Tao's escort officer during the visit. His primary role was to introduce key imperial figures to Liang Tao. Xiao Li had previously introduced her to this Viscount Lieutenant General, whose name was Han Shirlei, a subordinate of Lord Andalo. The first stop of the visiting group in the capital planet was Lord Andalo's residence. The Empire's main representative responsible for negotiating with Liang Tao would be none other than Lord Andalo himself. Chapter 115, Qianbiangaili. The capital planet of the Empire, where the sky belongs to the royal family and the nobles. Imperial decree states that only the royal family and the nobility have the right to use the flying car lanes. Commoners are not allowed to ride in flying cars, but must use ground transportation. Seated inside the elongated flying car, Liang Ying looked down at the world below through the power of her primal ability, her mood somewhat complicated. Back on the Hezel planet, people there also didn't use flying cars, but the reason was that there was no need for them as the speed of land vehicles was sufficient. However, the situation in the capital of the Empire was different. The gap between the rich and the poor here is large, with a significant number of impoverished citizens among the commoners. Most cannot afford high-end land vehicles and can only use slower modes of transportation, traveling at speeds less than 200 kilometers per hour. Moreover, public transportation in the Empire is almost non-existent, with only a few important areas having access to high-speed buses. This has resulted in overcrowded public buses, leading to not only people packed inside the bus, but also on the rear, top, and sides. Such severe overloading frequently causes traffic accidents. From the flight lane, looking down, the people below looked like crawling insects. Liang Ying and her group were on their way to Marquis Andy Luo's mansion. Just as the fleet of flying cars entered the estate grounds of the Marquis Andy Luo, Liang Ying suddenly widened her eyes. I found it. He's actually here. Zhou EGC is hiding within Marquis Andy Luo's residence in the capital star. But something seems amiss. His location appears to be in the basement, and the door is locked from the outside. It feels as if he's being held captive. Frowning, doubts swirled in Liang Ying's mind. With unclear circumstances, she could not yet inform the Intelligence Bureau. She needed to verify first if Zhou E is indeed a spy. There are now several people in the visiting delegation whose mental strength ranks higher than Liang Ying's, so it was no longer possible to cover up her findings through mere mental probing as before. It seemed she would need to discuss this with her father once again. Otherwise, if questioned by others how she obtained this information, she couldn't just say she mentally sensed it. The convoy finally came to a halt. The area of Marquis Andy Luo's estate truly was vast, about as large as the city of Duan. It was extravagantly large. In front of the mansion stood many people. The leader among them was quite familiar, none other than Marquis Andy Luo, who had once terrified Liang Ying to no end. After taking a few deep breaths, the moment Liang Ying stepped out of the car, she felt the imposing pressure emanating from Marquis Andy Luo. His presence carried an extra bloody aura compared to others, making it harder to bear. The officer closely following behind Liang Tao also began projecting his pressure, countering Marquis Andy Luo's. Liang Tao, with his physical combat skill ranked at 14 levels, was the highest level present and had not needed to personally engage so far. Even when facing Marquis Andy Luo, the Federation side maintained an advantage. Liang Ying was feeling cheerful because she noticed a slight change in Andy Luo's aura. He seemed upset, perhaps believing he could force Liang Tao into action, but failed nonetheless. To tell the truth, Liang Ying had spent considerable time within the Empire and visited many places, discovering that the average physical condition of the Imperial citizens was far lower than those in the Federation. This certainly had something to do with wealth disparity. However, even among the upper echelons of the Empire, the average capability level appeared lower than that of the Federation. Of course, it might be because Liang Ying hadn't encountered enough high-level individuals within the Empire yet, possibly not meeting the true experts of the Empire. Andy Luo walked beside Liang Tao, chatting along the way while others followed. Entering inside the mansion, 2 rows of servants stood neatly aside, bowing respectfully as they lowered their heads upon seeing the guests. Marquis Andy Luo arranged a luncheon to welcome Liang Tao's party. Military personnel sat on one side, and family members on the other. Marquis Andy Luo himself had no children but a large group of nephews and nieces. Those who made it to today's table were descendants particularly valued by the GC family. Within the empire, there were rumors suggesting that the future title of the GC family might be inherited by the offspring of Marquis Andy Luo's brothers. However, considering Marquis Andy Luo's robust health, living for several hundred years was not an issue, and during such a long span, having a few children should not be difficult. Would Marquis Andy Luo relinquish his title to his nephew then? Perhaps not. Of course, if he did not live long enough to have children, things would naturally unfold differently. Upon reflection, it became apparent that those spreading rumors targeting the GC family's title probably harbored ill intentions. The young masters and misses of the GC family clearly displayed better upbringing, at least appearing pleasant on the surface. They did not make Liang Ying feel uncomfortable, and she graciously responded to their inquiries, maintaining a smile throughout. Yet her demeanor remained distant, polite without being overly close. Contrary to expectations, the lunch did not proceed in a tense atmosphere. Neither the Federation nor the Empire would confront each other openly at this point. The friendly ambience persisted until the conclusion of the banquet. If not experienced firsthand, Liang Ying could hardly have imagined that someone with Marquis Andy Luo's reputation could be so genteel and considerate. Moreover, it seemed that in order to let everyone enjoy the meal properly, the previous covert display of pressure had ceased. Without the coercive stress, Liang Ying felt her appetite improve significantly. The dishes at the banquet were extravagantly luxurious, all items Liang Ying had only heard about but never tasted. In particular, there was a dish of fragrant pan-fried catfish roe. Its taste and texture were indescribably exquisite. If this hadn't been during the banquet, Liang Ying might have drooled so much she'd bite her tongue off. Liang Ying had once seen an introduction to fragrant pan-fried catfish roe on the Star Network. This dish was extremely rare. Firstly, the raw material, the catfish, belonged to an interstellar first-class rare fish species, impossible to farm artificially up until now. The catfish's natural environment requirements were very strict, and both governments had issued protective measures for the catfish, yet their numbers continued to decrease year by year. Another significant issue with catfish reproduction was that the female catfish laid eggs only once in its lifetime, and only after it turned 4 years old. This made catfish roe even more precious than the catfish itself. Additionally, preserving the catfish was quite troublesome. Such a precious fish had been brought to the imperial nobility's dining table, probably not only because of the excellent taste of the fragrant pan-fried catfish roe, but also to demonstrate their noble status. In the Federation, if someone's dinner table featured catfish roe, it would be illegal. While attending the banquet, Liang Ying did not forget to monitor Qiao Yi's situation at all times. Sure enough, at lunchtime, Qiao Yi's door was opened by someone. A young man who looked somewhat like Qiao Yi entered his room carrying food. Liang Ying had never met this person before, but from their conversation, she deduced that this man was Qiao Yi's older brother, Guy Li. How to describe Guy Li? He seemed to carry an evil aura, making Liang Ying instinctively feel uncomfortable. Qiao Yi was pleading with Guy Li, asking him to set him free or let him meet with Fiona and the others. So it appeared that only Qiao Yi had been captured here, while Fiona and the others were not present. Hearing them mention Fiona, Liang Ying listened in more attentively, hoping that Guy Li's words would hint at Fiona's current whereabouts. Unfortunately, Guy Li was obviously much more cunning than Qiao Yi, completely ignoring his pleas. Qiao Yi grew anxious and refused to eat. Guy Li, in turn, scolded him, saying that as descendants of the GC family, they must uphold the honor of nobility and should not discard their dignity for the sake of an alien woman. Qiao Yi actually cried upon hearing Guy Li's words. Guy Li pulled him over to sit at the dining table, shoved the chopsticks into his hands, almost feeding Qiao Yi himself. It seemed that Guy Li still cared for his younger brother Qiao Yi, but this person's true nature remained unclear. Compared to Guy Li's dominance, Qiao Yi truly lacked principles. Earlier, he had said that he wouldn't eat without seeing anyone, but after Guy Li persuaded him just a little, he began eating mouthful by mouthful. Liang Ying clenched her teeth silently. She had indeed misjudged Qiao Yi. It was such a pity that she used to think he suited Fiona well, but looking at his current state, he didn't match Fiona at all. After Qiao Yi slowly finished eating, Guy Li tidied up the bowls and chopsticks, saying he would come see him again in the evening, then left, locking the room from the outside. As Guy Li's footsteps grew further away, Qiao Yi suddenly burst into tears lying face down on the bed, looking utterly weak and repulsive. Liang Ying forcibly contained her anger within, enduring until the midday feast concluded. In the afternoon, Liang Tao and Andy Luo were going to conduct closed-door consultations. The visiting delegation would stay overnight there today, being arranged in another villa within the estate compound, not far from the main residence. Liang Ying did not participate in the talks, using travel fatigue as an excuse. She declined an invitation from the younger generation of the GC family, returning to her accommodation with the other families of the delegation to rest. She hadn't yet had the opportunity to discuss alone with Liang Tao the matter concerning Qiao Yi's brothers, thus temporarily keeping it concealed from everyone, including Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang who had been constantly accompanying her. Lying down in her bedroom pretending to nap, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang sat nearby on the couch sorting things out. The room was quiet. Liang Ying's attention was divided into 3 parts. One focused on Liang Tao, one remained with Qiao Yi, and one followed Guy Li. After leaving the room where Qiao Yi was held captive, Guy Li passed through a dark underground passage and came outside. Instead of entering the main house, he went to the servants' quarters nearby. The official mansion had many servants, so beside the main residence stood a 3-story simple building specifically built for the servants to live in. Guy Li entered a room on the 2nd floor. He first changed into a butler's uniform, then took out a Pippy Beast mask and pasted it on his face. Half an hour later, he became a totally unrecognizable butler. It was not over yet. Guiley's body suddenly started shaking violently, and the process lasted for about a few minutes. Liang felt it very strange. After observing carefully, she found that Guiley's height had decreased by about 10 centimeters. Then, Guiley coughed a few times, muttered some words to himself, and Liang noticed his voice had changed as well. Originally sharp and unpleasant, it now became deep and resonant, somewhat akin to a professional bass singer. Extremely charming. Liang couldn't help but take a deep breath. This Guiley was terrifying. His disguise skill was several times better than what Liang had practiced before, comparable to the talent of an artist. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes and discerned the truth through the original force, Liang would never have believed that the person in the servants' quarters now was the same person who had been in Xiao Yi's room earlier. Chapter 116, Night Meeting with Joey. Liang lay in bed, breathing steadily. She looked like she was asleep, but her right hand still unconsciously clenched into a fist. Guiley stood among the servants like an ordinary steward, respectfully serving tea and snacks to those involved in the meeting. And this was quite something. The imperial nobles knew how to enjoy life. They kept drinking tea and eating snacks during official discussions while being waited on by their servants. You'd never see this kind of scene in the Federation. There was nothing wrong with the tea and snacks. What Liang had to be wary of was Guiley adding something to them. Liang anxiously watched his every move. Guiley's face bore a formalized expression, revealing no hint of his inner thoughts from his exterior. His actions were graceful and practiced, not at all like someone pretending. The more natural Guiley acted, the more worried Liang became. This man's danger wasn't because of his immense power, but due to his cunning. He was impossible to guard against. The first round of negotiations mainly served for mutual probing, a few key issues raised, then a back-and-forth exchange, interspersed with laughter and polite jokes, assessing each other's intentions. It was impossible to ascertain the other party's bottom line in just one session. 2 hours passed, and the meeting concluded. Guiley hadn't done anything suspicious, yet Liang felt completely unable to relax. In the evening, Count Andro arranged a dinner banquet and a ball, inviting many high-ranking officers of the empire. Nobles' night lives were richer than their days, luxurious gatherings and debauchery. But fortunately, since people from the Federation were present, they exercised some restraint, avoiding total decadence. Members of the Federation delegation didn't appear surprised by such balls. Still, they weren't overly enthusiastic and mostly left early. Liang Tao even wandered off shortly after arriving. Liang didn't stay long either. Although she was young and strongly urged to remain by the sons and daughters of House Gi's, she excused herself citing fatigue and slipped away. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang stayed in rooms adjacent to Liang Ying's. After Liang changed into her nightgown and got into bed, Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang returned to their own rooms. Liang Ying's intrinsic power enveloped the estate. Nothing happening here escaped her eyes. Joey's room replayed the same scene as it had at noon, and Liang could no longer merely feel disappointed about Joey. After watching Guiley leave Joey's room, she waited a bit longer to confirm that Guiley had rested, then climbed out of bed, tidying up her disheveled hair. Liang donned a black overcoat, placed her hand on the wall, and synchronized with the intrinsic force. Slowly, her hand passed through the wall, followed by her body, until eventually the room was empty. By using the assimilation effect of her intrinsic power to penetrate objects, Liang had once used this technique in Hazel's mines. To fulfill Firevine Tree's request, she had traveled through the tunnels there. Because this wasn't her first time using it, Liang handled her assimilation abilities fairly well, quickly arriving at Joey's room. Joey had already fallen asleep on the bed. Covered by her intrinsic force, Liang remained undetected by Joey. Asleep, Joey suddenly felt cold gusts brushing past him. The previously warm quilt had become frigid, and despite shifting several times and unconsciously hugging himself, he couldn't get warm. No matter what he did, the cold kept creeping closer, and Joey finally woke up shivering. He blearily opened his eyes to find the quilt gone. He looked around and found no trace of the quilt anywhere. When he tried to get up, touching behind himself revealed a different sensation. Upon turning around, he saw the quilt behind him. Joey pulled at the quilt behind him but couldn't budge it. He suddenly felt something seemed awry. As he raised his head abruptly, an ominous shadow appeared in his sight, a figure standing motionless behind him. Before Joey could make a sound, Liang swiftly dislocated his jaw, delivered a chop to his palm, and struck his waist, causing temporary paralysis of his nervous system, leaving him paralyzed and immobilized on the bed. Joey. Liang deliberately lowered her voice so Joey couldn't recognize it. In reality, Liang had met Joey only a few times. Standing in the shadows now, her figure concealed by the overcoat, her voice altered, Joey would find it difficult to identify her. Joey was terrified and frozen on the bed, trembling slightly out of fear or anger, unable to move. I'll ask you a few questions. Answer correctly, and you live. Answer incorrectly, and you die. Liang voice was icy cold. Joey had arrived in the Empire together with Fiona, who had since vanished without a trace. Though Joey was imprisoned, his family might be the culprits responsible for Fiona's misfortune. At the thought of this, Liang couldn't help but hate Joey. If you agree, nod, and I'll set your jaw back in place. But if you try any tricks, I won't hesitate to kill you. You should know that you're the only one down here in this basement. Even if you shout until others come, I'll still have enough time to kill you. Moreover, I can appear here without alarming anyone and leave before others arrive. You look pretty smart, so you shouldn't seek your own ruin, right? Joey's heart was full of doubt and fear. his terrified eyes seemingly brimming with tears. Instead of evoking pity in Liang Ying, it only made her despise him more. Was it skillful for a man to cry at every turn? Joey's gaze dropped to his cold and numb legs. Then he nodded slightly. With a click, Liang Ying realigned Joey's jaw. Joey moved his lips. Based on how he interacted with Guiley, Liang Ying judged him to be a very cowardly person. Acts like cornered dogs jumping over walls or fish breaking their nets were entirely beyond his reach. Given the chance to call for help, he lacked the guts to do so. Joey, I know why you came to the Empire and what your purpose was. Earlier, you were always with a girl. Why did you two separate? Upon hearing this question, Joey's eyes instantly dimmed. You're from the Federation, right? I know the Federation delegation arrived today. Don't worry, I won't betray you. I'll tell you everything I know. I just hope you can rescue Fiona. Since you're here to see me, you must be very capable. You surely can save Fiona. Oh, a flash of insight gleamed in Liang Ying's eyes. Joey's thoughts were simple, and he was easy to deceive. If she could use him to rescue Fiona, it would be even better. That's excellent thinking. Tell me everything you know first, and we'll definitely rescue you and everyone else. You must already know my identity, as well as my brother's. Joey reflected on what had happened over the past month. It felt like an unreal dream, something too unbelievable to be true, yet it had indeed occurred. Originally, Joey had always known that Guiley was his biological brother, though deceived by Guiley's feigned helplessness and weakness. When Joey got into university, Guiley suddenly approached him, revealing his identity and giving him a DNA sample to test. The result confirmed Guiley's claim. They were indeed brothers. Guiley's life in the orphanage hadn't been as happy as Joey's. Without adoption later, Guiley might not have survived to adulthood. Under the guise of respect for his adoptive parents, Guiley asked Joey to keep their relationship secret while maintaining close contact. Joey sympathized deeply with Guiley, feeling he was too fortunate himself, so he decided to take extra care of him, satisfying most of Guiley's unreasonable requests. Joey regarded Guiley as a brother desperately needing family and support. When Joey and Fiona were about to travel to the Empire, Joey worried Guiley might miss him after his departure. Before leaving, he sought out Guiley and said some consoling words. Strongly urged by Guiley, Joey agreed to send him a message of safety upon arriving in the Empire. Joey never expected Guiley to come to the Empire, nor did he anticipate that his reassuring letter would betray them all. At the time, since Fiona had military academy student status and her parents were among the most critical missing scientists, Joey and Fiona collaborated with the Special Service Bureau and helped set a trap to capture an important suspect. But exactly on that day, a group of Imperial soldiers found them. Afterwards, everyone was separated one by one. Joey didn't know where Fiona had been taken until Guiley came to pick him up, and he learned Guiley was actually an Imperial spy. Joey was anguished. The blood ties between them were unbreakable, and Guiley's espionage role could no longer change. Ever since Joey sent that reassuring letter to Guiley, the Empire had tracked their movements and kept secretly monitoring them. Joey felt like an accomplice. If he hadn't misjudged Guiley, he wouldn't have endangered Fiona and other Federation agents. However, after detailed discussions with Guiley, Joey realized he'd made a much bigger mistake than anticipated. He wasn't merely an accomplice. He was the mastermind behind the chaos-causing incident. Due to Joey's negligence, Guiley discovered the existence of mechanical neurons. After stealing Joey's credentials, Guiley acquired even more information about the mechanical neurons and reported it back to the Empire. Upon recognizing the importance of the mechanical neurons, the Imperial government formulated the plan to seize them. The mechanical neuron seizure plan contained several steps. Since the technical data of the mechanical neurons was the Federation's top-secret information, it was too difficult to steal it directly. The Empire had no idea where to start, so the plan included kidnapping scientists because as long as there were people, they could rebuild the technology. Using Joey's identity failed to get the secret documents from the Research Institute, but Guiley managed to obtain a list of personnel at the Institute and gradually clarified the names of the scientists involved in designing the mechanical neurons. Thus, the head of the Empire's security department visited the Federation and proposed inviting military scientists from the Federation to visit the Empire. At the time, the list of scientists participating in the reciprocal visit was jointly determined by both the Federation and the Empire to ensure that all the scientists desired by the Empire were on the list. Chapter 117, Joey's Thoughts. Crazies. They really are a bunch of crazies. Only an empire like this could come up with such a crazy plan and actually implement it. And Joey, just as he himself had said, the entire matter could be said to have started because of him, and the most critical part was also due to his mistake. The success of the Empire's plan was heavily influenced by Joey, regardless of whether he did it willingly or unwillingly, knowingly or unknowingly. Liang Ying had already left Joey's room at this point. She returned to her own room, sat by the bed, and pondered what she should do next. Liang Ying wasn't worried that Joey would betray her. By now, she felt she understood Joey's true nature clearly. Joey could be described as pure-hearted to the point of naivety, cowardly, and lacking in determination. He wouldn't do bad things, nor would he have the courage to change his situation. People like this were the easiest to control. Just like now, Joey's body had already returned to normal. After Liang Ying left, he did nothing but pulled the blanket over himself and continued sleeping. Truly naive to the point of being thick-headed. After making such a big mistake with such severe consequences, probably only someone like this wouldn't be crushed by self-reproach. Although Fiona and the scientist's whereabouts were still unknown, understanding the cause and process of the events was already a significant gain. Liang Ying thought it necessary to tell Liang Tao about Joey and Guiley. These two people might have a significant connection to what the Federation should do next. If she were to see Liang Tao, There shouldn't be anything strange, nor did she need to go through walls. Liang Ying changed into a set of casual clothes and knocked on Liang Tao's door. As expected, Liang Tao hadn't rested yet, and Alan was still in his room. After noticing Liang Ying hesitating upon entering the room, Alan understood, realizing that father and daughter were about to have a private conversation. He neatly organized the files on the table and took them away. Deputy Commander, I'll take care of these documents for you. I'll handle them according to our previous discussion. Alan tactfully left, leaving only Liang Ying and her father Liang Tao in the room. Dad, I have something very important to tell you. You know I have some special abilities, and today I discovered. Liang Ying told Liang Tao about Joey and Guiley. As Liang Tao listened to Liang Ying, he remained silent, deep in thought. This information is crucial. Can you draw detailed portraits of these two people? I can't. I'll start right away. Not only did Liang Ying sketch the headshots of Joey and Guiley, but she also drew the location and passageway of the room where Joey was staying, as well as the servants' quarters where Guiley was hiding. Federal agents could find Joey and Guiley based on these drawings. Dad, there's one more thing. Are there particularly discreet people under your command? Particularly discreet people? Liang Ying hesitated before speaking. It's just that my special ability is hard to explain to others, and it's not good for others to know. Anything I discover secretly can only be reported to Dad. However, since I don't have a military identity, it's inconvenient for me to stay by your side during the day. In case of an emergency, if I can't tell others, how will it affect major decisions? Liang Tao understood Liang Ying's meaning and smiled faintly. That you thought of this is great, but haven't you wondered why I sent Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang to be with you? Liang Ying blinked. Wasn't it to help me manage daily affairs? Do they have any special missions? Xiao Li, Li Hong, comes from the direct lineage of the Li family, a political military family. Xiao Zhang, Zhang Taiqing, comes from the direct lineage of the Zhang family, also a political military family. Both are in their 30s, each with 10 years of military experience. They are capable individuals backed by powerful families, so it's natural for them to be valued by their superiors in the army. The Li and Zhang families are subordinate families to our Liang family. So it meant that in the army, the Li, Zhang, and Liang families were all on the same team. Being subordinate indicated that the Li and Zhang families would follow the arrangements of the Liang family. Or rather, when faced with federal interests versus Liang family interests, the Li and Zhang families would lean more toward the Liang family's interest, assuming that the Liang family doesn't betray the Federation. This meant that Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing could be fully trusted. Liang Tao wasn't a particularly enthusiastic person and rarely revealed his inner thoughts to outsiders. But in reality, he was a very meticulous person. He knew that Liang Ying was different from ordinary people. The people assigned to her had been rigorously selected, and only those completely trustworthy were placed near her. As a father, he considered much more deeply and earlier than Liang Ying. With just a few words from Liang Tao, Liang Ying understood immediately and felt somewhat embarrassed. It turned out that her father had thought about all this long ago. You can trust Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang. If you discover anything, you can directly tell them, and they will arrange how to proceed afterward. Of course, you can still report to me if you wish. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Liang Tao's mouth, as if his smiling frequency had increased recently. Liang Tao was in a great mood. Although this trip to the Empire was dangerous, the gains far exceeded what he had originally anticipated. Just the improvement in his relationship with Liang Ying as father and daughter was worth the risk for him. After speaking with Liang Tao, Liang Ying felt reassured and went back to sleep. Of course, even in her dreams, her intrinsic power still covered the villa where the visiting delegation stayed, as well as the main house of Viscount Andro. The next morning, Liang Ying woke up a bit late. She felt that her nerves were somewhat sluggish, and she was a little tired. To be honest, ever since reuniting with Liang Tao, her intrinsic power had been running nonstop for 24 hours. Maintaining this state for several consecutive days left Liang Ying's spirit feeling fatigued. This was the first time, while using her intrinsic power, that Liang Ying felt physical discomfort. Although releasing her intrinsic power did not seem to consume energy, the information fed back by it needed to be processed by the brain. Long-term monitoring of a vast amount of information still made Liang Ying feel tired. Today, the visiting delegation would tour military bases near the capital under Viscount Andro's leadership. Despite her headache, Liang Ying endured and accompanied the delegation around. What worried Liang Ying was that Guiley did not follow along, but remained at the Viscount's residence. Because Viscount Andro's estate was so large, the distance between the military bases and the estate exceeded Liang Ying's surveillance range, which meant she couldn't monitor both locations simultaneously. Therefore, Liang Ying had no idea what Guiley did at the estate today. Realizing she could rely more on Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, Liang Ying shared her worries with them. Sure enough, the two didn't question how Liang Ying knew about Guiley, but comforted her directly, saying, "Don't worry." Not all members of the visiting delegation came along. Some also stayed at Viscount Andro's estate, including people from the Special Agent Department. They have ways to monitor him. That's true. It couldn't all fall on Liang Ying alone. The agents from the Special Service Department were more experienced. Though Guiley seemed capable, there was no guarantee he could outsmart the Federation's special agents. Due to her headache, Liang Ying spoke less throughout the day. In the evening, when returning to the villa, besides the headache, Liang Ying also felt dizzy and nauseous. She had no choice but to reduce her intrinsic power, retaining only a small portion attached to the firevine leaf Liang Tao wore with him. After dinner, Liang Ying once again declined an invitation from the younger generation of the GI's family and went to bed early. She quickly fell into a deep sleep. It was during this night that something happened that Liang Ying never expected in her wildest dreams, and she failed to witness it. In Joey's room located in the basement of the mansion. If you don't let me see Fiona, I won't eat. This time I'm serious. If you still consider me your brother and don't want to see me die, take me to see Fiona. Guiley raised an eyebrow, his face showing no other reaction. Like Liang Ying, Guiley believed he had seen through Joey's weak character and thought this time would be just like the previous instances. Joey lacked the courage to commit suicide. He didn't even bother repeating what he'd said before, expecting Joey to cry himself out and then return to eating obediently. However, Joey's behavior surprised Guiley. Instead of sobbing like before, he made another request to Guiley. I just want to see Fiona, confirm her safety. I don't ask for anything else. Can't you grant me this wish? I always considered you my real brother, caring for you all these years, and even now, despite knowing you've betrayed the Federation and me, I haven't hated you. If Joey had complained and cried like he used to, Guiley could ignore it entirely. But Joey wasn't crying this time. Instead, he sincerely brought up their brotherly bond, making Guiley feel moved against his will. Joey was no fool and knew how to read people's expressions. The slight change in Guiley's expression immediately caught his attention. Actually, I don't care where we live, whether in the Federation or the Empire. All I want is to be with Fiona. Brother, tell me honestly. Is it because the teachers wouldn't cooperate with the Empire, so you decided to kidnap Fiona to force them to submit? Guiley slightly narrowed his eyes. How did you come up with such an idea? It's been so long. If they refused to cooperate with the Empire, wouldn't they already be dead? Don't try to deceive me. I know the professor better than you do. He would rather die than agree to cooperate with you guys. Professor is the type who has only one weakness, Fiona. But Fiona's temper is no better than the teacher's. If you use her to threaten the teacher, she would likely be even more determined than him. Let me take a guess. Have you not let me see Fiona because she has refused to cooperate with you, thus making it impossible for you to use her as leverage against the teacher? Joey, you. Guiley's gaze shifted as he stared at Joey. In fact, I can help you. With all these years of relationship with Fiona, I do have some influence over her. It's been a month since you captured us, and I've come to terms with it. Continuing like this serves no purpose. I was an orphan before. Family meant little to me wherever I went. Now knowing that I am actually from the Empire and my family is here too, and with Fiona and her family of 3 now also in the Empire, perhaps we should just settle down here in the Empire. Chapter 118, Joey's Persistence. You said our family is the descendant of the GI's family, and the GI's family is noble, so their status should not be low, right? If the teacher agrees to cooperate with the Empire, just based on the technology in the hands of the teacher and his wife, the Empire will not treat them unfairly. Joey, contrary to his usual self, spoke fluently. He seemed a bit like his former self when he was in the Federation, confident and full of vigor. Back then, he was the pride of heaven, a young and promising researcher who could participate in national key research projects at a young age. His charm and confidence far surpassed today. Joey's words were timely, making Gary feel compelled to reassess him. Although Gary had always hoped that Joey would open up, it seemed that it was still too early. Moreover, Gary subconsciously glanced toward the direction of the villa where the visiting group resided. Could it be? Joey, did someone from the Federation find you and contact you? Were they the ones who told you to say these things? Joey's eyes flickered. He was not one good at pretending. He could lie but couldn't hide himself perfectly after being seen through. However, his mind worked quickly. Joey let out a bitter laugh. So what if they did? They really did come to me, but they didn't teach me to say this. Do you think, after they know the truth, they would still want to cooperate with me? They only made me realize one thing. There's no place for me in the Federation anymore. I can never go back. Gary stared at Joey without blinking, as if trying to gauge how much of Joey's statement was credible. And yet Joey wasn't afraid of Gary's scrutiny, because those few sentences he said weren't lies. He had only met Liang Ying once, and her attitude remained cold throughout. She didn't say a single extra word to him. Brother, I've thought it through, and it was thanks to those people from the Federation. Since the Federation cannot accommodate me, why is choosing to cooperate with the Empire wrong? Do you really think this way? Do you not believe me? You didn't believe me before, but this time, I'll make you see my resolve through actions. This time, Joey's attitude was surprisingly firm. Take the dinner away. Leaving it here is a waste. I won't eat until you trust me. Joey's unusual behavior made Gary feel a glimmer of anticipation. Gary did not take away the evening meal, but left it in Joey's room, wanting to see how determined Joey truly was, and whether he would persist this time. The next day, according to the visitation team's schedule, they should have departed to the palace to be received by the Emperor. However, news came from the palace stating that the Emperor was not feeling well recently, asking the Federation visitation team to delay their itinerary and stay one more day at Marquis Andro's residence. Because the itinerary was changed temporarily, coordinating the outing proved difficult. After discussing with Marquis Andro, Liang Tao changed the day's plan into closed-door negotiations at the residence. Liang Ying could get some more rest. After a night's sleep, she had recovered significantly. As long as she didn't exert herself too much during the day, she should be back to normal by nightfall. In order to ensure a swift recovery, only a trace of original force remained in Liang Tao. Liang Ying stayed cooped up in her room all day, becoming completely housebound. The young men of the GI's family came again to invite her. This time it was not a ball or banquet, but an outdoor outing. Liang Ying actually had a slight desire to go out and walk around, but for the sake of quicker recovery, she refused again. Repeated rejections infuriated the young people of the GI's family. As a guest, Liang Ying seemed to look down on their hospitality. Perhaps they had unintentionally offended her somehow. Several youths agreed to meet at Liang Ying's door, requesting an audience with her to understand clearly why Liang Ying declined their invitations. As everyone guessed, Miss Liang does indeed have some misunderstandings about the young nobles of the empire. But the cause of these misunderstandings is not due to Miss Liang. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang faithfully guarded at the door of Liang Ying's room to prevent anyone from disturbing her rest. When they saw dissatisfaction growing among the young people of the GI's family towards Liang Ying, they pulled out the excuses they had prepared beforehand. It was like this: when the delegation first arrived in the empire, several liaison officers were sent to our warship, a few of whom were young noblemen, just like everyone present here. At the time, Miss Liang wished to establish friendly relations with them, but Xiao Li narrated, revealing the previous incident where two playboy liaison officers approached Liang Ying. The manners and conduct of those two liaison officers were truly disappointing for Miss Liang. She endured them for over an hour, and it was that encounter which caused her misunderstanding, making her believe all noble young men of the empire were like them. That's why she rejected each of your invitations. It seems you've been dragged down by those two. Xiao Li's explanation enlightened the young men, finally understanding why Liang Ying was unwilling to associate with them. She thought they were all like those playboys. But this was unjustified. After all, at least their looks should be better than those two guys. Since it is a misunderstanding, we must meet with Miss Liang and resolve this misunderstanding so that she does not wrongly judge the noblemen of our empire. Lord, you're right. However, Miss Liang is in a bad mood now. If you forcefully demand to see her, it may deepen her misunderstanding and achieve the opposite effect. We should take it slow. When her anger subsides and her mood improves, we can persuade her and let her interact more with us. Naturally, the misunderstanding will be resolved. After hearing Xiao Li's explanation, the young men from the GI's family understood Liang Ying's coolness toward them better. Under the joint persuasion of Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, they finally dispersed. Inside the room, Liang Ying pretended to nap. The voices outside were so loud that even without using her innate energy, she could hear every word clearly. Now everything became clear in her mind. It was indeed useful having endured those two playboys. An extra hour of patience saved her from much socializing. By nightfall, after resting for nearly 24 hours, Liang Ying felt significantly recovered. Once again extending her innate energy, the happenings nearby flooded into her consciousness. Liang Ying suddenly jumped off the bed because she saw Joey clutching his stomach in pain, lying face down on his bed. Beads of sweat on Joey's forehead confirmed that his suffering wasn't fake. He was genuinely enduring agony. Joey lay curled up in bed, the sudden fasting causing severe discomfort in his gut. His empty abdomen churned painfully, likely due to gastric spasms. He had persisted, refusing any food since yesterday evening. Counting meals, he hadn't eaten 4 meals already. Chapter 119, Joey's Resolve. What's wrong with you? Joey endured the pain and looked up toward the corner of the room. There was a vague figure there, and by the sound of the voice, it seemed to be the same person who had come last time. You've finally come. Listen, in a few days, Gale will arrange for me to meet Fiona. Your people must get ready. This is a good opportunity. He agreed to let you see Fiona? Joey chuckled bitterly and shook his head. He hasn't agreed yet, but I'll make him agree. Liang Ying frowned in thought, unsure whether to believe Joey's words. Without surveillance for a day and a night, she had no idea what had happened between Joey and Gale. Why should we believe you? This might just be a conspiracy between you and Gale, setting a trap to catch us all. You have to believe me. I must save Fiona and our teacher. Due to overwhelming emotion, Joey's intestinal spasm became even more intense, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. Liang Ying was startled and asked urgently, "What's wrong with you? Where does it hurt?" "It's nothing. Don't worry about me. I won't die." Joey suddenly moved, reaching out as if trying to grab Liang Ying. Liang Ying silently stepped back one step, and Joey seemed to drop his hand in disappointment. "You must not miss this chance. Gale is tougher than me. If this fails, there will never be another chance. Even without your help, we can find out the place. It's too slow. You're investigating too slowly. After such a long time, we can't wait any longer." Upon confirming that Joey was not in mortal danger, Liang Ying left. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang lived next door to her, and she told them about Joey's situation. Xiao Li's primary responsibility was coordinating with the Special Agent Division, so she knew quite a bit. It turns out Joey would use such a method. The surveillance officer said Gale didn't send food to Joey or visit him all day, which suggests something must have happened between the two of them. Since Joey mentioned Gale arranging a meeting between him and Fiona, it's likely that Joey has been using hunger strikes to threaten Gale. Whether or not this succeeds ultimately depends on how long Joey can hold out, seeing which one of the brothers gives in first. After thinking for a while, Liang Ying said, "I didn't think before that Joey could do something like this. It seems I underestimated him. To be honest, I still don't know whether I should trust him." Xiao Zhang was calmer and more measured than Xiao Li and usually didn't say much, but this time, she seemed to have an opinion. "I think it's quite likely that Joey really intends to help us. Think about it carefully. If he were the kind of person who easily submits to the Empire, why is he still being detained after a month of capture?" Joey grew up in the Federation. Although he lived in an orphanage, he did not suffer hardship. Things went smoothly for him. His life in the Federation was far better than Gale's. Gale hates the Federation, but Joey doesn't. So, Gale became a spy, but Joey didn't. In truth, he was simply too naive, and thus exploited. By nature, he isn't a bad person. He has lived as a federal citizen for over 20 years. Upon learning about his true identity, despite evidence, he may not be psychologically ready to accept it. Liang Ying silently reflected on Zhang Taiching's words, feeling they made a lot of sense. If she were in his shoes, she wouldn't be able to readily accept her changed identity either, and she would likely feel resentment towards Gale. After all, if not for Gale, he could remain a Federation citizen for his entire life. Liang Ying sighed. Just a few days ago, she found Joey repulsive, but now she began to feel sympathy for him. Human nature truly was the most complicated and difficult to comprehend thing. If Joey's approach works, I suspect the possibility of Gale bringing Fiona here is very small, but the likelihood of taking Joey to see Fiona is higher. In that case, that would be great. The special agency can pinpoint the location where the Empire hides Fiona, and the chances of Fiona being with her parents are also high, potentially revealing the locations of the abducted scientists. This must be the reason Joey wants to do this. If federal agents could track down the location where the scientists are held captive, his contribution could fully offset the loss caused by his previous negligence. After all, his previous mistakes were unintentional, but this time, he's taking the initiative. Thanks to the Emperor of the Empire's unwell condition, the visiting delegation stayed 2 extra days at Duke Andro's residence, giving Liang Ying the opportunity to closely observe Joey and Gale's movements. Learning from past lessons, Liang Ying no longer monitors every single person and place. Instead, she focuses on key targets, conserving significant mental energy and avoiding discomfort. There's no doubt that Gale is much crueler than Joey. He waited 3 whole days before relenting, and Joey demonstrated exceptional perseverance this time. He hadn't eaten a bite or drunk a drop of water for 3 straight days. Joey was curled up on the bed, his long hair sticking to his face. His pale cheeks were devoid of any color, and he looked completely exhausted. But when he heard Gale say that he believed in him, Joey's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of light, showing that he had persevered. Liang Ying watched this scene from afar and felt a strange sense of emotion, as well as excitement. This battle of wits, from the initial planning, execution, and now the deadlock, had been dominated by the Empire over the Federation. But at this moment, Joey had found a breakthrough for the Federation. Liang Ying immediately informed Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang, urging them to inform the Special Agent Division so they could prepare and not miss this opportunity. That night, Gale injected Joey with restorative medicine, and together with the just-recovered Joey, boarded a black flying car. Younger brother, I trust you now. I will take you to meet them. Don't betray my trust. Once you see your girlfriend and her family, persuade them well. The patience of the Emperor is limited. If they still refuse to cooperate with the Empire, only death awaits them. The Empire will never let them return to the Federation. I know. Joey sat in the back seat, rubbing his stiff limbs while gazing at the thick darkness outside the window. Gale glanced at Joey and continued. Given Fiona's parents' importance in the scientific research project, if they agree to cooperate with the Empire and contribute their mechanical neuron technology to the royal family, the Emperor will personally grant them noble titles. If you can convince them and accomplish this task, Uncle Andro is willing to apply to the Emperor for a noble title on your behalf. Then you will have your own title. This way, you and Fiona will be even more suited for each other. After you and Fiona get married, if you don't want to live in the GI's family, you can go to your own fief, live your own life, and the GI's family won't interfere too much in yours. Gale painted a beautiful picture of future life for Joey, and Joey revealed a smile he hadn't shown in a long time, appearing to be completely immersed in the wonderful fantasies of the future. Chapter 120, Prince Bert. Liang Ying paced back and forth in the room. The flying car that Xiao Yi and the others were riding had already gone out of the range she could see. All she could do now was rely on the surveillance skills of the special agents. Xiao Ying, why don't you rest first? We don't know when they will reach their destination. It will also take time for feedback from the special agent office. Tomorrow morning, the visiting group is setting off to be received by the Emperor of the Empire in the palace. The formalities are more numerous and troublesome. If you don't rest well tonight, you'll lack energy tomorrow. Xiao Zhang pushed Liang Ying onto the bed and ordered her to rest immediately. Liang Ying helplessly sighed. Xiao Zhang was right. She couldn't help with anything now, so worrying wouldn't help either. Liang Ying finally quietly went to bed, but for a while couldn't fall asleep. She tossed and turned on the bed, filled with worries. Speaking of which, Guy Li led Xiao Yi racing eastward. Liang Ying watched them fly out of the Andro estate and then pass through several areas, heading towards the direction of the administrative center of the capital star of the Empire. That direction was where the imperial royal family and ministers lived together. Did the Empire have the audacity to hide the scientists from the Federation inside the palace? In the prince's house? Or in the official residences of the ministers? Or, too confusing to think about. Almost sleepless throughout the night, Liang Ying woke up in the morning with obvious dark circles under her eyes. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang worked for half a day to make Liang Ying radiant and flawless, without any trace of imperfection. The flying car team set off before dawn, and the meeting at the palace was scheduled for 7 in the morning, conveniently avoiding the morning peak traffic to prevent congestion. It seemed that the Emperor of the Empire was really sick and kept coughing while covering his mouth with a handkerchief during the reception ceremony. Word has it that this emperor has always been in poor health since childhood. Although he is over 50 years old, his physical constitution is far from ideal, only at level 2. In theory, medicine has advanced greatly in the space age, and even gene technology is no longer a secret topic. Normally, unless there's an issue with life genes, most other major and minor illnesses can be cured. Diseases like cancer and AIDS are no longer terminal illnesses anymore. What exactly afflicts this emperor remains unclear. For people of his era to be in such bad health at the age of 50 plus is extremely rare. Ordinarily, one should still be in the prime of life at 50. The emperor was accompanied by Queen Margaret, several princes and princesses, and some key ministers at the reception ceremony. Due to its intricacies and the poor condition of the emperor, the empress assisted him throughout the entire process. After the ceremony, the emperor and queen left immediately to rest, leaving the eldest Prince Anthony and the third Prince Bert jointly responsible for hosting the federal delegation. At this point, an introduction to some key members of the emperor's family becomes necessary. The eldest prince, Anthony, was born to the late former Empress Charlotte. Empress Charlotte came from the Stuart family of the imperial elite class. It was precisely with the support of the Stuart family that the current emperor managed to ascend to the throne. The second prince, Ancillor, was born to the favored concubine Donna. Mrs. Donna originated from the Lorraine family, another powerful noble family within the empire, also contributing significantly to the current emperor's ascension. The third prince, Bert, was born to the present empress, Margaret. Margaret hails from the Medici family, an emerging aristocratic power within the empire. Numerous capable individuals from the Medici family currently hold influential positions in various sectors across the empire, particularly in politics and economics. Without question, the wealthiest family in the empire today is none other than the Medici clan. Speaking of which, Queen Margaret is over a decade younger than the current emperor. Back when she was still a young girl, she gained much affection from Empress Charlotte and was frequently invited to the palace to play and accompany her, sometimes staying overnight in the inner chambers. Later, upon reaching 18 years of age, Margaret became inconvenient to stay overnight in the inner chambers, and thus, Empress Charlotte decisively arranged for the emperor to marry her as a consort. Even after becoming the emperor's concubine, Margaret remained charming, continuing to receive the care of Empress Charlotte. Meanwhile, Donna did not dare create trouble for her. Afterwards, Margaret gave birth to Prince Bert. Soon afterward, Empress Charlotte passed away due to illness. Due to the close relationship between Margaret and Empress Charlotte, Margaret effortlessly garnered the support of the Stuart family. Thus, without opposition, Margaret surpassed Donna and was crowned as the new empress. Over time, the Medici family benefited from the disputes between the old and new nobility factions, gradually rising to power and showing a strong trend toward replacing the Stuart family as the foremost household of the empire. Meanwhile, the Stuart family, a traditional senior noble faction within the empire, has encountered suppression by the royal family in many arenas, especially within the military sphere. Coinciding with this shift in leadership, the senior generals of the Stuart family stepped down, yet their younger counterparts have yet to fill their places effectively. Back in the day, the Medici family had to rely on the Stuart family to send their daughters into the palace, but now the Medicis have risen to a level where they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Stuarts. With Queen Margaret's influence, it was as if His Majesty the Emperor also stood firmly on the side of the Medici family. Prince Anthony is 10 years older than Prince Bert. It is rumored that since childhood, he has been under the careful tutelage of the Stuart family, preparing him to be the future emperor. However, Prince Bert is different. He associates well with the younger generation of the Medici family, and his approachable demeanor makes him popular among the common folk. Despite not being involved in major national decisions or imperial politics, he enjoys a stellar reputation among the populace. Previously, while eavesdropping on two noble women's conversation at the black market on Dama Planet, Liang Ying had overheard mentions of this very third prince, Bert. Prince Bert loves flowers, poetry, and art, referring to himself as a man of letters, making him a household name across the empire. Though Prince Anthony and Prince Bert outwardly maintain a brotherly harmony, what goes on behind closed doors remains unknown to outsiders. Even though Prince Bert appears indifferent to the throne, if he truly didn't care, why would he go out of his way to curry favor with the people? Prince Bert, resembling a celebrity idol to the public, gets far more media exposure than Prince Anthony does. The emperor appointed the first and third princes to jointly take charge of welcoming the federal delegation. The eldest prince naturally approached Liang Tao, leading him around the palace as the host. On the other hand, the third prince appeared rather laid back, not following the eldest prince, instead casually strolling up to Liang Ying, chatting with her sporadically. I hear, Miss Liang studied at an agricultural school in the Federation. I am quite curious. Your family being one of the top military political households in the Federation, how come you didn't follow in your ancestors' footsteps and enter a military academy? Liang Ying blinked innocently at Prince Bert, replying, I heard Prince Bert loves flowers. I thought perhaps you and I would share more common interests. Chapter 121, Flower Appreciation Gathering. So Miss Liang also likes flowers, I thought. How is Mrs. Liang? Prince Bert suddenly changed the subject. Liang Ying smiled faintly. Mother has to take care of my younger siblings. They are all on Capital Star, and they are all fine. How does Prince Bert know my mother? Not really. Just heard that Mrs. Liang is an extraordinary person. I wanted to seize this opportunity to meet her, but it's a pity she didn't come with Commander Liang. It's quite disappointing. I see. It seems Prince Bert follows the Federation's media news very closely. I will definitely convey your greetings to my mother when I return. If you ever visit the Federation, she would be happy to entertain you as an honored guest. Bert looked at Liang Ying once, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Miss Liang, I often see Mrs. Liang's news on the StarNet. She has contributed much to charity in the Federation, but it seems I rarely see your presence. Could it be that you're not interested in these things, or? Liang Ying's smiling expression remained unchanged. Prince Bert, feel free to say what's on your mind. People have different aspirations. I don't like being in the spotlight or being hyped up by the media. I prefer living a low-profile life. Bert lowered his head slightly, looking apologetic. Please don't blame me for being nosy, but I just find it odd that Commander Liang visited our empire with his low-profile daughter, Miss Liang, rather than his more social wife, Mrs. Liang. With the rumors I've heard about Prince Bert disliking politics and enjoying cultivating plants and writing poetry, now add on his penchant for gossip. It seems Prince Bert is indeed the same as he is reputed to be. Liang Ying maintained her smile through it all, yet her words carried more sarcasm. Bert's handsome face turned a shade redder, but instead of anger, he seemed indulgent toward Liang Ying. I prefer living a carefree life. What others think doesn't need to weigh on me. You mustn't misunderstand. I have no ill feelings toward you or Mrs. Liang. I was just curious. If you're unwilling to satisfy my curiosity, then I won't ask further. This Prince Bert truly knew how to choose his words, making it seem as though Liang Ying herself were the petty one. Liang Ying blinked her eyes and adopted an expression of which false hurt. I genuinely don't understand why our family would deserve your curiosity. Alas, I just admired the prosperity of the empire and have long wanted to personally view its landscapes. This time, when I heard father was visiting the empire, I took the liberty to request to join him, not expecting it would cause so much misunderstanding for Prince Bert. Speaking of which, Commander Liang's trip to the empire is for military matters. I am merely an ordinary citizen of the Federation and should not have come along. It's entirely due to my own impulsiveness. No wonder Prince Bert didn't want me here. Bert's expression stiffened momentarily before he sighed helplessly. Miss Liang, forgive me for any offense. It's all because my curiosity was too great, causing this misunderstanding. Your coming to the empire is met with my utmost welcome. Prince Bert deftly shifted from their earlier topic, avoiding prying into the private affairs of the Liang family, instead turning to introduce the palace to Liang Ying. With a serene smile, Liang Ying listened carefully as Bert spoke, responding occasionally. It appeared as though she wasn't troubled by their previous conversation. However, Liang Ying had already reassessed Prince Bert mentally. Bert had previously probed her regarding Mrs. Liang. If Liang Ying showed even a hint of dissatisfaction with her stepmother, it was likely that the next day the imperial media would sensationalize the story, possibly exaggerating it beyond control. This Prince Bert was certainly not your average playboy. He had given her an opportunity to make a mistake right from the start. Was he so eager to show off and win credit? When considering the emperor's weak and frail appearance, could it be that the emperor's health was failing? Had the succession struggle already moved out of the shadows? Without hesitation, Liang Ying slapped a dangerous label onto Prince Bert. Until she safely rescued Fiona and the others, this man must not be provoked. In the evening, the palace held a banquet welcoming the arrival of the delegation, something that couldn't be declined. At the banquet, Liang Ying maintained her perfect smile while exuding an appropriately distant demeanor, skillfully navigating each greeting from those who approached her. The only person who continued to irritate her slightly was still Prince Bert, not because Bert himself was troublesome. As per her experience, Prince Bert had stopped pursuing conversation with her and quietly stayed nearby as the host. But as an idol among noble ladies and young misses alike, too many people came forward to engage in conversation with Prince Bert. Virtually every eligible noble lady would drop by Prince Bert's side for a chat. Bert had grown accustomed to such scenes and elegantly entertained each one. However, every young lady who came to Prince Bert would glance at Liang Ying beside him, forcing Liang Ying to also respond. It wasn't too bad when there were fewer people, but after it happened many times, it became unbearable for Liang Ying. Yet, she couldn't just walk away. Prince Bert truly was like a sweet cake that attracted flies. Liang Ying silently complained in her heart. She had already noticed that the looks from several noble ladies had changed, as if she had stolen Prince Bert, which made Liang Ying feel incredibly annoyed. She really wanted to loudly declare that anyone who wanted this piece of cake could just take it. Lily Sa Jiai's and Ding Wei, who had once met her briefly, also came. Miss Ding Wei was a little more reserved, but Lily Sa's gaze was quite obvious. Prince Bert, how is the 7-star flower I gave you last time? Calculating by the date, it should be blooming around now. Lily Sa stared with wide eyes at Bert, her look of admiration so evident that even Liang Ying felt embarrassed for her, though Prince Bert didn't seem affected. Miss Lily Sa, thank you again for your gift of the 7-star flower. It's now in bloom, and I'm considering holding a flower appreciation gathering at my residence in a couple of days. Everyone will be invited to admire the beautiful blossoms. The invitation will be delivered to all your residences tomorrow. Please, Miss Lily Sa, do come. I definitely will, thanks to Prince Bert's invitation. Only someone with such charm can match those precious flowers. Lily Sa's cheeks turned red, and she slightly leaned towards Bert, as if she herself had become a flower needing Bert's comfort. Liang Ying felt her whole body covered in goosebumps and unconsciously took a few steps back, giving space to Lily Sa and Bert. In these times, being a third wheel could bring scolding. Perhaps due to Bert speaking a bit louder earlier, all the noble young ladies nearby gathered, arguing and asking about the flower appreciation gathering. The two-person world between Lily Sa and Bert only lasted for a few seconds before an aware Lily Sa glared angrily at those surrounding them, even including Liang Ying. Suddenly turning around, Prince Bert faced Liang Ying, bending over to make an inviting gesture. Miss Liang, this flower appreciation gathering is also to welcome your arrival. Please don't refuse. Liang Ying immediately felt countless daggers flying towards her, making her want to turn around and run. Finally, enduring the banquet, the visiting group returned to their hotel. Liang Ying did not go back to her room, but stayed in Liang Tao's office. The person monitoring Joey and Gary reported back. Last night's black flying car kept driving without stopping until it entered the estate of Prince Bert, the third prince. After analyzing various signs, it's highly likely that our kidnapped scientists are trapped in Prince Bert's estate. Ellen was reporting on the agent's surveillance, with Liang Ying also participating in the hearing. The estate of Prince Bert? It seems the situation is more complicated than we originally anticipated. Both old and new factions of the empire are involved in this matter, which will make rescuing them extremely difficult. Liang Ying asked about the direction of the bird estate and tried her innate power, but unfortunately, the distance was too far. She just reached the edge of the estate. Are there any of our people inside the bird estate? Liang Tao asked. Ellen looked at the agent department's report and said, yes, but not many. Prince Bert privately is very cautious, making it inconvenient to insert too many people inside, and he has always been less concerned with national affairs. Therefore, the agents didn't list him as a key surveillance target. Bird estate. That bird invited me to his flower appreciation gathering today. Can we use this opportunity to send people inside? Originally, Liang Ying didn't want to attend Bert's gathering, but now circumstances changed. Since Bert was involved in the attack incident, this opportunity must be utilized. After careful consideration, Liang Tao said, this matter needs discussion by the agents department. Quickly formulate a plan. For now, keep our people inside the bird estate hidden, confirm the accurate location once our personnel's presence there is verified, and rely on them as the main force for searching and rescue. Liang Tao also reminded Liang Ying, Ying, be safe. That Prince Bert isn't simple. Don't rush. Protecting yourself comes first. Yes, I understand. That bird is very cunning. I'll be careful not to fall for his tricks. Prince Bert's flower appreciation gathering only invited young people, and Liang Tao was not among the invitees. Besides, Liang Tao had a mission to visit. These few days were going to be busy, touring various military bases and negotiating the next steps of military cooperation details with the Empire. There was absolutely no time for attending such entertainment banquets. Unable to attend to both matters, Liang Ying complained about the extravagance of the imperial nobles for making their estates unnecessarily large while reminding Liang Tao to stay safe. Fortunately, Liang Tao's itinerary was all within the imperial capital star, so the Imperials likely wouldn't risk an attack there. On the day of the flower appreciation gathering, Liang Ying set off with a group of people. As soon as the flying car entered Prince Bert's estate, her innate power quickly covered the entire area. Soon she discovered the anomaly within Bert's estate and also spotted another familiar person. Mr. Clyde Manny, who had briefly appeared on the Star of Mayville in a graceful glance, was now sitting inside Prince Bert's study. Judging from his relaxed demeanor, he seemed quite familiar with Prince Bert. Chapter 122, The Underground Castle. Clyde's appearance only surprised Liang Ying, but another discovery made her heart heavy. Beneath the estate of Prince Bert lay a large underground garden, and everyone in the Empire knew about it. To maintain this underground garden, Prince Bert spent 3 times as much money annually compared to an ordinary estate. The Empire's media had once boasted that Prince Bert's underground garden could rival the ancient Hanging Gardens. What troubled Liang Ying was not this underground garden, but rather something beneath it. 5 kilometers below the underground garden, Liang Ying saw a vast expanse of white mist. This fog covered a huge area, and she couldn't see through what was inside. Liang Ying felt uneasy because she couldn't penetrate the mist. It was the first time she encountered something even her primordial power couldn't reveal. What was this fog? Liang Ying focused her mind and gathered her dispersed primordial power, concentrating it on the mist. As the strength of the primordial power increased, the true nature of the mist slowly came into view before her eyes. It turned out there was an underground castle beneath the underground garden. The castle seemed to be constructed from some very special material with extremely high quality, which explained why it took more effort for Liang Ying to see through it. Thankfully, it wasn't completely impenetrable. It just required greater effort. Liang Ying sighed in relief and continued searching within the castle. Sure enough, she found Fiona in one of the rooms, along with Joey. From this, it seemed the scientists were also in this underground castle. However, with too many people around, Liang Ying couldn't identify each person individually. She had found the right place. Excited, Liang Ying immediately informed Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang about her discovery. Xiao Zhang quickly notified the Special Agent Bureau through a dedicated secret line. Xiao Li handed over a palm-sized electronic tablet to Liang Ying, who began sketching the detailed location of the underground castle. Detailed routes from the underground garden to the castle and the layout and passages within the castle were all marked. With this detailed map, the Federal Bureau would be like having a cheat code. To finish drawing the map as soon as possible, Liang Ying expended a lot of mental energy. Her head felt slightly dizzy, forcing her to temporarily abandon monitoring Clyde and Prince Bert. When they arrived at Prince Bert's castle, the map was still incomplete. Liang Ying decided to carry the electronic version with her so she could finish it when no one was around. If she didn't finish it during the banquet, she'd have to leave and wouldn't be able to see the area anymore after exiting Bert's estate. At this flower viewing party, Liang Ying thought flowers weren't the main attraction. What truly captivated the young elites of the Empire was the allure of Prince Bert himself. It was truly a case of being surrounded by admirers. This kind of flower viewing gathering did not suit Liang Ying's preferences. Moreover, her spirits were already low due to her preoccupation and the significant depletion of her mental energy, resulting in dizziness. She lost interest and quietly found a corner to rest her mind. Despite her cold demeanor, given her identity, it was unavoidable that others kept glancing at her from time to time. Although her eyes were closed, and her primordial power had receded, Liang Ying's perception of her surroundings remained sharp. Suddenly, a group of people walked toward her, forcing her to reluctantly sigh and open her eyes. Miss Liang, why are you sitting alone? Did I fail to entertain you well? Prince Bert wore casual clothing today. Standing tall at an estimated height of around 6 feet 3 inches, he exuded an imposing presence even in leisure wear. His golden curly hair draped loosely on his shoulders, accentuating his striking sapphire blue eyes. He was a textbook fairy tale prince, with features and bearing unmistakably marking him as someone of great prominence. That said, now with advanced gene technology, blue eyes and golden hair could almost be achieved without surgery, just by drinking a few bottles of medicine. Miss Liang, are you feeling unwell? Liang Ying snapped back to reality upon hearing Bert call her name again. She awkwardly patted her head and apologized. I'm sorry, I might not yet be used to the weather here on the capital planet. I slept poorly last night and felt fine this morning, but now my head hurts a little. I apologize for disrupting your enjoyment, but let me offer my apologies. Prince Bert, please don't concern yourself. I'll rest a moment here, and I'll feel better soon. Prince Bert dismissed the others and approached Liang Ying with concern, scrutinizing her complexion carefully. Indeed, Liang Ying looked pale and seemed genuinely unwell. Miss Liang, your complexion isn't good. I have some commonly used vitality drinks here. Let me send someone to fetch one for you. Whenever I feel unwell, I drink this. It usually works with just 1 or 2 cups. Prince Bert gestured, and a butler immediately went to retrieve the vitality drink. Liang Ying, leaning her forehead on her hand, looked weak and unwell. Thank you, Your Highness. I wonder if there's an empty room here where I can take a short nap. A little rest should be enough to make me feel better. Prince Bert quickly asked a maid to escort Liang Ying upstairs to rest. He originally wanted to follow and check on her, but after Liang Ying's refusal and amidst the lamentations of many noble young ladies, he eventually stayed behind. After reaching the second-floor guest room, Liang Ying dismissed the maid. Xiao Li and Xiao Zhang immediately took out their portable devices and scanned every corner of the room. There are no surveillance cameras or hidden microphones. This room is safe. Sister Zhang, stay here with little Ying and help her draw the map while I stand guard outside the door. Li Hong opened the door and knocked lightly 3 times as a signal, then stood guard outside. Liang Ying pulled out the electronic tablet and concentrated once again on sketching the map. Zhang Taqing took out her secret communication device and contacted the Special Agent Bureau. After more than an hour stuck in the room, Liang Ying finally finished drawing the map. Zhang Taqing took the electronic tablet and called Li Hong into the room. This is enemy territory, so we must be cautious with our communications. The map is too large to send via data transmission. I'll have to personally return with the electronic tablet. Sister Li Hong, stay here with little Ying and watch out for your safety. If anything happens, contact those outside. But this is Prince Bert's place, and he won't risk his reputation by tampering with things on his own grounds. Sister Zhang, be careful. Since you're leaving suddenly, Prince Bert will likely send someone to track you. Keep multiple eyes open on the way. Compared to those staying behind, Liang Ying was more worried about Zhang Taqing, who carried the critical electronic tablet. If someone discovered the map inside it, serious trouble would ensue. It was probably out of prudence that Zhang Taqing decided to personally deliver the tablet. After Zhang Taqing left, Liang Ying rested a bit more in the guest room. They might need to deal with Prince Bert again later when rescuing Fiona and the others. Just as Liang Ying was about to head out, she suddenly noticed someone coming up to the second-floor guest rooms, and it was none other than Clyde, whom she hadn't been monitoring closely. Chapter 123, Eavesdropping. Behind Clyde, there was another person. Although the face of that person was unfamiliar, Liang Ying felt a familiar aura from him. No matter how much he disguised himself, Liang Ying could recognize that it was Gary. Clyde and Gary went into the room one door away from Liang Ying's. After entering, Gary sat on the sofa while Clyde seemed very familiar with this place as he skillfully took out a bottle of red wine and 2 glasses. Each having a glass of red wine, they sat on the sofa chatting casually. Which room is that lady from the Federation in? Don't let her eavesdrop on our conversation. Gary's thoughts were indeed meticulous. It's separated by a room. She can't hear us. Clyde asked if he had such an intimate relationship with Prince Bert. It felt like he was at home. Liang Ying raised her eyebrows slightly, revealing a cunning and satisfied smile at the corner of her mouth. Clyde gently swirled his wine glass, took a small sip, then nodded and said, "How is the progress below going? They've been here for quite some time now. If we still don't make progress, Prince can't hold things up anymore." Initially, not many people knew about this matter, but after the Federation made moves, quite a few people in the Empire also learned about it. If Prince Bert hadn't suppressed them, most of those people would have taken them away long ago. I know. If I weren't so anxious, I wouldn't have agreed to let my younger brother meet with them. The planning and implementation of this matter are all done by us. Prince Bert has taken on such great risks. How could others intervene until now? They want to take credit for this accomplishment, which is too good for them. Your younger brother? Has he really defected to the Empire? Speaking of which, you 2 brothers are also aristocratic sons who were forced to exile in the Federation. Once you obtain this merit, the Jis family will be forced to acknowledge you, and even the responsibility of the person might be held accountable. That person has dominated your father for so many years. Your father has wanted to divorce her for a long time, yet both families forcibly pressed down this intention. This time, if you brothers achieve significant success, there will be opportunities for ennoblement. Your father will probably use this opportunity to realize this long-standing dream. Whether they get divorced or stay together doesn't concern us brothers. I didn't expect much from Devin Jis anyway. As long as he doesn't obstruct us, I'll pretend not to see him. Gary's eyes turned dark, drinking a big gulp of red wine. The smooth aroma of the wine spread through his throat, as if comforting his angry mood. Devin Jis. Hey, you're showing no respect for your old man. He isn't worthy. Let's not talk about him. I am more concerned about the stance of Lord Andro of the Jis family. What does he think? He cooperates with us on one hand, but supports Crown Prince on the other. Does he think Bert is a fool? Gary frowned, unsure whether he was displeased with Clyde's words or discontented with the mention of Lord Andro. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes, and then opened them with a smirk. My uncle. He is a much shrewder person than you and I. Does he want to bet on both sides? The result of betting on both sides is never a win-win situation. Doesn't he fear offending both sides? Whoever wins will hate him. How much hatred can they have towards him? With the army under his command, not only would the current emperor dare not move against him, whoever takes the throne in the future won't dare ignore him. So why is he still involved in this? Why not stay neutral and play the role of a middleman? Wouldn't the result be the same either way? Gary lowered his head, staring at the glass of red wine in his hand. For a moment, the red wine in his sight seemed as crimson as blood. There were some words that Gary did not dare to say aloud. When mentioning Lord Andro, even he didn't dare to act recklessly. Lord Andro has ambitions. Just how big are these ambitions? A sudden image of the imperial throne flashed in Gary's mind, between Crown Prince and the third prince, who can suppress Lord Andro's ambitions. Seeing Gary silent, Clyde's eyes flickered, a trace of mockery flashing across his lips. It's not me being dissatisfied with Lord Andro. It's just that his actions aren't righteous enough. I won't bring up what happened before. I spent a lot of effort covering it up. Those people aren't fools either. You should at least counsel your uncle. A person cannot overstep boundaries too much. Me counsel him. I don't have the guts. If you need to do something, go directly and talk to him. See if you can gain any advantage against him. It's not that I'm trying to take advantage of him. I'm merely reminding him not to overstep in his actions. If he wants us to fight for him, there must be corresponding compensation. Otherwise, the people underneath him might tolerate it once or twice, but too many times, and they'll revolt. What's wrong? Is he asking you to cause a major upheaval again? You should know about this, right? This time, the person from the Federation is a big shot. They pulled off a major deal before, and Lord Andro didn't want to miss out on it. But because of what happened last time, how much loss did we incur? 3/4 of my men are gone. 3/4. Now, there's only around 100 left, and we're running for our lives. We have to avoid the Federation people, but also the Empire. What kind of situation is this? If it weren't for those sacrifices, last time's operation wouldn't have succeeded. Do you think with just Lord Andro, they could accomplish anything? Cutting the horses after the work is done can only be done by someone like him. He made plans and directed us from behind, while my people were at the forefront, fighting for him. In the end, not only did we receive no credit, but we were also blamed. He even deprived his own allies of any chance to survive. Thankfully, Prince Bert isn't ungrateful. He paid compensation to those under me himself. But how about Lord Andro? Not a single coin. If it weren't for Prince Bert, I would definitely show Lord Andro what desperate men are capable of doing. As Clyde grew increasingly agitated, Gary quickly moved to calm him down, saying, "Don't get angry anymore. Prince Bert has already settled that matter. The Empire won't send more troops to the border. You wish to expand toward the Federation's borders, and the Empire government will support, not obstruct. Prince Bert has already promised that next month, he will provide you with a batch of weapons." Humph. Clyde's anger came as quickly as it went, and after snorting a few times, he said, "If it weren't for Prince Bert's advice, All right then, let's move on to the main issue you mentioned earlier. Is Lord Andro asking your side for help again?" Gary brought up the most pressing question. "Your so-called uncle sure has thick skin. He treated us so badly last time, yet he still needs our help now. I told him that this time, I'm not buying into empty promises. I want to see what he gives me beforehand before considering whether to act. Is the Empire really going to move against this one? She's tougher than the previous targets. Abducting them was difficult enough. What's Prince Bert's opinion on this? How do you plan to proceed?" Chapter 124, Mutual Appreciation. Clyde and Gary were discussing something critical, and Liang Ying held her breath to listen attentively, fearing she would miss a single word. What else can be done? It's just about making my men cannon fodder while finding a master to stab in the back. Master? Does the Empire have a master who can fight head-to-head with this one from the Federation? I've heard that this one's combat skills reached level 14 many years ago, and might already be at its peak. The most powerful person on our side is still the one by the Emperor's side. However, that one is only at level 13 peak. I've also heard that they failed when attempting to break through to level 14 and sustained internal injuries, leaving behind a hidden danger. You're out of date. That one recently broke through to level 14 again, successfully overcoming the barrier, and their internal injuries have healed. Impossible. You're lying to me. I know for a fact that it's extremely hard to treat internal injuries in masters, let alone healing completely. There's usually no hope for curing these kinds of underlying issues left from internal injuries, nor can they break through again. Clyde gave Gary a sidelong glance, his eyebrows arched, and a cunning smile appeared on his lips. "Gary, all your recent attention has been on your younger brother. You haven't kept up with what's happening in the palace, have you? What new developments are there? Tell me so I'm aware." Humph. Clyde took a sip of red wine to soothe his throat, his eyes narrowing with a malevolent air. The Crown Prince got hold of a piece of Tianyan stone somehow, and gifted it to the one beside the Emperor. Apparently, that piece of Tianyan stone was as big as a child's fist. After absorbing the essence of the Tianyan stone, not only did their internal injuries heal, but they smoothly broke through. In gratitude for such favor, naturally their support will lean towards the Crown Prince. Tianyan stone. No wonder. The Crown Prince managed to get the Tianyan stone. He truly caught good fortune this time. Tianyan stone is something legendary. Upon hearing about the Tianyan stone, Gary was momentarily stunned, demonstrating how exceedingly rare it was. While secretly eavesdropping, Liang Ying frowned slightly. What was a Tianyan stone? She had never heard of it before. It's more than that. The Crown Prince seems to be having an unprecedented streak of good luck lately. For this operation, he even solicited a true master from above, one who reached level 15 in combat skills. Even His Majesty bows to this individual. It looks like the Stuart family has gone all in this time. The master beside His Majesty, plus this level 15 master from outside, together, eliminating this opponent from the Federation would be too easy. The Stuart family must have paid quite a steep price to gain their cooperation. Humph. After all, the Stuart family is one of the Empire's old established noble families, having multiplied over millennia. They couldn't have achieved much without some reserve strengths. If it weren't for the third prince's great contribution to abducting federal scientists, the Stuart family wouldn't have gone all out to help the crown prince this time. Alas, the Medici family is still too young and can't compare with real old nobility like the Stuarts. That doesn't make sense though. You're someone tied to the third prince, which isn't exactly a secret in the imperial city. If they want to take action against the federal representative, why involve you and hand the credit to the crown prince? Cooperation? Humph, your uncle, the Andro Duke, didn't even intend to cooperate with us. He directly ordered me to coordinate the actions. What a commanding face he shows, ordering us to serve him blindly. Gary looked at Clyde briefly, furrowing his brows, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if he'd figured something out. Clyde, we've known each other for quite a while now. Among the first people I met when I returned to the Empire, you were one of them. Although we differ in age by nearly 20 years, I've always regarded you as a confidant, never seeing you as an elder. Today, I'll ask you a question. You don't have to answer me, but you must not lie. So long-winded. What do you want to ask? Clyde's cheeks turned slightly red, looking somewhat tipsy. You've struggled and maneuvered within the Empire for more than 20 years. You even hid under a pseudonym to organize anti-government forces. Have you never once thought about running things yourself? Are you really willing to forever remain as the third prince's dog? Gary's words were spoken in a very low voice. Yet in the room, Clyde clearly heard them, and Liang Ying eavesdropping did too. You? The flush on Clyde's face instantly faded, his gaze flickering between Gary as thoughts swirled then subsided within his mind. Don't bother spouting nonsense. There are no outsiders here. If you're still concerned, then you don't have to respond. I, Gary, openly tell you today, although Giuseppe blood runs through my veins, I will never be a dog of the Giuseppe family. From childhood to adulthood, every bit of merit I've earned has come from myself. Not a single fraction has anything to do with the GI's family. Right now, I can't get rid of them, but someday in the future. Gary had left some unsaid words hanging in the air, yet Clyde had already understood his implication. Clyde looked into Gary's somewhat bloodshot eyes, feeling a ripple in his heart as those long-buried ambitions seemed to stir restlessly once again. Clyde Manny. This name was well known throughout the Empire, and his achievements were all his own, not from the Manny family, nor from the imperial royalty, much less from Prince Bert. However, in the eyes of the imperial court, he remained nothing more than a dog under Prince Bert's command. Regardless of how much prestige Clyde held among the Empire's commoners, it could never erase the contempt present in the glances of old nobility whenever they looked at him. Clyde Manny, no matter how capable or how strong an individual he might be, still had to seek out a patron within the royal house. The relationship between him and Prince Bert sounded nice when called supportive alliance, but boiled down plainly, it was that of a dog. Of course, over 2 decades ago, Clyde Manny chose to cooperate with Queen Margaret and support Prince Bert. One could say this choice was forced by the grim realities of the Empire back then. But today, more than 20 years later, Clyde Manny had matured in strength and influence, with a social standing in the Empire unshakable even in the Emperor's regard, commanding respect even from His Majesty himself. Could he still contentedly remain just a dog? The answer to that question needed no speaking. Clyde's silence at that moment spoke volumes. No matter how much mutual admiration transpired between Clyde and Gary in that room, Liang Ying, listening secretly, finally revealed a cold smile on her face. Today's findings were truly immense, first discovering the underground castle, and then overhearing such an important conversation. This time around, the Federation would surely gain the upper hand and thwart the Empire's schemes. The Empire's plot to harm her father, they'd better stop dreaming. Liang Ying immediately organized her thoughts and instructed Little Li to convert the intelligence into coded messages and transmit them to the Secret Service. Chapter 125, Preparations for Battle. Liang Ying summarized the main points from Clyde and Gary's conversation. First, the Empire intended to make a move against Liang Tao. Second, those involved in targeting Liang Tao include Clyde's subordinates, the individual close to the Emperor, and a mysterious expert sent from above. Third, Andro Marquis harbors ambitions, as does Clyde Manny. The old and new factions among the nobility are engaged in conflict, and there is disharmony within each faction. Fourth, the Emperor will not live much longer. Unfortunately, Clyde did not disclose detailed plans, but knowing these points was crucial for the Federation to formulate a defensive plan. As Clyde had said, his underlings were mere cannon fodder, no real threat to the Federal Security Group. The real concern lay with the individual close to His Majesty the Emperor and the expert dispatched from higher up. Not interested in the flower viewing party, Liang Ying left early, citing discomfort. Since it was confirmed that the kidnapped scientists were located in the capital planet of the Empire, almost all Federal agents hidden within the Empire were mobilized. The secret headquarters on the Mayville Star was temporarily moved to the Empire's capital. In order to act before the Empire became aware, the actions of the agent group were both secretive and swift. The internal harmony of the Empire had long since disappeared, while the hawkish faction favoring war held the upper hand. Many within the peaceful Dove faction also opposed this course of action. While the royal family sought to subdue the Federation through force, there were many who genuinely wished for peaceable coexistence and advocated for equal cooperation to boost the Empire's power alongside the Federation. Through the efforts of these individuals, federal agents quickly ascertained the situation regarding the underground fortress. The underground fortress was deep beneath the earth, without an independent life support system. The people inside needed to eat, drink, and handle waste, which required help from those on the surface, leaving behind traces to be discovered. It appeared the underground fortress system wasn't perfect, which was why Bert chose to build it under the underground garden, providing legitimate cover for anyone entering or exiting. However, where there are people, there are loopholes. 3 federal agents hidden within Bert's estate took turns disguising themselves as workers at the underground garden, gathering useful intelligence. The Federation provided full support to the work of these 3 agents, and before long, one of them successfully infiltrated the group, delivering food to the underground fortress, infiltrating inside and returning safely. Since they couldn't yet determine which scientists had betrayed and which hadn't, the agents decided not to make contact with the people inside the fortress. Instead, they quietly observed its operational methods, looking for weaknesses and devising a rescue plan. At the same time, to cover the agent team's investigation, Liang Tao grew increasingly conspicuous. Liang Ying frequently appeared in various parts of the empire, visiting commoner districts, touring business streets, and hosting various banquets for young imperial nobles. Wherever she went, she always invited Prince Bert to accompany her, reversing her previous distant attitude. She claimed it was because her health had improved, and she now possessed boundless curiosity about every corner of the empire. In reality, the Liang Ying appearing in public was not Liang Ying herself, but an agent skilled in disguise from the Secret Service, cleverly disguised. Thanks to advanced masking technology in the interstellar age and the fact that Liang Ying had limited contact with imperial personnel, thereby lacking familiarity with her habits, including Prince Bert, no one noticed that this Liang Ying was not truly Liang Ying. Meanwhile, the real Liang Ying was busy working inside Prince Bert's estate. Based on the plan set forth by the Secret Service, to stealthily rescue the people trapped inside the underground fortress, a tunnel would need to be dug connecting the outside of the estate to the fortress below. Liang Ying was most suited for such underground activity. With her as the universal detector, those on the surface remained completely unaware, and the fastest, easiest routes could be selected. Plans to rescue the scientists were proceeding smoothly, and as for Liang Tao's safety, the visiting delegation sent a secret message to the federal government. The government reported that 4 top-level federal experts were already en route. They would enter the empire through a secret passage and guard Liang Tao discreetly. Speaking of the aforementioned expert near the emperor, known as Urchil Master, he was considered the first master of the empire. Since the current emperor ascended the throne, Urchil had served as the personal bodyguard. Rumors circulated that Urchil's personality was harsh and aggressive, seldom uttering words during conflicts, often striking down opponents instantly. Due to his position, victimized families were forced to endure silently. Urchil favored violence, having fought almost daily prior to becoming the emperor's bodyguard. Through practice, he developed an impressive skill set. Legends claim his fighting techniques surpass even his battle grade, with some speculating that Urchil's combat experience rivals that of a 15th-tier martial artist. Moreover, Master Urchil was passionately devoted to martial arts, and his only hobby was practicing physical techniques. Despite being over 100 years old, he remained unmarried. According to the feedback from the Secret Service, Master Urchil had indeed reached level 14 in physical arts, and his previous internal injuries had fully healed. Not only that, but due to the large piece of celestial fortune stone gifted by the Crown Prince, Urchil still had a small piece left after breaking through to level 14. He capitalized on this momentum, not only surpassing level 14, but directly advancing to the mid-stage of level 14 in physical arts. Urchil had previously suffered setbacks during his attempt to reach level 14 due to overly eager cultivation, causing self-inflicted harm. The Crown Prince Anthony's gift of the Celestial Fortune Stone came at just the right moment. It saved Urchil's life and greatly enhanced his combat abilities. Now, Urchil practically followed the Crown Prince's commands without question, likely with the expectation of more treasures in the Crown Prince's vaults, possibly including more pieces of Celestial Fortune Stone. With such items, the chances of advancing to level 15 would be significantly increased in the future. Considering Urchil's situation, attempting to sow discord between him and the Crown Prince was out of the question. This man could only be dealt with by force, resulting in a fight to the death. Urchil was a tough opponent, and it was estimated that only Liang Tao from the Federation might match him. Others could probably only buy some time. As for the other mysterious individual sent from higher up, the Secret Service identified a suspicious character. A prominent visitor recently arrived at the Crown Prince's mansion. Although this person maintained a low profile, the staff in the prince's residence treated him with extreme respect, even serving him cautiously. It seemed the Crown Prince privately referred to this visitor as Mr. Li Wei. Only physical art experts above level 15 could be addressed as Mr. In the absence of such titles within the Empire, this Li Wei must have come from higher up. The appearance of Mr. Li Wei unsettled those from the Federation. According to the interstellar treaty regulations, advanced civilizations are generally forbidden from interfering in the affairs of lower-level civilizations, especially in cases where they clearly favor one side, which is strictly prohibited. Chapter 126, Taking Action to Save. The federal agents gathered information about Mr. Li Wei and sent it back to the federal government, preparing for potential questioning of the higher civilizations at an appropriate time in the future. As the days passed, the visit itinerary was nearing its end. Liang Ying had been in the Empire for over a month. Back in the Federation, the universities had reopened, and it was time for her to return. The closer they got to the deadline, the more tense the atmosphere became. The rescue preparations on the Federation side were complete. To avoid leaking any information, there had been no contact between those outside and inside until the final moment when everyone would be evacuated together. Any possible traitors would be investigated upon returning to the Federation. Meanwhile, things on the Empire's side also seemed off. They surely planned to act before Liang Tao returned to the Federation. According to the Federation's predictions, since the anti-government factions on the border were also involved, it was highly likely they would attempt something along the return route of the warships. Since a certain gentleman resided in the Crown Prince's residence, Liang Ying didn't dare monitor it extensively. As for the Emperor's aide within the palace, she also refrained from being too aggressive but instead dispersed her fundamental power around these individuals without directly supervising them. Despite this, Liang Ying managed to gather a great deal of information. Through analyzing the behaviors and conversations of others surrounding the two, she could deduce their situations indirectly. Additionally, Clyde and his subordinates were under surveillance by the Special Agent Department, and Duke Andro wasn't overlooked either. One day, news came from the agency that Clyde and Duke Andro were going to meet. Sensing an opportunity, Liang Ying eavesdropped nearby upon discovering their meeting place, catching important intelligence. The Imperial side intended to set up an ambush at the border, with Clyde leading his followers to attack the fleet as it passed by. Meanwhile, two experts would remain hidden to seize the main ship carrying Liang Tao, forcing him out, with these two responsible for luring Liang Tao away while Clyde only needed to delay the Federation's warships. To increase the plan's chances of success, Andro would have his private troops masquerade as anti-government forces under Clyde's unified command. Moreover, for this mission, Andro had procured some powerful weapons that he could temporarily lend to Clyde. Andro's plan was meticulous, including weapons capable of destroying ships. Yet, the more detailed the plan was, the more Liang Ying relaxed. In conclusion, the Empire intended to take action during their return journey. If they changed their return route, they could thwart the enemy's ambush plans. The day after tomorrow would be the departure date for Liang Tao's delegation to return. This evening, the Emperor held a farewell banquet at the palace for the Federal Visiting Group. Liang Tao had already entered the palace with the fake Liang Ying and others, while the real Liang Ying was hiding in a simple civilian house in the capital star's residential area. Liang Ying looked at her disguise in front of the mirror. Her unremarkable face was still easily forgettable. The pivotal mask obtained from the artist was indeed effective and worth preserving for future convenience. Currently, the room was filled with people. Tonight, during the palace banquet, was the opportune time for their rescue operation to save the trapped scientists. Liang Ying felt excited. It was different from her past solitary missions. She couldn't help but feel bold about doing something significant together with everyone else. Liang Ying approached the window, watching the outside sky, quietly waiting for the sun to dip below the horizon, bringing the capital star into the night. Without the moon lighting the dark night sky, the conditions were perfect for clandestine operations. Depart, came the order, prompting everyone to mobilize. The overall leader of the rescue operation was Deputy Director Ning Hao of the Federal Special Service Division, with Mark Fain also part of the action team. Liang Ying was familiar with most of the people involved, so she was relatively calm. Liang Ying boarded the land flyer. Since they currently had civilian identities, they had to move on the ground rather than ride in aerial vehicles. There were advantages to moving on the ground. The residential areas of the night were dimly lit, bustling with people shadows and poor security, ideal conditions for stealthy actions. Liang Ying skillfully piloted the land flyer through the crowd, occasionally glancing at the sky above where luxury airborne carriages of the nobles passed, leaving luminous streaks in the air. Arriving precisely at a forest outside Prince Bert's estate, they hid the transportation and entered the completed underground tunnel, reaching a spot very close to the underground castle. Liang Ying used her elemental power to confirm the other side was clear. This position was intentionally selected. The adjacent side lay in an inconspicuous corner of the underground castle where hardly anyone ever passed by. It was now the final moment. The person at the front of the passage took out a machine and activated it, using the highest speed to break through the earthen wall. The last line of soil was finally excavated, completely creating a hole in the underground castle. Following the previous plan, everyone quickly entered the underground castle, first breaking through its defense system and eliminating all security personnel to prevent them from seeking help externally. To eliminate the guards without raising any alarms, Liang Ying's fundamental power was once again used, as she was responsible for choosing targets and determining their route forward. It didn't take long before they secured the security command room. Next, they began gathering the federal scientists one by one, while leaving no survivors among those who were not on the federal list of missing individuals. According to her fundamental power, Liang Ying rushed straight toward where Fiona was located, her eyes looking up as she ran. Liang Ying was examining the material of the underground castle walls, having an increasingly strange feeling about it. This castle's wall materials didn't match the strata beneath this land. It seemed that this castle wasn't dug following the subterranean strata trend, but instead involved digging out all the soil layers here and constructing a fortress here afterward. Suddenly, Liang Ying noticed that strange patterns were carved along every edge of the walls, these patterns interlocking with each other. From the perspective of the entire castle, these patterns resembled circuit board circuits. Liang Ying stopped, reaching out and touching these patterns, letting her fundamental power seep into them from her fingertips. She saw electric arcs flowing within these patterns. As suspected, these were not ordinary decorative patterns, but rather actual circuit lines. Reconstructing the entire structure of the underground castle in her mind, Liang Ying suddenly realized that the entire castle was like a matchbox. She figured out how the underground castle had been built. Prince Bert must have ordered people to hollow out the ground first, and then place the prefabricated castle there. This underground castle building was likely the result of the highest level of interstellar technology, capable of shrinking and expanding just like during military training when items were compressed and later expanded for use. In simpler terms, the underground castle was essentially an ultra-large tent, a type of spatial container. Chapter 127, Leaving. After realizing this point, a thought suddenly came to Liang Ying's mind. If the underground castle was a flexible container, it meant that if she could find its mechanism, she might be able to take the entire structure away with her. Liang Ying quickly activated her primal force, making it flow swiftly through every corner of the underground castle. Each rivet here was imprinted in Liang Ying's mind. However, such an important mechanism for the castle would definitely not be located in a conspicuous place. Although the entire structure of the castle was already in Liang Ying's head, she still couldn't immediately figure out where the mechanism was. Even if she found the mechanism, figuring out how to operate it wouldn't be simple either. These kinds of mechanisms typically come with passwords and other protective measures, which were issues that couldn't be solved right away. Liang Ying pondered over all these thoughts, and soon made a decision. This time, there was no time to deal with taking the underground castle. But the next time she came to the Empire, she must get her hands on this castle. Prince Bert, this underground castle will temporarily stay here. The next time we meet, it'll be when I, Liang Ying, take it away. Fiona. Liang Ying finally found Fiona, with Joy conveniently by her side. Fiona stood guard protectively, shielding Joy behind her while staring suspiciously at Liang Ying. Liang Ying had been smiling until she realized she still had her mask on, so she hurried to explain. It's me, Liang Ying. I followed federal agents to rescue you. Liang Ying did not remove her mask, but returned her voice to its normal state. Fiona indeed recognized her voice and immediately grabbed onto Liang Ying. What happened? Why are you here? It's too dangerous. What's going on outside? There's no time to explain. You need to come with me quickly. Joy too, along with your parents. Let's go. Outside, in the corridor, voices grew increasingly chaotic. Fiona reacted quickly, pushing Joy towards Liang Ying. You take him, I'll go find my parents. Fiona's parents lived next door to her, but the elderly couple were cautious and had closed their door as soon as they heard unusual sounds from the hallway. Liang Ying led the way, with Joy and Fiona each dragging one of the elders as they quickly ran towards the cave entrance in the castle at maximum speed. Mark was stationed at the entrance, holding an energy gun in one hand and a DNA rapid detector in the other. The DNA detector had stored the profiles of all the missing scientists, allowing identification within 3 seconds upon sample collection. A man dressed in blue workwear, with a nameplate pinned to his chest, disheveled hair, and streaks of soot across his face, with what appeared to be a dried bloodstain on the back of his collar, rushed towards the entrance from the end of the corridor. The man tried to enter directly, but Mark stopped him with the energy gun. Sorry, buddy, you can only go through after passing the check. Understand? It won't take long. Before the man could react, Mark pressed the detector against the exposed part of his hand. 3 seconds passed, and the detector indicated no match. Regret flickered in Mark's eyes before he pivoted the gun once more. Suddenly panicked, the man turned around to run but tripped, shouting as he fell. Don't kill me. I'm the butler here. Tell me what you want, and I'll tell you anything about Prince Bert's secrets. Mark shook his head silently and pulled the trigger. The man didn't rise again, just kicked his legs a few times before drawing his last breath. Mark dragged the body by the feet and placed it inside a nearby room where 3 or 4 corpses were already stacked. Liang Ying brought Fiona's family to the entrance. Fiona and her parents, along with Joy, all successfully passed the DNA check. You move forward through the tunnel. There are people outside waiting to assist you. I have something else to do, so I can't go with you. Fiona suddenly embraced Liang Ying, patted her back, and said hoarsely, Thank you. Thank you for coming to save us. Liang Ying felt touched and proudly patted Fiona's shoulder. Friends don't say that. Once we're back in the Federation, we'll celebrate, and then you can share your story in detail. All right, take care of yourself. We'll leave first. See you all back in the Federation. Liang Ying nodded vigorously as Fiona helped her parents pass through the entrance. Joy walked behind them. Suddenly, Liang Ying reached out and tapped Joy. Joy turned back curiously as Liang Ying stared determinedly at him. Thank you. At this moment, Liang Ying sincerely appreciated Joy. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have discovered this place, and they wouldn't have been able to rescue people so smoothly. Regardless of who Joy was in terms of personality or background, he was not a bad person. Even though he could sometimes be helpless and weak, he always maintained a moral dishan. Though not courageous, when the people he truly cared about were in danger, he still made the right choice. Joy wasn't a hero, but he was still a kind-hearted and brave, ordinary person. Joy looked at Liang Ying's ordinary face, and a blurry shadow appeared in his mind. It was Liang Ying's original appearance before slowly transforming into the figure that had visited him on that dark night. Seeing the change in Joy's eyes, Liang Ying understood that he recognized her. She patted his shoulder again. Sorry, go now. See you back in the Federation. Fiona and the others left. As time passed, more and more people departed until there was no one left in the underground castle except for the agents. Liang Ying confirmed this once more and then retreated from the underground castle with the agents. As they retreated, they dropped sticky expanding material. This special construction material could expand its volume, blend with surrounding substances, and gradually harden into rock-like matter once expansion ceased, thus sealing off the passage once again. The night was thick outside as those who came out of the underground castle boarded small flyers in batches under the cover of darkness, arriving at a smuggling point in the capital planet. They then directly took small airships to leave. Not a moment was wasted by the federal agents as one after another small airship took off, dispersing along different routes. Through private routes friendly to the Federation belonging to certain noble families, they headed straight for the Federation. After seeing off the people rescued from the underground castle, the federal agents also left in batches. After the incident unfolded, they would remain hidden in safe places until all waves of trouble passed before showing themselves again. With such a great contribution from this mission, many of these agents would be able to transfer to civilian life and reunite with their families. Chapter 128, The Incident. To buy time, the 3 federal agents in Prince Bert's estate didn't leave. They would continue their disguise for the next 2 days, trying to delay the discovery of the underground castle's anomalies as much as possible. Fortunately, the existence of the underground castle was a secret within the estate, known by only a few. As long as those key individuals didn't notice anything wrong, others wouldn't find out either. As long as they could buy 2 days' time and wait for the departure of Liang Tao and other members of the visiting group, once they were in interstellar space, it would be too late even if the Empire discovered the situation. Even if the plan to delay failed and the Empire found out earlier that all the trapped scientists had been rescued, they couldn't immediately do anything to Liang Tao or the visiting group. The fact that the scientists had been captured was originally a secret. The Empire wouldn't publicize the event but act privately. The 2 experts who could rival Liang Tao had already left early for the Empire's border. According to the First Prince's and Duke Andro's plan, these 2 people had set out for the ambush site 2 days ago. The Federation had also considered this factor when choosing this day to rescue the scientists. The 2 days passed quietly. Liang Ying stood on the landing platform, waving goodbye to those seeing her off, including Liang Tao. At this moment, whether in the hearts of the federal people or the imperial people, there was a mix of calmness and suppressed excitement. Speaking of which, this time the success of the federal rescue mission owed greatly to Liang Ying. Her innate abilities ensured the smooth implementation of the rescue plan, which was the Federation calculating and acting purposefully while the Empire acted blindly. Previously, the Imperial attack that successfully kidnapped federal scientists happened because the Federation never anticipated such an action from the Empire. It was equivalent to the Empire calculating and taking advantage of the Federation's lack of preparation. After the farewell ceremony ended, people from the Federation gradually boarded the warship, preparing to return home. Liang Ying suddenly paused at the entrance of the spaceship and turned back to look down at the crowd of Imperial dignitaries bidding them farewell below. In the crowd below, someone pushed through the masses and rushed up to Prince Bert. Even though there was a distance of more than a kilometer, Liang Ying could clearly see that person. It was Gary. Prince, something has happened. The underground castle. Everyone is dead, and the others have disappeared. It turns out that Gary wanted to contact Joy this morning to ask about how his persuasion of Fiona went. But he couldn't reach Joy, so he urgently went to the underground castle to find him, only to discover that not a single living person remained in the entire castle. The scientists were gone, leaving behind only the corpses of Prince Bert's subordinates. Prince Bert's expression first showed confusion, then shock, followed by fury. Bert looked up at the Federation warship, with a storm of waves appearing in his water-blue eyes. Enraged, he clenched his lips, silent, but visibly upset from the tension in his cheeks. If he could, he would surely shoot down the Federation warship that was currently slowly ascending. Liang Ying's lips curled slightly, and she smiled silently. This feeling was wonderful. Finally, the Imperial side had suffered a setback. At this moment, Liang Ying's mood was very good. Since hearing the news of the attack incident, a shadow had lingered over the hearts of federal personnel, but now this shadow had finally lifted. However, Liang Ying didn't indulge in her triumph for long. There was still a far more critical battle ahead of them. Although they had succeeded in rescuing the scientists, they still needed to return safely to the Federation. On board the warship, Liang Ying hurriedly sought out Liang Tao, informing everyone that the Empire had discovered the escape of the scientists. Liang Tao nodded and made a decision quickly. Have the 3 agents at the estate withdraw immediately and notify all federal agents within the Empire to go into hiding mode. Pause ongoing operations, focusing solely on self-preservation. Liang Tao then asked Alan, where are the groups of evacuated scientists now? Alan glanced at the latest report. All retreating groups have escaped the central star domain of the Empire. In another day, they will reach the Empire's borders, where federal advance reception ships are already waiting. Good. So far, the plan is proceeding smoothly. This time, we owe a lot to the nobles inside the Empire who support peace. Thanks to their help, the evacuees were able to use the warp point routes and thus leave the Empire's control center as fast as possible. Once we return, we must honestly report this matter to higher-ups. There are still many allies of ours within the Empire. A knock on the door broke the discussion. An intelligence officer entered. Reporting to the officer, new intelligence has just arrived, please review. Liang Tao accepted the electronic tablet handed over by the intelligence officer and entered a string of passwords only he knew, opening the information page. After some time, Liang Tao deleted the read intelligence, returning the tablet to the intelligence officer. After the intelligence officer left, Liang Tao informed everyone of the content of the intelligence. Clyde has taken action. His people departed earlier than scheduled. Judging by their direction, they're likely heading to intercept the escaping scientists. Andro is also on the move. His security troops are rushing to keep border crossings throughout the Empire, possibly intending to seal off outbound channels. Alan walked to the sand table at the center of the room, operating the screen with his fingers for a moment. A holographic 3D map of the Imperial Star Domain appeared. Liang Tao and the other generals analyzed the intelligence they had just received and demonstrated the results on the sand table. The Empire's reactions are all within our expectations. Based on current internal trends in the Empire, our warships infiltrated into the Empire's borders can definitely clear them out earlier than planned. However, there is one issue. Clyde is ultimately Prince Bert's man. Previously, he participated in the ambush against us. Now that the escape of the scientist has been exposed prematurely, Clyde's forces have already been withdrawn by Bert, which will certainly alter Andro's original ambush plan. Our groups withdrawing in batches have small numbers and have already been dispersed, making it easier for them to remain hidden. It will be difficult for the Imperials to find them. Following the original plan, as long as they make contact with Federation warships, they should be able to escape smoothly. The real trouble lies with us here. Correct. With the scientist's escape, the Empire suffers a major loss. Lacking clues, they will inevitably focus more attention on us. What we fear most is that they may seek revenge on us and no longer act as cautiously as before. The Empire's army is manageable. Once we join up with the escort ships, even if the Empire sends warships to fight us, we won't be afraid. The problem lies with those two martial arts experts. After all, a single martial arts expert at level 14 can battle an entire warship, let alone the fact that the opponent also has a level 15 expert, someone who exists only in legends, whether in the Empire or the Federation. Chapter 129, Ambush. The Federal flagship that departed from the capital star soon merged with the escort ships that had been stationed at a nearby military base, accelerating together toward the Empire's border. During their passage through the central star domain of the Empire, Imperial warships would periodically appear and accompany them for segments of their journey. On the surface, this was an act of escort, but in reality, it was surveillance. The Empire ensured the fleet of Federation warships followed the predetermined route, thereby preventing the Federation ships from bypassing the Empire's ambush circle. The Federation's plan was based on the fact that since the enemy wouldn't tamper with the situation in the central star domain, they could alter their course once they left the central star domain. Once out of the central star domain, the star domain widened significantly. Over the years, the Empire constructed many jump points and rapid spacecraft, which consumed large quantities of rare materials, reducing the number of military warships. As soon as they were outside the central star domain, the Empire's monitoring would have gaps. They lacked sufficient numbers of warships to conduct seamless coverage over the external star domains. Under a strange atmosphere, the Federation's warship group was escorted out of the central star domain by the Empire's fleet. At the same time, Liang Ying logged into the Empire's stellar network to browse the news there. Most of the content related to the successful and grand visit of the Federation delegation. It mentioned various military cooperation agreements signed between the Federation and the Empire, which were said to contribute immensely to both sides' military development in the coming years. Such propaganda filled the headlines. There was no mention of federal scientists, though several posts spoke about conditions at the border. Allegedly, the joint forces of the Empire and Federation achieved many victories, driving rebel groups like scattered stray dogs to flee chaotically. Posters warned citizens of a few border planets about potential local security issues, warning that desperate rebels might escape to those planets, possibly leading to local disorder. Soon afterward, posts appeared claiming their locations had been attacked by anti-government forces, even though these planets were located farther from the border, already in outer space domains. Liang Ying sneered. The Empire was using public opinion to set the stage for an impending attack, involving ordinary civilians in its schemes. As she expected, the people of the Empire weren't trustworthy. Liang Ying furrowed her brows, reviewing the posts about the attacks happening far from the actual border regions. This indicated the Empire was fabricating scenarios to mislead people, making it seem like the rebels had fled to the outer star domains. In other words, the Empire truly altered its ambush location and intended to make its move in the outer star domains. Suddenly standing up, Liang Ying rushed to Liang Tao's office. Dad, a large number of Imperial warships are heading our way. Liang Ying's primordial force covered the region where the warship fleet had passed. From afar, a huge cluster of Imperial warships was approaching. Speaking of which, during their travel through the star domains aboard the warships, Liang Ying discovered another characteristic of her primordial force. On a planet, her primordial force now spanned two major metropolitan areas, whereas amidst the vast expanse of interstellar space, the reach of her primordial force expanded dozens of times over. After noticing this difference, Liang Ying contemplated deeply but failed to fully grasp the principle behind the primordial force. She believed that if one day she could master its application principle, she would unlock more functions of the primordial force. Currently, the warship fleet of the Federation delegation had just exited the central star domain. The Empire sent numerous warships after them, showing just how shaken the upper echelons were by the escape of the scientists. Especially Prince Bert and Queen Margaret, along with the Medici family backing them. Their reputations were damaged severely, and given the impossibility of retrieving the fugitives, they decided to target the visiting delegation. Only by killing Liang Tao could they save face. Liang Ying detailed what she had seen to Liang Tao. Due to the great distance between the parties and the intentional concealment approach taken by the enemy, who likely activated shielding measures against detection, the Federation warships' radars could not detect them. Despite the lack of instrument response aboard the warships, Liang Tao immediately trusted his daughter and ordered all the warships to accelerate at full speed. Liang Tao opened the holographic star domain map and studied it with several tactical command officers, quickly formulating a response plan. A day later, the Federation delegation's warship fleet reached a belt of shattered stars. Asteroids were scattered throughout the star domain here, forming dark clusters in interstellar space. Spaceships traveling here had to reduce their speed to avoid collision accidents. With a single command from Liang Tao, all Federal warships concealed themselves within the broken star belt. This area was prone to accidents, but it was also easy to hide. Warships could crouch near asteroids and activate stealth functionality, remaining undetected by passing ships unless they approached closely enough. Since the Federation acted quickly, there was still some time before the arrival of the Empire's warship fleet. Everyone used this opportunity to rest and restore their strength. Liang Ying sat in Liang Tao's office. The impending battle inevitably made her feel tense. However, at that moment, she felt a deep unease in her heart, as if an ominous shadow of danger lingered and could not be shaken off. Dad, you really plan to completely annihilate the Empire's warships? Won't this provoke the Empire so much that they might declare war on us? Will this battle become the trigger for a war between the two countries? Liang Tao sat behind his desk, appearing relaxed, showing no sign of participating in an upcoming battle. Don't worry. We hold all the initiative now. Without those scientists, the Empire can't rebuild their mechanical neurons. Even if war breaks out, they can't defeat the Federation because they fully understand the gap in military power between them and us. So, they won't dare to start a war right now. However, since they dared to kidnap our Federation scientists, we must retaliate. Just rescuing them isn't enough. The Federation has been patient up to this point, only to avoid threatening these scientists' lives. Now that they are no longer in the Empire's hands, it's time for our revenge to begin. Otherwise, the Empire will think the Federation is weak. If they don't succeed this time, they'll try again later with similar actions. Only by giving them a hard blow, making them feel pain, and realizing that wrongdoings come with serious consequences, will they learn to fear, restrain themselves, and stop easily provoking or challenging the Federation's bottom line. Liang Ying nodded thoughtfully. I understand. The Empire has already violated the dignity of the Federation. If we don't carry out retribution, they will become more brazen. But, so many warships getting involved, and this isn't near the border. Although the outer star domain's planets are far away, there are still many large inhabited planets here. A fight breaking out here would be impossible to conceal. How do we resolve things once it happens? Here lies within the Empire's territory. Since they chose to act here, cleaning up the mess afterward will be their headache, not ours. Chapter 130, Mech Combination. The Empire's warships had already entered the detection range of the Federation's warships. They still needed some time to arrive at this scattered star zone. After talking with Liang Tao, Liang Ying still felt uneasy. Those two masters who had not reported back yet. She didn't know where they were now, or if they would suddenly appear and team up with the Empire's warships. These two were the real threat, especially Mr. Li Wei. The Federation's strategy was to counter him with warship artillery fire. But no one here had witnessed a level 15 martial artist. No one knew just how powerful he could be, or whether the battle plan established would succeed in stopping him. Thinking about this, Liang Ying couldn't sit still. There was too much of a gap between her level and his. If she met him in combat, how would she help Liang Tao? After pondering for a moment, Liang Ying came up with an idea. Dad, are there any spare mechs on the warship? Can you temporarily lend me one? In a fight between experts over level 14, those below level 12 could do nothing but watch unless aided by a mech suit. According to the Federation's plan, should Liang Tao be forced to personally engage in combat, elite mech warriors would come out to assist him. Liang Ying hadn't received formal mech training, but she had played virtual mech games before. Though her ranking was still near the bottom, as a beginner, she considered herself relatively proficient in basic operations. Liang Tao looked at Liang Ying, hesitating for a moment, then asked, "You want to use a mech?" Liang Ying nodded. "I'm afraid that if your battles take place too far away, I can get closer in a mech, in case I go out of range and cannot activate the Firevine Leaf." Liang Tao stared at Liang Ying steadily, seeing resolution and bravery in her eyes. "All right, I'll bring you to choose a mech. You can pilot it and stay behind. But remember, your first priority is to protect yourself." Looking into Liang Tao's eyes, Liang Ying solemnly promised, "I understand. Protecting myself, won't be a burden on Dad." Liang Tao brought Liang Ying to a warehouse. "These 9 mechs are all my backup units. Choose whichever you like." There were 9 mechs in the warehouse, each shaped differently, some humanoid, others beast-like. Their models were all unfamiliar to Liang Ying, ones she hadn't even heard of before. The backup mechs of the deputy commander of the Federation's army were certainly top secrets and the pinnacle of the Federation's technology. Blinking her eyes, Liang Ying, due to her limited vocabulary, could only describe these dazzling machines as being high class. Since these mechs were all models she'd never used, Liang Ying decided not to consider their characteristics, but instead placed her palms one by one on each mech, permeating them with her primal energy, selecting the one that matched her best. Ultimately, Liang Ying chose a silver-white lightweight humanoid mech. This mech's mobility system was incredibly well-crafted, with highly flexible joints capable of performing actions that were almost impossible for regular mechs. Moreover, this mech was light in weight, its flying speed faster than the others. It could also accelerate using the recoil from firearms, making it perfectly suited for escape in dangerous situations. Liang Tao handed the control panel of the mech to Liang Ying and accompanied her onto the operation platform, briefly explaining the points to keep in mind. As soon as Liang Ying inserted the control panel into the operation console, the mech was instantly activated. Sitting before the operation console, Liang Ying quickly flipped through the operation manual. Thanks to her astonishing memory, She memorized the entire content after reading it once. Liang Ying operated the mech, quickly familiarizing herself with it. Meanwhile, the fleet of Imperial warships had finally arrived, and Liang Tao had already left to command the battle. Soon enough, Liang Ying was able to skillfully operate the mech, but she felt it wasn't enough. Sitting at the console, Liang Ying thought for a while, unstrapping her safety harness, and then placing both hands on the operation table. Through the assimilation of primal force, Liang Ying's hands gradually merged with the mech, and slowly her entire body became one with it. Liang Ying successfully fused herself into the mech. This sensation was indeed very peculiar. Her thoughts merged with the mech's operating system, and her five senses became integrated with the mech. Standing approximately 6 meters tall, Liang Ying's current line of sight also extended to 6 meters. She looked down at the ground, feeling exceptionally large. After merging with the mech, Liang Ying operated it as if it were her own body. Issues like operational delay no longer existed. Liang Ying carefully performed the basic maneuvers of the mech first, then completed several sets of tactical movements in the mech's training routine, familiarizing herself with the use of mech weapons. While practicing mech operation, Liang Ying did not forget to monitor the battle outside. Initially, the Empire intended to ambush the Federation fleet, but the situation reversed. As the Imperial warships slowed down passing through the scattered star zone, they were unexpectedly bombarded by the suddenly emerging Federation warships. Because the Empire's warships had just slowed down, this greatly increased the hit rate of the Federation's artillery fire. By the time the first round of simultaneous firing was completed, nearly a third of the unprepared Imperial warships were heavily damaged, while the remaining two-thirds were stunned. When the commanding officer of the Imperial warships realized what was happening and started counterattacking with curses, the Federation's warships took advantage of the unique terrain of the shattered star belt to dodge while continuing their attacks. The Federation initially seized the upper hand and almost overwhelmed the Empire from the start, but the Empire had more warships than the Federation. After a few rounds, both sides entered a stalemate. Although the battle appeared somewhat balanced, the Federation held the advantage of terrain. Fully leveraging this strategic location, they could drag out the battle for some time and reclaim control over the situation. Liang Ying was still getting familiar with the mech fusion when she suddenly paused. A sense of instinctual danger flashed through her mind. Liang Ying felt a growing sense of alarm that caused her body hairs to stand on end uncontrollably. Although no figures were yet visible, she knew those two masters were about to appear. Liang Ying hurriedly exited her mech to find Liang Tao. Liang Tao patted Liang Ying's head, reiterating the importance of her staying safe. He then retrieved his personal mech and activated it to prepare for battle. The main battleship where Liang Ying and Liang Tao were stationed had been hiding at the back. The primary role of the flagship was to direct operations. Now, as Liang Tao was about to leave the ship, command temporarily shifted to his most trusted aide, Alan. A martial artist at level 14 could fight alone against a warship, and one at level 15 would only be even more terrifying. Given the current deadlock between the Federation and the Empire, it was crucial to keep these two individuals off the battlefield. Thus, Liang Tao boarded his mech and led the elite mech team to proactively confront these two experts. Meanwhile, Liang Ying also detached herself with the mech group from the warship and flew in the direction where the two old monsters were coming from. Chapter 131, Preparing for Battle. Liang Tao stopped with his team on a barren planet. Everyone scattered to find hiding places. Liang Ying kept her distance so as not to interfere. A black dot was swiftly approaching from the distance. Liang Tao's eyes narrowed slightly. He was the one who could see the farthest among those present, excluding Liang Ying. Two powerful energies emanated from that black dot. One was slightly weaker than him, while the other was so overwhelming it caused involuntary tremors in his body. Though his body quaked involuntarily, it wasn't out of fear, it was fueled by an ascending desire for battle. Liang Tao had reached the 14th level of martial arts when he was in his 40s, and over a decade later, he had climbed to its peak, but still hadn't found the key to break through. Even at the top, he could not glimpse any higher plane. Among today's opponents, there was someone who stood on that higher plane. This upcoming battle meant life or death for Liang Tao, yet it also offered an opportunity. If he survived, it might help him discover how to breach that elusive threshold. Liang Tao's body shuddered, his blood boiled, his thirst for combat surged, and his yearning for strength screamed within. Boom! Without hesitation, Liang Tao fired a gun, piercing the sky with a streak of energy beam and striking the rapidly moving black dot with perfect accuracy. The dot dissolved into a glowing mist under the potent energy assault. The mist violently writhed and dissipated into ash, revealing two smaller dots within. One paused briefly before darting toward their planet, followed closely by the second. They were here. Forcing herself to calm down, Liang Ying steeled herself not to flee from fear. The first dot released an awe-inspiring pressure wave sweeping across the surface of the planet, aiming to flush out the attacker. Privately relieved that she had fused with her mech, otherwise, her original human body wouldn't have been able to endure such pressure even enough to sit up straight. No wonder the 15th level of martial arts only existed in the legends of the third-tier civilizations. The sheer intensity of this aura alone could shake heavens and earth. Liang Ying's gaze swept over the grass before her. She heard screams emanating from the bushes. Apparently, even these plants feared the power. As the black dot grew closer to the planet, Liang Ying's heartbeat quickened. At this moment, she felt both unprecedented terror and an indescribable sensation transmitted from that distant dot. Her astonishment overwhelmed her ability to express it in words. She saw that the dot's figure seemed cloaked in a faint fog. This kind of fog used to be visible only on high-quality fruits and vegetables. A peculiar thought flashed through Liang Ying's mind. Could human bodies also have quality differences? Yes, despite identical anatomical structures, different people possess varying physical qualities. Perhaps, when one's physique reaches a certain level, the body undergoes a qualitative change, just like the cleansing of essence and reformation of flesh mentioned in classical novels. This indeed suggests that human bodies do come in different grades. Recalling each time she advanced in martial arts skills, every promotion improved her physical condition by a step. Yet, these advancements still operated at the quantitative level. Only when a sufficient accumulation occurred would a leap in quality occur. Liang Tao is currently at the 14th level of martial arts, yet no fog appeared around him. Liang Wei Gu, a master at the 15th level, therefore signifies that the 15th level is the point where the qualitative transformation occurs, meaning only upon surpassing the 15th level does the human body truly change qualitatively. Boom! The black dot finally landed on the planet. His physical form was extraordinarily strong, capable of flying through space without any tool assistance. Truly not human. Liang Ying internally made fun of this fact. After letting her mind wander for a moment, she paradoxically calmed down, reverting to her normal cool composure. Before the man could stabilize himself, numerous beams of energy shot at him. Subsequently, Liang Tao leapt out of the bushes, leading the charge. Other mechs followed closely behind, firing their weapons as they moved away. Liang Ying stayed rooted, enclosing her mech-encased self in primal force energy, waiting patiently. This time, over 20 elite mech warriors accompanied Liang Tao in facing the enemy. Divided into teams of 3, they launched dispersed attacks, retreating while attacking, using recoil force from cannons to increase their flight speed. Intense streams of energy created dense fire grids. Were the target just an ordinary person, he would surely die under this bombardment. Such intense firepower would leave not even ashes. However, Liang Ying watched in disbelief as the man swiftly dodged, creating distorted illusions. Despite the heavy barrage of fire, he remained completely unharmed. In fact, his movements accelerated more and more, entirely unaffected by the grid-like attack network. It seemed as if this man treated the crossfire formed by over 20 individuals as non-existent. Liang Ying saw a trace of an eerie smile on the corner of that man's lips and was seized by terror. She hastily shouted in the team channel, "Quick, move out of the way. The opponent is about to use his ultimate skill." Liang Ying had not undergone military training, so her words were the common language she used when participating in team battles on the virtual mech platform. Even though Liang Ying's shout wasn't full of military jargon, its meaning was clear enough. No one doubted it much, and they quickly dispersed in all directions. But, after all, the mech warriors hadn't reacted fast enough at the first moment, and their split-second hesitation made them pay a price. Li Wei's fist had already struck out. Although it was just one punch, the momentum contained within seemed to stir the heavens and the earth. The warriors only felt a gale coming towards them, instantly causing the mechs they piloted to stumble awkwardly and sit down. Among them, a few were right at the center of the force generated by that punch. Those mechs were lifted up by the wind from the punch, tumbled several times in midair, then crashed heavily onto the ground. Even Liang Tao, along with all the warriors of the Federation, were shocked inwardly. Though they had mentally prepared themselves for the might of martial arts master, they were still awed by his overpowering presence. With just one punch, seemingly casual as it looked, he had managed to bring down several mechs. Is this even human? This can't be human. Liang Ying had witnessed all this, and before she could worry for Liang Tao and the others, she noticed that the latter black had arrived as well, and thus urgently reminded everyone in the team channel. Not all mechs went with Liang Tao to deal with the first person. 9 warriors remained hiding in the bushes. This second individual, of course, was Master Ekil. Since he had not yet surpassed the 15th level, he couldn't fly unaided in the void and needed to rely on a mech to reach this planet. Piloting his mech close to the ground, the 9 people hidden among the grass opened fire simultaneously. Ekil hurriedly dodged, avoiding 5 beams of energy but still hit by the remaining 4. Chapter 132, Danger. Archer's mech was damaged by an energy beam, but the mech's energy shield neutralized most of the attack. The remaining part still severely wounded the mech. Having succeeded in their ambush, the 9 mechs didn't linger to fight, quickly retreating to create distance. Archer's mech was damaged but could still move, yet the malfunctioning machine couldn't keep up with his maneuvers. He was always impulsive and had already been left far behind by Li Wei, which frustrated him greatly. Now that the mech wasn't responsive enough, he opened the operation hatch and jumped out of the mech. Archer truly lived up to his reputation as a master of martial arts. While dodging energy beams flying from all directions, he climbed back onto his mech and dismantled its weapons. However, Archer was truly audacious. He held a cannon bigger than himself with one hand, chuckled wickedly, and ran towards the Federation's mechs while continuously dodging energy beams coming from all sides. Liang Ying hadn't moved at all from start to finish. She only closely observed the battle situation on both sides. Although Liang Tao was at a disadvantage in strength, he benefited from numbers, more than 20 people against 1. Even if they couldn't achieve parity, their side wouldn't suffer significant losses in a short time. But things were more complicated for Archer. Most of the federal mech warriors here were ranked at martial arts levels 12 or 13. Since Li Wei's side was even tougher, Liang Tao led a group of mostly level 13 warriors, whereas those dealing with Archer were all level 12 warriors. There was only a 2-level difference between levels 12 and 14, but the gap in strength was immense. The higher the rank, the greater the difference between each level. and it became harder to break through. Fortunately, these 9 warriors were longtime comrades whose coordination was almost flawless. Even though they fought while retreating, Archer hadn't gained any advantage. It should also be noted that their initial ambush was successful. All the Federation mechs remained undamaged, meaning that each warrior effectively boosted their martial arts skill by 1 rank thanks to their mech protection. On the other hand, Archer discarded his mech right from the start, opting to confront the mech cannons with just his bare body. This left him at a significant disadvantage. Still, the martial arts gap was too great to bridge entirely. Archer's distance to the Federal mechs was gradually closing, and true to his tenacity, he relentlessly targeted a single mech with his cannon, forcing it into increasingly desperate evasive maneuvers. Liang Ying's heart was tightening. She calculated the distance between herself and Archer, determined that there was sufficient space for her to escape, then subtly began moving. Liang Ying lifted her energy gun, slowly aimed, then pulled the trigger. Guided by primal energy, she concealed the signature of the energy beam and precisely struck Archer's right leg. With a boom, Archer's right leg erupted into a bloom of blood. He was injured. Ordinarily, the destructive power contained within an energy beam would reduce an ordinary person's body into a puddle of blood, but Archer was a martial arts master, possessing a near-transformative robust physique. As a result, this shot only wounded him. It failed to cripple his leg. Even so, Archer was now injured, and the wound in his leg restricted his freedom of movement, increasing the distance between him and the mech warriors once again. Seeing the hit land, Liang Ying felt secretly pleased, especially when she noticed Archer's slowed pace. But her satisfaction soon turned sour when she saw Archer swallowing a pill, which rapidly healed his injury. Her face darkened as she raised her energy gun again, using primal energy to guide her continuous fire, all shots hitting their mark. The pills Archer consumed worked exceptionally well, and the new wounds inflicted by Liang Ying were healing just as quickly. So, while every shot landed, they did little to damage Archer. Nevertheless, Archer was growing increasingly irritated. He not only had to evade attacks from the front, but also ward off sneaky attacks from behind. Particularly annoying was that the mysterious attackers somehow managed to shoot him repeatedly, causing no severe harm, but restricting his movements significantly. Liang Ying realized her objective now, to not cause substantial damage but to disrupt the enemy, thereby relieving some pressure from the mech warriors. She consistently aimed for Archer's right leg, focusing her shots on the same spot, thus slowing down his recovery and gradually enlarging the wound. Her harassment tactics clearly had an effect. Unable to immediately catch up with the mechs ahead, Archer had already taken several hits. Though no scars remained, he endured intense pain upon impact, and the potent pills he consumed caused additional pain during the recovery process. Once again being hit in the same spot on his right leg enraged Archer. He redirected his gun and rushed toward Liang Ying. Due to the protection of primal energy, Archer wouldn't have been able to detect her. But after several rounds of firing, by judging the direction from which the energy rays came, Archer had long since determined Liang Ying's approximate hiding place. The moment Liang Ying saw Archer coming toward her, she immediately stood up and shot backward at full speed, while continuing to fire even as she retreated. Archer felt like he was going insane. He kept being hit by that person ahead of him without managing a single hit in return. Most infuriatingly, he sensed that the other person's cultivation was far lower than his, yet he couldn't understand how their marksmanship was so incredibly precise. At the same time, Archer also felt something strange about the mech ahead. A vague sense of impending danger rose in his mind, convincing him that this person must be eliminated first. Liang Ying's integration with the primal energy allowed for perfect fusion, synchronizing her thoughts with the mech system completely. As a result, she exploited the mech's performance to its fullest potential, making it behave less like a conventional mech and more like an extension of her own body. Her mech's behavior pattern thus became much more human-like. In simpler terms, Liang Ying's mech operation was less mechanical and brimmed with vitality. This flawless synchronization meant Liang Ying could maximize the capabilities of the mech, allowing her to not only maintain her lead over Archer, but gradually increase the distance between them. Archer was furious. He felt his dignity as the Empire's royal master had been trampled upon. The person before him was someone he could have crushed with just a finger, and yet here he was, getting outmaneuvered. This indignity could not be tolerated. The individual had to be dealt with first. The 9 mech warriors originally chased by Archer were left dumbfounded. The situation had completely reversed. Now they were chasing Archer instead. The 9 mech warriors felt no relief. Liang Ying's extraordinary display put a significant distance between herself and Archer's relentless pursuit of Liang Ying further distanced him from the 9 mechs behind him. Gradually, the gap between the 9 mech warriors and Liang Ying widened significantly. Chapter 133, Trapped. Liang Ying wasn't running aimlessly. Instead, she was heading toward a forest up ahead. This uninhabited planet was covered in wilderness, with forests and beasts existing in their most primal forms. In an environment untouched by human destruction, the trees and flowers grew naturally, lush and dense. Liang Ying darted into the woods and disappeared after a few quick maneuvers. Akir tracked her to this point, but found Liang Ying's presence seemed to vanish. This made him even more cautious as he unleashed his full pressure into the forest. Affected by Akir's pressure, countless birds and beasts fled in panic, creating quite a commotion, as though all living things in this forest had escaped. Liang Ying hid behind a massive ancient tree that had been growing for hundreds of years. Its thick trunk was too large for over a dozen people to encircle, its towering height almost reaching the sky, and its flourishing branches and leaves completely concealed her mech suit. With her palms pressed against the ground, the essence energy spread across the entire mountain wilds, causing the plants to begin slowly transforming. An endless number of branches and plants blocked Akir's search path, so he blasted through with a fire cannon, clearing a way in the forest. Liang Ying realized ordinary trees wouldn't stop Akir's advance. While trying to slow him down with the growing vegetation, she also surveyed the forest for any useful tools. Liang Ying's luck was good. In the center of this forest, there was a patch of ghost cry vine. The ghost cry vine was an extremely rare natural plant. Its branches were incredibly hard, comparable to metal. Especially when fused with specific metals, it could be used for building starships. After estimating Akir's distance, Liang Ying came up with a plan. There were just too many trees here, growing chaotically without any clear paths, forcing Akir to continuously clear the way with his fire cannon. As they ventured deeper in, even Akir's usual arrogant confidence started waning. He hadn't expected the Federation to have such extraordinary individuals. Although his level 14 prowess initially led him to believe there would be no obstacles, until now, he still hadn't detected the other's presence. Even when he witnessed the mech being driven before and after the chase, he couldn't feel any signs of life within the cockpit, only finding the entire mech unnervingly strange. Could the Federation have developed a new kind of mech? Or perhaps the opponent practiced some specialized breath-hiding technique? Akir felt both anxious and angry inside. He originally came to deal with Liang Tao, but now he was being delayed by these lesser soldiers, who kept making fools out of him. How could a master of martial arts put up with such an outcome? Not that he worried about Li Wei failing against Liang Tao on his side, but considering how the two had come together and Akir never got to confront the main opponent directly, it would indeed be embarrassing to admit. By agreeing to the Crown Prince's plan this time, Akir originally intended to spar with Liang Tao. They were both at level 14 in martial arts, offering Akir the perfect opportunity to test his newly enhanced skills after his breakthrough. He yearned to face off with someone of equivalent skill rather than waste time playing around with minor soldiers. Akir fired another shot from his fire cannon, burning away the road blocked by countless branches and forming a large opening several meters wide and tall. Suddenly, a flash of silver appeared up ahead, and Akir yelled, "Stand still. You want to keep running? Today I'll beat you into a bloody pulp." Recovering his target, Akir instantly became invigorated. With his fire cannon unable to shoot fast enough, he extended his left hand, using brute force to cut through the obstacles while relentlessly chasing after Liang Ying. Liang Ying feigned panic, fleeing with all her might, even ceasing her usual tactic of firing guns backward as a distraction. She maintained a certain distance between her and Akir, leading him closer to the ghost cry vine area. Akir, seeing the mech ahead floundering in disarray, couldn't help but chuckle. He wielded a fiery cannon in one hand, which morphed into a blade in the other, chopping down branches as he pursued and bombarded the mech from behind. Behind them, the 9 other mechs seemed lost, as they hadn't shown up yet. Akir figured the front mech must have panicked due to losing backup support. Akir's laughter grew louder and more insane, echoing continuously through the mountains and evoking chills deep within the hearts of listeners. Ahead lay an open area where Akir abruptly halted, aimed carefully, and fired at the escaping mech in front. The mech barely dodged the surprise attack from behind. However, Akir used the mech's fire cannon, not an ordinary energy gun. Both the range and power far exceeded standard weapons. Although the silver mech evaded the direct hit, it was still affected by the cannon's splash damage. The impact wave struck the arm section of the silver mech. The energy shield neutralized half the blow, but the remaining half impacted the structure, leaving a burnt black scar across the previously gleaming silver arm. Akir burst out laughing, moving forward like the wind. His speed on foot matched the flight speed of the mech without difficulty. There was still a tinge of regret in his heart. If his last cannon shot had struck the mech's leg instead, it would have been much better. Although the mech had been hit, Liang Ying, who was integrated with it, remained unharmed. A mech itself did not feel pain, and thus Liang Ying could not sense any agony either. However, in order to prevent Akir from growing suspicious, she still pretended as if the mech had been affected. The ghost cryvine forest now came into sight, and Liang Ying intentionally shortened the distance between her and Akir to lower his vigilance. Finally, Liang Ying darted into the ghost cryvine forest, and Akir pursued her inside. After Akir advanced further into the forest, Liang Ying suddenly increased her energy flow significantly. The source power surged through the ghost cryvine forest at a rapid pace. Akir, living up to his title as a martial arts master, possessed an incredibly sharp instinctive alertness. While he couldn't see the source energy, he felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Though unaware what the mech in front had done, his instincts drove him to slow down his steps. Then, Akir was stunned. What on earth was happening before his eyes? An endless number of ghost cryvines were growing at an astonishing visible speed. Branches that were originally less than a meter long began to extend, becoming 2 meters, then 3 meters. It didn't stop there. Not only were these ghost cryvine branches growing longer, they were also thickening. Some branches had grown as thick as an adult's thigh. Countless ghost cryvines surrounded Akir, weaving together like a large net aiming to trap him within its grasp. Akir let out a deafening roar. The scene unfolding before him was too terrifying to contemplate, yet it left no room for overthinking. He knew the power of ghost cryvine well. If he got trapped, there was no way he could break free on his own. His fire cannon fired against the ghost cryvine branches, leaving nothing but a puff of smoke behind. But those branches continued to encroach towards him relentlessly. Without hesitation, Akir discarded his fire cannon. His fists clenched tightly, His muscles started swelling so much that his protective suit even tore apart. With ceaseless strikes of his fists aimed at the ghost cry vine branches surrounding him, the branches merely swayed slightly. Determined as ever, they kept closing in toward him. Chapter 134, Kill. Archer was greatly shocked. These ghost cry vines seemed to have come alive, not only trapping him, but also binding his limbs, making him completely immobile. Beyond layers of ghost cry vines, the silver mech finally came to a stop. It gazed from afar at Archer, who was bound tight. The humanoid mech's head occasionally flashed with silver light, giving one the illusion that this was a living giant. According to the Federation's plan, both Archer and Li Wei were to be killed. To let such strong opponents go would surely invite future trouble. As for capturing them, that was an unrealistic thought. The Federation had no means to contain experts like these for long, especially Archer. If the Empire wanted to assassinate Liang Tao, then the Federation would kill their top expert in response. This was retaliation as well as a warning. Liang Ying stood outside the ghost cry vine forest, watching Archer covered entirely in vine branches. The mech arm raised up, primordial power surged once again. The ghost cry vines stretched out again, bundling Archer and bringing him before Liang Ying. Archer was shocked yet again. It wasn't a good day today. Too many shocking things had happened, leaving him unable to accept it all. Who are you? Liang Ying, of course, didn't answer him. Don't you know who I am? I'm His Majesty the Emperor's personal bodyguard and the Royal Grand Master. Let me go immediately. Liang Ying silently moved her arms. The large mech hand extended above Archer's head, casting a shadow that enveloped Archer. What are you going to do? Do you want to kill me? You think killing me will come without a price? Do you wish to spark a war between the Empire and the Federation? Liang Ying remained silent as the mech's hand slowly descended towards Archer's head. She wasn't planning to kill Archer. Even if he was trapped now, thoroughly eliminating him wouldn't be easy since he was a martial arts master who could fight against mech solely with his body. Liang Ying hadn't killed anyone, let alone a martial arts master, so she instinctively felt that she lacked the ability to take Archer's life. Liang Ying's primordial power had always been focused on plants. Though she had once used it to peer into the insides of others' bodies, she'd never injected it into humans or animals. But this time, she wanted to try injecting her primordial power into Archer's brain. She intended to destroy the brain tissue so that no one could extract information from it. After deciding to use the ghost cry vines to bind Archer, Liang Ying intentionally provided false information over the team channel and sent those 9 mech warriors away. The sight of vines behaving as though they were alive and tying someone up was too far beyond common sense to explain reasonably, and thus Liang Ying chose to keep it secret and prevent those 9 people from seeing it. Once, Liang Ying had seen a post on the Star Network mentioning that the highest-level studies in interstellar life sciences suggested that under certain conditions, it was possible to use a dead person's brain to extract some preserved information, essentially recreating the deceased's memories. Since secrecy was paramount, there couldn't be any risks left behind. Archer's memory needed to be thoroughly erased. The only method Liang Ying could think of to damage Archer's brain was by using primordial power. Only, this being her first attempt at such an action, she was unsure if it would succeed. In truth, Liang Ying had previously suspected that primordial power could affect animals and humans, but she had never dared to try until now. This was also an opportunity. Archer glared furiously, his entire body filled with blood. He realized that the person inside the mech before him intended to give him no way out. As a master of physical combat, dying like this was simply an unbearable humiliation. You're ruthless, kid. No matter what kind of monster you are, if you want my death today, you won't live either. With a loud boom, a burst of blood mist erupted from half of Archer's body, startling Liang Ying immensely. Facing death, how could Archer submit so easily? In a decisive move, he detonated his right leg, blasting apart part of the ghost cry vine branches covering his body, which were harder than metal. Archer's left leg and left hand were still tightly bound by the ghost cry vine branches. His right leg had disappeared, and his right hand suffered heavy damage. However, the ghost cry vine branches originally binding his right hand were shattered, freeing his right hand. This time it was Liang Ying's turn to be stunned. The mech arm hovering above Archer's head was also affected by the explosion. Blood and flesh dotted its surface, making Liang Ying feel nauseous. While Liang Ying was dazed, Archer, with much more combat experience, did not hesitate to swing his newly freed arm despite being injured. This punch from Archer was far more fierce than any previous one. This was a blow delivered by a master of physical combat in the face of death, infused with overwhelming fury. Boom! Liang Ying was hit. The mech's body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the ground, rolling several times before stopping. Archer's dying counterattack was not over yet. After landing one punch, he quickly followed up with another, and then another, each blow more powerful than the last. Liang Ying had barely managed to get up when she was hit repeatedly, her mech taking the blows passively. After enduring several punches, she finally regained her senses, ceasing her attempts to stand, and instead focusing her primordial power on the ghost cry vines. Half of Archer's body was still entangled by the vines, no matter how hard he struggled. The only way out would be to detonate his remaining left leg or left hand. However, just as Archer was focused solely on destroying the silver mech, more ghost cry vines extended toward him, rewrapping his body and binding his right hand once again. Learning from her previous mistake, Liang Ying used the ghost cry vines to bind Archer tightly, wrapping him like a dumpling and leaving no room for movement. Once she was certain that Archer could no longer attack, Liang Ying rose from the ground. This time, she didn't approach Archer but maintained a distance while channeling her primordial power. Archer, filled with rage and despair, suddenly experienced excruciating pain in his head, as if something was gnawing at his brain. Ah! Archer screamed in agony, unable to endure the searing pain any longer. He chose to self-detonate, ending his life to escape this torment. The Empire's top expert ultimately met his end in an explosion. Even Liang Ying was startled by Archer's final anguish scream. It turned out using primordial power to alter the human body caused unbearable pain, even to a master of physical combat. Liang Ying shivered involuntarily. She decided not to use this method again. It was pure torture, far too inhumane. She steadied herself. Liang Tao was still engaged in battle elsewhere, and she needed to hurry to assist him. Carefully scanning the remnants left behind by Archer's self-destruction, Liang Ying confirmed that he was dead beyond all doubt. A sigh of relief escaped her lips as one enemy was finally eliminated. Broken ghost cry vine branches were scattered across the ground. Among them, Liang Ying discovered a small, colorful stone. It resembled the one in her dormitory fish tank, suggesting they might belong to the same kind of material. Chapter 135, Severe Injury. Arkel's death was easier than planned, but also stranger. This precisely demonstrated the distinctiveness and power of the primal force. Liang Ying deeply felt that in terms of using the primal force, she might have only barely touched the edge of the door, without even stepping over the threshold. However, there was no time for her to dwell on these thoughts now. Liang Ying picked up the seven-colored pebble on the ground and looked at it with puzzlement for a while. The aura of this pebble was identical to her seven-colored stone. It must be part of the same substance. Even though Arkel self-destructed into flesh and blood, and the ghost cry vine branches binding him were reduced to fragments by the impact of the master-level body technique explosion, this small stone remained unscathed. Liang Ying suddenly remembered some information she had gathered from the agents before, which stirred something within her. Could this be the legendary Tianyan stone? It was rumored that Arkel obtained a fist-sized Tianyan stone from the crown prince of the empire. After his breakthrough, a small piece of the stone was left behind. Perhaps he hadn't consumed all of the Tianyan stones after all? That's right. This must be the Tianyan stone. Arkel kept this one, likely intending to use it when attempting to break through the body art's level 15 barrier. Liang Ying hesitated for a moment, then decided to keep the seven-colored stone for herself instead of handing it over to the federal government. This small piece of Tianyan stone was slightly larger than the one she had obtained earlier. Her father, Liang Lao, is currently at the peak of body arts level 14, so it might as well be secretly given to her father. Arkel was dead, and Liang Ying reported her position in the team channel, instructing the 9 mecha warriors to come over and handle the scene. She, however, headed toward Liang Tao's side. In another barren wasteland of this planet, many scattered remnants of mechas lay haphazardly. While Liang Ying was playing around with Arkel, Liang Tao had experienced an intense battle. In a short period, more than 20 mechas accompanying Liang Tao were torn apart and rendered unable to fight. Fortunately, Li Wei's target was Liang Tao, so the lives of others didn't matter much to him. Although the mechas were destroyed, the warriors inside were still alive. However, they lost their combat ability. Most of them fell into a coma, and the few remaining ones were awake but couldn't move. Now, only Liang Tao could still fight, but his mecha was already damaged, leaving him to face off against Li Wei in human form alone. Liang Tao's situation was far from optimistic. He had suffered severe injuries, with several broken ribs. If he hadn't been able to control the mechanical neurons, he would probably have been killed by now. The gap in strength between body arts levels 14 and 15 was like an insurmountable barrier. It couldn't be bridged through shortcuts or tricks. For this visit, Liang Tao carried 100 B-sized attack drones made up of mechanical neurons. These drones could be controlled by his mental energy, and 100 was the limit of what he could operate simultaneously. Out of the original 100 drones, only less than half remain now. The rest were destroyed manually by Li Wei. Despite their high cost, Liang Tao didn't have time to feel sorry for them. All his attention was on the fight ahead. Even though he was in peril, he didn't feel fear, but instead developed a spirit that grew stronger as the battle intensified. Dozens of attack drones formed a giant sword in front of Liang Tao and attacked Li Wei with full force, followed by Liang Tao's devastating punch. Contrary to the dire situation on the Federation side, Li Wei still appeared calm after the battle had lasted for so long. He casually raised his arm and struck directly against Liang Tao's attack. When both sides met, sparks flew everywhere. The frontmost attack drones took the full brunt of the attack and exploded instantly, losing power and falling to the ground. The giant sword in front of Liang Tao seemed unable to withstand the opponent's blow and shattered inch by inch. Some of the drones were lucky enough not to explode, while others failed to endure the impact and were rendered useless. Though the giant sword couldn't counter the attack entirely, it did weaken it somewhat, relieving some pressure from Liang Tao. With a deafening roar, the fists clashed momentarily, yet echoed loudly throughout the heavens like thunder in the skies. The ground beneath them cracked, forming a large pit several meters wide. Liang Tao steadied himself against the ground, spitting out 2 mouthfuls of fresh red blood. Another rib had broken in his body. Yet, he wiped the corner of his mouth as if completely unfazed by the pain, staring intently at his opponent. As for Li Wei, after receiving the blow, his body merely swayed slightly, with no change in expression on his face. He shook his hand, as if the previous strike had only shaken his wrist a bit, making him feel slightly uncomfortable. Liang Tao cautiously observed his opponent's movements while restoring his stamina. At his command, the remaining attack drones regrouped in front of him once again, though their numbers had dwindled by nearly half. This time, They did not form a giant sword but turned into a shield protecting Liang Tao. After regaining his strength, Liang Tao launched another attack, delivering a solid punch. The result was the same as before. His injuries worsened while his attacks were like scratching the surface of his opponent. Then came another punch, and another. All 100 attack drones were destroyed, leaving Liang Tao with no external force to rely on. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished as he continued to deliver blow after blow with great courage. It was clear that his opponent had not been putting forth full effort, treating the fight as if it were merely a form of amusement for him. However, Liang Tao's fearless spirit eventually left an impression on him. As the master of body arts, Li Wei possessed deeper insights into its cultivation compared to Liang Tao. He understood better than anyone how important combat spirit was for those who practice body arts. A person without fighting spirit would never reach the peak. Li Wei sighed inwardly as he looked at Liang Tao, who could barely stand anymore. If they weren't enemies, he would have admired Liang Tao greatly. Unfortunately, their roles as opponents meant that Liang Tao was destined not to cross the insurmountable gap and reach the next level. Li Wei had also recognized that Liang Tao was a true genius in body arts, someone capable of enhancing himself continuously even during fierce battles. If there wasn't such a wide gap between them, Liang Tao might very well have broken through and counterattacked during this battle. But it was regrettable that the barrier wasn't easy to overcome. Even though Liang Tao had gained some understanding during the fight, he needed time to digest these lessons, and tragically, Liang Tao had no more time left. Out of respect for a true talent, Li Wei decided to take the battle seriously. No longer would he toy with his adversary. Instead, he resolved to send this genius off swiftly and cleanly. Li Wei's eyes finally revealed intense concentration. This time, he put forth half of his power in a single punch, more than enough to kill Liang Tao, who was already gravely injured. For the first time, Liang Tao saw murderous intent in his opponent's gaze, which only excited him further. But his severe wounds slowed him down. There was no way he could evade this fatal blow. At the very moment Li Wei's fist was about to hit Liang Tao, something strange happened. Liang Tao vanished right before his eyes. For just a split second, Li Wei hesitated, but only for a fleeting moment. His punch did not stop, continuing towards where Liang Tao had stood moments earlier. Chapter 136. Burial. The gap between level 14 and level 15 in physical combat skills is as vast as a trench. Once, Liang Tao could only look up to it from the summit, finding it still impossibly far away. But today, he has finally seen the threshold. He is now closer than ever to crossing it. Even with grievous injuries, his spirit remains at its peak. Even when facing a death trap, he has never shown fear, and continues to move forward bravely. Thus, Li Wei hesitated for a moment, and that moment was enough. Liang Tao managed to avoid the greatest damage after all. Although struck by the force of a punch, he did not die. He evaded it. Liang Tao's wounds are worse now, but his eyes still glint with determination. Though Li Wei cannot see this now, Li Wei's punch missed its mark, leaving him deeply shocked. He discovered that Liang Tao's aura had completely vanished. How could this be? Did Liang Tao truly disappear into thin air? What kind of technology could erase even his presence like this? No, Mengfei Federation is only a third-tier civilization, and not even fourth-tier civilizations have heard of such technology. How could people from a third-tier civilization master something so advanced? Unless... Many thoughts raced through Li Wei's mind in an instant. Li Wei hails from Litlyria, a fourth-tier civilization which serves as the supervising civilization for both the Mengfei Federation and the Ao's Empire. According to interstellar treaties, unless it involves the overall development of the galaxy, a supervisory civilization must not interfere casually in the competition between lower-tier civilizations. High-tier civilization individuals are forbidden from arbitrarily killing those from lower-tier civilizations, a rule clearly documented in their civil laws. Violating this would equate to breaking the laws of higher civilizations. Therefore, Li Wei had secretly come here. Since it was a secret mission, naturally he would be wary if the higher-ups found out. When Liang Tao suddenly disappeared, it made Li Wei suspicious of whether he had connections to a higher-tier civilization. A technology that allowed invisibility and erased one's aura would surely not belong to a mere third-tier civilization. Li Wei's eyes suddenly widened. Once he made up his mind, there was no turning back. He was already here, and even if reported, as long as they couldn't find solid evidence, they wouldn't be able to prove his guilt. Li Wei's eyes flickered between light and shadow as he silently turned around, scanning over the scattered fragments of mecha lying about. To silence witnesses, eliminate everyone present. That way there would be no evidence left. With a dark face, Li Wei began to approach those fragmented mechas. Suddenly, his heart tightened, and he quickly moved forward, yet he still didn't escape it. Li Wei was struck on his back, a punch obviously delivered by Liang Tao, who remained invisible. He was still capable of fighting. Liang Tao's physical combat skills were several times greater than Liang Ying's. Under the effect of invisibility caused by the firevine leaves, his movements became utterly silent, impossible for others to discern. Despite being heavily injured, Liang Tao fought on relentlessly, sustained by an enormous spiritual force, as if neither fatigue nor pain mattered. Punch after punch, though none inflicted significant damage on Li Wei, the disturbance continued endlessly, thwarting his attempts to kill everyone as a cover-up. But Li Wei couldn't see Liang Tao. He also couldn't lock onto his aura. All he could do was swing wildly in every direction, most punches missing entirely. Occasionally hitting, Li Wei was still unable to secure Liang Tao due to his rapid movements. Not too far from where Liang Tao and Li Wei were battling, Liang Ying hid behind a large rock, anxiously waiting for the arrival of the other 9 mech warriors. When Liang Tao and Li Wei were earlier locked in combat, Liang Ying had taken position here ahead of time. The location was sufficiently distant to ensure Li Wei wouldn't notice her, yet close enough to activate the Firevine leaf power whenever necessary. While watching Liang Tao take blows helplessly before, Liang Ying had felt intense distress but restrained herself as instructed beforehand, waiting until the opponent grew more serious before initiating the hidden technique. It was meant to remain a trump card, and revealing it too early might cause the adversary to prepare defenses prematurely. Though severely wounded now, though slightly improved after going undercover, Liang Tao was still receiving more harm compared to his opponent. Liang Ying worried immensely but did not recklessly intervene. She had noticed how Liang Tao's condition, while seemingly strong, relied purely on mental fortitude. During plan formulation earlier, Liang Tao reminded her, in contests between experts, one should not meddle unnecessarily lest unexpected accidents happen. Additionally, the Federation side had planned the operation carefully. This wasn't merely Liang Ying's solo fight. It was a group effort requiring coordination with others for guaranteed success. Moreover, although Liang Ying accidentally killed Arkel before, Arkel's explosive demise stemmed directly from his lack of willpower. However, what Liang Tao faced now was someone at a much higher level in terms of physical combat skills. His body's energy, beyond normal human levels, contained visible mists, making the effectiveness of intrinsic energy uncertain. In the past, Liang Ying had tried to use intrinsic energy to peek at the pendant of Duke Andro, almost getting caught. Since then, she refrained from using intrinsic energy against skilled physical fighters. With the Firevine leaves on Liang Tao's body, Liang Ying couldn't turn invisible, so she absolutely could not let Li Wei find out about her ability. Therefore, she didn't dare to use her primordial power on Li Wei, not even daring to try it once. Finally, the other 9 people arrived. Liang Ying hurriedly used her primordial power to encase this area, preventing Li Wei from discovering their group. According to the previous plan, the 9 mechas, along with Liang Ying, had all uninstalled half of the energy cartridges from their mecha suits. These energy cartridges contained massive amounts of energy, which powered the mechas when equipped. When combined, their destructive potential was even more astonishing. Half the standby energy from the 10 mechas piled up on the ground like a small mountain. Once this mountain was detonated, everything within a 10-kilometer radius would be flattened, its destructive force comparable to that of a small nuclear bomb. After preparing the energy pile, the critical part of the next phase of the plan now hinged entirely on Liang Tao. Li Wei had grown increasingly irritable due to Liang Tao's constant harassment and wanted to end the fight as soon as possible, but he just couldn't capture him. Suddenly, Liang Tao's figure appeared behind Li Wei. Li Wei instantly locked onto his aura and wasted no time in reaching out to grab him. However, this time, unlike before, Liang Tao didn't fight recklessly regardless of life or death. Instead, he sprinted away with all his might. Li Wei sneered maliciously and began chasing after him. In his mind, Liang Tao's invisibility technology must be incomplete. Either its duration had expired, or there was a malfunction. As Li Wei chased Liang Tao away, Liang Ying and the others quickly moved unconscious mech warriors out of their cockpits, bringing them into safety inside their own mechas. Besides Liang Ying, the other 9 mechas retreated to a safe place. Liang Tao couldn't outrun Li Wei, especially given his injuries. Soon, Li Wei caught up with him. Just as Liang Tao was about to be captured, he vanished inexplicably again. Chapter 137, Return. 10 mechs flew clumsily through the starry sky. A closer look would reveal that their bodies were covered in scars. Some of the mechs had broken parts, merely managing to maintain flight. Liang Ying's silver mech flew in the middle, its once beautiful body now full of dents and scratches. In particular, both mechanical arms were already broken, with circuits exposed, occasionally sparking. At this moment, Liang Ying had already separated from the mech. The silver mech was now being automatically operated by its system, following another mech in front, while Liang Ying was busy saving Liang Tao inside the cockpit. Their plan succeeded, as the martial artist from the superior civilization was killed in an energy box explosion. However, the cost of killing such a powerful figure was also great. Li Wei detonated his body just before death, doubling the original explosion, leaving no time for Liang Ying's group of mechs to retreat. Liang Tao was unable to rendezvous with Liang Ying in time and bore part of the explosion with his flesh. Fortunately, Liang Ying suddenly stimulated countless plants to grow wildly, shielding them from some of the attack. Otherwise, these 10 mechs, along with Liang Tao, would have all become sacrifices to Li Wei. Now, these 10 mechs were barely flying. If a skilled fighter intervened at this point, they could easily be wiped out. To protect Liang Tao, Liang Ying used her fundamental power to form a protective membrane on his body surface. But her skills were limited, and this layer could only absorb a small part of the explosive impact. It was fortunate that Liang Tao didn't die in the explosion, thanks to his quick reflexes. At the most critical moment, he finally caught up with Liang Ying, who held him in her hands, using both her arms to shield him from the explosion. By this point, Liang Tao had no undamaged skin left on his entire body. His ribs were broken beyond count, his body covered entirely in his own blood. Were it not for the instruments detecting his faint breathing, Liang Ying would have doubted if he was still alive. The worst injuries on Liang Tao were his 2 arms. In his battle against Li Wei, his arms served as his primary weapon, thus suffering the greatest damage, showing deep fractures on the exposed bones. Liang Ying looked at Liang Tao's arms, both blood-soaked and revealing jagged white bones, marked with cracks. Liang Ying placed Liang Tao into the mech's repair pod. now unconscious. Liang Tao lay submerged in the repair liquid. The main ship came to pick them up. It seemed the battles on the warship side had already ended. The 10 battered mechs entered the flagship, where medical personnel rushed forward, carrying out seriously injured and unconscious warriors. Liang Tao was still inside the repair pod, which was carried away by the medics as a whole unit. Liang Ying was likely the only one among this group who appeared entirely unaffected. She followed the medical team closely, watching the doctors open the repair pod and carry Liang Tao into the advanced medical chamber aboard the main ship. With the Supreme Commander Liang Tao unconscious, the fleet was taken over by Alan completely. Meanwhile, Liang Ying remained in the medical area, accompanying Liang Tao as he repaired his body. The battle between the warships ended with the total annihilation of the Empire's ships, with the Federation losing only a few vessels. The Federation retrieved all the wreckage from their own ships, safely transferring the crew to other vessels. As for the Empire's ship remains, they ignored them altogether, leaving this mess entirely for the Empire to clean up. The Federation was making a statement, clearly telling the Empire that they were unafraid of war. If the Empire wanted to fight, the Federation would join in without hesitation. Moreover, the Federation's stance was very firm, practically slapping the Empire in the face, declaring loud and clear to the Empire government that provoking the Federation would come at a price. Of course, Alan and his team also knew when to stop, as they were still within the Imperial Star Domain. Only after returning to the Federation Star Domain would they truly be safe. All the warships powered up fully, heading straight towards the Federation's territory. And within a short period, the Empire couldn't regroup its warships to intercept them again. Several days later, the visiting fleet entered the Federation Star Domain. They were finally back. During these days, Liang Tao had stayed in the medical chamber. He had already woken up, with his spirit restored, but his body had only recovered by less than 1/10, showcasing how severe his initial injuries were. Quietly, Liang Ying gave Liang Tao the Tianyan stone, causing both surprise and joy in Liang Tao. Originally, due to his severe injuries, it would take Liang Tao a long time to recover. Whether or not his body condition could return to what it was previously was uncertain. With such heavy injuries, even if his body healed, it could leave potential hazards, preventing any further physical advancement. In this battle, Liang Tao had touched upon that threshold. If his inability to advance was caused by bodily hazards, it would be his lifelong regret. However, with this Tianyan stone, the likelihood of Liang Tao's body recovering was much greater. The only regret was that this Tianyan stone was too small. If it were larger, he would be even more confident in restoring his body to its previous state. Liang Tao lay in the repair liquid, fiddling with the Tianyan stone in his hand, while Liang Ying spoke to him through the medical chamber. Dad, what exactly is this Tianyan stone? How did the Empire have such a thing? The Tianyan stone can repair the human body and help improve physical qualities, making it the highest grade cultivation aid. Due to its extremely unique substances, only those with cultivation at level 12 or above can absorb it, while those below level 12 cannot use it at all. Regardless of mental power or martial arts, both can benefit from the Tianyan stone. The Tianyan stone grows in an extremely special environment, and no one has yet fully understood its patterns. It is only discovered by chance after long intervals of time. The Empire has existed for several thousand years, so it is normal for their treasury to have accumulated a certain amount of these stones. Our Federation's treasury also holds some. However, the Tianyan stone is classified as the highest grade military material. Unless there is an interstellar war, it will never be used lightly. The Empire must be corrupt if something so important could be casually handed out by their prince as favors. Liang Ying blinked her eyes and leaned on the wall of the medical chamber. Since our Federation has it too, can we apply for some? With this, your recovery would be faster. Liang Tao shook his head helplessly. It's not possible. To my knowledge, the Federation's treasury has less than 10 pounds of these stones, perhaps not even reaching that amount. It took thousands of years to accumulate this much, and the government absolutely will not allow them to be taken for personal use. So little. Is it available on the black market? No, since a Tianyan stone appears once every 1,000 years, whenever it does, the entire nation exerts all its strength to control it. The Tianyan stone is too peculiar. No individual or family can truly own it. Any attempt to privately hoard it will invite catastrophic disaster. Chapter 138. The reason. Liang Ying was startled. Then you'd better hide this thing quickly. Don't let anyone see it. Liang Tao smiled. It's fine. The existence of Tianyan stone is a national secret. Only those whose physical techniques or mental power have reached level 14 or above are eligible to access it. Ordinary people simply cannot perceive the existence of the Tianyan stone. Even if they saw it, they wouldn't know what it is and would just assume it's an ordinary rock. Tianyan stone. 50 years ago, during the Great War between the Federation and the Empire, did they use the Tianyan stone? Liang Ying asked curiously. Liang Tao's eyes darkened as he shook his head. No, the war wasn't escalated to that degree before it was stopped by the higher civilization. Speaking of higher civilizations, Liang Ying remembered that person from the higher civilization, Tishu Guxia. Dad, is Li Wei really from the higher civilization? How could he dare to help the Empire so boldly? Isn't he afraid that the Federation will report him? Liang Tao frowned deeply and sighed. It's not that simple. This matter itself isn't straightforward. The attitude of the higher civilizations, alas. Lower civilizations can't directly file legal claims against higher civilizations in their courts. They can only apply for investigations. If the Federation were to request the higher civilizations to look into this matter, the most likely result would be no resolution at all. Unless someone from the higher civilization files a complaint, the the proper legal process cannot proceed. Moreover, this person is a Tishu Gusya. Individuals at his level usually rarely deal with lower civilizations and are very hard to bribe. His assistance to the empire this time probably indicates that there's a major force from the higher civilizations backing the empire. Upon closer inspection, previous attacks might very well have been orchestrated by members of the higher civilizations. Otherwise, the Federation side wouldn't have had no defense whatsoever. Could it be like this? Liang Ying couldn't help but feel worried, her mind still filled with doubts. The higher civilizations. Isn't Latreria supposed to maintain a neutral stance? How come there's a major force supporting the empire? Are they truly intent on instigating a war? The forces supporting the empire operate in the shadows. Their actions cannot represent the official stance of the Latreria government. War, it should not happen. Originally, the Federation and the empire signed the 100-year peace treaty, which was facilitated by Latreria. Then why do they act like this? Is there any benefit for them? Benefit? Perhaps none. These individuals probably aim to use the empire to curb the development of the Federation and maintain a balance of power between the Federation and the empire. After all, over the past 20-odd years, the Federation has developed rapidly, while the empire has been continuously decaying. The balance of power between the two countries has started to tilt towards the Federation. I don't understand. According to interstellar regulations, higher civilizations have the responsibility to supervise the upward development of lower civilizations. Shouldn't Latreria be helping us develop instead of balancing the power, even at the cost of restricting one side? For higher civilizations, lower civilizations are like younger brothers under their elder brother. If the younger brother's strength becomes too high, developing to the point where they can stand on equal footing, which elder brother would be pleased? Furthermore, a balance of power between the Federation and the Empire ensures long-lasting peace between the two. In short, Latreria hopes the Federation and the Empire will always obediently remain as the younger brothers. So complicated. Politics is indeed the most troublesome thing. Liang Ying furrowed her brows. Latreria's attitude is very disadvantageous for our Federation. How can we develop going forward? It's okay. Even if Latreria intends to do this, they wouldn't dare to openly obstruct the Federation. After all, there are even more advanced civilizations above Latreria. If they go too far, these higher-level civilizations won't ignore it. Latreria is a level 4 civilization. Above it are level 5 civilizations. What is the name of the level 5 civilization that supervises Latreria? Liang Ying thought for a long time, but couldn't remember. The Federation is now merely a level 3 civilization. It is still far from the level 5 civilizations. Even if it can advance to a level 4 civilization in the near future, there is still thousands of years of civilizational gap compared to the level 5 civilizations. Liang Ying still felt indignant inside. Li Wei is so powerful, causing Dad to suffer serious injuries. Just letting him die like this means he's gotten off lightly. It's such a pity about the Tishu Gusya. Neither the Federation nor the Empire has ever had someone reach physical technique level 15. Some evidence about him collected by the Special Service Bureau is now useless. Not completely useless. Having this evidence in hand is also a form of leverage. This time, we've destroyed dozens of the Empire's warships and killed 2 experts. Handling the aftermath will be complicated. Those who support the Empire may seize on some excuses to create difficulties for the Federation. But now we have this evidence, and once the higher-ups give the order, we'll submit it while also applying for Latreria to investigate the truth and provide us with an explanation. Even if we can't really do anything to those people in the end, we can at least warn them and make them more cautious. Liang Ying massaged her temple, finding all these political intrigues a real headache. Fortunately, she had no intention of entering politics in the future. Otherwise, she wouldn't even know when she got betrayed. Liang Tao looked at Liang Ying's pained expression and found it somewhat amusing. All right, these matters are for the government to handle. You don't need to bother thinking about them anymore. It's been almost 2 months since your university opened, and you've fallen behind on your coursework. You should think more about how to catch up when you go back. After pondering for a moment while resting her chin in her hand, Liang Ying quickly let go of her concerns. Every profession has its own specialization. She would leave these political affairs to the politicians. She only wanted to be a farmer in the future, just dealing with agricultural matters. Anyway, the Federation and the Empire won't start fighting again. After this incident, the Empire will have learned a lesson and should behave for the short term at least. Because of his injuries, Liang Tao was transferred back to the 1st Military District for recuperation and would have to stay in the capital planet for quite some time. Not wanting to see Tang Jiding and others, Liang Ying quietly left the delegation midway and returned to Nerwa on a dedicated spacecraft. Through the messages from Liang Tao, Liang Ying learned that most of the scientists who had fled in batches had basically returned to the Federation. Fiona, her parents, and Joey had all come back safely. However, they still needed to undergo reviews by relevant departments to confirm there were no Imperial spies among them. Additionally, because these scientists were officially dead, the Federation government would re-establish personal files for them, assigning them new identities. Among them, Joey's case was slightly more complicated. The Federation already knew about his Imperial background, and during the entire event, he had both merits and faults. Whether his contributions and mistakes offset each other, and how his identity should be handled, all of this would have to be decided after deliberation by the upper levels of the Federation government. Chapter 139, Going Home. Returning to school felt like stepping into another world. Liang Ying stood by the window in her room, gazing at the familiar campus scenery. It seemed as if the Empire and this place were 2 different worlds, so she raised her arms and shouted aloud, "I'm back." The neighboring room was eerily quiet. Xiaoyu hadn't returned to school yet. She wasn't sure whether his family had run into problems again. Liang Ying was already back, but he still hadn't arrived. Before going to the Empire, Liang Ying sent him several messages, but she never received a reply. She didn't know if he was safe right now. Although Liang Ying was slightly worried, there was nothing she could do. Xiao Yu's background has always been a mystery. Even the upper echelons of the school knew little about it, so there was no way to investigate further. Liang Ying could only fold her hands and pray to heaven, praying that the heavens would protect Xiao Yu. The two little fish at home had been neglected for a long time, but they somehow survived despite looking listless and not starving to death. All the crystal granules in the fish tank had been eaten up. Liang Ying quickly threw some breadcrumbs into the tank, but because the fish hadn't eaten for a long time, she didn't dare to feed them too much at once, fearing that it might harm them. However, the two fish completely ignored the breadcrumbs, refusing to even glance at them. They contemptuously blew bubbles toward Liang Ying, as if saying that they'd rather starve than eat breadcrumbs. Liang Ying sighed in exasperation. These fish were definitely spoiled by Xiao Yu's indulgence. Liang Ying gave them a disdainful look, criticized them silently in her mind, then rushed online to place an order for a bunch of crystal stones, specifying that they be cut into small granules. The delivery arrived quickly. Liang Ying sprinkled a few crystal granules into the tank, and the two little fish instantly became lively, happily blowing bubbles while eating the crystals. These fish truly had incredible vitality. Watching them recover and leap around with energy reassured Liang Ying greatly. It was nearly 2 months since the start of the semester, and Liang Ying had fallen behind on many classes. However, her astonishing memory allowed her to catch up fairly quickly. Upon meeting her mentor, Hua Qingdu, she received good news. Both her mental energy power and martial arts skills had broken through to higher levels. Her martial arts had advanced to level 7 and her mental energy to level 9. When Liang Ying first set off for the Empire, Hua Qingdu had hoped that she would make this breakthrough during the trip, and Liang Ying did not disappoint him. Hua Qingdu was pleased, inviting Liang Ying over to his house for dinner that very day. Even Hua Jinglei Ping, an old classmate of Professor Shun who rarely ventured out, came along. Old Master Hua held Liang Ying's arm, repeatedly saying, "Good, good, very good," with a content smile until his eyes turned into slits. The Hua family's enthusiasm left Liang Ying feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Although Hua Qingdu had always been kind to her before, wasn't this level of favoritism excessive? After the meal, Old Master Hua and Hua Qingdu had a detailed conversation with Liang Ying, explaining why all this was happening. Only those who surpassed level 9 among mentalists could learn real supernatural powers and genuinely master lethal psychic abilities. Furthermore, prior to level 9, physical combat practitioners at the same level could dominate over mentalists. After reaching level 9, however, mentalists gained superiority over their peers in physical combat skills. Level 9 is a watershed moment for mentalists, and most people in this group struggle throughout their entire lives to break through it. Only a small portion manage to cross this barrier. They're the true mentalist geniuses. Liang Ying used to merely have the potential to become a talented mentalist, but now that she broke through to level 9, she was truly worthy of being called a genius. Hua Jingping personally planned Liang Ying's cultivation schedule moving forward. She would start by learning telekinesis. As the name suggests, telekinesis allows one to control objects using their mental energy. According to Hua Qingdu's instructions, Liang Ying must remain vigilant in her practice. True cultivation only begins after breaking through level 9, and the real challenges lie ahead. Life seemed to have resumed its normal course. Liang Ying went back to her busy routine of study and cultivation. Of course, when time permitted, she indulged in some relaxation every evening after returning home. She shopped online and played mecha games on the virtual platform. Perhaps due to her previous experience of fusing with a mech in the Empire, Liang Ying's understanding of mech operation improved further. Her skills skyrocketed, and soon she ranked up to District D. The National Day holiday came around quickly. As her brother Liang Tao was still recuperating on Capital Planet, Liang Ying packed all the spiritual teas she had and brought them home. Spiritual tea refers to the living tea Liang Ying bought on Zokna Planet earlier. Upon discovering that these vapors also appeared within humans, she thought the classical term, spiritual energy, suited this phenomenon more vividly. Anything carrying spiritual energy is referred to as a spiritual object. Thus, the living tea became spiritual tea. A year without seeing her stepmother Tang Jiding, and almost no contact between them in the meantime, made Tang Jiding appear significantly colder this time. Liang Ying returned home. Even the twins avoided her upon sight, treating her as though she were a calamity. Liang Ying did not hold their attitude against them. She completely understood why Tang Jiding treated her this way. If it weren't for Liang Ying's stubborn decision to go to the Empire alone, Liang Tao wouldn't have ended up visiting the Empire and getting seriously injured afterward. Tang Jiding must blame Liang Ying for dragging Liang Tao into trouble, hence treating her so coldly. Liang Ying didn't take Tang Jiding's attitude to heart. She hadn't come back, just for her anyway. Holding the spiritual tea, Liang Ying knocked on the door of Liang Tao's study. "Dad." Liang Ying peeked in after pushing the door open and found only Alan and Liang Tao inside. Alan smiled at her and waved her over, making Liang Ying giggle sheepishly as she walked into the room. "Uncle Alan." Liang Ying greeted him first before turning to her father. "Dad, I brought you these special leaves. Make sure to drink it every day. It's really good for your health." "All right, just put it there." Liang Tao pointed to a bookshelf, gesturing for Liang Ying to place the tea canister there. Liang Ying immediately noticed 2 small tea cans on the shelf. These were the ones she gave her dad last year. She took them down and opened one, finding both cans empty. Liang Ying smiled inwardly. Her old man clearly knew how to appreciate good things since they were already all consumed. "Dad, When I get the chance, I'll look for more of this kind of tea. If you keep drinking it, you'll feel younger every day. Ha ha. Alan burst out laughing. You're hilarious, claiming he'll grow younger by drinking it. It sounds like those commercials for beauty products on TV, though at least you didn't say drink and become even more beautiful. Liang Tao chuckled softly, his deep voice echoing around the study. Liang Ying pouted slightly. Don't disbelieve me. I'm serious. I don't produce anything ordinary. That's the promise of being Liang Ying. Ha 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 ha. The laughter grew louder again. After some time laughing, Liang Ying finally asked about what had been worrying her most. Dad, how is your recovery going? Liang Tao hesitated for a moment before answering. It's okay, the recovery is pretty good. But Liang Ying could tell otherwise. Though her father's body was indeed repaired, it didn't fully return to its previous state. There was still an underlying issue lingering in his body. Chapter 140. The remaining piece of Tianyun stone that Arkel had was too small, and the injuries Liang Tao suffered in the past were too severe. It could only repair a part of his internal injuries and couldn't fully cure him. Although Liang Tao now appeared to have recovered to level 14 of physical arts, he couldn't actually fully demonstrate the strength of level 14 physical arts. He could only be considered a pseudo-level 14. No wonder Liang Tao seemed to be in good spirits, yet always felt somewhat heavy-hearted. If he couldn't return to his previous state, even though he had already touched the opportunity for a breakthrough, it would still remain unattainable. His cultivation would stagnate at its current level, unable to progress any further, not even reaching his previous peak state of level 14. The atmosphere in the study immediately became oppressive. Both Liang Tao and Alan felt melancholic. Right now, only the Tianyun stone could help Liang Tao, and there was indeed one stored in the federal treasury. However, the Tianyun stone relates to the national destiny and cannot be utilized by individuals. Even if Liang Tao had accomplished great feats for the country, it wouldn't make a difference. Unless a war erupted and placed the Federation in an existential crisis, which hadn't happened in the last 50 years, making it even more unlikely now. Liang Ying frowned. The piece in the fish tank was merely the size of a fingernail, far from sufficient. Unless they could find another Tianyun stone. Liang Ying had an idea, but this idea needed verification. To avoid false hope for Liang Tao, she decided not to tell him yet, and confirm the matters first. Dad, I'd like to borrow the Liang family's private spacecraft for a moment. There's something very urgent I need to handle right away, and I'll be back soon. Using the Liang family's private spacecraft would save much trouble on the road, allowing her to come and go quickly. Where are you going? I'm heading to the Lugon mountain range on the Chukna planet. There's something I need. Without probing further, Liang Tao agreed. He instructed Alan to bring over his private spacecraft and send Liang Ying to Chukna. With a firm resolve to resolve the matter quickly, Liang Ying set off with light equipment into the Lugon mountain range. Returning here once again, Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel at the spiritual essence exuded by the Lugon mountain range. Only such a naturally beautiful environment could foster spirit energy. Liang Ying took deep breaths, inhaling and exhaling the concentrated spiritual energy in the mountain air, feeling her pores open and her body become refreshed. The plants and flowers in the forest greeted her. They remembered her. The small lotus beneath the ground was still sleeping, and the hole Liang Ying repaired on the surface had left no trace, as the underground cavern had been sealed, leaving no entrance accessible anymore. Following the path she once treaded, Liang Ying reached the waterside where that fateful night had taken place. Her intrinsic power seeped into the water, finding that the little fish from before was still there, albeit now grown into a big fish after just 1 year. Feeling familiar energy, the fish swam up to the edge of the pond, blowing bubbles as a greeting to Liang Ying. Though Liang Ying didn't understand beast language, she used gestures to ask the fish where to find the colorful stones. The fish hesitated momentarily, circling in the water a few times before apparently understanding her intention. It then nodded at Liang Ying. Changing into her swimsuit, Liang Ying jumped into the pond and followed the fish toward the deeper areas. This pond looked shallow from the outside, but turned out to be surprisingly deep underwater. Around 60 meters down, there appeared a prominent rock platform on the wall of the pond, shining with specks of starlight that stood out against the deep water. The fish swam to the rock platform, wiggling its tail proudly towards the glowing multicolored pebbles lying on it. Liang Ying examined the colorful stones on the rock platform and confirmed they were truly Tianyun stones. However, these stones were all quite small, most about the size of rice grains, even smaller than the one given to her by the fish. Liang Ying made exaggerated gestures underwater, asking the fish where else to find similar stones, preferably larger ones. The fish nodded toward the deeper parts of the pond, then shook its head. Liang Ying understood. There were more stones deeper in the pond, but the fish couldn't venture there. Floating in the water, Liang Ying probed the deeper areas of the pond with her intrinsic power. The depths were filled with dense aquatic grasses, completely obscuring everything underneath. It was impossible to see what lay beneath with the naked eye. Continuing to look deeper, she finally glimpsed the bottom of the pond. At the bottom of the pond lay numerous carcasses of various aquatic animals, most already rotted away to expose their bones, among them the remains of a few large fish skeletons, each measuring several meters long. Next to these large fish skeletons, scattered about, were a few fist-sized multicolored stones. The glow of these 7-color stones was dimmed under hundreds of meters of water. If not for sensing the faint emanations of energy from them, Liang Ying would have mistaken them for ordinary stones. Having spotted the target, Liang Ying dived down immediately. Surprisingly, the thick underwater grass parted automatically to clear a way for her. Liang Ying thanked the aquatic grasses and swam downwards through the gaps among them. Occasionally, some mischievous strands of grass brushed past her legs, to which Liang Ying responded with a smile. This cluster of aquatic grasses was surprisingly hundreds of meters deep. If it weren't for her ability to communicate with plants, anyone else would have been entangled by the grasses. Even regular diving equipment couldn't have passed through. Liang Ying dived all the way to the bottom, picked up a piece of Tianyun stone, and inspected it with her intrinsic power. Why did the Tianyun stone have such special effects? Liang Ying didn't see any mist inside the Tianyun stone, but based on its function, she believed it should belong to the dense fog-type substance. It was strange. Why didn't the Tianyun stone contain mist? Could it be that the mist it contained was so concentrated that it had solidified into this form? In other words, the Tianyun stone itself was a crystal formed from condensed mist, the essence of mist. Using terms from classical novels, the mist could be interpreted as spirit energy, and the Tianyun stone as a spirit stone. Given its powerful efficacy, the Tianyun stone should be classified as an elite spirit stone. Thinking about it this way made everything clearer. Liang Ying internally admired her own associative ability and congratulated herself. After carefully scrutinizing left and right, Liang Ying eventually chose a piece of Tianyun stone slightly larger than a fist. Liang Ying was never a greedy person. She only wanted to help Liang Tao heal his injuries. She wasn't looking to gain fame by discovering the Tianyun stone, so she only took what she needed. Moreover, as a spiritual plant master, Liang Ying felt a stronger connection with nature than ordinary people. She believed in the rules of nature and disliked destroying things that grow naturally. The appearance of Tianyun stone in this pond must have had its reasons. Unless absolutely necessary, there was no need to change it. If required in the future, one could come back and take it then. Having found what she sought, Liang Ying bid farewell to the fish, returned to the base, and on the way, first went shopping at the business street where she bought some more spirit tea. Then she boarded the Liang family spacecraft and returned to the capital star. Chapter 141, Rebuttal. Liang Ying came back to the military compound's villa with a backpack full of energy. Liang Tao had just gone out, and the twins were having tutoring classes while Tang Jitting naturally stayed with them. After coming back to her own room, Liang Ying put down her luggage and took out a casual outfit from the wardrobe to change into. It turned out that this time Liang Ying had her own room, and she no longer needed to stay in the guest room. Liang Tao had been recuperating at home for this period, so Tang Jitting surely didn't dare to make any small moves behind his back. Knock knock, someone knocked on the door. It was Tang Jitting outside. Liang Ying opened the door, looking puzzled at Tang Jitting, not knowing what she was here for. Tang Jitting walked into the room expressionlessly and sat down on the sofa by herself. Ying, there are some things I need to talk to you about. Liang Ying also sat down on the sofa. Auntie, just say it straight. Ying, your father was badly injured this time. He still hasn't fully recovered. He has told you about this, hasn't he? I know. You're not young anymore. I think it's time for you to understand some principles. Your father's injury this time was completely because of you. If you hadn't insisted on going to the Empire, your father wouldn't have risked his life for your safety. He is your biological father, but he almost died trying to save your friend. Tell me, is that something a daughter should do? Liang Ying's eyes darkened. Tang Jitting had come to settle accounts with her. Liang Tao went to the Empire for Liang Ying, and she was very grateful for that. This had provided a good opportunity for the improvement of their father-daughter relationship. Liang Ying didn't want to see Liang Tao hurt or in danger, and she was even willing to share his risks. However, Tang Jitting's accusation made her feel very uncomfortable. No matter what, at its core, this matter was between her and her father. Tang Jitting criticizing Liang Ying behind Liang Tao's back would only drive a wedge between their father-daughter relationship. Seeing that Liang Ying didn't speak, Tang Jitting continued. You really shouldn't have done that. What kind of person is your father? He's the deputy commander of the 1st Military District of the Federation, someone whose footsteps can shake the entire federal army. Yet he went out on a limb for your friends. This isn't just about poor judgment, it's sheer filial ingratitude. Liang Ying squinted her eyes, but still did not speak. Thinking Liang Ying was feeling guilty, Tang Jitting continued her scolding without pause. I don't even know how to educate you. You're already an adult, yet you don't even understand such basic truths. Truly. Sigh, I refrained from cursing. Your father now can't go lead troops due to his injuries. Do you have any idea how much this impacts him? All these years, the prestige he's built within the military will be ruined. All because of you. And don't blame me for speaking harshly. It's all because of your actions. Our family used to be fine until trouble started after you came back, and it's all your fault. Even your father's career has been affected. What kind of situation is this, raising children to end up as enemies? No wonder some people say you're a harbinger of bad luck, dragging even your father down along with you. That's enough. Liang Ying finally couldn't help herself anymore. Aunt Tang, don't you realize you're wrong? You're not my dad, so you don't have the right to berate me like that. Out of respect for Tian and Lulu, I'll tolerate you this one time. But if this happens again, don't blame me for complaining to my father. Don't point your finger at me. After saying all these things today, don't you think I'll continue respecting you? Don't think you can deceive me with your schemes. Isn't your plan to use this opportunity to drive me away, making me too ashamed to come back here in the future? If Dad found out about your intentions, do you think he would side with you or protect me? Don't think a few words can fool me. Dad knows exactly how he feels. Both you and I understand it clearly. Originally, for Dad's sake, I might not have been willing, but I respected you anyway. But after what you said today, let's clarify things openly. Dad is my dad, and I am his daughter. A fact that will never change, whether you accept it or not. I am part of this family, regardless of whether you're my mother or I'm your daughter. But Dad is still my dad. There's no need for you to try to cause a rift between our father-daughter feelings. Nor do you have to worry about me driving you out of this house or seizing anything belonging to Tian Tian and Lulu. I don't need to resort to those tactics. You. Tang Jiding stared at Liang Ying in disbelief, completely unprepared for this outburst. Actually, I didn't have deep feelings for this family, and we could have just coexisted peacefully. But my father has done so much for me. I'm not heartless, so I won't treat this family with coldness like I used to. However, I won't overindulge either. I will be filial to my father, and as for Tian Tian and Lulu, I will help them if necessary. As for you, since you can't tolerate me, I'll treat you as a familiar stranger. I'll show the courtesy that is due, but there's no need for anything more. You, what kind of talk is this? What do you mean by familiar stranger? Tang Jiding was so angry that she trembled. My words sound better than yours. This time, I won't tell Dad, and it will only be this one time. You need to understand something. Liang Tao is both your husband and my father. If you can't face reality, then suffer the consequences yourself. I won't give up because of some harsh words from you. As Liang Ying had said herself, in the past she had no feelings for this family. Whether it existed or not didn't matter. She could have adopted an indifferent attitude toward its members. But things were different now. She recognized Liang Tao as her father, and once acknowledged, he was a blood relation that couldn't be severed. Her original relatives had all passed away, and now finally, she had another family member. She wouldn't let go easily. At least, she wasn't an orphan anymore. Tang Jiding left angrily after being infuriated by Liang Ying. Liang Ying was alone in her room with a somewhat complex mood. After thinking for quite some time, and still feeling somewhat oppressed, she decided to just head to Liang Tao's training room to blow off some steam. After completing a set of physical martial arts drills, sweat streamed down her body, and her mood improved a bit. No matter what others said, she had come to regard Liang Tao as her own biological father. From now on, she would be a good daughter. The rest didn't matter. Liang Ying returned to her room for a bath. Lying in the bathtub, she suddenly remembered something. Speaking of which, when she submerged into the pool to search for the heavenly luck stone, it seemed like she stayed underwater for a long time without any diving equipment or oxygen exchanges in between. Yet, strangely enough, she never felt short of breath. Don't blame her for being slow to react. It was because at that moment her mind was completely focused on finding the heavenly luck stone, and she hadn't noticed this fact. Liang Ying had habitually wrapped herself in primordial energy. Could it be that this same primordial energy allowed her to breathe underwater? Splash. Liang Ying submerged herself in the bathtub. 10 minutes later, Liang Ying never surfaced to take a single breath. Chapter 142, Meeting a Friend. Liang Ying secretly handed over the Tianyan stone to Liang Tao. It goes without saying how delighted Liang Tao was, and what's most commendable is that he didn't inquire where Liang Ying had obtained the Tianyan stone from, creating a sense of rapport that made Liang Ying feel very comfortable. Fiona hasn't returned yet, and Lu Ping hasn't been in touch for a long time. Liang Ying didn't tell her when she went to the Empire, and after returning, they had only met online via the Starnet. Since Lu Ping was also back in the capital star for the National Day, Liang Ying invited her to meet. They agreed to meet at an ordinary cafe instead of Skystar. Lu Ping arrived alone, which was somewhat unexpected by Liang Ying, who thought she might come with Zhang Dongdi. We broke up. Lu Ping looked a little haggard, obviously still not recovered from the shock of being broken up with. Liang Ying has never been in love, so she doesn't know how to comfort Lu Ping, and could only silently pour her another cup of coffee. A lot has happened this past half year. First Fiona disappeared, then there was... Lu Ping blankly stared at the coffee cup in her hand, looking extremely dispirited. There are things about the Empire that Liang Ying cannot tell Lu Ping, and can only try her best to console her. I think Fiona will be fine. She will definitely return. As for you, if you want to confide in someone, I can be a loyal listener. Alas, Lu Ping sighed deeply. Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi's relationship had always progressed smoothly until not long ago when Zhang Dongdi brought her to the Zhang family, intending to gain recognition from his family elders. However, contrary to expectations, the Zhang family was dissatisfied with Lu Ping. To be more precise, the Zhang family was unhappy with Lu Ping's background. The Lu family is just a middle-class household, mainly involved in commerce. The Zhang family, however, is an old established military political power who naturally look down on the Lu family. Zhang Dongdi is also a direct descendant of the Zhang family, and the decision of whom he should marry falls on the shoulders of the elders within the Zhang clan. Clearly, Lu Ping was coldly received by the Zhang family. Not only that, but the Zhang family also directly introduced several young ladies from noble families, as these were the true candidates for Zhang Dongdi's fiancé position. Lu Ping wasn't one to impose her presence. Realizing her unwelcome status, she left early. However, Zhang Dongdi didn't leave with her, and even failed to see her off properly. On the second day after that, Lu Ping received a communication from Zhang Dongdi announcing their breakup. Happily ever after scenarios like those found in stories really do rarely happen among the powerful noble clans. Although both Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi have relatively straightforward personalities, initially coming together effortlessly, and now parting ways clearly knowing they can't continue, it's still hard to ignore a lingering sense of injustice. Actually, I understand him, and I can accept the current reality. It's just, when he took me to the Zhang family, why didn't he defend me when they mocked me? Why did he let me leave alone, without even seeing me off? He didn't do anything for me. Perhaps he had his own reasons, but his indifference is a slap in my face. What was our love worth? What were all our vows worth? Lu Ping leaned against the table and slammed her fist, though she didn't cry. She appeared more furious than sorrowful. Liang Ying realized that what Lu Ping truly couldn't accept was not the result of the breakup, but rather Zhang Dongdi's indifferent attitude. His quick capitulation to the family pressure left Lu Ping feeling aggrieved, probably believing that Zhang Dongdi never took her seriously. In truth, Liang Ying had always thought that Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi had very different personalities. Lu Ping had a bit of innocence about her, while Zhang Dongdi was too pragmatic. That they had been able to stay together for such a long time already bordered on a miracle. Sigh. As a friend, Liang Ying couldn't say much. Fortunately, she didn't interact often with Zhang Dongdi, so she simply joined Lu Ping in criticizing Zhang Dongdi's lack of sentimentality, making Lu Ping somewhat happier. Lu Ping, whose personality was lively, wasn't the type to fall apart over heartbreak. Cursing for a bit, she ended up laughed till she grew calm again. Young people, haven't we all experienced breakups? Gradually regaining her enthusiasm, Lu Ping insisted on dragging Liang Ying to a bar. Growing up, Liang Ying had never been to a bar and had never tasted alcohol, although given her physical condition now, alcohol would no longer have any effect on her. Liang Ying was forcibly dragged by Lu Ping to a bar named Blue Sky. It was just broadcasting a soccer match here, the bar packed with people, everyone holding a beer bottle, watching the live broadcast on the virtual screen while drinking. Occasionally, bursts of cheers erupted. Being a soccer fan herself, Lu Ping squeezed them both to the front row, ordering a bottle of beer each, standing there to watch the match shoulder to shoulder with others. Liang Ying didn't understand football, but with everyone around her so focused, she couldn't help but be drawn into the energy of the crowd, screaming and cheering along with them. As for the beer, she simply drank it as if quenching her thirst. During halftime of the match, news was broadcasted, with the last few items relating to the Empire. One piece of news was about the anti-government militia in the Empire launching a surprise attack on the Empire's outer star regions and engaging in a skirmish with the government fleet. The anti-government forces were entirely annihilated, and the Empire's naval vessels also suffered heavy losses. Sure enough, they blamed everything on the anti-government militia. There wasn't a single word about the Federation. Clearly, the Empire didn't dare confront the Federation directly. She wondered how Clyde, the secret mastermind behind the anti-government militia, was faring. He must have been hopping mad by now. This man had ambitions. Despite aligning himself with the third prince, he secretly yearned to break free from royal control. Perhaps one day, he might truly become an anti-government rebel. Then there was Lord Andro. He too suffered considerable losses this time, as most of the destroyed warships belonged to his men. This incident weakened his influence significantly. But Lord Andro was also ambitious. On the surface, he simultaneously supported both the eldest prince and the third prince, appearing impartial, but in reality, he had his own plans. He wasn't the type content to serve under others. The other piece of news was about the second prince, Ansayer, visiting the civilian districts of the Empire's capital star, speaking at length about new development plans for these areas, and suggesting that the Empire's nobility should get more involved in their renovation projects to improve the living and working conditions of the people. The second prince has certainly been very vocal recently, whereas the eldest prince and the third prince have grown much quieter. It seems that the failure of their previous schemes caused them significant losses, forcing them to retreat for now. Liang Ying couldn't help but smile inwardly. The more chaos within the Empire, the less inclined they'll be to meddle with the Federation, which suited her just fine. However, given how badly the Empire was hurt this time, would someone lash out and retaliate against the Federation? Hopefully not. Beep beep. Liang Ying's communicator suddenly rang. It was Xiaoyu returning. He asked where she was now. Chapter 143, Support. Xiaoyu came back, and Liang Ying asked around a bit. She found out that he was also in the capital planet and staying at Skystar. After telling Lu Ping about it, she was strongly requested by Lu Ping to meet him in person. Xiaoyu was also available, so Liang Ying took Lu Ping to Skystar. You are the legendary Sir Xiao. I've heard much about you. Lu Ping turned her eyes to examine Xiaoyu and winked at Liang Ying. Her smile grew more sly. Liang Ying mentioned you many times. I've always wanted to meet you in person, and today, I'm not disappointed. You're even more handsome than what they say. Lu Ping chuckled as she looked at Xiaoyu, then playfully made faces toward Liang Ying, leaving Liang Ying speechless. This guy had completely gotten over the shadow of her breakup. Lu Ping warmed up quickly and boldly pulled Xiaoyu out for shopping and dining. Xiaoyu didn't bat an eyelid and paid all the bills. He accompanied them patiently throughout the whole time, showing no sign of impatience. Xiaoyu seemed to be in good spirits. Based on Liang Ying's understanding of him, if he were unhappy, he wouldn't endure it. It seemed like his family matters must have progressed smoothly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in such a good mood, even though he returned late. In the afternoon, Xiaoyu even accompanied Liang Ying and Lu Ping to watch a movie. It was a holographic stereoscopic film about interstellar wars. The audience sitting in the cinema felt as if they were at the battle scene. It was grand and breathtaking. Especially for Liang Ying, who had recently experienced a small-scale battle in the Empire herself, it felt incredibly realistic and familiar. After watching the movie, Liang Ying and Lu Ping were still excited. Tian Jinjin is as beautiful as ever, and her acting seems to have improved. She will definitely win the Movie Golden Image Award this year and get the Best Actress award once again. Absolutely. She's my favorite actress, especially for this kind of space war genre. Didn't she act in a space war TV series before? I watched it every day back then. Liang Ying had attended Tian Jinjin's concert before and enjoyed watching her TV dramas, making her a semi-fan of hers. After hanging out with Xiaoyu for half the day, Lu Ping finally let Xiaoyu leave. The three parted ways, and Lu Ping left Skystar with Liang Ying. Sitting in the free shuttle bus, looking down at the city below, Lu Ping's smile suddenly disappeared. Liang Ying, I really envy your excellent background. Xiaoyu is a great guy, you should hold on to him. Liang Ying paused, then quickly realized what Lu Ping meant. What nonsense. There's nothing between me and Xiao Yu. We're just dorm neighbors. Don't try to fool me. I'm serious here. Judging from Xiao Yu's behavior today, his character is impeccable, generous, considerate, and handsome. What do you have to complain about? I've heard that the restaurant where we had lunch today is difficult to book a table. One call from him, and he got us a private room. It's not something only money can achieve. His family must have power and influence. They'd be perfect for your family, the Liangs. Liang Ying smiled indifferently. Beauty, you're thinking too much. There's really nothing between us. Lu Ping frowned disapprovingly at Liang Ying. I'm reminding you because we're good friends. You should learn from the lesson I had with Dong Di. I know you prefer to keep a low profile and don't care about family status and identity, but look at me and Dong Di. We didn't think too much either, and I always thought my family was no worse than theirs. But in the end, their family thought about a lot more things. Your dad's position is there, and as his eldest daughter, the elders in the Liang family won't allow you to marry just anyone. Even if your dad loves you and lets you pick your own partner, the elder generation in your family may not approve. Do you want to cause rifts within the family over this? Liang Ying rested her chin in her hand, pretending to think deeply. It's too early to worry about these things now. We'll deal with it when the time comes. Stop worrying unnecessarily. Lu Ping tugged Liang Ying's hair with a grin and said teasingly, you're beyond teaching. Liang Ying just chuckled softly and let it go. When she got home, Tang Jiting happened to be stepping out with the twins, and the four of them briefly met at the door. Perhaps Liang Tao had privately communicated with Tang Jiting. Recently, Tang Jiting had been somewhat nicer to Liang Ying. Unlike before, when they couldn't help but get annoyed with each other upon meeting. However, since they had already exchanged words, it was impossible for them to become close again. Maintaining a surface level of politeness was enough. Having just seen a friend, Liang Ying was in a good mood. She voluntarily nodded to Tang Jiting and said a few words to the twins before heading to find Liang Tao. Liang Tao was also in a good mood. With the piece of heavenly fortune stone that Liang Ying had brought back, his body would fully recover sooner or later, and it was even possible for him to break through to level 15 at one stroke. However, he wasn't in a hurry to use the heavenly fortune stone. He planned to wait until after the National Day holiday, lock himself away for some time, and then focus on recovery and breaking through then. Since Liang Tao's body couldn't fully recover before, his birthday banquet had already been cancelled this year. The family only planned to have a meal together. However, things were different now. Liang Ying should have informed the main residence, and the elders there strongly requested him to visit once. Members of the Liang family at the main house would celebrate for him. Although the injury of Liang Tao was a national secret, it couldn't be concealed from people within his own clan and those astute aristocratic families. So during these few months, the Liang family had faced a lot of pressure. Liang Tao was the most promising descendant of the Liang family and was the predetermined next head of the family. Issues with his health affected the entire family. No one knew how Liang Tao explained himself to the elders at the main residence, but they seemed to already know that Liang Tao could be fully healed, though temporarily it wasn't wise to spread any news yet. The whole family arrived at the main residence. People who participated in this Liang Tao's birthday celebration were all core members of the Liang family, supporters of Liang Tao, who helped prop up the Liang family sky together with him. The family dinner was relatively casual. The elders sat at one table, while the younger generation sat at another. The twins sat on the lower side of Liang Ying. Nannies weren't allowed at such occasions, so Liang Ying took responsibility for looking after the twins. Fortunately, these two could already take care of themselves, so Liang Ying didn't need to worry too much about them. On the other hand, Tang Jiting sat among the daughters-in-law. From time to time, she glanced at this side, her gaze burning hot. Liang Ying noticed but pretended not to see her, completely ignoring her. This way, Liang Ying appeared quite calm, whereas Tang Jiting became somewhat uneasy. As the wife-to-be of the future Liang family head, which everyone expected to be grand and dignified, how could she afford to be so petty? Tang Jiting's cultivation clearly wasn't up to par yet. Soon enough, the situation was noticed by some other elder family members, and she received indirect lectures from several grandmother figures. At the dinner table, the eldest group of elders from the Liang family specifically called Liang Ying over, pulling her close and asking all sorts of questions, making her extremely uncomfortable. It appeared that Liang Tao must have revealed a little bit of information to the main house. They already knew that Liang Ying contributed greatly to Liang Tao's recovery and deliberately expressed warmth and support towards her. Chapter 144, Harvest. There were only 2 days left of the vacation, and on this day, Liang Tao gave Liang Ying something. Liang Tao took out a yellow bracelet and handed it over. Liang Ying looked at it curiously after taking it. At first glance, the bracelet seemed to be made of gold, but upon closer inspection, it was merely a metal similar in color to gold. 9 small golden bees were embedded on the bracelet, with very cute designs. But Liang Ying wasn't really into wearing jewelry. She only wore 2 necklaces, one given by Liang Tao for protection, and another made from firevine leaves. After returning to the Federation, Liang Tao had returned the firevine leaf necklace to Liang Ying. They usually stayed far apart, so Liang Ying couldn't trigger the firevine leaves anymore, and it became useless for Liang Tao to keep it. Also, her hair had been cut short by the stylist and couldn't yet be tied up, so Liang Ying continued wearing the firevine leaves as a necklace. Instinctively, Liang Ying felt that the bracelet Liang Tao gave her wasn't just for decoration. Dad, what is this bracelet? A faint smile lingered on Liang Tao's lips. You're now at level 9 in your mental power, and I heard you've started learning telekinetic object control. These 9 bees on the bracelet have a mechanical neuron system embedded inside them. When you master telekinesis, you can try to control these bees and use them as offensive weapons. Mechanical neurons? That's why they looked familiar. These bees seemed similar to the ones Liang Tao used in the Empire. As soon as the bracelet was on Liang Ying's wrist, the 9 tiny bees suddenly flew off, circling around her head a few times before flying back onto the bracelet and remaining still. It turned out Liang Tao was demonstrating how it worked for Liang Ying. You're encountering mechanical neurons for the first time, so we can start with just one. While explaining the operational details, Liang Tao controlled a micro bee, making it fly. He held up a piece of paper, and the little bee stopped in front of it in midair. It wiggled its body, and a thin needle sprouted from its tail. With a puff sound, the bee pierced a small hole in the white paper. Then the other 8 bees flew over, arranging themselves into a vertical circle in the air. All their fine needles emerged, simultaneously poking the white paper, leaving 9 round-shaped needle marks. These bees can carry miniature bombs, or toxins can be applied to their needle tips. However, since you haven't fully mastered controlling them yet, I didn't equip them for you. Once you become proficient in operating all 9 bees at once, I'll add these features, and then they'll truly become a secret weapon. Thank you, Dad. Liang Ying was thrilled. Mechanical neurons. This was the latest high technology in the Federation, a national-level classified weapon. Technology that could even spark a war between the Federation and the Empire. Haha, this was really top-notch stuff. This bracelet looks more like a decorative item, so you can wear it without drawing attention. However, you must keep it a secret, not even revealing it to your mentor. I understand, Dad. Even if they beat me to death, I won't tell anyone. Liang Ying directly put the bracelet on. Liang Tao took something else out and placed it on the table. I saw you operated the mech quite well last time. This is a mech space key. There's a new mech inside, similar to my silver mech, which suits you perfectly. Practice more with this mech. Being able to drive a mech skillfully will be convenient in the future. If you don't want to take a spaceship, you can drive the mech to go back and forth. First receiving the mechanical neuron bracelet, then getting a personal mech, Liang Ying thought her visit home was extremely fruitful. By the time it came for her to leave, she even felt a bit reluctant. When she returned to the school villa, Xiaoyu had already come back a day earlier. The moment he saw Liang Ying, he immediately started shouting for food. After putting down her luggage, Liang Ying changed into casual clothes, rolled up her sleeves, and headed to the kitchen. The fridge in the kitchen was stuffed full of ingredients, all newly purchased by Xiaoyu. Clearly, he'd been longing to eat the meals prepared by Liang Ying for quite some time. After working for a while, Liang Ying prepared a full table of dishes as a welcome for Xiaoyu's return. Xiaoyu pulled out a bottle of red wine, and the two of them ate and drank red wine together. 2 glasses of red wine later, Liang Ying felt a warm flush on her face, and it seemed like her blood circulation was speeding up. She curiously picked up the wine bottle and inspected it carefully. Xiaoyu smirked smugly and threw her a flirty wink. What do you think? Isn't the wine great? I brought this from home. It's one of our old man's treasured collections. Drinking ordinary red wine is like drinking fruit juice, but this one feels different, right? It is different. This is the first time I've tasted alcohol and actually experienced the flavor. The feeling of slight intoxication after drinking is pretty nice. No wonder the ancients loved drinking. Unfortunately, after practicing physical techniques, alcohol no longer has any effect on our bodies. You know, the old man in our family is really into this stuff. All his precious wine collections are priceless treasures. To sneak out this bottle without anyone noticing, I put a lot of effort into it. Hee. By the time the old man realizes it's gone, it'll be too late. Liang Ying squinted and pointed at the paper on the red wine bottle. What does this say? Seriously? This wine was bottled over 1,000 years ago. Amazing. So this must be something even gods would drink. Exactly. Wines less than 1,000 years old don't even catch the old man's attention. Here, drink up, don't be shy. It's my treat, so drink as much as you like. Xiaoyu was clearly already a bit tipsy. Liang Ying's martial arts skills were not as good as his, so she felt even more dizzy than him. The two passed the wine back and forth, and soon they had nearly finished half the entire bottle of red wine. Hugging the half-empty wine bottle, Liang Ying pressed her eyes right against it. Through the dark glass, she seemed to see a thick fog inside. This is spiritual wine, and it's of high quality. Drinking it like this is such a waste. Even though Liang Ying thought this, she continued drinking cup after cup, not feeling guilty at all for wasting such a fine treasure. The two drank until heaven and earth seemed to spin. The administrator, Louis, came over to check several times. They didn't stop eating and drinking until midnight. Afraid that the two drunkards might fall, Louis watched carefully as Liang Ying and Xiaoyu climbed the stairs and entered their rooms before finally feeling relieved. These two stumbled around like drunken boxers, swaying from side to side, but never falling down, making Louis both worried and helpless. The next morning, Liang Ying woke up with no hangover at all. Feeling refreshed after practicing her martial arts, she noticed that her physical condition was better than ever before, as if both her martial arts skills and mental power had improved. Wine aged for over 1,000 years is truly great. It tastes good and benefits the body. If there's an opportunity in the future, I should get some for Dad to try. Life returned to its normal rhythm. Days flew by in a flurry of busyness, and before they knew it, it was the end of the semester. After the exams, winter vacation arrived again. Last year, Liang Ying and Xiaoyu, the two loners, spent the spring festival together. This year, both were going home. However, Xiaoyu made it clear beforehand that he would return after the New Year's celebration. He planned to spend some time in Capital Star first, and then contact Liang Ying, asking her to prepare well to give him a proper welcome when he returned. Chapter 145, Brothers and Sisters. After the last National Day holiday, Liang Tao closed himself off for training. For safety reasons, he chose to do this at the main residence of the Liang family. After returning to the capital planet, Liang Ying moved directly into the main house, which was near where Liang Tao was in seclusion, and also allowed her to avoid being alone with Tang Jiting. The elders at the main house were very kind to Liang Ying. They provided her with her own bedroom and even assigned her a dedicated training room. After reaching level 9 in mental power, Liang Ying didn't relax on her physical arts training. On the contrary, she spent more time training in physical combat. Every morning after waking up, Liang Ying would run around the mountain by the main house, circling it from top to bottom and then back again. This mountain had an excellent environment, surrounded by lush trees and covered in flowers and grasses. There was even a small waterfall on the backside of the mountain that flowed down into a winding stream. Liang Ying heard that her elders often consumed the spring water from here, giving them a sense of prolonged life. Liang Ying also enjoyed brewing spiritual tea with this spring water, creating a unique flavor. The active ingredients in the tea were fully activated, making the mist produced more concentrated. Running in such a natural environment made one feel more relaxed and comfortable. As blood circulation sped up and pores opened from the heat, fresh air from the forest seeped deeper into the body, giving one a feeling of purification as if cleansing the muscles and marrow. However, regretfully, the mountain here hadn't yet formed mist. It wasn't yet considered a spirit mountain and paled in comparison to the mountain within Green Emerald Farm. Thinking of Green Emerald Farm, Liang Ying couldn't help but think of Xiao Haixian. She wondered if he could survive within that mountain. If there was a chance later, she would go back to Green Emerald Farm and explore that mountain again. After returning from running, Liang Ying plucked several flowers about to wilt and handed them to the steward to place in the living room vase. Then, after eating breakfast, she proceeded with 2 hours of physical combat training. Upon finishing the physical training, generally around 8:30, she would rest for half an hour before starting mental power training at 9 o'clock. Mental power training was exhausting, so Liang Ying first completed the training plan designed by Hu Qingdu. After resting for a bit, she practiced controlling the 9 little bees on her bracelet. Mechanical neuron technology was truly fascinating. Not only could it be triggered by mental power, but also by primordial force. Currently, Liang Ying could control 3 of the little bees simultaneously using her mental power, while all of them could be controlled with her primordial force. After completing the mental power training, the time was already past 10. Liang Ying would return to her room to take a shower, change into clean clothes, and then find some of the elder ancestors at the main house to chat over tea. Liang Ying enjoyed talking with the elder ancestors. Their words were full of wisdom, and through their stories, she could learn many things while satisfying her longing for family affection. The elder ancestors kept her for lunch, and afterward, Liang Ying continued the habit of taking a nap. Resting for 10 minutes midday helped her maintain peak energy levels throughout the day. In the afternoon, it was mech time. The mech given to Liang Ying by Liang Tao was also silver in color, nearly identical in function to his, but slightly smaller, about 4 meters tall. Its firepower was also somewhat weaker, a design that better facilitated the pilot's ability to exploit the mech's agility and flexibility. It perfectly matched Liang Ying's preferences. Liang Ying named the mech Silver Moon, expecting it to become a Knight of the Silver Moon among mechs. She began by mounting the mech, conducting basic training inside the mech training chamber without merging with it. Later, she took the mech outside, merged, and freely roamed through the mountains and forests. For instance, climbing steep cliffs to pick wild fruits or chasing birds for fun. It wasn't exactly formal training. Rather, it resembled a giant playing in the mountain, a somewhat irresponsible endeavor. Of course, since Liang Ying never intended to become a proper mech warrior, such freedom in mech operations suited her well when it came to managing the farm in the future. Chasing after a squirrel, Liang Ying climbed up a stone cliff that had a perfect view of the entire mountain. The beautiful scenery stretched out below her. The little squirrel had scampered away by the time she reached the top. Liang Ying disengaged the mech fusion, parked Silver Moon on the cliff, climbed onto its shoulders, and sat there swinging her legs leisurely enjoying the view. Suddenly, with a faint puff, a bird fell from the sky directly toward Liang Ying's head. Just as the bird carcass was about a meter from Liang Ying, its falling speed slowed, turning it into something akin to a single feather gently floating down and eventually landing in Liang Ying's hands. Its belly was scorched black, indicating a mark left by a small energy hunting rifle. Turning back, Liang Ying saw a group of young people carrying rifles heading up the mountain. There were 7 of them. Her cousins Liang Hui and Liang Guang, cousin sister Liang Hui, cousin younger sister Liang Qi, and her cousins-in-law Zhang Chao, Benedict, and Elijah. Liang Ying remembered that the day after tomorrow was New Year's Eve, and most of the important members of the Liang family should be arriving soon. Everyone would spend New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year at the main house. Hey, cousin Liang Ying, is that you over there? I thought so. Looked way over and saw this massive silver figure. Is this your new mech? The first to call out was her cousin Liang Hui. These 7 individuals all knew Liang Ying. They had shared a meal together at Liang Tao's birthday party not long ago. Liang Ying wasn't shy about speaking her mind. She frowned as she looked down at the group of 7 and feigned anger. I said, you were shooting birds just now, almost hitting me. You shouldn't be hunting like this. What if you hurt someone? Even if you don't hit a person, it's still bad for the plants around here. Hearing this, the 7 burst into laughter. All of them had physical arts skills above level 5, and quickly climbed up the body of Silver Moon to join Liang Ying on the shoulders of the mech. Eli was a mech enthusiast who couldn't resist touching Silver Moon everywhere with both hands once he got close. Wow, too extravagant. This is an upgraded version of the assassin-type mech, right? But you've painted it silver. That's such a waste of its name, and also its greatest advantage. Too extravagant. Too extravagant. Littling, How about we make a deal? You give me this upgraded assassin-type mech, and I'll trade you 2 brand new ones. You can pick any model you want. A lie, big brother. That's completely unfair. We've only just met, and already you're trying to poach my things. This one was custom made by my father for me, and I definitely won't trade it. Not even for 10 machines. Ah, what a waste. Liang Hui patted Eli's shoulder, smiling and saying, "Give it up, will you? Your mech storage room is already full of all sorts of mechs. The last time I visited, they were all gathering dust. Even if Littling gave you this mech, chances are it'd end up in your storage too, maybe not getting more use than if it stayed with her." Liang Ying waved the rigid bird carcass in her hand and handed it to Eli, whose face was etched with sorrow. "Here, take this bird home for tonight's extra meal." Chapter 146, another 4th-rank fruit. On the New Year's Eve, Liang Tao was still in seclusion. Tang Jiting brought the twins to the main house. The main house was brilliantly lit and full of voices. According to Liang Ying's observation, there were nearly 200 people who came back to spend the New Year's Eve at the main house, even more than those who attended Liang Tao's birthday party. And this was just for family members with significant status. If they counted all members of the Liang clan, it would definitely reach thousands. Truly a remarkable family that predated the founding of the Federation by many centuries. Thousands of years of operation was no joke. Liang Ying sat with siblings around her age. Tang Jiting stayed with her peers among the wives. The twins and other younger children were looked after by nannies. There were too many people. The nannies couldn't rest either. Robot nannies were used as well. Fortunately, the Liang family emphasized tradition and rarely used robots, so these machines were only employed when there was too much to handle. After finishing their meals, everyone split into groups to enjoy their leisure time. The elders set up tables for mahjong, and a few important wives stood nearby attending to them. They humorously regulated the atmosphere while serving tea, water, and snacks to the elderly. Among them was Tang Jiting, speaking enthusiastically and making everyone laugh, occasionally interjected by the elder patriarchs. Clearly, she held an important position in the Liang family, as the future wife of the clan leader. The twins played hide-and-seek with other kids their age around the robot nannies, under the watchful eyes of several butlers. Meanwhile, Liang Ying was pulled upstairs by her younger cousin, Liang Qi, who seemed to have something confidential to share. Her cousin Liang Qi was only a year younger, currently attending university at a medical school on Capital Star. "Big brother came back today, sistering. He probably has something crucial to discuss with us. Third grandpa told me to invite you too. We will wait here for a bit until they arrive." "Third grandpa asked you? Is he including me in your matter? Tell sister a little insider information first, Chi-Chi." "No, big brother specifically said not to tell anyone else." "Am I considered someone else?" "Oh well, I guess I am nothing more than someone else in your eyes. By the way, when I came back from the Empire last time, I brought a few seeds of azure grass. Lately, I've been considering cultivating one." "Ah, you have azure grass seeds. Sistering, I adore you so much. Please grow them out." "I'm planning to cultivate the grass, but why does it matter to you?" Liang Ying teased her with a raised eyebrow. "Oh come on, sistering. We are like sisters. Mine is yours and yours is mine too. Be kind to me." "What do you mean be kind? You won't even spill a bit of secret beforehand. Don't try to flatter me now. Humph. I am someone who bears grudges." "Ah, sistering, don't be so shy. Have you heard of the Gray Fox Mountain Range?" "Gray Fox Mountain Range? I think the elders mentioned it before. Wasn't there a tale about an ancient gray fox immortal who sacrificed its power to save the world, using itself to fill the sky's gap and turning its spirit into a fox stench herb? It's said that herb quietly blesses the people from within Gray Fox Mountain Range. Could elder brother be taking us into the mountains to seek the immortal?" "Not quite. It's not to look for the immortal, but for treasure." "Treasure? Has treasure appeared in Gray Fox Mountain Range?" "Yes indeed. Treasure was found recently. Some time ago, someone mistakenly wandered into Gray Fox Mountain Range, got badly injured by wild beasts, and ate fruit growing there right before dying. Not only did his wounds heal instantly, but his cultivation also improved greatly. He survived solely because of the fruit and walked out of the mountain alive. Unfortunately, this man handed over the remaining fruits to the police once he emerged. As the police were contacting higher-ups to transfer the fruit to the research institute for analysis, he met with a fatal car accident. Later, it was confirmed that the fruit had magical properties, possibly a 4th-rank fruit. The research institute wanted to locate where the fruit had been found, but then discovered that he had already been dead for days. Now everyone only knows that Gray Fox Mountain Range has a 4th-rank fruit, but no one knows exactly where the tree stands. Another 4th-rank fruit. Liang Ying felt the story sounded familiar, somewhat similar to the discovery of red grapefruit in Deer Harbor Mountain Range years ago. However, the discoverer of this incident was incredibly unlucky. He passed away before receiving any reward from the government. But if a 4th-rank fruit was discovered, what does it have to do with us? This kind of major event, wouldn't the government prohibit our involvement in the search? Of course, because that person passed away too early. The discovery rights for this fruit are still vacant. Gray Fox Mountain Range is a public area. Any citizen of the Federation has the freedom to enter and exit. The state has no reason to restrict us from going in to look for anything. Are you planning to organize a mercenary team to go into the mountains to find the 4th-rank fruit? Do you have a chance? If you already know about this news, others definitely know as well. How many people do you think are planning to go into the mountains to search? Can we outcompete them? There's Big Brother, isn't there? This time, the military is sending people into the mountains to search for treasure. Conveniently, one of the teams is under Big Brother's command. Big Brother has already discussed with the military to collaborate with our Liang family. We'll all go into the mountains together to search for treasure. Among Liang Ying's generation in the Liang family, Liang Yuan is the eldest, the same big brother mentioned by Liang Qi. It was said that he had great potential and was one of the most valued members of his generation, also someone the Liang family focused on cultivating. Liang Yuan served in the military and had already been promoted to the rank of major, commanding his own troops. It was rumored that when Liang Tao was severely injured, the Liang clan's influence within the military faced significant pressure. Liang Yuan, in particular, was suppressed by hostile families. He had an opportunity to further his advancement, but was forcibly held back. This time, leading troops to search for treasure in Grey Fox Mountain Range. If Liang Yuan could establish a merit, by the time Liang Tao was due to emerge from seclusion, Liang Yuan would have a very high chance of being directly promoted to the next level. Previously, while Liang Yuan was stationed outside with his troops, Liang Ying never met him. However, based on Liang Qi's tone, it seemed that big brother was not hard to get along with. Liang Ying took the opportunity to ask Liang Qi more about their big brother, hoping she might also be able to maintain a harmonious relationship with him. They did not wait long before the door was knocked on, and a group of people walked in. Liang Ying recognized everyone except the man surrounded at the center. That stranger was big brother Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan was dressed in casual clothing rather than a military uniform. Nevertheless, his straight posture easily evoked the image of a soldier. He was very tall, probably around 190 centimeters, with strong and steady steps indicating he was physically trained. His eyes were sharp and spirited, embodying both the stable demeanor of an officer and the youthful vigor characteristic of young people. Chapter 147, Grey Fox Mountain Range. You must be Xiaoying. I even held you when you were a child. After being away for so many years, you finally come back home. Liang Yuan said with a smile as he observed Liang Ying, then glanced around at the others in the room. If anyone among them bothers you, let me know and I'll deal with them. Oh, this elder brother was indeed quite good. He won Liang Ying's favor right from the start. They laughed and joked around for a while before getting down to business. The federal government would not prevent individual teams from participating in the search for fourth-grade fruit. In terms of manpower and efficiency, they might even encourage the public to do so. However, private ownership was not allowed. If someone found fourth-grade fruit, they could exchange it with the government for certain benefits, but hoarding or monopolizing it personally was not an option. After all, fourth-grade fruit was crucial to the entire galaxy, and the government would not allow individuals to control something that could influence the whole galaxy. The Liang family's involvement in this matter was not about fighting for priority over the fourth-grade fruit, but earning credit for Liang Yuan. The elders of the Liang family had their own affairs to handle, so only the younger generation of Liang Ying's age group participated, probably also intending to train the younger ones. This time, the military sent out 3 teams into the mountains to search for treasures. The 3 teams entered from different directions and would later share their information among themselves. Collaborating with Liang Yuan's team gave the young members of the Liang family an advantage. They could access all the government's data, which greatly helped them hunt for treasure in the mountains. The Grey Fox Mountain Range was a pristine forest area. Due to its unique natural environment, the government didn't want to destroy its flora and fauna, so the Federation still lacked a complete map of the Grey Fox Mountains. In other words, the Grey Fox Mountain Range remained entirely in its most natural state. Liang Yuan had what was, so far, the most detailed map of the Grey Fox Mountain Range, but it was limited to the edge of the range. The central area was completely blank. The dangers in the primeval forest were unpredictable, so the young members of the Liang family going with the military received a certain level of security. Meanwhile, the Liang family team could make up for the military's lack of flexibility. Also, the 3 military teams would share their information. Ultimately, whichever team found the goods first would be credited the most. Naturally, the Liang family hoped Liang Yuan would secure this distinction, making the Liang family team an additional strength for him. Big brother, if we can collaborate with the military, what about other families? Could there be others who have thought of the same idea? You're absolutely right. This time, the military sent out 3 teams, and 2 others are also working with other families. So, everyone is both collaborators and competitors. However, competitive means are limited and wouldn't be brought to light. In summary, 3 teams, 3 directions, the chance of meeting each other is extremely low. Mainly, everyone will rely on their own abilities, so choosing the direction initially is very important. What should we do? How should we choose the direction? At this moment, Liang Yuan looked at Liang Ying, who had been attentively listening by the side. Xiaoying, since you study at the agricultural college, last time the red grapefruit tree was discovered by you. Is there any experience you can share with us? When she was called out, Liang Ying first paused in surprise, then thought for a while, and said, as for experiences, they don't really exist. You might already know how that red grapefruit tree was discovered. Strictly speaking, the person who discovered the red grapefruit wasn't actually me, but someone else. It's just that the truth isn't convenient to reveal, so I took the credit. However, if given the opportunity, I'd like to take a look at the fringes of the Grey Fox Mountain Range before we set off. There might be some unexpected inspirations. Inspirations? Sister Ying, this is an artistic creation. Why do we need inspiration? Liang Qi was very puzzled. Liang Ying smiled faintly without giving an explanation. Others thought she was just saying it casually, so they didn't pay much attention. Only Liang Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. Back when Liang Ying was taken away, Liang Yuan was already over 10 years old. Some things he hadn't fully understood, but he vaguely remembered hearing the elders mention them. Once, Grandpa seemed to have remarked that Liang Ying was unlike ordinary children. Although Liang Yuan didn't know exactly what made her different, he instinctively felt that Liang Ying was trustworthy. Alright, let's go by the family flyer tomorrow afternoon and take a look there. Whether Xiaoying gets any inspiration or not, all of us can first get a feel for the environment there to prepare for our departure. The next afternoon, the younger generation of the Liang family drove their flyer to the edge of the Gray Fox mountain range, which wasn't too far from the main residence of the Liang family. It appeared that the news of the fourth-grade fruit had slowly spread. There were already many people gathered here, both professional mercenaries, family soldiers, and individuals from some organizations. Descending from the landing platform, crowds of people made their way toward the base of the mountain range. To preserve the natural environment of the mountains, large vehicles such as flyers were not allowed inside. Only small tools like personal mechs or hoverboards could be used. Liang Ying's Silver Moon was a small mech, but she opted for a hoverboard like everyone else. Speaking of which, her skills with the hoverboard had become incredibly smooth. She could now execute dangerous stunts and even perform aerial tricks with ease. Among the younger members of the Liang family, the lowest level in martial arts was held by the youngest, Liang Qi, who had reached level 6 despite this being the lowest. Then there was Liang Ying at level 7, while the others were all above level 9. To be honest, when Liang Ying first met her siblings, she felt quite embarrassed. She thought she had worked hard, only to find that none of the Liang family offspring fell short. Upon reflection, it made sense. They were all meticulously nurtured heirs of the Liang family, trained systematically from a young age with unlimited access to various nutritional supplements. It would be difficult for them not to excel unless they were utterly hopeless cases, and such unworthy heirs had already been weeded out long ago. In total, 8 of the younger generation of the Liang family came along, led by Liang Yuan, riding on hoverboards to the foot of the mountain. Xiaoying, how about this position? We'll enter the mountain range further if we go ahead. Liang Yuan asked for Liang Ying's opinion. I'll take a look here first. Liang Ying folded up her hoverboard and gazed into the depths of the forest, appearing as if lost in thought, yet her vision rapidly extended deep into the woods. The Gray Fox mountain range was a spiritual place, its thick mist swirling through the forest far denser than in the Lukang mountains of Chukna or behind the Nerva Green Emerald Farm. The creatures born and raised here would certainly not be ordinary beings. Even just standing at the base of the mountain before venturing into the dense fog, Liang Ying already felt a great sense of comfort in both body and mind. The fourth-grade fruit that grew here might very well exceed the quality of the red grapefruit. Even without finding fourth-grade fruit, the other plants growing here would still surpass the quality of ordinary ones. Chapter 148, Entering the Mountain. Liang Ying looked for a long time at the foot of the mountain, realizing that the size of the mountain range was too large. Even when she released all her primal power, she could only see one corner of it. The flowers, grasses, and trees in the forest were lively. Upon spotting Liang Ying, they all greeted her. Unfortunately, they had no knowledge of what grade 4 fruits were, thus unable to guide her way. After checking around at the foot of the mountain, Liang Ying had Liang Yuan drive the flying car around Huhu Mountain. The flying car could not fly too low to avoid being attacked by birds. They also couldn't go to the central area where the magnetic field was unstable, which would interfere with the operation of the flying car. In general, this trip did not yield as much information as Liang Ying expected, but it wasn't entirely fruitless. After conversing with nearby plants, they told Liang Ying that the air in a certain area was particularly good. In Liang Ying's understanding, good meant higher mist content in the air, suggesting there might be more chances to find grade 4 fruits there. Liang Ying relayed the direction to that region to Liang Yuan, who didn't question why and decided to proceed in that direction. Anyway, aside from Liang Ying's inspiration, they had no other way to judge the direction. The plan to enter the mountain was set for a week later. Everyone went their own way to prepare. Liang Yuan would return to his military duties after the second day of the Chinese New Year. Since Liang Tao was still in seclusion, Liang Ying had to seek help from Alan. As Liang Tao's secretary, there's no way he wouldn't know about Liang Tao giving Liang Ying the mechanical neuron bracelet. Alan uncle, I have a favor to ask. Do you know about the bracelet my father gave me? I want to add something to it. It was soon time to leave, and the Liang family's group consisted of a total of 15 people. Liang Yuan was commanding the troops, so he didn't count. Among the younger generation of the Liang family, including Liang Ying, there were 7 individuals. The remaining 8 were Liang family bodyguards. These 8 bodyguards were retired soldiers specifically hired by the Liang family. They not only excelled in martial arts to protect Liang Ying and her companions, but also had extensive experience in jungle survival. On the day of departure, the members of the Liang family took the flying car to meet at the location designated by Liang Yuan. Military personnel were already waiting at the meeting place, discussing the best point to enter the mountain. According to the military, 3 teams should select directions with larger intervals between them, trying to cover a wider range of areas, aiming to find grade 4 fruits as quickly as possible. However, it seemed the 3 officers leading the teams were arguing and couldn't agree on the directions. Upon asking, Liang Ying learned that another officer chose a direction too close to Liang Yuan's choice. They were negotiating how to change the entry points, aiming to increase the distance between the 2 teams. Liang Ying glanced at the other officer, then appraised the team behind him, discovering a familiar face amidst them. It was Roland Sheck, and surprisingly, he was part of that person's team. The last time Liang Ying saw Roland Sheck was during the fight for the red grapes at Chukna. It was unexpected to see him here again. But among all the familiar faces, Roland was alone without his usual hangers-on. Roland originally sought the red grape because of some latent issues within his body. Although he didn't obtain it then, the cultivation of red grapes spread across the Federation, curing his injuries long ago. Roland Sheck seemed to be an outstanding student at Black Cannon Military Academy, and since the Sheck family was an old established family in the Federation, his involvement in this matter made sense. Liang Ying didn't have a good impression of Roland Sheck. She had added him to her blacklist long ago, and now pretended as if she had never met him. Of course, whether or not the other party remembered her was another matter. Liang Ying scanned the other team members present and discovered many capable individuals. There were several whose cultivation levels she couldn't perceive, and one person emitted a dangerous aura. Liang Ying tensed internally. Among these people were not only physical combat experts, but mental force experts as well. By instinct, she judged that at least 3 or 4 had mental power levels surpassing hers. It seemed the other 2 families involved valued this matter more than the Liang family, sending quite a few top-notch experts. As for the Liang family, they considered this event more like a trial for the younger generation and didn't bring out their ace cards. Or perhaps the Liang family had great confidence in Liang Yuan's abilities, and the 15 people, including Liang Ying, were just there to add icing on the cake. Regardless, Liang Ying would give her all. She had a gut feeling that secrets she wanted to uncover were hidden somewhere within these vast mountains. In fact, where they entered the mountain wasn't most important. The critical part was to ensure the heavily fogged region was included in their search area. Calculating the direction and its proximity to the desired area, Liang Ying believed she could still reach that area if necessary. Liang Ying called Liang Yuan over and whispered a few words in his ear, pointing out the particular region to him. After showing understanding, Liang Yuan returned to continue deliberations. Following some concessions, the decision came swiftly. Liang Yuan and his team changed their entry direction while the other team stuck to their original choice. However, the specific region Liang Ying indicated fell within the search range of Liang Yuan's team. Liang Ying suspected that there was a high-level mental force expert in their team, possibly surpassing level 12. Moreover, she even suspected that these high-level mental force experts could sense the presence of the fog. In fact, Liang Ying's guess wasn't far off. Mental force experts beyond level 12 had sharper senses and mastered more abilities. However, they couldn't manipulate primal power. They couldn't see the existence of the fog like Liang Ying. Their heightened mental sensitivity merely allowed them to perceive the existence of some kind of substance, much like what Liang Ying called her inspiration. After deciding on their respective mountain entry points, the 3 teams boarded the military landing ships parked nearby. Naturally, Liang Ying and the 15 others joined Liang Yuan. This time, Liang Yuan brought along 28 soldiers, all of whom were above level 9 in physical arts and had jungle combat experience. Among them, 7 were above level 12 in physical arts, and the team's deputy captain even reached level 11 in mental force. It could be said that the team led by Liang Yuan was very strong, stronger than the other 2 teams when considering only military strength. The downside was that the strength of Liang Ying and the other 15 was slightly inferior to that of the other 2 cooperative teams. Most crucially, they lacked a mental force expert at level 12. Liang Ying's ability, when it came to exploring objects, surpassed those at level 12 in mental force, but fell short in combat. Hopefully, whichever team found something first, the 3 teams would not turn against each other so that the high-level mental force experts of the other side wouldn't pose a threat to their lives. On the landing boat, Liang Yuan gave a brief introduction of the members from the Liang family and the military. In the coming days, everyone would be comrades, needing mutual trust and assistance. The Liang family had good home training. Even the elite disciples who were heavily cultivated within the clan lacked any arrogance. There was no putting on airs or unnecessary aloofness. As newcomers, they even humbly lowered their stance, openly stating that they wanted to learn a lot from the soldiers. Chapter 149, Suspicious People. To minimize disturbing the beasts in the jungle, everyone used flying boards to move quickly on the periphery. After reaching a denser part of the jungle, they began walking on foot. With martial arts skills at level 6 or above, walking through the mountain forest hardly felt tiring, so everyone still maintained a high pace. Since they hadn't entered the forest from the originally planned entrance, it would take a detour to reach the area designated by Liang Ying. The distance increased, and more time would be inevitably consumed. With Deputy Team Leader Du Huaiquan at level 11 of mental power present, there was no need for Liang Ying to lead the way. His mental perception range was large enough to avoid encounters with fierce beasts while allowing them to proceed in the most convenient direction. The allure of grade 4 fruits was indeed significant. Not long after entering the jungle, Liang Ying's group encountered several private mercenary teams. Each side clearly identified themselves, then silently parted ways without interfering with one another. Traveling with the military made things much easier. They didn't have to worry about setting up camp at night. The only thing that dissatisfied Liang Ying was the food. For convenience, everyone was consuming nutritional agents carried with them. By the 3rd night, Liang Ying could no longer stand it. She felt her stomach might strike if she continued eating nutritional agents. As a university student in the agricultural college, she could always find a few plants she recognized in the mountain forests. Liang Ying picked a bunch of fresh fruits and shared them with everyone around the campfire. Speaking of the environment of the Gray Fox Mountains, it was the best Liang Ying had seen so far. Plants here were generally surrounded by mist, some thick and some light, indicating that even if these plants hadn't reached grade 4 levels, they were certainly at grades 2 or 3. Fresh fruits were very popular. It seemed everyone had grown tired of nutritional agents. Moreover, Liang Ying specifically chose fruits with denser mist, making these fruits taste better than ordinary ones. They not only tasted good, but also had better effects, enabling everyone who had walked all day to recover faster. With enough people, the younger members of the Liang family technically didn't have to take turns keeping watch at night. However, upon everyone's insistence, Liang Yuan included Liang Ying and the other 7 young masters and misses of the Liang family into the nighttime watch roster. On the third evening, it was finally Liang Ying's turn to keep watch. She carried a pile of fruit and sat by a small fire with Liang Yuan. Liang Yuan grabbed a fruit and began crunching away, while Liang Ying propped her head up and stared blankly at the night sky. However, if you looked carefully at the bracelet on Liang Ying's wrist, you'd notice that instead of 9 bees, there were now only 7. After an indeterminate amount of time, Deputy Captain Du Huailin, who should have been resting, suddenly came out of the tent and sat down beside Liang Ying and her brother. Du Huailin was a friendly person who wasn't easily intimidated, and he directly pulled over the bag left aside by Liang Ying, picking out fruits one after another and munching away. Liang Yuan gave Du Huailin a curious glance. Seeing Du Huailin remain silent and Liang Ying maintaining her previous position, staring blankly into space, Liang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, refraining from asking any questions and continuing to eat fruit like Du Huailin. At this moment, not too far from where Liang Ying and her team were, another group was resting there. It was unclear whether it was by coincidence or deliberately done, but this group had been following Liang Ying's team all day, sometimes close, sometimes far, making it impossible to determine whether they had chosen the same route by chance or intentionally trailed behind. What caught Liang Ying's attention was that this group was a bit odd. There were only 5 of them, and they had barely spoken a word all day, not using verbal communication amongst themselves, leaving Liang Ying unable to spy on their intentions. Furthermore, Liang Ying couldn't judge the strength of these 5 people, indicating that their martial skills or mental powers were both beyond hers. Such a strange, yet powerful quintet appearing behind their group made Liang Ying take note. The moonlight was obstructed by tree branches, and under the shadows of the trees, the night was pitch black. The night in the jungle was not quiet. Incessant insect chirps rang out, interspersed occasionally by wild animal breaths heard nearby, along with the occasional cries of small animals and birds, marking the feeding time for nocturnal creatures. 2 little metallic-colored bees flew through the tree shadows. They emitted almost no sound, causing all the jungle animals to completely ignore their existence. These 2 little bees flew to the vicinity of the tents where those 5 people were resting. It seemed as if they observed for a moment, confirming that the 2 night watchmen weren't looking this way, before cautiously skimming the ground and landing on one of the tents. The tents were sealed with no gaps. The little bees flew to a corner of the tent, dived underneath, revealed their fine needles at the rear, pierced upwards once, flapped their little wings, and enlarged the needle hole slightly, eventually squeezing inside. The other little bee followed the same method and infiltrated another tent. Once inside the tent, the little bees did not act immediately. Instead, they first surveyed what was inside the tent. Finally, Liang Ying, who had been supporting her head all the time, moved. She glanced at Du Huailin beside her, with no surprise in her eyes. Though she appeared lost in thought just now, it didn't mean that she was unaware of what was happening around her. Liang Ying opened the communicator on her wrist, input a string of special numbers, and entered a dedicated channel. 2 virtual screens popped up, showing the images transmitted back by the 2 little bees. It wasn't a secret to Liang Yuan and Du Huailin that Liang Ying possessed a mechanical neuron bracelet. Since Du Huailin also had mechanical neurons and had been using them for many years with his mental power at level 11, he immediately recognized the chain on Liang Ying's wrist. Do you think there's something wrong with those 5 people behind us? Du Huailin asked Liang Ying. It's hard to say. I'll feel uneasy unless I confirm. Liang Ying replied. Du Huailin nodded. Actually, he also suspected those 5 people. The reason he didn't sleep tonight and came out was that he wanted to investigate their true abilities together with Liang Ying. The 2 little bees started searching around the tent, but unfortunately found nothing useful. Then these little creatures persistently crawled into the backpacks, activated the night vision scanner, and transmitted the images inside the backpacks one by one to the communicator on Liang Ying's wrist. Unfortunately, these 2 backpacks still yielded nothing valuable. Liang Ying then controlled the 2 little bees to exit the tent and search the other 3 tents as well, yet they still couldn't find anything suspicious. But the more this happened, the more restless Liang Ying became. The less suspicious these 5 people seemed, the more peculiar their actions appeared. Like Liang Ying, Du Huailin also frowned. Mentalists have sharp instincts, and their perception of danger surpasses physical combat cultivators. Instinctively, Du Huailin agreed with Liang Ying's view. These 5 people were indeed questionable. The 2 little bees had already left the tent and crouched in the grass, staring at the 2 guards. Liang Ying suddenly got an idea. She controlled one of the bees to rise into the air and quickly fly past the back of one person. Smack! That person slapped his hand behind him, muttering curses under his breath. Chapter 150, A Strange Map. That person instinctively cursed under his breath. His voice was so low that the sound transmitted through the little bee device was completely inaudible. However, Liang Ying clearly heard what he said with her elemental power. That person said, "Damn bugs," and there was nothing wrong with the sentence itself. The real issue was that it wasn't in the Federation's common language, but in the Empire's common language. Just now, that person spoke in Imperial. Liang Ying informed Liang Yuan and Du Huailin about her discovery. Liang Yuan's expression immediately became serious. You didn't hear wrong? Was it really the Imperial language? I didn't hear wrong. You also know I just came back from the Empire. I haven't forgotten the Imperial language yet. That mumbling was absolutely in Imperial. Liang Ying was very sure, because using her elemental power to eavesdrop was like hearing the words right beside her ear. She wouldn't have made a mistake. Du Huailin narrowed his eyes. Try another one. Liang Ying nodded, operating another little bee. It flew suddenly over another person's back, stung his back, then flew away immediately. This person wasn't as angry as the previous one. He scratched his back instead without speaking. However, the one who got stung before wasn't very calm. He murmured a few complaints to someone beside him. This time, Liang Ying hit another little bee. Near them, the transmitted sound was slightly clearer than before. Even though she still couldn't hear what he said clearly, by judging the middle syllables, it could be confirmed that it wasn't the Federation language. But Liang Ying heard it clearly. That person was complaining about how this mission was too hasty, not giving them enough time to prepare. They lacked items for their trip. They even forgot the insect repellent. Both Liang Yuan and Du Huailin's expressions became solemn when looking at each other. There is a great possibility it's Imperial. Why would the Empire people appear here and behave so strangely? Things get complicated once the Empire is involved. Could it be the Empire wanted to find the level 4 fruit first, monopolize the secret, take it away, without letting the Federation obtain it? This is not impossible. But, isn't this making a mountain out of a molehill? It's just a fruit. Even if the Empire gets this plant, transplanting it back to the Empire might not guarantee its survival. Besides, the Federation has started growing regular red grapes. Getting some 4-season fruits indeed has many benefits, but losing them wouldn't bring much loss either. Moreover, after the Federation discovers the level 4 fruit, it will surely promote it widely. By that point, it would be easier for the Empire to obtain samples of the level 4 fruit. The only difference would be timing. Is it necessary for the Empire to compete with the Federation? The discovery of the level 4 fruit should benefit the entire galaxy. Why drag two countries' interests into this? At the current speed, how much longer until we reach the predetermined area? Asked Liang Ying. Probably more than 2 days, Liang Yuan replied. Du Huailin was silent for a while before saying, get rid of them tomorrow. If not feasible, eliminate obstacles before we reach the place. Won't this cause any problems? Liang Ying always had difficulty accepting killing, but she knew that to be thorough with enemies, otherwise, one only makes it hard for oneself. Gray Fox Mountains are dangerous. When coming here, one must be mentally prepared. Any incidents cannot be blamed on others, Liang Yuan said casually. He certainly appeared to be a true soldier with battle experience. Unexpectedly, they would face fierce battles soon after entering the mountain, making Liang Ying's night slightly heavy. The next morning, Liang Ying and her group set off again, their marching speed obviously faster, and the chosen route becoming sharp and difficult. Yet, the 5 people behind kept trailing effortlessly at a distance farther than the day before. That synchronized-like pace left Liang Ying uneasy. Most of the team were unaware of the situation behind. Younger sister Liang Qi walked by Liang Ying's side, pointing occasionally at new things in the forest. Liang Ying had little interest and monitored the 5 individuals behind all the time, paying little attention to Liang Qi. Fortunately, Liang Qi was somewhat slow-witted, failing to detect Liang Ying's abnormality or care about her occasional absent-mindedness. Not until the night camp set up did the 5 people behind leave. The tension grew during this night. Liang Yuan and Du Huailin were discussing ways to deal with those 5 individuals. Tonight wasn't Liang Ying's turn to keep watch. Lying in the single tent, she anxiously paid attention to the situation of the 5 individuals behind. The actions of those 5 individuals were stranger tonight. They didn't pitch tents and rest like last night, instead choosing a small cave. Were the 5 individuals digging pits in the cave, searching for something, or wanting to bury something? It was a map. They dug up a map from beneath the ground inside the cave. What was going on? A map, and the 5 people gathered around it. It was a topographic map of the Gray Fox Mountains, exactly the same as the one Liang Yuan had given to Liang Ying's group. It was the most detailed map of the Gray Fox Mountains owned by the Federation government, although the central part of the map was still blank. On the map, there were 5 points marked with crosses. These points were not nearby. Instead, they were spread out far apart from each other, and none of them were within the area where Liang Ying wanted to go. The 5 individuals were all examining the map attentively. They didn't speak, but one of them pointed at a point on the map, then pointed to a person, seemingly assigning tasks. Each of the 5 individuals got assigned 1 point. After the task allocation was complete, the 5 individuals turned and dispersed without saying a word. Liang Ying felt something was off, so she hurriedly took out paper and pen and sketched the map from memory. She then ran out to find Liang Yuan, who was still discussing the plan. Big brother, the situation has changed. Liang Ying was very anxious. Her intuition told her that those 5 people must have some kind of conspiracy. Their purpose might be unrelated to the search for level 4 fruits, but it definitely pointed to a significant event. What did the 5 people intend to do when they separated towards their 5 different locations? Upon hearing Liang Ying's account, Du Huailin immediately released 15 mechanical neurons, sending 3 groups of them to track the 5 individuals separately. Liang Yuan took over the map drawn by Liang Ying, discussed it again with Du Huailin, then turned on the communicator to report the situation of these 5 individuals back to headquarters. Not long after, instructions came down from headquarters. Liang Yuan's team was not required to concern themselves with these 5 individuals. Everything should proceed according to the original plan. Headquarters would dispatch another group to enter the mountains and take responsibility for investigating the actions of the 5 individuals. Headquarters would also inform the other 2 treasure hunting teams about this news. All participating treasure hunting teams should try their best to avoid unnecessary complications. Regardless, Liang Ying's team no longer needed to remove obstacles. However, Liang Ying now had less interest in treasure hunting. Those 5 individuals from the Empire worried her more. Thus, she could only quietly continue monitoring them. Chapter 151, Alarming the Snake. At noon on the 6th day, Liang Ying and her group finally arrived at the area. Just as the plants had told Liang Ying, the mist in this canyon was particularly thick. Possibly affected by the terrain of this region, the mist condensed without dispersing. The quality of the plants growing in the canyon was clearly better by 1 grade. Although they hadn't seen any 4th-grade plants yet, Liang Ying intuitively judged that most of the plants in this canyon were 3rd grade. Standing in the thick fog, Liang Ying felt a sense of ethereal lightness. In such an excellent natural environment, the comfort of the human body was so evident that it made one want to settle here and live forever. This was probably what a fairyland on Earth would be like. Liang Ying released her primordial power, which surged together with the mist in the canyon. At this moment, she seemed to have become one with nature, a feeling that was truly indescribably wonderful. Liang Ying smiled. She had found the treasure they were looking for. However, the treasure wasn't just one plant, but 3. There were 3 kinds of 4th-grade plants in this canyon, 2 of which were fruit trees, and the other looked like lush green wild grass. Liang Ying didn't rush over to the 4th-grade plants immediately, but took out instruments to collect samples of various plants in the canyon. Because there were not only their team nearby, but also another mercenary group that had found this canyon earlier. Liang Ying calmed her mind, pretending to collect samples while secretly informing Liang Yuan about her discovery. After a brief discussion with Liang Ying, Liang Yuan sent several messages to Du Huaishan. Afterward, Liang Ying and Liang Yuan quietly left the team alone. With Liang Ying leading the way, it didn't take long for them to find the 4th-grade plants. Liang Ying was responsible for collecting plant samples, and Liang Yuan guarded beside her, recording the exact locations of the 3 plants in detail and capturing their images, uploading them to the military headquarters right away. After receiving the data uploaded by Liang Yuan, the headquarters quickly responded. Since this area was not in the central part of the Gray Fox Mountain Range and posed less danger, the military promptly cooperated with the research institute to dispatch personnel into the mountain. The headquarters instructed Liang Yuan's team to temporarily remain in the canyon and wait for the next batch of people to arrive. Among the subsequent team would be scientists who, once they came and confirmed the properties of the plants, could hand off the mission to them, marking its completion. By now, half of the credit for this achievement already belonged to Liang Yuan. Now, all they had to do was protect these 3 plants until the scientists arrived and handed them over. After collecting the data, Liang Ying and Liang Yuan quietly returned to the team. Liang Yuan consulted with Du Huaishan for a while, after which Du Huaishan took a few experts to protect those 3 plants. A smaller group going there would minimize the chances of others noticing. Besides, Du Huaishan, being a high-level spiritualist and capable of controlling mechanical neurons, was more suitable for this covert protection task than Liang Yuan. Meanwhile, far from here, the 5 individuals from the Empire were still operating. Due to the great distance, only 2 of them remained within Liang Ying's monitoring range. Initially, they had been continuously traveling through the jungle, resting only 3 hours at night. Liang Ying thought they must have some urgent matter to handle. Today, one of them finally stopped, reaching the location he was responsible for. According to the map drawn by Liang Ying, the federal dispatch personnel had already lain in ambush nearby. That person didn't detect the federal operatives. He merely examined his surroundings and chose a place to start digging a hole. Liang Ying felt a bit uneasy. It was evident these people didn't carry the things they needed with them. Someone had buried them in the Gray Fox Mountain Range beforehand, indicating that their operation had been planned for a long time. After about an hour, the person dug up a sealed silver metallic password box. After entering the password, the box opened, revealing the items inside. It was then that the federal operatives made their move. Liang Ying anxiously watched and hoped the federal side would win. However, that individual proved difficult to deal with. After an intense battle, he was eventually subdued. But at the last moment, he threw a signal flare into the air. A loud boom startled countless birds, and a column of red smoke rose into the sky. Exposed, they alarmed the snake, and the other 4 individuals became wary. Indeed, the other individual under Liang Ying's surveillance immediately sped up, sprinting through the jungle, and soon ran out of Liang Ying's line of sight. But after the federal operatives inspected the contents of the box, the truly alarming news emerged. The item inside the box turned out to be a device for synthesizing small energy bombs. If the Federation did not stop this person in time, once he succeeded in assembling these items and detonating them in the Gray Fox Mountain Range, everything within 100 kilometers of the explosion center would be turned to ashes. What a wonderful place the Gray Fox Mountain Range was. It was practically the area with the best natural environment in the Federation. If a massive explosion were to occur, the damage to the local environment would be catastrophic. 1 individual had been stopped, but 4 more remained to be intercepted. However, those 4 individuals were now on high alert. Would the Federation's operations still go smoothly? Liang Ying felt deeply indignant inside. The primordial power was closely related to nature, and she deeply understood the harmony between humans and nature. She harbored intense disdain for those who destroyed the natural environment. Regardless of whether the 5 individuals were from the Empire, or if these explosives were arranged by the Empire, or even if this sabotage operation was orchestrated by the Empire, Liang Ying held nothing but hatred for everyone involved in this matter. Still, Liang Ying trusted in the capabilities of the Federation's military. With the map in hand and ambushes already set up, they would surely not allow the other 4 individuals to escape. According to the notification given to Liang Yuan by headquarters, the next batch of personnel would arrive at the designated location in 1 day. That night, Liang Ying and her group decided to spend the night in the canyon. By then, 2 more mercenary teams had entered the canyon. That night, counting Liang Ying's group, there were 4 teams camping in the canyon. As for capturing the other 4 individuals, it was beyond Liang Ying's reach to contribute, so she rested early while worrying about the situation. In order to avoid detection by the other groups, very few people knew about the discovery of the 4th-grade plants. Only the small team leaders within their own group were aware of the news. The overnight watch duties were more complex than before. Not only did the guards have to monitor the fire pits for any movements, but they were also divided into several teams that patrolled around the clock. Liang Yuan skillfully arranged the positions of the tents so as to almost fully occupy the routes leading from this side toward the three plants. Together with the patrols running continuously, Liang Ying's team had completely controlled access through this channel. Although Liang Ying wasn't assigned to patrol the night watch, she couldn't sleep lying down in her tent. After an unknown amount of time had passed, she suddenly heard consecutive plop sounds coming from outside. Chapter 152, Unexpected Occurrence. Liang Ying suddenly woke up, realizing something was wrong. Every night, even in her sleep, she had always been able to use her primal force to monitor the surroundings. But tonight, it didn't activate automatically. Liang Ying tried to get up, but found her body aching and her head heavy with discomfort, feeling as if she were seriously ill. Even though the situation was unclear, Liang Ying realized there was a problem. Focusing her mind, she mustered all her strength to circulate her primal force through her body. Clenching her teeth, enduring the sharp pains from deep within her body, she eventually broke out in a light sweat and felt somewhat refreshed. Liang Ying did not act rashly, but first released her primal force to check her surroundings. The campsite was eerily quiet. The people on night watch seemed to be completely asleep, and the patrol guards lay unconscious on the ground. A sweet fragrance wafted through the campsite, seemingly carried from afar. After inhaling deeply, Liang Ying immediately felt dizzy and sleepy. It was this scent causing trouble, a toxic gas that had everyone unconscious. Two shadowy figures crept stealthily from the distance. Upon noticing this, Liang Ying, slightly startled, activated her mental energy and released 3 small bees. The 3 bees silently emerged from their hiding place inside the tent. 2 stayed hidden in the dark ready to strike at any moment, while 1 flew inward cautiously. Liang Ying's primal force could see Du Weilin's group nearby. They hadn't been affected by the incense yet, so they remained alert. One of the bees flew before Du Weilin, who stared curiously at it. The bee danced in the air, drawing arcs in its special manner, the unique language of the bee clan. In this way, Liang Ying informed Du Weilin about the current danger. Du Weilin narrowed his eyes and said a few words to the person beside him. He then pulled out a packet and walked slowly towards the camp, scattering the contents along the way. The sweet fragrance floating in the air seemed blocked from spreading further. As Du Weilin advanced, the substance he spread mixed with the poison gas, neutralizing the harmful elements and eliminating its sleep-inducing effects. Du Weilin infiltrated the camp under cover of darkness, his spirit energy capable of detecting the surrounding environment, though not as extensive as Liang Ying's primal force. Once near the camp, he spotted the 2 shadowy figures. A cold smile crossed Du Weilin's face. Under the cover of night, his usually gentle appearance turned ruthless. 2 mechanical neurons shot out, moving stealthily towards the shadows. Before the figures could react, 2 tiny metal needles ejected swiftly. As an officer, Du Weilin's mechanical neurons were specially equipped for officers and more advanced than Liang Ying's. His bee's stinger could launch projectiles from a distance, inflicting harm without needing to approach the enemy. Thud thud, the 2 shadows fell predictably to the ground, struck down instantly by the specialized neurological sedative on the needles. After waiting a short while to confirm they couldn't move, Du Weilin walked toward the campfire, sprinkling some powder into the embers. The almost extinguished fire suddenly burst into strong flames. The medicinal powder ignited by the flames quickly diffused in the air with the heat waves. Soon, groans and complaints rose from around the camp as everyone began waking up from their unconscious state. Liang Yuan was the first to emerge from the tent. He whispered a few words to Du Weilin. Subsequently, others left their tents, too. Only now did Liang Ying stand up, rubbing her sore head as she stepped out of the tent. Everyone already knew what happened. Some of the younger members of the Liang family showed panic, whereas others maintained composure. Trained soldiers differed from amateurs. Nonetheless, murmurs and clusters of whispers arose throughout the camp. Truthfully, among the military personnel present, they believed that their journey into the Grey Fox Mountain Range had been unnaturally peaceful, free from incidents. This unexpected event tonight made things seem normal again, aligning with the typical expedition process. The 8 retired soldiers hired by the Liang family calmed down the younger generation of the Liang family to prevent unnecessary complications that might impede the military operation. Seeing Liang Ying, Liang Yuan gestured urgently. Thanks to your warning, otherwise we would have been in danger. I feel quite embarrassed as your older brother, almost failing because of 2 sneaky individuals. Liang Ying felt slightly shy. Big brother rested early, and I happened not to have fallen asleep. When I noticed the anomaly, my only thought was seeking help from Captain Du. I didn't think much else. Liang Yuan patted Liang Ying on the shoulder. Brother thanks you greatly. I was overly confident and negligent. Fortunately, no losses occurred. Liang Ying glanced at the 2 individuals lying on the ground. Big brother, brother Du, what should we do with these 2? Liang Yuan looked at the 2 figures on the ground, his eyes narrowing as they became increasingly ruthless. This is easy. Rest assured, even if I have to dig them up from the ground, I will make these 2 confess everything. The gaze of Liang Yuan seemed like it wanted to torture these 2 slowly. It was laughable how these 2 nearly harmed them. If not for Liang Ying's sudden awakening, Liang Yuan's face would be completely tarnished. This truly gave him a wake-up call. Liang Yuan discussed in detail with Du Weilin for a while and sent people to investigate the other 3 camps. Since their group had encountered trouble, they needed to ascertain whether the same had happened to the other 3 teams camping in the canyon. Du Weilin returned to continue guarding the 3 level 4 plants. Liang Yuan, on the other hand, coldly smirked as he called over 4 soldiers, who carried the still unconscious captives into a nearby tent. It was unclear what methods Liang Yuan employed, but there were no screams heard, only occasional muffled groans. The quieter it got, the more Liang Ying felt a chill run down her spine. After this ordeal, everyone was unscathed, though they did feel shaken and somewhat fearful. More guards and patrolmen were assigned throughout the camp, raising everyone's vigilance significantly. Younger sister Liang Qi refused to sleep alone, while cousin Liang Hui also appeared uneasy. Liang Ying, however, remained unaffected. In the end, the 3 girls ended up sleeping in one tent. Still shaken by the events, insomnia gripped many, and it took Liang Ying quite a long time before she could hear steady breathing coming from the others beside her. With her eyes closed yet unable to fall deeply asleep, Liang Ying's gaze drifted past Liang Yuan towards the distance. It seemed that the other 3 camps in the gorge had been similarly attacked. Everyone in those camps was unconscious, and the areas had been thoroughly ransacked. It appeared that these 2 men had also assaulted the other 3 groups. Chapter 153, another map? Apparently, Liang Ying wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep. Her cousin Liang Hui, Liang Guang, as well as her brother-in-law Zhang Chao, Benedict, and Eli all stayed awake, quietly discussing the events of earlier around the campfire. The scouts sent to spy on the other camps had returned. After hearing their report, Liang Yuan thought for a while and dismissed the soldiers to rest. Unable to lie down any longer, Liang Ying silently got up, tiptoed out of her tent, and joined the group by the fire. Liang Hui saw Liang Ying first, waving her over. Liang Ying did not eavesdrop on the interrogation of the prisoners, mainly because she didn't want to leave a psychological scar, so she would ask Liang Yuan about the results later. Littling, I heard it was you who sent the distress signal to Captain Du's team? Eli continued his love for gossip. Liang Ying waved her hand dismissively, unwilling to dwell too long on this topic. The scouts have come back. Do we know what happened at the other 3 camps? Liang Hui suddenly crouched lower, as if this would make him invisible, then whispered into his palm. Just now, I sent Zhao Bo and Chao Baoqiang over to check. It was a mess on the ground, but no one is dead yet. We don't know when they'll wake up. Their entire camp has been ransacked. Those 2 boys don't know what they're looking for, causing such chaos. Eli also cupped half of his mouth and whispered, during the day, I think I saw Mr. Hao's 3rd son. Now that he's been robbed, he'll likely cause quite a fuss when he wakes up. Liang Guang tapped Eli lightly. Why are you so delighted? The Haos are related to our family through marriage, and you should stop bullying Hao Ning. Every time you see him, you pick on him, making Aunt Six uncomfortable. Confused, Liang Ying looked at Eli. What do you mean, Mr. Hao's 3rd son? Eli patted his own head, seemingly checking if it had swollen from Liang Guang's hit. He hadn't noticed Liang Ying's question. Sighing in exasperation, Liang Guang shook his head and provided the explanation for Liang Ying. Hao Ning, the 3rd son of the Hao family from Capital Star, is our generation. Our 6th uncle married someone from the Hao family, Aunt Six, and they're based outside the main estate. It's been years since they've returned home. You'll meet them someday. Liang Ying nodded. Understood. This Mr. Hao, the 3rd son, is good friends with brother Eli. What kind of friend? Eli exploded. I'm not friends with him, phooey. Someone like him doesn't deserve friends. Whoever befriends him will regret it. After Eli's tirade of distancing himself and complaining, Liang Ying learned about the illustrious achievements of this Mr. Hao, the 3rd son. Speaking of the Hao family, they are one of the renowned noble families on Capital Star, but this generation unfortunately produced a 3rd son who repeatedly damaged his family's reputation. Apparently, this Hao Sanshao has caused trouble since he was young. He frequently got into fights, picking on classmates in elementary school and even teachers in middle school. His family spent money to enroll him in a local university, but instead, he hung out with delinquents and became involved with gangs. Originally, the Hao family maintained close ties with another powerful clan. The Hao family's elder had a dear friend from this family, and Hao Sanshao's childhood buddy also came from this family. However, unlike Hao Sanshao, his childhood friend did not follow in his footsteps, but instead often tried to advise him against his reckless behavior. Then a major incident occurred several years ago where someone was either killed or severely injured, supposedly belonging to another mafia gang. Refusing to let the matter go, this rival gang retaliated by kidnapping Hao Sanshao. Desperate, Hao Sanshao had nowhere else to turn except to his childhood friend, who showed great loyalty by coming to ransom him with a large amount of cash. Furthermore, under Hao Sanshao's repeated pleas, the friend decided not to inform their respective families. Unfortunately, they were no match for the mafia. Hao Sanshao's childhood friend was accidentally killed during the exchange, leaving only Hao Sanshao to escape alive. When Hao Sanshao's father's friend learned of his son's death, naturally shocked and grief-stricken, instead of blaming Hao Sanshao, he sent men to annihilate the entire gang responsible. Things could have ended there, but not long after, more shocking news emerged. At a banquet, under the influence of alcohol, Hao Sanshao confessed the truth. He planned to conduct business with the gang, but lacked cash. Due to his constant troublemaking, his family strictly controlled his expenditures. In order to raise funds, Hao Sanshao devised a devious plan by deliberately staging a fake kidnapping scenario. Initially, it was meant just to trick his childhood friend into providing money. Unfortunately, things went awry, resulting in his friend's death. And most shamefully, after the event, Hao Sanshao not only failed to express remorse, but he even criticized his friend, saying that the whole situation was due to his friend being too clever for his own good and failing to follow the criminal's orders correctly. Thus, the blame fell squarely on the victim for being too stupid. Moreover, the cash that his childhood friend had brought disappeared without a trace, but in reality, it was stolen by Hao Sanxiao, who used the money as compensation for the families of the eliminated gang members. On one hand, Hao Sanxiao cursed his childhood friend for being a fool, while on the other hand, he expressed regret for the deaths of the gang members. This scene was witnessed by someone from the family, and they could no longer tolerate it. No one could bear such behavior. Because the Hao family insisted on protecting Hao Sanxiao, generations of friendship came to an end and turned into enmity, with both sides becoming rivals behind the scenes. Generally speaking, every generation within noble families produces some unworthy descendants. Typically, these offspring are given a sum of money and sent away from the main star system to survive or perish on their own. However, the Hao family continued to protect Hao Sanxiao. It was rumored that his father had died saving the Hao family patriarch, and his mother had never remarried, loving her son dearly. Thus, the Hao family patriarch felt compelled not only to protect him, but also treat him well. After this incident, everyone in Capital Star became aware of Hao Sanxiao's character, and no one wished to associate with him anymore. The Hao family had enough self-awareness to acknowledge their wrongdoing and began restricting Hao Sanxiao more strictly, assigning dedicated people to follow him around 24/7. They made it clear that if he chose to misbehave, he could only do so within the confines of their home, not causing harm outside. After hearing the story of Hao Sanxiao, Liang Ying decided firmly that she would keep her distance from such individuals and refuse to have any association with them. After some light-hearted banter, the tense atmosphere dissipated, and the younger members of the Liang family returned to their usual cheerfulness. Meanwhile, Liang Yuan had finally finished the interrogation. Seeing Liang Yuan coming toward them, the young members of the Liang family instinctively stood up. "Big brother, what did those two say?" Eli asked anxiously. Liang Yuan took out a piece of paper, unfolded it, and placed it before everyone. Liang Ying leaned in for a closer look. It was another map. However, this map was different from the one possessed by the 5 people from the Empire. This one was more detailed, even marking the central area of the Gray Fox Mountains. Chapter 154 Hao Ning. If this map is real, then it would be worth a fortune. But at least so far, no one present could prove its authenticity. This map was obtained by Liang Yuan from those two guys. According to those two, they were originally members of the Phoenix mercenary group, but were expelled for making mistakes. Before leaving the group, they heard that the captain had acquired a treasure map. These two harbored resentment towards the mercenary group and wanted revenge while also making a profit from them, so they set their sights on this treasure map. After much inquiry, they found out that the treasure map had already been sold by the captain to a wealthy young master, who happened to be the 3rd young master of the Hao family, Hao Ning. These two individuals had heard about the misconduct of young master Hao Ning and guessed that he would surely hire people to search for treasures in the Gray Fox Mountain range. Indeed, Hao Ning directly approached the Phoenix mercenary group, hiring them to enter the mountain and look for treasures. Meanwhile, these two individuals gathered a group of people, forming their own mercenary team, claiming they were entering the mountain to find grade 4 fruits, but secretly followed the trail of Hao Ning and his group. The last team that entered the canyon previously was theirs. These two were truly bold. The members of the Phoenix mercenary group had already recognized them, yet they shamelessly apologized and tried to ingratiate themselves with their former captain, continuously mentioning how confused and mistaken they were. Regardless of whether the members of the Phoenix mercenary group believed in their repentance or not, since they did not hit someone who came with a smile, and because these two brought quite a few people, both sides naturally preferred peaceful coexistence without too many confrontations. Therefore, there was no objection to the proximity of both camps, though they quietly strengthened their night guards. As the saying goes, it's not stealing you should fear, but being constantly thought about. Despite the Phoenix mercenary group being cautious, they were still deceived by these two. For this conspiracy, the two purchased a batch of banned poison powder from the black market, which incidentally was the reason why they were expelled from the mercenary group. Using prohibited drugs. This banned drug was extremely potent and simple to use. Once heated, it quickly diffused through the air, entering the human body through breathing, almost taking effect immediately. To ensure their plan succeeded, these two used a large amount of the banned drug, ultimately incapacitating 4 teams in the canyon. Looking around the canyon, now left with only themselves, these two, based on the principle of don't miss what comes your way, not only stole the map, but also plundered all valuable and portable items from 3 camps. But just as these two, feeling triumphant and arrogant, were about to ransack the last team inside, an unfortunate event occurred. Du Huailing caught them. They really had no idea that there were still several people deep in the forest. If they had known, they certainly would have waited longer to let the sedative spread wider, ensuring everyone was unconscious. Fortunately, the banned sedative hadn't reached deep into the forest when captured. Otherwise, even Du Huailing and his group might have fallen victim. In that case, Liang Ying alone wouldn't have had the confidence to subdue both these men simultaneously. Liang Ying's 9 little bees only had 3 carrying poisonous needles, and clearly, her poisons wouldn't have been as effective as Du Huailing's. Understanding the ins and outs of the matter, everyone felt much more relieved. Since the opponents weren't targeting them but instead merely involved them by accident, there wasn't much to worry about. Liang Yuan made a copy of the map and handed it over to Liang Hui for safekeeping. Then, he led his group, dragging the 2 stiffened and immobile men, to the camp of the Phoenix mercenary group. Liang Yuan didn't wake everyone up. He only roused the captain of the Phoenix mercenary group, briefly explaining the situation, leaving the rest to the group captain to handle. As for what fate awaited these two at the hands of the Phoenix mercenary group captain, we will set that aside for now. What troubled the Liang siblings was the behavior of young Master Hao Ning after he woke up. Hearing that he was saved by the Liang family, he eagerly ran over to start schmoozing. Brother Yuan, Wow, Brother Hui, Brother Guang, Brother Chao, Brother Dick, Brother Eli. You're all here. What a coincidence, meeting our fellow clansmen. Oh my, and there's a beautiful lady too. Not Sister Hui, nor Sister Chi. So this must be? I know. One of the brothers' new flames. Quite impressive standards. Very pretty. Before Hao Ning could finish his words, Eli gave him a whack. Talking nonsense. Clean up your mouth. This is our younger sister Xiaoying. If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat your mouth to pieces. Eli swung his fists again, and Hao Ning quickly covered his mouth, looking at Eli with a nasty grin, seemingly pretending to be pitiful, but actually looking completely villainous. Seeing that Eli seemed to have calmed down a little, young Master Hao approached Liang Ying again, his eyes darting around her body with an inappropriate leer. Ah, you're Sister Ying. Oh yes, I remember now. You're the eldest daughter of Vice Military Commander Liang Tao. It's truly an honor to meet you, though I suppose you don't know me yet. My name is Hao Ning, and we're actually relatives. Just call me Big Brother Hao. Honor my ass, relative my foot. Liang Ying clenched her fists tightly, barely suppressing the urge to beat him up right there. She nodded dismissively without saying a word, clearly signaling her disinterest in engaging with him. Not one to give up easily, young Master Hao smiled even more warmly and edged closer to Liang Ying. Her hackles were raised so high she could feel her hairs standing on end, prompting her to immediately step back and hide behind Liang Yuan. Eli shoved young Master Hao away impatiently. What are you doing? Behave yourself, or I'll introduce you to my fists. Hidden behind Liang Yuan, Liang Ying covertly observed this insufferable young man who managed to make such a terrible first impression. He was unlike any scion of wealth she had met before. His arrogance and brazenness stood out for all the wrong reasons, making him utterly unique among his class. Liang Yuan also frowned at young Master Hao, who quickly straightened himself, knowing better than to overstep further. Big Brother Yuan, please don't misunderstand me. Isn't this my first meeting with little Sister Ying? I merely wanted to get closer to her. We are family after all. Is this your first time visiting Capital Star, little Sister Ying? Are you unfamiliar with it? If you'd like to go shopping, just let Big Brother Hao know. I may not boast about other things, but when it comes to Capital Star, there's no corner I don't know by heart. I've been stomping all over this place since I was a kid. Furious once more, Eli barked. How? Do you want to die? Do you think we're invisible? With us here, how dare you even suggest taking little Sister Ying shopping? Why don't you crawl back into whatever hole you came from? When Eli began swinging his fists again, young Master Hao frantically shielded his face and shouted. No hitting. I give up. Can we talk about important matters already? Brothers, I've obtained a treasure map. How about we join forces and search for treasures together? Chapter 155, Entering the Marsh. The younger generation of the Liang family unanimously agreed that they absolutely could not travel with third young Master Hao. A troublemaker like him would bring misfortune to anyone who accompanied him. However, to be honest, half of what third young Master Hao said was correct. The young ones of the Liang family indeed wanted to enter the central area of the mountain range, but just didn't want to do so alongside Hao. You see, this time entering the Gray Fox mountain range to search for level 4 fruits went surprisingly smoothly. Aside from the last bit of unexpectedness, these past few days felt more like a mountain vacation rather than an adventure. There was a tinge of dissatisfaction in everyone's hearts. Returning home like this felt far too unfulfilling. It was rare for all the siblings and cousins to gather for such an exploration, yet there was little sense of accomplishment. Even though they had found the level 4 fruit, it was simply too easy and lacked challenge. Before, everyone had restrained themselves internally. Now, with the additional map in hand, all their minds itched with curiosity and their eyes gleamed with restlessness. The next day, the military personnel and scientists assigned to pick up their findings arrived early in the morning. After handing over his duties, Liang Yuan came to discuss the next arrangements with the younger members of the Liang family. Headquarters gave Liang Yuan a new mission. Out of the 5 suspected imperial spies, only 3 had been captured thus far, with 2 still at large. Liang Yuan's team would join in the pursuit of these 2 fugitives. Since 3 level 4 plants had been discovered, the other 2 teams that entered the mountains with them also temporarily altered their missions. All the military personnel were mobilized to hunt down the remaining 2 imperial spies, while those accompanying them were left to make their own arrangements. In other words, Liang Yuan would soon part ways with Liang Ying and the others, leaving the 15 people of the Liang family to act independently. Liang Yuan asked the group what they wanted to do next, whether to return the same way or continue exploring within the Gray Fox mountain range. As expected, Liang Hui responded with a desire to keep exploring. This trip we haven't done anything, and returning like this feels as if we've come for nothing. I thought perhaps we should try going deeper. I agree with Brother Hui. That kid Hao Ning dared to venture further in. So why should we be afraid? Are we inferior to him? Elijah raised both hands in support of Liang Hui's words. What about you guys? Liang Yuan asked the rest, knowing that if they were to proceed further into the mountains, everyone must be in agreement. Needless to say, the others also concurred. Being young, they were all filled with zeal and an adventurous spirit. Liang Ying was also somewhat curious. Plus, with her innate force guiding the way, even if the map was fake, she at least could ensure they went in and out safely. Opportunities for everyone to act together like this were exceedingly rare. Liang Yuan paused for a moment, then opened his communicator to report his situation to the elders of the Liang family. He also conveyed Liang Hui and the others' intentions to continue exploring. The elder ancestors of the Liang family approved of Liang Hui and the others' plan, encouraging them to proceed freely as long as they ensured their own safety, leaving other decisions up to them. With the parents' approval, Liang Hui and the others became highly motivated, starting to discuss detailed plans. Before leaving, Liang Yuan shared his thoughts. We can't confirm the authenticity of this map. You cannot completely follow its directions. Ying's perception has the widest range, so rely on her instincts to navigate through. Also, Hao Ning is heading into the mountains as well. Try to avoid him as much as possible. You could use him as your pathfinder by letting him go first, and you follow behind at a safe distance. Finally, while the Hao family is related to ours, remember what kind of person Hao Ning is. Maintain appearances with him, but don't let him drag you into trouble. Though the Hao family is one of the prestigious lineages, our Liang family does not fear them. Big brother, rest assured. If Hao Ning causes us trouble, I'll be the first not to forgive him. Elijah vowed confidently, patting his chest. Liang Yuan departed with his subordinates. The site had already been handed over to the newly arrived military personnel and scientists. With no reason to linger, the 15 of them quickly packed up their gear and set off to another location to camp. As Liang Yuan mentioned, they planned to avoid third young master Hao entirely. Previously, during the handover process, after being declined, Hao took off ahead. The younger Liangs believed it would be wise to maintain a one-day gap between their movements, allowing Hao San to proceed ahead and provide reference points through the traces he left behind. Because they had completed the original mission, everyone was relaxed. Not needing to rush their journey today, a few of them discussed hunting nearby to improve their diet. Some stayed behind to watch the camp while Liang Ying led Liang Hui and Liang Qi to collect wild fruits. Liang Hui and others carried energy guns for hunting. Wild fruits abounded in the forest. In no time, they had collected a large pile. Unwilling to stop, Liang Qi and Liang Hui ran off to pluck wildflowers, while Liang Ying, noticing pheasants occasionally appearing in the grove, picked up her crossbow to hunt pheasants. It must be due to the excellent environment here, as even the animals have undergone some mutations. The wild pheasants here are robust, with very fast flying speeds and highly agile movements when escaping. Back in the Empire, Liang Ying had practiced hunting. Here, Liang Ying did not use her innate force for aiming, but relied on mental power as an aid instead. After all, it was better to use mental power more often in front of others. Initially, she missed a couple of shots, but soon managed to hit every time, though the accuracy of where the arrows struck still needed improvement. Liang Ying gradually adapted to this situation, improving her archery skills. In the end, she successfully hunted 5 wild pheasants. However, the pheasants here generally had low levels of vigilance, likely due to the lack of human presence in this area. Their sense of danger had not yet fully developed. Everyone spent this day enjoying themselves. They truly set out the next day. The map fell into Liang Ying's hands, and as she explored the path while comparing it to the terrain below, she quickly discovered the trail left by 3rd Young Master Hao's group. To maintain a distance from 3rd Young Master Hao's team, Liang Ying and her companions proceeded at a relatively slow pace. With the previous hunting experience, they unanimously decided not to consume nutritional supplements anymore, but to hunt and gather wild fruits for their meals instead. This approach consumed quite a bit of time. Unconsciously, they had been traveling for 3 days. So far, all the coordinates marked on the map were accurate. However, whether or not to continue moving forward was something they needed to discuss. According to the markings on the map, they would soon arrive at a marshy region. Liang Ying also confirmed that it was indeed a fairly large swamp filled with various strange creatures. As everyone knows, marshes are one of the most mysterious terrains, capable of silently swallowing lives, not to mention the many unknown creatures lurking within. After deliberating, they decided to continue forward, just being extra cautious. In a way, everyone harbored a bit of frustration. If 3rd Young Master Hao's team could manage through the marsh without issues, then neither could they fall short of him. Chapter 156, The Strong Woman. 1,000 Li Marsh, harboring various dangers, was carefully traversed by 15 members of the Liang family, who hovered cautiously above it on flying boards. This marsh was quite peculiar. 2 meters above the ground was a layer of thick fog, not the kind of spiritual energy that brings comfort, but naturally formed clouds and mists. Even Liang Ying couldn't see through this mist. Her intuition warned her that something very dangerous lurked inside, best not to get close to it. Everyone could only fly 1 meter above the marsh, which relatively speaking was safer from both top and bottom directions, though not entirely safe. Liang Ying stood on her flying board, eyes gazing down at the marsh. Clearly visible were occasional bubbles surfacing and some spots slowly wriggling, signs of life active within the marsh. There were 7 junior members of the Liang family and 8 bodyguards dispersed around them, with one leading ahead and the others paired up protecting the young masters and misses. As they were about to reach the center of the marsh, suddenly a whip-like object shot out quickly from below. Liang Ying turned back to see a giant swamp poisonous crocodile. This poisonous crocodile floated on the surface of the marsh, its large eyeballs looking in their direction, and the sudden whip was its tail. The crocodile's tail swung precisely towards the air, directly targeting the weakest among the group, Liang Qi. It seemed this crocodile was very smart. It knew to go for the weakest target first. Apparently, it already regarded Liang Qi as food, waiting with its wide mouth open below, anticipating Liang Qi's fall. Liang Qi nearly fell off the flying board from fear, but the bodyguard beside her caught her just in time and pulled out an energy gun. Several beams flew towards the tail of the crocodile, accurately striking its weak points. The crocodile let out a string of mournful roars, its originally thick crocodile tail being blasted off halfway, slapping into the marsh with a loud slap. Provoked, the crocodile was about to counterattack when countless energy beams struck it first. The other bodyguards had also acted, and within mere seconds, the giant poisonous crocodile was obliterated into ashes. The appearance of the crocodile signaled something, countless creatures surfacing from the marsh mud. Some sized up Liang Ying and her team, while others attempted attacks. But all threats were mercilessly neutralized by the bodyguards. Not long after, many animals' bodies appeared in the marsh, soon sinking deep into it. Over time, they would become nutrients for this marsh. For a moment, the cries of marsh beasts rose and fell, probably disturbed by the noise below, startling the cloud layer above. Suddenly, thunderous bird calls came from above. Liang Ying was inwardly terrified. What monstrous bird must exist to create such deafening calls? Something up there has been startled. They may come from above. Everyone, speed up, quickly pass through this marsh, Liang Ying reminded everyone. The speed of the 15 people had already been raised to the maximum. After all, flying boards were not like flying cars. For balance reasons, a speed limit was set, and even if everyone tried to add more power to accelerate, it wouldn't help. Moreover, they had to occasionally evade attacks from below, preventing them from achieving the highest speed of the flying boards. Sure enough, a huge bird head suddenly extended from the clouds, accompanied by a piercing bird cry, and a colossal bird burst out, flapping its wings loudly. Everyone swayed a bit on their flying boards, but thankfully no one fell. Liang Ying felt a wave of aftershocks. Just now, the bird call was actually a mental attack. This enormous bird probably wasn't an ordinary variety. Mental attacks are more terrifying than physical ones. Among the 15 individuals, Liang Ying had the highest mental strength level. She immediately calmed herself, unleashed her mental realm against the big bird, and simultaneously covered everyone with protective shielding. Seeing its attack was ineffective, the giant bird flapped its massive wings and swooped toward the group. The bodyguards swiftly redirected their gun barrels to fire at the bird, hindering its movements. However, hitting the bird flying in the sky proved difficult, coupled with its very hard feathers, making any hit cause little damage. This wouldn't work. Even Liang Hui and others pulled out their carried energy guns, and Liang Ying took out her crossbow as well. All attacks were concentrated on the big bird. Gradually, Liang Ying began feeling exhausted. The mental force level of the big bird was likely higher than hers. Although she could barely keep up by releasing all her mental strength, over time, her consumption would far exceed the bird's. Sweat broke out on Liang Ying's forehead. She put away her crossbow and focused all her energy to launch a mental attack. Fortunately, they were almost out of the marsh. Once outside the marsh and into the woods, the bird likely wouldn't continue chasing. As it became clear they'd soon be leaving the marsh behind, Liang Ying pushed harder with her spirit force, channeling every ounce of her energy into combating the bird. Just as Liang Ying had anticipated, even though everyone's attacks failed to inflict significant damage on the colossal bird, they did impede its movements. Eventually, the group reached the edge of the marsh, and the bird's flying speed gradually slowed down. Suddenly, while everyone was preoccupied with the bird, a swamp toad leapt out from below. This toad jumped incredibly high, nearly colliding with Liang Ying. Liang Ying didn't have time to think. She immediately clenched her fist and struck the toad's belly with all her might. There was a loud bang, and the fairly large toad flew backward. It then crashed into a tree with a resounding slap, startling numerous leaves from their branches. The massive toad slid down the trunk and hit the ground hard, remaining completely motionless after landing. There wasn't enough time to examine the situation further. Liang Ying retracted her mental force and dashed ahead into the dense forest. The others quickly followed behind her. The 15 individuals folded up their flying boards and gazed at the sky above the marsh. The enormous bird stopped chasing them at the edge of the marsh, screeching angrily before flying back into the upper layers of mist and clouds. Thick clouds and mists echoed with sounds resembling thunder, and then everything became calm once more. For a moment, Liang Ying wondered if another world existed above that cloud layer. But this thought was quickly interrupted by Liang Qi's loud exclamations. My goodness, I'm scared to death. I thought we were done for. What kind of bird has such tough feathers? They're almost as hard as the hulls of landing boats. As for the bird, well, the truly dangerous thing was the last toad. Its timing was too crafty. Everyone was busy dealing with the bird and couldn't help being in time. Luckily, Ying's strength was immense, and she sent it flying with just one punch. Yeah, no one would have guessed how strong Ying's sister was. Where's the toad? Let's see if it's dead yet. The group found the corpse of the toad and marveled aloud. One punch had killed it outright. Just how much strength did it take? Everyone looked at Liang Ying with a strange expression in their eyes. Meanwhile, Liang Ying stared at her own fist, puzzled within herself. She hadn't realized that she possessed such tremendous strength. Chapter 157, Encounter. Liang Ying looked at her fist, and something seemed to pass through her mind. Unfortunately, before she realized what it was, it vanished. The deeper they went into the Gray Fox mountain range, the more Liang Ying found herself unable to perceive clearly. She finally deeply understood that her skills were still limited. She had thought that her cultivation growth placed her among the best of her generation, but in reality, it still fell far short. As the ancients once said, clouds run deep, no one knows where. With the fog in the mountains growing increasingly dense, Liang Ying also felt a sense of dense fog obscures the way. Thus, as Liang Ying's perception range shrank, their pace gradually slowed down. Surprisingly, the map continued to be correct so far. Liang Ying couldn't help but wonder how this map had appeared. Had someone come here before and drawn it? If so, where did this route on the map lead, and what treasures awaited them? One day, Liang Ying, holding the map, discussed with others such as Liang Hui. Next, We might have to enter an underground cave system. The conditions inside are unpredictable, and I can't assess them well either. My mental force currently can only reach the entrance. I estimate that after we go in, my perception range will shrink further. This time, they truly didn't dare to advance blindly. With a reduced perception range, their reaction time to unexpected situations would be shortened. Liang Ying feared everyone wouldn't be able to cope. Liang Ying analyzed the possible dangerous scenarios they might encounter, explaining how underground caves could sometimes be more terrifying than swamps. In perennially dark and damp primitive caves, various hidden creatures, especially unknown microorganisms, easily invaded human bodies, leading to microbial infections. Everyone understood Liang Ying's concern. Liang Hui suggested, "How about we set up camp at the cave's entrance first, then proceed a small distance into the cave? Let's limit our exploration to half a day, advancing in the morning and returning by afternoon. We'll first get a general understanding of the cave's situation. If there are no dangerous creatures, we'll cross through." I agree. I agree too. Even if we can't cross this cave, we can collect samples here. After all this journey, we've already collected many samples, which is already a big harvest. For the next 2 days, the group set up camp at the cave entrance and explored the cave conditions for 2 consecutive days. Only after confirming there were no threatening creatures inside did they pack up and traverse this underground cave. The existence of this cave acted like a dividing line. After passing through, Liang Ying's perception range was compressed to around 10 meters. She felt very uncomfortable, as if an indescribable pressure emanated from the center of the Gray Fox mountain range, suppressing her abilities. Not only Liang Ying felt this way, but others also felt somewhat suffocated. Everyone sensed that there must be some powerful entity deep in the forest, suppressing or altering the energy field or magnetic field here. Soon, facts confirmed everyone's worries. They discovered their communication devices lost signal. No linkages could be established, nor could they log into the StarNet. Only Liang Ying's mechanical neurons could still connect to the communicators, though within a limited distance. And Liang Ying's perception range could only be maintained within 5 meters. Concentrating required immense focus, leaving her easily fatigued, forcing them to rest 1 hour after every 2 hours of progress. One day, Liang Ying suddenly heard a gushing water sound ahead. She glanced at the map. It hadn't marked any streams or water ponds in front. Where was this sound coming from? After discussion, it was decided that Liang Ying, Liang Hui, Zhang Chao, and 3 bodyguards would go ahead to scout, while the others stayed put for now. Cousin Zhang Chao usually didn't talk much, appearing quite loyal and honest, but he was very strong. His martial arts skills were already at level 11. The sound came from behind a large rock, seeming like there was a water pond, with faint voices suggesting someone might be at the pond edge. Liang Hui made a gesture, signaling Liang Ying and 2 bodyguards to remain below. Liang Hui, Zhang Chao, and another bodyguard climbed onto the rock, peeking cautiously below. At that moment, the small drone sent out by Liang Ying also transmitted back the image from behind the rock. Behind the rock was a large inflatable bathtub, in which steam enveloped 2 women and 1 man bathing. Though she didn't know the women, the man was familiar, 3rd young Master Hao. Liang Ying's journey was slow, almost crawling near the end. They had wasted 2 days at the underground cave, which should have put them farther behind 3rd young Master Hao's team. Yet, unexpectedly, they met here. Liang Ying's lips twitched slightly as she immediately recalled the small drone. Watching such scenes could give her eye needles. Just how extravagant was this 3rd young Master Hao? In order to conserve purified water, Liang Ying and her group hadn't showered for several days. None of the women had either. Yet here he was soaking in a hot bath, and not just any bath, but with 2 other people. Such impropriety under broad daylight was truly shocking. The 3 who had climbed up on the rock descended as well, their expressions oddly twisted. Without exchanging explicit words, they silently returned to where the rest of the group waited. Why do we have to be so unlucky to run into Hao Ning here? I don't even know how many days this guy's been holed up in this spot. I sure don't feel like dealing with him. What if we try to find another route and circle around him? Eli complained glumly. Liang Ying disagreed slightly. It's too risky to go around him. My perception range has now dropped to only 3 meters. We can't foresee what dangers lie ahead. Taking an alternate route is too dangerous. And if we circumvent Hao Ning, it means putting ourselves ahead of his team. If anything happens, they might cut off our retreat, leaving us in serious trouble. Liang Hui found himself more inclined toward Liang Ying's reasoning. Actually, we shouldn't worry too much about Hao Ning. This could actually be a good opportunity for everyone to rest. We haven't paused to reorganize for days. Everyone is exhausted and dirty. Let's camp here for a few days. Once Hao Ning and his crew leave, we'll continue moving forward. Upon hearing this, Liang Qi enthusiastically threw both hands and feet into agreeing. Elder brother Huey's suggestion is brilliant. It's nearly been 10 days without washing, and I'm feeling absolutely disgusting. If we don't clean up soon, we'll all end up crawling with fleas. Liang Hui lightly tapped Liang Qi on the head, laughing. If there are fleas, we'll spray some insecticide. Purified water is precious, we mustn't waste it. Liang Qi's expression instantly fell, and Liang Ying also felt a twinge of regret. Liang Guang glanced at the 3 girls in the group. It's not that big a deal. Elder brother Hui, why don't you let Xiao Hui and the other 2 girls wash while the guys forgo it this time? Liang Hui nodded in agreement, and Liang Qi cheered excitedly. Even Liang Ying couldn't help but feel pleased. Finally, they could clean themselves. Chapter 158, The Wolf Pack. Liang Ying swung her dagger, her movements beginning to stiffen. Exhausted from the prolonged battle, the numerous wounds on her body had gone numb from the original pain, and she could only rely on reflexive leaps and slashes under extreme concentration. How many wolves make up a wolf pack? Liang Ying had initially pondered this question, but now, amidst the continuous waves of attacks, she had abandoned all thought. A shadow suddenly darted over from behind, and Liang Ying mercilessly kicked it away. Get lost. Don't get in my way. The shadow, Hao Sanxiao, tumbled embarrassingly onto the ground. Despite the rough treatment, he did not harbor resentment towards Liang Ying. Instead, he scratched his head shyly, as if feeling a bit awkward. Sitting on the ground, he watched Liang Ying's figure, seemingly wanting to help, but after recalling that kick, he merely rubbed his nose and stayed still. Liang Ying gritted her teeth, wishing she could kill Hao Sanxiao for causing all this trouble, yet her dagger kept plunging into the approaching wild wolves without pause. The ground was practically piled with dead wolves, but they seemed to know no fear, charging at humans one by one without hesitation. Liang Ying quickly surveyed the surrounding situation. There were only 3 people left here: herself, Hao Sanxiao, and Hao family's guard. Hao Sanxiao was nothing but a useless waste. It would be a blessing if he didn't cause more chaos. The guard assigned to accompany Hao Sanxiao seemed to be both his personal protector and monitor for the Hao family. His martial skills were excellent, much better than Liang Ying's. It appeared that the Hao family had indeed learned from past mistakes. To prevent Hao Sanxiao from acting recklessly, they sent an expert to watch over him. Just before, when Liang Ying had ruthlessly kicked Hao Sanxiao, the guard hadn't even glanced his way. Apparently, he wasn't blindly loyal, which was preferable since Liang Ying was still fuming and would have gone berserk if the guard had defended Hao Sanxiao. She had no idea about the rest of the group, having been scattered during the initial rush of the wolf pack. At that moment, she could do nothing but focus on protecting herself. Everything had happened so abruptly, without any warning. When darkness just began to fall, they were still sitting around the campfire roasting wild game, chatting and laughing happily, enjoying the meal. Suddenly, a wolf howl shattered the night. Then, protected by his mercenary team, Hao Sanxiao showed up in panic, accompanied by countless wild wolves. It was obvious. Hao Sanxiao had encountered the wolf pack and inadvertently led them straight to Liang Ying's group. Even if Hao Sanxiao had accidentally run into them while fleeing, perhaps it wouldn't have been too bad. But then this guy shouted out loud, "Brother Hui, finally I found you guys. I knew you'd come. Hurry, save me. Little brother is exhausted from running." Listen to him. He clearly did it on purpose, intentionally luring the wolf pack to Liang Ying's side. Could there possibly be someone stupider than Hao Sanxiao, announcing his intentions so openly just to provoke others? About 30 wild wolves soon surrounded their campsite. With no barriers or protection available, the camp was unable to withstand the attack, and everyone was almost immediately separated by the charging wolves. Tents and other belongings were completely abandoned in the chaos. All Liang Ying managed to grab was her backpack and dagger, using it to defend herself while retreating from the wolves' pursuit. To her dismay, Hao Sanxiao had chosen the same direction for escape as her. Initially, there were quite a few of them, given that the Phoenix mercenary team was employed by Hao Sanxiao and naturally guarded him closely. But as time passed, the mercenaries began disappearing one by one. Liang Ying guessed that they weren't defeated by the wolves, but were more likely held up somewhere by them. Suddenly, the several wolves that were attacking Liang Ying ceased their assaults. They glared menacingly at Hao Sanxiao seated on the ground behind her and let out simultaneous howls. "Trouble. They're summoning more wolves. We need to find cover immediately. This area is too open, and we'll be overwhelmed by numbers soon." Finally, Hao Sanxiao's guard spoke up. He was addressing Liang Ying, seeking her opinion rather than considering Hao Sanxiao's thoughts. Of course, Liang Ying agreed with the guard. She had long felt that they should hide and take a moment to recuperate, because she wouldn't be able to hold out much longer if this constant battle persisted. "We should retreat to the other side. You lead the way." Liang Ying's current awareness range was too small to find a safe place on her own. She had to rely on this guard uncle. Taking advantage of the wolf pack's pause while waiting for reinforcements, the guard uncle took a step back, grabbed Hao Sanxiao, and sprinted far away with Liang Ying closely following without hesitation. After searching for a bit, they soon discovered a small cave. Indeed, his jungle experience was profound. The guard uncle directly threw Hao Sanxiao into the cave, then signaled to Liang Ying. It was military hand signals language that Liang Ying had learned during training, and she immediately understood what he meant. Liang Ying darted into the cave, unpacked her backpack and retrieved several packets of animal repelling powder, skillfully scattering it around the cave entrance and its surroundings, while the guard uncle single-handedly wiped out the wild wolves pursuing them. Probably affected by the animal repelling powder, the remaining few wolves only hovered in the distance, not attacking, but eyeing this location with evident menace, as if preparing something. After re-entering the cave, the guard uncle picked up a few large stones and blocked the cave entrance from the inside. Sitting on the ground, Liang Ying panted heavily a few times, then sat cross-legged to meditate, which would restore both physical strength and spirit more quickly. Neither the guard uncle nor Hao Sanxiao remained idle. Under the guard uncle's instructions, Hao Sanxiao stripped naked and changed into a clean set of clothes, while the old garments were burned by the guard uncle using fire. When Liang Ying opened her eyes, Hao Sanxiao had already fallen asleep beside the fire, and the guard uncle was roasting some fragrant pieces of wolf meat by the fire. Liang Ying's throat involuntarily gulped as she was tempted by the aroma, and the guard uncle naturally handed her a freshly roasted wolf leg. "Eat. Consuming this will help restore your strength faster," the guard uncle explained. "Today's events were all due to Hao Ning's mistake. I didn't expect you guys to be right behind us, so it wasn't intentional on my part to direct the wolf pack towards you." Chapter 159, Night Dream. After the guard uncle's explanation, Liang Ying finally understood the reason for the appearance of the wolf pack. Of course, everyone coming into the mountain forest would definitely be equipped with beast-repelling powder. In the space age, these powders were extremely effective. Just looking at Liang family's team, which had never been attacked by wild beasts, was enough proof. However, Hao Three Young Master didn't have such luck. The wild beasts didn't come to him, but he went to provoke them. It turns out that not long ago, Hao Three Young Master's people discovered a wolf den. At the time, the wolves had most likely gone out to hunt, leaving only a few cubs in the den. Hao Three Young Master thought the little wolf pups were interesting and thus ordered his men to raid the den. As a result, they caused a great calamity. Not long after, the wolf pack tracked down the scent left behind by Hao Three Young Master's group. With the combined numbers of both Hao Three Young Master's people and the Phoenix mercenary group barely reaching 20 or so individuals, and having chosen an open campsite without any cover, they were unable to face off against the wolf pack. They had no choice but to flee immediately. The wolf cubs are with the people from the Phoenix mercenary group, and all of Hao Ning's clothes have been burned. Once it becomes light tomorrow morning, the wolf pack will leave. Since we do not carry the scent of the wolf cubs, the wolves generally won't chase us further. So this is how it is. It wasn't that the members of the Phoenix mercenary group had abandoned Hao Three Young Master in a critical moment. Instead, they served as bait to lure the wolves away. This mercenary group was quite decent, truly responsible. Hao Three Young Master woke up at some point and joined in, looking shamelessly at Liang Ying. There were originally more than 10 little wolf cubs. We planned on bringing them back to the main residence. After raising them to adulthood, they could be good house guards. Unfortunately, there was some chaos earlier, and now only 3 remain while the rest are either dead or have fled. Sister Ying, once we return, I'll give you one to keep as a pet. Liang Ying raised her eyebrows slightly. Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Wild wolves aren't easy to raise. I don't want to bother myself. Brother Hao can keep them for himself to enjoy. Sister Ying worried about finding a suitable animal trainer? I know many, and could recommend one to you. Continued Hao Three Young Master as he attempted to win Liang Ying's favor. It's unnecessary. I still need to go to school, and I don't have time to take care of a pet. Liang Ying refused bluntly. Hao Three Young Master wanted to say something else, but upon a glance from the guard uncle, he actually flinched and stopped pestering Liang Ying. Hao Ning, I've already spoken to the people from the Phoenix mercenary group. If the situation gets out of control, abandon all the wolf cubs. I wasn't in favor of your bringing back the cubs in the first place. Wild wolves are difficult to domesticate, even if they're raised from infancy. Guard uncle was actually scolding Hao Three Young Master, indicating his status within the Hao family must be quite high. Perhaps he might even be from the Hao family itself, possibly sent personally by the head of the family. With such martial prowess and social graces, being assigned to protect Hao Three Young Master really was a pity. Liang Ying couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for the guard uncle. After being lectured by the guard uncle, Hao Three Young Master looked rather deflated. With Liang Ying also showing a cold face to him, he reluctantly turned around and lay down again to continue napping. Possibly due to the lack of tense and feeling uncomfortable, Liang Ying didn't intend to rest right away. She retrieved her backpack, rearranged its contents, and washed her dagger with clean water. She initially intended to change clothes, but with both Hao Three Young Master and guard uncle present, it wouldn't be convenient. So, she only changed her jacket and sprayed some deodorant on herself, masking the bloody smell on her clothing. Liang Ying propped up her dirty clothes with some branches to serve as a small screen. Then, she used her backpack as a pillow, lying down on the stone to close her eyes. Even though she wasn't sleepy, she needed to rest anyway. Perhaps because the fight with the wolves was too exhausting. Despite Liang Ying not feeling drowsy, she soon fell asleep. Liang Ying's innate powers had been suppressed deep in the mountains and hadn't functioned for nearly 10 days. But this night, unexpectedly, she dreamed again. In her dream, Liang Ying arrived above the Gray Fox mountain range. From the sky, she gazed down at the earth, taking in the full view of the Gray Fox mountain range. Her vision descended quickly and soon found Liang Hui's group. It turned out they hadn't been separated. Except for Liang Ying, everyone was still together. Each person carried injuries and appeared extremely exhausted, especially Liang Qi, who was crying on Liang Hui's legs, sobbing. Sister Ying, she was eaten by the wolves? I don't believe it. Let's go back and search for her. That Hao Ning deserves 1,000 deaths. Apparently, only Liang Ying was missing, and everyone thought she had perished inside a wolf's stomach. Re-entering the deep forest was too dangerous, and their communication devices still weren't working. How could she convey a safe message to them? Her field of vision then focused on a backpack beside Liang Qi. Likely because Liang Qi forgot to seal the backpack properly during their hasty escape, quite a few things had been lost along the way. Now, it was carelessly discarded by the side of her foot, exposing what little remained inside. A few seeds of a plant had fallen on the ground beside the backpack. These were lantern fruit seeds that Liang Qi had asked Liang Ying for, originally intending for Liang Ying to help quicken their ripening so they could be placed inside her tent. These seeds were supposed to have been stored in a hidden compartment of the backpack. The viewpoint circled around the seeds, and within the confines of its gaze, a sudden stirring emerged. One of the lantern fruit seeds began to sprout. Roots slowly stretched into the soil while stems and leaves gradually unfurled. In no time at all, it grew into a mature lantern fruit tree. Several lantern fruits hung from the branches, radiating soft and comforting light in the darkness of the night. In the deep of the night, no one noticed the change in the lantern fruit seed, but the appearance of the glow caught everyone's attention. Liang Qi stopped crying and stared blankly with her mouth open at the lantern fruit tree by her feet. After a long pause, she suddenly seized Liang Hui's arm. Sister Hui, Sister Ying isn't dead. She's fine. What? Liang Hui didn't understand. This lantern fruit tree, these seeds are what Sister Ing gave me. She originally promised to help me quicken their growth, and now the seeds suddenly sprouted and bore fruit. It must be Sister Ing using her powers. Otherwise, how could these seeds just grow into trees? Everyone gathered around, staring incredulously at the lantern fruit tree. Is it really little Ing who made this happen? Then why doesn't she show up herself? Ilay asked suspiciously. Perhaps she is too far away to come find us, Liang Hui guessed, displaying his wisdom with an accurate conjecture. That's right, it must be like that. Her current situation might not allow her to find us, but she's worried we would be too anxious, so she used her powers to make the tree grow as a sign of safety, Liang Qi said joyfully. Although there were still a few tears on her face, the child was truly kind and pure-hearted. But earlier, Xiao Ying's mental power had been suppressed until it became useless. Are her abilities? Ilay remained skeptical, yet unwilling to crush Liang Qi's hope. Sister Ing can still use her powers. The other night, she helped me quicken a lantern fruit's ripening. Just because her mental power is ineffective doesn't mean her abilities also cannot work. Liang Qi persisted in her belief. Chapter 160. Someone? Liang Qi's explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, but at the same time, it didn't seem entirely illogical. Everyone also preferred to believe that Liang Ying was fine, so they accepted what Liang Qi had said. Everyone's mood improved significantly. They began organizing their backpacks and tidying up supplies. Liang Qi also rallied her spirit and started helping Liang Hui to organize food. The wolf pack had interrupted their dinner just moments ago, leaving many with empty stomachs. The view swept around the lantern fruit tree, just as Liang Qi looked over in this direction. The bright lantern fruits swayed in the wind, as if nodding at Liang Qi. A smile unknowingly crept onto Liang Qi's lips. The view instantly shifted back to the sky, where she saw members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group had found a mountain hollow, using the terrain to stand off against the wolf pack. However, they all appeared very exhausted, unlikely to last through the night. On the ground behind them lay an animal cage containing 3 little wolf cubs that were in terrible condition, seemingly injured during the escape process. The group's medical personnel was examining the condition of the young wolves. Her expression was very serious, indicating the prognosis wasn't good. Leader, these 3 little ones won't survive. I've already injected them with 2 recovery agents, but the effect is still insufficient. I don't dare to give them the 3rd one. They were born too recently. They can't withstand such a large dose. A man turned around, furrowing his brows as he observed the 3 little wolf cubs. There's no other option. You need to inject them with another one. If they recover even a little and can hold on for a moment, we can throw them to the wolf pack and then retreat while we have the chance. Besides, we don't have any other options. Everyone has expended too much energy, and this standoff will keep us going until dawn. But leader, for such small pups, injecting them twice with recovery agents is already an overdose. The 3rd shot, they might not survive. If they die because of us. The man helplessly shook his head. We can only try. It's my mistaken judgment that caused this. I didn't expect that the wild wolves deep in Grey Fox Mountain had already mutated, increasing their combat strength tenfold compared to ordinary wolves. If I hadn't underestimated the wolf pack, I would have stopped young Master Hao from having the idea to attack the wolf cubs. I'm sorry to everyone. The man glanced back at his teammates behind him, his eyes welling up, but he forced himself not to cry, decisively instructing the medical staff. Do it. There's no time to waste. The medical staff was full of worry, taking out the syringe and injecting each of the 3 wolf cubs with another recovery agent. The small bodies of the 3 wolf cubs trembled violently, resembling convulsions. One of them started foaming at the mouth, while the conditions of the other 2 were no better. Leader, the medical staff was almost in tears. Liang Ying walked around the 3 wolf cubs twice. Her innate power surged, covering the 3 wolf cubs. Slowly, the innate power seeped into the cubs' bodies internally. The intense pain made the wolf cubs struggle wildly. After a while, the 3 wolf cubs stopped moving altogether. The medical staff's face dimmed, yet her eyes continued to gaze hopefully at the wolf cubs. Suddenly, the bodies of the 3 wolf cubs moved a little, then moved again. Not long after, the previously nearly dead cubs actually stood up. Leader, the medical staff shouted joyfully at the man, pointing at the somewhat recovered cubs, stumbling over her words. The leader of the Phoenix Mercenary Group looked at the wolf cubs in surprise. The cubs are alive. Quickly, prepare to send these 3 little cubs out. Everyone get ready to retreat. The members of the Phoenix Mercenary Group were well trained. They quickly formulated a plan and swiftly broke free from the wolf pack's encirclement. After receiving the wolf cubs, although some wolves were still trailing the mercenary group, they no longer attacked madly as before. Liang Ying's vision returned to the sky once more, searching through the vast Grey Fox Mountains until she finally spotted a group led by Liang Yuan. Several dozen federal soldiers surrounded 2 imperial saboteurs. Although the federal side had the numerical advantage, the opponents held the geographical advantage and psychological edge. If the federal forces pressed too hard, the other side might choose mutual destruction. The 2 imperial agents hid in a cave, with one guarding the entrance and the other fiddling with a box inside. The box was filled with various weapons and energy grenades. If all these explosives detonated, everything within a 100-mile radius could be flattened. Inside the cave, the agent was assembling what looked like an energy grenade launcher. Liang Ying circled the cave once and discovered 2 thorny bushes in the corner of the cave. The imperial spy was fully focused on assembling the weapon in his hands. Suddenly, he felt something crawling onto his back. Thinking it was a bug from the cave, he set down what he was holding and slapped his back. At this moment, the thorny vines extended at an even faster speed. While the man was distracted, the vines tightly bound his limbs. The expression on the man's face turned to sheer terror. He struggled fiercely, but the more he struggled, the tighter the thorns wrapped around him. The sharp spikes mercilessly pierced his skin, and soon, his entire body turned bright red. The man screamed for help from his companion, but the situation for the person guarding the cave entrance was no better. People outside quickly noticed the change inside the cave and immediately launched an attack. Before long, they arrested these two men. Liang Ying's vision returned to the sky overlooking the land. She saw several campsites and many groups searching for treasures in Gray Fox Mountain. Not far from the mountain cave where Liang Ying was located, there were two campsites very close to each other. It seemed that the people from both sides had some friction. A group of people were gathered, arguing about something. Among them was a familiar face, Roershuk. In the middle of the crowd, two people each held a piece of paper. These papers seemed to be the source of their argument. Liang Ying observed carefully. Both pieces of paper were maps, and what was drawn on them was exactly the same. These two maps were clearly from the same place, and Liang Ying had seen this map before. It was the one in Hao Third Young Master's possession. The central region of Gray Fox Mountain was mysterious and unpredictable. This time, its map appeared, and not just one or two, but many copies. Who drew it? Why make so many copies? Was there some sort of conspiracy? Liang Ying's vision shifted towards the center of the mountain range. At this moment, it seemed as though Gray Fox Mountain had removed its barriers. Mist-like spiritual energy drifted through the forests without obstructing Liang Ying's view, allowing her to see clearly. In the center of the mountain range stood a massive waterfall. Ancient trees grew all over the waterfall, and surprisingly, there was a wooden house by the water pool below the waterfall. Chapter 161, The Mysterious Man. The door of the wooden house slowly opened, and a middle-aged man came out. The man was dressed in a blue and white robe, resembling someone from ancient times. He had a peaceful face, black hair that reached his shoulders, and his robe swayed with the wind, giving him an air of a Taoist sage. In his hand, he held a water pot, and he went to the vegetable patch beside the wooden house, watering it for a while before picking up a hoe nearby to weed the field. Liang Ying watched this man from above. His aura was very peculiar, making her feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity, but also fear and terror at the same time. It was a very complex mix of emotions. Liang Ying even sensed a kindred presence on this man, which puzzled her endlessly. Who was this man? Why did he live in the center of the Gray Fox Mountain range? How did he get there? And was he the one who drew that map? Liang Ying felt apprehensive about the man and dared not approach him easily. She just observed him secretly from above. Suddenly, a somewhat eerie thought crossed Liang Ying's mind. Was this man from her mother's family side? He seemed to share her bloodline. Her grandfather had once mentioned in passing that Liang Ying's primordial power originated from her mother's bloodline. Though at that time her grandfather also said that among the family members, those who awakened such abilities were extremely rare, appearing only once every few thousand years, with never two plant spirit masters coexisting in the world. But could there be exceptions after all? If this person was indeed from Liang Ying's maternal family, if this person was also a plant spirit master capable of manipulating primordial force, then many questions could be answered. Instantly, joy filled Liang Ying's heart. Her grandfather rarely talked about their family, let alone telling Liang Ying where the family was located. To Liang Ying, her mother's family was filled with mystery. With this new idea, the fear Liang Ying felt towards the man lessened, replaced by a growing sense of closeness. She no longer hesitated, shifting her gaze from the sky to land next to the man. Unintentionally or deliberately, the man turned around exactly at that moment, catching Liang Ying's eye straight on. The man seemed momentarily startled, then broke into a smile, his expression carrying a hint of indulgence. Seeing his smile, Liang Ying felt certain that the man must have seen her. Her suspicions seemed confirmed, making her exhilarated even more. Suddenly, the man shook his head helplessly. Slowly raising a finger, he pointed towards Liang Ying. Instantly, Liang Ying felt as if she was immobilized, as though her whole being was restrained by the man, causing panic to rise in her chest. You are still too young, coming here too early. Go back for now. When your spiritual power breaks through level 12, come back to see me, and all the answers will be clear by then. With that, the man stretched out his finger and spoke the words go, causing Liang Ying to immediately feel immense pressure bearing down upon her. Startled, she quickly retreated, instantly returning to her physical body. The pressure radiating from the man was very familiar, the same oppressive sensation Liang Ying experienced after entering deep into the Gray Fox Mountain range. It was this pressure that suppressed her primordial powers and spirit energy, especially the primordial power, which could no longer be used like it used to. Only now did Liang Ying realize that the mysterious pressure enveloping the Gray Fox Mountain range was coming from this very man. This person's authority altered the magnetic field deep within the Gray Fox Mountains, disrupting communication signals and suppressing Liang Ying's primordial power. The reason why Liang Ying could use her primordial powers in her dreams earlier was because this man had momentarily retracted his own influence, allowing her an opportunity to act. Everything felt like a dream, surreal yet tangible. Still, Liang Ying remained sound asleep. The following morning, Liang Ying woke up punctually when her biological clock ticked over. Rubbing her sleepy eyes and looking around at her surroundings, last night's events came flooding back. As usual, her innate power flared again during sleep, leaving her memories intact upon waking. But this time something felt off. It was as if part of her memory had been forcibly erased. She recalled seeing the younger generation of her family, remembered helping Liang Yuan and others, and remembered Roershuk being not far away. Then, what happened after that? There seemed to be some significant event she couldn't recall. A cloud of darkness seemed to have formed in Liang Ying's mind, blocking out a portion of her memories. Yet, this darkness didn't feel harmful. It rather seemed protective, calming her nerves instead. Since she couldn't figure out the enigmatic dark mist inside her mind, and since it didn't seem to intend harm, Liang Ying decided to wait. She instinctively believed that once her powers continued to improve, one day this mist would dissipate on its own. Truly, intuitive people like Liang Ying hit the nail on the head. Her deduction was spot on, without any error. After a quick wash and packing her things, Liang Ying went to the cave entrance and observed outside for a while. Although the primordial power had worked briefly last night, the pressure was back now, making it impossible to use the primordial force once again. There was, however, slight progress compared to before. Whether the pressure was weakening or Liang Ying's control over the primordial force had improved, she wasn't sure. The range of perception that originally shrunk to within 1 meter in front of her now extended to 3 meters. But even 3 meters didn't help much in the jungle. With the speed of the wild beasts here, covering that distance would take less than an instant, hardly a second at all. As predicted by Uncle Guard, there were no more wild wolves visible outside. This was a good opportunity to relocate. Liang Ying looked back briefly, urged on by Uncle Guard. Hao 3 Master had been awakened early as well, and they too were packed up. It was better to move with them. Hao 3 Master could be ignored altogether. Having Uncle Guard around made things easier and safer. With Uncle Guard leading the way, the three set off to search for the others. Liang Ying still remembered where the Liang family camped last night. The distance between their groups was considerable, so finding them wouldn't be quick. She wondered if they would stay put or have moved on already. Actually, Liang Ying believed it was more likely that the Liang family had changed locations. Though it seemed the wolf pack had left them alone for now, wild wolves held grudges. They might come back to attack during the second night. Thus, the correct decision would be to leave this area as soon as possible. Since Liang Ying hadn't expected to find the Liang family, she let Uncle Guard take the lead. Not long after, they met up with Rower Shook's team. Hao 3 Master encountered an acquaintance again. He turned out to be middle school classmates with a few young masters from the Shook family. Thinking about it, it was unsurprising. These elite heirs lived long-term on the capital star, and the schools suitable for their status and aptitudes were only a few. No wonder many of them shared the same educational background, with some even having attended kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, and perhaps university together. Chapter 162, Return. Lower Shook's team was having an argument. Some people wanted to continue heading deeper into the mountain, while others didn't want to go any further. Shook's team hadn't encountered fierce beasts, and they had a ready-made map in hand. Regardless of how the map ended up outside, the routes, terrain, and markers on it were accurate. Following the map would definitely lead them to the treasure location marked on it. So why were they arguing now? What reason caused some to hesitate? The treasure location. Why does this map mark a treasure location? What kind of treasure is hidden? Last night, Liang Ying sleepwalked, but didn't seem to find any treasures. Oh no, she forgot to even glance at the position of the treasure location on the map. Now there was no way to eavesdrop on other people's conversations. Liang Ying could only inquire with those nearby, and that's when she learned that Shook's family team was in trouble. Apparently, it started yesterday when they followed the map's route. Initially, everything went smoothly, but later, something inexplicable happened. The path they had just explored suddenly changed. Dense vegetation sprouted, leaving not even a single gap. To protect the ecological environment inside Hugu Mountain, the Federation stipulated that powerful weapons couldn't be used inside. Since their way was blocked and energy weapons couldn't clear the way, they had to explore again, and after several attempts, the situation remained the same. This bizarre situation instilled fear in many team members. Although technology was advanced in this space age, people no longer adhered to superstitious beliefs, but the more developed they became, the more they realized how vast and unpredictable the universe was. In short, most people believed some mysterious force was stopping them from venturing deeper into Hufu Mountain. Whether this force was human or natural, they should not take risks until they clarified the situation. Liang Ying and Guard Uncle split from their teams and naturally didn't plan to venture deeper. However, Hao Sansha was troublesome and very much wanted to move together with Shook's family team. Liang Ying looked at Hao Sansha, then evaluated a few young masters from Shook's family, sensing they were merely humoring Hao Sansha and did not genuinely intend to bring him along. It appeared that Hao Sansha's reputation on Capital Star was indeed bad. People might be polite due to the Hao family's influence, but nobody truly wanted to associate with him. Such was the result of poor character leading to no friends. Hao Sansha's attitude was clingy, and Guard Uncle's advice bore no fruit. It seemed like he attached himself to Shook's family team. Given this situation, relying on them to guide a way out of the forest seemed unlikely. Liang Ying would absolutely not continue deep into the mountains under such conditions. Although last night her intrinsic powers gave some hints to the younger members of the Liang family, being alone out here meant the Liang family would surely worry. The current priority was quickly contacting the Liang family. After thinking for a moment, seeing that Hao Sansha seemed determined to stick with Shook's family team, Liang Ying made a decision. She didn't approach Hao Sansha, but rather said goodbye to Guard Uncle. Guard Uncle had a good character. Upon hearing Liang Ying wanted to leave alone, he immediately expressed his concerns and disapproval. Miss Liang, you are too dangerous alone in the deep forest. The Liang family will definitely send someone to look for you. You should temporarily stay with Shook's family team. That would be safer. Once Liang family's people arrive, you can leave then. I understand what you mean, Uncle, but they still need to venture into the mountain to seek treasure. They certainly won't stay long here. If I follow them deeper, I'll only drift further from the people my family sends to look for me. Moreover, as we venture deeper, things become more complicated. It's hard to say when I'll meet up with my family. It seems more prudent for me to head outward. Perhaps I'll encounter people sent by my family sooner. But it's too unsafe alone. Communication devices cannot be used here. If something happens to you, you wouldn't even be able to call for help. Uncle, don't worry about me. I'm nothing like House and Shah. Others come to the mountain for treasure, but I'm here to cultivate. Being with the group before always made me rely on their care, but now being alone is just right. My cultivation path begins now. Plus, I have a miniature mech. If I can't handle situations, I can just hide inside the mech and wait for my family to find me. Guard uncle couldn't persuade Liang Ying. After she tidied up her things, she silently left. Just as Liang Ying turned to leave, a pair of complex eyes continuously watched her. If she glanced back, she'd noticed that these eyes belonged to Luo Shuk. Actually, Luo Shuk recognized Liang Ying early on. With Liang Tao's significant reputation and having gained a daughter out of the blue, everyone naturally showed interest. Liang Ying's background had already been investigated by all the major families. Luo didn't expect that on a remote planet there would be children of important figures living in seclusion. He deeply regretted not taking the opportunity to connect with Liang Ying back then, and instead creating some misunderstandings between them. But life has no rewind button, so he could only pretend he didn't know her. Luo Shuk had always been thinking about how to get his branch of the family back to the capital star. Thus, he spared no effort to befriend young masters from powerful families on the capital star. Thanks to his hard work, he was finally given more attention by his main family, allowing him to have a place in this treasure-seeking expedition into Hufu Mountain. When Luo first saw Liang Ying's profile, he realized he'd missed a golden opportunity to form a connection with her that might have led to marriage discussions. He imagined if during their encounter on the Hezel planet he had formed close ties with her, perhaps the Shuk family would have directly welcomed him back into the fold. After all, having someone like Liang Ying as a daughter-in-law would bring status worthy of aligning with the Liang family. Unfortunately, this remained merely Luo's daydreams. Regardless of what Luo Shuk thought privately, Liang Ying left without hesitation, shouldering her bag. She stopped after walking for a short distance. The pathfinding ability of intrinsic power was useless now. The communicator had no signal. Which way should she go? Liang Ying looked around and came upon a clump of wild grass. She gently touched the leaves of the wild grass, her intrinsic power surging through it, seemingly making its leaves greener than before. Liang Ying was bribing the clump of wild grass and asking it for news. Although the wild grass couldn't move and knew limited information, it did have companions. Through them, it could gather more information. The mountain forests weren't just full of plants. Everywhere you turned, there were wild grasses. It seemed like a breeze swept through the forest, countless strands of wild grass swaying in a specific direction. Liang Ying observed this scene, gently touched the wild grass once more as a sign of gratitude, and walked off in the indicated direction. Although the spread usage of her intrinsic power was blocked, her ability to communicate with plants remained active, reverting back to the essence of being a spiritual botanist. By day, guided by the wild grasses, Liang Ying quenched her thirst and hunger with wild fruits. By night, she retrieved her mech, hiding inside it to rest. 3 days later, she passed through the underground cave she had come through initially. Upon emerging from the cave, her first action was to open the communicator. The signals returned, and an avalanche of messages and comments filled the screen. Liang Ying quickly responded using the all-reply function, immediately letting everyone know she was safe. Sister Liang Qi sent over a direct communication. Looking at the virtual screen where Sister Liang Qi was sobbing messily, Liang Ying felt internally reassured. After Liang Ying went missing, the Liang family team had swiftly withdrawn from the deep woods. Once they restored communications via the underground cave, they reported her disappearance home immediately and also contacted Uncle Liang Yuan, who had already completed his mission. Uncle Liang Yuan promptly joined up with the Liang family group. They did not withdraw immediately from the Hufu Mountains, but instead set up camp near the underground cave, awaiting rescue personnel sent by the Liang family. Unexpectedly, before the rescuers arrived, Liang Ying emerged herself. Liang Ying soon found her family's camp. Everyone present greeted her with surprise and curiosity. Liang Qi pulled Liang Ying close and asked eagerly about her experience over the past few days. Liang Ying brushed it off casually. Oh, there's one more thing. Liang Qi suddenly remembered something. Looking earnestly at Liang Ying, Sising, on the night we got scattered by the wolf pack, wasn't it you who used your abilities to quick grow the lantern fruit seeds? Liang Ying blinked. Lantern fruit seeds? You mean those I gave you? How could I quick grow them without being by your side? Do you need me to do that now? I can help you quick grow them right now. No, Liang Qi interjected. That night, the seeds fell to the ground and started budding roots and produced fruit almost instantly. That must have been done by your special ability, right? Liang Ying blinked again. Is that true? We were so far apart that even the strongest powers couldn't possibly influence something from such a distance. There must be some other reason, or maybe you're mistaken. In fact, while dreaming that night, Liang Ying had used her intrinsic power to ripen the lantern fruit seeds, mainly to stabilize the Liang family's morale. However, acknowledging it now was unacceptable because doing so would expose her secret. Given the great distance between them at the time, under normal circumstances, nobody should have been able to use such long-distance abilities. If Liang Ying admitted that it was her, others would certainly suspect something unusual about her powers, and this was definitely something she wouldn't admit. Quietly in her heart, Liang Ying apologized several times to Sister Liang Qi, but steadfastly refused to acknowledge any role in the lantern fruit's quick growth. Liang Qi pouted, slightly dissatisfied, but others nearby considered it perfectly normal. As for why the lantern fruit had suddenly sprouted and grown, well, they figured these sorts of strange phenomena were common in Hufu Mountain. This place was full of mysteries and extraordinary happenings, so there was nothing unusual about experiencing something magical here. After comforting Liang Qi for quite a while and promising to sleep with her later that night, Liang Ying finally made Liang Qi stop obsessing over the matter of the lantern fruit. 10 days later, the younger members of the Liang family left Hufu Mountain and returned to the main Liang residence. This trip had seen their original mission completed, but it seemed the process wasn't as training-filled as they had expected. Everyone felt both accomplished and disappointed. Liang Ying also thought this way. Her first entry into Hufu Mountain didn't feel entirely satisfying due to too many unforeseen factors that kept her from truly appreciating its mysteries. The answers she sought were not found. If she got another chance, she would definitely re-enter Hufu Mountain. Chapter 163. Liang Tao comes out of seclusion. The Celestial Hotel on Sky Star, the capital of the Federation, is the most luxurious hotel in the Federation. Xiaoyu was currently staying in one of its extravagant suites. Xiaoyu, who usually went about alone, now had a black-clad man by his side. The man wore a special pair of sunglasses that emitted a magnetic field, making it impossible for anyone to see his face clearly. Young master, we have verified that the map indeed originated from Little Lyria. More than 100 maps exist, with equal numbers in the Empire and Federation. Humph, does the royal family of Little Lyria know about this matter? I imagine they do. Truly seeking death. As a superior civilization, how dare they attempt to disrupt the development of an inferior civilization? No wonder after over 10,000 years, Little Lyria is still like this. It seems they have no hope of advancing to a level 5 civilization. In due time, their society will likely begin to regress, ultimately meeting the fate of being absorbed by other civilizations. Clearly, Xiaoyu held a very negative opinion of Little Lyria. The black-clothed man's gaze shifted behind his sunglasses as he cautiously asked, "Does young master plan to take action against Little Lyria?" Xiaoyu raised an elegant eyebrow, half smiling as he looked at the black-clothed man. "Take action against Little Lyria? Is it necessary? I don't have the leisure to meddle in their affairs. You don't need to worry. I know there are people domestically supporting Little Lyria. I have more important matters to attend to now. I have no time to spar with them." So young master doesn't intend to help Mingfei Federation? It's better to be a bystander regarding this matter. I highly regard Mingfei Federation and believe they can handle this issue properly. This is a test for them. If they can't manage it, it only proves they haven't yet met the requirements to advance to a level 4 civilization. One should neither indulge nor excessively protect what they value. They should be allowed to grow freely. Only when they first meet my standards will they qualify for my intervention. Master understands. Concerning the covert actions of Little Lyria, I shall collect evidence first. We can use it later when you're ready to act. Affirmative. Proceed in this manner. Regarding Miss Liang Ying, she returned to the main residence from the Grey Fox Mountain Range yesterday. Young master, regarding her, she's quite extraordinary, full of secrets. Even I can't see through her. Ensure those acting discreetly protect her well. We'll discuss the rest later. On the third day after Liang Ying and the others returned to the main residence, Liang Tao finally emerged from seclusion. Liang Ying rushed over immediately. The Liang Tao standing before her seemed even younger and more confident than before. Without asking, Liang Ying knew that all of Liang Tao's internal injuries were completely healed, and there was a significant change in his aura. "Dad, did you break through?" Liang Tao smiled slightly and nodded. Before Liang Ying could express her congratulations, she heard the pattering footsteps and reprimanding voice coming from behind. It was Tang Jitting arriving with the twins. Liang Ying naturally stepped aside, making room for Tang Jitting and her children. Liang Ying stood smiling in the back. She didn't show any annoyance towards Tang Jitting and her children. After all, everyone here was happy for Liang Tao, and everything else was unimportant. Liang Tao emerging from seclusion marked him as the first individual in the Federation to achieve level 15 in martial arts, earning him the title of Grandmaster of Martial Arts. This was a major event that shook the entire Federation. The entire star system trembled at the news. Not just the Federation, but even the Empire gave extensive coverage. Even the higher civilization of Little Lyria mentioned this incident in the media. Since this was essentially a private matter, although it would affect the future of this star system, the Federation government couldn't host a celebratory banquet solely for Liang Tao personally. However, the Liang family could. This banquet was of great importance. All the national leaders came to attend. Almost every political dignitary in the Federation would be present. Even the key figures stationed in the Federation by the Empire were invited. The major media outlets of the Federation wouldn't miss this either. This banquet not only represented the attitude of the Liang family, but also provided an opportunity for the Federation to convey its stance to the star domain. As the only adult daughter of Liang Tao, Liang Ying had the privilege to invite a few friends to the banquet. There weren't many suitable people among her acquaintances for such an occasion, so she ended up sending out only 2 invitations, one to Lu Ping and one to Xiaoyu, who was currently on Capital Star. Given the increased number of high-profile guests and the involvement of the media, Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing were again assigned to assist Liang Ying. Long before dawn on the day of the banquet, Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing woke Liang Ying up to start getting dressed. She changed into formal wear, then began fixing her hair and makeup while sneaking in a little food. Lu Ping, the only female friend Liang Ying had invited, arrived early. Liang Ying had just finished preparing herself and was ready to receive visitors, so the two went to Liang Ying's room to chat. Lu Ping grew up on Capital Star and fully understood the appearance requirements for such occasions. Today, she dressed appropriately, not overshadowing Liang Ying, but also ensuring she wouldn't embarrass her. Liang Ying's attire was very elegant, her clothing and jewelry reflecting a style of understated luxury that showcased the Liang family's strength without being ostentatious. A short while later, Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing arrived. Little Ing, the media people have arrived. They'll interview Colonel Liang next, then it'll be your turn. We need to go over the script one last time. Alright. Liang Ying let Lu Ping amuse herself for a while as she prepared for her upcoming interview. The one-on-one interviews were conducted with media outlets carefully selected by the Liang family. The rest of the media would only receive a unified statement from the Liang family after the banquet concluded. All the contents of the interview had been predetermined in the script. The questions and answers were all written down. Li Hong handed Liang Ying the interview script the night before. Liang Ying read through it once and memorized it instantly. When reciting it today, she made no mistakes. Good. There are no issues with the content. But try to speak more naturally, not like you're reading off the script. Make it sound more sincere. You don't need to be nervous. All reporters for the one-on-one interviews are from the Federation. Though they may act like regular journalists, they too belong to the Federation. They understand how crucial today's banquet is for its future. They won't say anything out of line. They know the rules. This was Liang Ying's first time participating in an interview, especially for such an important event. Naturally, she felt both excited and anxious. Fortunately, her usually relaxed nature helped ease her concerns. Knowing the Liang family could fix any mistakes she might make gradually reassured her. As expected by Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing, these journalists followed the rules strictly, sticking to the script and refraining from asking anything else. Clearly, not only had the Liang family instructed them accordingly, but the upper levels of the Federation government likely gave them orders as well. The interview went smoothly. After finishing her interview, Liang Ying left the meeting room, which was originally a guest room converted for the occasion. The reporters allowed one-on-one interviews waited inside here, with interviewees coming according to schedule. As soon as Liang Ying exited the meeting room, she heard quick footsteps approaching down the corridor. Tang Jiting was heading towards her, accompanied by an unfamiliar young woman. Tang Jiting was probably next in line for the interview, but the young woman at her side appeared rather peculiar, seemingly trying to corner Tang Jiting with her questioning. Mrs. Liang, you haven't answered my question yet. Are you on good terms with Colonel Liang's eldest daughter? I've heard she didn't choose a university on Capital Star because you disapproved of her, causing her to leave Capital Star. Mrs. Liang, this time during the one-on-one interviews with reporters, Miss Liang Ying has been placed after Colonel Liang. This indicates the Liang family values Miss Liang greatly. What are your thoughts on this matter? Tang Jiting clearly found the woman's persistent inquiries highly annoying. However, constrained by the situation, she couldn't react openly and simply walked quickly in silence, hoping to soon escape the woman's pursuit. Liang Ying slowly approached the two women. Both Tang Jiting and the young woman noticed her. The moment the young woman saw Liang Ying, her eyes lit up and she attempted to move toward her. At the instant Liang Ying turned her gaze upon the young woman, she unleashed her full mental pressure, causing the young woman to stumble and nearly fall. Liang Ying glanced at Tang Jiting, saying nothing but nodding slightly. Then with a warm smile, she gently assisted the young woman, seemingly offering help and kindness. While supporting the young woman back to where others were, outside the corridor, Liang Ying motioned to the butler standing nearby. It seems this young lady isn't feeling well. Escort her to the guest room for a rest, and then call a doctor to check on her. Also, this young lady appears unable to speak, possibly due to an illness. Do inform the doctor clearly. The butler nodded respectfully, took the young woman from Liang Ying, and led her away. No one seemed concerned whether the butler truly took her to see a doctor or had other intentions. In the eyes of those who were unaware, Liang Ying displayed warmth and consideration, genuinely caring for the young woman, making them feel quite favorable towards her. Among those present, probably only the young woman thought Liang Ying terrifying. From beginning to end, Liang Ying never granted her the opportunity to speak. As soon as their encounter began, she used her mental force to control the woman. The woman then felt a sharp pain in her back, as if pricked by something. Subsequently, all her senses disappeared, leaving her immobilized, guided solely by Liang Ying. The young woman might never have imagined Liang Ying to be such a decisive person, executing her actions swiftly and mercilessly, giving no chance for opposition, an action so firm it was intimidating. Meanwhile, Tang Jiting remained silent behind, watching as Liang Ying dealt with the young woman. Then she opened the door to the meeting room. The moment Liang Ying heard the questions the young woman was asking Tang Jiting, she made up her mind to remove this woman. Anyone who would relentlessly ask such cunning questions either belonged to a disreputable small-time reporter, always hoping for marital breakups and family ruins, seeing nothing but darkness everywhere, and believing there were no good people left in the world. Such an unscrupulous journalist definitely had no qualifications to attend today's banquet. They had likely used some underhanded tactics to sneak in. Or this woman could be a media spy from the empire, fantasizing about ruining today's banquet and tarnishing Liang Tao and the Liang family, something that was even less tolerable. Therefore, Liang Ying never intended to listen to what the other person had to say. She directly projected her mental pressure and then released a miniature bead-darting poison needles, handling the situation swiftly and cleanly before handing it over to the butler. Chapter 164, Banquet. As soon as the guests arrived at the landing platform, the butler there would announce the identities of those coming to the main house. When Liang Ying heard Xiao Yu's name, she pulled Lu Ping and went to the entrance to wait for people. Xiao Yu came by himself in a flying car. From afar, they could see him holding a box walking over. Liang Ying waved happily. You didn't have to bring anything. Come on, let's go inside. Liang Ying took the box from Xiao Yu and handed it over to the butler beside her. The corner of Xiao Yu's mouth curved upwards as he reminded them. It's best to eat what's inside while it's still fresh. Otherwise, it won't be good after a long time. Liang Ying paused for a moment and took the box back from the butler. What's so mysterious about this? Can we open it now? Of course you can. As they were walking in, Liang Ying opened the box with others. Neatly arranged inside were 9 egg-like objects. Eggs? Liang Ying blinked her eyes and asked. Huh? Xiao Yu chuckled, while Lu Ping was just as confused as Liang Ying, but still curious. The nearby butler, however, quickly recognized what they were and stepped forward to defuse the situation. Miss, these are grasshopper eggs, rich in nutrition. Fried consumption helps stabilize one's cultivation level. Liang Tao had just advanced to level 15 of physical arts and was precisely in the period where he needed to consolidate his level. It was perfect timing for him to consume the grasshopper eggs. Master Xiao, thank you. I won't be polite with you. Liang Ying handed the grasshopper eggs over to the butler. Take them directly to the kitchen. Tell them to prepare an extra meal for Dad tonight. The butler solemnly accepted the box containing the grasshopper eggs. He understood their value better than Liang Ying. After the rapid development of interstellar space, animals and plants mutated. Grasshoppers, which used to be insects commonly seen in summer, had now evolved into forest animals, though they retained their herbivorous nature. They could only be found now in large jungles on primitive planets. Moreover, since grasshoppers could leap and fly, capturing them was very difficult. Because grasshoppers ate a variety of herbs, they themselves possessed high medicinal value. The grasshopper eggs not only enhanced medicinal properties, but also had excellent nutritional effects. These 9 grasshopper eggs presented by Xiao Yu would certainly command an impressive price in the market, yet more importantly, they were rare and suitable. More and more guests arrived, and Liang Ying couldn't stay holed up in her room anymore. She dragged Lu Ping and Xiao Yu together to the garden. Most of the esteemed guests were being entertained by the elders in the rear garden, while most of the others were gathered in the main hall. The young ones preferred to hang out in the front yard's garden. As soon as the 3 of them appeared, someone called out to her. It was a group of younger relatives from the Liang family, and a group of unfamiliar youngsters from prestigious families. Liang Yuan was also among them. To ensure he didn't miss this banquet, the family had specially arranged for him to take leave from school. As one of the youngest members who was given special attention, this dinner was also an opportunity for him. Liang Ying, come over here. Liang Hui beckoned her over. Let me introduce a few friends to you. This is... Liang Hui introduced the other family members' offspring present. Then Liang Ying also introduced Lu Ping and Xiao Yu to everyone. These 2 are my classmates. Lu Ping was a local resident of the capital planet. Although the Lu family wasn't one of the top most prestigious families in the Federation, they belonged to a relatively upper middle class. Most of the people present might not know her personally, but they had all heard of the Lu family, so everyone was quite amiable towards Lu Ping. However, Xiao Yu was completely unknown. All the people present, including the younger members of the Liang family, exchanged looks, and each saw bewilderment in the other's eyes. When did the Federation acquire a Xiao family? Or were they too uninformed? An awkward silence fell before Liang Hui and others reacted first. Since they were more familiar with Liang Ying, they knew her personality well and believed that if she introduced him as a classmate, he probably was just a close classmate. Besides, Liang Ying wasn't raised on the capital planet and had limited knowledge about such influential families. Thus, her criterion for inviting friends likely had nothing to do with their background. The younger generation of the Liang family soon categorized Xiao Yu as an ordinary person who was merely in very good terms with Liang Ying. Everyone greeted Xiao Yu warmly, urging him to relax and act freely, showing even more enthusiasm than when they greeted Lu Ping. Liang Ying could read through Liang Hui and others' thoughts. They must have been worried that Xiao Yu might feel uncomfortable in this setting or be neglected by others. However, she thought Liang Hui and the rest were simply overthinking things. Just looking at Master Xiao's attire today, it was no less refined than those of noble family offspring, not to mention his handsome appearance, and when standing, he easily outshone others like Liang Yuan. Though Liang Ying herself suspected that Xiao Yu's family background was extraordinary, and she also knew that Xiao Yu had a bit of a fiery temper. She somewhat worried that some people might intentionally or unintentionally irritate him, in which case, she didn't want her own garden to suffer damage like the training room in her school villa did. Liang Ying narrowed her eyes and gave Xiao Yu a look, but unfortunately, she couldn't voice her suspicion here. Instead, she pointed at Xiao Yu with her finger, and then at Liang Yuan and the others. Xiao Yu and I are neighbors at school. You guys need to entertain him well. Liang Yuan and the others quickly assured her, while Xiao Yu stood beside them with a faintly smug smile on his face. This added an air of confidence to his already handsome features, causing several young ladies from prestigious families to squeal softly, clearly smitten. Liang Ying raised an eyebrow, knowing Xiao Yu was deliberately putting on a show. She nudged him with her elbow. Give me some face now. These are my siblings. Behave well, and I'll treat you to good food later. All right, I want double portions of seafood banquet. If you agree, I'll follow all your instructions today, Xiao Yu replied cheerfully. No problem, as much seafood as you want. Liang Ying agreed without hesitation. Witnessing the interaction between Liang Ying and Xiao Yu, many present had peculiar expressions, leading to speculations. Someone couldn't help voicing their thoughts. Next-door neighbor? Indeed, they seemed to have a special relationship. Hearing this, Liang Yuan and the other younger members of the Liang family immediately became uneasy. As Liang Tao's daughter, Liang Ying's reputation concerned the entire clan. It wasn't something others could comment casually, especially not during a private Liang family gathering where rumors shouldn't spread. Liang Yuan's gaze swept over the room with a warning glare, making the one who spoke lower their head in submission. Though no one dared to talk carelessly anymore, what was in their minds remained uncertain. Liang Ying seemed completely oblivious to everyone else's reactions, naturally introducing Xiao Yu to the scenery around the estate, as if planning to show him around. Lu Ping looked between Liang Ying and Xiao Yu, her gaze eventually settling on Liang Ying. A knowing yet odd smile played on her lips. Someone attempted to shift the topic by discussing random news or bringing over acquaintances. Suddenly someone shouted out, "Zhang Dongdi," causing both Liang Ying and Lu Ping to look up simultaneously, recognizing an old acquaintance. Zhang Dongdi had accompanied his elders to expand his social network at today's banquet. He'd already spotted Liang Ying and Lu Ping earlier, but hesitated to approach due to the somewhat bitter parting he shared with them previously. Since his name was called, Zhang Dongdi reluctantly strode forward pretending to be magnanimous. Greeting everyone familiar, he finally nodded slightly at Liang Ying and Lu Ping. Others present were unaware of the history between Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi, so no unusual vibes arose. However, after observing for a moment, Liang Ying noticed that Lu Ping seemed even more at ease than Zhang Dongdi, which reassured her. Once she let go, there really was nothing left to worry about. Young people quickly bonded. A few quick introductions were enough to feel like acquaintances. They chatted about various topics until some were summoned by their elders, followed by another wave leaving as they were called away too. Today's banquet attendees were mostly of high status, many brought by their elders. This made it a prime opportunity for social networking among different clans. When another wave departed, Liang Ying decided to switch locations, dragging Xiao Yu and Lu Ping along. With slight hunger gnawing at her, each picked up some food and ascended upstairs to a guest room to eat privately. With a huge fried spring roll stuffed into her mouth, Liang Ying maintained her composure only to endure her makeup intact since morning. By now, before the main luncheon began, her stomach felt like it was glued front to back. Xiao Yu arched an eyebrow, taking a bite and furrowing his brows. "The taste is mediocre, still can't match yours. Just bear with it. Once we get back to school, I'll cook you something better." Liang Ying wasn't nearly as picky, mainly because hunger outweighed preference. Lu Ping sighed exasperatedly, pretending to wipe her eyes and then covering her face. "Now that there's no outsiders, stop flaunting your love affair. Both of you being sweet in front of me. The heartbroken person. I will curse you two to bad karma." "Aha." Liang Ying laughed unapologetically at Lu Ping. "If curses worked, we wouldn't need police." "Ah." Lu Ping pounced dramatically toward Liang Ying, the two wrestling playfully, nearly toppling the food tray. Seeing how unrestrained and close Liang Ying and Lu Ping were, even Xiao Yu was slightly surprised. Yet watching the two women joke without any regard for appearances left him somewhat baffled. "Hey, maintain your dignity. We might embarrass ourselves when we return downstairs." Xiao Yu had to remind the two overly enthusiastic friends. After hearing Xiao Yu's reminder, Liang Ying and Lu Ping promptly separated, their actions measured enough to keep their original poise intact. But glancing at each other, both couldn't suppress giggles. A knock sounded at the door. To their surprise, Zhang Dongdi was there looking to speak with Lu Ping alone. Remaining calm, Lu Ping accepted the request, while Liang Ying, ever perceptive, grabbed her plate and Xiao Yu to vacate the space gracefully. Putting aside what Lu Ping and Zhang Dongdi were saying in the room for now, Liang Ying was left with only Xiao Yu. Without the others around, Xiao Yu appeared a bit more relaxed. He furrowed his brows in dissatisfaction and said, "Humph, you took advantage of me today." Liang Ying rolled her eyes inwardly, knowing Mr. Xiao was about to act coy. Liang Ying chuckled, "Don't be like that. We're close, aren't we? I just have a little trouble. Would you mind helping me out? There's something in it for you." "What kind of benefit?" Xiao Yu arched an eyebrow coyly, clearly signaling he would keep acting up unless Liang Ying's offer pleased him. Chapter 165, Xiao Yu's note. Previously, in front of others, the relationship between Liang Ying and Xiao Yu seemed somewhat ambiguous. This was deliberate on her part. Recently, several elders from the Liang family, who usually treated her well, had frequently tested her stance by asking questions like whether she had a boyfriend or what kind of boy she liked. This woke Liang Ying up to a potential issue. Apparently, with Liang Tao's increasing status, Liang Ying's value was also rising. She was almost 20, and she was quickly approaching the best time for romance. The elders in the Liang family were probably already starting to plan secretly. Liang Ying remembered what Lu Ping had told her before and realized that Lu Ping had hit the nail on the head. Whether or not Liang Ying and Xiao Yu were actually dating, they could at least use their connection as a cover. After spending time with Xiao Yu, Liang Ying understood his temper. He got irritated easily but was loyal to a fault and would never expose her scheme in front of others. Therefore, Liang Ying intentionally acted as if her relationship with Xiao Yu was special in front of everyone. As expected, Xiao Yu cooperated fully. "What is this mysterious benefit?" Xiao Yu asked curiously. Liang Ying pointed upstairs. "Come to my room, I'll show you something." Liang Ying led Xiao Yu to her room, where he immediately noticed the fish tank on the windowsill. There were two little fish in the tank that seemed a bit fatter. What drew Xiao Yu's eye the most was a fingernail-sized Tianyan stone in the fish tank. Today's Tianyan stone looked a bit different from before. Originally an ordinary pebble, it now emitted faint phosphorescence. On the pebble were some transparent fish eggs that shimmered with rainbow light under its glow. They laid eggs. Xiao Yu exclaimed with joy as he approached the fish tank for a closer look at the eggs on the Tianyan stone. "Last night, I found them," Liang Ying said while leaning over the fish tank to stare at the colorful eggs. "We're lucky. It seems good things keep happening all at once." Even though she still couldn't figure out what made these fish so extraordinary, Just seeing the unusual eggs confirmed that the fish species must be unique. I remember you saying you wanted the eggs of these fish. Now I can fulfill my promise. Are you satisfied? Sure. I didn't expect them to lay eggs so soon. Keep them here for now, and I'll take them when they hatch. All right, let me ask. What's the use of these fish? Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Even if I don't tell you, you'll know soon anyway. Liang Ying was puzzled. Don't tease me. If I will know eventually, why not tell me now? Xiaoyu suddenly turned serious. If I told you directly, it wouldn't follow the rules. But I can give you a hint. Liang Ying smiled sweetly and pulled on Xiaoyu's arm playfully. He grimaced, pretending to suffer. All right. Your hairs are making me nervous. Xiaoyu took out a piece of paper from somewhere and scribbled down a line on it. Then he handed it to Liang Ying. Give this to your dad. He'll understand it. Liang Ying took the note. It seemed to be a star system coordinate and an internet address. However, this wasn't what interested her most. Looking Xiaoyu up and down curiously, she asked, do you have a spatial storage device? I always see you pull things out randomly. It can only be a spatial storage device. Spatial storage was not a new concept. With the technology level of a Tier 3 civilization, people could produce mech storage nodes. And as civilizations advanced further, inevitably other forms of spatial storage devices would be possible. Xiaoyu held out his right hand, wiggling his right index finger adorned with a silver-black Gothic ring. A spatial ring? Liang Ying widened her eyes. Where did you buy it? How much does it cost? Even if I told you, you wouldn't be able to afford it. Forget about it for now. Liang Ying pouted. You're just mocking me. High civilization. Huh, so great. Xiaoyu frowned, suddenly tapping Liang Ying's head lightly. Stop being sulky. You can't protect such a thing even if you get one. Unless you hide it like a thief, you can't conveniently use it. It's more trouble than it's worth for you. In an instant, Liang Ying understood what Xiaoyu meant. Such items were extremely rare in the Federation, and anyone possessing one would surely draw unwanted attention. With her current limited abilities, she would be unable to safeguard such a valuable item. Then can my father use it? There's no one in the whole Federation and Empire who can defeat him. I don't believe anyone would dare to steal from him. He can, but it's too expensive. The entire Federation couldn't afford it. You're kidding, right? How much does it cost? I don't believe the entire Federation is worse off than the ring on your finger. Xiaoyu pointed to the slip of paper in Liang Ying's hand. It's not a matter of money. Liang Ying wanted to ask more questions, but the door suddenly knocked. Liang Qi pushed the door open and hopped inside, warmly clinging to Liang Ying's arm. Sising, how can you hide in your room? So many people outside are waiting for you to entertain them. You mustn't be lazy. Both Sister Hui and I are almost exhausted. While complaining about Liang Ying, Liang Qi kept glancing at Xiaoyu curiously, asking, who is this? Haven't seen him before. This is my classmate, Xiaoyu. Liang Ying said humorously as she looked at Liang Qi, knowing full well that Liang Qi had surely heard about Xiaoyu from Liang Hui or others and deliberately came to meddle. My classmate. Hi, I'm Liang Qi. Thanks for taking care of our little Ying at school. Liang Qi greeted Xiaoyu, her tone becoming mature like Hui sisters. She even extended her hand as if to shake hands with Xiaoyu. Liang Ying couldn't help but laugh at Liang Qi's overly formal demeanor, tapping her on the head. Don't imitate Hui sister. It doesn't suit you. Do you know where dad is now? Liang Qi rubbed her head. The elders seem to all be in the back garden. All right, let's go to the back garden. Liang Ying waved the slip of paper in her hand, feeling somewhat impatient to find out where the information Xiaoyu gave led to. Liang Ying led Xiaoyu and Liang Qi to the corridor in the back garden where many people were standing guard, including Alan and Xianning. Alan saw the three coming over and smiled. How did you end up here? Isn't the front lively enough? Liang Ying laughed sheepishly. Uncle Alan, is dad free now? I have something important to discuss with him. Is that so? Wait a moment, I'll go check. Alan didn't scold Liang Ying. Instead, there was indulgence in his smile. Not long after, Liang Tao came out looking spirited, evidently in high spirits due to recent happy events. He appeared to be just over 50, but looked as though he were only in his early 20s. Liang Tao took Liang Ying to an adjacent room, leaving everyone else outside, except for Alan who followed them in. Liang Ying handed the slip of paper to Liang Tao. Dad, this is what Xiaoyu gave me. Quickly check its use. I think it seems like star system coordinates and a website address. Xiaoyu? The boy who lives next door to you. Liang Tao seemed far less anxious than his daughter as he leisurely opened his communicator, entered the web address, then typed in the coordinates. Liang Ying closely watched her father's reaction, noticing his initial nonchalance gradually turn into seriousness, even concern. Dad, what's wrong? Is there any problem? Liang Tao abruptly shut off the communicator with a snap. Is that Xiaoyu still around? Yes, he's right outside. Liang Tao called Xiaoyu in, but sent Liang Ying out, not even letting Alan stay behind. Outside, Liang Ying dared not eavesdrop on her father's conversation. Ever since Liang Tao emerged from his seclusion, she noticed significant changes in his aura. A mysterious pressure always emanated from him now, stopping her from casually sneaking peeks or listening anymore as she used to do. Inside the room, Liang Tao sat across from Xiaoyu, carefully observing the young man in front of him, while Xiaoyu, meeting Liang Tao for the first time, couldn't help but feel curious as well. Finally, Liang Tao spoke first, diving straight into the matter at hand. Mr. Xiao, I've taken a look at the contents of this note. First, I thank you, and on behalf of both the Liang family and the Federation, I express our gratitude. If it weren't for your guidance, we would miss many things and opportunities. You don't need to thank me. Liang Ying gave me what I wanted. I never take anything without giving something in return, and this information is just what I offered in exchange. Liang Tao's eyes flickered momentarily. Since that's the case, I won't be courteous unnecessarily. If you ever need anything done in the Federation, you may contact me. While I cannot promise the full force of the Federation, I assure you that the entire Liang family will aid you. Xiao Yu arched an eyebrow and smiled faintly. So far, I have nothing I need your assistance with, Mr. Liang Tao. I'll record this favor for now. Whenever you need help, don't hesitate to find me. Xiao Yu nodded, then suddenly locked his gaze on Liang Tao. Mr. Liang Tao, I have a question on my mind. I wonder if you'd answer it for me. What is your question? Speak up, Liang Tao replied, seemingly amused. You've already logged onto that site, haven't you? You should have seen the information there. As a newly promoted ruler, you have the right to apply for immigration to advanced civilizations, be they Tier 4, Tier 5, Tier 6, or even higher Tier 1s. They're constantly offering immigration programs to high-caliber talents. Given your current qualification, you could entirely relocate the elites of the Liang family to a higher civilization. My question is, do you intend to immigrate to a more advanced civilization? No, Liang Tao replied firmly. Actually, I've known about the immigration matters for a while now. I didn't want to immigrate from the very beginning. There are more talents in advanced civilizations, and I might not have better opportunities there than here in the Federation. Liang Tao was now arguably the top person in the Federation, capable of going anywhere in the star domain without challenge. Although higher-level civilizations offered access to more advanced technology, they also had far more talents. Liang Tao would merely be one of many exalted lords, with no guarantee of greater opportunities than others. It's good to hear you think this way, Lord Liang Tao. Xiao Yu nodded as if deeply reassured. Chapter 166, Star Alliance Association. Time flies so fast that the Spring Festival holiday ended in a blink of an eye. Universities reopened, and a new semester began. Liang Ying returned to school. Before this, 3 major events occurred in the Federation. First, Deputy Commander of the 1st Military District Liang Tao was promoted to Physical Arts Master. Second, there was an anomaly in the Gray Fox Mountains. The thick fog covering the central area originally spread to the entire mountain range, resulting in changes to its ecosystem. The abnormality of the Gray Fox Mountains is bad news, but also good news for the Federation. On the bad side, people can no longer enter and exit the edge zones as freely as before. However, on the positive side, people do not need to go deep into the center of the mountains anymore to find various rare species. Previously, only in the deep mountains could one see those rare plants and animals, but now they can be found at the edges of the region. Although the Gray Fox Mountains have become more dangerous, the chances of finding valuable species have increased simultaneously. This represents tremendous opportunities for adventurers and mercenary teams. Not only did these people start stirring with excitement, but even each of the prestigious families became interested. The Gray Fox Mountains, filled with danger and opportunity, were undoubtedly a highly precious trial ground. Therefore, each family planned to send their younger generation to undergo trials within the Gray Fox Mountains. And the third important event would similarly affect the entire Federation, though only a few knew about it. The third event stemmed from the note that Xiao Yu passed during the banquet. It indeed contained a URL and a star coordinates. These star coordinates were the address of the Interstellar Union Development Association, and the URL was the online address of the Interstellar Union Development Association. Interstellar Union Development Association, abbreviated as Star Alliance Association, founded by the highest-level civilizations in the universe. Members are appointed from the highest rank of Boundary Lord figures in the universe. A Boundary Lord refers to individuals whose physical techniques or mental abilities reach the 18th level, the highest level currently achievable by humans. Star Alliance Association has established a tiered membership system, with the minimum entry threshold being either a civilization reaching the 5th level or personal cultivation achieving master level. Mengfei Federation is just a 3rd-tier civilization, so people from the Federation do not qualify to become members of the Star Alliance Association. However, since Liang Tao is now a physical arts master, he can become a private member of the Star Alliance Association under his personal name. The Star Alliance Association regularly hosts auctions, small monthly auctions, and large quarterly auctions, and members may participate in corresponding auctions based on their own ranks. For example, if someone comes from a 5th-tier civilization but hasn't reached the master level individually, they can participate in the monthly small auctions, but cannot join the quarterly large auctions. However, for individuals like Liang Tao who have reached the master level, regardless of which civilization they come from, they can both participate in small auctions and large auctions. Note that while small auctions have no restrictions, participation in large auctions requires paying a deposit in advance. Even if you achieve the appropriate rank, without enough deposit, you cannot join large auctions. The Star Alliance Association also sets up a free trade zone, where there are official shops and lease stores. Members can conduct transactions freely here. The Star Alliance Association regularly organizes exchanges among members. National level ones aim to promote the development of countries, and individual level ones are designed for experience sharing. Liang Tao can participate in individual level exchange meetings. He is now the most cultivated person in the Federation, so within the Federation, he cannot find others capable of exchanging relevant experiences with him. In order to make further progress, he must step out of the Federation and communicate with those who are on par with or higher than him. The private level exchange meeting of the Star Alliance Association is crucial for Liang Tao, while the free trade zone and auctions mean much for the Federation. Restricted by the Interstellar Treaty, technological input from superior civilizations to inferior ones is limited, making it difficult for lower-level civilizations to acquire many technologies they wish to purchase. This largely limits the speed of civilizational development. Of course, such regulations of the interstellar treaty are made after various considerations. Mainly, there's concern that unrestricted technological input could disrupt the balance of development for inferior civilizations, causing resource waste and negatively affecting civilizational development. But in the Star Alliance Association, restrictions imposed by the interstellar treaty do not apply. For instance, Liang Tao can use his personal name to purchase goods at the auction and the free trade zone, and as long as he can afford the price, he can buy them without restriction. Of course, prices for goods exceeding the specified standards will absolutely not be cheap. In conclusion, joining the Star Alliance Association not only greatly impacts Liang Tao personally, but is also of great significance to the whole Federation. Litolaya is a fourth-level civilization and thus isn't a member of the Star Alliance Association. However, Litolaya currently has 3 physical arts masters. The superior civilization overseeing Litolaya must certainly be a member of the Star Alliance Association and would surely have already introduced the 3 masters of Litolaya into the Star Alliance Association. As Mengfei Federation's regulatory civilization, Litolaya has the responsibility to introduce relevant information after Liang Tao ascended to master rank and should dispatch their masters to introduce Liang Tao to the Star Alliance Association. However, they did not do so. Instead, they merely sent an unimportant figure from a third-rate family to attend the banquet. After offering verbal congratulations, there was nothing more. They didn't even mention the existence of the Star Alliance Association. If it weren't for Xiao Yu, neither the Federation nor the Liang family would have known about the existence of the Star Alliance Association. It's the beginning of the month now. By the end of this month's small auction, Liang Tao will certainly be attending. As His Eminence, he can bring over a dozen followers. Liang Ying reserved 1 spot out of curiosity, and the rest of the slots were divided among various families of the Federation. Naturally, the Liang family secured the most spots, including Liang Ying. They occupied 5 in total. School has reopened, and Liang Ying returned to school, first registering and then going to her mentor Hua Qingdu for routine inspections and training adjustments. Liang Ying's mental power is currently very stable, at a stage of enrichment and perfection. As for physical techniques, she seems to have reached another critical point with signs of impending breakthroughs. Hua Qingdu is, after all, a mental ability user, and his guidance in physical arts training is quite limited for Liang Ying. Conversely, Xiao Yu's help proves greater. After completing the mental power training on this day, Liang Ying planned to relax with a set of physical techniques exercises. She suddenly remembered her experience inside the Gray Fox Mountains, when she had killed a giant toad barehanded with just 1 punch. Standing in front of the punching bag, fists clenched, Liang Ying recalled the scene at that time, mimicking the sensation of how she threw that punch, hitting the bag repeatedly. Continuously recollecting, Liang Ying felt herself gradually entering a state of proficiency. Her strength and speed increased progressively. The traces left by each punch became deeper than the last, but she still couldn't reach the peak condition, seemingly lacking the final step needed to break through. That evening, Liang Ying mentioned this to Xiao Yu, who explained the unified theory of mental power and physical techniques to her. In advanced civilizations, there exists such a theoretical system, whose foundation is integrating mental power and physical arts into use together. According to their deductions, combining the two can yield 10 or even 100 times the effect of using them separately. But unfortunately, implementing this theory requires a fundamental condition, that both the cultivator's physical arts level and mental power should be at the same grade. However, in reality, few people can practice both simultaneously because human energy is finite, and cultivating mental power is more difficult than physical arts. It's hard to balance their development. Liang Ying understood. In the moment of crisis, she had unintentionally combined her mental power with her physical arts. But since her physical arts level was lower than her mental power level, it must have been her primal force subconsciously compensating for the gap. In short, it was like achieving man punch as one. Sleeping at night, Liang Ying repeatedly swung her fists in her dreams, experimenting with the man punch as one theory Xiao Yu had told her. Guided by the primal force, the movements of throwing punches transformed into slow-motion sequences frame by frame. Liang Ying carefully analyzed every minute change. The next morning, Liang Ying felt as though she had grasped the key, so she skipped class and spent the whole day in the training room. Throwing and retracting punches continuously, she finally mastered the man punch as one, successfully fusing mental power with physical techniques. Not only that, during her physical training, she also incorporated mental power, advancing beyond mere man punch as one to intent body as one. As a result, she almost broke the equipment in the training room. Fortunately, the upgraded version of the instruments in the villa training room could withstand her intent body as one, proving her destructive power to be comparable to Xiao Yu's. Liang Ying felt certain that she must have broken through again, so she quickly went to Hua Qingdu for another test. It turned out that her mental power was still at level 9, but her physical techniques had also reached level 9. Keep in mind that Liang Ying was previously only at level 7 in physical arts, so this meant she had jumped up 2 levels at once, an unexpected surprise. As for the intent body as one theory, it wasn't originally a secret, but there were few people who could apply it in practice, which made its practical utility low and impossible to popularize. Since Liang Ying learned the intent body as one, her daily training added a new component, sparring matches with Xiao Yu. Although Liang Ying's physical technique was only at level 9, after achieving intent body as one, she could fight Xiao Yu, who already had level 13 physical technique, to a draw. Of course, this was under Xiao Yu's controlled circumstances. If Xiao Yu used his full strength, Liang Ying would only be able to defend without retaliating. Even so, this fact slightly troubled Xiaoyu for several days. The halo of being a physical arts genius seemed destined to be passed to Liang Ying. To comfort him, Liang Ying hurriedly prepared a few good meals for him. Soon, the month would end. Not only did the Federation plan to participate in the small auction, but they also intended to visit the free trade zone. So, Liang Tao needed to set off 10 days in advance. Liang Ying processed the online learning procedures at school and then returned to the capital star. She then departed alongside Liang Tao to head toward the location of the Star Alliance Association. In the interstellar era, attending classes became more convenient. Students didn't have to go to school for lectures as courses were live-streamed on the StarNet, allowing them to participate from anywhere. Assignments given by professors could also be submitted via the StarNet, making teaching and learning more flexible and diverse. Speaking of Liang Ying personally, she still preferred attending classes in the classroom as it created a better studying atmosphere. Unfortunately, the allure of the Star Alliance Association was too great, and she truly didn't want to miss this opportunity to broaden her horizons. Chapter 167, The United Star. Liang Tao was heading to the Star Alliance for the first time. The Federation specially allocated the Blue Star battleship as his personal transport, along with a full complement of staff for this journey. The number of Liang Tao's accompanying personnel was restricted to about a dozen individuals. These people could join him in attending auctions and entering the free trade zone, while others could explore other areas of the Star Alliance except where limitations on numbers were imposed, like at the auction house and the free trade zone. Other than these specific venues, there were no limits. In short, the group Liang Tao brought was well-rounded, almost comparable to a state leader's official visit. Rumor had it that they also carried a significant amount of money, with the deputy minister of the Ministry of Commerce even coming along directly. Liang Ying also prepared a fair bit of money. Recently, she'd been doing well within the Liang family, receiving generous red envelopes from her elders during the Spring Festival. She rarely spent recklessly, and this was a rare opportunity for indulgence, so she simply got herself a bank card with a total deposit of 10 million yuan. 10 million, by Liang Ying's typical consumption standard, was extremely extravagant already. However, when she mentioned it to Liang Yuan and Liang Hui aboard the warship, all she got was ridicule. It turned out that their minimum spending plan was over 100 million yuan, making her 10 million seem embarrassingly insufficient. Liang Ying couldn't help but twitch her mouth twice. So you tell me, do your elders at home know you've brought this much money out? Liang Hui shot her a glance, and his gaze brimmed with disdain. You're too stingy, bringing just 10 million. Please don't say we know you. We would be too ashamed to face others. The several billions we have are our pocket money. There's more money arranged by the family. Altogether, my brother and I have nearly 50 billion. Ling Ying, stop telling anyone about your 10 million thing. Each of us here represents an entire family, some representing even multiple families. Carrying over 100 billion is considered very little among us. This is merely the first time everyone comes here to check the situation out. Once the proper channels are found, there will be bigger operations later. At this rate, carrying only a billion or two seems like too little. Since you all bring so much, can you lend me a bit? Don't let me disgrace our family of Liang. After listening to what Liang Yuan and Liang Hui said, Liang Ying felt she really did bring too little money. But when she proposed borrowing money, both of them disagreed. The money we carry can't be used arbitrarily. Our families gave us tasks to accomplish. If we don't finish them, we'll get beaten back home. Your money, Ying, is all yours. You can buy anything you want. Nobody controls you. You're much freer than we are. So, just spend your own few bucks and stop thinking about ours. You say I'm stingy, but you two are genuinely stingy. You won't even lend out so much money, way too miserly. Well, fine, I won't ask for much, just 5 billion in reserve. No money, no money. I'd rather die than give up any cash. Think it through yourself. Liang Ying didn't manage to extract a single cent from Liang Yuan and Liang Hui after all the commotion and returned to her cabin utterly dejected. Liang Ying opened the storage box in her cabin, taking out a sealed transparent fish tank. Inside, a pair of tiny gold-silver fish were happily swimming. Speaking of which, the gold-silver fish pair she raised had produced eggs, and last week the eggs hatched into small fish. This time, 12 baby fish were born in total, and Xiaoyu took 6, leaving 6 behind. Liang Ying kept a sharp eye on things this time around, thinking that since Xiaoyu valued these fish so much, they must be precious items. So, she decided to take 2 with her on this trip to probe around the Star Alliance and simultaneously find out why Xiaoyu valued them so highly. With a slightly fixated look, Liang Ying muttered while gazing at the newly born baby fish inside the tank. Little fishies, you must make me proud. If I run out of money, I'll rely on you guys to make some. The 2 small fish swished their tails in the water, giving Liang Ying 2 white eyes in return, plus a bunch of bubbles. During the journey with space jumps included, by the 5th day, the federal battleship finally arrived at the planet where the Star Alliance was located, the United Star. Before setting off, Liang Tao had scheduled the itinerary on the StarNet. As it was his first visit to the United Star, he needed to handle relevant procedures to join the Star Alliance first before the United Star could grant access. The battleship temporarily docked in the temporary hangar of the airport. After receiving contact, the Star Alliance's staff soon arrived. The efficiency of the Star Alliance personnel was high. After verifying Liang Tao's identity and cultivation level, they immediately uploaded his data to the Star Alliance network and made him a personalized membership card. Thus, Liang Tao officially became a personal member of the Star Alliance, beginning to enjoy all rights associated with personal membership. A United staff member pulled out a very beautiful memory crystal ball and handed it to Liang Tao. Lord Liang Tao, this is the Star Alliance's gift to every new member. It contains all detailed information about the Star Alliance. If you have any questions, you can contact us through the provided contact information. We hope you'll have a pleasant experience on United Star. The Star Alliance staff left, and the people from the Federation could hardly contain themselves, especially the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Commerce, who urged Liang Tao to open the crystal ball to see what was inside. Understanding everyone's eagerness, Liang Tao did not reprimand anyone. With a faint smile, he led everyone to the leisure cabin of the battleship and placed the crystal ball in the center. He tapped his fingers on it a few times, and a holographic virtual image popped up. This memory crystal ball was essentially the Star Alliance's manual. From the history of the establishment of the Star Alliance, its development over tens of thousands of years, its achievements, the functions of each department within the Star Alliance, to detailed descriptions of the various departments under the Star Alliance that served its members, etc., everything was included. In short, it was an extremely detailed manual. After reading it, one could find answers to many detailed questions, such as which department a member should go to if they needed to replace their membership card, or where they could pick up items purchased at an auction. Since there was so much content, it was impossible to remember everything after just one read. Liang Tao simply made a copy for Secretary Allen, and then allowed those who needed copies to get them from Allen. Eventually, almost everyone on the ship had a copy of the manual. After obtaining his membership card, the airport allocated a docking space for Liang Tao's battleship based on his membership number. During his stay on the United Star, the ship could be docked here for free. Most people were left behind to guard the ship, while Liang Tao took 17 attendants, including Allen, off the ship to check into a local hotel. Those who stayed behind to guard the ship were not forbidden from leaving. They would take turns resting and could freely explore areas outside of the free trade zone and the auction house. Chapter 168, Gem Gambling. Liang Ying was about to faint. She finally understood what it felt like when money wasn't worth much. The Star Union here simply did not accept the Mengfei Federation's currency. By the way, the minimum threshold for national membership in the Star Union is a level 5 civilization. The currencies that can freely trade here are at least those of level 5 civilizations. As for the Mengfei Federation, a level 3 civilization, its currency doesn't even qualify to be exchanged into the Universal Galactic Coin. Apparently, everyone except Liang Ying had come prepared for this possibility. They had probably anticipated this situation and brought not only money but also various items. People from the Ministry of Commerce and Trade had their nation's backing and could use various rare metals and minerals as exchange materials. Using these resources, which are scarce in all civilizations, to exchange for the Universal Galactic Coins was the most cost-effective option. Others then pulled out crates filled with jewels, jade, and precious metals. This category could still get them some universal coins, though very uneconomically. Among the jewelry, diamonds were the least valuable. Being single-element crystals, they can be fully manufactured artificially in the Star Age and are no longer exclusive to purely natural origins, hence their value has plummeted severely. On the contrary, emeralds and jadeite are quite sought after. According to the electronic clerk at the Cosmic Bank, such gemstones are popular in higher civilizations. It seemed there might be applications other than just appreciation for these stones. However, as to the specific uses, they belong to state-level information which they currently don't have access to. Well, Liang Ying's preparation of 10 million credits was entirely spared. After enduring endless persuasion, she managed to wrestle a piece of jade from Liang Hui, a 10-pound natural jade, that only exchanged for over 10,000 universal coins. The amount exchanged by the Ministry of Commerce was higher, so they've been invited to the VIP room, where only those who transact more than 1 million are allowed. The Federation truly went all out for this trip to the Star Union. Fortunately, it was the first time anyone came here. Everyone already held an exploratory attitude. Upon realizing that federal coins were unusable, although people had traded some valuable items for a few universal coins, they kept themselves in check. No one wanted to break the bank and end up acting too conspicuously. Liang Yuan and Liang Hui also appeared somewhat disheartened. Liang Ying stood at the entrance of the Universal Bank, watching the bustling streets as various flying cars darted back and forth, suddenly feeling a surge of indescribable valor in her heart. Yuan brother, Hui brother, what's your plan moving forward? Liang Ying waved toward them. Liang Hui replied listlessly. What plans could we have? No money in hand makes everything inconvenient. Guess we'll just return to the hotel. What about Yuan brother? Going back to the hotel is too early. I want to walk around and familiarize myself with the environment first. Hey, why don't you two join me at the gem gambling market? Liang Ying suggested. Gem gambling. Liang Yuan and Liang Hui glanced at each other. You want to gamble on gems? Have you ever played before? Never. Let's just take a look first. If I don't feel confident enough, we won't do it, Liang Ying said indifferently. After thinking for a while, Liang Yuan nodded. All right, let's go take a look. The Star Union has a dedicated gem gambling market. Considering the pursuit of high-quality jade by advanced civilizations, the jade market ranks among the fairest and most prosperous markets. Thankfully, despite advances in high technology, humans have yet to invent instruments capable of detecting inside uncut stones, keeping the traditional gem gambling industry alive and flourishing through thousands of years of development. This was indeed an interesting fact. Why can't instruments detect the interior of jade stones? Liang Ying thought this likely had something to do with the new application methods of jade by advanced civilizations. But now wasn't the time to ponder this issue. What they needed to do now was seize this opportunity, earn more money through gem gambling, and perhaps only in this industry could people like them from lower civilizations show their true mettle. Yuan brother, Hui brother, have you gambled on gems before? Played a bit when we were young. At around 15 or 16, our family strictly prohibited gambling, but they didn't ban gem gambling. Every New Year's, we would take our pocket money and run off to gamble on stones. Back then, being younger, we enjoyed the thrill of it. Now, being older, we don't indulge in it like we used to. Liang Yuan spoke seriously, prompting Liang Ying to snicker internally. Big brother, don't act like you're so old. You're not even 30 yet. If the two of you have experience, I'm just along for the fun. You're joking, right? We were relying on you to give us insight, considering you were the one who suggested coming to gamble on stones. You don't have any strategy at all. Liang Hui asked her with glittering eyes, as if expecting hidden wealth. Liang Ying shook her head. No insights at all. Just had an idea, but haven't tried it before, don't know if it will work or not. The Star Union has a specialized market for gambling on rough stones, mainly because higher civilizations crave top-quality jade stones. Among all markets, the jade trading area counts as one of the fairest and most thriving. Thankfully, as high-tech continues to develop, humanity has still failed to create instruments that can see through the surface of a raw stone, preserving this ancient tradition across countless years. It was peculiar. Why can't instruments detect the contents within uncut stones? Liang Ying guessed it might relate to how advanced civilizations utilized jade stones. However, it wasn't the time to analyze this question. Now, the key was to take advantage of this chance and make as much money as possible through stone gambling. For Liang Ying and others from low-tier civilizations, this might well be the only arena where they could shine. Liang Yuan looked earnestly at Liang Ying. Xiao Ying, I heard that rough stones contain very special substances, and mental power can't penetrate them. If you're planning to cheat with mental power, it won't work. I guess so. Mentalists are as numerous as cattle in the universe. If mental power could cheat with rough stones, the gem gambling industry would have ended long ago. I just want to take a look first. Maybe I'll get some special feeling. What Liang Ying had in mind was of course the primal force. Mental power may not be able to penetrate, but the primal force might still be effective, although she hasn't tried it yet. So naturally, she couldn't make definitive claims. The three arrived at the largest rough stone gambling market of the Star Union, where the field, as large as a town, was full of all kinds of stones. It seemed like an endless stone forest at a glance. An entrance fee of 1,000 Universal Galactic coins as a deposit was required for entry. This deposit could be refunded when exiting, regardless of whether any transactions were made. The more painful fact was that each of the three, Liang Ying included, had to pay 1,000. After handing over the deposit, they received a pass card each with their respective numbers on it. During transactions within the field, participants were represented solely by their numbers. Liang Ying released her primal force to cover the entire square, immediately blinding her eyes with what she saw. She could see through most of the stones here. Well, this wasn't exactly good news because among the stones she could see through, most were just ordinary ones. There wasn't even jade inside them. As for the remaining stones that she could see through, although they contained jade seeds, the quality was bad. The impurities were too numerous. Even Liang Ying herself wouldn't bother with them, let alone try to sell them. For the stones she couldn't see through, from Liang Ying's perspective, they were like being shrouded in clumps of fog, thus concealing their true nature. This fog inside these stones varied in intensity. Liang Ying believed the dense fog represented higher quality jade, while light fog indicated mediocre jade quality. Liang Ying's eyes sparkled. There was always a way to differentiate these rough stones anyway. If the primal force hadn't been effective, she truly wouldn't dare to gamble on stones like this, as having no certainty in mind would be indistinguishable from gambling. Chapter 169, Finding a Bargain. When she first arrived, Liang Ying did not want to draw too much attention to herself. She quickly selected a few pieces of raw stone with moderate mist concentration and relatively small size. The reason for choosing smaller ones was out of necessity. They had little money and could only afford the smaller stones. Here, the price of even slightly substantial materials was over 100,000 universal coins. All the stones in the venue were labeled with prices, clearly marked without cheating young or old. Liang Ying noted down the serial numbers of these stones, calculated the total price, and found that it was within the budget of the three of them. Then, she called Liang Yuan and Liang Hui over, and the trio conferred. The total price of these stones is about equal to the sum of all the universal coins we three have on hand. If I make a wrong judgment, and we lose. Liang Ying, of course, had to first show some humility. I trust Xiao Ying. With the little money we have, we couldn't buy anything good anyway. We might as well take a gamble. If we win, it's great. If we lose, consider it a lesson, said Liang Hui. If we lose, consider it an initial investment. I trust Xiao Ying's ability to definitely help us earn it back in the future. Liang Yuan seemed quite confident in Liang Ying. In that case, whether we profit or lose, the three of us siblings are in the same boat. We share happiness and misfortune together. Come on, let's get those few stones. Liang Ying clenched her fist, and rarely was she so full of fighting spirit. Please, heaven, don't bring me down. After Liang Ying paid, the staff delivered their stones. Since they planned to cut the stones on site, the staff directly drove them to the adjacent cutting area. This area had many stone cutting machines. 4 10 universal coins. One could cut a block of stone. It could be operated by the owner of the stone themselves, or a nearby robot could do it free of charge. There were many cutting machines, but even more people, with not a single machine left idle. Liang Ying and her group found a queue and waited while watching others perform their stone gambles. Some had successful cuts, others had disastrous results. Liang Ying used this time to validate her guess regarding the density of the mist. A person ahead just placed their stone onto the cutting machine, causing Liang Ying's eyes to widen instantly. Red mist, and very dense. The size of the mist cluster was roughly that of an adult's fist. Hey, isn't this the king stone? It's been here for years, with no one daring to buy it. Who among you has the guts today to take on this king stone? There were many people waiting for machine use here. During other people's stone cutting, these people became spectators, inevitably evaluating and discussing the stones, which was also considered an exchange among gamblers. The owner of this king stone was a young man, looking to be in his early 20s. However, his demeanor carried a hint of sharpness. Liang Ying couldn't discern his cultivation level, meaning his rank was higher than hers. Once again, someone whose appearance didn't match their actual capabilities. The people involved in gambling generally had excellent eye for appraisal, and no one underestimated him because of his youthful look. Even the one who had spoken before stepped aside after showing surprise, allowing the space around the stone owner to be properly cleared out as per the rules. There were also those standing further away, observing coldly. Liang Ying heard people quietly discussing this king stone. Topics included its python patterns, how loose the flowers appeared, etc., sounding profound. Yet Liang Ying understood none of it. According to one veteran stone gambler who had mixed in this field for over a decade, the story of this king stone began more than 10 years ago. More than 10 years ago, a gambling field received a 1-ton heavy stone. This stone performed excellently. After someone bought the stone, green emerged upon wiping, initially predicting a big success. However, as they continued wiping, the performance deteriorated. In the end, the 1-ton stone was reduced to half a ton, all filled with fragmented rubble. That initial slice of green turned out to be merely a thin layer. The owner of the stone was then too afraid to continue cutting, placing it back on sale. Although the performance of the stone wasn't great, the owner refused to lower the price, claiming he hadn't made a mistake in his judgment, leaving the remaining half to whoever deemed themselves deserving. And indeed, that owner dared to set a high price. Half a block of ruined stone still priced at 500,000 universal coins, and so the stone remained unsold in the market for over a decade. Today, since this king stone had finally been purchased, many were drawn to watch. Liang Ying looked up and saw that the stone's owner was surrounded by multiple layers of people. Initially calm and composed, the young man now showed signs of nervousness, frequently wiping the sweat off his forehead. 500,000 universal coins, including Liang Yuan and Liang Hui. The three of them collectively bought several blocks of stone and spent less than 50,000 universal coins altogether. Could the value of jade derived from such a red fog as large as an adult's fist reach above 500,000 universal coins? With this question lingering in her mind, Liang Ying watched closely as the stone owner cut into the material without blinking an eye. There seemed to be certain rules for cutting stones, such as along which patterns one should cut. But this king stone performed so poorly that cutting skills were no longer applicable. Nevertheless, the owner of the stone still proceeded with great caution, wiping inch by inch along the edge. As expected by everyone, or perhaps making the stone owner disappointed, half of the stone had been cut off, yet it remained filled only with rubble, not a trace of green appeared. Some people were already losing patience and left mumbling to themselves. It's clearly a useless piece, some just won't believe it. 50,000 universal coins down the drain. Can't you see? The original owner of this king stone was aware of the psychology of gambling on stones. Knowing it was waste material, they still set a high price, fooling someone eventually. Young man, rookie, just consider the 50,000 a lesson. Let these newcomers understand that the field of betting on stones isn't easy to survive in without over a decade of experience. Liang Ying observed more and more people leaving from the crowd, but the gaps were quickly filled by others. The same saying goes, there are always those who don't accept reality until they hit a wall. But this block of material wasn't like a coffin, the real winner laughs last. The stone grew smaller as it continued to be cut. Rubble and powder scattered all over the floor. The adjacent robot stood ready to clean up the garbage at any moment. A half-ton of material had been reduced to the size of a watermelon. All other parts turned into debris, and the crowd that came for the spectacle was now reduced to its last circle. Others left without hope. The mood of the owner of the stone must have been very bad at this point. His face ashen, looking ready to explode any second. Everyone on the scene, except Liang Ying, probably believed this stone was completely wasted. Even if it weren't entirely ruined, slicing out a bit of green would not compensate for the loss of 50,000. Young man, judging from your expression, you'd better stop cutting the last part. There's no way getting any green at this point will cover the cost. Judging from how you look, you're a novice. Just treat it as a lesson bought at a high price. Leave the remaining bit as a souvenir and a reminder for yourself. Betting on stones may involve a gamble, but it can't be treated like gambling. Lessons learned from predecessors all come from mistakes. Young ones need to learn more. This person made some sense though. Liang Ying glanced at the face of the owner of the stone, who seemed hesitating. He was almost ready to give up, right before the final move. If he really stopped, this lesson would turn into a farce. Hey, there's only a little bit left, why keep it around? Just looks unpleasant to you, doesn't it? If you're hesitant to make the final cut, sell it to me. I'll do the last slice for you. What do you say? 100 universal coins, deal? I'll give you the cash immediately. This speaker truly pulled out 100 universal coins, causing the owner of the stone to flush bright red in anger. A 50,000 stone, trying to buy it back for 100? That was clearly intended to provoke him. Liang Ying's eyes bulged round. Could one intercept like this? Liang Ying quickly pulled Liang Yuan and Liang Hui over. How much money do you two have left? I've got 6,000, I've 4,000. Liang Ying still had 1,000. Combined, they had only 11,000. Liang Ying pulled Liang Yuan and Liang Hui closer to the crowd, carefully observing the reaction of the stone owner. Holding the remaining stone but unable to bring himself to cut, the number of hecklers around grew more and more. The one offering 100 earlier wasn't righteous at all. This is a 50,000 stone, 100 is too low. I'd offer 200, double that, guys. You guys really have no conscience. It's heartless. Buddy, I'll offer 500. I'll go for 1,000. The more the stone owner listened, the angrier he became. I'd rather ruin it entirely than sell it to the likes of you. Saying this, he placed the stone onto the cutting machine and didn't wipe inch by inch anymore, but directly cut through the middle with the laser blade. With a crack, the stone split into two halves and fell to the ground. Still no green emerged. Completely ruined. A chorus of boos spread across the group. The stone owner collapsed onto the floor, all 50,000 gone like that. Liang Ying watched as the crowd dispersed. The stone owner sat dazed in the pile of rubble, his cutting machine now occupied by the next person. She pulled Liang Yuan and Liang Hui towards the stone owner. Liang Ying cleverly picked up both halved stones. Brother, do you want to sell these 2 stones? The stone owner curiously turned his head toward Liang Ying. Liang Ying giggled nervously. It's like this, today's my first time betting on stones with my brothers, and we just encountered you. I wanted to buy these remaining 2 stones back as a warning to myself, and also as purchasing a legend. The stone owner's face darkened at these words, looking as gloomy as a black pot. Liang Yuan quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Brother, don't misunderstand. My sister is young and doesn't know how to phrase her words well. She didn't mean anything by it. This is the nature of the gemstone gambling business. High investment for high returns, but with high risks too. Today you lose, tomorrow you might win. Don't take it too hard. Liang Yuan really knew how to speak. He didn't mention buying the stones right away, but first comforted the stone owner. Once the stone owner had calmed down, he couldn't help feeling grateful towards Liang Yuan. Compared to the passers-by who just made sarcastic comments, Liang Yuan was much better at dealing with people. If you too want these 2 stones, just take them. They're worthless pieces anyway. You don't need to pay. That won't do. These stones are yours. Even if they're useless, they still have some value. Here's what I propose. I'll offer 5,000 for both of these waste stones. Think of it as covering your travel expenses back and forth. Chapter 170, Big Gain. Liang Ying was thrilled inside after spending 5,000 universal coins on these 2 waste stones, but she couldn't show it on her face. She had to suppress her excitement and pretend as if nothing happened. She picked up the 2 waste stones to pack them for Liang Hui. Liang Ying had decided that this stone could not be cut today. Otherwise, the sharp contrast would make too big a splash, which did not match their initial humble newcomer's image. So, she planned to cut it back home. Though Liang Ying didn't intend to cut the stone at the scene, some onlookers who saw the 3 of them spend 5,000 yuan buying 2 discarded king material stones were curious and urged Liang Ying to immediately carve the 2 waste stones on the spot. Young girl, are you going to cut the waste materials in your hand? There might be green jade inside. Cut it open and take a look. If there really is green jade, you'll have made a huge profit by only spending 5,000 coins. You will gain as long as there's any green. The original owner of the stone material was planning to leave, but upon hearing the instigation, his steps slowed down again. Apparently, he wasn't ready to give up yet. Liang Ying gave an irritated glare at those who were encouraging her with loud voices. She looked hesitant, randomly picked one of them, and muttered, I originally bought it as a keepsake, but what you guys say does sound reasonable. It feels like scratching an itch not to carve it. Since I've got 2 blocks anyway, I'll carve one first. If this one turns out to be completely wasted, I won't have anything else to think about. And you all can stop dreaming too. Walking over to someone who was cutting stones, Liang Ying said, Uncle, could you help me cut this small one first? A straight slice through the middle is fine, just so we don't keep thinking about this stone. Sure, if you trust me, I can cut it for you directly and save both of us from having to switch places. Alright, then I'll bother Uncle. Even though no crowd gathered around this time, people nearby still stretched their necks to watch quietly. Of course, the results were unsurprising once more. It was completely a waste material. No more cutting, absolutely no cutting. Don't touch the last one, big brother. Help me put it away. I need to keep it as a lesson. No matter who persuades me, I won't change my mind. Liang Ying threw the pieces of useless stone into the cleaning robot beside her, pouting. Compared to the disappointed expressions on those around her, Liang Ying's heart was filled with joy internally. Luckily, she was smart enough before buying the waste stone. Instead of buying just one, she purchased 2. Finally, the original owner walked off without looking back anymore, clearly completely letting go. Speaking of which, he was truly unfortunate. Even though he had acquired a good piece of material, he failed to cut out the part with value. That red fog cluster lay within the final waste stone. Liang Ying secretly chuckled inside, unaware of how much value the jade represented by the red fog could bring. But it would certainly exceed 5,000 universal coins. Those who were egging her on earlier were right. Any green in the waste stones meant they gained. Returning to wait her turn in line behind to carve stones, Liang Hui couldn't resist whispering in her ear, Xiaoying, you insisted on buying those 2 waste stones, because there's something valuable in the remaining one, right? Liang Ying glanced sideways at Liang Hui, signaling him not to say any more. This I can't guarantee, but I've heard that this stone had been performing well originally. It doesn't seem logical for it to contain absolutely nothing. Anyway, it's just 5,000 coins. We wouldn't lose too much even if it fails. 5,000 coins is still money. Here, 5,000 coins are more useful than 50 million federal credits. Hey, when will the Federation upgrade to 5th-tier civilization so that we don't have to painfully earn universal coins like this anymore? Liang Ying shot Liang Hui a disdainful glance. 5th-tier civilization? The Federation hasn't even reached 4th level yet, probably needing 10,000 years more before getting there. Relying on the Federation upgrading is less reliable than earning money ourselves. Liang Hui paused. That's true, in 10,000 years. I won't see that day. Liang Ying nudged Liang Hui in the ribs. Shut up. Too many ears around here. Let's talk about that stone when we get back. Liang Ying craned her neck watching the person in front carve the stone, noticing almost half the people present ended up with failures, while the successful ones just obtained average quality items. No significant gains appeared. Thinking about it, Liang Ying realized she hadn't considered carefully enough. They had bought 5 raw stones, each containing mists, meaning continuous profits once carved. This could indeed attract too much attention. They should have included a few mist-free stones among the purchases. However, now they lacked money. Even wanting to add a couple of more waste stones became impossible. Liang Ying shared her concerns with Liang Yuan. After pondering for a moment, Liang Yuan replied, "Forget it. Let's handle the stones immediately after carving them later, and then return to the hotel right away. We won't give anyone a chance even if they want to do anything funny. Once the stones are cut, we'll claim that we're all novices and had a lucky first gambling attempt with jade stones. Deny everything else." Liang Ying stared ahead, observing the process as others continued carving their stones. Liang Ying felt that this was the best course of action. They had gambled on these stones to make money. If they didn't cut the stones for fear of being watched, they wouldn't gain any money, making the entire trip a waste. Finally, it was Liang Ying's group's turn. Having previous experience cutting stones, Liang Yuan took charge of the laser stone cutter. Liang Ying looked over and picked a piece with the thickest mist first and placed it onto the machine. The stone weighed about 30 Jin and its surface carried several prominent cracks. Newbies have no experience. 9 out of 10 cracked stones are waste. The people around whispered. Liang Ying glanced at Liang Yuan, who frowned as he adjusted the stone properly. They had already discussed before how they should cut the stones. Liang Yuan cut off the cracked portion without hesitation, then proceeded inch by inch inwardly. The initially curious onlookers gradually widened their eyes. Green appeared. It's actually green, and looks like we'll have big profit. About 3 to 4 centimeters along the crack inside, green began to appear. Liang Yuan sprayed some water on the spot where green showed up, cleaned it, and pulled the light tube over for better visibility. The green extended inward, which meant a definite win. At this point, Liang Yuan became extra cautious. He carefully chipped away layer by layer until a lustrous ice jadeite emerged under everyone's eyes. The green was pure and deep. It could be categorized as imperial green. However, there were faint traces of crystalline fog-like inclusions within, slightly less valuable than emperor green. But still, ice jade with imperial green falls into the category of top-quality jade, which was a great profit. The spectators nearly dropped their eyeballs. On his part, Liang Hui kept fueling the excitement while pretending to remain humble. Pure luck, just pure luck. Liang Yuan's heart raced with excitement. This piece alone could sell for hundreds of thousands of coins. With a grin, he looked at Liang Ying, confirming further his belief that Liang Ying was truly something special. As Liang Hui continued celebrating, Liang Yuan coughed subtly, handing the carved jade to Liang Hui and gesturing Liang Ying to place another stone material on the cutting machine. The next 4 pieces were significantly smaller than the first one, and their quality did not match either. 2 pieces were egg white type, one was rice grain texture, and another was ice jade but lacked water content with insufficient green hue. Having established a benchmark with the first piece of high-value ice-type green jade, though they successfully got jade from each of the subsequent 4 blocks, the audience still felt more disappointed. As such, the effect of 5 continuous gains was somewhat dulled. Liang Ying sighed in relief. Her strategy worked. Still basking in the impact of the ice-type green jade discovery, Liang Ying's trio pushed the cart of stone away as quickly as possible, leaving the scene stealthily like thieves. After some time, the crowd finally realized what happened. One person screamed aloud. That set of 3 siblings had 5 consecutive winnings just now. What rotten luck is this? Absolutely true. 5 consecutive wins. It's some outrageous rookie fortune. What a damn lucky streak. Pushing the cart full of cut stones, Liang Ying's group arrived at the gem transaction area of the stone market, where they could directly sell the extracted jade without having to take them back home. In the end, the 5 jade stones brought them 800,000 universal coins, with the most expensive one unsurprisingly being the ice-type green jade, which itself was worth nearly 500,000 coins. The 3 gained immensely, deciding not to linger outside too long. They promptly returned to their hotel. No one else had returned yet. Liang Hui immediately retrieved the waste stone Liang Ying bought earlier for inspection. What do we do with this block? Where should we cut it? Liang Hui's trust in Liang Ying's judgment had surged immensely. Liang Ying laid her hand on the waste stone. The red fog within was denser than that in the block, which yielded the ice-type green jade. Its quality must be higher, but its size was smaller. Liang Ying even felt as if the stone seemed alive, as if the red fog within emitted some kind of pulse. I think we should wait for Dad to return before cutting it. Seeing Liang Ying's serious expression, Liang Yuan and Liang Hui said no more. Together, they made plans, running out shortly after to buy a small portable stone cutter. Buying this small portable stone cutter cost Liang Hui a lot of pain. This mini stone cutter was highly convenient to carry, foldable, and could be stored in a backpack. Operated either manually or by energy source, it was simple and easy to use. Though its price was rather steep, it cost 100,000 universal coins. Liang Tao returned late in the evening, seemingly not having gone well in negotiations with the bank. Everyone looked exhausted. Timely, Liang Hui informed Liang Tao of the day's successful gains, bringing a bit of happiness to the group. Liang Ying pulled Liang Tao near the stone cutter and personally handled cutting the waste stone this time. She slowly carved out an adult fist-sized blood-red jade, stunning everyone again into speechlessness. Once revealed, everyone's eyeballs and jaws literally dropped to the ground. As fresh as blood, it seemed to be able to drip with blood, without a trace of impurity. Truly a mutated emerald, the finest blood jade red. Liang Ying did not know how much this finest blood jade red could fetch, but it was definitely more valuable than the ice-type yang green jade. She directly handed over this fine blood jade red to Liang Tao, instructing him to bring it to the bank the next day to have professionals appraise it. Chapter 171. Not enough money. Liang Ying finally understood the value of that pair of silver and gold fish. She patted the auction catalog in her hand. The Star Union's auction was truly honest, as all the items up for auction were listed in the catalog, along with detailed descriptions. The third-to-last item in the catalog was 10 pairs of adult male and female silver and gold fish. The name given in the catalog was Jeweling Fish, described as capable of nurturing spiritual energy under certain environmental conditions. An example was provided. After achieving suitable environmental conditions, if you raise the jeweling fish in a pond while placing specific quality jade in the pond, over time, the quality of the jade will change. The newly formed jade can be used for healing or to enhance cultivation, and even high-level cultivators can use it. This upgraded jade is known in advanced civilizations as Yuling Stone. Isn't this equivalent to being able to replace Tianyan Stone? Although its effect doesn't seem as significant as that of the Tianyan Stone. Tianyan Stone has an extremely small output, producing only a small piece every 1,000 years, making it an interstellar natural treasure-grade existence. Those qualified to use it are usually people of royal standing. For most individuals, Tianyan Stone exists only in legend. However, Yuling Stones are different. They can be artificially manufactured. Even though their effects don't match those of Tianyan Stone, they make up for it in quantity. So for high-level practitioners, they pursue collecting Yuling Stones more than Tianyan Stones. Due to the Yuling Stone industry, jade prices keep rising, elevating the jeweling fish to a divine status. What allows jeweling fish to ascend to divine status is because there is a characteristic of jeweling fish where the number of female jeweling fish, those with a silver line on their bodies, is far fewer than male jeweling fish, which have a golden line on their bodies. Generally, when a pair of male and female jeweling fish lay eggs, it is considered good if at least one female hatches from the same batch. In most cases, only males hatch without any females. This situation has made the reproduction of jeweling fish difficult, making it hard to maintain the total population, and has caused the price of a male and female pair of jeweling fish to remain consistently high and increase annually. The auction catalog indicated the starting bid, 1 million per pair for a total of 10 pairs of male and female jeweling fish. Liang Ying inwardly trembled. The two fish she brought happened to be a male and female pair, but they had just hatched recently and hadn't reached maturity yet. Treasure. Liang Ying suddenly felt something was off. The eggs laid by her two jeweling fish hatched into perfectly balanced male-female pairs without showing the lack of females mentioned in the catalog. Why was this happening? Could it be due to a wrong breed? It probably wasn't the wrong breed. Liang Ying opened her communicator and quickly sent a message to Xiaoyu. Previously, Xiaoyu refused to tell her what breed the two little fish were, but now he likely no longer needed to hide it. Not long after, Xiaoyu replied, affirming Liang Ying's judgment. It was indeed the jeweling fish. According to his observation and analysis, the reason why the jeweling fish Liang Ying raised could produce perfectly paired male and female offspring might have something to do with the 7-colored pebble placed in the fish tank. That 7-colored pebble, isn't it just Tianyan Stone? Liang Ying recalled how the two fish initially laid eggs directly on the Tianyan Stone. It seems like Xiaoyu's guess might very well be correct. Probably in the universe, only someone as absent-minded as Liang Ying would throw Tianyan Stone into a fish tank to raise fish. Liang Ying let out a triumphant laugh in her mind 3 times. Having jeweling fish meant having endless money that she would never run out of. After pondering about the jeweling fish, Liang Ying began thinking about the jade cultivation process mentioned in the manual. She also had jeweling fish and access to high-quality jade. So could she try jade cultivation too? The resulting Yuling stones are in even higher demand, meaning more profits. The manual mentioned that it must be done under certain environmental conditions with jade of a particular quality, implying that the key technology lies here, which seemed not publicly available, accessible only by advanced civilizations. Unfortunately, Liang Ying wouldn't be able to try cultivating jade now. If in the future she gets a chance to reach a higher civilization, maybe she can find a way to inquire about such matters. Liang Ying put down the auction catalog and contacted Alan. Alan replied that Liang Tao and the others were still negotiating with the Universal Bank and asked her not to wait for them for dinner. From Alan's tone, it seemed their negotiation was heading towards a positive direction, with the bank agreeing to allow mortgage loans. They were currently striving for the highest possible loan amount. Speaking of which, previously when Liang Tao and the others tried to apply for a loan from the Universal Bank using the Federation's rare resources as collateral, they were directly rejected. The main reason was that Mengfei Federation is merely a Tier 3 civilization, lacking the authority to apply for a loan under the nation's name at the Universal Bank. If Liang Tao applied for the loan under his own name, the Federation could assign the collateral to Liang Tao's property. However, because Liang Tao did not have an account with the Universal Bank and had not conducted any transactions with it, meaning his credit with the Universal Bank was 0, he did not qualify to apply for a personal loan. The situation only changed when Liang Ying gave Liang Tao that top-grade blood jade red. The Universal Bank also engaged in related jade transactions, so Liang Tao directly sold the blood jade red to the Universal Bank, using the proceeds to open a platinum account, and then applied for the loan under the platinum account. Thinking about this, Liang Ying felt somewhat heavy-hearted. She was a relatively carefree person who didn't like excessive responsibility, but now Liang Tao was undeniably bound to the future of the Federation. Liang Ying did not know exactly how much the loan amount would be for what Liang Tao had applied, but she was certain it must be a large sum, a number capable of affecting the development speed of a Tier 3 civilization country. Liang Tao's loan application was for the development of the Federation. With this money, the Federation could buy desired technologies in the free trade zone, which would accelerate its development. This presented an immense opportunity for the entire Federation. For Liang Tao, however, it came with an immense responsibility. A loan wasn't just taking the money and leaving. It had to be repaid to the Universal Bank. And the Universal Bank only recognized Liang Tao, not Mengfei Federation, placing all the responsibilities squarely on Liang Tao's shoulders. Nevertheless, for the whole Liang family, this was another great opportunity. If things worked out, the Liang family would become the first prestigious family of the Federation, with no other family able to rival them. Liang Ying shook her head slightly. These burdensome matters were better left for her father to think about. As for her, if she had the ability, she'd help her father a bit, and if not, she'd just take good care of herself so as not to hold her father back. Most of the items for sale in the free trade zone were various scientific and technological advancements, primarily aimed at customers on a national or corporate level, nothing that really interested Liang Ying. It was over the past few days that she and Liang Yuan and Liang Hui wandered through the commercial area, buying a few items. That day at the gemstone gambling, they earned a total of 800,000. Later, they spent 100,000 on a portable stone cutter, leaving them with 700,000. The three dared not spend their money recklessly, purchasing only practical items. Liang Ying had her eyes set on a space ring, with approximately 3 cubic meters of space, making it a relatively small spatial storage device. But the price was 12,000, and after some hesitation, she finally decided to purchase it. The portable stone cutter was immediately stored inside the space ring. With the space ring in hand, Liang Ying no longer needed to carry a backpack. She tossed it into the ring, even throwing clothes and shoes into the ring on a whim. In no time, the 3 cubic meters were fully packed. Tomorrow was the auction. The three still had more than 500,000 left, which they could freely allocate. Liang Ying also considered whether to try gambling stones again to earn some extra money. After discussing with Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, the three decided against it. After all, it was their first visit to Union Star, and they weren't entirely familiar with the depth of the local gemstone market. It was better not to draw too much attention to themselves. Anyway, their primary purpose this time was to broaden their horizons, and the family hadn't pinned too many hopes on them accomplishing anything significant. What Liang Ying wanted money for was to bid on a book at the auction titled A Master's Physical Cultivation Practice Diary, which she planned to gift to Liang Tao. After arriving at Union Star, Liang Ying learned that there were many specialized cultivation schools and families in the galaxy. These schools and families had inherited cultivation techniques and books, along with numerous handwritten notes left by predecessors. At Liang Tao's level, learning new cultivation techniques was no longer feasible, but the experiences shared by previous cultivators could greatly benefit him. Most manuscripts left by the masters were owned by prestigious families and rarely made available for public reference. Whenever a manuscript from a master-level predecessor entered the market, it always ended up at an auction, and its price would never be cheap. The starting bid for this particular manuscript at the auction was 10,000 universal credits, which was relatively affordable, likely due to the lesser renown of this master. However, missing this opportunity might mean waiting an indeterminate amount of time for another such manuscript to appear on the market. Liang Ying's eyes sparkled as she touched the space ring on her hand. Inside the ring was a box, and within the box were several extremely rare plant seeds she obtained from the EUS Empire, as well as the Pippi beast mask she had worn before. Liang Ying glanced at the sky outside. It was getting dark, signaling the start of the night. The streets outside were lit with glittering lamps, and Union Star was a planet bustling with activity 24 hours a day. Here, there were both official auctions and underground black markets. Liang Ying wrestled with her thoughts for a while. She contacted Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, only to discover that these two were not in the hotel, off somewhere having fun, she didn't know where. Liang Ying no longer hesitated. She took out the seeds from her space ring, and the primal energy surged in her palm. Within just a few seconds, a sapling appeared in her hand. However, this time Liang Ying did not force the sapling to maturity. Instead, she patiently communicated with it, reaching an agreement. Afterward, the primal energy surged like waves around the sapling. Chapter 172, The Eerie Black Market. The night on Union Star was warm, for under the protection of the city shield, the temperature and humidity within the city were kept in an optimal state year-round. However, the street where Liang Ying was felt cold, because this place was already outside the city shield's coverage. This location was mentioned by people on the shopping street during one of Liang Ying's strolls with Liang Yuan and Liang Hui. It seemed that the locals here didn't hesitate to mention the black market. Why would there still be a black market under the control of the Interstellar Union? Because despite its vastness, the universe never achieves 100% fairness. Even with highly advanced civilizations, human selfishness cannot be entirely eliminated, and wherever there is selfishness, darkness will breed. The entire Union Star was under the control of the Interstellar Union. Were the Union authorities unaware of the black market's existence? Not likely. Liang Ying thought that it was precisely because the union tacitly allowed the black market to exist that the locals did not shy away from mentioning it. Here, the black market had fewer rules than regular markets. As long as the basic dishan of life was respected and no trouble was stirred, the union wouldn't interfere, thus paradoxically creating more opportunities for the black market. Rules are rigid, people are adaptable. For instance, interstellar treaties stipulated many technologies could not be sold by higher civilizations to lower ones. But at the black market, there was no need to heed such restrictions. Just pay the price, and lower civilizations could purchase whatever they wanted. In Liang Ying's view, the black market for the interstellar union was like the union itself in relation to interstellar treaties. It represented an exception to the rules. Liang Ying wore a peepo animal mask, dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt, and took advantage of the nightfall to arrive at a castle-like building. The gate of the castle was tightly closed, but a small door on the side showed a narrow gap. Liang Ying knocked on it, and slipped in a 100-unit universal coin. Someone inside immediately snatched the money. Then after some rustling sounds, the small door creaked open. Liang Ying slipped inside, her face hidden by the hood, and she did not curiously glance around. Instead, she kept her head down and walked along a gravel path leading further in. Actually, she didn't need to look up. Through her intrinsic force, she saw the features of the gatekeeper clearly enough. The gatekeeper wore a large black robe, with a pointed hat reminiscent of a circus clown. From the hat, a piece of black cloth hung down, obscuring his face and giving off a chilling presence in the darkness. Under this foreboding appearance, however, was actually a robust man who was even somewhat handsome. Liang Ying's lips twitched. The people in the black market sure had a sense of humor, showing severe inconsistency between appearance and reality. In the grand hall of the castle stood a group of men in black tail suits, each wearing a different colored mask. These were the black market staff. As Liang Ying entered, someone came forward to greet her, handing her a number tag and trying to sell her various official masks. These masks had shielding effects against various forms of detection. Rent fee is only 100 units. Just leave the mask here when you exit. It's very convenient. Practically every guest going inside gets one. Liang Ying raised an eyebrow, took out 100 units, and rented a fox face mask. Chuckling inwardly, dual protection indeed, mask over mask. After donning the mask, the staff member brought out a black cape. Liang Ying paused. Did this have to be rented too? The black market surely knew how to make money. She'd already spent 200 before entering the main venue. The cape comes complimentary with the mask rental. You can return it together with the mask, the worker explained. Liang Ying's lips twitched again as she accepted the cape and put it on directly. Indeed, the black cape matched strangely well with the grotesque mask. It gave off a feel akin to a costume party. Whoever ran the black market must be a fan of classical European nobility. Yet this costume party was bizarrely eerie. Everyone wore a black cape, and their animal-styled masks concealed their faces completely. Liang Ying first arrived at the black market's review office, handing over the items she brought so they could be evaluated by black market appraisers. Speaking of which, the review office employees also wore tail suits, with numbered masks seemingly for convenience in distinguishing each other. Liang Ying thought this style clashed greatly with the expected dark image of a black market, almost making the figures cartoonish. The item Liang Ying brought for auction was a top-grade gold-devouring grass, cultivated just recently using her intrinsic force. Although it was still in its juvenile phase, it possessed vigorous vitality and had already reached the highest quality standard for gold-devouring grass. Gold-devouring grass is a dangerous species strictly controlled by the interstellar government. It has no toxicity and is harmless to humans, but its root system absorbs metallic elements from the soil. The gold-devouring grass has extremely strong reproductive ability, adapts well to various environments, and grows as stubbornly as weeds. When used properly, the gold-devouring grass can replace machinery in certain locations for extracting metals from the soil. However, due to its overly strong vitality, if not properly controlled, it could easily cause a disaster and destroy the ecosystem, disrupting the balance of the soil. There was once such an example. A company released gold-devouring grass onto a primitive resource planet to replace machinery and cut costs, extracting metal from the soil. But due to poor management later on, the gold-devouring grass grew out of control, depriving other species of their living space and destroying the natural balance of the original star, ultimately causing massive extinction of the planet's species. It almost turned the resource star into a dead one. Now, gold-devouring grass is strictly controlled by all governments. Liang Ying collected the seeds in the wasteland of a poor planet in the AUS Empire. There were no gold-devouring grass seeds for sale on regular markets. Liang Ying thought that since it was a black market, they had to sell things you couldn't get through normal channels. Moreover, the gold-devouring grass should sell well because, according to posts online, before government control, it was very sought after in the market. The person responsible for reviewing seemed slightly excited upon seeing this gold-devouring grass seedling. Liang Ying mentally gave herself a thumbs up. She indeed chose the right item. Esteemed guest, the starting bid price for this pot of young gold-devouring grass will be 500,000 units. How does that sound? Liang Ying had no objection. 500,000 already exceeded her expected price significantly. The reviewer directly packaged the gold-devouring grass and sent it to the auction stage. The auction would officially start at 7 o'clock. There were only 10 or so minutes left until then, so Liang Ying went to the auction stand. The black market's auction stands were divided into 2 levels. There were no private rooms, nor designated seats. Everyone stood, with little ceremony involved. The first floor was too crowded, so Liang Ying simply went upstairs. Luckily, the upper level had a slanted design, ensuring even when people stood together, those at the back wouldn't be blocked by those in front. The auction site was noisy with voices. Here, no one had to worry about their identity or maintain as much reserve as during the day. It seemed everyone became instantly equal, making this feeling quite peculiar. Strangers could gather and chat or gossip together. Wearing masks anyway, no one knew who said what, and neither did anyone know who divulged any information. The two people standing in front of Liang Ying were talking about how some country's high-ranking official kept a mistress. Listening, Liang Ying suddenly felt something stir within her, a sense that this black market wasn't as simple as she imagined. Beyond just trading goods, this place also served as a great spot for exchanging information. Liang Ying listened carefully for a while to the conversations around her. None of them involved the star domain where the Federation was located. Most were matters concerning 5th and 6th level civilization countries, so she lost interest in eavesdropping. However, two people in the corner of the second floor caught her attention. Under her intrinsic force, all disguises disappeared. These two familiar presences came from two familiar individuals. Liang Ying silently contemplated for a long time. These two were none other than Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, who had come out to play. She didn't expect that they both had the same idea of coming to the black market. Liang Ying didn't intend to recognize her siblings immediately, given that they'd come here behind her back, probably to do things that shouldn't be known by her. Besides, there was no good way for her to explain the origin of that premium gold-devouring grass, so she decided to pretend they didn't know each other. Still, Liang Ying remained curious and secretly eavesdropped on Liang Yuan and Liang Hui's conversation. They were here to purchase high-grade cell repair fluid, which appeared to be a task given by their family to procure a batch of top-notch cell repair fluids for use by the elders of the Liang family. This was actually a pretty decent idea. Cell repair fluid could be used by anyone, without restriction based on physical condition. This fluid extended human life and was quite practical. Mengfei Federation was a third-level civilization and could currently only produce third-level cell repair fluid. To produce higher grades, the technology was insufficient, thus requiring purchasing fourth-level fluid from Lateria, where restrictions existed on the quantity supplied below. However, it was different at the black market, where there were no quantity limits, and even more advanced cell repair fluids could be purchased, if one had enough money. Finally, the auction began. The host stepped on stage, placing items one by one on display, showing their holographic images on the virtual screen. The first auction item was a set of 5th-level cell repair fluids, 12 vials total, which Liang Yuan successfully bid for at 300,000 units, averaging less than 30,000 per vial, considered a relatively reasonable price. As long as there weren't too many bidders, the price wouldn't rise too much. Then, the second and third items were also cell repair fluids, 6th and 7th level respectively. More people participated in these auctions, and the prices doubled immediately. Liang Ying's gold-devouring grass was placed in the middle. Many people participated in the bidding, and it finally sold for 900,000 units, leaving her rather satisfied. Indeed, the goods at the black market were varied, and various prohibited items made it onto the auction block. According to the information Liang Ying had overheard, this nightly auction was already decent. The main event supposedly took place on the last night of every month, where there were even rumors that genetically modified humans and slaves were sold. The trading rules of the black market were well established. Buyers who successfully bid on an item must make payment within 5 minutes or the transaction would be cancelled. Liang Ying didn't stay till the end, because she noticed Liang Yuan and Liang Hui had already left. She hurriedly collected her auction proceeds, paid a 50,000 unit fee, and immediately returned home. Chapter 173, Mecha Combat Arena. On the day of the auction, Liang Ying and others followed Liang Tao to the auction house. After the staff verified Liang Tao's membership card, they led them into a VIP room. The VIP rooms here do not require additional payment. As long as one qualifies at the Mianxia level, they have the right to use the VIP room for free. The VIP room is completely soundproof, with walls made of special materials that even Liang Ying's innate powers cannot penetrate. Liang Ying did not dare to use her innate powers here, as there were too many Mianxia level masters present. Luckily, these people understood the rules well and restrained their oppressive aura, otherwise ordinary escorts wouldn't be able to enter the auction house. Free drinks were served, and the wall facing the room could be opened entirely to allow direct viewing of the auction stage, or turned into a virtual screen to watch holographic images. The walls in large VIP rooms were all open. At the Mianxia level, people have many ways to discreetly interact with auction items without affecting the items themselves, making it more intuitive to evaluate their value compared to just watching projections. The master's diary that Liang Ying wanted to bid on was placed on the auction stage in the morning of the first day. It seemed that this master was relatively unknown, so there weren't many bidders. Eventually, Liang Ying successfully acquired it for 380,000 credits, much cheaper than she had anticipated. Most items auctioned were personal items suitable for individual buyers. Liang Tao and his group had applied for a loan the previous night, and were primarily focused on purchasing technical data required by the Federation. After flipping through the auction catalog, Liang Tao said, "Take a look if there's anything you want to buy. If we don't have any targets, we won't come back this afternoon." Liang Ying had already obtained the manuscript she wanted. Liang Yuan and Liang Hui had bought what they wanted on the black market the night before, and the rest didn't seem to have anything particularly desired. Items up for auction in the Star League auction house were all high grade. The gap between levels was too wide, so for ordinary people from Mengfei Federation, they were not very practical. Instead, technical data from the free trade zone was more useful. Liang Tao would lead the Federal Commerce Department team to procure the nation's required technical data from the free trade zone. Other family members wanted to hitch a ride to purchase technology beneficial for their family enterprises. During the morning's auction, besides Liang Ying, who acquired a manuscript, no one else purchased anything. Everyone treated it as an opportunity to broaden their horizons. To be honest, everyone had unrealistic expectations before coming to the Union Planet. Once they arrived, they realized the gap in civilization levels. Here, everything was better than what Mengfei Federation had, but it was also far beyond their reach. Even possessing superior goods can be painful if they're unable to use them. For instance, the lowest-tier warships here are products of fifth-level civilizations. Even if the Federation purchased them, they would be unusable due to lack of skilled pilots, and their energy systems differ from those used in the Federation. This clearly demonstrates the gap between civilizations isn't something that hardware alone can bridge. In the past few days, having seen more and expanded their perspectives, everyone realized that societal development must occur step by step. Rushing things is futile. Actually, the technologies sold in the free trade zone have gaps with Mengfei Federation civilization. However, those selling the technologies retain detailed records of each step in the technological evolution process, even though they've discarded lower-level technologies. What the Federation needs now is exactly such discarded technical documents. With these materials, the Federation's development direction can become clearer, saving countless detours and shortening exploration time. According to Allen's estimate, if all the necessary technical data is procured this time, it could shorten the Federation's advancement to a fourth-level civilization by at least 100 years. In other words, the Federation may submit its application to upgrade to a fourth-level civilization within the next decade. In the afternoon, Liang Tao and the others went to the free trade zone, leaving Liang Ying, Liang Yuan, and Liang Hui idle again. You two must be planning to sneak out to play again. If you don't take me along this time, I will definitely tell Dad. Liang Ying threatened with great seriousness. Liang Yuan patted Liang Ying's head and humorously said, "We're thinking of going to the mecha combat arena. Do you want to come?" Mecha combat arena? I'm in. Liang Ying became immediately spirited. At the mecha combat arena, real and relentless battles involving actual mech suits go on for 24 hours a day. These aren't simulated mech battles, but real humans piloting real mechs using real ammunition in continuous non-stop fights. Viewers can either enjoy the action live or bet on the outcomes. Tickets cost 200 credits each with no time limits. After entry, it leads to the main viewing hall, which has no seating, and all viewers stand to watch large virtual screens broadcasting live matches. Alternatively, people could place bets using machines in the hall. Naturally, this method of watching isn't very comfortable. Therefore, for an extra 500 credits, one can access the adjacent VIP area. The VIP section features audience seats, single person and adjustable for greater comfort, allowing one to relax while watching the matches. Next to the seats, there were wireless access glasses. After putting them on, the audience could watch the matches from a god's eye view. They could also click on the virtual screen to zoom in and out, and choose their preferred viewing angle at will. This was far more convenient than watching from the main hall outside. At this moment, Liang Ying and her two companions were lying in the VIP area wearing the glasses, completely immersed in the fierce duels. Real combat was indeed different from virtual battles. The fighting styles were completely distinct. There were no flashy moves. Every move made by the pilots was aimed to deal maximum damage to the opponent. Here, practical techniques and tactics reigned supreme. Currently, a battle between two close combat mechs was taking place. Both pilots were at level 12 martial arts skill, and their mech models were identical, so now it came down to who had more experience and better tactics. In close combat mech battles, there was no time for long-range weapons like spears or short runs. It severely tested the pilot's reaction speed and the mech's defensive capabilities. Liang Ying noticed they rarely used traditional martial arts techniques. Instead, they relied on various feints and fake actions. Once the opponent fell for these tricks, a strong attack followed immediately. In the end, one of the mechs pretended to have an injured leg that couldn't walk properly. The opponent fell for the ruse and went in for the kill, but was caught off guard by the timing difference in the defense shield activation. The pretending mech coded the other one first. "Masters, where has your integrity gone?" The next match was between two ranged mechs, with the battleground set in a jungle terrain. As soon as the two mechs landed deep within the jungle, their first action wasn't to find the opponent's position, but to cut down nearby trees to camouflage themselves. Then, one camouflaged mech relocated and hid right there until the end of the battle. That mech stayed still, waiting patiently for the opponent to come within range. Such a match made Liang Ying feel uneasy and slightly depressed. Was the essence of real combat truly about using any means necessary to secure victory? Chapter 174, Mecha Competition. Liang Ying could never have imagined that the greatest gain from her trip to the United Federation stars would be the lessons she learned during the final few days at the mecha fighting arena. Liang Tao's journey to the Star Union was a national secret, but the effects of this trip quickly spread throughout the entire Federation. With the purchased technical data, the Federation first upgraded its cell repair fluid production line and improved purification technology. In addition, with recent mastery over the cultivation of some grade 4 fruits, more and more of them were being grown. The simultaneous enhancement of raw materials and production techniques enabled the Federation to produce a restorative liquid with an effect nearing that of grade 4 cell repair fluid. These fluids were first used by the higher-ups before gradually becoming accessible to ordinary citizens, ultimately increasing the overall lifespan of the federal populace while advancing life medical care further, resulting in a general decline in various mortality rates. An overall improvement in national physical fitness occurred. Currently, the average health level of ordinary people in the Federation was between martial arts levels 1 to 2. As time progressed, the public's health levels were expected to rise to martial arts levels 2 to 3, establishing a solid civilian base for the Federation's future ascension to a grade for civilization. Subsequently, the Federation organized scientific research teams to study other technological data in a closed environment. The main focus of these purchases was related to defense science and technology, and the primary task of the research team was to integrate these new technologies with existing federal ones. Though updates in defense technology were prioritized, industries like manufacturing also became involved, sparking rapid development in associated sectors. Thus, the Federation entered an unprecedented period of high-speed growth. Even though the general population didn't know what exactly had happened, changes in their lives and work were obvious, raising everyone's enthusiasm. Mengfei Federation's changes were soon noticed by the upper echelons of the US Empire, causing frequent movements by the imperial family. Due to the earlier attack incident, diplomatic relations between the two countries fell into a period of icy silence. Despite appearances suggesting calm, interactions among high levels significantly decreased, and substantial collaboration slowed down. However, the current second prince of the empire, who did not participate in the attack event, now held the initiative, frequently reaching out amicably towards the Mengfei Federation, seemingly preparing for a near-future visit while proposing various cooperation initiatives between the two countries, attempting to ease bilateral tensions. None of the aforementioned events had much bearing on Liang Ying, whose recent concern revolved around the upcoming interstellar mecha combat competition. With 1 month left until the biennial interstellar mecha battle tournament, promotional campaigns started flooding both TV and online platforms. Sponsors were already active, and fans of mechas were thrilled as posts surged daily. The Interstellar Mecha Battle Tournament had no entry threshold. Anyone could sign up. Of course, participants were responsible for providing their own mecha units, which the tournament organizers did not supply. With a spirit of excitement about the commotion, Liang Ying signed up, even roping in Xiaoyu under the pretense of mutual learning and exchange. This year's mecha competition included individual contests and team competitions. Among the team events, there were both freely formed groups as well as officially recognized ones. Official teams, mostly consisting of university entrants, were the most attention-grabbing, including several star teams. Many military academies even sent multiple teams from a single institution. Longping Agricultural College had one participating team named the Jinlong Mecha Group, whose members were all students. The team leader was naturally their instructor, and coincidentally, this year's guide teacher was Hua Qingdu. As such, Liang Ying discovered that her mentor was also a mecha enthusiast. Consequently, she and Xiaoyu were pulled into the Jinlong Mecha Group by Hua Qingdu, becoming reserve members and occasional errand runners. Because Xiaoyu was an idle student at Longping, his inclusion brought additional female fans to the group. Xiaoyu's fan club united wholeheartedly to support the Jinlong Mecha team, introducing numerous female faces within the ranks. Our goal this year is to enter the top 100. Although our school's performance has been less than ideal in previous years, always ranking outside the top 1,000, things are different this time. Our team has grown larger compared to previous years, doubling in size from last year. Our equipment has also been upgraded and updated this year. Just recently, I've secured alliances for you all. During the free-for-all matches, the competing teams from Black Classic Military Academy and Dujun University will join us in forming an alliance. We'll now have help, making it a realizable dream to break through the melee stage. Hua Qingdu delivered an impassioned speech on the podium for pre-tournament motivation. Listening below, Liang Ying couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Apparently, Professor Hua had a passionate youth. Do we all have confidence? Yes. Liang Ying glanced around at the excited crowd and also raised her fist, shouting, yes, which caused Xiaoyu to turn his head and stare at her with wide eyes. Liang Ying chuckled and did a stretching exercise. It's all about participation. Since we're involved, let's get into it. Act the part a little. Only then can we truly enjoy ourselves. Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. So you're treating the competition like a game? Hey, pretty much. Playing games is more fun when you try your best. Come on, let's cheer together. Liang Ying's enthusiasm was fully ignited. Every day she was training fervently in preparation for the competition. This fiery sensation reminded her of her excitement during a favorite idol's concert years ago. Clearly, deep down, she enjoyed this feeling. In the end, the number of people who registered for this year's individual competition reached over 10 million, doubling last year's participants. The first match of the individual contest was also a free-for-all. The more than 10 million people were divided into 1,000 groups according to their registration zones, each zone having more than 10,000 participants engaging in a free-for-all where the last 1,000 standing would advance. On the day of the individual competition, Liang Ying and other contestants from the same zone were dropped off in a desert. Since they were dispersed, Liang Ying and Xiaoyu landed far apart, too many other competitors between them. After deliberating, they decided to survive separately. The mecha competition was real combat staged in actual environments. Liang Ying had no personal experience in competitions, only the experiences she learned from others elsewhere. She couldn't help but recall the matches she watched at the mech fighting arena on the United Federation stars. Unknowingly, her battle strategies were heavily influenced by them. Liang Ying observed her surroundings, a vast, endless desert with undulating sand dunes and occasional patches of oasis visible. Generally speaking, these elimination rounds in a free-for-all mainly rely on contestants killing each other to reduce the numbers. However, Liang Ying devised a strategy to wait out her opponents. Chapter 175. A Familiar Presence. In the desert, a silver mini-mecha moved with agile movements. However, its actions seemed a bit nonsensical, leaving the spectators watching the match from outside utterly baffled, unable to guess what this mecha intended to do. Soon enough, a massive sandpit appeared in front of the silver mecha. Then, it was seen lightly leaping straight into the sandpit. The silver mecha waved its arms, and soon the surrounding sand and gravel gathered again, deeply burying the silver mecha. A strong gust of wind swept through, carrying sand and debris that concealed all traces, erasing any evidence of where the silver mecha had been in the wasteland. If it weren't for the red representing the silver mecha still glowing on the map, the audience would surely have doubted whether an actual mecha was buried under this desert. The intent of the silver mecha finally became clear. It had buried itself in the desert at the very start of the competition. Previously, there were also those who used lazy tactics to endure the chaos battles, but whenever someone like that appeared, they were scorned to death by the spectators outside. For instance, posts began refreshing on the StarNet forum now. Starting a free-for-all by burying yourself? What's the point of the mecha elimination contest? The guy nicknamed Silver Moon, come out already. You're exploiting loopholes in the rules. Due to the inevitable backlash every time someone slacked off during the game, getting roasted alive by mech enthusiasts, few people opted for such delay strategies anymore. Unfortunately, Liang Ying hadn't paid attention to the previous year's competitions and hadn't realized that she was already being pointed at as the object of widespread criticism, remaining leisurely underground. At this moment, someone within the Liang family was following the match closely. Although Liang Ying herself didn't feel much, many members of the Liang family were observing her every move, since she had become a key elite trainee of their clan. 3 hours later, the red dot representing Liang Ying remained completely motionless. Beside the virtual screen, Liang Yuan couldn't help but support his forehead in exasperation, while nearby, Liang Hui's mind was full of frustration. Perhaps they were two of the few spectators who guessed why Liang Ying adopted such a tactic, having watched mech battle contests on Union Star alongside Liang Ying before. Brother Yuan, should we find a professional mech coach for Littling? If she continues learning like this, she'll get the wrong ideas. Liang Yuan covered his face and nodded. Fortunately, only nicknames were displayed in public during matches, and contestants' personal information was kept confidential, but he hoped no one would recognize Liang Ying. Otherwise, it could be quite embarrassing. Regardless of how the spectators outside felt at the moment, Liang Ying was comfortably napping inside her mech. Liang Ying had her eyes closed as if asleep, but her fundamental force was spreading through the desert, covertly observing others' combat maneuvers. Far away, an extremely cool-looking black mech was fighting 6 opponents at once. The black mech held an energy gun in one hand and wielded a long sword in the other, executing precise attacks. Each shot disrupted the firepower of the opponent's ranged mech, while the long sword quickly converted between defense and offense, effortlessly dismantling harassment from enemy close combat mechs and inflicting notable damage. After a dozen rounds, the black mech eliminated the 6 surrounding machines and turned around gracefully, continuing to rush towards the nearest enemy. To protect participants, the tournament imposed strict regulations on the mechs used, including maximum weapon lethality and minimum self-initiated energy shields for the mechs. Additionally, clear failure conditions were stipulated. If the mech's damage value exceeded 30%, it was immediately disqualified. The black mech didn't destroy the 6 enemy mechs outright. It waited until their damage values reached 30% before the system automatically informed the black mech of success according to the rules. As per regulation, the black mech ceased its offensive, leaving the defeated mech stationary as the organizing party sent landing crafts within 10 minutes to evacuate them from the field. Satellites provided real-time monitoring across the battlefield, broadcasting live footage to the external audience. Any action not adhering to tournament rules would result in instant disqualification by the external judges. This was the reason everyone participated in such practical combat tournaments confidently. The safety measures were solid, and the game was worry-free. With its overwhelming power, the black mech left miles in every direction around it devoid of other mechas. Nevertheless, undeterred, it continued flying onward to further distances. Liang Ying instantly sympathized with the other competitors in that direction. Uncle Xiao was still Uncle Xiao. No matter where, attention always gravitated toward him. That black mech belonged to Xiao Yu, whose nickname for the tournament was chosen by Liang Ying herself, unimaginatively titled Young Master. Liang Ying stopped paying attention to Xiao Yu and began observing other contestants' fights. Most were several mechas mixed together in combat, rarely one-on-one, though many instances of multiple against one were common. It seems that everyone was clever. Grouping up during the competition was the easiest way to get through the chaotic battles. Not far from Liang Ying's location, a red mech brilliantly took out 2 others. The movements of this red mech were clean and sharp, completely different from Master Young's aggressive, dominant style. Liang Ying hovered above the red mech in confusion. Its fighting style seemed familiar, similar to someone she used to know. Suddenly, Liang Ying opened her eyes and examined the system map for a while. The nickname of the red mech was Sarah, an unfamiliar title she had never heard before. Sarah walked lightly across the desert. Its performance was akin to Liang Ying's Silver Moon, both being small and agile mechs designed primarily for fast and nimble actions. Every move Sarah made fully utilized the mech's capabilities, much more effectively than Liang Ying's restrained operation style. From afar, it looked like a red lightning bolt in the desert, likely belonging to a pilot who underwent formal mech warrior training. Liang Ying became even more puzzled. Sarah was surrounded again, this time by 7 opponents. Their teamwork was better than the previous group, evidently not just a randomly assembled team. It was highly probable that these 7 individuals already knew each other. Sarah decisively broke out of the encirclement, using its speed to maintain distance from enemies. Sarah gradually approached Liang Ying's location. Suddenly, Liang Ying felt her heart rate accelerate. She sensed a familiar presence from within that mech. It was her, truly her. Aha! Liang Ying sat upright on the pilot's seat, her hands flying over the controls. The silver moon, previously in shutdown mode, started under her summons. On the system map visible to spectators outside, the red representing Liang Ying still showed no unusual activity. And those currently chasing on the ground did not suspect there was another mech lurking beneath the sands of the desert. Chapter 176. They're out. The 7 members of the Falcon Squad are longtime friends in real life, forming their mecha team 6 years ago. In the previous mecha competition, they made it into the top 500 teams, and all members ranked within the top 1,000 individuals. This year is already their second time participating. With the experience from the last tournament, they prepared even more thoroughly this time and managed to secure sponsorships, although only for daily necessities from convenience stores on the shopping street. For regular enthusiasts like them, rather than professional combatants, this was already a big step forward. Falcon Squad planned numerous strategies before the match and practiced their teamwork extensively. Their goal this time was to rank within the top 500 individuals and place within the top 300 as a group. The free-for-all elimination stage was an incredibly intriguing phase. Some people find the chaos boring, thinking it's just a huge brawl. But within this chaos lie more secrets. In individual competitions, only in chaos can you turn numbers to your advantage. It's a great opportunity to collaborate with others and eliminate potential competitors. Carefully observe those participants with strong individual capabilities, using this chance to knock them out of the competition, thus increasing your chances in one-on-one matches later on. From the start of the match, the Falcon Squad focused on surrounding those strong solo competitors. Many powerful opponents were eliminated by their efforts. As for weaker ones, they didn't bother targeting them. When Celia, Saya, fought another competitor earlier, they observed her closely. Once they confirmed her strength, she became their target. Dealing with 7 opponents who worked well together caused Celia no small amount of trouble. Now she could only flee, unable to even turn back and harass their pursuit. Celia ran wildly across the vast desert, finding no place to hide, leaving only speed as her weapon against her pursuers. But the 7 behind her were not easily shaken off. Though their speed couldn't match hers, their numbers compensated by taking turns shooting at her, disrupting her full-speed progress. Many spectators outside noticed the situation and began worrying for Celia. Each time Celia narrowly dodged an energy beam, it sent the audience's hearts racing. The desert terrain clearly disadvantaged Celia. Many spectators started mourning for the skilled fighter. It seemed unlikely she could escape the clutches of the Falcon Squad. The sandy dunes beneath her seemed somewhat soft, causing Celia's movements to falter, having rushed too hastily, without considering the effect of terrain on her mech. Seeing Celia's disarray ahead, the 7 grew confident that victory was near. Energized, each of them unleashed streams of energy beams towards Celia. A thunderous boom shook the earth, sending clouds of sand and rocks flying everywhere. Among the group's vanguard was their leader, Wolf Bro, Longer. Suddenly, his vision shifted strangely. Instead of endless yellow sand and the red mech figure in front, his view seemed to have risen to the sky. Look, there's the blue sky, white clouds floating gently above, evoking memories of cotton candy from childhood. What had happened? Wolf Bro realized something amiss. His eyes contracted rapidly as he figured it out. He had been attacked. The enemy wasn't the red mech that had been fleeing chaotically in front of them. Where did this attacker come from? How did they manage to attack him without being detected? Despite being a veteran, Wolf Bro hadn't yet identified the assailant, but quickly evaluated his own condition. His mech had been hit, and now hovered momentarily due to the force of the strike. Wolf Bro swiftly maneuvered his mech, performing a perfect flip mid-air before landing gracefully on the ground. However, the attacker's audacity surpassed his imagination. They had preemptively calculated his landing point. Just as his mech's feet touched the ground, another fierce attack followed. This time, Wolf Bro clearly saw the attack coming directly from the front. A silver lightweight mech, carrying a disproportionately large cannon compared to its build, had stabilized itself during Wolf Bro's moment of suspension in midair. The artillery fired ferociously, hitting the knee joint of Wolf Bro's mech directly. A chill ran through Wolf Bro's heart. He knew he didn't have enough time to evade. The entire strategy was so precise, leaving no room for escape. With resounding crackles and bangs, the joints of Wolf Bro's mech were completely deformed. The internal equipment suffered severe damage. Lacking support from the joint, the whole mech collapsed onto the ground, kicking up another wave of sand. Ding ding ding, the mech system alarm went off. Whether it was due to the enemy's precise shooting or Wolf Bro's bad luck, the destroyed area happened to be the main load-bearing axis of the mech's legs, causing the main load-bearing system to fail. In other words, Wolf Bro's mech was now paralyzed and could no longer stand up. Its weapons were still functional. The power of the opponent's cannon wasn't too destructive. Its energy defense shield hadn't even been activated, but it couldn't move anymore. Boo! The sound of the match system rang out, judging Wolf Bro's mech as disqualified because the damage had exceeded the warning line. Wolf Bro was stunned, staring blankly at the screen in front of him. The two bright red words, failure, stabbed painfully into his eyes. No matter how much he calculated, Wolf Bro never thought that he would encounter the most frustrating situation in the competition. The integrity rate of his mech is currently 90%, but the damage reached 80%. It only suffered one attack, an attack that merely deformed its knee joints without piercing through. However, it lost a critical part, causing the mech to lose its most crucial ability. A mech that has lost mobility was forcibly disqualified by the system. Wolf Bro felt so wronged. It was like playing a game when your character still had HP left, but was judged as failed because of insufficient MP. With anger, Wolf Bro glared at the silver mech on the screen. Where did this guy come from? He's way too underhanded. It must have been hiding here all along. Could it be working with the red mech? Did they set a trap intentionally to trick their Falcon squad? At this moment, all sorts of conspiracy theories were swirling in Wolf Bro's mind. Meanwhile, the spectators outside who were paying attention to this situation weren't feeling great either. That buried silver mech suddenly charged out, appearing after disappearing for more than 3 hours and instantly eliminating another mech. What's going on? Was this mech pretending to be weak since the beginning, intending to unleash its strength in the later stages of the competition? Had everyone misjudged it? Thus, the forum on StarNet began experiencing another wave of spam posts. Chapter 177, Energy Box Bomb. Beauty, long time no see. A familiar voice came through the mech communication system, and Cirlicia, the owner of Salia, smiled on her face. Beauty, long time no see. Cirlicia's voice also transmitted through Yinyu's communication system. Indeed, it was the once familiar voice. That person had returned, and Liang Ying's face also revealed a big smile. It was truly unexpected to encounter a friend who had been missing for a long time in the competition. Yes, the current Cirlicia was none other than the former Fiona. Regardless of how her name changed, her personal aura couldn't change. The unexpected reunion not only brought surprises, but also heightened the battle enthusiasm of the two people who met again. Beauty, we'll talk later. How about finishing off the rest of these guys first? Alright, let's have a good fight. Liang Ying and Cirlicia, Fiona, quickly plotted together. They were truly worthy of being old friends. Their tactical plan was in perfect agreement. Liang Ying made a spectacular entrance just now, taking out one directly, and now the Falcon squad was left with 6 people. Even though there was one less opponent, fighting 2 against 6 was still tough without a solid combat plan. Without hesitation, both of them discarded their sense of honor. For victory, pride was just a fleeting cloud. At this moment, more and more spectators outside the arena began to pay attention to Liang Ying's side. Inside the arena, the silver mech and the red mech rapidly flashed by, their figures intertwining before the red mech hurled the silver mech away. The 6 members of the Falcon squad had caught up. Seeing the airborne silver mech, they simultaneously raised their weapons to attack it, seemingly aiming to recreate the scene where Brother Lang was knocked out with a single strike earlier. The silver mech fired in midair, using recoil to fly faster and farther. At the same time, it threw something towards where the 6 members of the Falcon squad were concentrated. As the attacks from the silver mech came from above, the 2 closest members of the Falcon squad retaliated with their own firepower, attempting to intercept its attack. However, all these events happened too swiftly, giving the Falcon squad too little time to assess the battlefield situation, leading to another erroneous judgment. With a tremendous boom, blinding light exploded in the sky, and a fierce energy shockwave instantly spread out. The defenses of the 2 nearest mechs were instantly breached, as alarms from their systems and the tournament system sounded simultaneously. 2 more members of the Falcon squad were ruled out of the match. After tens of seconds, the audience outside still hadn't reacted. What just happened? How can the silver mech's attack power be so strong? Isn't the competition supposed to have weapon limitations? How did it use such a powerful weapon? What weapon caused that white light just now? I can't think of any weapon with an effect like that. Shit, didn't I see wrong? Did the silver mech throw an energy box? Is it not afraid of lacking energy afterward? Energy box? Was what exploded just now the energy box? No wonder it was so dazzling. Being dazzling is one thing, but the key is the destructive power caused by the explosion of the energy box. It's 100 times stronger than the power of an energy cannon. No wonder the 2 nearest people were eliminated directly. Harsh, extremely harsh, I misjudged this. This silver mech is the real powerhouse, pretending to be weak while actually being ferocious. I'm convinced. Not only harsh, but really wasteful. One energy box is worth half a month's salary for me. A single energy box could last me over half a year. He used it as a bomb. My head hurts. While the audience outside continued discussing the previous battle, the situation inside had already changed again. Each participating mech, besides the energy box in use, is allowed to carry 1 spare energy box. Now Liang Ying's spare energy box has been used as an energy projectile, leaving no surplus for her to continue using as ammunition. Elegantly eliminating 2 opponents with the energy box reduced the Falcon squad's members to 4. The unexpected display of power from the silver mech surprised the audience greatly. As everyone excitedly anticipated some bizarre tactics for handling the remaining 4, they instead saw the silver mech retreating swiftly into the distance like a bolt of lightning. Damn it, it actually ran away. Just as the audience had been teased, now jaws dropped everywhere. In reality, Liang Ying also wanted to meet the audience's expectations with a string of gorgeous attacks. But the competition rules don't allow carrying extra energy boxes. Back in the AUS Empire, Liang Ying followed the military personnel to ambush Urchil Master, eventually even using a chain explosion of energy boxes to kill Urchil, a quasi-cornet martial artist at the 14th level of physical skills. Back then, Liang Ying had witnessed the immense destructive power of the energy box and became obsessed with using it as a projectile ever since. The energy box was just so convenient to use. Sure, it was pricey, but she wasn't short on money, so no need to hold back. At this moment, Liang Ying was rapidly fleeing ahead, while 4 mechs were chasing after her. This couldn't be blamed on the Falcon Squad for acting rashly. They simply couldn't swallow this humiliation. This silver mech had eliminated 3 of their members in quick succession, completely destroying their original plans for success in the individual competition. Since things had gone south anyway, revenge was now their only goal. Right now, the remaining 4 members of the Falcon Squad hated the silver mech with a passion. They had even ignored the red mech. After all, their current priority was eliminating the silver mech to avenge their fallen comrades. The 4 from the Falcon Squad had lost themselves in fury, and their anger clouded their judgment. Yet, in a strange way, it also unlocked their potential. Initially, Liang Ying's escape was relatively easy. The energy box explosion earlier had delayed the Falcon Squad by a few seconds. That gap allowed her to create some distance. But before Liang Ying could savor her advantage, a chill ran down her spine. A black dot appeared on her screen and quickly closed in from behind. As it drew nearer, Liang Ying identified the object. It was an axe-shaped weapon. Liang Ying quickly shifted position, narrowly avoiding the massive metallic axe. With a loud thud, the axe embedded itself into the sand, sending dust flying everywhere. Some of the debris struck Yinyu, triggering warning beeps from the system. Damn it, that actually reduced the defense. The axe's impact threw up dust, causing splash damage to Yinyu. Its integrity had dropped from 100% to 97%. Even though it was only a 3% reduction in splash damage, it still sent shivers down Liang Ying's spine. Thank goodness that axe didn't strike directly onto Yinyu. Chapter 178. Self-burial is not a mistake. When people are angry, they are prone to making mistakes. The 4 members of the Falcon Squad were no exception. While chasing after Liang Ying, they overlooked an important person, the red mech pilot, Salia. Liang Ying's escape wasn't without a plan. She skillfully changed directions, luring the 4 mechs behind her straight into Salia's ambush zone. In the barren desert, there were no obstacles to hide behind, and the ground beneath their feet was nothing but shifting sand, which made it easy for anyone to forget that someone could be lying in wait under this layer of yellow sand. The combat strategy between the silver mech and the red mech was not particularly complex. The red mech merely repeated what the silver mech had done earlier. As a result, when the Falcon Squad stepped onto the sand dune where Salia was hidden, the second mech in line was struck by an attack from the red mech emerging from underground. At this moment, the silver mech, which had originally been fleeing, turned its gun toward the rear mechs. It must be said that although the actions appeared similar, the red mech performed them with much more elegance compared to the silver mech. Clearly, Sarisha's piloting skills far surpassed those of Liang Ying. Actions that looked awkward when executed by Liang Ying became graceful and fluid under Sarisha's operations, earning praise even from the audience watching outside. The leader of the Falcon Squad still had his attention on the silver mech. When he saw the silver mech's gun turning direction, he immediately adopted a defensive posture. However, the silver mech's attack flew past him, targeting the ones at the back. When the front mech realized and tried to provide support, the second one had already been eliminated by a combined assault from the silver and red mechs. In just moments, the number of Falcon Squad mechs dwindled down to 3, yet the situation on the field seemed advantageous for them. At this point, there were 5 mechs on the battlefield. The silver mech was at the forefront, followed by 1 from the Falcon Squad, then the red mech, and lastly, 2 more Falcons behind it. The 3 pilots of the Falcon Squad quickly made a decision. They ignored the silver mech and charged all together toward the red mech, which had just emerged from below the ground. Just as the red mech was about to get swarmed and destroyed by the Falcon trio, a distant attack suddenly hit it. This attack did not come from the Falcon Squad, but from the silver mech. Was this an accidental misfire? This question arose in the minds of the spectators outside the arena. After being hit by the silver mech, the red mech soared into the air. Its magnetic field momentarily distorted around it, revealing that it had activated its defensive shield in advance to mitigate the damage, while the reaction force accelerated its ascent. The red mech continuously fired in midair, using the recoil from the shots to quickly increase its altitude before taking action. Yes, just like the silver mech, the red mech also threw out its spare energy box. Having only recently witnessed the explosive power of the energy box, the Falcon Squad still couldn't avoid their destiny. A dazzling white light reappeared, and because the 3 Falcon pilots stood closely together, this time 3 mechs were taken out instead of 2. After the explosion, the red mech flew over to the side of the silver mech and landed on the ground. Together, the 2 women had defeated the Falcon Squad. Perhaps having seen the silver mech use the energy box as a bomb earlier, when the red mech replicated this tactic, the crowd outside didn't react as strongly as they had before. It seemed that the audience had accepted the use of energy boxes as weapons, and when the 3 members of the Falcon Squad were ruled out of the match, their first thought was, well done. A video of this 2 against 7 battle, where the duo triumphed over the many, soon went viral online, sparking heated discussions among netizens. Netizens' discussions mainly centered around 3 points. The incredible feat of defeating 7 with 2, whether energy boxes could be used as offensive weapons, and how the red mech looked elegant while the silver mech was too cunning. At this moment, Liang Ying didn't have the time to browse the forums. She was unaware of the online attention towards this fight and was currently contemplating what to do next. The competition hadn't ended yet. Based on previous matches, it might last another 2 hours. However, both Liang Ying and Sarisha had exhausted their backup energy cells. This meant they needed to carefully preserve the energy they currently had and avoid wasting even a single bit. After discussing briefly, Liang Ying and Sarisha decided on a cautious approach. Thus, the The spectators outside observed the red mech and the silver mech digging holes in the ground. Then, both mechs jumped into the pits and buried themselves. At this point, the audience seemed to have become accustomed to the act of self-burial, and some netizens even began finding various excuses to justify this behavior by the two mechs. The desert map leaves too little room for the contestants to maneuver. There's no other way to ambush except for burying oneself. Self-burial is not about stalling time, but a step in executing a strategy. Self-burial is not self-sabotage, it's simply making full use of the terrain. Subsequently, the red mech and the silver mech didn't disappoint the audience. They weren't stalling at all. Now, it was a team effort between two individuals. Every time a lone mech passed above them, Liang Ying would decisively throw her fist and then skillfully cooperate with Sarisha, formerly Fiona, to take out the opponent. Finally, the competition system announced the end of this match, and the organizer sent over a transport ship to retrieve all participants. Liang Ying sat inside the transport ship, with Sarisha seated right beside her. The two were whispering and chatting privately. Sarisha, originally Fiona, now looked different from before. Back when Fiona and her group returned to the Federation from the Empire, after undergoing necessary investigations, her family and Joy obtained new identities and underwent free cosmetic surgery. In the space age, plastic surgery is extremely simple, entirely machine-operated, leaving no side effects or traces, and providing permanent changes. There was absolutely no concern about any alterations over time. The current Sarisha is more beautiful than Fiona. Her once sharp facial features softened, her skin became smoother and more delicate, giving her an appearance that appeared gentler than ever before. Her hair had also been cut shorter, turning into deep brown wavy ear-length short hair, adding a touch of playfulness. The present-day Sarisha lacks the original cold beauty, becoming much kinder and amiable, exuding an overall air of cuteness. Sarisha's face radiated happiness, such transformations making Liang Ying sincerely happy for her. Chapter 179, Polar Icefield. In the restaurant of the contestant assembly area, Liang Ying, Serlixia, and Xiaoyu sat at one table, where all the plates were empty. The 7-hour competition had just ended, everyone was hungry. During the time waiting for the return spaceship, many contestants came here to have meals. Xiaoyu tapped on the virtual screen with his fingers and read the news on it seriously. Liang Ying was talking with Serlixia about their reunion, when she suddenly looked up at Xiaoyu sitting opposite her. Liang Ying arched an eyebrow. What's wrong? Why do you keep looking at me so strangely? Xiaoyu twitched his lips slightly. Nothing. Liang Ying raised her eyebrows even higher. Xiaoyu's expression was too weird. Something must be definitely going on. Xiaoyu chuckled dryly twice and pointed at the communicator. Have you seen today's forum updates about the match? Liang Ying opened the communicator and logged into the Star Network. Puzzled, she clicked open the forum. After a while, she was filled with black lines. At this moment, Serlixia also looked at the forum posts and comforted Liang Ying beside her, saying, nowadays, negativity can sometimes make things healthier. Liang Ying wordlessly turned off the communicator, out of sight, out of mind. After a little more while, Serlixia's spaceship arrived, leaving behind a new contact number. She left first. Liang Ying lazily rested her head on the tidied-up dining table. Xiaoyu sat opposite her, occasionally looking at his communicator, then looking up at Liang Ying, his eyes still very strange. Liang Ying flicked her eyelids. What is your look about? My skin is crawling. Xiaoyu leaned closer to Liang Ying, their noses only an inch apart. They stared at each other, big eyes against small eyes, for about 10 seconds. Suddenly Xiaoyu moved his head away and gazed at Liang Ying, as if he was muttering to himself. I said, why does your combat style differ so much from your personality? Looking at the video footage of that silver mech, I find it hard to believe it was you driving it. I never thought you'd go down the stealthy route. Liang Ying straightened up, tapping Xiaoyu on the forehead, and gave him a contemptuous glance. What do you mean by stealthy? It's because you guys care too much about image. Fighting, after all, aims at victory. We are warriors on the battlefield, not idols. Liang Ying rambled on about this. These were the insights she had gained after watching mech battles on the Union Stars, which now had become her guiding thoughts for mech combat. Xiaoyu was speechless for half a day and ultimately gave up. Okay, it's also a kind of personal style. After this individual match, there would be the elimination rounds of the team matches. Since Liang Ying and Xiaoyu were reserve players, they didn't need to participate in the current matches. Schoolwork would continue during the competitions. Contestants could choose to attend classes online and would need to return to school between matches. There was still a month before the next individual match. Liang Ying planned to finish her courses this semester during this free time, so that when the competitions got busier, she wouldn't have to worry about studying anymore. Because she needed to catch up on her studies, Liang Ying stayed at school after the competition and didn't return home to the Liang family. Therefore, she didn't know that the Liang family was currently stuck in a very perplexing situation because of her. Many people in the Liang family suggested to Liang Tao that he should hire a professional mech coach for Liang Ying to correct her combat style. During their daily communication, Liang Tao subtly asked Liang Ying if she wanted a professional mech coach, and received the answer, not necessary. As such, the overindulgent father ignored the proposals from the rest of the family. Soon a month passed, and the second round of individual matches was about to start. This time, it was still an elimination match, but the rules were somewhat different. Instead of the last person standing being the winner, this time it was based on points. The so-called point system meant that eliminating one participant would earn 1 point, and accumulating 5 points would allow one to advance. After the massive elimination of the first round, there were still 1 million participants in the second elimination round. This time, the participants were divided into 100 teams, each consisting of 10,000 people. The elimination round under the point system was actually more brutal than the previous one, because just hanging back wasn't useful anymore. To advance, one needed to eliminate 5 people, which required real results. For this match, the organizers specifically added an exit button in the system. Those who accumulated 5 points could press this button, and the organizers would send a landing ship within 10 minutes to take those who had finished the match out of the venue. Besides these, this match also had a time limit. The duration of the competition was 24 hours, from 6 o'clock in the morning to 6 o'clock the next morning. Contestants had only 24 hours to find and defeat 5 opponents. Very fortunately, Liang Ying, Xiaoyu, and Serlixio were still competing in the same venue. As soon as they landed on the ground, the 3 of them contacted each other. However, this venue was much worse than the last desert one, as it was a polar ice field terrain. Due to the wind and snow, the communication range between mechs was reduced. Only Liang Ying and Serlixia managed to contact each other, while no message from Xiaoyu had been received. Xiaoyu was at that moment silently gazing at the sky, cursing his rotten luck for landing right in the nest of polar ice bears. On the moving chunk of floating ice, Liang Ying refrained from making any rash moves. After connecting with Serlixia, the two decided that Serlixia would come find her. The silver petite figure of Yin Yu perched on the white floating ice, blending almost invisibly from afar. Its color in the polar ice field acted like camouflage, giving it a slight advantage over other mechs. The mech system scanned the nearby terrain maps, and the primal force was also released. The wintry weather didn't hinder the primal force. Instead, the sensation of being surrounded by cold weather seemed to slightly affect Liang Ying as she experienced the extreme chill in the air. Liang Ying shivered several times. Although her body wasn't physically inside this glacial environment, the coldness emanating from within was even more uncomfortable. Soon, Liang Ying abandoned the use of the primal force. It was too cold, and beads of cold sweat already dampened her back. Suddenly, the system notification chimed, and a black dot appeared on the screen. Liang Ying zoomed in the image, identifying a garishly decorated mech perched atop an icy peak beside the frozen river. Chapter 180, Sneaking Skills. Not Serlixia. Definitely not Xiaoyu. What to do? The radar zone of the mecha systems was almost identical, and when Liang Ying discovered the opponent through the radar, the opponent's radar would simultaneously detect her. The opponent had a slight advantage in terrain, but when rivals meet on a narrow path, the one who strikes first has the advantage. Liang Ying didn't hesitate. She raised her energy gun and fired. Her target wasn't the flashy mecha, but the icy peak beneath it. With a thunderous boom, the ice peak was struck, and the ice surface quickly cracked. The mecha standing on it lost its footing and fell heavily. As the ice peak fractured and slid down, the fallen mecha was thrown into the icy river below. Even after firing, Liang Ying wasn't faring well. Due to the recoil shock, the floating ice beneath Yin Yu couldn't bear the force and shattered with a crack. Liang Ying had prepared for this and swiftly operated her mecha, using the last bit of buoyancy on the ice to leap into the air before it could fall into the water. Amidst the wind and snow, piloting a flying mecha became difficult. Liang Ying cautiously guided the mecha and gently landed on a larger piece of floating ice nearby. That flashy mecha which had fallen into the icy river now struggled to fly out from the freezing water. In the polar tundra environment, with extreme weather conditions outside, the mecha's life support system needed to be activated continuously and for extended periods of time. Additionally, maintaining normal flexibility required consuming more energy to keep the mecha's exterior warm. All these actions consumed the mecha's energy without cease. Eliminating 5 competitors within 24 hours required a great deal of energy too. Therefore, conserving energy was important. The series of movements by the flashy mecha would have consumed significantly more energy than what Liang Ying had expended. Moreover, it was clearly a heavy mecha, characterized by its low agility and powerful firepower, and the basic operation of its system itself required more energy than a lightweight mecha. The flashy mecha flew clumsily in the air. It had already sensed its impending peril and was trying to locate Liang Ying's position in order to eliminate her first with a powerful cannon. Liang Ying had the advantages of terrain and mecha type. She did not want to prolong the fight, so she decisively set up her cannon on the floating ice. Luckily, her current opponent was a heavy mecha, and its bulkier body made its movement trajectory easier to predict. The flashy mecha was once again blasted back into the icy water by Liang Ying. Unfortunately, the defense of the heavy mecha was also strong, and the power of Liang Ying's cannon wasn't enough, only managing to scratch the surface. After firing a single cannon shot, Liang Ying noticed that the floating ice beneath her feet started to crack, forcing her to reluctantly holster her weapon. At this moment, the system had already calculated the optimal route to escape from the icy river. As the ice continued to break and float backward, Liang Ying drove her mecha and began running. The floating ice beneath her feet kept cracking, and Liang Ying focused intently, as even the slightest error could send her mecha falling into the icy river. The silver mecha leapt and ran on the floating ice. Though its movements were far from elegant, each step successfully allowed it to transfer onto another piece of ice just before the previous one completely shattered. The spectators watching from afar all held their breath for the silver mecha, with their heartbeats matching the rhythm of the silver mecha's steps. One must admit that Liang Ying possessed considerable talent in piloting mechas. Having only interacted with mechas for a short time and not being particularly diligent in her training, reaching her current level was undoubtedly related to her insight. Sometimes lacking professional guidance might not be entirely bad. It could at least prevent being constrained by fixed patterns of thought, though naturally, it also deprived her of much experience. Liang Ying wasn't yet a star player, and although Yin Yu stood out slightly in the previous match, it was only one out of 1,000 matches and soon faded from everyone's memory. If someone here could recognize Yin Yu now, its current performance could certainly wash away its previous unrefined image. But unfortunately, there weren't many spectators focused on this area, and no one recognized this silver mecha. Liang Ying was currently fully concentrating on jumping across the ice, while the flashy mecha also wasn't a novice. Despite being unfavorable for it, the environment could not confine it forever. This time, the flashy mecha did not attempt to emerge from the water. Judging correctly, once it surfaced, it would become an easy target. Thus, it decided to move within the icy river instead. Speeding up beneath the ice, though it consumed more energy, it was faster than the silver mecha on the surface. Liang Ying was about to escape the ice river region. Ahead was a stretch of land where operating the mecha would be easier. Of course, the radar showed a black dot lurking beneath the next piece of floating ice, which she hadn't ignored. The silver mecha leaped into the air, and her energy gun fired again, aiming directly at the hidden attacker beneath the ice. The operator of the flashy mecha immediately noticed the silver mecha's move and retaliated instantly with the high-raised cannon. Their attacks met mid-air, and the cannon's firepower swallowed the energy gun's beam, slightly losing momentum before continuing toward the silver mecha. The silver mech continued firing, constantly adjusting its direction using the recoil, evading the attack. After firing one cannon shot, the flashy mech stopped. It experienced a larger recoil force and struggled underwater for a moment before bursting out of the ice and leaping onto the adjacent land. The silver mech had already left the icy river and was lying in wait nearby. Seeing the flashy mech peek out, it fired immediately, knocking the flashy mech back into the icy river just as it touched down on solid ground. At this point, the silver mech enjoyed the advantage of terrain, repeatedly forcing the flashy mech into the icy river. After a few clumsy failures, the flashy mech simply stayed submerged in the freezing water. Under the icy water, the flashy mech kept changing positions, but unfortunately, with the two mechs close enough, Liang Ying could accurately detect its position via the system's radar. At such a short distance, stealth mode was ineffective. Submerged in icy water, the energy consumption of the flashy mech rapidly increased. After weighing all pros and cons, the pilot of the flashy mech made a judgment. Liang Ying patiently waited by the shore. She now held the advantage of terrain, and if she had sufficient patience, she could grind the heavy mech to exhaustion. Liang Ying focused her attention on the changes in the radar system. Suddenly, another black dot appeared on the screen, quickly approaching her location. Liang Ying did not blindly shoot or fire the cannon, but instead chose to evade. Her intuition told her that danger was approaching and that she needed to be more cautious. When the black dot was only 500 meters away from her, Liang Ying finally identified it. It was actually an energy box. Liang Ying mentally cried out in alarm, as she was fully aware of the power of an energy box. Without hesitation, she sped up and fled toward the distance. Boom! The flashy mech fired its cannon underwater. The target of this shot was not the silver mech, but the energy box. It intended to detonate the energy box. Chapter 181, Beastly Rush. A fierce blizzard swept across the land, causing countless ice peaks to crack and collapse into the glacier. The floating ice on the glacier fractured, icy water splashed everywhere, and innumerable fragments of ice shards scattered wildly. A constant poo-poo-poo sound could be heard as sizable chunks of ice were thrown up by explosions. The cold air clashed with the heat generated by the energy box explosion, triggering even more violent environmental changes. Several nearby large ice peaks were shattered, and the undercurrents beneath the glacier became active. The explosion of the energy box in this environment caused destruction that seemed to have instigated a massive change in heaven and earth. At this moment, Yin Yu was hiding behind a side of a giant ice peak, in an extremely undignified posture. However, this detail was secondary. What mattered was that this face-down, butt-up pose fit perfectly with the contour of the ice peak. Hidden here, Yin Yu avoided most of the damage, which the ice peak shielded her from. It was truly terrifying, and Liang Ying felt a wave of fear afterward. This was probably some form of karma. Last time, Liang Ying had relied on the energy box to achieve victory with fewer numbers. This time, she nearly lost right at the start due to the energy box. Perhaps her tactics were too cunning last time, resulting in her sudden bad luck in this match. None of the spectators in the audience recognized her. Her good start did not win them over. Instead, her opponent had adopted the same strategy she used last match, an energy box throw aimed directly at her. This was a brutal hit on her luck, plummeting it straight below expectations. Reality was like that. All match videos were publicly available. When people develop new techniques, others might learn and use them. In her previous match, Liang Ying was still smug about her tactics, but in this one, she found herself pinned down by the very same tactics. The purpose of national competitions was precisely this, to promote the development of mecha combat technology and encourage all mech enthusiasts to learn from each other. Liang Ying's reaction was already quite fast. If she had been slower by just a second, she would likely have been judged defeated already. Being countered with her own tactics wasn't a pleasant experience at all. She now finally understood how those contestants felt who were eliminated because of her energy box throws. Liang Ying felt frustrated inside, yet also somewhat relieved since she already had 1 point accumulated. Her opponent misjudged the damage caused by the energy box explosion. Even though they were hidden underwater in the glacier, they still got caught in its effects. The explosive damage, combined with injuries from the turbulent undercurrents of the glacier and the attack of the flying ice blocks, overwhelmed the defense system of the heavy mecha. Its defensive capabilities fell below 30%, leading to its disqualification by the system. Meanwhile, Liang Ying, having evaded in time, only experienced 20% damage to her mech and managed to secure the first point. Still, Liang Ying deeply felt this match was much harder than the last one. This time, her mech was damaged at the start, whereas in the previous match, Silver Moon's damage never reached 20% until the end. When the images of the explosion finally dissipated, Liang Ying adjusted Silver Moon back to a normal position, still feeling apprehensive. Looking around, the glacier's surface was now several times larger than before. Liang Ying cautiously drove Silver Moon away from the dangerous area, carefully determined the direction, and sped off towards the distance. Siri Xiang had just sent a message. She was surrounded by 3 mechas, and Liang Ying needed to go and save her. In such polar glacial environments, Liang Ying was reluctant to use the energy box as a bomb unless she had already accumulated 4 points and faced her last opponent. In the earlier case, the heavy mecha primarily used the energy box as an offensive weapon out of tactical consideration, almost like making a desperate move. Siri Xiang had received formal military training, making her better adapted to the polar glacial conditions compared to Liang Ying. Despite being surrounded by 3 opponents, she maneuvered with ease. Apparently, these 3 attackers were familiar with each other, or else they wouldn't have been able to coordinate so well in this terrain. Still, these 3 clearly lacked Siri Xiang's operational skill, and the environment troubled them considerably. Although there was some teamwork among the 3, their individual abilities were subpar. With a faint movement, Siri Xiang deceived one of them, concentrating her attacks on another, directly sending him out of the competition. The 2 remaining attackers realized their dire situation and, after hesitating for a moment, decided to flee. How could Siri Xiang let them escape? She chose one direction, pursuing one of them while simultaneously relaying information to Liang Ying. Wu Ji was one of the individuals who attacked Siri Xiang earlier. Realizing they couldn't beat the selected opponent no matter what, he decided with his remaining comrade to split up and escape, believing this was better than all being defeated. Wu Ji felt fortunate inside. He was glad that the opponent hadn't pursued him but had chosen his comrade instead. Though thinking this way made him feel somewhat guilty, surviving himself seemed preferable. Wu Ji had been playing with mechs for 2 years. This was his first participation in a mech tournament, so his experience was limited. He was not a professional who specialized in mechas. He mostly played around with them at the club. This time, he had joined the big competition with friends, and in the last match, they managed to advance successfully through 3-person cooperation. But this time, it seemed difficult. Wu Ji harbored a bit of resentment towards the competition's organizers. It was only the second free-for-all match, but already an Arctic glacier terrain had appeared. The Arctic glacier was classified as a high-difficulty terrain due to its complex environment, and it usually didn't show up until the 4th match. Each year, the mecha competition organizers prepared more than 1,000 different terrains for selection. The system would randomly draw one a day before each match began, and the results were kept confidential from both contestants and spectators until the match started. Among these 1,000-plus terrains, they were divided into 3 levels based on environmental complexity: basic terrains, intermediate terrains, and high-difficulty terrains. Typically, the first match of the early rounds would select from the basic terrains, while the second and third matches would choose from the intermediate terrains. Afterward, the higher difficulty terrains would be chosen for subsequent matches. But it now seemed that this year's drawing rules had changed. The organizers hadn't made the adjustments public. Was it intentional secrecy? It was only the second match, still in the melee elimination round, yet they were using high difficulty terrains. Did it mean this year's participants had a generally higher skill level? Were the organizers deliberately increasing the difficulty of the competition? The players in the match had no time to think about these questions, but it was different for the spectators outside. Right after the match started, posts flooded onto the competition forum, and netizens began debating intensely over the increased difficulty. Wu Ji was escaping, lost in thought for a moment. Concentration was critical in such a harsh environment, and distraction could lead to mistakes. The mainland of the Arctic glacier was entirely covered in snow and ice. Wu Ji's mecha landed poorly, slipped out with a poo sound, and skidded a distance awkwardly on the icy surface before falling backwards to the ground. Liang Ying, hiding in the snow not far away, saw this scene and laughed so hard she pounded the ground. Looks like she wasn't the weakest player in the competition after all. Although Liang Ying was laughing inwardly, her hands never stopped moving. An opportunity like this for a surprise attack couldn't be missed. Before Wu Ji could stand up again on the icy surface, he was suddenly hit by energy beams, noticing only then a silver mecha lurking in the distance. Wu Ji became flustered, trying harder only to make more mistakes. Seeing the mecha struggling to get up on the ice for what felt like ages, Liang Ying gave up hiding completely and stood up to aim and shoot. This was a series of one-sided attacks. The battle was hardly equal, and the result came quickly. Unsurprisingly, Wu Ji was eliminated by Liang Ying, adding another point to her score. On the other side, Siri Xiang's fight had also ended. Quickly, Liang Ying and Siri Xiang regrouped, each having 2 points now. There were no enemies detected on the system radar anymore. Waiting around wasn't applicable for this match. Liang Ying and Siri Xiang had to actively seek out opponents. The boundless icy wasteland stretched endlessly. Which direction should they head towards? With a time limit on the match, choosing the wrong direction and failing to encounter other competitors meant risking elimination for insufficient points. Liang Ying was considering whether to use the primal force once more to check which direction had more people when she suddenly felt the ground beneath her feet tremble. What's happening? Is there an earthquake? Liang Ying asked Siri Xiang through the mecha communication system. No. Siri Xiong, with more experience, pondered a moment and considered a possible explanation. The reason Arctic glacier terrains are categorized as high difficulty is not just because of the harsh conditions caused by blizzards. There are also many glacier animals living here. Perhaps because the environment was too tough, species capable of surviving here had mutated significantly. Even the docile river penguins had the strength equivalent to a 9th-level human martial artist, and other temperamental animals were even more terrifying. This isn't an earthquake. It might be an animal uprising. Really? If it's an animal uprising, we're in trouble. As Liang Ying and Siri Xiang continued their conversation, the ground beneath them began shaking stronger, indicating that whatever was causing the vibration was getting closer. I think we should hide far away. Whatever it is, if it can cause such a disturbance, it probably won't be something we too can handle. Liang Ying suggested. Hiding may not work. If it's an animal uprising, there'll be no place to hide, only to run away. Siri Xiang's words hadn't finished when, seemingly to validate her point, black dots appeared on the distant horizon. At the forefront of the black dots were 7 or 8 mechas of various models, with a large group of polar hippos in hot pursuit behind them. The polar hippos had bulky bodies but powerful muscles. Their running speed was no less than that of the mechas ahead, and it was their galloping strides that caused the earth to tremble. The polar hippos were about the same size as regular hippos, but their strength was vastly different. Having survived and thrived in the icy plains environment, the polar hippos had mutated into ferocious beasts. Chapter 182, Conspiracy? At the monitoring center of the contest organizer outside the venue, the atmosphere was particularly tense today. To make this year's competition a success, the organizers mobilized all employees to give it their all, remaining vigilant until the very last moment. However, issues still emerged during this particular match. The competition system changed the venue selection strategy without upper-level authorization, pre-selecting a high-difficulty terrain, which would certainly impact today's matches. Wells was the overall head of this year's event. At present, he sat in the monitoring center, his head pounding as he stared at the surveillance screen. Today, there were 100 matches happening simultaneously, with half of the venues located on high-difficulty terrains and the rest on basic terrains. Don't underestimate the influence of the error in terrain selection. The elimination rate for competitions held in high-difficulty terrains would be much higher than those on basic terrains, resulting in serious competition inequity. If the contestants started protests, it might invalidate the competition results altogether. Each of these live-action combat matches consumes an immense amount of money. Once the result is nullified, the matches have to be reorganized, leading to considerable waste. Especially now, since this is only the second round, and again involving 100 simultaneous matches, invalidating these results could cause unimaginable losses for the company. Stock prices would surely fall, potentially affecting the progress of the following rounds. Wells' complexion wasn't just pale with anger, it was livid. The staff in the monitoring center carefully handled their work, afraid of making any mistakes that could enrage their boss. Today, errors wouldn't just cost someone their job, they'd devastate careers. Director, what should we do? Wells' secretary, Hawk, stood by his side. It was his responsibility as a secretary to remind his superior, especially when no one else dared approach the topic. He had to step forward. Veins bulged on Wells' face as he gritted his teeth and asked, who was responsible for supervising the terrain selection yesterday? Secure them immediately. Daring to ruin the competition means losing their jobs. It won't be so simple. In fact, the competition terrain had been selected the previous day. Ideally, upon discovering the problem with the selection, the responsible party should have immediately reported it to the overall supervisor, Wells. However, Wells hadn't received any such report. Hawk's eyes flickered momentarily. I've already sent people to investigate. It turns out the person in charge of terrain selection went missing last night. I suspect this might be part of a conspiracy, and the situation could be worse than we initially expected. Do you think it's time to report the current status to the board of directors? Missing. Wells' expression shifted once more. After pondering for a moment, he finally decided. Report the incident to the board immediately. Apply for a board vote to determine if the competition should be immediately terminated. Meanwhile, call the police right away and handle this matter openly. Notify the company's public relations team and prepare them. Unexpected changes occurred off-site, just as the off-site competition situation also rapidly evolved. Due to the increased difficulty of half the competition venues, many risks arose. Several participants found themselves unable to adapt to the environment, among whom the wiser ones chose to exit the competition voluntarily. After all, in high-difficulty terrains, dangers not only came from other competitors, but also from local wildlife species they had to contend with. Winning competitors knew when to stop, ensuring no harm to lives, but the wildlife species showed no such restraint. A massive group attack by such species could pose life-threatening situations. Take Liang Ying's current scenario as an example. It was extremely perilous. As she fled while observing the rear situation, her group had grown larger. There were already over 20 mechas running ahead frantically, and the pack of polar hippos chasing them showed no signs of slowing down. This state of affairs had persisted for over an hour, and Liang Ying along with Sir Lasaya had continually discussed potential solutions. What shall we do? This can't go on forever. These polar hippos seem tireless, so are we just going to keep fleeing? This isn't viable either. The polar tundra terrain is complicated. Our luck has served us well on flat land up till now, but who knows what awaits ahead. Moreover, polar hippos aren't the only species here. Encountering others will only complicate things further. Why don't we reach out to the others? We're all in this together now. Let's get rid of the hippos first, and then discuss the competition matters after we've reached a safe place. Liang Ying's suggestion received Surlasia's approval. Just as they intended to communicate with others nearby, they received messages from some other contestants. A strange voice came through the communication system. Hey friend, we're all in the same boat right now. Someone just suggested putting the competition aside for a moment and focus on dealing with the group of pursuers behind us together. We all agreed. It's just you two left. What do you say? Liang Ying and Surlasia quickly whispered to each other and decided that Surlasia would represent both of them. Sure, we agree. Do you have any good ideas? Let's discuss. Surlasia's tone was brisk. Oh, beautiful ladies. I'll add you both to the group first, then everyone can hear each other. A group call request appeared on the system. Liang Ying clicked agree, and a list of over 20 participants showed up on the screen. Alright, everyone is here now. Let's set the competition aside for now and focus on handling these polar hippos chasing us. Now everyone, share your thoughts. We need collective brainstorming. Indeed, the wisdom of over 20 people proved greater than just 2. After everyone contributed their ideas, they summarized a relatively feasible plan. Since they had been fleeing across flat ground, the polar hippos chasing them also ran continuously without any obstacles. While this was advantageous for the mechas, it worked in favor of the polar hippos as well. To get rid of the polar hippos, they had to maximize the advantage of their mechas over the hippos. The hippos were land animals, but the mechas could fly. We need to find a special terrain area to intercept the polar hippos. Liang Ying hesitated before speaking up about the icy river. She barely managed to leave. There's an ice river nearby with quite a large area. That's where I initially landed and had difficulty escaping. I must warn you all, it's pretty dangerous. The ice floats and the surface is unstable. Ice river. Polar hippos can still move in an ice river, but at least it's better than flat ground. It'll disrupt their movement and buy us some time. Besides the ice river, are there any mountains or canyons nearby? Chapter 183, Encountering a Lunatic. 2 hours later, more than 20 mechs lay scattered and disheveled across the snowy ground. Despite their sorry state, there were no more polar hippopotamuses chasing them. 2 hours ago, after discussion, everyone had ultimately decided to lure the herd of polar hippos to the frozen river despite the danger. The originally orderly running herd of polar hippos, once they fell into the frozen river, split off into different directions. Some crossed the frozen river and changed course upon reaching the opposite bank, while others simply turned back midstream and swam away. Because of the vast number of polar hippos, the scene at that time was chaotic and accidents almost occurred. Fortunately, everyone still had plenty of energy left, so as long as one wasn't too stingy about expending it, turning on the defense shield and flying all the way allowed them to escape the horde of polar hippos with some scares, but no injuries. Everyone rested for a moment here, then someone stood up. Comrades who have shared misfortune together, I can't offer any more help. I'm leaving first. After saying these words, this person took control of his mech and left, followed by many others rising up and departing one after another. In the end, only Liang Ying and Sirixia remained. The guys who just left weren't bad at all, didn't stab anyone in the back or turn hostile afterwards. That's true. Everyone has decent character. Though competitors in the same arena, we've all adhered to a certain moral baseline. Exactly. With such a large competition area and so many people, why target those you've just cooperated with? Liang Ying and Sirixia walked westward while chatting, where they thought there would be signs of other competitors. Suddenly, a dazzling streak of light shot through the sky, startling Liang Ying to nearly drop her jaw as she looked up. A loud boom echoed out, and the object responsible for the light crashed not far from where Liang Ying and Sirixia were standing. It was a mech, a very familiar one, apparently belonging to one of the 20-odd participants who had just left. This mech was severely damaged, with gaping holes in several places, exposing its wiring which occasionally sparked electricity. This appearance of the mech was strange. It had sustained far greater damage than the 30% limit set by the competition rules. Furthermore, the condition of the mech's cockpit appeared problematic as well. The outer door had deformed, and whether the pilot inside was injured was uncertain. Both Liang Ying and Sirixia rushed towards the fallen mech. Xiaoser, something seems suspicious about this mech. Could it be that someone violated the competition rules and continued attacking a competitor already eliminated? This was what Liang Ying feared most. Since this was only the second round of the competition, the skill levels among participants varied greatly, from rookies to experts. If an expert chose not to abide by the competition rules, rookies would be put in real danger. However, that seemed implausible. After all, the competition was monitored by the organizers throughout, and there was live broadcasting outside the venue. Anyone breaking the rules would be disqualified afterward, and the appropriate responsibility pursued. Such a losing proposition would only be attempted by someone not thinking clearly. Whether it was an accident or not, we should be mentally prepared. There are always a couple of lunatics in every major tournament. They don't care about the results of the competition. They just want to come and dominate others. Meeting them is bad luck. Sirixia requested a communication link with the pilot inside, but received no response after a long wait. The person inside might have fainted. We need to break into the cockpit and get him into the repair chamber. All right, I'll handle it. You keep watch, said Liang Ying, knowing Sirixia's experience made her better suited for the task. Liang Ying halted Silver Moon, jumping out of the cockpit onto the ground. As soon as she landed, she shivered, feeling the biting cold winds of the blizzard penetrate her thermal protection suit, testing its limits due to the harsh weather on the Arctic plains. Liang Ying moved quickly, scrambling up to the cockpit of the fallen mech, peering through the window. Inside, everything was in disarray, indicating that the pilot had endured a severe attack. With great difficulty, Liang Ying finally spotted the unconscious pilot buried behind a heap of machinery. Only the pilot himself could open the mech's cockpit under normal circumstances. Since the pilot was unconscious now, the only option left was to forcibly break the cockpit open. Liang Ying flexed her muscles, concentrating her spirit force in her right arm, and swung her fist with all her strength. This punch possessed power comparable to a master of martial art at level 12. Crack, crack, the cockpit window shattered under her blow. After delivering a couple more strikes to the broken spot, she managed to create a hole big enough to squeeze through. Liang Ying jumped through the opening. The storm outside rushed in through the breach, scattering lightweight objects aside. Firstly, she located the mech's repair chamber. She inspected it and confirmed that it was undamaged. She then gently carried the unconscious pilot out and placed him inside the repair chamber. The repair chamber was fully enclosed. As long as there was an energy supply, it would function and not be affected by the surrounding environment. Liang Ying glanced over. This mech still had 40% of its energy remaining. She placed the spare energy pack in standby mode so that once the currently used energy pack was depleted, the system would automatically activate the spare one. Liang Ying reviewed the mech's systems again, noticing a withdrawal request had already been sent to the organizers. In 4 minutes, a shuttle would arrive to retrieve the mech and its pilot. Nodding her head, Liang Ying thought this would suffice. The shuttle would come soon to collect the injured pilot, so they just needed to make it through the next 4 minutes without issue since the repair chamber could now fully protect the unconscious driver from harm. Liang Ying prepared to climb out through the hole above her when suddenly the mech violently shook and began to roll over, catching her completely off guard and throwing her to the side. The mech was under attack. Furious, Liang Ying scrambled out from amidst some debris, casting a quick glance at the undamaged repair chamber to ensure it hadn't been harmed. Confirming it was fine, she quickly leapt up and climbed out of the broken hatch. Sure enough, Sirixia was outside engaged in combat with an enemy, a gray-white mech that appeared both powerful and aggressive. Surprisingly, Sirixia seemed to be at a disadvantage. Realizing the situation wasn't good, Liang Ying hurriedly returned to Silver Moon. Xiaosair, watch out. I'm here to help. Hold on. This guy's a lunatic. Even the two of us together can't match him. Take the repair chamber and store it in your mech. We should disengage from this fight. Liang Ying hesitated but then agreed. Sirixia was more experienced. If she had judged the situation correctly, it must mean their opponent was far too strong, compounded by the fact that he was also unstable, which made him the most dangerous type of opponent. Liang Ying operated Silver Moon, retrieving the repair chamber from the cockpit and placing it into a storage compartment inside the leg of her own mech. I'm done here. We can retreat. Liang Ying raised her mech's arm and fired a shot at the gray-white mech. Seizing the opportunity, Sirixia disengaged, and both mechs turned around and fled toward the distance. Chapter 184, Intruders. Who would have thought that just a few minutes after everyone had split up, they were together again? Today's match has been a complete disaster, producing two lunatics at once. Even Liang Ying, a participant in her first competition, realized the organizers made a huge mistake. Difficult terrain aside for now, the biggest issue was that the firepower from the two opposing lunatics definitely exceeded the limits set by the competition. For safety reasons, the event had strictly regulated the weaponry used by participants, keeping the weapon damage output within strict parameters. This caused duels between contestants to rarely result in an opponent being eliminated with one hit. Liang Ying's previous shot hitting the main load-bearing system of an opponent's mech wasn't due to power, but accuracy. However, the two lunatics appearing now could knock over and severely damage a mech with one shot, firepower that undoubtedly violates competition rules. This was an extreme case of cheating. The discrepancy in firepower left Liang Ying and her team merely trying their best to dodge, while the opponents brazenly worked together to form a fire net, cornering them to such an extent that escape was impossible. Their side currently had 5 mechs, all friends who had managed to escape the polar hippo earlier. It might be because of prior cooperation that there was a degree of trust amongst them, allowing their teamwork to be relatively smooth this time too. Yet it still couldn't compensate for the significant gap in firepower. Clearly, these two lunatics were using weapons that surpassed the competition regulations. They must not have brought only one reserve energy source either. Their style of combat clearly didn't consider whether or not the energy supplies would last long enough. The match system seems to have failed. I've pressed the exit button for over 10 minutes now, yet the landing ship still hasn't arrived. This was from a friend they'd cooperated with before. When I reviewed the repair pod system timer earlier, the ship was supposed to appear 4 minutes ago, and now, there's still no sign of it. Is it possible something went wrong outside? That was Liang Ying. The repair pod was still in Enyu's warehouse. The ship never appeared. As Liang Ying suspected, something big was indeed happening outside. Wei Ershing, the overall responsible person for the mech competition, was now in the control center, watching the chaos unfold on site. He already understood today's competition was thoroughly ruined, and his career would probably end tomorrow. No matter what, we need to ensure the safety of the competitors first. This was Wei Ershing saying to his secretary Hawk behind him. Not long after he said this, people from the military came to take over the situation. The military representative happened to be Liang Yuan. With the conditions inside and outside the mech competition field being so dire, Liang's family worried about Liang Ying's safety and assigned Liang Yuan to this mission. Liang Yuan entered the control center accompanied by both his soldiers and operatives from the Special Agent Bureau. Mr. Wei Ershing, I deeply apologize, but from here on out, the military will take charge. Please call over the people most familiar with the on-site situation. We need to understand where the current events stand, Liang Yuan said, maintaining a fairly polite tone. Wei Ershing looked disheartened and pushed Hawk forward. This is Hawk, my secretary. He knows more about the related circumstances than I do. You can direct any questions you have towards him. All right, Mr. Hawk, please come this way. After Liang Yuan and Hawk stepped a few paces to the side to converse, someone from the Special Agent Bureau spoke up. Mr. Wei Ershing, please come with us. Regarding the accident that occurred during this competition, your assistance is needed for the investigation. Wei Ershing gave a bitter smile. Understood. I'll go with you. Taken away by the Special Agent Bureau personnel, whether this disruption of the competition had anything to do with him or not, as the chief responsible party for the event, Wei Ershing's career would inevitably be affected. Liang Yuan showed little interest in Wei Ershing's condition. His priority right now was understanding the situation thoroughly and doing his utmost to save Liang Ying. Liang Yuan glanced at Hawk. As Wei Ershing's secretary, Hawk held a certain level of responsibility for this incident. With a furrowed brow, Liang Yuan surveyed the bustling control center and said to Hawk, briefly explain the current situation. Yes. Hawk nodded and began introducing, pointing toward various screens within the control center. The situation inside the competition arena is dire. Practically every venue involved in the competition has been infiltrated by outside mechs. These outside mechs carry large amounts of energy and high-powered weapons, posing a significant threat to the participants currently in play. There are even fatalities reported from some areas. Additionally, the landing ships that were originally stationed not far from the competition venue have been damaged by unknown forces. According to the on-site engineer's inspection, these landing ships' operation systems were infected with a new type of virus, making them inoperable. Currently, the engineers are doing everything they can to eliminate the virus and restore the system. It's estimated that it will take at least half an hour to know the results. Liang Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. This was a well-planned large-scale sabotage action, definitely not the private act of a few individuals. There were only a handful of organizations capable of executing such a significant operation. Liang Yuan quickly refocused his thoughts. Now was not the time to chase after the masterminds. He needed to terminate the competition and retrieve the participants first. Can the competition system used by the mechs still operate? Liang Yuan asked. The competition system has also been damaged. The information reception has become one-way. The monitoring center can receive information from the mechs, but cannot send information back to them. Hawk's expression turned grim as well. If the competition system could still function properly, they would have had some means to control the situation. However, now that the competition system itself is semi-paralyzed, it was precisely because the company had lost all control over the event's progression that they had no choice but to defer to the military for assistance. In other words, you've completely lost control over the competition, and within at least half an hour, your company won't be able to take any action. Unfortunately, I wish I could say otherwise, but the reality stands clear. For the next half hour while the landing ship repairs are underway, we're unable to do anything. If that's the case, only the army can intervene. Liang Yuan swiftly made a decision, calling over his people. Inform the military to immediately deploy our forces into the competition site. Based on the surveillance information, first contain those intruders and ensure the safety of the participants. Meanwhile, many contestants who were still engaged in the competition remained unaware of the change in its dynamics. And in the polar tundra, Liang Ying was caught in her biggest crisis since the start of the competition. Chapter 185, Reversal. The two lunatics on the other side were clearly experts in mech operation. Their skills were far superior to those of ordinary contestants, and the disparity in mech attack power was vast. Now, among Liang Ying's 5 mechs, only she remained fully functional. Since Liang Ying had been carrying the wounded, she hadn't been at the forefront of the battle, which led to the remaining 4 mechs being destroyed while she still maintained her combat capabilities. Even Seli Xiax's Cilicia mech was battered and immobilized by the opponent. What's the referee doing? These two people are obviously violating the rules, so why hasn't a landing ship been dispatched yet? The 4 mechs that had been disabled did not have critically injured pilots inside them. The communication system within the mechs was still operational. I'm having a bad feeling, like something major has happened. Otherwise, the referee would not be completely inactive. Forget all that. Ing, you need to escape immediately. You alone can't defeat both of them. They're crazy, and we don't know when external support will arrive. Just run. That was Seli Xiax. How am I supposed to escape? Look at these insane guys. Forget about the competition rules. They've disregarded even the law. If I run, they'll surely take it out on the 4 of you. I fear they might blow all of you to pieces. The opponents were not just insane, but also extremely dishonorable. In order to restrain Liang Ying, they continuously attacked the 4 damaged mechs, leaving Liang Ying no room to let her guard down or stray too far from Seli Xiax and the others for fear of being unable to provide timely aid. Liang Ying's energy was now below 50%, and she had placed her reserve energy box in its designated position, making it impossible for her to use it as a bomb. Furthermore, prolonging the battle like this was highly disadvantageous to her. Liang Ying calmed herself, waiting for a lull in their firepower before placing her hands firmly on the control panel, achieving harmony between man and machine. Seli Xiax was growing increasingly anxious. She opened the first aid kit and treated the wound on her arm. The fast-acting healing spray proved very effective, sealing several inch-long wounds almost instantly. Seli Xiax donned her protective helmet, activated the system within, and then gently lifted the emergency exit on the back of her mech, stealthily slipping out underneath it. As soon as she left the mech, Seli Xiax immediately felt a dramatic drop in the surrounding temperature. The ceaseless blizzard of the polar ice field howled across the land. Without the thermal regulation in her protective suit, she suspected she would have frozen into an ice block. After regaining some mobility behind her mech, self-reliance cautiously moved to the cover of a nearby ice peak, entering invisibility mode to secretly observe the battlefield. By this point, Liang Ying had become one with Enyu, Silver Moon. The removal of operational delays made Enyu's movements much more fluid and rapid. Liang Ying had thrown caution to the wind, releasing her primal power as well. With this force assisting her, she could see every detail of the opponent's movements, allowing her to make better predictions. At this moment, Enyu seemed like it had undergone a sudden upgrade. This came as quite a shock, not only to self-reliance, but also to the two adversaries. However, none of them considered anything beyond the assumption that Liang Ying had tapped into her latent potential under such dire circumstances. Enyu stopped being on the defensive and began to actively attack. Guided by primal power, even though her opponents were skilled, they couldn't dodge easily. An increasing number of attacks struck the two enemy mechs. If Enyu were using its original weapons, the damage to them by now would have been significant. Unfortunately, its weapons had been replaced with low-power attack mechanisms, which barely scratched the surface of the enemy, like itching them rather than harming them. But Liang Ying was patient. She was entering her element, attempting to infuse her spirit and primal power into her strikes. This sensation was much more exhilarating, and the destructive power increased exponentially. With Enyu's movements now light and swift, Liang Ying engaged the two opponents in close-quarters combat, accelerating the destruction of their coordination. To the opponents, it seemed like the pilot of the silver mech had transformed into someone else entirely, suddenly upgrading several levels. They began to feel afraid. Boom! Enyu's fist collided with one of the opponent's legs, and simultaneously, Enyu held an energy gun in its other hand, shooting relentlessly, engaging both opponents at once. Do not underestimate what Enyu is currently doing. One of the biggest challenges in mech operation is maintaining balance. Having both arms perform different actions simultaneously while continuing to sustain mech balance is a tremendous challenge. This level of maneuverability would be difficult to achieve via system commands alone. However, because Liang Ying had reached perfect harmony with her mech, it became an extension of her body. Actions that other mechs couldn't accomplish became effortless for her. Another boom resounded. Enyu spun mid-air, both hands now gripping energy guns, unleashing close-range fire at the opponents, leaving them no room to evade. With a poo sound, the beam actually passed through the mech in front and completely hit the one behind. Not only that, the two beams struck the same position one after another. Liang Ying's firing had not ceased. Enyu continued to soar in the air, with constant beams shooting from the two energy guns, each shot striking the same spot on the body of the mech at the back. Thanks to the competition organizers, the firing frequency of the energy gun hadn't been reduced. Although its power was turned down, the frequency remained unchanged, allowing for rapid firing. The hovering completed, Enyu's attack strategy changed again as it engaged closely with the two mechs, occasionally pulling out the energy gun for a couple of shots. However, not long after, one of the two crazies suddenly collapsed on the ground. It was the mech that Enyu had continuously attacked with the energy gun. The fallen mech's right ankle spewed sparks, its frame breaking apart from the ankle, the entire right foot detaching from the body, revealing exposed internal connections. Enyu's response was the fastest. It immediately summoned a 1-meter-long energy sword, then stepped firmly on the fallen mech, slicing horizontally across with the aim of destroying the mech's right leg. The energy sword entered from the ankle, destroying the internal system of the mech's right leg. The other mech rushed forward to rescue it. Enyu threw the energy sword with its left hand towards the rescuer, while its right hand slammed a punch into the cockpit of the mech underfoot. Just at this moment, the mech being crushed under Enyu did not abandon its struggle. Its shoulder panel opened up, revealing 4 missiles. The 4 missiles flew straight toward Enyu the moment they were revealed. At this point, Enyu's right foot was pressing down on one mech, its right hand attacking the cockpit of the mech beneath it, its left hand swinging the energy sword to fend off the other mech, leaving only the left leg planted on the ground supporting its entire body. The 4 missiles roared towards Enyu, the chances of dodging them at such close range practically zero. But just in time, Enyu's waist bent backward, keeping the leg steady as it performed an unimaginable backward arch, then made a slight side bend with the upper body, adjusting angles continuously. In the blink of an eye, the 4 missiles grazed past its body. Chapter 186, The Match Ends. Is this still a mech? Could this even be a mech? A mech manufactured by the Mengfei Federation can't possibly be this agile. Everyone present thought they had seen incorrectly, including Selly-Zias, who instinctively rubbed their eyes and quietly muttered about being dazzled. All of them were stunned by Enyu's performance. But its movements were not yet finished. Its hands continued to act. The right hand finally broke the cockpit of the mech on the ground, and the left hand's energy sword pierced another mech. This shift was baffling. Did the pilot of the silver mech truly unlock their potential and suddenly boost their martial arts skills to superhuman speed? Such a question arose in everyone's minds. Just now, it was 5 versus 2, where 5 individuals were embarrassingly defeated by the other 2. Now it was 1 versus 2, an incredible turnabout, and the situation was so drastically reversed, too fast for comprehension. The position hit by the energy sword was precisely the mech's energy converter, and with several thunderous booms, that mech's energy converter exploded, creating a large hole in its center which continuously smoked. Up until this point, the 2 mad mechs had been destroyed, but the battle was not over. Their pilots stepped out from the cockpits, holding weapons. At a glance, these weapons weren't ordinary ones. Their appearance was quite bizarre, with strong firepower. However, Inu easily dodged their attacks, leaving deep pits more than a meter long in the ground. Zelly's frown deepened. Others might not recognize them, but as a military academy student, with parents serving as weapon experts in the military, she immediately identified the weapons in the two individuals' hands as military firearms. Sure enough, these two madmen were not simpletons. Military firearms are naturally for exclusive army use. However, it was unclear from which army they obtained them. With both parties stepping out of the match, the other side clearly intended to escape using their physical skills and weapons. How could they be allowed such a favorable outcome? Now with the situation reversed, and with Inu gaining immense strength, along with support from Zelly and her three companions, ultimately those two individuals were firmly grasped in Inu's hand. Once the danger was averted, Liang Ying also disengaged from the human-machine integration state. She kept Inu stationary in a gripping pose, preventing those two individuals from escaping. Then, she opened the mech's cockpit and allowed Zelly and her group of 4 into Inu's cockpit. It's still warm inside. We almost froze out there. The 4 individuals who just entered couldn't help but remark. Zelly approached Liang Ying's side, observing her from both sides. As expected, you made a breakthrough during the fight. It seems like your mental power and martial arts both achieved breakthroughs. No wonder you've become so powerful. I almost couldn't believe you were piloting the mech. Liang Ying chuckled nervously a few times. Good luck, exceptional performance. The other 3 also gathered around. Miss, you're quite skilled. Let's have a friendly sparring session someday. Liang Ying nodded with a smile. Liang Ying sighed with relief. After the fusion earlier, she had fought so smoothly, completely forgetting that she should have concealed her true abilities. Now it was too late to come up with an excuse. Fortunately, she had just broken through and could use that as an excuse. Speaking of which, during the process when Liang Ying was highly focused on fighting against 2 people, it felt excellent, giving her further insight into combat. Likely due to this newfound understanding, her martial arts and mental power took another step forward. At this moment, before a certain surveillance screen in the host organization's monitoring center, Liang Yuan sat in the staff member's seat. The original staff member sitting here was sent away by him. Liang Yuan revealed a faint smile while watching the screen. This screen displayed the image of exactly where Liang Ying and others were located, and the entire fight involving Inu was fully observed by Liang Yuan. After rubbing his still furrowed brows, the laughter on his face did not fade as he whispered softly. This cousin really knows how to cause trouble, but also give pleasant surprises. Unfortunately, it's tough for me as her elder brother, having to clean up after her messes. Liang Yuan pressed a button marked delete. A prompt appeared on the screen asking, do you want to delete the selected clip? Liang Yuan decisively pressed yes, and thus the video of Inu battling 2 opponents was permanently erased. The competition forum on StarNet had already been temporarily shut down, and the external live broadcast of the match had also stopped early. Although StarNet was still lively now, no one knew what actually happened inside the competition venue. Therefore, besides the 5 individuals within the venue and those 2 people, externally, only Liang Yuan knew how Inu achieved a 1-against-2 victory, totaling 8 people aware of this. Whether in TV or movies, even novels, police always arrive last. But here, the last to arrive were soldiers from the military. They took over the 2 crazed individuals from Inu's hands, simultaneously informing Liang Ying about the situation outside, and then pacified them to wait at the current location. Once the landing ship was repaired, they would come to pick them up. The military personnel took the 2 crazed men away, leaving Liang Ying and the other 4 still in Inu's cockpit. So, the match has been terminated, and the results of this match will also be nullified, which means we have to compete again. The polar ice plains. We've wasted so much time here already. The competition has been going on for more than 8 hours, and those with good luck might have already accumulated 5 points. It's better to have a rematch. This match obviously wasn't fair. First, the selection of the venue was problematic. The polar ice plains shouldn't have appeared so early. Then there were those 2 crazed individuals, who somehow managed to bring high-power weapons and extra energy supplies. How did the organizers check? I seriously doubt their ability now. Perhaps some participants didn't follow the competition rules and brought weapons exceeding the standard. I don't think it's the fault of the organizer. We all saw the mechs and weapons used by those 2 people. At a glance, they clearly didn't meet regulations. The inspectors hired by the organizer wouldn't be so incompetent as to make such simple mistakes. Unless some staff members of the organizer were bribed, there shouldn't be anyone so foolish. Such an obvious mistake would lead to severe consequences afterward. How could they possibly avoid responsibility? I think they probably didn't enter through the normal competition channel. Don't forget, the competition area is not entirely sealed off. Maybe they illegally intruded into the venue. Isn't it said that the system monitoring had issues? Maybe they disrupted the monitoring system. The 5 of them chatted idly in the cockpit, waiting for the organizer's shuttle to be repaired. The military personnel just mentioned it would take at least half an hour, but no one specified when it would be delayed until. Suddenly, the mech's system warning sound rang, showing a few small black dots on the radar screen. Chapter 187, Curtain Call. Liang Ying quickly sat in the driver's seat, and the others secured themselves in their seats. Liang Ying switched screens and zoomed in on the radar monitoring, revealing a clear image on the screen. 7 or 8 polar ice bears were surrounding and attacking a black mech. Liang Ying was extremely familiar with that black mech. Liang Ying immediately requested to communicate with the other party. Xiao Yu, you finally appeared. Do you need any help? No need. Soon, the black mech elegantly dealt with those polar ice bears. Liang Ying maneuvered Silver Moon to Xiao Yu's side. The competition is over. We encountered military personnel earlier. They said illegal intruders entered the competition site, so this match has been invalidated. Xiao Yu felt deeply frustrated. From entering the field until now, he had been battling polar ice bears continuously, from their lair all the way here. Along the way, while escaping the polar ice bears' attacks, he fought alone. More than 8 hours had passed by now. Xiao Yu never stopped fighting, and it was estimated that more than 100 polar ice bears had fallen under his hands. Now that he had finally managed to completely escape the polar ice bears, Liang Ying told him that the competition was not only over, but also nullified. So what was the point of the last 8.5 hours of fighting? Xiao Yu's suppressed frustration found no outlet. After remaining silent for a while, he simply retracted his mech and boarded the cockpit of Silver Moon. Seeing Xiao Yu's face dark as the bottom of a pot, everyone tacitly chose to stay silent, not asking about his experience. Liang Ying's mouth twitched a couple of times, knowing that Xiao Yu had once again lost his temper like a young master. In those missing 8 hours, his situation mustn't have been much better than hers. Xiao Yu's appearance brought low pressure, since he wouldn't speak. Others dared not say anything recklessly either. Liang Ying sighed silently, and quickly took out snacks she kept in the cockpit to share. Liang Ying handed Xiao Yu his favorite sunbae crackers, which he glanced at askance before grunting and taking them. Despite his bad mood and sullen face, Xiao Yu maintained elegant behavior, tearing open the packaging gracefully and picking up pieces of sunbae one by one to eat. Liang Ying was well acquainted with his habits, already used to this kind of behavior from him. However, Xiaxia and the 4 others were seeing this scene for the first time, making all 4 of them stare dumbfounded. Handsome dude with a gloomy face eating snacks gracefully. What a contradiction, and cute too. Pooh. Liang Ying covered her mouth to suppress her laughter. An hour later, the sponsor's landing ship finally appeared, and voices from the loudspeakers in the air explained the current situation to the contestants below. Only then did the competition truly come to an end as the contestants were taken away one by one. On the other hand, a total of 7 intruders were discovered in the polar ice plains venue. They were directly apprehended and taken away by the military. At the competition transfer center, the contestants gathered in the waiting area, awaiting the spacecraft that would take them away. After over 8 hours of competition, everyone was hungry, and the tables were full of food. Liang Ying, Xiao Yu, and Xiaxia sat together, the 4 new friends they had met earlier already having left. Xiao Sei, are you returning to Capital Planet for the summer vacation? Yes, my grandma is still on the Capital Planet. I plan to bring her over this year for a reunion. Grandma is getting older, and we're not comfortable leaving her alone on Capital Planet. So you're planning to settle on the outer planet and not return to Capital Planet? That's currently our plan. I'm studying on the outer planets, and my parents' research institute is there too. Going back to Capital Planet is too much trouble. That makes sense. Then it won't be easy for us to meet after this. No problem. We can log on to StarNet. Meeting on StarNet is just the same. Yeah, that's all we can do. By the way, let me tell you, the environment on the outer planets is excellent. Aren't you thinking about becoming a farmer someday? You could consider buying some land on the outer planets. Cheap property prices, good environment, very suitable for opening a farm. While listening to Liang Ying and Xiaxia chat, Xiao Yu frowned and flipped through posts on StarNet. The Federation's efficiency is too slow. The competition was prolonged by 9 hours before concluding, yet the web is still in chaos right now. Government authorities haven't clarified the actual facts yet, allowing the public to speculate wildly. This incident seems quite serious. I heard that problems occurred in over half the competition sites. Today there were 100 competitions going on simultaneously, meaning more than 50 matches were infiltrated. Given the involvement of so many places, the disruptors must have been well planned, Liang Ying said, furrowing her brows. Yes, the government might still be interrogating those involved. This event likely involves hundreds of people. The situation is grave. Xiaxia also said solemnly. It's still the incompetence of the Federation government. They should have been vigilant and prevented incidents like this from happening. The fact that they were caught off guard shows how irresponsible those in charge are. Xiao Yu clearly had higher expectations. Liang Ying pouted her lips slightly and sighed helplessly, feeling a bit disappointed with the Federation government as well. Still, the Federation has enjoyed peace for too long, leading to an overly comfortable lifestyle where people forget there are others watching our nation with ill intent. Xiaxia also sighed. In the rest area at the competition transfer center, contestants filled the space. Having just gone through a match declared invalid, everyone was annoyed by the situation, and rumors flew as some speculated whether the Empire was involved in this matter. Liang Ying thought that things turning out this way wasn't all bad. Although the public wouldn't instantly become more cautious, people were beginning to think along these lines. That evening, the government held an emergency press conference, releasing their findings on the incident. On the second day of the mecha competition, 57 venues were invaded by unknown individuals. Military personnel responded quickly and arrested a total of 327 people. According to intelligence investigations, these over 300 people all belonged to the Auster Empire's anti-government militia group. This sabotage of the mecha competition was retaliation against the federal military operations targeting anti-government militias at the border regions. Additionally, the military detained 28 members of the original mecha competition organizing committee. Investigations revealed that these 28 individuals were all imperial spies who had ties with the anti-government militia organization of the Auster Empire. Furthermore, the Federation formally complained to the imperial government about the situation. As expected, responsibility for the event fell once again on the Auster anti-government militia. However, The wording used by the Federation government spokesperson hinted at dissatisfaction towards the empire. Wasn't this evidence that the Federation was trying to guide public opinion? Shouldn't the Federation have given an even sterner warning to the empire this time? Chapter 188, The Past. Following the aftermath of the mech competition incident, the organizing rights for the competition were handed over to the federal military. The second round of team matches, originally scheduled to take place half a month later, proceeded as planned, while the second round of individual matches would be rescheduled to occur a month later. In addition, contestants injured during the invalidated matches could receive corresponding compensation paid by the original organizers. The repercussions of the competition event were still spreading, even though responsibility for the incident was attributed to the anti-government militia of the empire. Nevertheless, the public in the Federation still harbored great dissatisfaction with the imperial government. There was widespread condemnation of the empire online. In response to public sentiment, the Federation strengthened inspections for citizens from the empire entering the Federation and scaled back on certain collaborations between the two countries, especially all military cooperation, which has been entirely put on hold. Moreover, the populace wasn't satisfied with the Federation's swift response to the event. Consequently, the Federation formulated a series of measures, strengthening cooperation between the military and police systems, and increasing the crackdown on illegal organizations from abroad. Seizing this opportunity, the federal government also proposed an increase in military budgets, several plans to strengthen national defense technology construction, and plans concerning urban safety construction, among other initiatives. In short, what initially seemed very disadvantageous to the federal government was leveraged to unify public sentiment. Simultaneously, since the Federation had already planned for major developments recently and was seeking excuses to increase various budgets, these justifications are now available. Of course, these are all afterthoughts, not much related to Liang Ying. On the day of the incident, Liang Ying and Xiao Yu later returned to school by spaceship. That evening, she received contact from Liang Tao. Liang Ying logged into the StarNet, and Liang Tao was already waiting for her in the virtual conference room. This conference room had a dedicated password. It was Liang Tao's personal exclusive meeting room, equipped with the highest level of internet confidentiality protocols. Probably to cater to Liang Ying's preferences, Liang Tao had remodeled the interior design of the conference room to resemble a home. When Liang Ying entered by pushing open the door, the virtual butler handed her a glass of juice. After drinking a sip of the juice, it tasted exactly like the real thing. Liang Tao greeted her with a smile and invited her to sit on the couch to talk. Liang Tao was most concerned about the competition-related issues. Liang Ying recounted the events she had experienced to him, deliberately leaving out the part about her fusion with the mech, although combining her mental power with martial arts was not a secret. She had already told Liang Tao about it before. After unifying her mental power with martial arts, her attack doubled in strength, something Liang Tao had long known. Hence, he did not find it strange that Liang Ying could win two battles at once. You don't need to worry about that. The person in charge of handling this matter at the military side is Yuan Xiao, and he has already deleted that video. That's great. I'll have to thank Brother Yuan when I see him next time. This time I called you over also has to do with the mech competition. First, I'll ask you if you really want to participate in the mech competition, hoping to get good rankings. Liang Ying blinked her eyes. No, Dad. I joined the mech competition just to accumulate some experience. Usually, I don't mess around too much with mechs. I just thought the competition would be more exciting, and I could learn a lot from others. Besides, being a first-timer, I found it quite fun. Is that so? Did the event bring about any changes to the competition? I never cared about rankings or anything like that. I know my own capabilities. It's mainly about participation. Yes, there aren't currently any changes to the competition, but changes will come soon. Liang Ying frowned. What do you mean? Is the empire not willing to back down? Are they so audacious that even after everything that's happened, they still dare to keep messing around? Liang Ying recalled their previous trip to the empire. When Liang Tao left, he had destroyed one of the empire's fleets. Everyone had then believed he had acted harshly enough and expected the empire to calm down after feeling the pain. During this period, the second prince, who didn't have conflicts with the Federation, had consistently overshadowed the first and third princes, leading everyone to assume that the upper echelons of the empire had settled down. Speaking of it, why was the empire acting so arrogantly? What gave them the right to act so arrogantly? Thinking along these lines, Liang Ying directly asked the question lingering in her mind. Dad, was this event secretly ordered by Literia? Otherwise, how does the empire have such boldness to continuously provoke the Federation's bottom line? Liang Tao's gaze darkened. The simulation effect of the StarNet was truly powerful, even reflecting minute changes in a person's pupils. This is where the problem lies. Without Literia's permission, us empire wouldn't dare to do this. With the involvement of a superior civilization, things became indeed tricky for the Federation. Even knowing exactly what the other side had done intentionally, but given that the backing power behind them is stronger than the Federation, they can only endure it silently. It was truly frustrating. Will the empire and Literia still have more tricks up their sleeves? This is my speculation. Since they've made such a big fuss, they certainly won't stop here. You guys might be young, and you don't know what happened decades ago. I remember it was more than 40 years ago, when I was just a teenager. Back then, the Empire and the Federation had only recently signed a peace treaty, but conflicts still occurred frequently in secret. To improve relations between the two countries, Literia proposed a joint hosting of mech competitions. For about the next 10 to 15 years, roughly 7 or 8 mech competitions were hosted consecutively by Literia, with representatives from the Federation and the Empire traveling there to participate. In these competitions, contestants who ranked in the top 100 individually had the chance to further their studies at universities in Lithuania. I remember that year, many people registered for the competition. Almost all the elites from the Federation and the Empire participated. Many suffered devastating defeats due to the intense competition, which led to injuries and even fatalities, but eventually some achieved their dreams, and the very best individuals from both the Federation and the Empire stayed on in Lithuania. At this point, Liang Tao paused, seemingly lost in memories of those days. Liang Ying waited for a while, but couldn't help prompting him finally. Dad, what happened to these people later? Did they come back after graduation? Liang Tao's eyes grew darker, his gaze heavy as he shook his head. No, they gradually disappeared from view, and not one of them ever returned. It was the same for the Empire side. For nearly a decade, both countries lost a great number of top-level talents. The peace Lithuania sought to bring about eventually came to pass. Without those most exceptional figures, neither the Federation nor the Empire had the strength to continue competing, and no one capable was left to challenge authority. Both countries became like headless turtles. This revelation shocked Liang Ying so much that her mouth dropped open. Such methods existed. Under the banner of recruiting talent for development, they were actually plundering talent. With the loss of the top-tier talents, both the Federation and the Empire would inevitably slow down in their various developments. The most terrifying part was that Lithuania didn't intend to fully utilize the abilities of these talents, but merely ensured that their capabilities wouldn't be exploited by either the Federation or the Empire. Chapter 189, Countermeasure. Is Dad worried that Lithuania might do the same thing again, sending the mech contest participants to study further in Lithuania? Exactly. This time, the contest has caused a stir, giving Lithuania an excuse. I'm concerned they will propose merging the competition later, taking contestants to Lithuania for the latter half of the contest. They will offer preferential policies to those who perform exceptionally well during the competition, tempting them to stay in Lithuania. How despicable. Those unaware contestants would certainly see this as a great opportunity and strive to remain in Lithuania. Can't the Federation take some preemptive action? For now, these are just my speculations. Even if Lithuania really does this, the Federation can only outwardly welcome it and must not show open opposition. Although Liang Tao emphasized that this was just his guess, since he had spoken about it so seriously with Liang Ying, it seemed clear to her that what he suspected was likely to come true. This is truly troublesome. Dad, I'll drop out of the competition then, to prevent them from using my identity to their advantage. Watching the competition online could still help me learn quite a bit. Liang Ying had understood why Liang Tao had shared his speculation with her. While she wasn't particularly self-conscious on a personal level, she always remembered that she was the daughter of Liang Tao, the most important person in the Federation at present. As his daughter, she had a responsibility to shoulder. If Liang Ying continued participating in the mech competition, regardless of whether she performed well or not, Lithuania would undoubtedly suggest she join their program for further training. To outsiders, this would appear as a great honor bestowed by Lithuania upon Liang Tao's daughter. If Liang Ying refused, it might seem as though she lacked the proper dignity or that her family didn't give Lithuania face. Given this situation, it made more sense for Liang Ying to withdraw from the competition right now, cutting off the possibility of being used. When Liang Ying proposed dropping out, Liang Tao felt greatly comforted, yet also harbored a slight regret. Sighing softly, he said, "It's all my fault that I've involved you like this. I originally wanted you to live your life freely, but I still couldn't make it happen." "Don't say such things, Dad. I am not just your daughter, but also a part of the Federation. What Lithuania truly aims to manipulate is the Federation itself. Right now, you bear the heavy responsibilities of the Federation. As your daughter, it's natural for me to alleviate your burdens. Others wouldn't even have the qualification to help anyway. Dad, never speak like this again. I've caused you enough trouble already. Should we express gratitude every time you help clean up after me?" Liang Tao gave a faint smile. It turned out that Liang Tao's suspicion was correct. Due to previous incidents, Lithuania, which was usually cold towards the Federation, specifically sent an observation team, claiming it was for guidance and supervision. In reality, however, they conducted public diplomacy to enhance Lithuania's visibility among the Federation citizens. The uninformed populace of the Federation greeted the sudden visit from the higher civilization warmly, with the Lithuanian observation team purposefully presenting a populist image, even arranging accidental encounters with the public here and there. Social media feeds were filled daily with news of the Lithuanian observation team, drawing considerable attention online. After the second match of the team event proceeded smoothly and concluded, the observation team returned to Lithuania the next day. However, they indeed proposed that the second half of the mech competition be held in Lithuania. Specifically, after determining the top 1,000 individuals and teams in the preliminary rounds, the competition would move to Lithuania, where both Federation and Empire participants would compete on the same stage. At the end, the top 1,000 competitors would receive official recommendations to study at any of Lithuania's public institutions. Upon the announcement of this proposal, forums across the Federation and the Empire exploded with excitement. Some who hadn't initially signed up for the competition regretted their decisions and contacted the competition officials asking to reapply. What the upper echelons of the Federation feared most came to pass. The public demand was so high that rejecting Lithuania's proposal became impossible. After announcing this news, the Lithuanian observation team set off back home. Their goal achieved, they no longer needed to escalate the matter. Even though the Federation government couldn't reject Lithuania's suggestion, they could still influence public opinion. The major media outlets soon focused on this event, revealing an incident from 40 years ago. Through investigations, people discovered that long ago, predecessors from the Federation and the Empire had indeed gone to study in higher civilizations. Meanwhile, the media did not forget to probe into the subsequent lives of those who had gone to study in Lateria, only to find that those once elite figures from the country had not fared very well in Lateria. The Federal Central Television specifically sent journalists to Lateria to find and interview the elites from those days, producing a special feature on them. Among those former elites, only a few had passed away due to various accidents, while most of the others were found. However, most lived in relatively remote areas of Lateria, working at lowly jobs. These individuals spoke out, recounting their experiences as international students back then. Former national elites arrived at an advanced civilization, only to face the immense cultural and technological gaps between civilizations. The elite talents of a third-tier civilization ranked lower than ordinary citizens in a fourth-tier one. Realizing their deficiencies, they were forced into grueling studies. On top of heavy academic responsibilities, there were also survival issues. Consumption levels differed drastically between higher and lower civilizations, and the currency from their original world was unusable here. They could only work while studying to sustain themselves. From then on, these elites were caught in a never-ending cycle of study and labor. Initially, the strain wasn't obvious, but over time, both body and mind grew weary. Gradually, the balance tipped. Learning lessened while working increased. After all, sustenance came first. Filling one's stomach took precedence before focusing on education. Next came a vicious cycle. Poor academic performance leading to subpar jobs generating insufficient income, and insufficient income failing to cover tuition fees. Within just a few years, some began dropping out of school. Reality clashed sharply with aspirations, turning the nation's former elites into hard laborers. Their inner imbalance and unextinguishable dignity made it impossible for them to return to their homeland. After more than 40 years, the mental states of these former elites had fundamentally transformed. Some, struggling financially, demanded exorbitant rewards from the federal journalists interviewing them. Others' mindsets had completely twisted. They preferred staying in Lateria at its lowest stratum, enduring disdain from others rather than returning to the Federation. Chapter 190, Invitation. Liang Ying withdrew from the mecha competition, and Xiao Yu, who was originally reluctant to participate, also quit. Liang Ying went to her mentor, Hua Qing, to discuss the withdrawal from the team event. Hua Qing agreed empathetically. It's fine. You and Xiao Yu were just reserve members anyway. Your withdrawal now won't affect the team. Don't worry too much. Our school is an agriculture academy after all. Mechas are just a hobby for students. Striving for good rankings in competitions is just for fun. Don't let it become a burden. Recently, the television repeatedly broadcasted a special episode about the current status of the nation's elite 40 years ago in Lateria, which caused a huge public reaction and attention. Without any official stance from the federal government, people began to rethink studying abroad in Lateria. The enthusiasm was no longer unconditional, but had increased many practical considerations. The federal government's small move received a swift response from Lateria. The Federation sent journalists to interview most of those individuals from back then, while a few remained either difficult to locate or refused interviews. Lateria used this smaller group by organizing them to return to their homeland for family visits. This collective visit home drew immense attention from online media, with people constantly updating their itinerary online. These individuals paraded as if putting on a show. While visiting relatives, they claimed they wanted to give back to their hometown, making grandiose donations to relatives back home, creating an image similar to ancient times when successful people would return in glory. But their efforts were undeniably quite successful, influencing previous public opinion significantly. Finally, they accepted interviews from major media outlets. In these interviews, they said that they now lived happily with both career success and family satisfaction. They mentioned that cultural differences between hierarchical civilizations existed, suggesting that those unable to adapt to Laterlia's social atmosphere were thus eliminated. Former elites blending into the crowd was not Laterlia's fault, but rather a reflection of their individual inadequacies. Ultimately concluding, anyone with enough confidence in themselves should come to Laterlia, where opportunities abound, offering an excellent platform for personal talent. Meanwhile, those who failed in Laterlia did so because they didn't deserve the title of an elite. This rhetoric seemed logical at first glance, but upon deeper consideration, flaws emerged. Besides, these so-called successful individuals seemed somewhat unreliable. Their words might sound convincing, but who knew the real truth? If they were genuinely as successful as they claimed, why hadn't they surfaced earlier? The TV station kept airing these interview specials. With the two topics side by side, viewers could more easily form their own opinions. The individuals interviewed in Laterlia appeared deeply disappointing, whereas those who returned from Laterlia for family visits looked polished and glamorous. However, the former felt more genuine, whereas the latter seemed overly artificial. Snap. Liang Ying turned off the TV, opened her communicator to log onto the StarNet. Today, Alan invited her onto the StarNet to discuss matters. Liang Tao had gone to another star domain on official business, so routine communication had shifted to Alan handling her updates. The meeting place was Alan's private reception room, equipped with the highest level of confidentiality protocols. It wasn't Liang Ying's first time entering. After system identification confirmed her identity, she was permitted access. Alan was far more talkative than Liang Tao, chatting idly with Liang Ying for a long time. He was also much more considerate, causing Liang Ying to often mockingly think Alan is as nagging as a mother. Perhaps due to lacking maternal affection, Liang Ying enjoyed spending time with Alan, though she occasionally teased him in her thoughts. After talking about half the night, Liang Ying assumed the usual nightly meeting was over, but Alan suddenly brought up business. I almost forgot the main matter. Earlier today, the Liang family received an invitation from Literlia to attend the second half of the mecha competition as special guests, not regular spectators. Liang Ying hesitated briefly, then became somewhat irritated. Literlia still isn't letting go. Inviting our entire family as guests? Are they secretly planning something again? Alan paused thoughtfully before replying. Actually, ever since Commander Liang advanced to his eminence rank, we've been waiting for Literlia's response. Literlia currently has 2 body arts eminences. Theoretically, they should have extended an invitation to Commander Liang long ago, yet they've been largely indifferent, only sending insignificant figures to the initial celebration events. It wasn't until we learned about the existence of the Star Union and Commander Liang became one of its members that they acted, proving Literlia hadn't taken Commander Liang seriously at the beginning. What truly poses a challenge to them is the Star Union. That's true. Last time, when I went to the Star Union, I bought a lot of technologies under Dad's name, which had a great impact on the Federation. If this continues, the gap between the Federation and Literlia will get smaller and smaller. No wonder Literlia is starting to take us seriously, Liang Ying said with deep feelings. Commander Liang is crucial for the Federation, but we cannot decline Literlia's invitation either. Otherwise, they would think we're afraid. They'd think Commander Liang lacks strength, and in the future, they would become even more arrogant and look down on the Federation. Does that mean Dad has to go to Literlia? If the whole family is invited, does that mean I need to go as well? Yes, not only you have to go, Mrs. Tang and the twins are going too. There might also be some members of the Liang family accompanying them. You don't need to worry about me. I'll follow the arrangements and can protect myself. Liang Ying was not afraid to go to Literlia. On the contrary, she really wanted to visit Literlia and experience its atmosphere firsthand, as it would allow her to better understand their intentions and plots. The timing is during the summer vacation, so it won't affect your studies. Alan hesitated a moment and added, you could invite that classmate of yours. Isn't his name Xiaoyu? You could invite him to join you. Consider it a holiday trip, but if he declines, it's fine. Liang Ying nodded. She understood Alan's intention. Xiaoyu's identity was significant, and he might serve as a deterrent to Literlia's upper echelons. Don't worry, I'll ask him. Alan nodded again, and before signing off, he remembered something else and added, oh, by the way, there's some good news for you. The Federal Research Institute has completed the new mecha production line. Last time, we purchased a batch of high-level mecha blueprints at the Star Union, and these can now be manufactured on the new production line. I've heard that some prototypes are already undergoing testing. Once Dad returns, you can ask him to customize a new mecha for you. It'll be much more advanced than the one you currently have. Chapter 191, Food Temptation. Liang Ying ordered flour and other ingredients online. She suddenly felt like eating pan-fried buns today and decided to make some to try. Ever since she arrived in the stellar age, Liang Ying noticed that there were far fewer kinds of food here. Pan-fried buns were one of them. When she was a little girl, her father once bought her some to eat. Later, she helped out at the shop in the village that made pan-fried buns, but because of Tai Meihua's mischief, she couldn't continue working there. She remembered those days as the only time after her father passed away that she could eat her fill. The heart of the family running the pan-fried bun shop was good. They provided her with 3 meals a day, ensured she ate until she was full, and let her take some home in the evening. At that time, people were honest. The stuffing inside the buns was abundant, pork vermicelli and leek, tasting incredibly delicious. Liang Ying didn't know why, but she thought about them today. Once she thought about it, she took action. Although many years had passed, the process of making pan-fried buns was still clear in her mind. She handed the flour over to the machine for processing. First, Liang Ying soaked the lime jelly strips in water, then chopped up the Sam beef into small pieces, added seasonings, and cooked it in a wok. After cooking it to a certain degree, she added joint grass and stir-fried it together. Then she fished out the lime jelly strips, chopped them up, put them into the wok, and mixed them evenly with the Sam beef and joint grass. It was almost done. Liang Ying used chopsticks to pick up a bit and taste it. Not bad. It tasted almost like the filling for pan-fried buns. In the stellar age, Sam beef has become a regular guest on people's dining tables, replacing the position of ancient pork. Leeks have disappeared from history due to changes in the planetary environment, while joint grass tastes similar to ancient leeks. Manually made vermicelli is also no longer seen, replaced by more natural lime jelly strips. Lime jelly strips are the solidified sap secreted by a tree called lime. In terms of texture, taste, and method of consumption, they are very similar to traditional vermicelli. As time passed and the stellar environment changed, various species underwent varying degrees of mutation. However, no matter how ingredients change, people's tastes and preferences remain unchanged. After being busy for half a day, Liang Ying became even more enthusiastic and snapped a few beautiful pictures of the filling she had prepared. The flour in the ingredient processor had already been kneaded well. Liang Ying glanced at the time. It was about right now to start wrapping and frying the buns so Xiaoyu would come back from his physical training just in time for them. Liang Ying recorded the process of making the pan-fried buns as she went along. There were 9 buns in the first pot. While waiting for the buns to cook, Liang Ying uploaded the pictures she had just taken to her personal space. Speaking of personal spaces in the stellar web, they are automatically assigned when users log in for the first time. Liang Ying was not the type to be enthusiastic about publicly sharing her private life, so her personal space had always been blank. This was her first update to her personal space. Estimating the time perfectly, when the second pot of buns came out, Xiaoyu returned. The kitchen of Villa No. 1 was filled with the aroma of food. Xiaoyu sniffed the air and widened his eyes. What smells so good? Have you developed a new dish again? Looking at the 2 plates of pan-fried buns on the table, since pan-fried buns had long disappeared from people's dinner tables, Xiaoyu couldn't guess what they were. However, although he couldn't identify the food on the plate, that didn't stop him from appreciating the tempting scent wafting from them. The hot out-of-the-pan buns tempted his saliva to flow. Liang Ying waved her spatula, placing one hand on her waist and grinning proudly. These are called pan-fried buns. They were a very popular food in the ancient era. I brought them back today. As the first taster of these pan-fried buns in the stellar age, don't hesitate to laugh. Ha ha. Seeing Liang Ying's proud look, Xiaoyu involuntarily twitched his mouth twice. He wanted to criticize ancient popular delicacies, but still couldn't resist the lure of the aroma. His criticisms turned into flattery before they left his mouth. Oh, an ancient delicacy. Is it ready to eat? Chef Liang, my stomach is starving. Can we start eating now? Liang Ying waved her hand, and Xiaoyu quickly exclaimed and eagerly sat down to eat. Liang Ying had wrapped 50 pan-fried buns in total. Since the frying pan was still sizzling, she planned to wait until all the buns were done before eating. She served a bowl of dragon bone clear soup in front of Xiaoyu. Dragon bone clear soup was stewed with mutant lizards, light, yet nutritious and perfect for pairing with the flavorful pan-fried buns. Liang Ying held a spatula in one hand and propped her chin with the other as she sat across from Xiaoyu, watching him eat the buns while laughing. Occasionally, she reminded him, "Be careful, they're hot straight out of the pan." Xiaoyu was a martial arts expert, so the heat of the buns couldn't hurt him. He chewed on the buns in big bites, paying no attention to whether they were hot or not. The top layer of the pan-fried buns was soft, tender, fragrant, and smooth, while the bottom layer was crispy and savory. Inside, the meat filling blended the aroma of Sam beef with the flavor of joint grass, and the lime jelly strips sealed in the soup's essence. The textures and tastes were perfectly combined, completely conquering Xiaoyu's taste buds. "How does it taste?" Liang Ying asked with a grin. Xiaoyu raised his thumb. "First rate," he replied, unable to stop eating the pan-fried buns, even finding it wasteful to spend time giving more comments. Liang Ying chuckled, seeing the food enjoyed by the diner gave her, the chef, a greater sense of accomplishment. After all 50 pan-fried buns were ready and served on the table, Liang Ying took off her apron and joined at the table. With both hands holding a bun, she savored each bite carefully, and Liang Ying felt a sense of fulfillment welling up inside. Liang Ying ate 10 pan-fried buns in one breath and drank 2 bowls of dragon bone clear soup before she finally had her fill. The remaining 40 pan-fried buns all went into Xiaoyu's stomach, and he also drank half a pot of dragon bone clear soup. Liang Ying acted surprised as she inspected Xiaoyu's belly, which hadn't expanded, studying where all that food had gone. She had originally intended to keep a few for breakfast the next day, but now none were left. Louis came over following the scent, hoping to snag some leftovers, only to find Liang Ying and Xiaoyu already cleaning up the dishes and tidying the kitchen. Louis sniffed and said plaintively, "What a delicious smell. Little Ying, don't just think about classmate Xiao. When will you take care of Uncle Louis? I'm not greedy. Just leave me a bite next time you make something tasty." Instantly, Xiaoyu's eyes turned into daggers, shooting at Louis. Louis found this quite amusing, so he intentionally shivered as if he'd been hit by the daggers. Liang Ying chatted cheerfully with Louis for a while, and finally sent him away with the last bit of dragon bone clear soup. After finishing the kitchen cleanup, Liang Ying pulled Xiaoyu aside. "Was dinner good today? Were you satisfied?" Without hesitation, Xiaoyu nodded. Liang Ying smiled and said, "Since you enjoyed it so much, why don't you accompany me to Litlyria during the summer vacation?" Chapter 192, Pressure. A meal of meat pancakes won over Xiaoyu, and he agreed to go with Liang Ying to Literalia for the summer vacation. Putting aside all the distractions from outside, and temporarily forgetting about the mech tournament, daily life at school continued as usual. As people's minds settled down, life became tranquil again. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of the semester. Liang Ying smoothly finished her exams, and the holiday was about to arrive. The preliminary rounds of the mech tournament had also ended, with the top 1,000 individuals and teams advancing. To everyone's surprise, the team from Longping Agricultural Academy made it through to the next round in the group stage. It was as if tutor Huo Qingdu's passion for mechs had moved heaven itself. The Longping team had particularly good luck in the last 3 rounds. First, their opponent unexpectedly withdrew, resulting in a victory without a fight. Then they got a bye, which advanced them once more without battling. Lastly, they faced a very weak opponent, securing their final victory and successfully entering the top 1,000 spots. News came from Literalia that all teams that had made it through could bring a support group of no more than 10 people. However, all expenses for the supporters' trip to Literalia would have to be paid for personally, with the Lateralian government taking no responsibility. One should know that visa restrictions between superior and inferior civilizations are very strict. Generally speaking, only the government can issue formal visas for travel to a superior civilization, making it very hard for private citizens to obtain one. Still, despite the high cost of living in Literalia, there were many who wished to join these support groups. It was rumored that some teams even openly sold slots within these groups for a price. Longping's academy received its own quota of slots, allocated by the school, and formed into a cheer squad composed entirely of mech-loving students and teachers. Liang Ying and Xiaoyu returned to the capital Star, where Xiaoyu still stayed in the luxurious suite of the Starlight Hotel. Liang Ying originally intended to invite him to stay at the Liang residence, but reconsidered after thinking that it might lead to misunderstandings, so she dropped the idea. Because Liang Tao was about to leave for Literalia, Tang Jiting and the twins had already moved to the main house to prepare for the trip. Liang Ying directly returned to the main house too. When staying on the capital star now, she mostly rested here rather than visiting the military district's villa, where she rarely went. Even if occasionally called over for meals, she wouldn't spend the night there. Neither Liang Ying nor Tang Jiding felt the need to explicitly acknowledge this situation. Liang Ying didn't complain, and Tang Jiding didn't need to make insincere comments. Liang Tao went to an outer star system on a mission and wouldn't return for another 4 days. Though he had recently been promoted to his eminence, he was still a serving member of the Federation military and personally completed his assigned missions. Most of her time at the main house was spent with the elders. Despite being young herself, Liang Ying enjoyed conversing with the elderly more than the lively, active nature of younger people. She found the wisdom of older generations more appealing. Generally speaking, Liang Ying remained a somewhat lazy and introverted young girl. The fervor she'd shown during the mech tournament was really just a deep-seated passion inside her, something not easy to maintain on a daily basis. Chatting with the elders of the Liang family, Liang Ying didn't feel constrained or restrained. She spoke her mind freely, neither beating around the bush nor flattering the elders' preferences. The main reason Liang Ying could interact so naturally with the older members of her family was that she hadn't undergone traditional aristocratic education and thus lacked strong preconceptions or fears. In her eyes, these elders were simply her grandfathers. This attitude of hers earned much favor among the elderly. This unrestrained way of interacting instead gave the impression that she was upright and magnanimous. Of course, frequent contact with the highest-ranking elders in the family had certainly influenced Liang Ying in certain aspects, such as her speech and insights, which had improved significantly compared to before. Now, if someone met her for the first time, it would be difficult for them to believe she grew up on a remote planet. The elders asked Liang Ying what plans she had for the future. Without hesitation, she replied that she wanted to buy a farm and become a farmer. The elders were momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. So Littling really intends to get into agriculture. Becoming a farmer sounds good. Aren't you currently attending an agricultural university? When you graduate, the elders will provide you with the funds to purchase an entire agricultural planet. You'll be both a farmer and a planetary lord. Liang Ying chuckled softly. In reality, her ambitions weren't so grandiose. She just wanted to buy a moderately sized farm. An agricultural planet seemed too large, requiring too much management, which wasn't in line with her easygoing lifestyle aspirations. However, Liang Ying didn't voice this thought aloud. Instead, she kept it to herself, avoiding disappointing the elders. After all, it was her decision anyway. Whether to buy a large or small farm was ultimately her choice. Today, her elder cousin Liang Yuan was returning to the main house. He was also part of the entourage accompanying Liang Tao to Lateralia. Liang Ying and he had connected via Starnet and agreed to meet on his return to practice on the hill behind the main house. A message had just arrived from the landing platform. Liang Yuan's flyer had arrived. Liang Ying informed the elders that she was going to pick him up. In the hall, the twins were playing around, apparently having annoyed Tang Jiding, who was now loudly scolding them. Upon seeing Liang Ying pass by, Tang Jiding fell silent. The twins stood still, too afraid to speak, though their mouths pouted unhappily. Liang Ying gave a slight nod to Tang Jiding and told the twins to behave well as she walked past them. With some people and situations, overthinking or overly dwelling on them isn't good. Staying calm and composed is the best approach. Liang Ying met Liang Yuan in the garden, and they walked back together while talking. By the time they returned to the hall, Tang Jiding and the twins were gone, probably because it was time for their private tutoring. Lately, for unknown reasons, Tang Jiding seemed more stressed, growing increasingly strict with the twins, reprimanding them frequently, and increasing their tutoring hours. The staff mentioned that Tang Jiding planned to send the twins to school next year and wanted them to skip 2 grades, starting from 3rd grade in elementary school. Liang Ying thought that perhaps Liang Tao's recent promotion to his eminence had put pressure on Tang Jiding, leading her to become stricter about the twins' education. Liang Ying actually preferred it if the twins went to school. It would allow them to meet classmates and peers, which was better than being cooped up at home studying all day, and it might also reduce Tang Jiding's influence over them. However, Liang Ying had only grasped half of the reason behind this change. The other half lay with herself. As Liang Tao's children, Liang Ying might not have achieved much yet, but her own abilities were strong, earning her recognition from the Liang family. She had become one of the key heirs being cultivated by the family. On the other hand, the twins were younger than her, and thus already at a disadvantage. If they didn't excel academically, Tang Jiding feared that their status within the Liang family wouldn't match Liang Ying's. This was something she absolutely did not want to see. Therefore, she suddenly shifted her attitude, imposing strict demands on the twins. Chapter 193, Departure for Latilia. It was just after 9 o'clock and the helipad of the Liang family main residence was already packed with people. At 10 o'clock, Liang Tao and his entourage were set to depart. Liang Ying had gone to pick up Xiao Yu and hadn't returned yet. Some of the country's key leaders had also come by to see Liang Tao off. Tang Jiding stood beside Liang Tao with the twins, smiling while bidding farewell to those who came to see them off. The twins stood next to her, looking curiously but bored at the people moving back and forth, wanting to go play somewhere, but they glanced at Tang Jiding's face and didn't dare. They could only look down dejectedly at their toes. Tang Jiding glanced at the time. It was already 9:30. She scanned the crowd, appearing slightly impatient. Liang Tao was still speaking with the Federal Minister of Defense. Tang Jiding approached him, and Liang Tao nodded before the defense minister greeted her. After exchanging pleasantries politely, Tang Jiding's expression turned a bit worried. Where did he go? She hasn't shown up yet. Liang Tao looked sharply at Tang Jiding for a few seconds. Tang Jiding appeared somewhat nervous as Liang Tao suddenly spoke in a gentle tone. Ing isn't good at socializing. She has already boarded the ship. Tang Jiding was taken aback. She glanced at the defense minister standing nearby and hesitated before replying. But I heard she went out earlier. It seems like she went to find a classmate. This child is really something. About to leave and still going to meet classmates. You're mistaken, Liang Tao interrupted her words. Ing has been back for a while now. Her classmate will accompany us to Latilia. They've both boarded the landing craft already. Liang Tao cast a glance at the twins hiding behind Tang Jiding. It's almost time for departure. You should take Tian Tian and Lulu aboard first. Liang Tao glanced over his shoulder, and the bodyguards responsible for protecting Tang Jiding and the twins immediately moved closer. Under the pressure from Liang Tao's somewhat displeased gaze, Tang Jiding had no choice but to take the twins onto the landing craft early. Watching Tang Jiding's retreating figure, Defense Minister Cui Hao shook his head regretfully. I used to think she suited you well. At least she wouldn't drag you down. Now it seems that she is too petty. Alas, the Tang family lacks a certain depth. Their upbringing can never quite match the millennium-old aristocratic houses. Cui Hao was a childhood friend and classmate of Liang Tao, so they communicated with a sense of familiarity. When he thought about things, he considered not only national interests but also some personal emotions. Liang Tao's eyes dimmed a little. No one is perfect, and pushing too hard serves no purpose. Among your accompanying personnel on this trip, I heard that the Tang family forcibly claimed 2 spots. Isn't the Tang family getting a bit arrogant? Do we need to put some pressure on them to remind them of their place? We shouldn't allow them to become burdens instead of help. Liang Tao paused for a moment before saying, originally, I didn't want to argue with the Tang family. But, Jiding should learn to be more restrained. You figure out how to handle it. Once I return, I expect the results. Liang Ying and Xiao Yu stood by the window of the landing craft, each holding a glass of juice and chatting. The moment Tang Jiding entered, she froze in both expression and step. Liang Ying gave Tang Jiding a curious look. Tang Jiding seemed a bit awkward, and Liang Ying casually nodded and turned away. Liang Ying thought Tang Jiding would wait until the last moment to board, unaware that she had just come back. Liang Ying and Xiao Yu had chosen to avoid the crowded platform and instead quietly boarded the landing craft through the back, though Liang Ying had not forgotten to send a message to Liang Tao. So, Tang Jiding didn't know that Liang Ying had returned, but Liang Tao had known all along. It was almost time. Liang Tao bid everyone a final farewell and boarded the landing craft with Alan. As Liang Tao stepped up the landing ladder, he told Alan behind him, send a message to our elders and ask them to find a personal attendant for Tian Tian and Lulu respectively. After we return from Latilia, their daily care will be handled by the attendants instead of always being near Jiding, so they won't be too heavily influenced by her, making future corrections easier. Alan silently accepted the task, inwardly muttering that Tang Jiding must have done something foolish again to anger Liang Tao. Alan couldn't help but recall an incident during the determination of Liang Tao's accompanying list. Originally, with the Tang family's influence, they weren't qualified to accompany him, but out of consideration for Tang Jiding, Liang Tao offered them a spot voluntarily. Yet, the Tang family wasn't satisfied. Through Tang Jiding, they demanded another spot. What Tang Jiding did caused dissatisfaction among others. Instead of requesting properly, she had directly confronted Alan in a very strong manner, insisting he add someone from the Tang family to the list. After all, Alan couldn't make the final decision alone, so he reported it to Liang Tao. Tang Jiding felt that Alan had deliberately disrespected her and thus privately mocked him coldly. Fortunately, she wasn't foolish enough to create a public scene. Perhaps unwilling to argue too much with Tang Jiding, Liang Tao eventually agreed to give the Tang family an additional spot. This meant another family had to lose one of their spots. In the end, it was the Liang family who relinquished the spot. This matter spread quickly within the Liang family, as losing a spot meant someone who initially had a chance to go would now miss out. Even if they didn't dare to blame Liang Tao, they surely bore resentment toward Tang Jiding. Alas, Alan sighed inwardly. When Liang Tao was merely the deputy commander, the Liang family wasn't too strict with Tang Jiding. But now, Liang Tao was undeniably the top figure in the Federation. If Tang Jiding continues to act recklessly, the Liang family's dissatisfaction toward her will only grow. The 5 landing craft lifted off together. They were headed to the 1st Military District's port, where the warship designated for Liang Tao's journey awaited them. Once the landing craft docked inside the warship, everyone would sail to Latilia aboard it. Recently, Latilia's border port had been unusually busy due to the upcoming mech competition jointly hosted by the Federation and the Empire taking place in Latilia. Competitors, teams, and supporters were gathering there before the contest. The once quiet port was bustling with activity. Liang Tao's departure was scheduled later, as per the plan, arriving 2 days prior to the start of the competition. Clearly, Liang Tao did not intend to engage extensively with Latilia during this visit. On board the warship, Liang Ying and Xiao Yu stayed next door to each other. Their main daily activity was sparring in the training room. Liang Ying was now focused on integrating mental power with physical combat techniques. After the integration, her fighting capability matched that of a 12th level physical combat expert, making her suitable to practice with Xiao Yu. Tang Jiding, meanwhile, constantly supervised the twins' studies, much to their dissatisfaction. They often fled from the cabin and even ran to Liang Tao to complain and seek comfort. Chapter 194, Friction. The warship was equipped with a kitchen and chef, providing 3 meals a day. There were also extra snacks for those on duty at night. Though the food wasn't top-notch, it was certainly better than only eating nutritional supplements. However, the standardized meals still didn't suit Xiao Yu's tastes. To cater to Xiao Yu while also satisfying her own appetite, Liang Ying would cook every day in the kitchen, taking charge of preparing meals for Xiaoyu, herself, and Liang Tao. Of course, only the three of them could enjoy Liang Ying's private kitchen. Occasionally, Alan would come by for a taste. One day, after Liang Ying and Xiaoyu had finished lunch, they were chatting casually while enjoying some fruit after the meal. They were eating sea buckthorn berries that Liang Ying had cultivated herself. The seeds of these berries were brought along when she left Hezel years ago. With guidance from a master and her wood element ability, Liang Ying could now cultivate plants publicly and even produce third-grade fruits. The sea buckthorn berries had a sweet and sour taste with a hint of bitterness, rich in nutrients, making them beneficial for health. Both Liang Ying and Xiaoyu enjoyed them immensely. The twins came running over with quick footsteps, hiding behind Liang Ying as they peeked down the corridor. Following their gaze, Liang Ying saw Tang Jiding with a stern expression. Liang Ying shook her head slightly in her heart, patting the heads of the twins and handing them a few sea buckthorn berries. Have you eaten already? The twins nodded while chewing on the berries, truly living up to their name as identical twins. Both their actions and expressions were perfectly in sync, including the way they drooled. Liang Ying chuckled lightly. What did you have for lunch? Lele furrowed his small brow unhappily in response. Sam beef with guaji fruit. Mom said we couldn't eat unless we finished our books. The Sam beef is cold now, but Lele loves Sam beef. Today's Sam beef just doesn't taste as good. Liang Ying's smile faltered momentarily, her brows knitting before relaxing again. Tang Jiding had been increasingly irritable recently, even making the twins eat cold meals. She'd heard that Liang Tao and Tang Jiding had been staying in separate quarters lately, with Liang Tao not once entering Tang Jiding's cabin. And Liang Tao's cabin, which also served as an office, refused Tang Jiding's visits under the pretext of handling official duties. Even Liang Ying could sense how distant Liang Tao had become toward Tang Jiding. It was no wonder Tang Jiding's temper had grown worse and more volatile. With high heels clicking, Tang Jiding strode overconfidently. People often acted this way. The more uneasy they felt inside, the more they tried to appear strong on the surface, as if it would boost their courage. Tang Jiding spotted the sea buckthorn berries in the twins' hands, and her eyes grew sharper. She scolded the twins. You've just finished lunch, and now you're eating such sour things? It will cause excessive stomach acid, discomfort, and indigestion. Haven't I told you not to eat random things? Dottie blinked his eyes and hesitantly countered. They're not sour. These fruits are sweet, not sour. After a moment's hesitation, Dottie extended a sea buckthorn berry to Tang Jiding. Mom, try one. They're really good. Tang Jiding let out a cold snort and turned her head away. Dottie pouted sadly. Liang Ying glanced around the lounge at the other people present. Although it wasn't the peak dining time, many who had just finished eating were still there, subtly observing the scene. Liang Ying massaged the heads of the twins and smiled, saying, Go take a nap in your room. A short rest in the afternoon will give you more energy later. Tang Jiding seemed to have noticed the gazes around her as well and realized that losing her temper here wouldn't be appropriate. She waved her hand, signaling the bodyguard behind her to pick up the twins and forcibly took the children who hadn't yet had enough fun away. In the afternoon, Liang Ying and Tang Jiding encountered each other in the corridor again. Tang Jiding held 2 cups of drinks, apparently intended for the twins during their class. Liang Ying stopped Tang Jiding. She stared at Tang Jiding expressionlessly and said, Are you going through menopause? Your temper has been terrible recently. Maybe you should see a doctor and take some medicine to control yourself, lest you embarrass us in front of outsiders when we reach literally. You. Tang Jiding was taken aback by Liang Ying's unexpected confrontation and found herself temporarily at a loss for words to respond. You used to be smarter than this, right? Otherwise, how could the Liang family have chosen you to marry my father? Take a good look at your recent behavior and reflect on it. Don't end up hurting yourself. You don't need me to remind you how important this trip to literally is. Rarely did Liang Ying actually offer advice to Tang Jiding. Though her tone was less than pleasant, she was genuinely warning Tang Jiding. Tang Jiding clearly wasn't about to be persuaded easily by Liang Ying. Speaking to me like this, do you want to drive me mad so others can laugh at me? The one making others laugh is you. Look at yourself now. Don't you check the mirror daily? Can't you see how much you've changed? If you keep being so narrow-minded and petty, how do you deserve my father? It's none of your business to say this. You have no right to lecture me. How dare you be so disrespectful? Tang Jiding, I don't need to tell you these things in the first place, but you've been completely out of line these last few days. At lunch today, you even made Lele and Dottie eat cold food. They are the descendants of the Liang family. Don't think that being their mother gives you the right to mistreat them. In your recent public mocking and sarcastic comments toward me, I choose not to hold it against you in front of others, but don't think I'm a pushover either. If you provoke me too much, you will regret it. What's bothering you so much? As long as you don't cause trouble for Dad, he treats you well, doesn't he? Stop making unnecessary problems for yourself. I've said before, live your life and keep what belongs to you. I won't take anything from you. We can just coexist peacefully without stepping on each other's toes. Maintaining a decent surface relationship is all we need. Truthfully, Liang Ying didn't want to confront Tang Jiding with such words, but her behavior had been truly unacceptable lately. This was still on board the warship where everyone could see. If this continued, by the time they reached literally, Tang Jiding would certainly become a liability to Liang Tao. After all, Tang Jiding was Liang Tao's legal spouse and Liang Ying's stepmother. If she embarrassed herself in literally, it wouldn't reflect well on Liang Ying either. Tang Jiding, let me make this very clear one last time. Outwardly, we're a united family. If you continue to humiliate me in front of others, I'll happily suggest that Dad send you back to the Federation early. Anyway, I see that you're getting older. You might be going through early menopause. Liang Ying turned and walked away after saying this, leaving Tang Jiting behind. The things she said to Tang Jiting today weren't exactly in line with Liang Ying's character. She didn't enjoy threatening others and preferred to maintain peace between them. But there simply wasn't enough time left to slowly adjust to dealing with Tang Jiting, so she had to suppress her now. Tang Jiting watched as Liang Ying's figure disappeared. Strangely, whether it was Liang Ying's reprimand or something else, her restless mood unexpectedly calmed down. She stood there expressionless for a moment, lost in thought, then nonchalantly carried the 2 cups of drinks off to visit the twins. Chapter 195, Suppression. The Federation warship was about to enter the inner star domain of Latilia from the outer star domain and was now entering the quarantine monitoring center for disinfection. Liang Ying sat in the rest area, logged into the star network to check the local forum of Latilia, trying to understand the local culture and humanistic ideas. Unexpectedly, Latilia's star network wasn't very lively. The refresh frequency of posts on the forums seemed slower than those in the Federation's forums. There was a special section on the forum dedicated to the upcoming Federal Empire combined mech contest held here. The activity level of this section was only moderate, indicating that people in Latilia weren't particularly interested in this mech contest. This could be understood since this was merely a mech competition between 2 lower civilization countries, without participation from the Latilian citizens. Still, as the competition progresses, it should gain more attention. It was rumored that Latilia specifically designated a primitive planet not far from its capital star as the venue for the contest, obviously hoping to attract more public interest in tourism. Liang Ying closed the mech contest page and opened the trending section. Suddenly, she sensed a powerful wave of pressure spreading out quickly from inside the warship. This pressure felt very familiar. It was Liang Tao releasing his energy. Liang Ying immediately logged off the star network and hurried towards Liang Tao's quarters. On her way, she encountered several staff members of the warship who didn't seem to notice any unusual pressure. It appeared that Liang Tao deliberately avoided affecting people on board the warship. Therefore, his target was likely outside, people at the Latilian quarantine center. Neither Liang Tao nor Alan was in their cabin, but instead stood by an observation window nearby. Liang Tao's gaze piercing through the glass, looking outwards. Around them were some senior staff members from the warship, seemingly tense, clenching their fists, barely breathing, creating an atmosphere of readiness and impending conflict. Yet, there also seemed to be deep concern etched across their faces. Liang Ying tugged at Qian Ning's sleeve, who was standing at the back. Qian Ning turned around to look at her, silently responding to her unspoken inquiry about what had happened. Qian Ning glanced at Liang Tao and Alan before stepping back a few steps and whispering to Liang Ying. This time, Liang Tao came to Latilia upon private invitation without reserving the official channel. Their warship queued up alongside ordinary civilian spacecraft awaiting inspection at the quarantine center. After a commercial spaceship finished inspection, it should have been their warship's turn. However, quarantine staff suddenly announced that a private spaceship requested to cut in line and would need to be inspected first before their turn. Apparently, the owner of that private spaceship was a noble from Latilia who, upon realizing that the Federation's warship belonged to a lower civilization, insisted on switching the order so that the Latilian nobility would get priority over quarantine inspection. Their unreasonable request naturally infuriated the Federation side. Clearly, they viewed those from Mengfei Federation with contempt, intentionally provoking trouble. Ordinarily, under such circumstances, the quarantine center's staff should mediate directly and reject the improper request. However, these Latilian civil servants apparently treated different people differently. They did not refuse and instead allowed the Latilian noble to approach the Federation representatives for personal negotiation. If the warship crew consisted only of common citizens, this incident might end with the side from Mengfei Federation conceding. But this time, the ship carried Liang Tao. Liang Tao wouldn't personally negotiate with them. As a crowned figure, even if the opposing party was from a superior civilization's nobility, they had no standing to address him as an equal. An authority-level prowess like Liang Tao's transcended civilizational boundaries. Facing their provocative malice, he needed to use his strength to subdue them, thus making them wary. At present, both the quarantine center staff outside the warship and the representatives sent by the noble to negotiate experienced Liang Tao's suppression. Perhaps they hadn't anticipated finding a true master on board this spaceship hailing from a lower civilization. The representatives sent by the noble trembled while opening their communicator, evidently reporting back to higher-ups. Not long after, Liang Ying detected 3 waves of hostile pressure rushing towards the Federation warship, which were precisely emitted from the spaceship behind them. Upon reaching the Federation warship, these 3 waves of pressure were instantly swallowed by Liang Tao's overwhelming force. Originally, Liang Tao's pressure seemed relatively mild, but at this moment, it surged like stormy seas and rushed back as a giant wave towards the spaceship behind them. Liang Ying refrained from using her elemental power to sneak a peek into the situation aboard the spaceship behind them. Certainly, the number of grandmasters in Latilia surpassed that of Mengfei Federation, and here, she ought to exercise caution. Even without using elemental power to sneak a peek, Liang Ying could predict the situation aboard the spaceship behind them. The wrath of someone at the crowned level wasn't something just anyone could withstand. If the 3 experts behind them were smart enough to abandon resistance, they might suffer less harm. If they resisted fiercely, they could very likely be severely injured. This was not a silent competition, but rather a lesson that Liang Tao gave to the other party. The intelligence of the other party seemed not low. Less than a minute after Liang Tao's wrath and pressure persisted, Liang Ying saw the person who came over for negotiations receive a communication signal, followed by someone sprinting over from the spaceship behind. This person ran quickly, appearing somewhat nervous and flustered. They took out a wooden box and handed it to the Federation's negotiator, bowing deeply while wiping the sweat off their forehead, with a look of flattery on their face, as if fearing that the Federation people wouldn't accept the box. At this moment, Alan opened his communicator and said a few words to the outside contact. Then, the Federation's negotiator accepted the wooden box, and the person from the other side seemed very grateful. After saying a few words to the quarantine center staff, the representative of the noble left entirely. Liang Tao's wrath had subsided and was no longer aimed at the spaceship behind them. However, he didn't fully withdraw his pressure. People approaching the Federation warship could still feel it, though this pressure no longer carried any harmful intent. The staff at the quarantine center seemed somewhat awkward, but this did not affect their work. With bright smiles on their faces, they soon finished the inspection and disinfection of the Federation warship. The Federation warship slowly sailed out of the quarantine center's docking port. Liang Ying seemed to sense the instant relief of the quarantine center workers. Liang Ying silently chuckled. Only strength granted one the right to be respected. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, any plot or scheme became useless. The wooden box was now in Alan's hands. Liang Ying followed behind Alan with a mischievous grin, curious about what kind of apology gift this noble had prepared for Liang Tao. An apology gift couldn't be refused. Refusal would mean not forgiving the other party, and not forgiving the other party would indicate unending hostility unless they were sworn enemies. Usually, accepting an apology gift was also considered a matter of courtesy. Chapter 196, Duke Stewart. Alan placed the wooden box on the table. Liang Tao shook his head indifferently, while Liang Ying curiously leaned over. Open it, and take a look. Alan chuckled softly, picked up the wooden box, and casually opened it. Inside the box was a card. Liang Ying picked up the card, Count Walter Stewart. The card was made from pure natural material, printed with intricate noble family patterns. It should be an official business card used exclusively by nobles. The box also contained a crystal-clear jade stone. Liang Ying took the jade out and carefully felt it, her eyes brightening. Dad, this seems to be a spirit jade stone, the kind that has the same function as destiny stones. Liang Ying handed the spirit jade stone to Liang Tao, who took it in his hand. Indeed it's a spirit jade stone. The original quality of this jade is good with few impurities. Unfortunately, it's been cultivated for too short a time, containing too little spiritual energy. Liang Tao's evaluation was very professional. Clearly, he had already studied spirit jade stones. This could substitute for destiny stones, aiding in cultivation, healing, and breaking through limits. Spirit jade stones are only crafted by advanced civilizations. Perhaps because of the low amount of spiritual energy within this one, it ended up in a fourth-tier civilization like Litaria. Alan picked up the card again. This Count Walter Stewart is quite decisive. As soon as he realized he had offended someone he shouldn't have, he corrected it immediately, picking an appropriate apology gift. The three experts aboard the Count's spaceship most likely judged that there was an imperial dignitary on this side's warship, so the Count swiftly apologized and sent this apology gift. An apology gift must clearly show the sincerity of the giver. For someone like Liang Tao, valuable items mean little to him. A truly sincere gift should better suit Liang Tao's preferences, something practical for him. Spirit jade stones are rare in a fourth-tier civilization. Not even money can buy them. And since they are useful to His Majesty, they signify greater respect than some precious jewelries. The gift presented by Count Walter Stewart was very sincere and sufficient to compensate for his previous arrogance and rudeness. Even though the spiritual energy inside isn't much, it's still noteworthy. Dad, you should keep it. Liang Tao also owned a storage ring which contained his personal belongings. Since it's currently only useful for him alone, he kept it with him at all times. As for the Count's card, Alan took care of it, just in case it might be needed in the future. An originally unpleasant incident was resolved due to the other party showing proper tact. After 2 days of flight within the Interstar domain, the federal battleship arrived at the planet hosting the mech contest, Earthquake Star. Since Liang Tao was personally invited to watch the mech competition under individual name, and not as part of an official state visit, it was considered a semi-private visit. Neither the itinerary nor the place of stay were announced publicly. It wasn't in the capital, but rather at the venue where the competition was being held, more convenient for watching. The battleship docked at the aerial port. Liang Tao, along with the accompanying personnel, boarded a landing ship heading towards the reserved hotel, Stellar Hotel. Because of the large number of people traveling this time, the entire hotel was rented by the Federation. Just after the Federation team checked into the hotel, someone came to visit Liang Tao. The visitor was one of Litaria's dignitaries, James Benedict Edward Stewart, Duke of Stewart. Speaking of which, Litaria originally had 3 martial arts dukes. Now only 2 remain. The other one reportedly immigrated to an advanced civilization. Stewart. Liang Ying, hearing the last name of the visitor, fell into deep thought. The birth mother of the crown prince of the US Empire came from the Stewart family. However, whether the Stewart family of the US Empire has any connection to the Stewart family of Litaria remains unknown. The Duke of Stewart would share dinner with the Liang family at the hotel later tonight, but after a meeting with Liang Tao first. Xiaoyu did not attend such occasions. Liang Ying, feeling a bit hungry herself, decided to make something to eat using the hotel kitchen. Having eaten enough, she wouldn't need much at the banquet later, simply going through the motions. Liang Ying didn't dare eavesdrop on Liang Tao's conversation with the Duke of Stewart. Instead, she got ready in advance, waiting while Zhang Taqing and Li Hong accompanied her, reminding her once more about the etiquettes to observe during the meal. Suddenly, a knock came at the door. It was Qian Ning. Qianning walked in with 3 glasses of juice. 3 ladies, are you thirsty? Li Hong looked at Qianning strangely as she passed the juice to Liang Ying and Zhang Taqing, taking a glass for herself. Although your considerate nature moves me, aren't you supposed to be preparing for the banquet? Why are you running away to rest here? Qianning sighed as if helplessly, plopping down into the sofa. I just can't keep it up any longer. They're driving me crazy. Anyway, there are other people around, and it wouldn't matter if I'm absent. Zhang Taqing frowned. That's not right. Secretary General Allen is accompanying the military commander meeting with Earl Stewart right now. The rest of the secretary office should be under your unified command. If you aren't there supervising them while preparing for the banquet, do you plan on pushing your responsibilities onto others? No, don't say that. This is a huge misunderstanding. How could I push my responsibilities to others? Everything was arranged long ago, and everything will proceed according to the original plan. My presence doesn't really make much difference. That's strange. This isn't like your style. Li Hong arched an eyebrow, suddenly catching on. Did you run into some problems? Or is someone causing trouble for you, so you came here to hide? Qianning rested her chin on the armrest, staring dreamily at Li Hong. Sisterly, I truly admire you. You've guessed correctly. To be honest, I am hiding from someone. Could you please do me a favor and let me hide here for a bit? Liang Ying frowned. Who's causing trouble for you? Didn't we rent out the entire hotel? Even the original staff has been cleared out. Right now, there's only our federal people here. That's right. For safety reasons, when the Federation rented out the hotel, conditions were laid out. During our stay, the hotel staff would not have to report for work. All current operations at the hotel are being carried out solely by our Federation members. For this purpose, Liang Tao specifically brought along butlers and maids from the Liang family, as well as dedicated chefs and an entire supporting team. About this, Qianning hesitated whether she should tell Liang Ying and the others. Go ahead and say it. Since you've sought refuge here with me, what else is left to hide? It's like this. Originally, the personnel scheduled to dine with Duke Stewart were already determined. Military Commander, Tang Lady, Master Liang Yuan, Master Liang Hui, and you. The dinner was prepared for 6 people accordingly. But earlier, Junior Commander Tang Yin and Miss Tang Mi came to see me and said they wanted to attend the banquet too. I was too busy then and just managed to stall them temporarily. Chapter 197 Tang Mi. You also know that the dinner ingredients are all predetermined, and it's troublesome to add more people at short notice. However, I was worried they might go find Mrs. Tang, so I had to hide before they came to me again. Qianning pouted on the couch, peeking at Liang Ying with one eye, and sure enough, he saw Liang Ying didn't look too pleased. Has the madam been informed of this matter? Liang Ying frowned. Last time there was already an exception and a warning was issued to Tang Jiting, but apparently the result wasn't sufficient yet. She probably doesn't know yet. Only Tang Yin and Tang Mi came to see me. She didn't come. Tang Yin and Tang Mi are just ordinary accompanying personnel who are supposed to be doing security work. My father chose not to hold their free actions against them, but that doesn't mean they have the right to command others. If they too came looking for you, ignore them. But if they bring the madam, then come find me, and I'll deal with her. Oh, Qianning brightened up. To be honest, he was actually a bit worried about things going south when he's not around. Well, I guess I'll still head downstairs to keep an eye out. I'll contact you guys if something happens. Qianning used Liang Ying's words as a talisman. Since Liang Ying is willing to take charge, he doesn't need to worry about offending the Tang family anymore. Liang Ying finished her fruit juice, glanced at the darkening sky outside, and stood up. Let's go see how the madam is preparing. Zhang Taiqing and Li Hong were a little concerned. If Liang Ying and Tang Jiting quarreled, it would not be good because tonight's dinner will also host Duke Stewart. It would be problematic if outsiders see discord within the Liang family. Speaking of which, the madam's recent behavior has indeed displeased many people, and Liang Ying's attitude has also been unusually strong. It truly is a little hard to manage. Upon pushing open the door to Tang Jiting's room, as expected, the Tang siblings were there. The Tang family originally only had one quota, which was given to big brother, Tang Yin. Tang Yin, in the military department, can be considered an elite member, barely fitting the criteria for such a slot. However, the Tang family demanded another spot, and it was given to the breathtakingly beautiful Tang Mi. Tang Mi possessed the air of a classical beauty, particularly her seductive eyes that make people unforgettable at first sight. But other than her beauty, Tang Mi lacked any notable talents. The Tang family bringing her along clearly had ulterior motives. Tang Yan's attire wasn't anything unusual since he was a soldier. He just wore the standard military uniform. However, Tang Mi was dressed in a bright red short skirt, with her jet black long hair cascading like waves across her shoulders, adding to her classical demeanor with a touch of coquetry and charm. Not only did Tang Mi's outfit surpass the now-aged Tang Jiting, it also outshone Liang Ying, who was roughly the same age. Liang Ying today was rather low-key, wearing a simple pale blue skirt, unable to compare with Tang Mi's radiant elegance. It wasn't because Liang Ying was jealous of Tang Mi. There was definitely a hint of jealousy, since every woman envies someone else's beauty, but that wasn't the focus here. When Tang Mi and her brother stepped into the event, planning to attend the banquet while aiming to overshadow the true daughter of the house, it was bound to make anyone upset. Attempting to climb over Liang Ying? Haven't they thought about the occasion? Doing so in front of Her Majesty and Lateria? What sort of mindset do they have? This was the Liang family hosting a banquet for outsiders. How does this reflect on Mr. Liang Tao? With an unpleasant expression, Liang Ying walked into the room. Under her presence, the 3 people from the Tang clan appeared somewhat uneasy. Back when Liang Ying had first arrived at the capital star, she was excluded by the Tang family inside Mr. Liang Tao's home, and at that time she chose silence because she felt the Liang family had no hope. But now it's different. She is part of the Liang family, and should reasonably uphold the interests of the Liang family. Since the Tang family still disregards her, this time she won't take it lying down. She needs to give the Tang family a lesson, showing them reality. Liang Ying looked at Tang Mi, pretending to be surprised. Miss Tang, dressing up so beautifully. Are you preparing to hit up a nightclub? That's not quite appropriate. We've just arrived here and don't even know whether it's safe outside. Tang Mi froze momentarily, then her expression turned sour. Who said I'm going to a nightclub? Earlier, my aunt called me, inviting me and my brother to the evening banquet. Liang Ying coldly snorted, while simultaneously releasing a wave of mental fear at Tang Mi. Mental fear, being a new skill Liang Ying learned after reaching 10th level of spiritual energy, was a form of spiritual attack. Tang Mi instantly became disoriented. Her mind went blank, consumed by an indescribable feeling of dread, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground. Fortunately, the special material on the floor softened the impact, making her injury-free and painless. Tang Yin quickly approached to help Tang Mi up, but Tang Mi's face showed a dazed expression, looking completely befuddled. What did you do? Tang Yin asked Liang Ying expressionlessly, knowing that in this room only Liang Ying had the ability to silently harm Tang Mi. Lying isn't a good habit. Liang Ying unleashed her spiritual energy pressure, enveloping both Tang Jiding and Tang Yan. Instantly, they were rendered speechless. Liang Ying turned to Li Hong behind her, informed Secretary Qian. Master Tang and Miss Tang aren't feeling well. Have someone escort them back to their rooms and leave personnel to take good care of them. When Xian Ning arrived with others to take away the dazed Tang Mi and paralyzed Tang Yan, Liang Ying instructed Li Hong and Zhang Taiqing to stand guard at the door, leaving only herself and Tang Jiding inside. I thought you've improved recently, but you've still let everyone down today. Tang Jiding slumped on the couch despondently. I didn't know Xiao Yin and Xiao Mi intended to attend the banquet, and even if they did, I hadn't agreed. Liang Ying shook her head disappointedly. It's because of you that they came to Lateria. No matter what they do, you are partly responsible. By bringing Tang Mi along today, is the Tang family trying to seize this chance to present her as a concubine for His Majesty? Or are they attempting to connect her with some noble from Lateria? What? Don't make wild guesses. Although Tang Jiding said this, her eyes darted uncertainly. Judging by your reaction, it seems my guess was correct. Does the Tang family intend to marry Tang Mi off in Lateria as a way to secure a powerful ally within the higher civilization? Or perhaps the Tang family plans to migrate here entirely? Liang Ying pressed further. Tang Jiding abruptly stood up. You're too disrespectful. How dare a junior interrogate their elder like this? Besides, what does the Tang family's business have to do with you? The Tang family's affairs indeed don't concern me. Liang Ying's gaze grew icy. I'm just giving you a heads up out of respect for father. It would be wise not to dig yourself into a hole. If you continue disregarding priorities, sooner or later the Liang family may force you to choose. Either be the Liang family's daughter-in-law or remain loyal to the Tang family. You can't have both. Chapter 198, The Battle of Challenge. This is my last time reminding you. How to maintain the balance between the Tang family and the Liang family is all up to you. Also, during your stay in Litlia, you must keep control over Tang Yin and Tang Mi. Don't let them disgrace our father. Tang Jiding sat alone on the couch, continuously replaying Liang Ying's earlier words in her mind. By this point, she was already the only person left in the room. In a daze, Tang Jiding sat there motionlessly, recalling the years of her life, from being arranged by the family to meet Liang Tao, their marriage and subsequent birth of twins, and then from the supposed long-lost stepdaughter suddenly returning. The peaceful life gradually turned into chaos, all starting from the sudden return of the stepdaughter. Why such an intense reaction to the stepdaughter's appearance? Before they even met through matchmaking, she already knew that Liang Tao's first wife had passed away but left behind a daughter, though for some reasons, the daughter hadn't been raised nearby. Liang Ying came back, but she rarely saw them and didn't even live together. Their encounters within a year were few and far between. Of course, this was due to Liang Ying deliberately avoiding Tang Jiding. But wasn't this exactly how Tang Jiding hoped they would get along? Then why did resentment build up inside her? Tang Jiding's eyes flickered. Clearly, Liang Ying hadn't hindered her life. Why was she still targeting Liang Ying? Was what Tang Jiding cared about truly the existence of Liang Ying? Asking herself these questions caused Tang Jiding to hesitate. Liang Ying's return itself wouldn't change her family dynamics. Yet Liang Ying's presence reminded Tang Jiding of a fact. The harmonious and warm marital life between her and Liang Tao could almost be called a model couple, but there was always something missing between them. Originally, Tang Jiding could deceive herself to avoid thinking about it, but with Liang Ying's arrival, she couldn't help but face the truth. In Liang Tao's heart, there was someone else, a person who was Liang Ying's biological mother, not Tang Jiding, and never would be Tang Jiding. Tang Jiding knew herself well. Liang Tao was a very charming man. No woman could resist falling for him, and she was no exception. But she lacked the confidence to attract Liang Tao. Originally, she could have ignored this issue and pretended as if nothing had happened, but Liang Ying's presence made her impossible to forget that there was once a woman who had deeply moved Liang Tao, and until now he still cared for that woman. This jealousy was ugly, not aimed at Liang Ying, but rather towards Liang Ying's biological mother. In fact, Liang Ying herself had merely become collateral damage. Tang Jiding buried her face in her palms. Envy had twisted her spirit, leaving her unable to be the ideal wife for Liang Tao. It was nearly 8 in the evening when Liang Tao's meeting with Duke Stewart finally ended, and everyone took their seats in the restaurant on the first floor of the hotel to dine. Liang Ying glanced at Tang Jiding sitting to her left. Tang Jiding looked impeccably composed, a faint smile on her face, seemingly restored to her initial noble ladylike composure. Liang Ying then cast another indifferent glance at Duke Stewart seated at the main position. The Duke was much older than Liang Tao. He was said to be over 100 years old. Given the substantial physical changes upon reaching the rank of Your Eminence, a person's lifespan could extend to nearly 1,000 years. Therefore, at over 100 years old, this was akin to a teenager in ordinary terms. For instance, Liang Tao, despite being more than 50, looked like he was just over 20. However, this Duke Stewart seemed to be in poor health. From time to time, he pulled out a white handkerchief to cover his mouth while coughing, veins protruding visibly, his complexion ashen, as if he were gravely ill, and his face heavily lined, making it impossible to ignore his age. Liang Ying couldn't help but recall the rumors surrounding Duke Stewart. They said the Duke came from a highly prestigious background. His mother had been a princess of the Lilia Empire. This princess reportedly suffered assassination during an outing, confirmed deceased, but the fetus she carried was still alive. The Emperor of Lilia adored his daughter immensely and immediately commanded the doctors to extract the embryo, which later became Duke Stewart, placing him in culture fluid for nurturing. Despite the advanced medical technology of Lilia, harm to the fetus in its early stages resulted in the Duke suffering from latent illness after adulthood, incurable except for preservation through various rare herbs. The Duke grew up amidst continuous supplies of valuable medicinal resources provided by the Stewart family, somehow saving him repeatedly from the brink of death. Though his birth was fraught with difficulty, he reaped certain benefits. After consuming large amounts of drugs, not only did his survival miraculously prolong, but his physical combat abilities also unexpectedly improved. Every time people thought he wouldn't survive, he astonishingly pulled through, mysteriously enhancing his physical abilities during each period. The fact that the Duke survived was already a miracle, and he had actually advanced to the rank of Your Eminence, which was something only found in legends. After the Duke became Your Eminence, the Emperor of Lilia bestowed him with the title of Duke Stewart. Duke Stewart was probably the most unique eminence in the universe, possessing extraordinary strength but simultaneously plagued by an extremely poor constitution. Even becoming Your Eminence did not cure the latent illnesses within him. It was said that injuries sustained during the embryonic period would be imprinted into one's genes, persisting throughout their life. If they had offspring, their descendants would inherit this flaw, generation after generation unable to eliminate it, unless they trained to the peak of human capability, achieving a godlike existence similar to those in legends. Liang Ying couldn't help but find it hard to believe that such an elderly-looking person who could die at any moment was actually a physical arts eminence. The dinner passed quietly. Duke Stewart wasn't much of a conversationalist. His etiquette at the table was impeccable, and he didn't seem like someone arrogant or unruly. However, Liang Ying wouldn't therefore see him as merely an old man on his deathbed. As long as he lived, no matter how humble or reserved he acted, he remained a true Your Eminence. Besides, Duke Stewart was the first eminence to visit Liang Tao. An eminence meeting another eminence were genuine rivals, while others before them were little more than small fry. Sure enough, after Duke Stewart's departure, Liang Ying learned the purpose of his visit. He had come to challenge Liang Tao. Ostensibly, it was for friendly sparring, but the time was set for tomorrow, and the location would be at the soon-to-be-open Met competition arena. Liang Ying couldn't help but worry about Liang Tao, yet Liang Tao seemed highly enthusiastic. This would be his first confrontation after ascending to Your Eminence. His opponent was someone equally matched. Though Duke Stewart appeared frail, he had attained the rank of eminence over 40 years earlier than Liang Tao. His combat experience would undoubtedly far surpass Liang Tao's. Chapter 199, Harbrecht of the Habs family. On the morning of the next day, Duke Stewart arrived. Accompanying him was Princess Sophia of the Letlia Empire. In terms of family hierarchy, Princess Sophia is the younger aunt of Duke Stewart, but her actual age is younger than that of the Duke. She's just over 80 this year. It's rumored that the two share an excellent private relationship. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang Tao and Duke Stewart left alone. In order not to interfere with their sparring, today's 100-mile radius around the competition grounds has been completely cleared and placed under strict security measures. Spectators are also forbidden, and satellite surveillance of the area will be disabled. This means that only Liang Tao and Duke Stewart will know the details of today's battle. Liang Ying worried if Lateria might try any tricks, to which Liang Tao smiled and ruffled her hair. Tricks? They're not that stupid. It's impossible to deceive me. Duke Stewart is Your Majesty. He has his own dignity as Your Majesty. If he cannot guarantee the fairness of this duel, he won't have any standing in the universe in the future, and the Star Union will remove him from the list. He certainly does not want to bear such a cost. One could say that Duke Stewart cares more about the fairness of the duel than we do. After all, it's happening on his territory. Any scandal would tarnish his reputation, and he wouldn't allow anyone to harm it. But satellite surveillance has been shielded. Even if someone caused trouble, we wouldn't get evidence. What's known as satellite surveillance shielding occurs because when Your Majesties fight, they alter the magnetic field of their surroundings. Even if they wanted to continue monitoring, the equipment couldn't function properly. Don't forget, Letlia is only a 4th-level civilization. Above it, there are many more advanced civilizations. If Letlia plotted something, it wouldn't go unnoticed by higher civilizations. Of course, all thanks must go to the Star Union, which maintains a special file for each member who is Your Majesty. The members of the Star Union are the backbone of universal development, each deserving focused cultivation. Anyone or nation involved in conspiracies to assassinate one of these your majesties will face punishment from upper-tier universal forces. Oh, I see now. No wonder Letlia didn't want Dad to meet the Star Union. Really gotta thank Xiaoyu again for telling us the Star Union's address. Yes, you should treat your classmate well. He's a great benefactor to both me and the Federation. Haha, enough with the pleasantries. I'll take good care of him. I'll share some good stuff with him later. Liang Ying couldn't help but recall the gold-silver fish taken by Xiaoyu, and she once asked Xiaoyu about setting up the spirit-gathering array using those fish. But Xiaoyu told her that with Mengfei Federation's current natural environment, it was impossible to set up the spirit-gathering array, and suggested instead she open a shop in the Star Union specifically to sell the gold-silver fish. Since she wouldn't need them anytime soon anyway, why not trade them for universal currency, which would be more useful? Liang Ying stroked her chin. Maybe she should consider opening a fish shop with Xiaoyu? Having Xiaoyu as backing would certainly give her more confidence. Yes, that was a good idea. She'd discuss it with him later. Duke Stewart and Liang Tao had left, leaving Princess Sophia behind. Tang Jiting entertained Princess Sophia according to local customs, while Liang Ying sat alongside. Letlia people favor coffee as their beverage, though in the Star era, coffee tastes much different, like a mix between cola and coffee. Liang Ying wasn't used to it, and still preferred juice. Princess Sophia is already over 80, but she looks as if she were in her 40s, very well preserved, as befitting an imperial princess. Her aura was similar to Tang Jiting's, making them seem like sisters of similar age when seated together. Tang Jiting is barely 40, which clearly shows her physical condition is far inferior to that of Princess Sophia, resulting from their difference in body techniques. Based on Liang Ying's judgment, Princess Sophia was at the level 4 of body techniques, whereas Tang Jiting was only at level 2. It made sense Tang Jiting needed more training, since she looked older than Liang Tao at present. This was probably one reason for her inner imbalance. Princess Sophia had a very gentle and approachable demeanor. Her voice was so soft it made people forget her royal status. After saying a few pleasant sentences, she summoned a young man who was standing behind her. This is my nephew, Albrecht of the Habs family. He's always very filial and willing to stay by the side of this old woman. Princess, you truly enjoy teasing. When you sit with me, others think we look like sisters. Now you claim you're old. Does that mean I'm old too? Tang Jiting said humorously, involuntarily casting her gaze towards the young man. The Habs family is one of the Letlia Empire's long-established noble families, a household that frequently intermarries with the imperial house. Although its influence within the empire slightly trails behind the Stewart family, it definitely belongs to the absolute top tier of power structures. Albrecht stood at nearly 1.9 meters tall, with golden hair, blue eyes, and pale skin, embodying the classic image of a young imperial noble. Of course, whether his current looks were original was hard to say. After all, in the Star era, people could improve their appearance through various means, and plastic surgery was no longer a controversial topic. As long as it made life better, why refuse it? Liang Ying also quietly assessed this young man from the Habs family. Based on Liang Ying's judgment, this young man's body technique was at level 6, but his mental power was at level 9. His constitution was somewhat similar to hers, focused on mental power. Princess Sophia pulled Albrecht to the front and smiled. Al is not only filial, but also diligent. It's quite rare for someone just over 20 to have already cultivated to the 9th level of mental power. This time, he heard that Miss Liang is a mental power genius, so he begged me to bring him along. He wants to learn from Miss Liang. A blush appeared on Albrecht's pale face, as if he were shy, and this simple look earned him some goodwill from Liang Ying. Tang Jiting looked at Albrecht, then at Liang Ying, and smiled. Young Master Al is too polite. What you call learning should really be an exchange. Albrecht seemed even redder now, and a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Liang Ying's lips. Princess Sophia patted Albrecht's hand, let go of him, and gently pushed him toward Liang Ying. All right, I'll chat with Mrs. Liang. You youngsters don't need to accompany us. There's no need to feel bored. You two can find a place to exchange ideas together. And don't just stay inside the hotel. Miss Liang has just arrived in Letlia, so she must not have gone sightseeing yet. Let I'll show you around as a proper host. Albrecht bashfully looked at Liang Ying, who gave a faint smile and graciously stood up to bid farewell to Princess Sophia and Tang Jiting. Chapter 200, Summon Tang Mi. Liang Ying and Al stood at the hotel entrance. Al stared at Liang Ying with big eyes, his look filled with curiosity. His current demeanor was very different from the shyness he displayed earlier. Liang Ying casually let him observe her as she turned to Li Hong behind her and said, Call Yuan Gu, Hui Gu, Tang Yan, and Tang Mi over here. We are all visiting Letelria for the first time. If I go out alone and leave them in the hotel, they will definitely complain later. Li Hong instantly understood Liang Ying's meaning, nodded, and went to find the others. Only Zhang Taiqing remained by Liang Ying's side. She smiled and said, Xiaoying is thoughtful. It's lively to go out and have more people around. But we'll be troubling Master Al. Both Liang Ying and Zhang Taiqing looked at Al, who nonchalantly waved his hand. It's fine. Everyone can go together. Herding one sheep or two doesn't make a difference anyway. All today's expenses are covered by Princess Sua Feia, so I don't need to spend my own money. Liang Ying couldn't help but laugh inwardly. This Al was truly treating them like sheep. Speaking of which, this guy's ability to change expressions was impressive too. Sophia Princess had surely been fooled by him already, seamlessly switching between the obedient young master and the wastrel son. Among the 6 of them were 2 young girls, and Al led Liang Ying and the others to the shopping district first. Feel free to browse, free to buy. All expenses today are on me. Master Al said with great generosity. Hee hee, Al pays while Princess Sophia picks up the tab. Liang Ying couldn't help but mentally critique. Since Liang Ying wasn't adept at mingling with playboy types, she decided to bring along the Tang siblings as well, and Tang Mi didn't disappoint her. Honestly, compared to Liang Ying, Tang Mi, in terms of identity as a high society noblewoman, was more deserving of being called a celebrity or aristocrat. Having watched many dramas about high society, Liang Ying always felt that the celebrities within these shows lived lives full of fatigue and hypocrisy. No matter how much money they had, no matter how many admirers, they could never fill the gaping void of their desires. Just last night, Tang Mi was humiliated by Liang Ying, but when she reappeared before Liang Ying the next day, Tang Mi seemed like nothing happened. Only close observation revealed subtle changes. When facing Liang Ying, Tang Mi appeared more cautious than before, no longer as arrogant. For this transformation in Tang Mi, Liang Ying found it commendable. To act as if nothing happened after humiliating someone would have been difficult even for Liang Ying herself. Even though it was their first meeting, Al and Tang Mi clearly clicked better than Al did with Liang Ying. The two conversed back and forth, quickly igniting an extreme enthusiasm for shopping. Liang Ying exchanged glances with Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, all three pleased with this development. Liang Ying wasn't particularly interested in spending Letelia's money on shopping, but couldn't outright refuse Sophia's kindness. Now with Tang Mi involved, it saved Liang Ying the trouble of dealing with Al. After observing for a while, Liang Ying sensed that Al didn't seem overly focused on her either. Likely, Al didn't particularly want to entertain her either. If so, then Liang Ying was content to just relax. Pointing to a seemingly busy cake shop nearby, Liang Ying said, "Al, I'm tired from walking. There's a cake shop over there. I'll rest with the two older brothers there. You can take care of Tang brother and sister first, and come find us after you're done." Al glanced at the cake shop and said nonchalantly, "So you like cakes? Our cakes in Letelia are definitely better than those in Mengfei Federation. However, I don't like sweet food, so I won't accompany you. By the way, have you switched to new communication devices yet? Communication devices from Mengfei Federation are too low-end and incompatible with our network here. Although you can receive signals, using them isn't effective. I suggest you get ones produced in Letelia." Liang Ying shook her wrist lightly. "As soon as we arrived at the hotel yesterday, I switched to a new one." Al glanced at the communication device on Liang Ying's wrist and noticed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Hey, it's quite new. This seems to be the latest model released this month. It's not cheap. Didn't realize you folks in Mengfei Federation are so wealthy." Liang Ying slightly smiled without responding to Al's comment. Seeing Liang Ying's lack of reaction, Al uninterestedly tilted his head. "Since you've got a new communicator, we should exchange numbers. You can contact me through it if something comes up." As Al and the Tang siblings walked farther away, Liang Ying, along with Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, entered the cake shop. Naturally, upon entering the cake shop, they each ordered a cup of beverage and a slice of cake. Liang Ying hadn't tasted cakes from the 20th century, so she couldn't compare how cakes might have changed across eras. She ordered fennel cream cake. Fennel is a material used to make green tea, bright green in color and slightly bitter in taste. The cake was coated in creamy frosting with a light dusting of fennel on top. The cream was smooth and rich, the cake soft and melt in your mouth, while the fennel added a faintly bitter touch. The three flavors blended together, complementing and balancing each other perfectly, making it irresistible to have one slice after another. Liang Ying fell in love with its taste upon her first bite, finishing 3 varieties before stopping. She also took pictures of the cake and uploaded them to her private space on the Starnet. As it happened, Liang Ying had recently developed a habit of taking photos of the dishes she cooked and posting them online, sometimes even adding the preparation process as well. Though she initially did this just for fun, over time, she realized that quite a few netizens were following her. Now, more than 1,000 people followed Liang Ying's space online. Occasionally, some would leave comments asking her for cooking tips, giving her an unexpected joy in sharing with strangers. Still, Liang Ying was a bit lazy by nature, only updating her space when inspired and often forgetting about it altogether. This was probably one reason why her follower count grew so slowly. While enjoying the cake, Liang Ying casually observed the people around her. Letelia was indeed an empire, its atmosphere somewhat similar to that of the AOC Empire. People here dressed more for show than practicality, leaning towards elaborate styles, and there seemed to be a strong retro trend going on. Many wore outfits that resembled evolved versions of classical European-style garments, looking quite peculiar. There were far more nobles shopping here than Liang Ying had anticipated. They brought 5 or 6 attendants along, the masters strutting ahead proudly, while their followers trailed behind carrying boxes taller than their heads, parading through the streets. Liang Ying chuckled softly, feeling that these nobles came here less for shopping and more to flaunt their wealth. Luxurious ostentation. This was Liang Ying's first impression of Letelia. Chapter 201, Another Your Excellency. Liang Ying looked at the uninvited man across from her, her heart brimming with curiosity. "Miss Liang, allow me to introduce myself. I am surnamed Li. My name is Huang. I'm an unknown figure, but my uncle is Your Excellency Li Zhang. My uncle is currently practicing in a higher civilization and can't return home conveniently, so he specially sent me to greet Your Excellency Liang Tao. I originally planned to formally visit Your Excellency Liang Tao tomorrow, but unexpectedly, I meet Miss Liang here. Li Zhang, another Your Excellency of Letelia. So, he has gone to the higher civilization, which explains why only Duke Stewart came to visit Liang Tao. Practicing in the higher civilization? Is Your Excellency Li Zhang also planning to emigrate? Will Letelia soon have only one Your Excellency left?" This thought stirred Liang Ying's heart, making her smile more genuinely. "So, you're Mr. Li Huang. Do you know me?" I happened to see your photo once before. You are much younger and prettier in person. Liang Ying chuckled several times. You're truly witty. Indeed. This Mr. Li Huang was adept at pleasing women, and there was no arrogance or domineering air about him like that of an imperial aristocrat. Liang Ying recalled the information she had about Your Excellency Li Zheng. It was rumored that Your Excellency Li Zheng hadn't been promoted for long, seemingly less than 10 years. Your Excellency Li Zheng didn't come from a prestigious background. His family used to be common folk. When he was a teenager, his father suddenly lost his job, making their household life very difficult. Worse still, his mother met with an accident and was severely injured. To treat her, the family incurred heavy debts, forcing his father to work as a low-level servant in a nobleman's house. The young Li Zheng at the time was deeply affected by these circumstances. During his rebellious period, he chose to leave home. He left a message for his family saying that he would return once he earned enough money to repay their debts. Little did Li Zheng expect that this departure would keep him away from home for over 20 years. When he returned to his doorstep again, he was nearly 40 years old, and his parents had long passed away due to illness. Li Zheng never told anyone what happened during those missing 20-plus years, but there were rumors that he had been captured by interstellar pirates, sold to human traffickers, and then traded to faraway places. Upon returning home, Li Zheng did not return in triumph, but became withdrawn and reluctant to socialize. He repaid his family's debts using his accumulated wealth, and then took his siblings away from their hometown. Li Zheng's family moved to a desolate outer domain where they formed a mercenary team, taking on high-risk, high-reward tasks. They quickly built a reputation. Li Zheng was not a cultivation genius, nor had he received guidance from any great mentors. All his achievements were hard-fought. After 30 years, Li Zheng accidentally crossed that formidable threshold, ascending to the rank of Your Excellency. Since he had always been doing extremely dangerous missions, even he himself could not clearly remember how or when he ascended. He only remembered one thing, the goal to complete the task and survive. If Duke Stewart's elevation to the rank of Your Excellency depended on medicine, then Li Zheng's ascension relied on hardship and tempering. Duke Stewart becoming a Your Excellency was a miracle. Li Zheng becoming a Your Excellency was a legend. Perhaps influenced by past experiences, despite Lida's efforts to attract Your Excellency Li Zheng with generous treatment, including an unprecedented attempt by the Imperial Emperor to grant him a noble title, Li Zheng remained indifferent and rejected the Empire's noble titles. It was said that back then, Your Excellency Li Zheng's refusal of the noble title greatly embarrassed the royal family of the Lidaria Empire, leading to extensive media coverage. It was widely reported that Your Excellency Li Zheng had already given up hope on the Lidaria Empire. Judging from current appearances, the media's speculations from back then were not groundless. Speaking of which, not long ago, Lidaria still had 3 Your Excellencies. Just last year, one of them, who achieved fame and promotion earliest, emigrated. Now Your Excellency Li Zheng has gone to practice in the higher civilization, and it won't be long before he probably chooses to emigrate as well. From this perspective, Lidaria truly hasn't won the favor of its Your Excellencies. If Duke Stewart doesn't have blood ties with the imperial royal family, will he also choose to leave Lidaria? As Liang Ying observed Li Huang also examined Liang Ying. After a silent exchange of gazes, Li Huang pulled out a card and placed it before Liang Ying. I didn't want to disturb Miss Liang while you enjoy your delicacies, but since we've met, I consider this an encounter of fate. This is my business card. I initially intended to send it to Your Excellency Liang Tao's hotel tonight, but now having encountered Miss Liang, I trouble you to deliver this to Your Excellency Liang Tao on my behalf. If possible, I'll pay my respects at the hotel early tomorrow morning. Liang Ying solemnly accepted Li Huang's business card. Afterward, Li Huang did not stay long. He bade farewell to Liang Ying. I'm sorry to disturb you, Miss Liang, while you enjoy this wonderful time. This visit has been too rushed, and the next time we meet, I will certainly present my apologies in a proper manner. I look forward to seeing you again. Li Huang, though not of noble birth, was more gentlemanly than Master Al, earning Liang Ying's admiration and affection. Before this trip, the Federation had thoroughly investigated the remaining 2 excellencies of Literlia, but naturally, they could not uncover very secretive matters. Most of the information they gathered was what the people of Literlia already knew. At that time, after Liang Ying reviewed the profiles of Duke Stewart and Li Zheng, she felt that His Excellency Li Zheng deserved more respect. Although Liang Ying herself was also from a prominent family, her upbringing was filled with hardships, making her naturally more empathetic towards Li Zheng, whose experiences resonated with hers. Liang Ying carefully stored away Li Huang's business card. Liang Yuan and Liang Hui then returned to their seats across from her. When Li Huang had suddenly appeared, Liang Yuan and Liang Hui, as attendants, immediately stood behind Liang Ying, guarding her like bodyguards. Liang Hui glanced toward the direction where Li Huang had disappeared, saying, "This Mr. Li Huang seems quite easygoing. Perhaps His Excellency Li Zheng is also a nice person." Liang Yuan couldn't help but take another look in that direction, though Li Huang's figure had long since vanished. "Maybe let's hope so." Liang Ying paused for a moment before speaking. "Anyway, His Excellency Li Zheng isn't currently in Literlia. Since he sent his nephew to visit my father, it means he himself won't return in the near future. He's not here, and once the mecha competition ends, we will leave right away. His Excellency Li Zheng won't have the chance to meet my father. Even if Literlia intends to do something, they wouldn't be able to achieve it." Though it wasn't apparent on the surface, everyone was still concerned about this trip to Literlia, especially the Liang family. They most feared anything untoward happening to Liang Tao, and the only people who could potentially harm Liang Tao would be the 2 excellencies of Literlia. The crux of the matter was that the Federation's security team would be ineffective in front of the Excellencies. Thus, everyone was most apprehensive about the attitudes of the two Liturlian Excellencies. For instance, although Liang Tao had said there would be no trouble before he left, Liang Yuan and Liang Hui couldn't help worrying, though they did not show it on their faces. Even Liang Ying herself felt somewhat uneasy, fearing that even the slightest possibility of mishap might come true. Chapter 202, The Withered Mind Vein. Fortunately, when AR and the Tang siblings returned, they weren't carrying a bunch of bags. Counting on Tang Mi's discretion, she chose to deliver goods directly instead of showing off like Little Lyria's nobles with a load of stuff. AR drank a cup of beverage and then said, Aunt Sophia told me to exchange cultivation insights with you, so there will be something to talk about when she asks later. How about this? I'll take you all to see the place where I usually practice, to broaden your horizons. Liang Ying and 4 others followed AR to his estate in the suburbs. The area was very large, specially managed by people, and the environment was very beautiful and tranquil, which somewhat didn't match AR's true personality, but was indeed a great place for cultivation. Liang Ying could clearly see that there was mist in the estate, a thin layer floating in the northwest corner. AR really knew how to choose places. Cultivating in the mist could make things half as easy. AR first took Liang Ying and the group to have lunch at the villa in the estate. Then in the afternoon, he led them to his place for meditation and sitting practices. By the way, at noon, Zhen Tuxing seemed to have an earthquake. The earthquake came too suddenly, making people panic-stricken, but luckily, it had a small amplitude and did not cause any actual damage. Liang Ying immediately felt that this wasn't an earthquake caused by nature. The direction from where the earthquake originated came from the place where Liang Tao and Duke Stewart were battling. She had a 90% certainty that the earthquake was due to the duel between these two Your Majesties. Liang Yuan and Liang Hui may also have suspected something. Their expressions stiffened for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Liang Ying also restrained herself and did not let her concerns show on her face. No matter what happened, one must not be cowardly in front of the people of Little Lyria. AR brought Liang Ying to his daily place of meditation in a flying car. This was a waterfall, the water collected below forming a pool. The pool connected with the waterfall and formed a subterranean river beneath the cliffs. The waterfall was not huge, just the right size. The pool below was clear enough to see the bottom, with red flowers and green trees surrounding it, and sunlight hitting the splashing water mists creating a faint rainbow. Visually speaking, this place was truly like a paradise on earth. Being near the pool and the waterfall with a rainbow circling around gave one an ethereal look. Ha! Seeing the astonished looks on Liang Ying and others' faces, AR couldn't help but burst into laughter. What do you think? This place is great, isn't it? As soon as I saw this place, I bought up all the surrounding areas within dozens of miles. Now this waterfall and pool belong entirely to me. Without my permission, no one else can come here. In other words, the 5 of Liang Ying were blessed to witness such a scenic beauty thanks to AR. Liang Ying faintly smiled but did not respond. AR grunted twice out of boredom, then turned his eyes and added, Let me tell you another thing out of my great kindness. Every time I sit in meditation, I do it under the waterfall. Now it's your turn, guess where I sit. Generally, when hearing someone saying they meditate under a waterfall, most would instinctively think of the image of ascetic monks washing their bodies while enduring the waterfall's impact to achieve strengthening of tendons and bones. But Liang Ying certainly did not believe that AR was the type of person who endured hardship. The kind of self-tormenting cultivation method didn't suit his style. Liang Ying's gaze scanned the area below the waterfall and suddenly noticed a larger stone in the pool behind the waterfall. That position was exactly out of the direct fall of the waterfall, yet still relatively close to it. Smiling, Liang Ying pointed to the rock. Look at that stone. Its surface is so smooth it reflects like a mirror, and it appears as though someone frequently sits there. Isn't that where you meditate? AR frowned in dissatisfaction. You're sharp-eyed, all right, finding even that hidden behind the waterfall. Humph, isn't that spot nice? I found that rock as soon as I got here. It's perfect for sitting meditation. Unfortunately, it's too close to the waterfall. Each time I sit, I have to wear a raincoat, or else I'd get soaked head to toe by the splashes. Liang Ying was somewhat speechless. Meditating in a raincoat. Was this still considered cultivation? However, this was not the focus Liang Ying wanted to criticize. This waterfall pool location was actually in the northeast corner of the estate, whereas the fog Liang Ying saw that was suitable for cultivation was located in the northwest corner. Liang Ying quietly glanced toward the northwest. That patch of mist remained in that direction. Due to the low concentration of the mist, it didn't diffuse outward. That is to say, AR indeed picked the auspicious site, but hadn't pinpointed the exact location. What was said about being amidst blessings, but unable to enjoy them probably described this kind of situation. No matter how unreliable AR's personality might be, his mental power talent is real. Mentalists are more perceptive than ordinary people. His choice of this place was likely based on his mental power intuition. Unfortunately, without the primordial force, he couldn't see that mist and therefore couldn't find the true location. Therefore, things like waterfalls and pools were utterly irrelevant. The truly valuable items were over there. Young Master AR could now be referred to as Young Master AR. Alas, it's such a waste for AR to have occupied this place. Liang Ying couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Compared to AR's fondness for waterfalls and pools, Liang Ying was more curious about what lay in the northwest corner. What produced this patch of mist? Why didn't the mist diffuse? Could there be an independent ecosystem there just like behind Green Emerald Farm? At this moment, Tang Mi suddenly took a few steps closer to AR. She gazed at him gently with a smile blooming across her face. Young Master AR, This estate is so big. Can you take us on a tour? AR fell for Tang Mi's act instantly, his attitude immediately improving. Let's go. Get on the flying car. I'll show you around my estate properly. It's not bragging when I say my estate. AR and Tang Mi chatted amicably while Tang Mi looked at him with admiration, greatly satisfying AR's vanity. Liang Ying hung back slightly, giving Tang Mi space to get closer to AR. She barely listened to what AR said, letting the words go in one ear and out the other, as she was quietly releasing her primordial force toward that thick fog at the moment. The envoys on this planet should be too busy fighting to focus on here. Using her primordial force right now shouldn't draw attention from others. Using the primordial force was indeed convenient. The location of the mist appeared vividly in Liang Ying's mind. Following the clues, Liang Ying discovered there was a mine vein here. It seemed to be a soil crystal stone mine vein, but for some unknown reason, it had suffered unexpected damage before fully developing. Now the mine vein was withering and dying. Chapter 203, The Seed in the Amber. Tang Mi and AR walked at the front, pausing before the woods to the northwest, seemingly reluctant to enter. Liang Ying gave a glance to her companions Liang Yuan and Liang Hui nearby, then stepped forward curiously asking, Master AR, the woods ahead appear quite expansive. Are there any animals kept inside? Can we go hunting? Liang Hui immediately understood and moved closer to ask, That's right, Master AR. Given how lush the plants are in this forest, the game here should be good too. Catching something for dinner would be perfect. Liang Yuan had an even better idea. Let me suggest something. Princess Sophia did say that Little Ing and Master AR should exchange skills through sparring. Why don't we have a little competition this afternoon? Let's hunt in these woods. Little Ing and Master AR each on their own. Let's see who catches more prey. That's a good idea. Liang Ying smiled faintly, looking at AR. The only question is whether Master AR has the courage. Though it was clear Liang Ying and the others were provoking him, his pride got the better of him. Isn't it just hunting? What's there to fear? After a quick discussion among the six, they decided into two groups. The siblings Liang Ying, Liang Hui, and Liang Yuan as one team. Tang Mi's siblings and AR as the other. They set a time limit of 2 hours for the hunting challenge, with both sides needing to reunite regardless of whether they'd caught anything. This arrangement suited Liang Ying perfectly. Despite being ostensibly in groups of 3, a whole entourage of bodyguards followed closely behind. Liang Ying glanced subtly back, recognizing instantly that these guards weren't there for protection, they were there to keep watch. In her heart, Liang Ying silently noted that AR was no fool. He wouldn't let Liang family siblings be alone, suspecting something might have been amiss when AR suddenly proposed hunting earlier. Liang Ying quietly tugged at Liang Hui's sleeve from up front. Cleverly, Liang Yuan blocked any view of this gesture from behind, ensuring those guards didn't notice. Without a sound, Liang Ying moved her lips. Liang Hui glanced back briefly, then nodded. They walked further, and suddenly Liang Hui shouted loudly, Ah, a rabbit! Quick, chase it! It's not every day you get to see game. Liang Yuan called out. Chase! 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 Liang Ying enthusiastically raised her hand and sprinted after her brothers quickly toward the front. The group of bodyguards behind them also started to pick up pace, maintaining a certain distance from the Liang siblings ahead. Suddenly, Liang Yuan pointed in another direction. I think I saw a deer running by. Excitedly jumping up, Liang Ying exclaimed, Big brother, go after it. Make sure you catch that deer. I absolutely do not want to lose. Liang Yuan immediately turned around and split off, running in another direction from Liang Hui and Liang Ying. Trained impeccably, the bodyguards wasted no time deliberating. Instantaneously, 3 separated to follow Liang Yuan and left. Still, 6 bodyguards remained trailing behind Liang Ying and Liang Hui. Liang Hui suddenly sprinted faster. Grabbing a rabbit, he deliberately waved at Liang Ying. Look, I've caught one. Liang Ying sneered. One isn't enough. To win Master AR, 1 rabbit simply won't suffice. Quickly give the rabbit to the guards so they can carry it while we continue our hunt. All right, shouted Liang Hui loudly, tossing the rabbit backward toward the bodyguards. The live rabbit, however, wasn't so easily manipulated. The rabbit twisted midair, its hind legs propelling against a tree trunk near it, altering its descent trajectory. The guard prepared to catch it missed entirely as the rabbit hit the ground and bolted into the bushes to save itself. Infuriated, Liang Ying complained, Ah, you lost my prey. You're responsible to compensate me with a rabbit. This contest must be fair. Don't think because you're Master AR's bodyguards that you can neglect your duties. If you don't catch that rabbit back, I will complain to Princess Sophia. With hands on her hips, Liang Ying stood stubbornly refusing to relent. Liang Hui standing nearby couldn't help but stifle a laugh, watching her act spoilt. Her performance was too amateurish, obviously contrived. Regardless of whether the guards perceived Liang Ying's pretense, they took her words seriously. A man, apparently the captain, gestured some instructions. Immediately, 2 bodyguards dashed off in the direction where the rabbit fled. Liang Ying gave Liang Hui a discreet look, then indicated a direction, and both quickly ran off towards it. The 4 bodyguards promptly pursued them, shortening their distance since fewer people meant less cover between them and the Liang duo. Then, the 4 bodyguards became perplexed. Liang Ying and Liang Hui had entered a cluster of pheasants. There was something unique about this place. It held 8 or 9 pheasant nests, complete with adult and baby pheasants. The adult pheasants regarded those who had intruded into their territory as enemies, likely out of a protective instinct for their young. Normally not very combative, these pheasants were putting up an extraordinary fight and began surrounding Liang Ying, Liang Hui, and the 4 bodyguards. The group of pheasants fiercely encircled the 6 individuals, sending feathers flying everywhere as all 6 frantically fought back while trying to protect themselves, clearly overwhelmed. Once they managed to defeat the group of pheasants, the 4 bodyguards noticed someone was missing. Liang Ying had disappeared. Liang Hui grinned and reassured them with feigned calmness. Littling must have gone after some prey. Don't worry, she's quite capable. Once she's tired of playing, she'll come find us. Finally rid of Rotelia's guards, Liang Ying sprinted through the forest with incredible speed, her movements akin to flight. Her time was limited. Once the guards realized she was gone, they'd undoubtedly grow suspicious and report it. Satellite surveillance would likely be activated soon, so Liang Ying had to secure the item before that happened. Every tree, flower, and plant seemed to greet her as she passed by. Through her communication with the plants, Liang Ying learned that this vein of, or had been slowly drying up since long ago, perhaps hundreds of years. This was precisely why the spiritual energy in the area had grown so sparse. Guided by a faint trace, Liang Ying located a bear's den and cautiously confirmed that no wild bear currently occupied it. Without hesitation, she slipped inside swiftly. Liang Ying pulled out an energy rod from her storage ring, lighting up the previously pitch-dark cavern. Following the barely perceptible trace, she picked up a stone that lay discarded deep within the cave. She wedged the energy rod into a crack on the wall, then firmly held the stone with both hands and applied pressure. The outer layer of the stone cracked and fell apart. After peeling away the stone shell, Liang Ying revealed what was inside. A petrified rock containing a semi-transparent amber stone at its core. Inside the amber, a gray seed was perfectly preserved. Chapter 204, Victory. The faint trace of life that Liang Ying felt emanated from the seed encased here. The vital energy of this seed had already faded significantly. If it hadn't been sealed by the amber, it might have lost all its vitality long ago. This reminded Liang Ying of her past experiences. Years ago, while traveling on the Hisale planet, she encountered a firevine tree and helped deliver one of its seeds to an underground mine vein. At that time, the firevine tree mentioned that if the seed didn't reach the underground vein in time, the mine would slowly wither. Later, during military training on the Chukna planet, she met Little Water Lily, who also had a vein beneath her. Little Water Lily once said that since she wasn't fully matured yet, she couldn't be exposed outside, and Liang Ying had helped seal the cave entrance for her. Then, was there a cause and effect relationship between the withering vein here and the sealed seed that never germinated? Liang Ying placed the amber-encased seed into her storage ring and turned to leave the cave. Not long after Liang Ying left, the cave's owner, a black bear, returned. It followed the scent Liang Ying had left behind. Liang Ying had already noticed the black bear chasing after her, but she didn't feel any fear. With her current strength, killing a black bear barehanded wouldn't be a problem at all. She was not far from Liang Hui and his bodyguards now. Liang Ying smirked mischievously and started calling for help loudly, accelerating towards Liang Hui. The black bear was startled by Liang Ying's screams, and its clumsy body suddenly became agile as it rushed toward her. There's a bear! Liang Ying screamed as she reached Liang Hui and quickly hid behind him. Liang Hui raised an eyebrow and swiftly delivered several punches to the black bear, subduing it easily. Unfortunately, the spiritual energy here had become much thinner compared to hundreds of years ago. The animals surviving here were only slightly stronger than ordinary animals and had not reached the level of mutation. In the end, Liang Ying's group caught 3 rabbits, 12 wild chickens, and 1 bear. All the animals were captured alive, none were killed. AL's group caught 6 rabbits, 4 wild chickens, and 2 wild boars. In terms of quantity, Liang Ying's group won, but since the wild boar on AL's side was considered harder to catch than a rabbit, in terms of quality, AL's group came out on top. Ultimately, no one cared about the winner or loser anymore. With so many game animals in hand, everyone decided to find a place to grill some meat instead. Even people skilled in joint arts got hungry quickly after physical exertion. They ate 4 wild chickens right there and had the bodyguards deliver the rest of the game to the Starlight Hotel. After obtaining what she wanted, Liang Ying didn't care where Al went next. However, shortly after finishing their barbecue, they received a message. Liang Tao and Duke Stewart had returned. Al immediately returned to his proper demeanor and led Liang Ying back to the hotel. As soon as they stepped into the hotel lobby, Al reverted to being the polite and shy young man, his ability to switch personas seamlessly leaving Liang Ying in awe. Duke Stewart had left directly for his own residence after the competition ended. After Al returned, Princess Sophia took Al's leave. Liang Ying ran straight to Liang Tao's room, pushed the door open, and saw Liang Tao sitting perfectly intact on the couch, holding a glass of red wine and chatting with Alan. The two seemed to be celebrating something. Liang Ying finally let her worries drop. She poured herself a glass of red wine and added some to Liang Tao's and Alan's glasses as well. The 3 silently raised their glasses together, and Liang Ying drained hers in one gulp. Just as she was preparing to ask about the details of the match, the door rang again. Tang Jiting stood outside the door alone. Fortunately, Tang's brother and sister did not come along. Liang Ying naturally put down her wine glass and walked away, with Alan following her out. This left only Liang Tao and Tang Jiting in the room. Alan patted Liang Ying's head affectionately, causing her to pout unhappily. Uncle Alan, I'm not a kid anymore. Please stop messing with my hair. Haha, it's Uncle's mistake. You're not a kid anymore, though. To us older folks, you youngsters always seem like you'll never grow up. And the day we notice your maturity is probably when we have to admit our own old age. Alan mused deeply. Uncle Alan, you're still young. When we stand together, others think we're siblings. Liang Ying flattered him, but it came off a little fake. Haha, hearing you say that, I really do feel younger. Alan laughed heartily for a while, then looked earnestly at Liang Ying. Xiaoying, you're a good child, very considerate of your father. I heard you even talk to the lady before. You are a dutiful daughter, your father will be very comforted. Liang Ying was caught off guard for a moment. She hadn't expected Alan to say these things to her. However, it always made her happy when her actions were affirmed by others. It's nothing. Dad loves me so much, of course I want to be a good daughter. Without even asking for details, the outcome of Liang Tao and Duke Stewart's duel was already evident. After the duel ended, Duke Stewart had returned directly to his own place, and hadn't even bothered to come to the hotel to pick up Princess Sophia, which clearly showed that his current physical condition must not be good. On the other hand, Liang Tao was drinking and celebrating with Alan, indicating that even if he hadn't achieved an overwhelming victory over Duke Stewart, he was at least on the winning side. Moreover, earlier in the room, Liang Ying had examined Liang Tao's body with her primordial power and found no injuries, meaning the opponent hadn't gotten the better of him. That night, everyone from the Federation butchered all the wild game that Al had sent over in the afternoon, celebrating Liang Tao's victory in the hotel. Liang Tao's victory would soon influence the relationship between Mengfei Federation and Litlyria Empire, as his triumph through real strength would inevitably make Litlyria more cautious about Liang Tao. As a result, they wouldn't suppress matters related to Mengfei Federation like they used to. More importantly, Litlyria might stop secretly manipulating Oster Empire to cause trouble for the Federation and would no longer blindly favor Oster. Until Litlyria finds a way to suppress Liang Tao, they will remain neutral at the very least. Without being able to oppress Liang Tao, they wouldn't dare take the risk of provoking him. With Litlyria's support withdrawn from Oster Empire, Mengfei Federation no longer feared going head-to-head with Oster Empire. The Federation's strength originally surpassed that of the Empire, so as long as the Empire didn't get outside help, the Federation had nothing to worry about. Liang Tao's victory over Duke Stewart demonstrated his formidable strength, and the consequences of this event would soon manifest. The first group to benefit from this would be the participants in the Federation's mech tournament, who could now compete under conditions of fairness and impartiality. Chapter 205, The Royal Casino. The night sky of Latilia seemed no different from that of Mengfei Federation. Gazing up at the stars, they appeared countless and shimmering. For someone like Liang Ying who had zero knowledge of astronomy, all those constellations were merely heard of but unidentifiable, so the stars in the sky lacked distinction. Just this one was a bit brighter, that one a little dimmer. She heard that Duke Stewart and Princess Sophia had already left Jin2 Star, supposedly to return to the capital planet to recuperate. It was only then that Liang Ying dared to unleash her primordial power. Seated on the balcony, the night breeze gently swept past. Thanks to the city's defense shield, the weather at night was just as pleasant as during the day. The entire scenery of the city was reflected in Liang Ying's mind. This was a city more developed than the Duan city on the Nervan planet in the Federation, only slightly inferior to the capital star of the Federation. The nightlife of the interstellar metropolis was even more vibrant. As the evening lights lit up, it became a time for leisure and entertainment rather than the hustle and bustle of work during the day. Bars and dance halls of all kinds had just begun business, with lines already forming at their entrances. What was most intriguing here was that people who dressed formally during the day donned bizarre costumes by night, mostly vintage and quirky in style. This seemed to be a special interest of the local populace. Liang Ying tapped her fingers on the StarNet terminal, reviewing some information about Jin2 Star. It turned out that Jin2 Star was a well-known leisure resort paradise, renowned for its beautiful environment where most regions retained their pristine natural state. There were forests for adventures and beaches for playing around. More than that, it also housed the largest casino in Latilia, the Royal Casino, originally established by the Imperial Royal Family, which remained their biggest source of revenue. The entire street where the Royal Casino stood was full of casinos of various sizes, known collectively as the Long Street, apparently named after an ancient city center of yore. In fact, there was another title bestowed upon this place by the people. It was called the Royal Gambling City. Still, casinos here only began operating at night, while during the day, they served merely as ordinary tourist attractions. Gambling was illegal throughout the entirety of Mengfei Federation, but in Latilia, gambling within this city was legal. As the owner of this city and the Royal Gambling City, the Imperial Royal Family was always the winner. Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel. Previously worried about Liang Tao's showdown with Duke Stewart, she hadn't realized how unique the city they were staying in was. Her communicator beeped, prompting her to open a message sent by Xiao Yu, inviting her to join him on Long Street. Now, she hadn't taken the time to care about Xiao Yu these last couple days, unsure how he'd been getting along. Liang Ying put on a black evening gown, considered for a moment, and wore the Peepo Beast mask. She placed the firevine leaf on her neck inside her storage ring and took out her mechanical neuron bracelet to wear instead. Turning several times in front of the virtual dressing mirror, not bad. Looks like I'm ready to go out tonight, said Liang Ying, resembling a little lady out on a nighttime excursion. Xiao Yu obviously did not want his face remembered either, and was also disguised, though it wasn't clear if he used a Peepo Beast skin or some other advanced mask. Liang Ying nudged him with her elbow. What conspiracy do you have in store for tonight? Xiao Yu gave a sly smile. You'll see. So mysterious? How about telling me first? Otherwise, I might not react fast enough to cooperate with you, and then you can't blame me. Liang Ying looked cunningly at Xiao Yu. Seemingly, in terms of deviousness, she had the upper hand over him. All right, I'm scared of you. Later, I need to handle something very important, and you must help me. No one else besides you can assist. Wow, it sounds serious. You're making me a bit scared. Don't tell me you're chicken. You're part of the skilled ranks now, capable of fighting evenly with me. And besides, your father is a lord. For heaven's sake, if nothing else, do it for your father's honor and act confidently. Well, what you say does make sense. Fine, for a friend, I'll brave fire and water without hesitation. But let me clarify, we didn't inform my dad before coming out. So if we need dad to bail us out, let me know in advance so I can give him a heads up. Not necessary. It's not that severe. You and I together. Unless Duke Stewart returns, I doubt there's anyone in Latilia who can stop both of us. Such confidence. Liang Ying stared intently at Xiao Yu for a while. Have you reached the peak of level 13? Is that why you're trying to seek excitement, so you can break through to level 14? You're thinking too much. I'm going to find someone. No, I mean confirm whether a certain person is indeed in Latilia. Who's this certain person? Someone you know. In a way, a sharp glint passed through Xiao Yu's eyes, but it's a different kind of knowing. An enemy? Xiao Yu remained silent, which instead made Liang Ying even more certain of her guess. Their flying car stopped in front of the Royal Casino. As Liang Ying stepped out and took Xiao Yu's arm, a doorman came over to park their vehicle. Actually, flying cars were capable of parking automatically, but employing doormen for manual parking seemed to fit with this place's retro style. The more humanized service not only highlighted the extravagance of the casino, but also gave pleasure to the tycoons coming here to spend money, while creating job opportunities as well. Liang Ying tilted her head slightly and leaned against Xiao Yu's shoulder as if she was intimate with him, whispering, "Is that person inside?" Xiao Yu glanced at the 4 laser-bright words, Royal Casino, before replying. This is the largest casino here. Given that guy's overbearing personality, there's a 90% chance he'd choose this one. Liang Ying threw a peculiar glance at Xiao Yu's side face and couldn't help mocking silently. Lord Xiao, this comment actually suits you too, doesn't it? As the two strolled into the casino, Xiao Yu said, that man is addicted to gambling. Every year he sneaks here, pretending to be on vacation but in fact just gambling. In public, he feigns sophistication, assuming no one knows about his habits. I reckon he most likely stays at the hotel above the casino, which makes it most convenient for him to slip in and out discreetly. It's already night. Let's enter the casino first, Liang Ying suggested. Xiao Yu nodded. At the entrance of the casino, they paid the entry fee, then Xiao Yu exchanged 500,000 worth of chips. With these chips in hand, the couple leisurely walked around the casino, occasionally stopping by the gambling tables to take a bet, presenting the image of an ordinary couple tourist trying their luck. Upon entering the casino, Liang Ying noticed devices all over the premises designed to block mental powers, implying that using mental powers would be impossible within the casino. Furthermore, there were several very powerful presences in the casino, weaker than Liang Tao, but stronger than Xiao Yu, indicating that there were multiple individuals of physical arts level 14 quasi-titles maintaining order in the venue. Chapter 206, Looking for Someone. These several traces of energy came from the second floor of the casino. Liang Ying approached Xiao Yu. There are some big shots on the second floor. I sense 5 of them. Are you sure about this? Xiao Yu glanced at Liang Ying sideways. If I were sure, I wouldn't have come to you. Humph. Mr. Xiao, you really have such faith in me. Liang Ying nearly choked on Xiao Yu's words. Xiao Yu kindly added, I looked it up yesterday. These 5 big shots mainly take care of the casino's fund safety. They won't interfere in other affairs as long as we don't make too much noise and disturb the upper management of the casino. They won't show up. Are you sure? Liang Ying showed suspicion. Xiao Yu raised an eyebrow. I personally tried it out last night. Oh, so last night Mr. Xiao didn't stay in the hotel, but instead went to Royal Casino to cause trouble. As Liang Ying and Xiao Yu walked along the way, they gambled a bit here and there, some wins, some losses, and quickly surveyed all the areas on the first floor of the casino hall. Is the person you're looking for here? Liang Ying whispered her question. No. Do you have an image of the person you're looking for? Searching would be faster than your method of going through each individual. Although she could not use spiritual force, Liang Ying could use origin force as long as she carefully avoided those 5 places where the energy's concentrated. It's useless. That guy must be in disguise. You can't just look for him by his face. I'm familiar with his aura. I can identify him within 1 meter purely by aura. That was truly troublesome. Only being able to search one by one within a 1 meter distance. So where are we heading next? Wait here like a rabbit under a tree, or change locations? Asked Liang Ying. Xiao Yu gathered the chips in his hands. After a few rounds, they had made a small profit of 300,000 coins. We'll go upstairs. Liang Ying linked arms with Xiao Yu, her smile radiant and warm. Xiao Yu casually shook his head, appearing suave and elegant. The handsome man and beautiful woman seemed quite well matched, and appeared to be a wealthy young master bringing his girlfriend out for a lavish evening, splurging generously to make her smile. The second floor of the casino was the VIP room. Each table's starting stake was at least 10 million Lataria coins. One could not just leave after a single round. At least 5 rounds were necessary. Xiao Yu sat down pretentiously at the gambling table, while Liang Ying stood behind him occasionally passing him drinks or wiping his sweat off. Xiao Yu's luck was fair. He couldn't cheat here and wasn't skilled at gambling, alternately losing and winning. He wouldn't linger too long at any one table. Typically, if he lost 2 consecutive games, he'd switch tables. After losing 20 million Lataria coins, Xiao Yu decided to pause for a moment and leaned against Liang Ying, the two seemingly sticky sweet lovers watching others gamble. To outsiders, Liang Ying and Xiao Yu appeared to be a pair of overly affectionate sweethearts, but in reality, they were discussing what their next steps should be. Not here either? What do we do then? He might still be in the hotel upstairs. Should we check every room? If we wait in the casino, what if he has matters tonight and doesn't come down? Checking room by room would be too troublesome. Do you have a better idea? Xiao Yu paused for a moment. What about causing a major incident? A disaster that forces everyone out of the hotel for refuge. Nonsense, what kind of disaster? There are 5 almost saint-level figures stationed here. Making too much commotion means we'd likely not get away safely. Besides, in this day and age, what type of disaster will make everyone in the hotel evacuate? An energy bomb? Or antimatter cannon bombardment? In the stellar era, hotels have excellent disaster prevention systems which include things like earthquakes, floods, and fires, basically eliminating the possibility of minor disasters. Only disasters of a certain scale would necessitate evacuation. Thus, if Liang Ying and Xiao Yu wanted to cause a ruckus large enough to prompt evacuation, they'd have to unleash a powerful move in the hotel, but doing so might inevitably result in harm. This approach wasn't usually consistent with their modus operandi. Do you have a good plan? Checking rooms one by one is too tedious and will surely raise the suspicions of those monitoring us. Xiao Yu asked helplessly. Liang Ying smirked confidently. I've got a way so no one monitoring us will detect you. Liang Ying moved her arm slightly, guiding Xiao Yu to follow her until they reached the entrance of the ladies' restroom. Liang Ying mischievously winked at him. The casino is full of surveillance cameras everywhere, probably except the restrooms. It'll be a slight inconvenience for you to enter though. Xiao Yu rubbed his chin, took a quick glance around, and when no one was paying attention to them, swiftly darted into the restroom. Liang Ying slowly pushed the door open with a delighted grin on her face. Xiao Yu got lucky and found the restroom unoccupied at the moment. Still, he picked a private stall, entered, and cautiously beckoned to Liang Ying. Liang Ying stifled her laughter as she stepped into the stall, and Xiao Yu immediately locked the door. With a flushed face, Xiao Yu looked at Liang Ying guiltily yet pretended to be composed. Afraid of upsetting his lordship, Liang Ying stopped teasing him and retrieved the firevine leaf from her storage ring. Liang Ying placed the firevine leaf on Xiao Yu's neck. I can activate this leaf to make you invisible, and the surveillance cameras won't be able to capture you. Xiao Yu touched the firevine leaf around his neck curiously, picking it up and examining it closely for a moment. This is the leaf you used to wear in your hair. Truly a treasure, it allows invisibility. Liang Ying nodded. However, only I can activate it. No one else can use it. Xiao Yu wisely refrained from asking more detailed questions. Liang Ying immediately activated the firevine leaf, and Xiao Yu's figure disappeared. Liang Ying pushed open the stall door and pulled Xiao Yu to the mirror in front of the restroom sink. Only Liang Ying was reflected in the mirror, as if no one else were present. Nevertheless, Liang Ying could still sense his presence. It's incredible. This is far better than those shielding devices. They'd reveal themselves if there's any magnetic interference. Xiao Yu moved his body around casually. He looked down at the floor where the shiny surface only showed Liang Ying's shadow. Xiao Yu was even more amazed inside. Such thorough invisibility. What scientific principle was behind it? Seeing Xiao Yu's unrelenting curiosity about the firevine leaf, Liang Ying urged him. All right, let's hurry up and take action. I need to keep it active all the time, and it's exhausting. Xiao Yu nodded, agreeing that they should focus on their task first. We only have one leaf, so we should split up. I'll go room by room on the upper floors to find the person while you stay in the casino. Liang Ying agreed. Good. As long as you don't leave this building, I can still sense the leaf and keep it active. Also, don't get too close to those 5 big shots. I'm worried they might notice. I understand, you be careful too. Liang Ying pushed the restroom door open and walked out. With Xiao Yu standing right beside her, they came out together. But to everyone else, it looked like only Liang Ying came out. Chapter 207. Discovering the target. The hotel above the Royal Casino had a total of 108 floors. With the higher the floor, the more luxurious the rooms. Xiao Yu started his search from the topmost royal suite and went from the 108th floor down to the 100th. Below the 100th floor were ordinary guest rooms, so that person wouldn't be staying there. He knocked on each room door. Some opened, others remained closed. In those rooms that didn't open, there was no presence of life inside, indicating they were unoccupied. Liang Ying directly sent this information to Xiao Yu. In the surveillance center of the Royal Casino, surveillance personnel carefully watched the monitor screens. He suddenly noticed that today, for some unknown reason, the high-class guests were opening their doors one by one, looking outside as if someone were knocking on their doors in the corridor. But there clearly was no one out there. As expected, not long after, the customer service center received complaints, stating that someone was disturbing the high-end guests. According to the guest's description, someone had knocked on their doors, but when they opened it, there was no one to be seen. The staff at the customer service center and the surveillance center were perplexed. So many guests complained, yet it couldn't possibly be a coordinated scam. Upon checking the surveillance records, the corridor was indeed empty. To the relief of the hotel's staff, the complaints stopped after only one wave, and no other guests filed any further complaints. In any case, this was just an isolated incident, causing no real trouble, and did not need to be reported to upper management. The managers of the customer service center and the surveillance center glanced at each other knowingly, silently deciding to pretend this incident never happened. Xiao Yu entered the elevator heading down to the casino while he messaged Liang Ying and contemplated his next move. Now, with Liang Ying's Firevine's leaf assistance, this opportunity must be fully utilized to find that person. There's nobody in the rooms upstairs. I estimate he might reside in one of the several unoccupied suites. Since he's neither in the room nor the casino, he could only be. Xiao Yu sent his thoughts to Liang Ying. Seriously? Are you thinking of probing where those 5 big figures are? Liang Ying replied to Xiao Yu. How sure are you that you won't be discovered? Xiao Yu asked. I haven't tried, I don't know. Liang Ying answered. Then I'll help you test it, Xiao Yu responded. Liang Ying was silent. Young people should have confidence and bigger courage, Xiao Yu advised. Impressive. So what's your plan? You're not going to knock on doors like before, right? There are surveillance cameras right outside their doors, and whether or not there's someone there is clear at a glance. It's completely different from the hotel configuration upstairs. We can't fool them. Liang Ying retorted. My plan is. Xiao Yu explained his strategy to Liang Ying. Xiao Yu's plan was simple. He intended to deactivate his invisibility and disguise himself as a casino staff member to deceive the surveillance cameras. Then you'd better impersonate a high-level casino employee since regular employees may not convince them. Liang Ying suggested. Don't worry about that. I've already investigated everything. I have all personal data of the casino's senior executives, ensuring my disguise will succeed, Xiao Yu assured her. I see. This was probably your original plan all along, wasn't it? Did you guess that person might be with the big shots? Liang Ying asked. You're sharp, Xiao Yu admitted. If so, why didn't you go straight to the important figures first instead of wasting so much time? Liang Ying questioned. Maybe we get lucky today? If he's not with those bigwigs, then it'll be easier to act. Just as Xiao Yu sent this message, the elevator arrived at the casino floor. As the elevator doors opened, Xiao Yu prepared to step out, but saw three men talking and about to enter the elevator. Xiao Yu immediately took 2 steps back into the corner of the elevator, thankful that Liang Ying hadn't yet undone his invisibility. With rapid movements, he typed a message to Liang Ying. Situation changed, target spotted. He's also in the elevator. Stay invisible. The 3 men who just entered were laughing and chatting casually, without noticing Xiao Yu's existence behind them. The man standing on the right pressed the button for the 107th floor. Sir, you really should stay on the 108th floor. That royal suite is specifically reserved for our emperor, and this time, His Majesty has explicitly instructed me to arrange that suite for you. This speaker was the general manager of the royal hotel and one of the stewards for the Litlerian royal family. His Majesty is too polite. That suite is exclusively reserved for His Majesty, and using it wouldn't be appropriate. It would attract others' curiosity. I'm visiting Litleria incognito, so it's best not to draw attention, replied the man in the middle. Sir, you shouldn't worry. Every year when you come here, has there ever been a leak? You're too modest and overly cautious. The man on the left was the general manager of the royal casino and also one of the stewards for the Litlerian royal family. Xiao Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Indeed, this person came to Litleria every year to gamble. It turned out that the person in the middle was the individual Xiao Yu had been searching for, the Minister of Science and Technology in his own country. This man had an impeccable reputation domestically, with no trace of misconduct, but unfortunately, he was a supporter of the opposing political party. A few years ago, Xiao Yu's people noticed that the technical documents under his jurisdiction seemed to have been leaked externally. However, despite numerous investigations, they couldn't find a starting point. His personal assets were spotlessly clean, revealing no issues. Not long ago, they finally uncovered that this man secretly visited Litleria every year. It seemed that he had developed a gambling addiction but dared not gamble in his own country. So he would travel to a subordinate civilization like Litleria to secretly indulge in gambling. Moreover, to obtain gambling funds, he handed over the National Technical Archives to Litleria, who then resold these materials to other countries. He received the gambling funds, while Litleria earned substantial referral fees. This person stored his gambling funds in Litleria, never transferring them back to his home country's account, which was why no problems were found in their investigations there. Xiao Yu quietly followed the 3 men as they entered their room. He watched them go inside and personally observed the man handing over 4 memory sticks to the 2 Litlerians. The 4 memory sticks contained the latest national scientific research achievements, the very data this man intended to sell this time. Xiao Yu wondered if this person had sensed that someone within the country wanted to target him. Otherwise, why did he demand such high prices and attempt to sell these materials directly to hostile nations? Xiao Yu's eyes slowly darkened, his once beautiful gaze becoming unfathomable. His eyes lingered briefly on the storage necklace around the man's neck, then the communicator on his wrist, and finally on the 4 memory sticks placed on the table. These were his objectives. Xiao Yu sent Liang Ying his final message. I'm about to act. Prepare to retreat. Drive down first, and wait for me downstairs. Chapter 208, Making a Move. Liang Ying walked out of the casino, pretending to be calm as she pressed the control button on her hovercar remote. The car automatically came driving up to her. Liang Ying was not an excellent driver, so she set her hovercar on autopilot and sat herself in the passenger seat while fastening her seatbelt. On the 107th floor of the hotel, Xiao Yu slowly moved closer to that man. He had only one chance to make his move. Failure was not an option. Although he was currently invisible, once Xiao Yu attacked, the 3 people would surely realize his presence. Once they realized there was another person in the room, they could use airflow patterns to figure out his location. Moreover, if Xiao Yu made his move on that man, the 2 men from Litleria would definitely call those 5 powerful figures. That item in the man's hand was even more important than the entire royal casino. The 3 were negotiating the details of the deal when the man became increasingly excited and unconsciously leaned forward towards the table. Now was the moment. Xiao Yu struck with speed, snatching the necklace, ring, and memory stick all at once. While the 3 stood in shock, he swiftly placed the items into his storage necklace and dashed towards the window of the room. Liang Ying could sense every single move Xiao Yu made. At the exact moment he acted, she parked the hovercar right below the window of the said room. With a loud boom, the casino hotel's glass wasn't ordinary. It shattered with force comparable to a small explosion caused by Xiao Yu's brute strength. Glass shards rained down, scaring pedestrians and hovercar drivers alike who hurriedly sought shelter. However, one hovercar remained stationary. Another boom echoed, and Xiao Yu landed firmly on top of the hovercar. Its structure shook violently under his downward force before stabilizing. Zhao Yu flipped himself inside the vehicle, immediately sitting in the driver's seat. With rapid movements of his hands and feet, he switched the car to manual mode and maxed out its speed as it flew off into the distance. The Royal Casino's emergency response team was indeed swift. Within less than 30 seconds after Zhao Yu jumped through the window, Liang Ying noticed pursuers catching up. Their hovercars are faster than ours. Liang Ying immediately reported the situation to Zhao Yu. Head toward crowded areas. We'll jump out into the crowd. Zhao Yu quickly decided. The street ahead was bustling with people. Without hesitation, both Zhao Yu and Liang Ying leapt out of the hovercar, which then drove itself away automatically. Let's split up. After saying this, Liang Ying turned and quickly strode toward the nearby bar district, while Zhao Yu stayed invisible beside her. The pursuit seemed to have been deceived, as their vehicles roared past overhead, chasing after the unmanned hovercar. However, Liang Ying barely had time to relax before feeling 5 chilling presences approaching from behind. All 5 of them have come, Liang Ying exclaimed. Zhao Yu removed the fiery vine leaf around his neck, revealing his form next to Liang Ying. He handed over both the fiery vine leaf and his storage necklace to her. You take the invisibility cloak and leave with these items. But Liang Ying didn't accept the items from Zhao Yu's hand. Instead, she smiled confidently at him. You should remain invisible. You can mask your own aura better. If we just enter that bar ahead, I'll manage to conceal my own scent. High-level fighters relied on detecting auras to lock onto their targets. The 5 great powers behind them had never directly encountered them, meaning they could only track them through their auras. Prime energy could block out auras, but Liang Ying couldn't activate her prime energy directly yet. She couldn't turn invisible either. People would know something was wrong if they saw someone clearly visible without any aura whatsoever. Thus, for them to escape detection, Liang Ying had to not only cut off her own aura but also absorb others' auras. Liang Ying took out a windbreaker from her storage ring and draped it over herself. She then retrieved a lady's hat and placed it on her head, making a quick disguise. The 5 ominous auras grew closer behind her, and suddenly, Liang Ying unleashed her prime energy powerfully. The ground beneath her feet trembled as her powers surged wildly across the road she traversed. A strange sight unfolded. Everyone on the street stopped and looked. All plants on the street began growing crazily. What started as an amazing view soon turned frightening as the growth became uncontrollable. These previously orderly green spaces extended onto the roads endlessly. In no time, entire pathways were blocked, even affecting the aerial traffic lanes above. Streets became divided by plant masses, prompting people to cry out and keep their distance. Undeterred, Liang Ying seamlessly merged herself into the crowd heading into a bar. The bar, filled with chatter and noise, was packed with people. A mixture of alcohol and bodily fluids filled the air, making Liang Ying feel uncomfortable. On top of that, the flashing lights of the dance floor made it hard to open one's eyes. Liang Ying glanced around and casually picked up a silk scarf from a nearby table, draping it over herself. The scarf's owner was likely out on the dance floor at the moment. At this point, Liang Ying used her prime energy to cut off her own aura, deliberately excluding the silk scarf. Zhao Yu wasn't idle either. He sneaked up on a dancing man nearby using his invisibility cloak, launching a surprise attack, then kicked another man. Before they knew it, those hot-headed individuals started fighting among themselves, and soon enough, the entire dance floor descended into chaos. Not long after, fights broke out among the other patrons in the bar as well. Taking advantage of the commotion, Liang Ying and Zhao Yu slipped out through the back door. Their goal in causing this ruckus was simply to destroy all traces of their lingering scents. In a mass brawl, everyone's sweat mixed together, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between individual auras, thus adding great difficulty to locating them. The 5 major powers following them weren't slow either. They had already cleared the plants from the streets and were chasing toward the bar. After leaving the bar, Liang Ying and Zhao Yu hailed a flying taxi and left brazenly. Of course, in others' eyes, there was only Liang Ying the whole time. Back at the Fanqing Hotel, once Liang Ying returned to her room, Zhao Yu had already given back the fiery vine leaf. As for what Zhao Yu managed to acquire from that person, Liang Ying didn't ask too much about it. She had her own share of secrets, and Zhao Yu always understood without prying too deeply. With this event, she figured she helped Zhao Yu quite a bit, and now owed him less for a favor. She owed Zhao Yu quite a significant debt during the Star Alliance incident. Liang Ying believed that friends should exchange favors. If you help me this time, I'll help you next time, allowing for an enduring relationship based on mutual respect. Zhao Yu also removed his disguise, placing what he stole earlier into a small password-protected case before pulling out a special communicator and contacting one of his subordinates. With these items, they could convict that individual of his crimes, and perhaps even impose sanctions on Latelia. Chapter 209, Go or Not. In the morning at the restaurant eating breakfast, Liang Ying encountered Zhao Yu. As a surprise for helping last night, I have a piece of good news for you, Zhao Yu said while drinking his kanji. What? Liang Ying curiously raised her head from the bowl. Latelia will be subject to sanctions by an upper-level civilization. For the foreseeable future, they'll probably be too preoccupied with themselves. This is good news for Mengfei Federation, right? That's great. It truly is good news. Haha, I'm not gloating here. I'll tell Dad later. He can ease up too. Thanks, buddy. With her mood lifted, breakfast tasted even better. Liang Ying stopped only after drinking 4 bowls of kanji and eating 2 stuffed flatbreads. Today marked the official start of the mech contest. Not long after breakfast, the high-ranking government officials of Jintu invited Liang Tao, and they all headed together to the viewing venue. This morning was the elimination round of the individual competition, and in the afternoon would be the team eliminations. Each match had a capacity of 2,000 participants. The venue was the specialized mech arena located on the outskirts of Jintu, capable of artificially simulating various environments, eliminating the need to search for specific wilderness areas. For the elimination rounds of 2,000 participants, a free-for-all system was still used, but the grounds were smaller. There were obstacles providing cover, yet no hiding spots, offering no room for any competitors to slack off. The game ended in less than an hour, leaving 1,000 finalists from 1,000 eliminated. Celicia also arrived in Little Area. After the match ended, Liang messaged her, inviting her to lunch. She also called Xiaoyu along as well. They had been comrades in arms after all. Liang Tao had lunch arrangements with the local officials of Jintu. As these events were officially formal, Liang didn't need to attend. She changed into casual clothing and met Xiaoyu before finding Celicia. Their chosen spot for dining wasn't far from where the contestants were housed, making it convenient for Celicia to go out. It was a small diner, simple food, but it was warm and pleasant. Is it really okay for you to step out like this? What if the media follows and takes pictures of you? Celicia worriedly looked at Liang Ying, dressed very casually. Recently, the reports about the mech contest had suddenly increased, along with mentions of Liang Tao visiting Little Area. It's fine. Media coverage has been arranged beforehand by Little Area's official authorities. Only designated media personnel are allowed to conduct interviews. Other media outlets aren't permitted to report at all. Tomorrow there seems to be a special interview scheduled with my father, but according to the schedule, there's nothing for me, Liang Ying said indifferently. I don't want to draw attention to myself. Preferably, there should be no reports about me. Liang Ying did not see being recognized on the street as a good thing. It constrained her too much. She believed life should remain casual and free. Xiaoyu and Celicia engaged in chatter, discussing various gossip topics. Strangely, Xiaoyu was more interested in the current status of the mech contests. I watched this morning's match, and it seems like the list of the Federation's participants isn't the same as the one previously announced. Was some kind of change made? Xiaoyu was observing more carefully than Liang Ying. She hadn't noticed these discrepancies at all. Something like that happened? Impersonation? No. Haven't you guys been busy recently? You must not have been keeping up with the Federation's competition updates. Just a few days ago, quite a number of participants declared their withdrawal. So, the Federation's authority filled the spots with eliminated players, bringing the count back to 1,000, Celicia said, frowning. Liang Ying blinked. Many people withdrew? Is it related to Little Area recruiting participants for studies? Celicia nodded gravely. Most likely. Most of those who dropped out are star participants favored online, and they had potential to rank within the top 100. Now Liang Ying understood. The federal government couldn't directly interfere with Little Area's recruitment efforts, but could communicate privately with the participants to explain the consequences. The elite participants likely chose not to offend Little Area and anticipated being nominated post-competition. Rather than refusing then, it was better to withdraw now citing personal reasons. Although it was regrettable to lose the chance to compete, personal abilities wouldn't be affected. Truly capable individuals would not be influenced by such changes. After finishing lunch with Celicia, Liang Ying and Xiaoyu accompanied her to the lodging area for contestants to visit the Longping Agricultural Academy team. Longping's supervising teacher had been replaced, and Huaqing had not come. There were no individual contest participants from Longping. They didn't have a match in the morning, so most contestants went shopping. Not many remained in the dormitories. Liang Ying and Xiaoyu stayed only briefly before leaving. As the two walked down the street, Liang Ying looked around. Why is there no sign of tension at all? Last night, we caused quite a commotion, and you stole something very important. Aren't they in a rush to find it back? It's already too late. I sent the item away last night. By midnight, the upper level had already acted. They know the item has reached the higher-ups' hands now. Even if they look for people, it's useless. Their efforts are probably all focused on negotiating with those above to contain the situation, Xiaoyu said smugly. You moved so fast, Liang Ying exclaimed in admiration. Xiaoyu arched an eyebrow. Of course, at crucial moments, swift action is necessary. Delaying only gives enemies a chance to survive longer. That person was taken away by those higher up this morning. There will be no room left for him to turn things around. Amazing, I learned something today, Liang Ying flattered him. The two had nothing to do in the afternoon, so they simply strolled back to the Fanqing Hotel, chatting along the way while also enjoying the scenery on both sides of the street. Liang Ying remembered her idea from before about setting up a shop together with Xiaoyu under the Star Alliance. She told him about it. Your idea isn't bad. The ling fish in your possession won't be useful anyway, so why not sell them for money? There's no problem collaborating to open a shop. I'm well funded. But, do you plan to only sell ling fish in the store? It seems that I only have ling fish worth some money. Everything else is rather ordinary. Let me make this clear. Firevine leaves will absolutely not be sold. Do you think selling ling fish is unsuitable? Not unsuitable, but insufficient. Ling fish lay eggs every 2 years, and each time, they only produce about a dozen. Ling fish aren't hard to sell either. Once displayed, they'd be quickly snapped up. After selling the ling fish, what then? That is indeed a problem. It looks like we need to find something else. Selling just ling fish won't cut it. All the major contestants have withdrawn, so there's nothing much to watch in the competition. What's your next plan? Xiaoyu suddenly asked. No plans. I don't know anyone here and am unfamiliar with the place, so I don't dare wander around. I plan to return home for a few days soon. Would you like to come with me and take a look? Xiaoyu suddenly asked. Chapter 210, Uranos. Xiaoyu comes from the 5th level civilization called Uranos. Uranos is a constitutional monarchy, where the monarch serves as the head of state, while the administrative branch is led by the prime minister. The monarch has no real power and only handles ceremonial affairs. Uranos has many political parties, among which the most significant are the three major ones: the Labour Party, the Conservative Party, and the Liberal Democrats. The current ruling party is the Labour Party, which has been in power for 2 consecutive terms, with each term lasting 8 years. Uranos is not the supervising civilization of Latrilia. That role is held by the Shannar Federation. The Shannar Federation and Uranos are neighboring civilizations at the same level, and to some extent, they are in a competitive relationship. Since Uranos is not the supervising civilization of Latrilia, Xiaoyu cannot easily influence his country to restrict Latrilia. However, Latrilia assisting higher civilizations in illegally trading technology information could be reported to the Intergalactic Civilization Union. According to interstellar treaties, the Union will directly impose sanctions on Latrilia. Moreover, due to ineffective supervision, the Shannar Federation will also receive warnings from the Federation. Xiaoyu's grandfather is the current leader of the Labour Party, who also holds the position of Prime Minister of Uranos. Xiaoyu's mother is a member of the royal family of Uranos and once had the title of princess, but she voluntarily gave up her royal status to marry into the Xiao family. Xiaoyu's father, because he married the former princess of the royal family, was unable to pursue politics. After giving up his long-standing career, he turned towards business instead. Due to the past identity of Xiaoyu's mother, even though she has given it up, in the Xiao family, the branch of Xiaoyu's father cannot engage in politics. Of course, this is openly true. What they do privately is their own business, unrelated to others. Before coming to Mengfei Federation, I had just finished my university studies. Because of disagreements about work after graduation, I had an argument with my dad and came to Mengfei Federation alone. Everything else after that you already know, no need for me to say more. Finally, Xiaoyu finished recounting his background. Although Liang Ying had long guessed that he came from a higher civilization, she didn't expect his origin to be so special, still quite shocked in her heart. After pondering for a moment over what Xiaoyu had said earlier, Liang Ying then asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly want me to go with you to Uranos? Did you take a fancy to my abilities and want to lure me to emigrate?" While pretending to be afraid, Liang Ying blinked her starry eyes looking at Xiaoyu. Unable to hold back, Xiaoyu twitched his lips twice. "You're thinking too much. Last night, if it wasn't for me, we wouldn't have managed to snatch the item. As a token of appreciation, I just thought of taking you up there for a stroll, broadening your horizons so you don't act so petty all day long, not behaving like a proper lady at all." At first, Liang Ying felt happy hearing Xiaoyu expressing gratitude, but she grew discontent when she heard what followed. You say thank you and accuse me of being stingy at the same time. HMPF. Just because of that sentence, I must visit your place. So what if it's a 5th-level civilization? I want to see how amazing it is. The two bickered and joked all the way back to the Starlight Hotel. Liang Tao's lunch banquet had already ended, and the official personnel from Latrilia had left. Liang Ying went to find Liang Tao and mentioned the possibility of going to Uranos with Xiaoyu in a few days. It turns out he's from Uranos. I initially guessed he might be from the Shannar Federation. Uranos is good. I heard that Uranos might ascend to a 6th-level civilization within the next few years, developing much faster than the Shannar Federation. Liang Tao said, "Has Dad ever been to Uranos?" Liang Ying asked. "No. To visit a higher-level civilization, an invitation from them is required to get a visa. It's a good thing that Xiaoyu is willing to invite you to have a look. You can enjoy yourself there without worrying about other things. Travel around more while you're young, broaden your horizons, which will benefit you in the future." "Alright, that's what I think too. Go and gain some experience, and I'm also very curious about the place where Xiaoyu grew up." As Liang Ying came out of Liang Tao's room, her anticipation for visiting Uranos outweighed her curiosity about the mech competition. The upcoming matches would be one-on-one elimination rounds, and the vast match area was divided into 100 small arenas with 100 matches happening simultaneously. Several days passed, and the top 100 lists for both individual and team competitions were announced. Longping Agricultural Academy's team luckily made it into the top 500 but got eliminated afterward. In the list of the top 100 individuals, Mengfei Federation had 64 contestants while AO's Empire had 36. For the top 100 teams, Mengfei Federation contributed 72 teams, whereas AO's Empire provided only 28 teams. There was a significant gap between the two countries, surprising everyone. I heard that the Royal Casino had opened a betting table for the mech competition, listing many items, including the proportion of the two countries in the top 100. It seems that many people from Latrilia are optimistic about the AO's Empire. After all, AO's Empire is closer to Latrilia, and the local people are more familiar with the AO's Empire. However, this result has caused many gamblers to lose their bets. The more the gamblers lose, the more the Royal Casino, as the house, earns. Charithia made it into the top 200, but was eliminated in the knockout round of the top 100. She has already returned home early. Liang Ying hasn't been paying attention to the matches these few days. She has been busy preparing what to bring when she goes to Uranos. She has been constantly chasing Xiaoyu asking what to note when going to Uranos, which almost drove Xiaoyu to impatience. Uranos is much more advanced than Mengfei Federation. You can buy better things there. There's nothing you need over there. You just have to go, no luggage required. That doesn't sound right. Would I also need to buy clothes on arrival? That sounds too troublesome. Moreover, it's my first visit to your place, so I should prepare some gifts. Who's there in your family? What are they like? It's not troublesome. Life is much more convenient there. And you don't need to bring any presents. I'm inviting you as a guest. Don't make things complicated. No, that would be too impolite. People might think that we from lower civilizations are stingy. Gifts are definitely necessary. Things over there are much better than here. It doesn't mean much to take things from here. Oh, wait, I remember now. You've got plenty of tea, haven't you? The tea you bought is quite good. How about bringing tea? You mean spirit tea? The tea I bought is all carefully selected, carrying spiritual energy. Common teas can't compare. But when I came to Latrilia, I only brought a small tin with me. It's too little to give as gifts. Let's go to the tea market here and see if we can find something good. Chapter 2:11. Peaceful Atmosphere. Liang Ying sat on the spaceship, feeling a little uneasy. Although she was just going to Uranos for a visit and some tourism, it was a 5th-level civilization, an advanced one. How different would its people and culture be from Mengfei Federation? Come to think of it, the spaceship she was currently riding on was personally owned by Xiaoyu. She had no idea when he had managed to acquire a spaceship in Litilia. Liang Ying didn't have many belongings, just her personal items, clothing, and the spirit tea she bought in Litia, as well as some plant seeds. Spirit tea wasn't very common in Litia. After scouring the entire tea market of Jinistar, Liang Ying could only manage to get about 10 pounds. Due to local taste preferences, most of Litia's spirit teas were black tea, whereas the spirit tea she used to buy in Chakna was green tea. The plant seeds were something Liang Ying bought for herself. As an agricultural college student, and also a psionic, collecting various plant seeds had become her personal hobby. It would only take 3 days aboard Xiaoyu's spaceship to reach Uranos from Litia, passing through more than a dozen jump points along the way. Time on the spaceship seemed long and dull. There was nothing much to do besides finishing daily martial arts training in the training room and then logging onto the StarNet back in her own cabin. The private spaceship wasn't large, with 2 training rooms available. Each could be used by only one person at a time and shared among the crew members. Every individual could use the training room for a maximum of 2 hours. Since the spaceship constantly traveled through outer space and conducted jumps, the StarNet signal was intermittent. Liang Ying simply logged off and went to the recreational cabin out of sheer boredom. The recreational cabin wasn't very spacious either, with a few staff members who were off shift taking their rest there. Xiaoyu seemed pretty mindful of the environment, having set up a small landscape water pool in the center of the recreational cabin. A stream of water flowed around miniature mountains covered with lush green plants, and fish swam freely in the pond. What amazed Liang Ying was that the stones laid at the bottom of the water were colorful. They weren't ordinary rocks, but shards of elemental crystals. Liang Ying squatted by the edge of the pool, observing carefully. It appeared that the arrangement of these pebbles followed a certain pattern as though they had been deliberately designed. This must be some kind of formation array. Liang Ying narrowed her eyes. With such an arrangement, the normally mundane materials seemed to mutually influence their magnetic fields, generating a faint spiritual energy under their combined effect. To Liang Ying, the spiritual energy was so thin that it was almost negligible. Still, standing beside the pool, one could feel its effects. For instance, right now, Liang Ying found the air by the side of the pool very refreshing. Staying there for a while washed away her physical fatigue. Impressive. She wondered whether this method of arranging formations was publicly known on Uranos. It'd be great if there were places where she could learn about it. Not far behind Liang Ying, 3 spaceship staff members were secretly watching her. They occasionally whispered to each other, seemingly discussing Liang Ying. Among them was a girl, who looked about the same age as Liang Ying. Of course, after a person's physical condition reached a certain level, their appearance no longer synchronized with their actual age. The higher their rank, the younger they appeared. Still, the actual age of the girl seemed quite young, probably just over 20 and less than 30 years old. The other 2 seemed to be encouraging the girl to do something, and the girl herself seemed eager to try. Finally, curiosity triumphed over everything, and the girl left her companions to approach Liang Ying. Ms. Liang, I'm sorry to disturb you, the girl said shyly. I'm Sophie. I'm the spaceship's route correction officer. Liang Ying turned around and gave the girl a friendly smile. Miss Sophie, hello. That? Sophie hesitated, glancing awkwardly at Liang Ying before turning back to look worriedly at her friends behind her. Liang Ying looked curiously at Sophie, patiently waiting for her to speak. Under the encouragement of her friend's eyes, Sophie finally blushed and asked the question on her mind. Excuse me, are you Mr. Xiaoyu's girlfriend? Liang Ying was momentarily stunned, not expecting that their concern revolved around this issue. She laughed and said, that's quite a personal question, but it's no secret. I'm not Xiaoyu's girlfriend. We're classmates, and we're friends. Sophie realized that asking such a question was overly intrusive and quickly explained, please don't misunderstand us. We have no ill intentions. It's pure curiosity. You see, everyone is speculating about this matter. We even placed bets. I regretfully lost the bet. I truly thought you and Mr. Xiaoyu were perfectly suited for each other, but unfortunately. Oh, please forgive my abruptness. You know, life aboard the spaceship can be so dull that we couldn't help but engage in a bit of mischief. Hopefully, our little amusement won't harm the relationship between you and Mr. Xiaoyu. Liang Ying shook her head indifferently. This girl obviously bore her no ill will, so there was nothing to fuss about. What surprised Liang Ying, however, was that the spaceship staff were so friendly towards her. She had originally assumed they might look down upon someone from a lower civilization, like the people of Litia. The reality was quite the opposite. For example, Sophie thought Liang Ying and Xiaoyu were perfectly suited for each other, rather than believing Liang Ying unworthy of Xiaoyu. This made Liang Ying feel somewhat taken aback. It was different from what she had anticipated. Perhaps noticing Liang Ying wasn't upset and remained very gentle in demeanor, Sophie's 2 companions also came over. Miss Liang, please forgive our impertinence. We genuinely admire you. Yes, you're the first female guest that young Master Xiaoyu has ever brought aboard this spaceship. so naturally we're curious, but we mean no harm at all. It's fine, I understand. And I can keep your secret. I won't tell Xiaoyu, Liang Ying smiled. Sophie and her two friends seemed to sigh in relief. It was rare for anyone besides Xiaoyu to converse with her, so Liang Ying decided to sit down and chat with them, asking about Urano's customs and what taboos might exist there. Miss Liang, you need not worry. Our Uranos is an inclusive nation. From personal preferences to religious beliefs, we embrace and respect everyone's choices. There are no taboos on Uranos as long as one does not violate the law. The men of Uranos are all gentlemen, and the women all ladies. There, you'll feel as if you've returned home. Uranos is an open country, and our doors are wide open, welcoming anyone to visit. Chapter 212, the Xianzong Castle. Xiaoyu's home was on the Xiao star of Uranus. Xiao star, just as its name suggests, was a star named after the Xiao family, and this star entirely belonged to the Xiao family. The main house of the Xiao family was located on Xiao star, and Xiaoyu's father's line also originated from the main house. Although they did not involve in politics, their influence within the main house was still significant. Hence, they lived here, but not in the main residence. Xiaoyu's home was in the Xianzong city of Xiao star. In Uranus mythology, there was an ancient legend originating from Xianzong city, which gave the city its name. The place where the legend took place was the Xianzong Castle located in the northern part of Xianzong city. It was said that tens of thousands of years ago, a princess who had been disowned by the royal family once resided here. The disowned princess was very kind-hearted and fell in love with and married a local woodcutter. However, the royal family considered the marriage of the disowned princess to the woodcutter as an insult to the dignity of the royal family, so they sent someone to sentence the couple to death. But, several years later, the locals saw the shadows of the disowned princess and her husband again in the dilapidated castle. Since then, this castle has been called Xianzong Castle. Liang Ying thought this shouldn't be a mythological story, but a romantic fairy tale. 40 years ago, Xiaoyu's mother gave up her identity as a princess and married below her status to Xiaoyu's father. Therefore, the Xiao family presented Xianzong city as a dowry to Xiaoyu's mother, and the wedding back then was held at Xianzong Castle. However, Xiaoyu's family didn't live in the Xianzong Castle now, but instead stayed at a farm not far from the castle. Apparently, after the wedding, Xiaoyu's mother felt that the castle was too big, so she moved with Xiaoyu's father to the farm. Xianzong Castle was subsequently managed by Xiaoyu's mother into a private museum, displaying various antiques and treasures. Under normal circumstances, Xianzong Castle was open to the public for 4 hours each day from Thursday to Sunday. People could visit for free. Occasionally, Xiaoyu's mother would also host various banquets at the castle. Xiaoyu had many siblings, and it was said that there were already 14 of them now, yet Xiaoyu's parents had no plans to get sterilized. By the way, Xiaoyu ranked 12th. Xiaoyu's parents must have loved each other very much. Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The spaceship stopped at the airport of Xiao Star, and Liang Ying and Xiaoyu switched to a flying car. It took less than 2 hours to reach the farm. Calling it a farm, it actually looked more like a small village. In the center of the farm were scattered many 3-story villas, which were said to be where Xiaoyu's brothers and sisters lived. Due to the large age gap between the siblings, some of those born earlier had already started their own families. During holidays, when they returned with their families, they would stay in these villas. The servants on the farm told Xiaoyu that his parents had gone to the main residence a few days ago and wouldn't return until tomorrow. Xiaoyu directly took Liang Ying to his own villa. Xiaoyu's villa reflected his personal style quite well. It was said that when the villa was built, he personally selected the architectural drawings, and the interior decoration was done according to his requirements. On the first floor were the living room and kitchen, the second floor housed the bedrooms, and the third floor was a training room, balancing luxury and functionality. There were 3 bedrooms on the second floor. One was Xiaoyu's, and the other 2 were guest rooms. Liang Ying chose the room next to Xiaoyu's. Liang Ying entered the house first to put down her things. Her storage ring was now full, and she had to carry her luggage herself. Speaking of which, she bought the cheapest and smallest storage ring. Once she earned enough universal currency in the future, she would definitely need to change it to a storage necklace like the one Xiaoyu wore. None of the other owners of the farm were around, so Liang Ying's initially somewhat inexplicably tense mood relaxed. Standing on the balcony and looking far away, all she saw were green mountains and clear water, lush grasslands, and farmers tending the fields. Various animals strolled leisurely on the grass. Although farms in the interstellar era were mostly taken care of by robots, and their management was highly intelligentized, Xiaoyu's family farm adopted a natural and wild old method of management. Does it feel strange? Xiaoyu was just on the neighboring balcony. This feeling was like being at the school villa. Liang Ying couldn't help but smile. A little. Is Xiao Star a primitive planet? Not really. The planning of Xiao Star is excellent. Urban planning designs based on local natural environments, connecting cities and nature to the greatest extent possible. Both the environment and development level of Xiao Star rank among the top in all of Uranus. Even the capital star can't compare. After all, this is the ancestral star of the Xiao family that has been operated for tens of thousands of years. Xianzong City is our home. My mother loves being close to nature. Coincidentally, the natural environment here is surrounded by mountains and waters, so my father built this place into a farm. Xianzong City is a purely agricultural city, but its population isn't small. I see. So there are no factories in Xianzong City at all? No industry exists whatsoever? Liang Ying asked. Yes, not a single trace of industry. Can it really be completely free of any industry? A city needs many auxiliary industries to function properly. For example, water and electricity supply. Do residents of Xianzong City not drink tap water or use electricity? Or do they dig wells for drinking water and set up their own generators? Wouldn't that be too wasteful? People here naturally also have unified water and electricity supplies. Keep in mind, Xianzhong City has over 5 million residents, and public service departments are indispensable. However, with level 5 civilization technology, industrial methods are no longer necessary to meet the full suite of public services. Liang Ying's eyes widened instantly. If what Xiaoyu said was true, then in level 5 civilizations, humanity and nature had achieved perfect harmonious coexistence. It was incredible, almost unbelievable, and truly great. It's getting late today. In a few days, I'll take you to visit the downtown area. Soon, the opening hours of the castle will end. I'll take you on a quick tour of the castle before then. There are many things worth seeing there. Liang Ying had assumed that what Xiaoyu referred to as things worth seeing were the items in the castle's collection. But when she stood inside Xianzhong Castle, she realized she had underestimated it by far. Looking at the dense mist swirling around her, Liang Ying suddenly felt that the name of Xianzhong Castle might not only come from a fairy tale, but perhaps it really was once a place where immortals lived. This mist was actually spiritual energy. Just standing there, Liang Ying already felt lightheaded and ethereal. Even someone like Xiaoyu, who lacked innate power, could clearly sense the difference here. Liang Ying took a deep breath, as if trying to absorb all the spiritual energy into her body. Xiaoyu was doing the exact same thing next to her. Chapter 213, not the same. Is there a spirit gathering array in the castle? Liang Ying asked with wide eyes. Xiaoyu pointed at the rooftop. It's on the top floor, follow me. The Xianzhong Castle was a traditional ancient-style building with 3-story housing. The topmost level was a bell tower. There was no elevator inside. Only staircases existed, and the building materials used were the most traditional stonework. As they walked up the stairs, Liang Ying suddenly touched the wall. This isn't ordinary stone material, is it? The feel of the wall was like ordinary stones, but Liang Ying's elemental power could see some other substances mixed into the stones. These stones are made by mixing natural stones with other substances. They're stronger, more durable, and corrosion-resistant than ordinary stones. And they're also one of the materials used for setting up an array, Xiaoyu said while stroking the wall. Creating such stones, is that a technique mastered only by 5th-tier civilizations? Liang Ying asked. Yes, the substances mixed into the stones are produced only by civilizations of 5th tier or higher. Lower-tier civilizations lack these materials. Indeed, alas. Liang Ying felt extremely sorry. The top floor of the castle was a bell tower. Surrounding the tower was an expanded circular landscape pool. This landscape pool was much better equipped and larger than the one in Xiaoyu's spaceship leisure cabin. The plants grown along the edges of the pool were all classified as superior varieties. Based on Liang Ying's judgment, these plants had all reached 6th grade quality, which meant even within 5th-tier civilizations, the plants cultivated here were considered rare and precious varieties. At the bottom of the pool lay entirely jade, colorful high-quality jade stones of various hues. Liang Ying curiously observed the jade. Are these jades arranged in some order? Yes, Uranos has specialized engineers dedicated to the art of laying arrays. In order to set up this array years ago, my father invited 8 array engineers, and it took them over 2 years to complete the construction. I've seen a small spirit gathering array on your spaceship. It uses 5-element crystals. Are the effects of jade better than those crystals? One can't compare them directly. Using crystals involves channeling the spirit energy within through magnetic fields in the array and allowing it to be discharged outward. However, using jade involves importing external spirit energy into the jade for storage. The effects derived from the 2 types of stones differ because of their different usages. I see. There were about 10 small fish swimming in the pool. Apparently startled by people nearby, they hid among the aquatic plants, sneaking peeks at this side. Liang Ying smiled and recalled the goldfish she kept. These fishes in the pool were goldfish, or spiritual fish. Seeing a little fish blowing bubbles toward her, Liang Ying asked, "Are the few you took from me among these ones?" Yes, there were originally 6 here. I added another 6 from yours, making 12 altogether. Xiaoyu plucked a wild grass by the poolside and threw it into the water to tease the fish. Your fishes seem a bit different from what's commonly sold on the market. Their essence seems exceptionally high. Liang Ying rolled her eyes. Did you know what I used to raise them? That tiny stone in my aquarium. Well, you might not recognize it, but it's Tianyun stone. Xiaoyu awkwardly scratched his nose with a fake cough, clearly indicating he'd recognized that little stone long ago. You would be able to cultivate fish with high essence if you were willing to use Tianyun stone. You might even grow fish spirits out of them. Liang Ying giggled secretly while covering her mouth. Well, that's too extravagant. People cultivate spirit fish to produce Yuling stones that possess the effect of Tianyun stone. If someone had Tianyun stone in hand, who would still care about Yuling stones? Do you know how much Tianyun stone costs on the black market? A ton of Yuling stones can't match even a pound of Tianyun stone. Liang Ying laughed a few times and never took her eyes off the pool. Suddenly frowning, she cupped a handful of water and tasted it. The water tastes sweet? Is this water spoiled later, or was it abnormal from the very beginning? Of course, it wasn't normal from the start. Initially, it was custom water, which means mineral water blended with a certain proportion of minerals. However, after being nurtured by spirit energy, the water quality changed again. Now, the water here contains spirit energy, which benefits health if consumed regularly. Amazing. Such a complicated array setup. None of the materials used are simple. Building this pool must have cost quite a fortune, didn't it? That's true. Do you think anyone can build such a gathering pool? To construct this pool, my father spent the entire 10 years' revenue of his named enterprises, but the returns were significant too. Any single piece of jade from this pool could equate to an average company's yearly income. So, it turns out your father built this spirit-gathering pool. I thought the pool had been here since the castle was constructed. Wait a moment. Earlier you mentioned that the materials for building the castle are related to this spirit-gathering pool. This castle has existed for tens of thousands of years already. So could the owners back then really have had such foresight? The materials used in constructing the castle from tens of thousands of years ago were naturally just ordinary stones. After my father made his money through business ventures, he renovated the entire castle to prepare for building this spirit-gathering pool. The substances you discovered mixed into the stones were added during the renovation using special techniques. You mean to say, the original castle wasn't demolished and rebuilt, but rather the new materials were integrated directly into the old ones on the existing structure? Exactly, your understanding is correct. Is that possible? Can substances penetrate inside others like that? Not like applying a coat of paint. A mixture of new material and old becomes a third type of material, and yet, the third kind retains the form of the original material? The technology of fifth-tier civilizations can achieve these kinds of modifications directly on structures. Liang Ying's eyes widened considerably. She'd heard about adding insulating layers to houses or refreshing furniture with new coats of paint, but all of that would destroy the original value and form of the items. An old house coated with insulation isn't an antique house anymore. An antique furniture painted over loses its worth. Yet, the Xianzong castle belonging to Xiao Yu remained identical in appearance to how it was 10,000 years ago. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to notice the difference at all. It was only because Liang Ying possessed the power of origin that she could see the inner distinctions in the materials. Of course, fundamentally, the Xianzong castle had changed from what it was 10,000 years ago. However, to the human eye, it looked exactly the same. After all, there probably aren't any natural substances capable of maintaining their form unchanged for tens of thousands of years. High-level civilizations truly are incredible. Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel. At that time, there were even more astonishing things. Let me show you in a few days, Xiao Yu specially said. Today, it's just the two of us at home. I've asked them to prepare a whole sheep. We'll have roasted mutton tonight. You won't have to cook anything while you're here. Taste our local cuisine and experience our dining style. Chapter 214, An Unwelcome Guest. The night wind gently brushed across the farm. In the near distance, insects chirped continuously, while farther away, occasional cries from cattle and sheep could be heard coming from the wooden shed. The cook, there really is a cook, had piled up firewood on the grass, and a whole lamb was roasting above it, turning carefully. Liang Ying supported her head as she gazed absent-mindedly at the fire pit. Such primitive cooking methods truly made one nostalgic. Xiao Yu sat nearby, with a large cup of barley wine on the table. He picked up the cup and gulped it down in big swallows, finishing off the entire drink in one go. By the fireside were 5 young girls wearing splendid miniskirts, gracefully dancing in a circle. Behind them were 3 young men from Letf who were strumming ancient instruments and loudly singing some unknown ancient ballads. Could this place really be part of a level 5 civilization's planet? Was it not just a primitive world? How could it feel so much like the style of ancient nobles? Or was Xiao Yu also a traveler from the past? Liang Ying couldn't help but vent inside with endless complaints. This sense of nostalgia felt far too natural. It wasn't nostalgia anymore. It was a complete recreation of the old days. 2 large trays of lamb were brought to the table, and Xiao Yu didn't hesitate before grabbing a lamb leg and chewing on it voraciously. Liang Ying's mouth corners kept twitching involuntarily. What kind of nobleman's son was this? Clearly a landowner's son. Don't blame Liang Ying for ruining the atmosphere. The current situation was too far from what she had imagined. In the interstellar era, young masters shouldn't be so uninhibited. Where was Xiao Yu's tsundere personality? Still struggling to adjust, Liang Ying picked up a big piece of lamb and imitated Xiao Yu, taking a big bite. It was really delicious, with tender, fragrant meat that was easy to chew. The gamey flavor of the lamb was completely gone, leaving only a light milk aroma in the mouth. Xiao Yu looked smugly at Liang Ying, pouring her a large glass of barley wine and placing it in front of her. Eat and drink. Letting go of her doubts, Liang Ying raised the barley wine and took a big sip. Wow, it's very fragrant. Is this barley wine brewed by yourselves? Of course. Everything we ate today, from the firewood used for burning to the spices mixed into the lamb, comes from the farm. All pure and natural. Liang Ying had already appraised earlier that all the ingredients produced by the farm were top tier. The cook's skills in roasting the meat were extremely seasoned, bringing out all the nutrients from the lamb, which was why its taste and flavor were so excellent. Cooking was undoubtedly an art. After eating her fill, Liang Ying went over to the cook to inquire about how to roast lamb, finding extra materials available right there to try her hand. She ended up personally roasting a few pieces. Liang Ying ate all the lamb she roasted herself. The taste was passable, though the texture fell short somewhat. Apparently, practicing more was still necessary if she wanted to roast good lamb. As dinner was nearing its end, the singing and dancing grew increasingly lively. This was the time when people typically ventured outside after their evening meal for a leisurely stroll. Gradually, those residing on the farm gathered here, some clapping and shouting, others joining the dancers in the field. More and more people filled the space. Tables and food were cleared away. The fire for roasting lamb was expanded, and blazing flames illuminated the entire grassy area as people danced and sang around the bonfire. After playing for a bit, Liang Ying felt tired and returned to her room for a shower. The crowd outside hadn't dispersed yet, so Liang Ying poured herself a glass of juice and walked out onto the balcony. Compared to the bustling festivities below, the space of the night felt especially serene. Looking up at the stars, time and space seemed to stretch endlessly. In the vast universe, humans were so insignificant, like a speck of dust merging with heaven and earth. The stars in this night sky appeared particularly bright, tempting one to reach up and attempt to snatch a star. Possibly influenced by the environment here, Liang Ying noticed her primordial power's range had expanded again tonight. However, Liang Ying didn't take advantage to spy on the city's people. Instead, she embraced nature wholeheartedly. Not one word Xiao Yu had said about Fairy Trace City exaggerated the truth. The natural environment here was genuinely comfortable, making one wish they could transform into a tree on the land, a flower by the road, or a cluster of grass in the forest. Liang Ying released all her senses, startling countless plants and trees on the ground awake. They groggily greeted her, and some even complained about their interrupted sleep. Liang Ying smiled faintly and urged the flow of her primordial power, causing the plants to suddenly become invigorated. They greedily absorbed the primordial power. Suddenly, Liang Ying saw a flying car approaching the direction of the farm. She swiftly retracted her primordial power. Opening her eyes, Liang Ying whispered softly, "Someone's coming." From which direction? Someone asked beside her in a low voice. Liang Ying turned her head to see Xiao Yu standing silently on the neighboring balcony, unknown when he had arrived. Liang Ying pointed in the direction, and Xiao Yu slightly furrowed his eyebrows before relaxing them almost instantly. The unwelcome guest landed on the grass of the farm. The door of the flying car slowly opened, and a long-haired girl in a princess dress got off. The girl's dress was embellished with gems, which sparkled under the night light. Judging by the girl's clothing and appearance, Liang Ying reckoned that she was probably not from the local farm. The girl walked towards the bonfire side, and soon spotted Xiao Yu on the balcony. She smiled and waved at him. Liang Ying seemed to hear Xiao Yu sigh helplessly and couldn't help but turn her head to look at Xiao Yu. However, Xiao Yu's expression remained normal, as if the sigh just now was only Liang Ying's illusion. As the girl passed by the bonfire, people stopped singing and dancing and quietly stood aside bowing to her. Liang Ying heard someone mutter softly below, "Princess Heidi." So it was Princess Heidi. She wondered why the princess was not sleeping at home at midnight, but instead came to someone else's farm. Xiao Yu nodded at Liang Ying, who understood, and followed him downstairs to welcome the princess. "Princess Heidi." Before Xiao Yu could greet, Heidi cut him off. "Brother Yu, how come you've only just returned? You didn't come to my birthday party last month. That's unacceptable. You have to make up for my birthday present." Heidi kept nagging while clinging to Xiao Yu's arm, appearing very close to him. Xiao Yu coughed awkwardly but did not push Heidi away, allowing her to hang on and ramble. Liang Ying felt that this Heidi princess should already be over 20, but her demeanor and appearance looked like a teenager's. After saying a lot, Heidi finally stopped and tilted her head, staring at Xiao Yu with wide eyes as if waiting for him to take out the gift. Xiao Yu's gaze flickered slightly, and he did not respond to Heidi's words. Instead, he pointed to Liang Ying beside him. "Princess Heidi, this is my friend Liang Ying. This time I came back. I specially invited her to visit Uranus." Chapter 215, The Princess of Peaceful Marriage. Princess Heidi's brilliant smile could dazzle anyone's eyes. She held onto Xiao Yu's arm, leaning affectionately on his shoulder, chatting endlessly. "Yesterday, I heard you were coming back, and today, after asking my second brother, I found out you'd arrived already. Unable to wait till tomorrow, I came immediately. Brother-in-law, you won't turn me away, will you?" Xiao Yu frowned. "Prince William? How did he know I would return today? I seem to have only informed my parents after coming back." "Oh, my second brother was visiting the main residence of the Zhao family. When your message reached the lady, he happened to be right beside her. By the way, why weren't you here for my birthday today? You had promised to accompany me." "Humph, this year was the last time." Princess Heidi appeared somewhat dejected as her voice trailed off towards the end, lowering her head too, making one wonder if she might have been on the verge of tears. There was indeed something very important. "I'll make it up to you later." Xiao Yu consoled her, though his words were a bit perfunctory. "Humph, then I'll look forward to your gift. By the way, I want." Princess Heidi babbled on about a list of things, implying that she wanted Xiao Yu to buy them for her. "All right, I've noted it down. I'll buy all of these for you." Xiao Yu readily agreed. Good enough." Princess Heidi immediately reverted to her cheerful state, continuing to chatter without letting go of Xiao Yu. "Brother-in-law, are you not leaving again after coming back this time? What's so great about lower civilizations? It's already been 2 years since you went there to play around. Are you still not tired of it yet? The last time I saw Lady Zhao, she was complaining about how you're always outside, rarely at home." Liang Ying stood aside, observing Princess Heidi secretly. Compared to her warmth towards Xiao Yu, Princess Heidi's attitude toward Liang Ying seemed overly cold. But Liang Ying thought this felt normal. If everyone suddenly showed her particular enthusiasm upon meeting, that would seem unnatural, leading her to feel suspicious instead. However, Liang Ying also sensed an oddity in Princess Heidi. Behind her dazzling smile, more complex emotions seemed hidden, making Liang Ying feel like she was forcing herself to laugh happily. It was quite late now, and the people on the grass had dispersed. The bonfire had gone out as well. Princess Heidi stayed overnight in the third room on the second floor of the small villa, apparently tired from her journey. After her initial excitement dissipated, Heidi went back to her room to rest. The sudden appearance of a third person left both Liang Ying and Xiao Yu wide awake momentarily. The two simply decided to sit downstairs in the living room, drinking barley wine instead. Princess Heidi had already lain down to sleep. Her daily habits were commendable. She didn't need maidservants to help her wash up. She took care of everything herself. This behavior differed somewhat from Liang Ying's preconceived notion of how princesses usually acted. "Don't mind it. Heidi wasn't specifically targeting you. That's just her personality. She only gets close to those she knows well. It's fine, I don't take offense. When she called you brother, are you two cousins? Her mother is Princess Kate, and Princess Kate is the cousin of my mother. Strictly speaking, we're not really cousins. It's just that she has always liked calling me brother. Many times, the elders have tried to correct her, but she never changed it. Eventually, we all got used to it. Liang Ying took a big gulp of barley wine. Seeing the two of you get along so well, were you childhood sweethearts growing up together? Not exactly. Heidi has a rather special identity. From a young age, she was chosen by the royal family for intensive training. Very few people can interact with her. There are only a handful of people she recognizes, and I am among them. We rarely see her, especially when we were young. Compared to us, she had much more to learn and never had the free time to play like other children. Only in the last 2 years has the royal family relaxed their control over her somewhat. Don't let Heidi's apparent happiness fool you. In reality, she carries the heavy burden of the state of Uranus. Next summer, she will travel to the Ura Empire of 7th Civilization to complete her peaceful marriage mission. Peaceful marriage? Liang Ying widened her eyes. Do higher civilizations still practice arranged marriages? As long as there's no mishap, Uranus will be promoted to 6th Civilization within 50 years. And Ura Empire is the closest 7th civilization to Uranus, the most likely to become Uranus' future supervisory nation. However, the political system of Ura differs from Uranus. It follows the most traditional imperial monarchy. You should understand this without me explaining it further. A difference in the political systems between upper and lower civilizations can easily lead to conflict. Zhao Yu looked at Liang Ying. Recalling the tension between Meng-Fei Federation and Litlitalian Empire, Liang Ying nodded. I get it. The ruling class wants to protect their own system, subconsciously rejecting different ones. 50 years ago, the rulers of Uranus had foreseen what might happen. After deliberation with the royal family, they all agreed that the royal family should arrange a marriage alliance with the nobles of Ura. After decades of effort, the royal family finally reached an agreement for this marriage alliance with Ura. They selected Heidi as the candidate and began her training from a young age, not only to adapt her to life in Ura, but also to ensure she could secure a foothold there, becoming a pillar of support for Uranus. Liang Ying listened dumbfounded as Zhao Yu spoke. In her previous understanding, arranged marriages were something that only existed in ancient times or TV dramas. She never imagined such marital transactions would still exist in an advanced civilization. Next year will be the scheduled wedding date. To help ease Heidi's anxiety, Uranus royal family began relaxing their restrictions on her last year, allowing her some pleasant time before leaving Uranus. For this reason, everyone has been very indulgent toward her. Zhao Yu glanced at Liang Ying. Don't misunderstand my attitude toward her. I hope you can understand her final whims and not blame her for being unreasonable. Liang Ying unconsciously nodded. Frankly, she hadn't fully recovered from her shock yet. She couldn't believe Princess Heidi was actually chosen for a marriage alliance. Wait, you just said the marriage alliance is with nobility? Does that mean Princess Heidi isn't marrying into the royal family of Ura, but into its nobility? Liang Ying suddenly asked. Uranus is still a 5th-level civilization now, and even after promotion, it will only be a 6th-level civilization. It can't be equal with the 7th-level Ura civilization. Finding a noble willing to accept the marriage alliance was already extremely difficult. Besides, as a princess from a 5th-level civilization marrying into a 7th-level civilization, life among the nobles will be easier for Heidi. Entering the imperial family and establishing herself there would be too challenging. The royal members of Ura's empire are allowed to take concubines. While Uranus needs Heidi as leverage, they haven't become completely ruthless by sending a princess to serve as someone's concubine. Even if that person belongs to a superior civilization's royal family, Uranus royalty can't afford to lose face like that. The princess may marry down, but she absolutely cannot become a concubine. Chapter 216, Pride. Birds chirped in the branches at dawn, and Liang Ying woke up on time. She pushed open the window, stood on the balcony, stretched, took a few deep breaths of fresh air, and felt thoroughly refreshed. There was no sign of the aftereffects of staying up late or drinking too much. It's really good to have a high level of physical skills for boosting metabolism. A table full of breakfast was already set on the first floor. The cook must have been busy since before dawn, and the variety of food was so abundant that Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel at it. Princess Heidi was already seated at the table eating breakfast. She had risen even earlier than Liang Ying. After exchanging polite greetings, Heidi coldly ate her breakfast while Liang Ying, chewing on a steamed bun in her mouth, secretly observed her. Based on Liang Ying's judgment, Heidi's spiritual power should be at level 4, and her physical combat ability at level 9, much higher than the average level in Uranus. At her age, achieving this rank made her one of the best. Generally speaking, ordinary people wouldn't deliberately cultivate their skills. They just need to keep their bodies healthy because cultivation can be very tough. However, Princess Heidi clearly had undergone professional training. Perhaps the royal family also deliberately enhanced her strength to prepare for her future life in Ira. Heidi suddenly looked at Liang Ying with a blank expression. Why are you staring at me? Is there something strange about me? Or do people from lower civilizations all behave so rudely? Liang Ying had been sneaking glances too often, naturally drawing Heidi's attention, making Liang Ying feel quite awkward as she hurriedly apologized to Heidi. Heidi neither approved nor disapproved, staring at Liang Ying for a long time before emitting a soft hum. Your gaze is peculiar. Heidi tilted her head as if lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, her eyes sharpened. You're feeling sympathy for me. Take back your pity, I don't need it. Liang Ying was stunned. By then, Heidi had finished eating. She gave Liang Ying an irritated look, straightened her spine, and walked away proudly. Liang Ying absent-mindedly took a bite of the bun in her hand. Heidi seemed different from what she had expected. At first glance, Heidi appeared to be a spoiled and arrogant girl, but learning about her background evoked sympathy instead. Now, Liang Ying saw determination and bravery in Heidi. How many people could refuse another's pity? Especially when Heidi said these words. It didn't make Liang Ying think she was showing off her strength. She felt pride and firmness instead. The royal family of Uranus indeed had keen insight. Perhaps they had intentionally cultivated this kind of personality in Heidi. Xiaoyu also came down to eat breakfast. Liang Ying thought her performance earlier wasn't good enough, but worried that trying again would lead to another misunderstanding by Heidi. So she told Xiaoyu about the situation, asking him to explain it for her, to clarify that Liang Ying hadn't intended to disrespect Heidi. Xiaoyu nodded his head. I'll explain to Heidi. But you don't have to worry. She isn't someone who likes holding grudges. She probably won't care much about it. Liang Ying mumbled a couple of affirmative noises, finishing off the porridge in her bowl in one go. She wiped her mouth clean and said, in fact, I admire Princess Heidi quite a lot. She reminded me of the phrase, don't judge a book by its cover. People like her will definitely get along well in Ira. Xiaoyu finished 5 buns in one breath, drank a bowl of porridge, and then ordered more, another piece of Sam steak, 3 poached eggs, and various pastries and milk. Although Liang Ying always dined with Xiaoyu, seeing his excellent appetite never failed to surprise her slightly. Your appetite is always so great. Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel. Finally satisfied, Xiaoyu carefully wiped his mouth clean and led Liang Ying to take a walk in the farm first. My parents will return today. We'll stay here waiting for them to come back before going out. This afternoon, I'll take you to see the city, Xiaoyu said. Good. Now your parents are coming back. The gifts I prepared can finally be given out. Liang Ying was a little nervous about soon meeting Xiaoyu's parents. Let's not talk about that yet. Last night went too late, and I didn't get to say some things. Xiaoyu's expression looked serious, which made Liang Ying very curious about what he was going to say. This time I brought you to Uranus originally intending to introduce you to Heidi. I didn't expect her to show up herself, saving us the trouble of having to go to the palace to see her. Liang Ying looked at Xiaoyu in confusion, unclear why he wanted her to meet Heidi. I think you should interact more with Heidi. There are many aspects worth your learning from her. Liang Ying still didn't understand. Why specifically Heidi? Suddenly, Xiaoyu reached out and patted Liang Ying's head, leaving her completely baffled. Pouting, she swatted his hand away. Stop pretending to be an adult in front of me. You acting all grown up suddenly gives me the chills. Goosebumps everywhere. Xiaoyu rubbed his nose awkwardly. You're too innocent. Couldn't help, but, cough cough, let's talk business. I heard that you were strongly against Tang Mi from the Tang family joining you in Latalia before, and it seems like you even made her life difficult? Huh? That's right. Why do you suddenly care about this? Could it be you're interested in Tang Mi now? Liang Ying squinted at Xiaoyu with undisguised contempt in her eyes. How could that be? What I mean is, Sai, how should I put this? You're just too stupid to figure out something so simple. If it weren't for your good fortune of having a friend like me, Sai, if it weren't for me looking out for you, maybe one day someone would sell you off, and you wouldn't even know why. Hey, you're rambling. What does our relationship have to do with Tang Mi? Besides, am I really as dumb as you say? Cough. All right, back to the main issue. Sai, normally I don't like to explain things so much to others, but meeting you has no remedy. Hey, let's stick to the point. Ah yes, sticking to the main point. Do you think Mengfei Federation and Latalia will break relations? Of course not. If it was AOC Empire, maybe, but Latalia absolutely won't. Mengfei Federation simply can't win against Latalia. Breaking relations would be tantamount to suicide. Then let me ask you another thing. Since the two countries won't break relations, would they perhaps find ways to mend their previous disagreements and improve relations? Possibly. Because of Liang Tao, Latalia should realize that hindering Mengfei Federation's development any longer isn't beneficial. Being neighbors, it's impossible to ignore each other. Hence improving relations is the only way forward. At least avoid creating an enemy for yourself. And for the Mengfei Federation, despite having Liang Tao on its side, the nation's strength still lags far behind Latalia's significantly. Even if the Mengfei eventually ascends to become a 4th-level civilization, it doesn't mean the Federation can catch up to Latalia's national power within a short period of time. Hence, being the weaker party, the Mengfei Federation can only compromise, seek better ties with Latalia, and try to enhance bilateral relations. Whether they can become allies or not, they shouldn't obstruct each other's progress. Chapter 217, The Best Candidate. The trend of Mengfei Federation strengthening ties with Latalia has become inevitable. Xiaoyu glanced at Liang Ying, who was lost in thought, then said, what do you think is the best way for Mengfei to show goodwill towards Latalia? Liang Ying looked at Xiaoyu once and shook her head. I don't know. From an economic perspective, there's still a huge gap between Mengfei's and Latalia's economies. It's fundamentally unable to collaborate economically with Latalia. Instead, it's more likely that Latalia will help Mengfei economically. The same logic applies to military technology. Since there is a difference in levels of civilization, these two countries aren't on the same level, and Latalia wouldn't gain much from Mengfei. At a national level, their interactions are unlikely to produce tangible results. Thus, the options available to Mengfei are quite limited. The only feasible method would be to increase exchanges among the higher-ups of both countries and use personal connections to change Latalia's attitude towards Mengfei, improving private relations to affect the big picture, especially because Latalia is an imperial monarchy where state power mainly lies in the hands of the royal family and the great nobles. Mengfei just needs to target efforts towards the royal family and nobility. I've explained it so clearly. Can you still not figure out what Mengfei might do next? Liang Ying stopped walking, looking somewhat stunned as she stared at Xiao Yu. Do you mean Mengfei Federation will also attempt an alliance through marriage with the Lidaolian royalty and aristocracy? Even though Mengfei Federation does not have royalty or aristocracy, there are prominent families whose existence and influence in the Federation bear similarities to imperial royals and nobles. Therefore, Mengfei can arrange marriages involving its powerful families with Lidaolia's royalty and aristocrats. You finally got it? Now, let me ask you this. If Mengfei were to form an alliance through marriage with Lidaolia, who do you think would be the best candidate on Mengfei's side? Suddenly, Liang Ying felt a wave of cold down her back, breaking out in cold sweat. The best candidate would be me? It seems like you're not beyond redemption after all. You're currently the only adult child of Crown Prince Liang Tao. If Mengfei wishes to express sincerity to Lidaolia, whether based on background or individual capability, you're undoubtedly the best choice. And if the person chosen for the alliance is you, Lidaolia would definitely agree without hesitation. They'd even select one of their finest royal members as your spouse. This kind of alliance would yield the most optimal result, exactly what both Mengfei and Lidaolia desire. Liang Ying gripped Xiao Yu's arm tightly, glaring at him. I won't go. Xiao Yu winced in pain. Lighten up. You've become too strong. You're hurting me now. Liang Ying gave him a dirty look before releasing her grip. They must be dreaming. My dad wouldn't agree. I think the same. From what I've observed, Crown Prince Liang Tao spoils you too much and probably won't consent to such a plan by Mengfei. In that case, we'd have to choose someone else. The top choice isn't feasible, and others cannot match your conditions. Thus, Mengfei may have to broaden its scope within the Federation, increasing the number of participating influential families to compensate for quality with quantity. Liang Ying didn't know what to say. It seemed like this put her in a selfish position, causing many people trouble just because of her, but I don't approve of you marrying into Lidaolia either. Xiao Yu suddenly fixed his gaze on Liang Ying, his eyes seemingly holding some hidden meaning which made Liang Ying tense up. Although you're a bit immature, your talent is the highest among those I've seen. I believe your future achievements will surely surpass Crown Prince Liang Tao. Marrying into Lidaolia merely for an alliance would indeed be regrettable. A faint sense of disappointment rose in Liang Ying's heart, yet she secretly sighed in relief. You sure seem confident in me. Surpassing Dad. I lack the confidence myself. Xiao Yu suddenly held Liang Ying firmly by the shoulders, gazing straight into her eyes with unwavering determination. I trust my judgment, and you should trust me too. I haven't been wrong before, and you need to work hard. Don't waste your talent. Seeing Xiao Yu being so earnest, Liang Ying felt somewhat guilty. Thanks for believing in me. Xiao Yu patted Liang Ying on the shoulder. I'll help you. Liang Ying chuckled awkwardly a few times. You're really such a good person. Your laugh sounds forced. I'm no saint. We've known each other for 2 years. At the very least, we're friends. If you become a crown prince or even surpass the rank someday, naturally I, as your friend, would benefit from your rise. You'll be my backbone then. So remember to take care of your brother. A sly gleam flickered in Xiao Yu's eyes, dissimilar to his earlier seriousness. This attitude rather relieved Liang Ying, making her feel more at ease. Liang Ying hee-hee laughed a few times, pretending to be generous as she patted Xiao Yu. All right, when I become successful, I will never forget you. At that time, I'll take you on a tour of the universe. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. That was your promise. I need to record it so you can't deny it later. With that, Xiao Yu pulled out a memory stick from his storage necklace and insisted that Liang Ying repeat her earlier words for him to record. After putting away the memory stick, Xiao Yu recalled something else. I almost forgot what we started with. The reason I just helped you analyze all these things is because I want to remind you. If you don't want to participate in Mengfei Federation's marriage alliance with Lidaolia, then you should be nicer to people from other prestigious families. Even if you can't become friends, you'd better avoid becoming enemies. For example, Tangmi. She would be a very suitable person for the alliance. Both her looks and background are passable. But if she has a bad relationship with you, then she may get excluded from being an option for the marriage alliance. In short, choosing someone for the alliance is a very complex and troublesome matter. It's better to exclude her. The Tang family has big ambitions. They might not be willing to be controlled by Mengfei Federation. If Tangmi marries into Lidaolia, they could potentially emigrate their entire family, leaving Mengfei Federation behind. You really are dumb. Do you think why that noble young master treated Tangmi well? It's simply because she is His Excellency Liang Tao's niece. If the Tang family angered His Excellency Liang Tao and Tangmi lost this identity, do you think that young master would still pay attention to her? Do you truly believe beauty could enchant him forever? In the age of interstellar travel, isn't it easy to create all kinds of beauties? How could they be lacking one Tangmi alone? What Xiao Yu said seemed to make a lot of sense. Mengfei and Lidaolia's marriage alliance definitely involves participation from the Liang family. Your relatives will also contribute a candidate. If Tangmi gets excluded, another family will have to provide someone instead. I see that you seem to hate arranged marriages a lot. Then how about socializing more with those you dislike, and sending them to Lidaolia to suffer? Chapter 218, Humans and Nature. Xiao Yu's mother was a very gentle and amiable noblewoman, with an aristocratic bearing that was impossible to ignore. Her kind and friendly demeanor made people feel good. She held Liang Ying's hand and asked her to sit beside her. Little Yu owes much to your care in the Mengfei Federation. The child is disobedient. He ran away from home not only without telling anyone, but also refused to let anyone follow him. Since childhood, he has never suffered hardship. I'm really worried about whether he can manage his life on his own. Fortunately, he met you. You're too polite. I haven't done much. Xiao Yu is very capable. You don't need to worry about him, Liang Ying said, embarrassedly lowering her head. Mrs. Xiao's smile was too warm. It was hard to look straight at her. Xiao Yu's father had more imposing presence, a typical elite individual. Although he did not carry any noble title, he exuded a noble aura. He simply nodded at Liang Ying, saying, "No need to be courteous, please seat yourself," before taking Xiao Yu into the study for a private conversation. Sitting alone with Mrs. Xiao, Liang Ying felt considerable pressure. Even though Mrs. Xiao seemed very gentle, the kind of presence she exuded made it difficult for people to become too familiar. Fortunately, Princess Heidi also came over. She was very familiar with Mrs. Xiao and naturally leaned against her while cooing affectionately. Liang Ying quietly sighed with relief as she sat by the side. Frankly speaking, she was not yet accustomed to associating with these so-called nobles. Networking and socializing just didn't suit her personality. Luckily, Xiao Yu came out not long after leaving. After talking with Mrs. Xiao for a while, he proposed taking Liang Ying for a tour around the city of Xinzhou. Princess Heidi immediately became interested. "I want to go too. Lady, allow me to join them." Mrs. Xiao affectionately patted Heidi's arm. "All right, you all go together. Remember not to return too late. Dinner will be prepared. We'll have it together." Xiao Yu went to fetch the flying car, and Liang Ying and Heidi waited for him at the entrance. Heidi suddenly took out a seed and offered it to Liang Ying. "I heard you are a wood-type elemental wielder. Help me mature this seed." Liang Ying hesitated. "Now? Here. Yep, right now," Heidi said firmly. The seed rested in the palm of her hand. After examining the seed closely for a moment, Liang Ying then returned it to Heidi's palm. "All right, hold on to it. I'll channel my powers." Placing her hands slightly above Heidi's palms, elemental force surged forth. The seed sprouted in Heidi's palm and grew quickly, soon becoming a mature plant about a meter tall. "That should do it," Heidi said. Liang Ying ceased channeling the elemental force. "This is seaweed, edible. This seaweed reaches the 6th level of quality. It will surely taste delicious. It's a present for Mrs. Xiao." Heidi waved to summon a nearby butler and handed the seaweed to him. "Take it to the kitchen. Let them add dishes tonight." The butler respectfully retreated, holding the seaweed with both hands. Heidi wiped her hands clean with a handkerchief and then earnestly looked at Liang Ying. "You're not bad, skilled enough. Cousin hasn't complimented you wrong." Liang Ying faintly smiled. Of course, she was good. With both physical skills and mental power reaching double-digit levels, her abilities didn't come from elemental power, but from primal energy, stronger than ordinary elemental abilities. To others, she absolutely belonged to the category of geniuses among geniuses with remarkable talent. Heidi looked at Liang Ying again and said, "But don't get too arrogant. Uranos isn't short of geniuses or people who envy them. My temperament is relatively good. If you encounter others, it's best to keep a low profile, lest someone snuffs you out." Liang Ying was somewhat surprised. She didn't expect Heidi would tell her these things. "Thank you, Princess, for your warning. I am always modest. I am just an ordinary person." Heidi softly added again. "And don't be overly modest either, or people might think you're incompetent and end up bullying you, which will lose face for cousin." "Ah, I understand. When necessary, I will act." "Humph. Well, do as you see fit." Xiao Yu set the flying car to autonomous driving mode and sat in the back with Liang Ying and Heidi. The flying car slowly glided through the air, Xiao Yu pointing out landmarks outside the window as he introduced everything to Liang Ying along the way. Occasionally, Princess Heidi also interjected a few words, but most of the time she just sat by, attentively listening to Xiao Yu and Liang Ying converse. The city of Xinzhou was even larger than Liang Ying had imagined. The downtown area concentrated commerce, residential zones, and municipal offices, while the outskirts were entirely farmland. Surrounded by green mountains and clear waters, the modern city gave one a fresh perspective. Among these sights, what captured Liang Ying's attention most were several buildings hovering in the air. The largest of these structures was the municipal government office where the mayor worked. Encased in a transparent glass-like protective shield, the building hovered gracefully above the city and moved slowly through the air. It was said that its speed could be controlled manually, allowing it to accelerate when needed. The mayor's office was designed as a flying castle, reportedly for the convenience of enabling the mayor to inspect local conditions and connect directly with citizens at any time. In addition to this government building, there were several other structures hovering in the air. However, unlike the mayor's office, they were fixed and unable to move. These belonged to various religious groups, churches, temples, Taoist shrines, and more. Even in the interstellar age, people retained their individual faiths, though not in large numbers. Instead, the majority now believed in universal laws. It was said that these suspended religious buildings were originally on the ground. As the number of followers dwindled, their usage rates decreased year by year until they became relics of history. To preserve them, the government had elevated them from the surface, transforming them into floating museums where visitors could explore. The revenue generated from tourism was managed by the respective religious organizations, but strictly used only for maintaining these buildings. Xiao Yu took Liang Ying and Heidi to visit these religious museums before flying to the city center, home to various public service facilities responsible for sustaining the city's operation. As Xiao Yu mentioned earlier, Liang Ying found no trace of industrial activity here. Instead, what was evident was humanity's deeper understanding of nature, alongside the preservation and sustainable utilization of natural resources. Take electricity and water supply, for instance. These were not managed using primitive means, but advanced technology capable of meeting human needs while preserving nature in its original state. Naturally, Liang Ying lacked the level of expertise required to comprehend or master such sophisticated technologies. a clear demonstration of the gap between civilizations and their differing depths of understanding regarding nature. Despite her inability to fully grasp it, Liang Ying couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, human development is inseparable from the natural world. Only through greater understanding of nature and mastering its principles can human civilization ascend to higher levels. Chapter 219, The Palace. Ever since Princess Heidi came over, she never left, and followed Liang Ying and Xiaoyu. The three of them thus began a somewhat strange journey around Uranus. As they spent more and more time together, Liang Ying and Princess Heidi gradually became familiar with each other. Indeed, Heidi was particularly close to those she knew well. In front of Liang Ying, Heidi displayed her arrogance less and less. She seemed especially fond of clinging on to others. Originally, she would always be hanging on Xiaoyu, but now she spent her days snuggling up next to Liang Ying. Though among the three, she was the oldest in age, she acted most like a child. This trip was made via Xiaoyu's private spaceship, and he brought along the entire team. Managers, servants, and even the chef were all there. Liang Ying relished the leisure, as Xiaoyu's dedicated chef was truly skilled, handling ingredients in very special ways. With much curiosity, Liang Ying often went to seek the chef out for secret lessons. Heidi appeared to have been influenced by Liang Ying and also started mixing in the kitchen with her, seemingly also falling in love with cooking herself. However, unlike Liang Ying, who had some foundation in culinary skills, Heidi often caused chaos in the kitchen, disrupting the chef multiple times and affecting her ability to cook. This resulted in the chef going to complain to Xiaoyu. Thus, Xiaoyu ordered a cabin next to the kitchen to be cleared out, and the two cabins combined, doubling the size of the kitchen space. One half was used by the chef for cooking, while the other half was given to Liang Ying and Heidi for their experiments. With growing familiarity with the kitchen, Heidi's culinary skills improved dramatically. It seemed that she suddenly loved making food herself. Her desire to make her own dishes surpassed even Liang Ying's, and the time she spent in the kitchen increased, surpassing Liang Ying as well. No matter what, having someone with the same interests nearby was always a good thing. Liang Ying and Heidi exchanged ideas more and more frequently, and their relationship quickly grew closer. Uranus was a very beautiful nation, where the natural environment had blended harmoniously with modern technology in ways that amazed Liang Ying. The entire star domain seemed to be enveloped by a light mist, showcasing the country's environmental superiority over Mengfei Federation. Living here, the people were positively affected by this excellent environment, and infants were born with strong constitutions. Usually, children at the age of 3 could already reach level 3 of physical training without deliberate practice. Such a superior natural environment provided people with better bodies, enabling them to engage in higher challenging work, while their emphasis on the environment encouraged them to better treat and improve it, creating a virtuous cycle. Indeed, for an advanced civilization, human society must progress harmoniously with nature. What fascinated Liang Ying greatly was that Uranus was studying biomechas, integrating natural materials with modern technology more perfectly to create substances surpassing metallic materials, fundamentally changing mechas. This will be a major leap forward in mecha technology. However, the biomecha technology is still in its research phase, and Liang Ying eagerly anticipates the day it succeeds. Gradually, the journey drew to a close, when Heidi suddenly received notification that someone from the Ella Empire had sent her some gifts, necessitating her immediate return to the capital planet to receive them. Of course, this person from the Ella Empire was none other than Heidi's noble fiancé. He certainly was romantic, knowing how to court his fiancée before marriage, sending dedicated personnel to deliver the gifts. It seemed he was not without personal feelings for Heidi. This was Liang Ying's guess. Liang Ying had already been included on Heidi's list of close friends, so naturally Heidi invited her to visit the palace. After receiving Xiaoyu's approval, Liang Ying accepted. Heidi was slightly dissatisfied. Why do you need Brother Xiao's consent before you can agree? It's me inviting you. What does it have to do with him? But I am here in Uranus at his invitation, so I am his guest. If a guest runs off leaving the host behind, it would be quite impolite. Liang Ying explained. Heidi tilted her head in thought, finally accepting the explanation. However, Xiaoyu had objections. So you call me to play every day, but now that you've got Liang Ying as your companion, you've completely ignored me. It really makes me sad. Heidi sheepishly clung to Xiaoyu's arm. How could I forget about brother? I just want to learn culinary arts. You can't cook, and you don't even like staying in the kitchen. Besides, wouldn't you prefer not being dragged into the kitchen daily? Xiaoyu hastily pushed away Heidi's hand. Leave the kitchen to the two of you. I'll only take care of eating. The capital star of Uranus was similarly covered with lush greenery, though there were relatively more skyscrapers here, and the greening was done more meticulously. Each building was surrounded by enough tall trees, preventing the city from becoming a steel jungle despite the presence of these towering buildings. There were also more floating buildings here, perhaps to prevent collisions among the airborne structures. With the exception of the Palace of Uranus, all floating buildings here were immobile. The Palace of Uranus also floated in the sky. Unlike other floating buildings, the palace moved along 7 predetermined orbits in the sky. Additionally, for a quarter of the year, it was open to the public, allowing free visits by the citizens. Furthermore, all floating buildings could land on the ground. During the annual spring festival, all floating buildings, including the palace, would return to the ground. This symbolized the royal family celebrating together with the people. In the palace, Heidi had a dedicated bedroom. Due to her special status, her bedroom was entirely under her control. Even the Emperor of Uranus had no authority to manage it. Out of courtesy, Xiaoyu stayed in Prince William's bedroom, while Liang Ying stayed in Heidi's bedroom. You should thank me. My bedroom is the place with the fewest rules. If you were somewhere else, you'd definitely feel uncomfortable, Heidi said proudly. Fewest rules? I thought your bedroom had the most rules so you could adapt better to Ella. You're wrong. My fiancé is just a noble from Ella, not of the Ella royal family. We don't need to follow too many formalities and etiquettes regularly. After becoming familiar with Heidi, Liang Ying found that she never shied away from talking about her arranged marriage. She also didn't harbor any hatred or negative feelings toward her fiancé. Additionally, Liang Ying learned that after Heidi turned 12, she and her fiancé met once a year. This was partly to maintain the validity of their engagement, and partly because Uranos intentionally wanted the couple to develop some affection for each other. It seemed that Uranos' policy of political marriages still had some humane considerations, unlike the barbaric disregard for human emotions in ancient times. Heidi's bedroom was very luxurious, with an architectural style different from the others. It was rumored that she enjoyed the treatment of a princess of Uranos, while her daily necessities were arranged according to the standards of Ella. Naturally, the style of her residence was designed following the popular fashion of Ella. Chapter 220, The Invitation. Hetty met the envoy from Alara, accepted the gifts, and then handed over her own prepared return gifts to the envoy. She casually asked about the recent conditions of her fiancé before arranging for the envoy to return. Liang Ying was pulled by Hetty to take a look at the gifts together. They were mostly small trinkets that young girls liked, along with some electronic magazines and popular media magazines, very everyday items. It seemed that Hetty's fiancé was quite considerate. Through these daily items, he helped Hetty become familiar with Alara and prepare her for integrating into life in Alara. Hetty opened up a fashion magazine, pulling Liang Ying over to look at it together. The content focused on the most popular clothing styles and accessories in Alara this season, interspersed occasionally with descriptions of the customs and local conditions of certain places in Alara, a simple and direct way to introduce everyday life of Alara's people. There was also an electronic tablet containing videos downloaded from Alara's star-wide internet network. These videos captured the joys and sorrows of daily life among the people of Alara. Hetty watched with great interest, evidently not the first time she had received such magazines and videos. Liang Ying wasn't much of a fashion enthusiast. Her choice of clothing always leaned towards comfort rather than style. However, she found looking through these magazines rather refreshing. Some of the videos, especially those filled with humor, sparked her interest. They gave her the impression that daily life for the people of Alara was fairly leisurely and relaxed. Even more surprising, some of these humorous videos poked fun at the royal family and nobility, and some of the creators themselves were Elleran nobles. Liang Ying couldn't help but feel surprised, realizing that the royal family and nobility in Alara appeared to be down-to-earth, differing greatly from the atmospheres in Us Empire and Litlia Empire. I thought in monarchies, preserving the dignity of royalty and the aristocracy was taken very seriously, yet it seems the common folk here are so bold as to joke about the royal family. Liang Ying expressed her surprise. Hetty glanced at Liang Ying, then while watching the video, explained to her, the higher the level of civilization, the more balanced the national system becomes. Although Alara is a monarchy, its political system has developed quite fully. In particular, the management system of the royal family approaches perfection. The quality of the royal members is very high, and they hold equally high requirements for the aristocracy. From a young age, they receive comprehensive and strict education. For them, the dignity of royalty and nobility isn't determined by what the public says, but by what they truly contribute to the country. I know you come from a federation, so it might be hard for you to understand the true meaning of a monarchy. Just understand that in highly civilized countries, the demands on those who govern will increase accordingly. Those who cannot meet the needs of a nation will be weeded out early on. Take Alanos for instance. The royal family may no longer have real power, but when they need to make contributions for Alanos, they certainly won't hesitate. Since Liang Ying came to the palace purely on a personal visit, she only toured around with Hetty and didn't meet the emperor or other royal family members. After seeing off the envoy from Alara, Liang Ying and Hetty left the palace. I still feel freer outside. There's always a restrictive atmosphere inside the palace. Even though everything in my bedroom follows my orders, I can't act too freely. Clearly, Hetty also preferred living outside the palace. Liang Ying and Hetty moved into Hetty's residence outside the palace. It was a beautifully situated villa in the central urban area, conveniently accessible. Most importantly, it was on the ground, not floating in the air. Honestly speaking, Liang Ying still favored a grounded life. Although flying in the sky might seem cool, having grown accustomed to treading solid earth, suddenly living in the air gave one a slightly uneasy feeling. Just after Liang Ying and Hetty had finished moving their luggage, Xiao Yu arrived to see them, bringing 2 invitations with him. Xiao Yu placed the fragrant invitation on the table. Duke Zalutin is hosting a midsummer night banquet. The invitation was sent to the palace. He probably doesn't know Hetty has moved out yet. 2 invitations, one for Hetty, and one for Liang Ying. And there's one for me. Liang Ying was surprised. Of course there should be one for you. You've been spending your time with Hetty and me lately. If they invited us too, out of politeness, they should include you as well, Xiao Yu explained. Liang Ying picked up the invitation and examined it carefully. The invitation was not made of paper, but e-paper. Silver patterns were embossed on its surface, and a floral fragrance seeped out from within. Liang Ying wiped her finger against the patterns, and a virtual holographic image popped up from the card. Pink petals rained down from the sky, and lines of exquisite text appeared, marking the host of the banquet and its location. Then, after pausing for a few seconds, the image changed to show the venue of the banquet. The image rotated 360 degrees, and finally, the image of Duke Zalutin appeared. He made an inviting gesture. The image paused for a few seconds, then disappeared. Pretty interesting card. The person who showed up at the end was Duke Salutin? Liang Ying asked. Yes, it's him. Hetty's voice sounded a bit strange. He seems quite young. I thought dukes were all old men. Liang Ying said somewhat mischievously. He is Alano's youngest duke. Xiao Yu's tone also became a bit odd. Liang Ying looked at Xiao Yu, then at Hetty. Is there something wrong with Duke Salutin? Is there anything I need to be careful about when I go to the banquet? Cough. Xiao Yu glanced at Hetty. You explain it to her. He's my uncle after all. We should give some respect to our elders. Isn't he my elder too? Anyway, you're younger, so I'll explain. Hetty furrowed her brow and finally told Liang Ying the story of Duke Salutin. It turned out that Duke Salutin was once the first heir to the throne of Alanos, and also the most famous playboy of the Alanos royal family. Duke Salutin married for the first time at the age of 24. It was said that his first wife had grown up with him since childhood. According to the saying, their feelings should have been good, but this duke started having an extramarital affair less than 2 years after their marriage, and was even exposed by the media in Alanos. Originally, this could have been resolved. As long as he showed repentance, the incident could have been passed off as a mere scandal. But Duke Salutin fell deeply in love with his lover and publicly confessed his affection for her, leading to his wife insisting on divorcing him. As a result, amidst the chaos, Duke Salutin ended his first marriage and successfully married his lover as his second wife. However, good times did not last long. 2 years into this second marriage, he cheated again. This time, his wife didn't want a divorce, even publicly declaring her willingness to forgive him, but Duke Salutin insisted on the divorce and marrying his lover. As a result, under his obstinacy, he began his third marriage. Nevertheless, Duke Salutin remained unrepentant. Currently, the current Duchess Salutin was already his 14th wife. Chapter 221, The Appearance of a Beauty. When Duke Salutin divorced for the 6th time, the royal family stripped him of his inheritance rights, and the original crown prince became a nobleman. Duke Salutin became an oddity in the Uranos royal family. While the royal family was ashamed of his worldly behavior, he claimed to be bold in pursuing true love and took pride in it. The duke also loved traveling, so his scandalous stories spread across various nearby star domains. Several of his wives were foreigners, even including individuals from advanced civilizations. His current duchess hails from the Alara Empire. It's estimated that Duke Salutin himself must have had some charm. It's said that the current duchess comes from a middle-ranking noble family in the Alara Empire. She fell in love with the duke at first sight during a banquet, and despite her family's opposition, she insisted on marrying the duke, becoming his 14th duchess. The current duchess enjoys socializing and frequently hosts parties at her residence. Knowing that Heidi would eventually marry into the Alara family, she always invited Heidi, treating her very kindly. For the same reason, Heidi never declined the duchess's invitations and maintained a fairly close relationship with her. Heidi held Liang Ying's shoulder earnestly and said, Anyway, you absolutely must not speak alone with Duke Salutin or be alone with him. You'd better stay by Xiao Yu's side at all times and never leave. Liang Ying solemnly nodded. Someone so promiscuous was definitely someone she needed to avoid at all costs. The Salutin Duke's mansion is also a castle with a history of tens of thousands of years, maintaining its original historical appearance thanks to advanced craftsmanship. On this night, the Salutin Duke's castle was brightly lit. The formerly dark and damp ancient castle now looked as if its walls were transparent, illuminated by advanced lighting technology. Noticing that Liang Ying kept staring at the walls, Xiao Yu leaned close to her ear and said, Duke Salutin likes lavish styles. These walls are made with materials different from those at our house. They contain natural luminescent substances that emit a faint glow even at night, let alone now when they're illuminated by lights. Now it made sense. Liang Ying had felt that these walls were different from those in Xiao Yu's home. This was another kind of new technology, walls that could glow. Duke Salutin was indeed a lover of crowds, and the guests he invited included not only nobles, but also celebrities and socialites, making the event lively and bustling. What almost made Liang Ying's eyes pop out was the performance of a 5-member idol girl group on the stage in the hall of the castle. Ultra-short poofy pink skirts, exposed shoulders and arms, silver crowns on their heads, and yellow gem-studded staffs in their hands. They seemed more like cosplay performances of anime characters from TV shows. What's more, Liang Ying noticed there were quite a few people dressed in cosplay costumes around the stage, including beautiful young women and handsome young men. The Duke and Duchess were indeed unconventional. It was the first time Liang Ying had witnessed such a otaku-style performance at a banquet hosted by the nobility. Many guests gathered around the stage to watch the performance, and quite a few appeared thoroughly entertained. It seemed the Duke's guests were already accustomed to this sort of entertainment. Hetty had already gone to speak with the Duchess, while Xiao Yu and Liang Ying took some food and stood near a pillar watching the performance on the stage. I heard that the Duke and Duchess actually met online first. They played a multiplayer game together for quite a while before the Duchess suggested meeting in real life, whereupon the Duchess was completely captivated by the Duke's real-life charm. Who would have thought that aristocratic debutantes play online games now? It's hard to imagine them gaming. The Duchess is over 40 years younger than the Duke. Her family opposed the marriage strongly back then. Haven't you noticed that the Duchess hasn't returned to Alara even once in the past 2 years? Oh dear, it's been 2 years again. I wonder if this time they'll break the curse of Duke Salutin's marriages lasting only 2 years. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yu coughed loudly a few times. The 3 people whispering in front of them seemed to just realize someone was behind them. Glaring at Xiao Yu and Liang Ying briefly, the 3 turned red and walked away. In the distance, Duke Salutin was surrounded by people, looking extremely pleased with himself, regardless of their identities or ages. He talked freely to everyone, far from acting like a high and mighty duke. Unable to help herself, Liang Ying stole a glance at him. Duke Salutin should be at 10th level martial arts ability. Well preserved, he pursued a high quality of life. Despite being nearly 100 years old, he looked as though he were in his 30s. His beard was impeccably clean-shaven, and his pale golden short hair clung to his scalp with a slightly thin fringe. His face appeared lightly made up, giving him a rosy complexion free of any wrinkles. If one only looked at his face, it was truly hard to believe that this man was almost 100 years old. His youthfulness was impeccable. Xiao Yu, you're really here. It's wonderful. I've finally found you. A sickly sweet voice rang out, and suddenly a young woman in a pink lace dress came jogging toward Xiao Yu and Liang Ying. From 5 meters away, she leapt directly toward Xiao Yu. As the young beauty lunged, Xiao Yu immediately sidestepped and avoided her. Realizing this instantly, Liang Ying quickly moved aside as well, hiding behind Xiao Yu. Seeing Xiao Yu evade her, a flicker of astonishment passed through the young woman's eyes, but it disappeared quickly. Based on her posture, she was supposed to fall flat on the floor, but just before making contact, she twisted her body gracefully and landed firmly on her feet. Impressive. This young woman wasn't as delicate as she seemed. If Liang Ying had judged correctly, she should be barely over 20, yet her martial arts level had already reached 10th grade. She was clearly a prodigy in physical combat. The awkward moment seemed to vanish into thin air as the young woman smiled brightly again, looking at Xiao Yu. But then her gaze shifted to Liang Ying, standing behind Xiao Yu. The smile vanished from her face, and the young woman glared at Liang Ying, demanding curtly, "Who are you? Why are you leaning on Xiao Yu? Leave immediately." Liang Ying froze for a moment, instinctively preparing to step back, but Xiao Yu stopped her by holding her shoulder tightly and pulling her closer to him. "Lucia, she's my girlfriend. Don't bully her. Show some manners. Don't be so rude." Good thing Liang Ying had already swallowed the fruit juice. Otherwise, she would definitely have spewed it all over the place. "What?" The young woman named Lucia immediately filled her eyes with tears, looking at Xiao Yu and Liang Ying with an aggrieved expression. Xiao Yu laughed carelessly and tightened his grip around Liang Ying's arm. Liang Ying could only nervously chuckle, awkwardly playing along with Xiao Yu's charade. Chapter 222, Dramatic Past. Miss Lucia, who suddenly burst in, was taken away by her brother. Her brother appeared at a very opportune time, clearly having anticipated that such an event might occur, and so had been keeping a close eye on her. Thank Miss Lucia's brother for saving Liang Ying and Xiao Yu the trouble of dealing with her. Liang Ying pushed Xiao Yu's hand away and glared at him unfriendly. "I said if you were going to act, you should have given me a heads up first. You almost gave me a heart attack." Xiao Yu put up his thumb. "Good buddy, quick reaction, good loyalty, counting on you today." "Not again, is there?" Liang Ying seemed to suddenly remember something. "Brother, to be honest, I've always had a question in my mind. You said before that you left home because of disagreements with your family. What kind of disagreement made you so angry? Don't talk about future paths or anything like that. It's too vague. Give more details." You seem to suddenly get smarter." Xiao Yu seemed a bit contemplative. "It's not that I've gotten smarter, but I'm getting to know you better. Something that could make you angry enough to leave home in a panic cannot be glossed over easily. Quickly fess up." Xiao Yu scratched his hair a few times, his face showing some embarrassment as he struggled for quite a while before finally telling Liang Ying the truth. Back then, just after graduating from university, Xiao Yu hadn't decided what to do next and was informed by his family to assist his father at the company. Although reluctant, since he wasn't considering other options at the moment, Xiao Yu agreed hesitantly. Xiao Yu naturally had a handsome face, coupled with a regal demeanor, not aristocratic, yet surpassing one, and his own formidable strength. From childhood, his charm had never waned, though he seemed to mature late in this aspect, having not experienced love yet or fallen in love with anyone. Working in the company marked Xiao Yu's first genuine exposure to society. He was intelligent, picking up work skills quickly. Perhaps due to how smoothly his life had progressed, an unexpected issue arose during a period when he was proudly enjoying the fruits of his labor. The incident took place in the China Federation, where Xiao Yu led a team responsible for negotiating an international cooperation project. Unsurprisingly, the female counterpart overseeing the project found herself drawn to Xiao Yu. What happened next was somewhat melodramatic. The female director invited Xiao Yu to meet personally. Upon realizing that only the two of them would be present, Xiao Yu didn't leave immediately out of respect, instead engaging in a conversation solely about the project. The next day, local media published this meeting on the front page with headlines insinuating secret meetings and scandals. At first, Xiao Yu thought it was mere gossip that would blow over soon. However, contrary to his expectations, reports continued appearing in various local media outlets. Through extensive coverage, the relationship between Xiao Yu and the female executive became framed as either being lovers or spies involved in espionage activities. Some media labeled them as lovers, while others accused them of espionage activities. Worse still, no matter how Xiao Yu attempted to explain himself, his statements were consistently distorted by the press. Eventually, the situation spiraled out of control, drawing the attention of both national governments. Regretfully, the planned cooperation was postponed, and Xiao Yu returned prematurely to Uranoth. Though he thought returning home would settle matters, things got worse. The female manager somehow entered Uranoth illegally and filed a political asylum request with the UR government. Her actions naturally angered the China government, seemingly confirming allegations that Uranoth had implanted spies within China. Yet both Uranoth and Xiao Yu knew she wasn't actually Uranoth's spy. At this juncture, She publicly announced that all decisions she'd made were her own, without involvement from Xiao Yu or the Uranov government. In her statement, she portrayed herself as a deeply infatuated woman willing to sacrifice everything to stay by the side of her lover, who none other than Xiao Yu was. For a moment, everyone was moved by the woman's bold pursuit of love except for Xiao Yu. Public sentiment in both countries surged, all public opinions hoping the lovers could end up together, eyes focused on Xiao Yu waiting for him to make a move. Given the circumstances at the time, if Xiao Yu had gotten together with the female director, it would not only have become a touching love story, but also shattered the rumors of espionage, significantly helping to ease tensions between the two countries. Naturally, Xiao Yu was unwilling. In his eyes, this whole chain of events was a trap set by the female manager, who intentionally framed him. Having no other choice, Xiao Yu sought help from his father, who in turn reached out to their ancestral home for support. The Xiao family agreed to settle the matter and properly arrange for the female director, but they required that Xiao Yu immediately become engaged to a person designated by the family as a condition. Because of this incident, Xiao Yu suffered a great deal emotionally. It was the first time he doubted his own abilities, and the demand from the Xiao family severely wounded his pride. So, in haste, Xiao Yu disappeared without a trace, leaving everything unresolved behind him. With Xiao Yu himself missing, the Xiao family went through considerable trouble to resolve both the issue with the female director and the situation overall. This is also why Xiao Yu stayed in the Mengfei Federation during those initial years, refusing to return to Uranov. Of course, after 2 years, due to Xiao Yu's infrequent visits back to Uranov, the planned engagement arranged by the Xiao family quietly fizzled out. This event was branded by Xiao Yu as a personal disgrace, yet its lessons allowed him to grow significantly. At least now, if someone were to try such tactics against him again, he wouldn't fall into the same trap and would definitely retaliate. Liang Ying stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yu, listening to his account like hearing a fictional biography. Liang Ying suddenly thought of a rather crucial question. So, who exactly was the intended fiancé your family originally picked? Will she be attending this banquet? Xiao Yu rubbed his nose, his face slightly reddening. At that time, I left too quickly. The main house hadn't finalized anyone yet. They merely listed all eligible candidates and gave the list to my father to choose from. And when he brought it to me, I took one look and threw it away. Listed some candidates? How many names were on the list? Liang Ying followed up with her question. I didn't check carefully, but there should have been around 50 to 60. Come on, tell the truth. Was Miss Lukia on that list earlier? Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and then nodded slightly. Chapter 223, The Lonely Star of Destruction. Liang Ying instinctively wanted to keep a distance from Xiao Yu, but as she lifted her foot to leave, Xiao Yu held her down by the shoulder. How can you abandon your friend in this situation and only think of saving yourself? Don't forget that I have helped you countless times whenever you asked. Consider this as repaying my kindness. Liang Ying felt that the smile on Xiao Yu's face was both strange and malicious, deeply realizing that she might have gotten herself into trouble. Liang Ying pulled Xiao Yu behind the curtain and cautiously looked around. Once confirming no one had noticed them, she tugged the curtain slightly further to cover their figures. Quickly, tell me everything else you need to say. Are there any of your fiancé candidates that require special attention? I don't want to get randomly entangled in anything. Probably not. I didn't pay much attention to them before, so I don't know what their personalities are like. You shouldn't be afraid of them. Uranus can't interfere with the Mengfei Federation, and they won't bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves by bothering the Mengfei. As for you, with your skills, why would you be afraid of them? Even I am struggling to match up to you these days. Liang Ying thought it made sense. Uranus was almost at a 6th level civilization, while the Mengfei Federation hadn't even reached 4th level yet. The two nations weren't adjacent and were far apart, so if these noble women targeted the Mengfei Federation or the Liang family, it would just create more problems for themselves. The only one they could target was Liang Ying herself. With her current double 10th level strength, anyone below 14th level couldn't make her lose out. And those above 14th level, the quasi-grandmasters and grandmasters, probably wouldn't bother to waste time dealing with her. Liang Ying sighed inwardly in relief, but she still shot Xiao Yu an irritated glance. Next time something like this happens, give me a heads up beforehand, so I'll at least be mentally prepared. Xiao Yu hurriedly nodded. To be honest, he'd completely forgotten about this matter and hadn't expected those candidate fiancés to still care about him. Fortunately, the first one to appear was Lukia, a simple girl who was easy to deal with. As for the others, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. After plotting quietly behind the curtains for a while, as soon as Liang Ying and Xiao Yu opened the curtain, they heard a commotion. Startled, Liang Ying quickly let go of the curtain and then realized something was amiss, seemingly not caused by them. She promptly pulled Xiao Yu out from behind the curtains. Noisy voices came from outside. It seemed that whoever arrived was quite famous. The guests had already started murmuring in excitement even before the person entered. Oh no, how did she come here today? There will be trouble. Who is coming? Can't be anyone else but Miss Yu, the so-called heavenly killer star, and she must have arrived uninvited. Oh no, all the flowers and plants in the yard have withered. The heavenly killer star? What do we do now? Today's banquet is probably ruined. Should we leave? Covering her mouth, Liang Ying whispered softly to Xiao Yu. What does heavenly killer star mean? Who is Miss Yu? Xiao Yu's complexion turned pale. I didn't expect her to show up too. Well, it's a long story, but she isn't on the list of potential fiancés, so she has nothing to do with us. However, she has conflicts with Duchess Salutin and issues with Heidi. Let's find Heidi. That introduction was too brief. Can you give me more details? To put it simply, Miss Yu comes from the Alara Empire, and she's someone we cannot afford to offend. She practices a very sinister martial technique. It's said that wherever she passes, darkness follows. That's why people gave her the nickname Heavenly Killer Star. Oh, sounds like fantasy. The universe is vast. There are many things we don't understand. You mustn't let your guard down. Miss UZ knows the Duchess well. Apparently, their relationship wasn't good back in Alara. And I've heard that Miss UZ is obsessed with her brother, who happens to be Heidi's fiancé. Sister complex. Liang Ying was a bit speechless. This term was relatively new to her. Since Liang Ying enjoyed reading web novels, she naturally knew what being obsessed with one's sibling meant. If her own fiancé had a sister who was obsessed with him and was called the Heavenly Killer Star, Heidi's future life didn't seem promising. Liang Ying glanced around and noticed that Duke Zalutin was no longer sitting on the couch where he was earlier. He wasn't anywhere in the hall either. Neither was the Duchess visible. Heidi, who was just in the hall, was nowhere to be found. Xiao Yu inquired with a nearby butler, learning that the Duke and Duchess had gone out to greet guests, and Heidi had slipped upstairs to hide in her room. Duchess Zalutin stood in the courtyard, looking at the devastated flowers and plants everywhere. Her heart brimmed with distress as her eyes shifted toward Miss UZ, dressed in a full black lace Gothic gown. This Miss UZ is truly exasperating. Knowing her nickname is the Heavenly Killer Star, she still insists on wearing black clothing all the time. Other people's joyous and lively banquets become somber when she arrives in a full black Gothic outfit, killing countless flowers and plants. This isn't attending a banquet. It feels more like she's here for a funeral or deliberately trying to ruin the occasion. Even Duke Zalutin, who is usually good-humored, felt disheartened as he looked at the desolate yard and the hurriedly retreating crowd. Yet, they couldn't afford to be impolite toward Miss UZ, whose status in the Alara Empire was equivalent to that of a princess, far more prestigious than even the Duchess herself. Hey, Selena, it's been so long since we last met. Why haven't you improved at all? Your banquet is just as boring as ever. Before the Duke and Duchess could greet her, Miss UZ spoke first, and her words were already discourteous. The Duchess paused, her face turning red instantly. This UZ was as rude as ever. Back in Alara, she would often criticize others without considering the setting, and she still acted the same now. Fuming with anger, the Duchess knew everyone was aware of their strained relationship. She decided not to bother pretending to care anymore, staying silent as if she hadn't heard anything. As the host of the banquet, Duke Zalutin still retained his sense of responsibility. A proper gentleman should courageously endure the wrath from both ladies. Duke Zalutin smiled and greeted UZ warmly. We didn't expect your visit today, Miss UZ, and I apologize for failing to welcome you properly. We have performers arranged for this evening. Please step inside and enjoy. You, the Duke, at least know how to behave politely. Selena, you really need to learn something so you don't embarrass us Ellerans. UZ walked inside nonchalantly, completely ignoring the stiffened body and twitching lips of Duke Zalutin behind her. After taking a few steps, she turned around and asked the Duke, by the way, I'm not here for the banquet. I've heard that woman is here. I came to find her. Where is she? Chapter 224, Injured. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked open. The person who had kicked it remained in the same position, expressionless as they glanced at the door, finding no one there. Their lips moved slightly, seemingly showing a hint of disappointment. Liang Ying looked speechlessly at UZ by the door. If she hadn't known that UZ was coming earlier, they might have truly been standing near the door and been attacked by her kick. There were 3 people in the room, Liang Ying, Xiao Yu, and Princess Heidi, all staring wide-eyed at UZ dressed in Gothic fashion. Duke Zalutin and his wife stood behind UZ with an awkward expression on their faces, unsure how to deal with this little troublemaker. Humph, so you were hiding here, coward. UZ tossed her head back and strutted into the room, looking down arrogantly at Heidi. Hiding away like a rat. If you're not brave enough to face people, why don't you just bury yourself somewhere? Save us all from your embarrassment. Heidi sighed helplessly, shaking her head. Though sitting, she didn't appear timid compared to UZ. Especially her slightly narrowed eyes seemed to say, I'm not bothering with children. Liang Ying looked at Heidi and then at UZ. One was a refined lady, the other a mischievous child who appeared to be going through her rebellious phase. UZ wasn't very tall, her round face still baby chubby, and her shiny black eyes sparkled. Paired with her black lace dress, she looked like a doll. No matter how strong her presence was, it couldn't overcome the softness of her appearance. Seeing Heidi's disdainful expression, UZ immediately lost her temper, pointing angrily at Heidi and yelling, You women are utterly shameless. How could you possibly deserve my brother? I order you to cancel the engagement immediately. My brother was deceived into agreeing to marry you. Aya, I absolutely refuse to acknowledge this cursed engagement. When it seemed like UZ was about to rush forward, the Duchess quickly pulled her back while the Duke tried to persuade her nearby. Miss UZ, the engagement between Princess Heidi and your brother was arranged by the royal families of both countries. Princess Heidi personally has no right to cancel the engagement. Moreover, your brother and Princess Heidi have a good relationship. You should be happy for them. What is there to be happy about? UZ forcefully shook off the Duchess, causing her to stumble and almost fall. The Duke hurried over to support her. UZ wildly yelled at Duke Zalutin, Humph, this woman doesn't even deserve my brother. You people just want to cling to our family's power, right? Well, follow my orders. Change the fiancé. I don't like her. She can't marry my brother. Replace her immediately, or else I won't approve. Liang Ying observed UZ carefully for a long time, then leaned close to Heidi's ear to whisper, Didn't the interstellar treaty state that people from higher civilizations cannot interfere with lower civilization affairs? Is it really okay for her to command the people of Uranus like this? Oh, this is merely a private matter. Miss Yuzi hasn't interfered in Uranus internal politics, so the treaty does not apply. Xiao Yu explained for Heidi. Heidi sighed helplessly again. Sorry to put you through this. This is just her temperament. Once she vents her frustrations, everything will settle down. Although she's impulsive, she's not a bad kid. Just bear with her. So, one should be more patient with sister complex types? Liang Ying silently glanced at the flowers arranged by the door, all of which had wilted the moment Yuzi entered the room. Even the pot of lucky bamboo by the entrance had withered. Liang Ying hesitated, then used her innate power to scan inside Yuzi's body. Something wasn't quite right with Yuzi's body. It seemed similar to someone having mishandled their martial arts practice. Her energy flow within her body was extremely blocked, and her situation was severe, leading to the leakage of inner force. What was stranger, however, was that Yuzi's body was absorbing external vitality. Those plants had been drained of their life force and died instantly from her, drawing their energy. Fortunately, these vital energies continuously replenished what she lost. Otherwise, she would have already lost her own life force and been in perilous condition. This kind of situation was truly strange. Liang Ying had never seen or heard of anything like it. Xiao Yu had mentioned that Yuzi practiced a mysterious form of kung fu. The current state of her body was probably the result of this cultivation method. Being able to automatically absorb the vitality around her reminded Liang Ying of the Xixing Dafa, absorbing star skill, described in ancient martial arts novels online. However, her injuries inside must also have resulted from this training. Clearly, this technique she was practicing was dangerous. Liang Ying's brows gradually furrowed. Although Yuzi's body appeared fine now, if this continued indefinitely, wouldn't her injuries worsen because they couldn't heal? And if one day her body's rate of losing its vital energy exceeded its ability to absorb, wouldn't she then be facing death? Perhaps noticing that the relationship between Heidi and Yuzi wasn't truly bad, and also detecting the implicit indulgence in Heidi's expression towards Yuzi, Liang Ying couldn't help but change her impression of Yuzi. In a certain sense, sisters with brother complex were actually quite cute. Yuzi finally left Duke Zalutin and his wife behind, striding towards Heidi, with a subtle smirk barely visible on her face. Suddenly, Yuzi clenched her fist and swung it at Heidi. Her movement was very fast, yet still blocked by Liang Ying and Xiao Yu, who extended their hands just in time. Are these two your new bodyguards? Hey, this guy looks familiar, as if I've seen him somewhere. Hey, who are you? Yuzi stared at Xiao Yu and asked. Xiao Yu coughed awkwardly. 2 years ago, he had frequently appeared on various media outlets in Ella, which was probably why Yuzi found him familiar. However, Xiao Yu felt embarrassed to admit it. Heidi stood up and grabbed Yuzi's arm. Stop messing around. These two are my friends. Where's your tutor? Didn't your brother appoint a new one for you last week? Why isn't he with you? Humph. Yuzi pulled her arm away from Heidi. You think sending some old man would keep me confined? I don't need any tutor anymore. An elder at 13th level martial arts? So what? He's no match for me. With just a bit of trickery, I managed to shake him off. Hey. Heidi sighed helplessly, then glanced at Duke Zalutin and his wife standing by the door. Could you please step out for a moment? I'll take care of Yuzi here. The Duke and Duchess of Zalutin looked as if they had been granted a great relief, quickly closing the door behind them as they hurried away. Yuzi, shouldn't you be training with Chana these past few days? Did the church know you came to Uranus? Heidi frowned as she opened her communicator, seemingly sending a message to someone. Yuzi leaned over to peek at Heidi's communicator screen. Oh, are you tattling on me to my brother? I snuck away, even fooling my teacher. How could the church possibly know? Chapter 225, The Black Mist. It's not your brother, but someone from the church. I'll send someone to take you back. You've been running away for nearly a week now. How will your treatment continue? Heidi asked Yuzi. Yuzi pouted. I won't get treated anymore. They haven't cured me after such a long time, and they've been torturing me to death. Anyway, my body doesn't feel any pain or itch, so maybe I'm not even sick. I won't let them treat me anymore. How can you not be treated? Look at this. Heidi pointed to the dead flowers in the room. Doesn't this mean you're sick? If your body were normal, would something like this happen? Who will dare approach you if this keeps going on? And how will you ever get married? Yuzi's eyes shifted uneasily, seemingly a little guilty. What's so strange about some flowers dying? My big brother has never looked down on me. Humph, if it comes to that, I won't get married. Anyway, my big brother said he was willing to support me. Heidi glared fiercely at Yuzi. Is it just some flowers dying? Ever since you entered the Duke's mansion, all the plants here have withered and died. Yuzi screamed loudly. The emotions that had calmed down slightly burst out again. I still don't like you, woman. My big brother has already said I can stay home forever. Yet, you nag endlessly. No way. I'm going to beat you up until you lose all your teeth, and make sure you don't spy on my big brother. Let's cancel the engagement. At the slightest disagreement, Yuzi immediately started fighting. Xiao Yu and Liang Ying intended to stop her, but Heidi waved her hand indicating that Liang Ying and Xiao Yu should not interfere. You shout day and night about killing. What kind of behavior is that for a girl? Today, I will punish you instead of your brother to teach you that sometimes you need to obey. Heidi and Yuzi had the same martial arts level. Their strengths appeared to be equally matched. Let's go outside and fight. Don't destroy anyone's house. Heidi jumped directly out of the window, disappearing into the distance. Yuzi followed closely behind, as did Xiao Yu and Liang Ying. When they left the room, Liang Ying noticed the guests were gradually leaving. The Duke and Duchess stood at the door sending off guests while trying to soothe those who were departing. Seeing the garden filled with broken flowers and wilted branches, there was no way the banquet could continue. Such a desolate scene felt far too oppressive. Liang Ying and Xiao Yu trailed far behind, maintaining a considerable distance from Heidi and Yuzi ahead. Liang Ying asked Xiao Yu, just now, I heard Heidi mention a church in treatment. What's the matter? Xiao Yu's expression turned solemn. Heidi's cultivation technique is different from ordinary methods. During her previous attempt to break through, she failed and got injured internally. Initially, the injury wasn't serious. But because of the method she cultivates, it seems able to run automatically, leading to her body rejecting medication. This resulted in worsening her condition and made it impossible to treat her using conventional medical means. Later, her mentor came up with a solution and sent her to an ancient relic church where one acquaintance of the church used special techniques to heal her injuries. Apparently, the treatment process was both complicated and painful, but its effects seemed decent. Miss Yu underwent the treatment for more than half a year, controlling her internal injuries so that they stopped deteriorating. A great person from the church? Liang Ying asked in surprise. Xiao Yu nodded. A 7th-level civilization has many mysterious places. It's rumored that Ella initially advanced to a 7th-level civilization because they discovered a massive ancient civilization ruin. They recreated many secrets of that ancient civilization, rapidly elevating their national strength to new heights. Ancient ruins, secrets. These words seemed incredibly fantastical to Liang Ying. Up ahead, Heidi and Yu had already begun fighting. As expected, their abilities were evenly matched. However, upon closer observation, it was clear that Heidi held a slight advantage. Liang Ying and Xiao Yu didn't intervene, but stayed nearby. Xiao Yu said, Heidi is slightly stronger than Yu. The physical combat instructor hired by Uranos for Heidi is the best nationwide. She is our country's all-out cultivated talent. Liang Ying also agreed with Xiao Yu's perspective. However, the current situation was somewhat complex. Liang Ying scanned Yu's body with the fundamental force. In the state of fighting, the vital energy flow around Yu's body became increasingly chaotic. Right now, in Liang Ying's eyes, Yu's body was surrounded by a mysterious black mist. This mist was formed by the vitality leaking from Yu's body, accumulating thicker and thicker on her surface. At the same time, this black mist was also stealing life energy from the surroundings. On the ground beneath Yu's feet, more and more plants were wilting and dying. Moreover, every time Yu came into contact with Heidi, these black mists intercepted and stole Heidi's life energy. Although Heidi originally had a slight edge, with the continued fight, her endurance became weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, Yu, whose apparent strength was less than Heidi's, fought with growing vigor. At this moment, Heidi's confidence also began to waver. She had originally been certain she could suppress Yu, but unexpectedly, Yu was gradually gaining the upper hand. This was too strange. Heidi felt her physical condition declining very quickly. After only a few dozen exchanges, she already felt exhausted, which was nothing like her usual performance. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, standing outside the arena, also noticed Heidi's issue. What's going on? Something is off with Heidi. How is she being suppressed by Yu? On Yu's side, she also felt some strangeness. Since she started her treatment in the church, it had been over half a year since she last formally fought anyone. She had originally assumed her abilities should have declined compared to before, yet today, her fighting state was extraordinarily good, as if her whole body was brimming with strength. At the same time, however, she vaguely sensed a kind of danger, inexplicably feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. In reality, the person who most clearly understood both Heidi and Yu's conditions was likely Liang Ying alone. Only she could truly see the actual situation of their fight. Heidi's decline was because, during their exchange, her life force was constantly being intercepted by the black mist, leaving her abnormally fatigued. And Yu's condition was even worse than Heidi's. The black mist around her body acted like poison, stimulating her system and accelerating the leakage of her life energy. Her ferocity was merely a false impression created by the black mist. To put it metaphorically,